Where am I? Where the hell am I? Those were the first and final words from the young man who had just woken up next to me. The moment he finished speaking, a cold, elderly voice harrowing like it was carved from ice echoed out. That fool has been possessed by a demon. Without a single word of explanation, a massive greatsword swung down, tearing through the air. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, staining the boots of the onlookers. That unlucky guy was executed on the spot. I swallowed hard, biting my lip until it bled, struggling to force the same question down my throat and into my gut. I couldn't speak, because I knew exactly what kind of hell this place was. Just last night, I was still an office worker, living in the modern world. Every morning was a frantic rush to punch in, and every night I dragged my exhausted body back to my cramped room, finding my only escape in a survival RPG with a hellish difficulty level. Thousands of game overs, tens of thousands of retries, grinding until my eyes felt like lead. Finally, I had personally defeated the final boss and cleared the game that everyone said was impossible. The moment the words "clear game" appeared, my monitor flared with a blinding light, and I was sucked straight into the miserable world I had just conquered. Looking at the headless corpse growing cold on the ground, a cold sweat drenched my back. In the real world, if you die in a game, you just respawn at a save point. But in this brutal virtual reality, there are absolutely no resurrection potions for someone like you. Once your HP hits 0, that's it, permanent death. Danger is always lurking around every corner. It's not just the monsters. Other races are just as deadly. I want to live. I want to go back to my peaceful life. And to do that, I have no choice but to throw myself into the darkest dungeons. The laws of survival here are simple, yet soaked in blood. To enter the dungeon, the first thing you need isn't courage, it's money and absolute power. Ever since I was a kid, I've been obsessed with gaming. Because I spent so much time in the hospital, grinding through games naturally became part of my DNA. All day long, I'd just glue my eyes to my handheld console to kill time. But life isn't a fairy tale. When the game over screen popped up, I was furious. What the hell? Why is this NPC so stupid? Why are you healing the enemy instead of me? Utterly frustrated, I tossed my console aside and told myself to just quit. I guess even your favorite things can get tiring if you do them for too long. Then one day, I realized gaming just didn't bring me any joy anymore. It didn't matter if it was action, RPG, or FPS, it was all the same. The reason was that every new game released each year was just dull. The plot and world building were cookie-cutter, and the systems were shallow with zero depth. Sitting on my hospital bed with my laptop, bored to death, I wondered to myself, is there really no unique game left in this world? And right then, I accidentally stumbled upon it. I was drawn to a terrible review titled, "Not Recommended." Dungeonstone? Curious, I wondered what kind of game it was. It was Dungeonstone, an indie RPG with a classic 2D pixel art style, something extremely rare these days. As I started digging deeper, I frowned. What the hell is this? It's all in English, and it doesn't really look like my type. But since it was free, I shrugged and downloaded it to give it a try. The character selection screen appeared with a vast array of classes, and I thought, this game looks pretty diverse, actually. Since I didn't plan on playing for long, I just randomly picked a Barbarian to get things moving. It had been ages since I'd played a classic side-scroller like this. But after just a few steps of getting used to the controls, I quickly caught on. At first, I just intended to praise the game's nice illustrations. But things started spiraling out of control. When I finally looked at the clock, it was already late at night. Turns out, I had been completely captivated by this cursed game. My eyes were locked onto the screen, brimming with excitement. This game was just too addictive. I have to admit, Dungeonstone had unique features that could be seen as either major highlights or incredibly annoying design choices. For instance, you were forced to have an NPC companion throughout the entire game. On top of that, the mechanics were brutal if you died. All your hard work went down the drain, and you had to start over from absolute zero. Even though it was fun at first, I couldn't help but shout out loud. Damn it, those stupid priests! I died right at the finish line. The nurse had to angrily remind me to keep it down in the hospital room. I just sheepishly scratched my head, apologized, and quickly put on my headphones to avoid bothering anyone else. I dove back into deep concentration, whispering to myself, calculating every step to dodge the dangerous traps. My stubborn desire to conquer this game was burning stronger than ever, especially since this game was such a flop that there wasn't a single guide online in either Korean or English. With sheer determination, I promised myself that no matter how long it took, I would clear this game on my own. From the moment I started playing in that hospital bed, through my mandatory military service as a public service worker, through my discharge, and even when I went back to university to graduate, through job interviews and becoming a busy office worker, I never once gave up on grinding through this challenging game. Even though my character kept falling over and over, every time that familiar death message appeared, I'd roar in frustration. Dying again? Why does this keep happening? And then, after 9 long years of persistent suffering and bitterness, the moment of glory finally smiled upon me. I shouted in pure excitement at my computer screen. The final boss room, finally. On the pixelated screen, my little barbarian stood before the gate labeled Abyss Gate. I couldn't contain my joy. I threw both hands in the air and yelled, "See that, you bastards? Has anyone else managed to get this far, huh?" I even teared up from the emotion, thinking back on the grueling journey. 9 years I had sacrificed my entire youth just for this single moment. As soon as I clicked the mouse, the game immediately asked, "Do you want to enter the final boss room?" I didn't hesitate to click. Of course, but the system gave one final, cold warning. You may never be able to return. Do you really want to enter? Staring at that serious warning, I smirked with confidence. Just because it's the final boss? Sounds like a scary omen, huh? But once I've climbed this far, since I've made it to this peak, how could I possibly back down now? So, I decisively hit the button to start the game load. While waiting for the loading screen, I leaned back in my chair, telling myself not to get my hopes up about winning on the first try. Instead, I needed to carefully observe the stats, the moves, and especially its ultimate ability to plan for future runs. I was even daydreaming about a bright future. Ha ha, who knows? After all this thorough preparation, it would be hilarious if I managed to take down the boss in a single shot. Wait, it's done? Maybe because I was too busy being smug, I reacted way too slowly to the system message informing me I had reached the abyss. Along with the tutorial complete text, my mind went completely blank as I stared at the screen. Tutorial? What do you mean? I bolted upright in my chair, shocked as I realized something was off. Wait, hold on. This is Korean? Doesn't Dungeon Stone only support English? Thinking back on my past struggles, I couldn't help but grit my teeth in frustration. Had I really been struggling to learn English for nearly a decade just because of some prank by the developers? Before I could even compose myself, a blast of blinding light suddenly erupted from the computer screen after the user verification complete message, making me scream in panic. What the? A burning, agonizing pain suddenly tore through my body, leaving me clutching my head and screaming in misery. Amidst the chaos of the strange light engulfing me, I could only manage to curse in helplessness. What the hell is this? After the system's transmission starting message, I completely lost consciousness, only to groggily wake up to loud cheers congratulating the young warriors. A booming voice from above rang out, declaring that everyone would be leaving this sacred place today. I frowned, wondering who on earth was speaking so loudly. When I fully opened my eyes, I was met with a crazed crowd chanting slogans about becoming true warriors, leaving me completely baffled as to what was going on. I was stunned to realize I was facing an incredibly absurd situation, where modern LED lights had been completely replaced by flickering torches on rock walls. Even crazier, no matter where I looked, I was surrounded by half-naked, hulking barbarian guys. Standing in the center of the platform was a bizarre man with a silver beard, screaming orders for everyone to choose a weapon that suited them. My head was spinning with a dozen questions. What the hell is a weapon? Why do I understand this strange language I've never heard before? And most importantly, why am I here? But then, I tried to calm myself down. I silently analyzed that if this really was the opening of a super hard game, the most urgent thing to do was to quickly grasp the situation and gather information. I looked down at my body, telling myself everything was fine until I realized something extremely strange. Rough hands, muscle blocks as hard as stone, and bizarre tattoos moving with incredible agility according to my will. I stared, frozen, at my hulking, powerful physique, and realized in horror, is this my body? My face turned pale from the shock of realizing I had turned into a literal barbarian. Right at that moment, the booming voice from the platform called out the names of those who were to step forward. My mind was still in total disarray when the muscular, blond man beside me confidently stepped up after the loud call for Karak, third son of Karak. I stood there, rooted to the spot, completely bewildered, blankly watching his back as he moved toward the platform to see the leader. Karak stood proudly on the stage and decisively grabbed his weapon. The leader nodded approvingly, his booming voice full of praise. A double-edged axe? An excellent choice. He immediately declared, Karak, third son of Karak, you are now a true warrior. Anna, second daughter of Anna. Stepping forward to witness this scene, I suddenly froze as a strangely familiar feeling washed over me. Wait, This situation feels familiar. Before my eyes, young warriors lined up to choose weapons amid cheers and encouragement. You have chosen a spear, a weapon perfectly suited for someone as clever as you. One by one, they stepped forward to perform the ritual and were recognized as official warriors of the tribe. A majestic scene of the kingdom appeared, accompanied by a resounding blessing. May the blessing of Raphonia always be with you. It left me completely shaken. My mind clicked, my eyes widening with certainty. This was definitely Dungeon and Stone, the game I had been attached to for 9 long years, and the familiar, character selection screen was now appearing vividly before my eyes. That's right. When I chose the Barbarian class to start the game, the opening scene played out exactly like this. I couldn't believe it. I had actually transmigrated into the very Barbarian I had just finished grinding. I still couldn't accept this harsh reality, wondering in confusion, how the hell could this happen? No way. Just then, I suddenly noticed the Barbarian with red hair standing next to me, his face pale and shaking as he muttered in fear. This is Dungeon and Stone. He looked around with chaotic eyes and a look of absolute terror. What the hell is this? Why am I here? Seeing his strangely fearful expression, I silently judged that he was completely different from the brave, fierce barbarians surrounding us. In a flash, I realized a shocking truth. Turns out, I wasn't the only one pulled into this game world. That guy was just like me. But before the red-haired guy could finish panicking, a chilling voice cut through the air. Who just opened their mouth? The supreme leader suddenly appeared, filled with killing intent, his eyes red as if he wanted to devour someone alive. He closed in on the red-haired guy, and me like a flash, scaring the guy to death before coldly interrogating us. Was it you? I screamed in a panic. No. I stood next to him, sweat pouring down like rain, cursing internally. All because of this idiot. What the hell is going on? Facing the overwhelming killing intent, the red-haired guy stuttered, trying to save the situation. Then I'm sorry. But the leader didn't budge, his eyes locked onto him coldly. It was you. The red-haired guy was terrified to the point of tears, trembling as he asked, "Do you mean this really is Dungeon and Stone?" Before he could finish, the leader's giant axe swung down in the blink of an eye. I cut off his unfinished sentence. So what? Fresh blood splattered onto my face as the entire tribe watched in shock. Seeing the head of my poor fellow tribesman severed from his neck, my heart pounded with terror. What the hell is going on? The tribal leader stood right beside me, radiating murderous intent. I was forced to clamp down on my fear and tell myself to calm down. With sweat mixing with the blood on my cheek, I sternly warned myself, if I show any emotion right now, I'm a dead man for sure. The leader wiped the blood off his axe and loudly declared to the orc tribe, "The son of Kadua has been possessed by an evil spirit." He turned around and issued an authoritative order. Everyone, immediately erase whatever that evil spirit just said from your memories. The coming-of-age ceremony continued as if nothing had ever happened. And that was when it finally hit me. I understood. Survival tip number 1. Players who transported into the game like me and that red-haired guy are all considered evil spirits. Survival tip number 2. If anyone discovers this true identity, the only outcome is death. Survival tip number 3. If I hadn't been quick-witted and kept my cool just now, that head rolling on the ground could very well have been mine. In short, the final conclusion is very simple. I need to pass this trial without showing a single flaw. But life isn't a dream, and a serious problem suddenly arose after the leader's shout. Next, Serum. The 4th son of Serum stepped forward. Watching those barbarians step up one by one at the call, my chest tightened with anxiety. The calls for next kept ringing out urgently, while I was completely clueless about one core detail. I don't even know what my character's name is. I am Bjorn Jandel, transported here. Now, I can only scream frantically inside. This damn game should at least give me my name. Isn't there a status board or something? I can't just guess when my life is on the line like this. Next. The urgent call for the next person rang out, pushing me into a life-or-death situation. It forced me to risk it all on a gamble. The chance of success is low, but this is the only way I have right now. I clenched my fists and frantically mapped out a plan in my head. I'll wait exactly 2 seconds after the next name is called before stepping out. If it happens to be the name of another evil spirit, then I'll just leave it to fate. Just then, the silver-haired leader spoke up in a loud voice. Bjorn, son of Bjorn Jandel. I started swallowing hard, counting in my head. 1. The crowd remained silent, eyes shifting constantly. 2. 2 seconds have passed since the name was called, and no one moved. And I knew if no one stepped forward, the tragedy from earlier would repeat itself. So, I resolutely stepped out of the line before everyone's eyes. I stood tall and imposing, telling myself, Then that must be my name. I hope so. Hearing the leader's urge for Bjorn Jandel to step out, I kept a cold expression and walked forward. I proudly approached the terrifying, supreme leader with the air of a true warrior. He narrowed his eyes at me, examining me with a gaze as sharp as a blade, as if to see through my soul. The suffocating tension finally eased when he gave a slight nod and said, "Young warrior." He pointed toward the pile of weapons and shouted the order, "Choose your weapon." I secretly rejoiced that my desperate gamble had succeeded perfectly. I smirked triumphantly. Bjorn, son of Bjorn Jandel, so that's my character's name. After finding out my identity, I quickly clenched my fists to prepare for the second crucial decision, the one that would determine my survival. I silently analyzed the stats in my head. Even though the Barbarian tribe has no magical talent, they possess incredibly strong physiques. So, I initially planned to upgrade my character into a pure melee fighter. I slowly reached my hand toward the weapon rack, telling myself the weapon I choose will definitely be this one. The leader standing nearby furrowed his brow, showing suspicion when he saw my strange action. But instead of choosing swords or axes like everyone else, I proudly picked up a giant iron shield. With a determined look, I thought, I'm confident this is the wisest decision right now. Immediately after, the leader also spoke up to acknowledge me, son of Jandel. With this, you have become a true warrior. The game system immediately displayed a bright yellow notification. The synchronization process was complete. In the real world, my familiar workspace suddenly lit up in the middle of the night. The computer screen showed a notification. Equipment level increased by 24. At the same time, character information and daily logs were recorded to be sent to the administrator. The detailed status board for the character Bjorn Jandel clearly displayed stats from level 1, physique 25, mental 35, to a comprehensive combat stat of 67. Remembering when I first played this devilish game, I chose to wield a giant greatsword for my barbarian. The reason was simple. It looked super cool. But the result was that I paid the price by having my character die countless times under monster claws. Every time I saw the "You died" screen, I would pull at my hair and scream in frustration. Arg, dead again? How on earth do I build this character to increase survivability? I had tried out every type of weapon, from dual axes and large hammers to spiked chains, to find a way out. Even after testing every playstyle in that crazy combat meta, my combat style remained extremely precarious, barely holding on to life in every match. And then, one fine day, standing in front of the in-game weapon shop, a bold idea suddenly flashed through my head. Does the Barbarian tribe really have to play as a primary damage dealer? Especially since this is a race that possesses abundant health and superior physical strength. Even though the damage resistance might not match the dwarves, the Barbarians still possess all the basic stats to become a true tank. Actually, Bjorn Jandel wasn't interested in this playstyle because it requires extremely rigorous training. However, he thought it would be a shame to waste all the effort he had invested in research for so long, so he decided to try it just once. He recalled the earth-shattering battles he had experienced in the virtual world before. Facing a giant, towering monster, the little barbarian warrior holding a hammer and shield back then could only stare in astonishment. But then, the screen displayed the result. Clear. Victory was achieved brilliantly when the monster's damage was completely reflected back thanks to a highly effective counter-skill. Watching the scene unfold, he couldn't help but flash a smug, self-satisfied smile. This guy is just too OP. Making this decision right now is the smartest move I could have made. With determination and no regrets, a clear, resonant shout echoed, ordering the city gates to be thrown wide open. The fortress's massive stone doors creaked open, welcoming the young warriors as they prepared to embark on their new journey. All the barbarian warriors who had just completed their coming-of-age ritual would now officially begin their grueling conquest of the dungeon. Everyone's eyes were filled with resolve, knowing their next destination was the legendary dungeon city, known by the proud name of Raphonia. Standing before the mighty army, the leader gave a sharp signal and loudly commanded the warriors to move out. He shouted loudly from the rear to send the group off. Your fate lies ahead. With that, the whole group surged forward, creating a chaotic and boisterous scene. Running amidst the aggressive crowd, Bjorn Jandel thought to himself, I might as well just follow them for now. But watching them blindly charging forward like moths to a flame, he couldn't help but wonder if they even knew where they were heading. As night fell, shrouding the ancient buildings, a loud shout suddenly rang out, demanding the whole group to stop. A barbarian guy, completely bewildered, screamed, causing the crowd to panic. I think we're lost. The crowd immediately grew furious, clamoring and cursing. Karak, the third son of Karak, has led us in the wrong direction. He isn't fit to lead us. He has to take responsibility for this. Bjorn Jandel could only shake his head in frustration at these fools. After all, they were the idiots who chose to follow him in the first place. Under intense pressure, Kara had no choice but to hang his head in sorrow. All right, stop it. I admit I'm not capable enough, and I will step down from the lead position. Immediately, a strong-willed blonde girl stepped forward confidently and announced clearly. Then, let me lead everyone. I am the second daughter of Anna. Anna is very smart. She will surely lead us in the right direction. She wore a confident, arrogant smile, basking in the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. Looking at her smug expression, Bjorn narrowed his eyes, deeply skeptical. Nah. Sure enough, only a moment later, that wise girl was breaking out in a cold sweat, pouting as she admitted, I think I'm lost too. The entire crowd collapsed in despair, wailing. Panic quickly spread through the ranks. How could this happen? We have to reach the dungeon within the time limit. Anna sadly retreated to the back to take the heat, while the crowd continued to argue loudly. Anna isn't fit to lead anymore. The next leader should be Jin, the second son of Jin. No, I don't agree. I think standing on the sidelines, Bjorn Jandel sighed heavily, wondering if these losers had lost their brains. Because if they kept arguing like this, they would never reach the dungeon. Even though he didn't want to draw any attention to himself right now, after a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward and gently tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, nah, he said to the dejected blonde. The girl jumped, turned around to look at the giant holding the shield before her, and asked anxiously, Bjorn, son of Bjorn Jandel, are you here to blame me, too? Bjorn shook his head, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, No, I'm here to show you how to get to the dungeon. Hearing that, Na immediately widened her eyes in shock, mixed with hope. Really? But how? He silently pointed toward a group of people in armor, walking in the distance. You just need to follow them. They were human adventurers, walking while grumbling with disdain. Ugh, disgusting. Those barbarians are all gathered over there, truly a bunch of stupid savages. It's late at night, and they're carrying weapons everywhere. How could they possibly go anywhere? Na's eyes lit up as she realized the truth. She exclaimed excitedly, I get it. All right, I'll give it a try. Immediately, she turned back and loudly declared to the whole tribe that she had found the way to the dungeon, causing the crowd to cheer and praise her. Really? You really are wise. Oh, wise Na. It left Bjorn Jandel standing to the side, speechless, wondering if these people had actually lost their minds. The girl triumphantly waved her sword and ordered the group to follow her. The whole crowd charged after her and finally found the glowing teleportation gate. The crowd cheered excitedly. The dungeon, watching them eagerly enter the teleportation gate as if they were attending a festival, Bjorn Jandel could only sigh in frustration. Damn it, that really is the entrance to the dungeon. Standing before the boundary of life and death, he swallowed hard, hesitating, wondering if taking a step into the dungeon now was really the right decision. Honestly, with the chaos of the tribe right now, he thought if he quietly slipped away from the ranks to run, no one would bother to pay any attention to him. Thinking back to his past life, he was just a sick man who spent all his time bedridden in a hospital, an ordinary person who had never even thrown a punch at anyone. Could someone as weak as him really fight and survive against the brutal monsters in the dungeon? And was there truly no other way to pay taxes to the kingdom of Raphonia besides risking his life as a soldier? Taxes were one of the most ruthless mechanics in this hellish game, Dungeon and Stone. Every citizen aged 20 and above had to pay their taxes on time. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting them was execution. There were a few ways to earn money for taxes in the game, but the most common methods were, first, to charge into the dangerous dungeon and slaughter monsters. The second method was to accept menial labor jobs at the pubs in the village. The problem was, the biggest issue lay in the fact that he was a barbarian, and in everyone's eyes here, barbarians were just a bunch of stupid savages who specialized in breaking furniture, so no pub would ever hire them. In this game, the barbarian race simply couldn't do the common jobs that regular people did. That was why this was the only character class that was given weapons immediately at the start of the game. And if it weren't for this damn mechanic, he wouldn't have to go fight monsters. A pressing announcement echoed from the stage, signaling that the dungeon entrance would close in 10 more minutes. It pushed him into a dire situation, because this dungeon only opened once a month. If he didn't enter this time, he would have to find a way to survive in this discriminatory city for a whole month without a job. And would the meager food rations provided by the chieftain be enough to help him hold out for a week? Even if he were lucky enough to survive a month here, his physical condition would surely fall into the worst state imaginable. So, if he wanted to enter the dungeon, this was the perfect time. Yet, his legs were frozen, stiff, and refused to move. His heart hammered in his chest from sheer terror. This wasn't just some virtual game anymore, his actual life was on the line. Just as he was spiraling into a crisis, a hand suddenly slapped his shoulder hard, accompanied by a clear, loud call for Bjorn Jandel. He started and turned back to see Anna, the blonde girl, standing right next to him, which made him fluster and misidentify her. The third daughter of Anna. She immediately corrected him with a stern expression. I am the second daughter of Anna. The other warriors have already entered the dungeon, leaving only the two of us. Hurry up, we're already late and don't have much time. On the platform, the emergency alarm blared again, signaling that the dungeon gate would close in 5 minutes as the brilliant light began to noticeably shrink. Facing the closing entrance, Bjorn firmly told her to go in first and promised he would follow right after. Anna nodded in agreement, but just as she reached the edge of the portal, she suddenly paused, turned, and gave him a bright smile, thanking Bjorn Jandel for his timely help just now. He avoided her gaze and coldly replied that there was no need for her to thank him. Anna looked at him with curiosity and softly asked how one could become as wise as him. Because she had never seen a barbarian warrior so quick-witted and intelligent, she really wanted to learn from him. Seeing her admiring expression, he thought to himself that the only way for her to be like that would be to be reincarnated in her next life. But to save face, he gave a generic answer. Always think carefully before acting. The naive girl nodded as if she understood. Anna flashed a bright smile, thanked him for the sincere advice, and promised she would find a way to repay this favor if she were lucky enough to survive and return. Hearing the phrase, survive and return, Bjorn Jandel fell silent. In the game, barbarians were known as people who knew no fear, and it seemed they were not much different in real life. He looked straight into Anna's eyes and asked a question full of doubt. Anna, aren't you afraid of death? The smile on her face faded slightly at his sudden question, but she quickly regained her composure and calmly countered, isn't that natural? She bravely admitted that she was very afraid of death, but since she was born with the fate of a warrior, she would rather choose to fight than die in vain. She then asked if he thought the same. Her answer shook him, and he secretly admitted that he was no different from her. It turned out they were just like him, having no choice but to fight to survive in this ruthless world, which made him admire her extraordinary, courageous spirit. He clenched his fists, feeling angry, and told himself that he was a true barbarian as well. Meanwhile, the emergency alarm from afar urged them on. Only 1 minute remained before the dungeon gate closed completely. Even though his legs were trembling uncontrollably, he still wore a cunning smile, reassuring himself. Scared? Sure, I'm scared. But seeing the portal boundary start to distort, he decisively swung his shield and shouted, the dungeon is closing, I have no choice but to go all in. He ignored the shouts and warnings of the priest. It's too dangerous, please step back, and lunged straight into the light, holding firm to the belief that his muscular body and the vast game knowledge gathered from thousands of characters would help him succeed. Violet light engulfed his entire body, and he roared proudly into the void. I will definitely. He gave a final, desperate roar before disappearing into the void, survive in this godforsaken place. A system board flickered, displaying a chilling notification. You have entered the Level 1 Crystal Cave. Opening his eyes to a pitch-black void, he looked around in confusion and blurted out, what is this? Where in the middle of nowhere am I? Bjorn confidently held his head high and told himself, I am a seasoned expert in this dungeon stone game. He squinted, trying to reach a logical conclusion for his current situation. Bjorn calculated in his head. If he combined the tough, metallic body of the barbarian race, he remembered the image of his former gamer self, and confidently affirmed that with his vast repository of game knowledge, he would surely survive just fine. That was what he had naively thought at the time. Bjorn scanned his eyes continuously around the area and cursed in frustration. Damn it, it's so dark. How am I supposed to see anything? He recalled the image of his teammates from the beginning to find a connection. He tried to remember the game's original design in his memory. He touched his chin, pondering, and muttered, according to the game design, there are always luminescent crystals on the walls of the Level 1 Crystal Cave, so I shouldn't really need a torch. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind, making his eyes widen as he asked himself, wait, don't tell me this is the Dark Zone, that super rare area at the outer edge of the Level 1 dungeon where there isn't a single shred of light? He looked at the thick, black fog surrounding him in panic and told himself, but the Dark Zone is usually not a random starting point, right? No, this is reality. So, there's no guarantee of anything. The starting point is random, so it's very possible I just got unlucky and landed in the Dark Zone from the start. To test the system, he repeatedly shouted out sacred commands. Status board, equipment board, character info, Inventory, skills, daily log. Standing in the chilling, silent space, he sighed helplessly and cursed. Damn it, nothing is working at all. Just as expected. Not being able to just sit around and wait for death, he decisively felt his way along the cold stone wall and told himself, waiting here won't solve anything. It's better to just try walking in one direction. He began to carefully use his hands to grope along every stone wall in the pitch-black darkness. As he walked, he cautiously asked himself, am I moving too slowly? Maybe crawling would be faster, but I still have to be really careful just in case. Before he could finish his thought, a bone-chilling sound of grinding metal suddenly rang out, making him jump and gasp. He fell to the stone floor, clutching his leg, which was clamped tight, and screamed in pain. A goblin trap! Fresh blood gushed out as the iron trap dug deep into his flesh. At the same time, a ruthless system notification appeared. Your character has stepped into a goblin trap. He bit his lip until it bled. Trying to suppress the flesh-tearing pain, he told himself, must endure, must stay calm. Bjorn knelt on the cold stone floor, tightly covering his mouth, and warned himself. Not a single sound. Goblins are level 1 monsters that specialize in laying traps, and the goblin that set this one is definitely lurking somewhere nearby. Holding his breath in the pitch-black darkness, his eyes flared with a sharp, vigilant gaze. He squinted into the silent gloom. Then he skeptically wondered if there was even a chance the goblin wasn't around. Bjorn shuddered, trying to cast that naive thought out of his mind. Maybe it's true, what if I'm lucky and it already left for somewhere else? Such comforting thoughts are always the most dangerous. I have to prepare for the worst-case scenario if I can't be sure of the situation. He silently calculated the hidden threat. If there's a trap here, there must be a goblin nearby. And if it hears me scream, resting his head against his pillow, he suppressed a groan of pain. Bjorn Jandel whispered, it'll definitely find out I'm caught in its trap. He shuddered at the thought of the monster's cruel nature. It would lurk in the shadows, patiently waiting until he was completely exhausted before tearing him apart. Breaking into a cold sweat from the tension, Bjorn Jandel told himself he had to be extremely careful. That's why I can't afford to make a single sound. That's just how this game, Dungeon Stone, works. Alright, first things first. He looked down at the iron trap biting into his leg and cursed through gritted teeth. There's paralytic poison in this trap, those damn barbarians. If only they'd given me actual boots instead of these useless, tattered sandals. Bjorn angrily braced himself against the bone-shaking pain to try and remove the trap. Damn it. Complaining isn't going to fix anything now. Stop whining and just move. If I have to fight anyway, it's best to get it over with quickly. He started dragging his blood-stained feet forward, whispering a challenge to his hidden enemy. Come on out. The poison seems to be spreading. My right foot is already starting to go completely numb. Bjorn Jandel gathered his strength and shouted into the dark void. I know you're hiding in there. Get your ugly face out here. Damn it all. Why is it so terrifyingly quiet around here? But maybe because of the paralytic poison, I don't feel all that scared. Let's count that as a plus. He couldn't contain his rage and let out a roar that echoed through the entire cave. I told you, come out. That bastard. Bjorn breathed heavily, scanning the empty cliff walls, doubt creeping into his heart. Maybe this is all just my own paranoia, and there's actually no goblin here at all. As he dragged himself along, he stubbornly muttered to himself, if you want to hide, stay there. I'm leaving. Even if I'm acting like an idiot, I'll be the idiot who survives. Gasping for air, he kept dragging his injured leg, never forgetting to hurl insults to bait the enemy. Your mother was a goblin. Bjorn Jandel started feeling dizzy from the blood loss, but he kept babbling provocations. Your father was a goblin. Your brothers were goblins too. So, naturally, you're just a coward of a goblin too. This is dangerous. The blood won't stop flowing, and my head feels like it's been soaked in alcohol from losing so much blood. He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in alarm as he heard a faint sound footsteps. It had moved. Bjorn curled his lips into a provocative smirk. What's wrong? Can't handle me insulting your family? The footsteps came from behind. It seemed to be closing in because he was intentionally moving away from its position. He tried to pick up the pace in the dense darkness, knowing full well it was tailing him. Not being able to see a thing was a huge disadvantage. He had to speed up his escape. He gritted his teeth against the pain, trying to drag his bloody feet as fast as he could. He heard behind him the small footsteps of the monster, quietly trailing him without missing a beat. After running a bit, Bjorn Jandel faked a stumble and fell to the ground to use the trap to bait his prey. He glanced back to observe the movement behind him and analyzed the situation. It's keeping a certain distance while following. When I stop, it stops too. He watched the monster start to show itself with a smug look. He felt pure contempt. It's gloating, waiting for its prey to bleed out and die. It's definitely looking forward to watching me slowly perish in panic to the sound of its chilling laughter. He intentionally let out a pained moan and collapsed to the ground. Ah, what a clever guy. Now it's not even bothering to hide its voice anymore. All right, time to change the plan. Lying motionless on the cold ground, Bronn closed his eyes tight and waited. All right. Your prey has fallen just like you wanted. Come on over. The goblin, holding an axe, crept closer, staring fixedly at his blood-soaked leg, and let out a suspicious growl. Bronn urged his enemy on in his mind. Come on, step a little closer. Suddenly, a small stone flew and struck his head, startling him with a sharp pain. What the hell? Bronn was furious but had to hold it in, offering a bitter smirk. It just threw a rock at me to check if I was actually dead? Damn it. Why is this monster so smart? Compared to those barbarians, they're much craftier. It's getting closer. Bronn held his breath, waiting for the perfect moment, as he heard the goblin's footsteps right behind his back. The moment that hideous hand touched him, Bjorn Jandel immediately flared his blood-red eyes and roared. Too bad for you. I'm a barbarian too. He sprang up as fast as lightning, spun around to face the enemy, and flashed a savage grin. Welcome to your death. Without a second's hesitation, Bronn poured all his strength into swinging his giant shield straight ahead. Die, you scumbag. The goblin was stunned, not understanding what was happening, only managing to gape and shriek in panic. Krr. But real life isn't like a game. He broke into a cold sweat, realizing his shield swing had missed its mark due to a miscalculation in distance. Damn it, my reach is too short. At that critical, life-or-death moment, Bronn's other hand suddenly flared with an explosive source of power, making him gasp in shock. What is this? Without waiting for his brain to command it, his blazing arm shot forward like a crushing machine. He cried out in alarm. My body is moving on its own. Amidst the dark space, Bronn slammed his fist down onto the stone floor like a thunderbolt, thinking, this is amazing. I can vividly feel every move this goblin makes. Feeling the primal power surging through every fiber of his being, he roared with excitement. I'm way stronger than it is, Bronn gloated, shouting at his newfound strength. This body is completely different from that frail shell that spent its whole life in a hospital bed. You're the one who's the prey here. You damn goblin, this is the body of a barbarian. He frantically swung his fist, pouring all his pent-up rage onto the cold stone floor. Bjorn Jandel's punches tore through the air, carrying raw power that crushed any resistance from his foes. He didn't hold back, raining down blow after blow like a hammer until the ground crumbled. Under that terrifying pressure, the goblin was reduced to nothing more than a pile of shredded meat. Bronn threw punches so hard that the monster's blood splattered everywhere. Finally, he raised both hands high, channeling his strength into one final, lethal strike to end the life of the wretched predator. The moment the goblin breathed its last, a cold system notification appeared before his eyes. You have slain a goblin. Experience points. 1. Bronn panted, collapsing onto the ground. His eyes went wide as he saw the monster's corpse begin to emit a strange light. Staring at the mystical sight, he muttered in amazement. Its body was vanishing, everything was happening, just as if this were still a game. Amidst the fading smoke, a sparkling ruby appeared on the ground, making him exclaim in curiosity. As he leaned over to pick it up, his eyes lit up as the truth dawned on him. It was the main currency used in Dungeon Stone. He examined the stone in the dim light, excitedly calculating in his head. A Tier 9 magic crystal. When he converted its real-world value, the math in his head made Bjorn Jandel lose all excitement. It was just enough to buy a loaf of bread. He smirked bitterly. Damn it. Is this all I get after struggling to survive through all that hell? Bronn stumbled, leaning against the cold cave wall to steady his weary body as he whispered to himself. Right this place. Recalling the horrifying images of dragons and beasts from the game, he had to admit this was a realistic world where mazes and brutal monsters truly existed. Bronn shuddered as he thought about the bizarre laws of this place. Monsters would leave items behind when they died and then disappear completely into the void. He envisioned the miniature society outside the maze to find some motivation. In the bustling city out there were scenes as familiar as those in the game, with countless different races living together. Looking down at his blood-soaked feet, Bjorn Jandel confirmed firmly that this was undoubtedly the world inside the game he knew so well. But as he looked up at the dark cavern wall, he decisively extinguished his last naive delusion. I will never confuse this cruel reality by thinking it's just a fun game. Bjorn Jandel dragged his heavy feet forward, while the system notification constantly flashed red, warning, You are still bleeding, he grimaced, annoyed at the aching leg hindering his progress. Damn it. It's not like I broke a bone like some weakling, but the result of casting aside his dignity was surprisingly sweet. Because he wasn't using his injured leg, it hurt much less, and his speed was faster than expected. The best reward was that he would never step on a ground trap again. No sooner had he finished speaking than he slammed into a bear trap, which pinned him against the wall. He groaned in pain. Damn it! Another trap? Now, other parts of his body were starting to ache too, but he had to grit his teeth to survive. The system panel flashed incessantly, warning, "You are still bleeding," Bjorn Jandel said anxiously. "The bleeding won't stop on its own." He collapsed onto the cold stone floor, panting as he muttered a plea for help. "This is too dangerous. I need to find someone who can help stop this bleeding right now." Clinging to a thin thread of hope, Bjorn Jandel forced himself to stand up. "If I keep dragging myself in one direction, I'll surely escape this demonic dark zone." In his delirium from blood loss, he suddenly remembered the unfortunate red-haired compatriot from his tribe earlier and wondered to himself, "I wonder what actually happened to him. Is he really dead? Or did he wake up back in his original body on Earth?" Having survived such a brush with death, he thought he finally understood why humans needed religion to cling to. A bright red warning flashed, indicating his health was below 5%, making him curse under his breath. Of course, in moments of despair, this system is only good for distracting me. It said if he wasn't treated soon, his character would die just like his miserable situation right now. Bjorn grit his teeth against the agonizing pain, painfully clinging to the rugged cave wall and dragging a long trail of blood behind him. Seeing a faint, glimmering light ahead, he gasped and consoled himself. "I must be going in the right direction. It's getting brighter, obviously. The entire first floor couldn't be plunged in darkness forever." Glancing toward the glowing cave entrance, Bjorn told himself with his last ounce of strength, "I have to quickly drag myself to that light if I want to have a hope of survival." He stumbled forward, his mind still clinging to a naive belief. "Surely, out there has to be at least one or two kind people willing to save me, right?" But just as he saw a hallucination of another barbarian reaching out to catch him, Bjorn Jandel collapsed and cursed bitterly. Damn it, what a ridiculous joke. A mocking, hallucinatory voice echoed in his head. "Why would they help a dying barbarian like you? Are you some stunning beauty or a wise scholar? You're just a savage idiot who's a bit bigger than the average person." He clutched his head and groaned. "I think I'm actually going crazy." Bjorn stumbled to his feet, mocking his own hallucination. "You bastard. I guess you're pretty smart, considering you are me. If I don't keep moving forward, what the hell else can I do? I have to do something. I've even started seeing hallucinations now." The cruel hallucination continued to ring in his ears. "Maybe you'll run into a monster before you meet any humans." But he tried to brush it off and motivated himself. "Forget it. At least when I get out there, I'll have better visibility than this foggy mess." His vision blurred. He felt his consciousness fading. His identity kept splitting in two, then merging, then becoming hazy. "I must be losing my mind from losing so much blood." The civil war in his mind grew more intense as one half screamed, "I have to survive at all costs. Anyone please save me." While the other half scoffed, "Survive? Look at your pathetic state. How are you going to manage that? You trash. You're going to die anyway, aren't you? Just give up, and you'll finally be free." Bjorn reached his bloodied arm forward, screaming madly at himself. "Shut up! I will never give up. No matter what happens, that light. Forget the damn system." The red text continued to flash, warning that his health had dropped below 4%. Using his last bit of strength, he dragged himself out of the cave, desperately pointing his pleading eyes outward and whispering, "Please, is anyone there?" As he collapsed, Bjorn Jandel's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Seeing the faint silhouette of an adventurer party standing before him, he was overjoyed. He whispered to himself, "Are they adventurers?" Meanwhile, a swordsman in the group pointed at him and called out to his companions, "Drows, look, there's a dying barbarian over there." A barbarian? The system suddenly chimed, warning that Bron's health had dropped below 2%. Along with an annoying notification, "Achievement unlocked. Health dropped below 2%. Reward. Your spirit stat will continuously increase by 1. The blonde swordsman approached to examine him, then remarked that, looking at his condition, he must just be a rookie. It made Bjorn furious, and he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, if you know I'm a rookie, then hurry up and help me, you bastard." Bjorn Jandel's drowsy eyes scanned their formation, his brain immediately going into alert mode. "Something feels fishy about this formation, doesn't it?" The blonde guy stroked his chin, asking suspiciously, "How could a rookie manage to drag himself all the way here faster than us?" Meanwhile, He tried to wheeze out a plea for help, only to realize in frustration, damn it, my throat is locked up. I can't even speak. Bjorn Jandel could only let out choked, guttural groans, his eyes bulging as he glared at them, wanting to scream. Damn it, stop just standing there like idiots and save me. The blonde swordsman, with a sparkling badge on his chest, kept staring down at his battered body with a cold, piercing gaze. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a calculated, sinister smirk as he looked at Bjorn Jandel. He turned to the priestess behind him and asked with a nonchalant tone, "Priestess, do you think you can heal this guy?" Hearing that, hope blossomed in Bjorn's heart. What? A priestess? Wow. Your group actually has a priestess with you? Bjorn Jandel analyzed the situation smugly. If their party has a priestess, they must be high-level veterans. But before a smile could form, the pink-haired priestess replied coldly, "I refuse." Bjorn was stunned, frozen in shock. Instead of begging, the blonde swordsman just nodded, as if he understood. Oh, is that so? He turned to his companion next to him, clicked his tongue, and sighed at Bjorn Jandel. I guess it can't be helped. Passon, could you lend me one of your recovery potions? Those are supposed to be for emergencies when we can't use divine power. Besides, you have plenty on you. Don't worry. I'll pay you back as soon as we get out of here. Pestered, the companion clicked his tongue in annoyance but ended up tossing a glass bottle containing a bright red liquid toward the leader. Right before Bjorn's eyes. The leader caught it, smiled down at Bjorn Jandel, and kindly warned him, since this isn't divine power, it's going to hurt a little when you use it. This made Bjorn growl in frustration. Whatever, just hurry up and do it, you jerk. The leader immediately uncorked the bottle and poured the blood-red liquid directly into the gaping, bleeding wound on Bjorn's leg, just as the notification appeared. Your health is rapidly increasing due to the recovery effect. Bjorn Jandel's eyes rolled back. It felt like thousands of burning needles were piercing his flesh, and he screamed maniacally in his mind. What the hell is this? Bjorn screamed in agony. It hurts. It feels like my whole body is melting. So this was why they strictly forbade using potions in the middle of a battle. The bone-deep pain made him grit his teeth and scream, "This hurts like hell." The remnants of the potion rolled on the ground, but in exchange, the deep wound on Bjorn Jandel's leg had miraculously closed up. Having survived the near-death experience, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, his heart was pounding, and Bjorn Jandel muttered to himself, I really thought I was going to die. At that moment, the blonde leader, Drouse, bluntly interrogated him. Now, will you tell us? How could a rookie manage to crawl all the way here before us? Hearing his offer, if you know about a secret passage, I'd like to buy that information, Bjorn cursed to himself. So that's it. That was their real motive. Knowing full well there's no such thing as unearned kindness, Bjorn had to make up an excuse. Better not let them get suspicious. I don't know. As soon as I stepped into the labyrinth, I found myself here. Drouse stroked his chin and replied, Is that so? I see. I've read about this before. Due to spatial instability, sometimes people can fall into the edge of the abyss, though the probability is so low that it only happens once every few hundred years. Bjorn was startled by that absurd statistic. Once every 100 years? Observing their formation, he gauged that since they had both a mage and a priestess, they must be at least mid to high level. Yet, he had experienced this on his very first trip, something these people hadn't even seen before. The swordsman Drouse nodded in satisfaction. An interesting story, thanks. He waved his hand dismissively and said, You can go now, and forget about the cost of the potion. Bjorn could only watch them silently, realizing a truth. Time in the labyrinth is as precious as gold. Watching their backs, he laughed at himself bitterly. The fact that they wasted even that much time on him from the start was a miracle. Bjorn tiredly leaned his blood-stained hand on his giant shield and slowly stood up. He told himself he should be happy he survived, but the feeling of being pitied was truly disgusting. Bjorn watched the adventurer group as they strolled up the bright stone slope. Captain Drouse turned to his comrades and commented, That barbarian was really lucky. Lucky? He had to go through all of that from the very start. If he had stepped on a trap on the first floor, even if the trap didn't kill him, he would have died eventually. I'm saying he was lucky to have run into us. The red-haired guy, Passon, was immediately teased by the female archer. He was lucky to meet Drouse, not you. You didn't even want to use your potion because you're so stingy. There are plenty of jerks like him out there. You think so too, right, priestess? The priestess kept a cold face, not bothering to answer. The archer nudged the red-haired guy with her elbow to defend her. You think everyone is like you? If it weren't for the temple's rules, she would have healed him, right? I've met plenty of two-faced people, you know? The argument continued as the archer raised her voice. Passon, you really should learn a thing or two from Drouse, like how he asked about the secret passage out of genuine concern. for example. That's right, because barbarians don't like receiving help from others. Drouse chuckled, acting humble. That's right, barbarians aren't exactly keen on accepting help from others, Drouse said with a sly, humble chuckle. Ha ha, you're too kind. Suddenly, Passan, the redhead, asked with curiosity, but when will this barbarian's blood trail finally end? Hasn't it been quite a long time already? After observing for a moment, Passan remarked, looking at the barbarian's mental state earlier, I don't think he's as lucky as you say. Well, I'm sure it'll end somewhere around here. Drouse pointed toward a corner glowing with light. If we want to take the shortcut, we need to turn at this corner. It's so good to have a guide. The female archer chimed in with praise. Drouse is truly amazing for being able to memorize the entire map of the first floor. Most guides only know the general direction. Is that so? Suddenly, Drouse froze and stared straight ahead. Humph. He wore a triumphant smile as he looked at the massive gate. I think we're the first ones to reach this point. Good thing we were fast. Drouse's armored hand slowly touched the rock wall right at the boundary. Before them stood a giant teleportation gate, radiating a brilliant light. Drouse, the blonde captain, announced clearly, All right, this is the portal that will take us to the second floor. Let's go. The female archer and the rest of the party began to step toward the gate. Suddenly, the old mage paused and called out, Wait. Drouse and his teammates turned their heads in confusion. The mage pointed down at a trap on the ground. Isn't that the sandal the barbarian was wearing earlier? He raised his hand and cast a spell that lit up the area. I think you were right. Under the magic light, a winding trail of blood stretching from deep within the shadows was revealed clearly. The entire party of adventurers stood stunned, unable to speak. The old mage pondered, Drouse, how long does it take to get from here to where we met that barbarian? The captain replied, Unless we take a shortcut, it's about 15 kilometers. The old man laughed eerily. Heh. He crawled that far in total darkness. What a monster of a guy. The female archer muttered, He must be crazy. Passan, the redhead, thought to himself, If it were me, would I dare spend hours crawling without knowing if I'd ever reach the destination? I didn't notice it before, but now that I think about it, that barbarian held out his right hand toward us. The image of the glowing red crystal flashed in his memory. That's right, he was trying to show us the magic crystal, Passan admitted with a faint smile. Because other than that, what else would he have to trade? I take back my harsh words from earlier. Drouse. What was that barbarian's name again? Back with Bjorn Jandel. Reality had proven the group's judgment completely wrong. Was he just lucky? People like that would perish soon, but crazy guys like him never die. Unless they encounter a very specific situation. He slammed his shield into the ground, determined. No matter how difficult things got, or how much pain he had to endure, he would never see death as an escape. The system notification announced, You have defeated a goblin. Bjorn thought to himself. After the near-death experience, he put his strength into crushing the monster. Get smashed, you bastard. Bjorn heroically shoved his enemy away, constantly clashing with groups of goblins, standing there panting amidst the monsters. He was confident that they would just keep coming. At first, he was a bit worried. But since regaining his vision, these goblins were no longer a threat. Bjorn carefully stepped over an obvious trap. These traps were scattered randomly across the floor. Those idiots should at least know how to cover them with dirt for camouflage. When a goblin with an axe jumped out at him, he merely mocked their ambush for being too predictable and their hiding spot for being too exposed. Bjorn immediately swung his shield and knocked it away. Where do you think you're going, you bastard? However, he began to feel exhausted. The only problem now was that Bjorn's stomach was growling loudly. Ugh, I'm so hungry. He reached into his side pouch, hoping for something. I remember the vice captain gave me some food, but Bjorn's fabric bag was now pathetically flat. He irritably held up the empty bag. Damn it. Was crawling on the ground earlier a bad decision? Bjorn Jandel bit into a crumb of bread. Out of 7 days' worth of rations, 5 were gone. He sat down next to the glowing crystal. I have to ration this as much as possible. Bjorn chewed and smacked his lips, praising the taste. Why does this dry bread taste so good? As he used his saliva to soften it, the taste was truly sweet, but the joy didn't last long. He winced. I'm starting to get thirsty now. Bjorn sat alone in the stone cave. Where am I supposed to get water now? It really was a case of misfortune never coming alone. The game interface appeared in his mind. In Dungeon and Stone, there was a hunger system. It only activated when inside the labyrinth, and he never had to worry about water because eating was enough. Bjorn sighed heavily. But this isn't a game. It was already an extremely harsh game to begin with. But when it became reality, the difficulty of this world was truly beyond imagination. He hoisted his shield and started walking again. This was just another world that happened to be similar to the game he knew. Braun began to deduce. Since the vice captain didn't give him water, there must be a water source somewhere in this labyrinth. Hid behind a rock wall, he watched with excitement. I knew it. The sound of running water. Aside from the group belonging to the blonde jerk earlier, this was the first time he had encountered someone else in this place. Even though they crossed paths in such a desolate area, not a single conversation took place between them. It was as if an unwritten rule existed in this hellish place. Don't associate with other adventurers unless absolutely necessary. Regardless of the situation, he squatted down and counted the loot he had scavenged, mumbling, 41, 42, 43, 44. Looking at the bright red stones, Bjorn Jandel nodded to himself. I've collected quite a bit now. Remembering the moment he almost kicked the bucket, his current situation was truly impressive. But then another huge problem arose. Yawning, he let out a frustrated cry. I'm so tired. Hunting a bunch of goblins like that was guaranteed to make him exhausted. But now, he was really drowsy. And usually, there were two ways to sleep in this labyrinth. The first way was to leave his pathetic life to fate and just fall asleep. Or the second way, become allies to protect each other. Recalling earlier, he had tried to rush over and grab a guy by the collar to ask, but the man had been terrified and stuttered. Sorry. The guy had panicked and politely refused. But our party already has all the necessary members. Turning to block another group, he was coldly shooed away. Our party is full. Some even pinched their noses and avoided him, saying bluntly, we're not interested in a barbarian. Ugh, the smell of blood is too much. Back to the present, he stood alone in a corner, lamenting, not expecting to be shunned by all of them. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Those bastards. He thought irritably that he wasn't even asking to join their official party anyway. I only wanted to find a temporary ally to spend the night with, but suddenly, a voice rang out. The young man with a bulky backpack turned around, grinning brightly as he asked, Are you? He flashed a radiant, mysterious smile and continued. Looking for a nighttime companion? Hearing that, a vein popped out on my forehead. Bjorn Jandel, I snapped. What did you just say? Damn it, who the hell is this guy? The guy replied nonchalantly. I guess you're not looking for a nighttime companion? I thought I could get some sleep because you looked like a reliable barbarian, but I guess not. I suddenly realized and cursed to myself. If that's what he meant, he should have just said it clearly from the start. I quickly corrected him. No, I am looking for a nighttime companion. My gamer memory reminded me that in the game, that really was the term. The guy was instantly relieved. Oh, thank goodness. Then stay with me. My name is Han. I, Bjorn Jandel, was still sweating bullets. I thought to myself, I really thought he meant an ally or a friend. Hearing a guy say that in real life sounds so perverted. Pushing aside the goosebumps, I held out my blood-stained hand. Fine. My name is Bjorn Jandel, son of Bjorn Jandel. We happily shook hands, and Han said cheerfully, Then I'll call you Bjorn Jandel. It's best to have 3 nighttime companions, but it seems it will take time if I keep going around looking for other members. Suddenly, he glanced over with a smile, his cheeks slightly flushed. So, why don't the two of us spend the night together? That made me, Bjorn Jandel, panic and curse. Damn it. I shuddered, turning pale, thinking, is it the way this guy talks? Why does it sound so weird and suspicious? Even though I was creeped out, I still nodded. Yeah, okay. So Han gave me a high five to seal the deal. It's decided then. Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors to see who sleeps first? And just like that, we decided to spend our first night together in the labyrinth. Even thinking about it now, it still gives me the chills. The game ended. Han smiled smugly. Oh ho, I won. I get to sleep first, right? With my hand clenched into a rock, I swallowed my bitterness. Fine. I cursed in my heart. Damn it. I knew I'd lose. How the hell do I have 0 luck? Han held out a pocket watch. Take this. This is called a watch. You can wake me up when the shorthand points here. I pouted, thinking he must assume us barbarians don't know how to tell time. He enthusiastically added, Do you understand? I can explain it again for you, I replied, annoyed. It's fine. Internally, I was fuming and cursing. Looking at the expensive-looking watch, I told myself, this must be how most people in Dungeonstone view the barbarian tribe. It feels like crap, but I'm sure I'll be able to take advantage of this someday. Turning to look at my newly acquainted friend who was already snoring away, I sighed and thought, look at him sleeping so comfortably. Is this what it's like to be a veteran adventurer? Watching Han sleep soundly, I wondered if he'd lend me his sleeping bag if I asked. Sighing heavily while keeping watch, I muttered, This is so boring. There aren't any goblins or adventurers lurking around here. Although, I guess this is convenient. Staring at the pocket watch in my hand, I impatiently urged, "Move faster." Each second and minute on the clock crawled by in a torturous way. Finally, it was time for the shift change, and I called out to Han. "Wake up." The guy scrambled up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "Did anything happen?" I replied curtly, "No." Han stretched and smiled. "All right, thanks. You should get some sleep too. I'll wake you up in 2 hours." I nodded. "Yeah." I lay down, but my eyes remained wide open. I thought, there's no way I can rest. Seeing that guy mumbling compliments, saying I wouldn't ruin this, I screamed internally, how can I trust someone I just met? So, I had to act the part by sprawling out my arms and legs, pretending to snore loudly. I tried to keep my mouth wide open and my eyes squeezed shut to make it convincing. Just like a barbarian who had gone through a long, exhausting day. Peeking through half-closed eyes to check the situation, I prayed, hoping he wouldn't notice. Seeing Han smile and mutter, "What a funny creature," I thought smugly, no, it's working perfectly. It's so easy to guess what they're thinking because they always assume barbarians are idiots. Continuing the snoring act, I cheered myself on. All right, the stupid barbarian is fast asleep, still keeping that careless posture. I calculated that, since I was so exposed, he would surely make a move if he had ulterior motives. As a result, when my watch shift ended, I sat up, clutching my shield with a haggard face, swearing I hadn't caught a wink of sleep. My cold gaze shifted to the side. I had been furious for 2 hours, and this jerk didn't do anything. Exhausted, I leaned back on the ground, holding my face and groaning. I should have slept. What the hell did I just do? Even though I regretted it, I stood my ground. There's no way I'm letting my guard down so easily in front of a total stranger. I can't sleep until I determine if you're trustworthy. With a blank, soulless expression, I reluctantly admitted it. Even though I feel like I'm about to die of exhaustion, trying to keep my heavy eyelids open, I kept telling myself, I cannot fall asleep. Just as I was drifting off, a scream rang out, startling me. Bjorn Jandel saw his companion shaking his shoulder, and he froze, stammering. I quickly regained my cold demeanor to cover it up. I wasn't sleeping, but I was immediately exposed by the guy. "Why don't you wipe the drool off your face first?" Embarrassed, I wiped my mouth and coughed. Sorry." That made Han chuckle. "Well, it's okay. Luckily, nothing happened while you were asleep, so I won't say much." Suddenly realizing I had actually fallen into a deep sleep, my eyes widened in shock. Even though my face was burning red, I still managed to squeeze out, "Thanks. If you want, you can sleep some more. I'll stand guard." The guy smiled sincerely and replied, "It's fine. You look exhausted. Why don't you sleep? It's my turn to stand guard anyway." Looking at that friendly smile, the barrier in my heart slowly lowered, and I whispered, "Thanks." Remembering when we first met and he kindly asked, "Are you looking for a nighttime companion?" Bjorn Jandel silently judged that he seemed like a good person. I remembered he was the first person willing to talk to me when I was in a difficult situation, and flashed a bright smile. "My name is Han," I pondered. He didn't criticize me for dozing off. He was even kind enough to wave it off. "Well, it's okay. Luckily, nothing happened while you were asleep, so I won't say much." And he even refused to accept compensation for my mistake. I sadly concluded in the Dungeon Stone world that I knew I suddenly opened my eyes, sharp and cold. I reached a harsh conclusion. There's no way anyone is this kind. The shadow of my companion loomed over me, accompanied by a twisted smile and a chilling question. "Are you awake yet?" Seeing that friendly smile, Bronze guard slowly lowered, and he muttered, "Thanks." He recalled their first encounter, when Drouse had asked so gently, "Are you looking for a nighttime companion?" Bjorn Jandel quietly judged him to be a decent person. He remembered that this guy was the first one to actually strike up a conversation with him and offer a bright smile when he was in a tough spot. "My name is Han," Bjorn thought, deep in contemplation. The guy hadn't scolded him for falling asleep. He had even waved it off kindly, saying, "Well, it's fine. Fortunately, nothing happened while he was asleep, so he wouldn't make a big deal out of it." He had even refused any compensation for Bron's mistake. Bron lay there, limbs sprawled out, snoring away. Bron thought to himself, in this Endstone dungeon world he knew, it was rare to find someone like that. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze turning icy. He came to a cold realization, there's no way someone is that nice. The shadow of his companion loomed over him, accompanied by a twisted grin and a chilling question. "Are you awake yet?" He raised the sledgehammer high, ready to bring it down, and whispered gently, Why don't you go back to sleep? Lying exposed on the ground, he widened his eyes, his muscles tensing as he realized death was calling. The hammer whistled through the air. He gasped in shock at the lethal strike. Quick as a flash, he rolled to the side to dodge the blow, letting the hammer shatter the crystal on the ground. Regaining his balance after the narrow escape, he stepped back into a defensive stance, his face burning with killing intent. Seeing his prey slip away, Han broke into a cold sweat, stammering in terror. He didn't bother arguing after dodging. He gripped his shield tight, pressed his hand to the ground, and prepared to lunge like a bloodthirsty beast. Seeing the blood-red look in his eyes, the other man scrambled to plead. Wait, hold on. Let me explain for a second. Which made him think with contempt. What kind of nonsense is he going to make up now? He backed away in a panic, raising his hammer to block and shouting, "Wait!" making him curse inwardly. What an absolute idiot. Without a word, he lunged forward, slammed his shield straight into the man's face, and thought, "What do you think barbarians are, huh?" Taking the earth-shattering blow, the fraud spat blood and flew backward, his shoes sliding across the ground in humiliation after the fiery collision. He closed the distance and grabbed the coward by the collar, while the man continued to beg stubbornly. "Wait, I can explain." Staring with cold, vicious eyes, he analyzed that the man wouldn't die from just one hit like a goblin, so he needed to land another. No sooner said than done, he brought the shield down again and roared, "Get crushed, you piece of trash!" The traitor collapsed onto the cold stone floor, wailing miserably, still desperately clinging to life. He crawled pathetically on the ground, while Bronn loomed behind him like a vengeful spirit. He heard the man sobbing pitifully. "I'm sorry." The man turned back with a bruised, tear-streaked face, begging, "Please spare my life." He looked down, coldly interrogating him. "Why did you do it?" The man muttered a confession. "Your magic crystals. I wanted your magic crystals. I was just going to knock you out and take them. Believe me," he thought with a scoff. "You were going to kill a barbarian just for a few magic crystals?" The man nodded repeatedly, adding, "That's right. And your shield too. I was going to take your shield. Barbarian equipment is high quality and sells for a high price." Thinking his lie had worked, the man tried to squeeze out a weak smile. "See? Right. So you'll let me go, won't you?" But he immediately saw through it, thinking, "No. This guy is still hiding something." Without mercy, he delivered a straight kick to the man's face, making him spit blood again. He pointed the edge of his shield right at the man's throat, threatening him. "This is the last time. Be honest." Also, the game's logic was off. In this game, killing other adventurers was a serious crime. There had to be a bigger reason. Cornered, the young man screamed his confession. "Your heart." He frowned in confusion and asked, "What was that?" Terrified, the man explained. "That's right. Barbarian hearts are being sold for a fortune," he continued. "I heard they're being used as ingredients for a new type of magic." At this point, he was fully enlightened and understood. "I get it now. To this guy, I'm just a goblin carrying a bunch of loot." The image of a barbarian appeared to him as a laborer, a creature difficult to kill. And in the eyes of a hunter, this was a gold mine with enough value to bring. He bitterly summarized the motive of his opponent, a huge reward. He grabbed the man by the collar and shook him. "Then why did you strike now instead of when I was napping the first time?" The man whined, "Because I needed to catch some sleep too," which left him speechless with disdain. He wasn't cautious at all, just a pragmatic parasite. Being choked until he couldn't breathe, the scum still tried to stammer out a plea. "But since I've told you everything, you'll forgive me, right?" Bronn bowed his head in thought, looking down at the shivering scum on the ground, and asked with a smile, "Forgive you? I'm sure I'll run into many more people like you, and they'll probably say the exact same thing, right?" Bjorn Jandel's eyes turned blood red with killing intent, and he roared, "So, you really think I'm going to spare the lives of scum like you over and over again?" The fraud, terrified, stiffened his neck to argue back. "No, of course not. I'm not like those people at all." As soon as he raised his shield to deliver the final blow, the man screamed frantically, "I'll give you all my assets." Bjorn Jandel's blood-stained hand tightened around the handle of his weapon, while the other man continued to beg for his life. "I don't have much money now, but once we get back to the city, please, give me one more chance. You definitely won't regret it." Ignoring all the pleas, just one day after stepping into this cursed game world, Bronn had officially taken a human life. Following that, a system notification popped up, congratulating him on his first kill and rewarding him with 1 point in his mental stat. 2 days had passed since he logged in. He was now decked out in gear looted from Han, including pauldrons, a backpack, a sledgehammer, and even high-quality leather boots, along with a massive boost in his stats. Bjorn Jandel had finally graduated from living like a savage. He had a water canteen for when he was thirsty, a compass to find his way, a pocket watch to check the time, and even bandages and medicine for his wounds. Thinking about it, it was quite ironic. It turned out that only after taking a human life could Bjorn finally start to enjoy living like a proper human being. His stat board glowed brightly as Bjorn swung his arm, smashing an unlucky goblin that was blocking his path. Bjorn Jandel. Level 1. Physical, 25, Mental, 37, New +1 Skill, Level Equipment 72, New +48, Total Combat Stat 81, New -13. Looking at the monster that evaporated after just one hammer blow, he muttered to himself, wondering if he should have chosen a weapon from the start instead of carrying a shield. But then he dismissed the thought. Who would have guessed he could actually fight like this? Perhaps because he was borrowing the body of a barbarian during real combat. He always felt like he was being controlled by another personality. While deep in thought, Bjorn froze as he suddenly encountered two goblins wielding weapons. He quickly analyzed the situation. Since it was already the second day, the goblins were starting to move in pairs. However, his combat stats had also increased significantly thanks to the loot he had scavenged. So, even though the two hideous monsters lunged at him with their mouths agape, Bjorn still easily used his shield to crush them, keeping his grinding progress smooth as butter. One more bone-crushing blow was delivered, sending the monsters to meet their maker. After dealing with the nuisances, he put his weapon away and let out a long, exhausted sigh. With his eyes dim and dark-circled, Bjorn groaned, complaining that he was about to die from exhaustion. Fighting continuously without a break since the cleanup of Han, it was a miracle he had lasted this long. He needed to get some sleep immediately. He dragged his battered body up. He grumbled to himself. Even without a nighttime companion, he'd rather stay single than invite disaster. He'd have better odds of surviving getting stabbed by goblins in his sleep than trusting some old adventurer. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Bjorn Jandel winced and cursed. Damn it. These short, stubby bastards have a sharp sense of smell. Whenever he tried to catch some shut-eye alone, they'd show up with their knives. Driven mad by sleep deprivation, Bjorn grabbed his hammer and let out a furious roar. I haven't even closed my eyes for 10 minutes, you bastards. His hammer smashed the ground, turning the area into a pile of rubble. After slaughtering every last one in sight, he let his shoulders slump and squeezed his eyes shut, praying, please, just stop showing up. Just let me get some sleep. But life isn't a dream. The damn system just pinged a notification that he was being attacked while sleeping, and Bjorn jumped, startled as a wretched goblin plunged a blade into his side. Struck with a sharp, stinging pain in his side while he was trying to sleep, Bjorn Jandel turned pale, thinking to himself that he hadn't felt them approaching at all. Damn it. He flew into a rage, swinging his hammer to smash the monster that had ambushed him, cursing loudly. Before he could even catch his breath, another goblin lunged from the shadows, making Bjorn Jandel jump again. Panting from exhaustion, he glared and let out a defiant growl. Seeing their comrade vanish in an instant, the remaining goblin panicked and shrank back, not daring to advance. Watching the monster turn tail and run, Bjorn Jandel let out a sigh of relief. That's right, get lost. I don't have the energy to chase you anyway. He winced, clutching his bleeding wound and muttering to himself. If I were a bit shorter, or if that goblin had jumped just a little higher, it definitely would have pierced my throat. Pulling out a healing potion, Bjorn lamented that he'd become so careless that he hadn't even sensed them coming. It seemed he really needed a proper rest, but he had to deal with this wound first. As he poured the potion over himself, he winced and grimaced from the stinging pain. Ugh, why does healing with potions hurt worse than the stab itself? Continuing through the cave, Bjorn Jandel calculated that 14 hours had passed since he parted ways with Han. It was about that time when people started looking for nighttime companions, but he couldn't trust anyone, knowing how valuable a barbarian's heart was. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. He concluded that if it were a fellow barbarian, he could absolutely trust them. Let's do that. I'll find a barbarian. Yet, fate led Bjorn Jandel to bump into a group of humans who greeted him with smiles. Hey, barbarian. Are you looking for a nighttime companion? He felt dejected, thinking, humans again. Another guy in the group enthusiastically suggested, you look pretty tired. Do you want to join us? Bjorn Jandel kept his cynical thought, just more humans. They kept piling on the sweet talk. You'll be the third person. Since you're a barbarian, we trust you completely. It made him smirk inwardly. Humans were so ironic. Yesterday they shunned him, but today they were tripping over themselves to snatch him up. He firmly shook his head, refusing. No, I'm looking for another barbarian. He reasoned with himself. It made sense. Yesterday he looked covered in blood and was only wearing one boot, so who would want to take in someone like that as a nighttime companion? The adventurer looked surprised and asked, "Huh? You're looking for another barbarian? That's tough. Why are you looking for them?" Braun was startled as the reality hit him. Right. Barbarians usually climb to the upper floors within 2 or 3 months after their coming-of-age ceremony, so there are probably fewer than 100 left on the first floor. True, with his giant build, lingering on the first floor probably looked ridiculous in their eyes. The group left, wishing for the god Laphonia to watch over his journey. He replied with a thank you, wondering to himself, do I really have to give up on finding a barbarian? Braun decided to change his strategy. Alright, let's be realistic. Being a barbarian doesn't matter anymore. I just need a nighttime companion. As long as they aren't human, it's fine. Muttering as he walked, he decided it had to be another race. Even if they were fewer in number than humans, there were certainly more of them than barbarians. Elves, who always kept their word, or dwarves as passionate as barbarians, would be the best choices. He told himself that any race would do as long as they weren't human, since most other races had their own distinct identifying traits. They wouldn't be blinded by a few coins and try to harm other adventurers like the humans would. After setting those standards, Braun wandered the caves for about an hour. Suddenly, he froze when he spotted a figure huddled under the cave ceiling. The other person jumped, startled to see a giant appear. The system notification popped up. You have encountered an injured elf. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel smirked, thinking to himself, found one. The female elf looked terrified, her eyes wide and defensive. He was certain his target for survival tonight had appeared. Found you. You have encountered an injured elf. In a deep, gravelly voice, Braun probed, Elf, are you here alone? Instead of answering, she reached out for her bow, standing ready for combat, which made him sigh. She's so on edge, but that's expected. Who wouldn't be scared out of their wits when they're already hurt? She probably got spooked when a big barbarian suddenly loomed over her. Braun frowned, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to win over this prickly elf and make her his nighttime watch partner. Staring at the oozing blood, Bjorn Jandel assessed that she had a stomach wound, and judging by the cut, it didn't look like it was caused by a goblin's dagger. Furrowing his brow, he asked in a deep, somber voice, were you hurt by humans? Upon hearing the word humans, the female elf jumped in fright, retreating a step. Speechless, her legs turned to jelly, devoid of any strength, and she helplessly crumpled onto the cold ground. Clasping her hands before her chest, she sobbed, pleading desperately, please, have mercy, my lord. Braun stood there, dumbfounded, blankly blurting out, wait, what? With tears streaming down her face, she whimpered incessantly, please, please, just let me go this once. Please, I still have a little brother at home I need to take care of. He looked down at her and clicked his tongue, unimpressed. What on earth? What kind of elf has absolutely no dignity left? Most elves in the game were incredibly cold, arrogant, and looking at her appearance, he had expected her to be the same. Braun mentally took note. If he had known her personality was like this, he would have approached her differently. Well, might as well clear up the misunderstanding with a friendly smile. He tried to muster what he thought was his warmest smile and reassured her. Don't worry. With a menacing, shadowy look on his face, Bjorn Jandel said calmly, I have no intention of killing you. But she shrieked miserably. Liar! She covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. I know you're a barbarian, but do you really have to go this far? Please, just this once, let me live. Hearing this, Braun broke into a cold sweat. He wondered in confusion, what on earth do barbarians actually do to people, anyway? Frustrated, he rummaged through his backpack, cursing under his breath. Why was she so terrified just because of a simple sentence? Damn it, what is the reputation of this tribe anyway? He tossed a roll of bandages straight at the female elf and suggested, why don't you treat your wounds first? We'll talk later. Surprised, she caught it, calling out the name of the item, Lailacho, making Bjorn Jandel's eyes light up as he quickly memorized it. So, it's Lailacho. He had been afraid they were poisonous, so he hadn't dared to use them. But now, he could use them freely. Still shaken, the female elf looked up and asked with a naive expression, why are you giving these to me? Acting all philosophical, Bjorn Jandel replied coolly, is there a reason needed to help someone? But inside, he was screaming, of course there is, a huge one. He turned his back and instructed, I'll keep watch, so just tend to your wounds first. At the same time, he set his ultimate goal. He wanted to become an overnight companion with this elf. While standing guard, Bjorn Jandel analyzed the situation in a somewhat scummy way, but this wasn't the worst-case scenario for her. Considering she was injured, he continued to evaluate her exhaustion. Glancing at her features, he concluded she was incredibly beautiful, too. Her current situation was far more miserable than his. A moment later, the sound of tearing bandages rang out, followed by a soft report. Done. Braun turned back, slightly surprised. Done already? She's quite dexterous. Since she seemed less guarded now, he thought it was time to start the introductions. He looked down and formally introduced himself. My name is Bjorn Jandel, son of Jandel. The elf girl replied shyly. Win. Seeing her submissive attitude, Braun wondered, Why are you so afraid of me? Win timidly replied, Because I am an elf, and you are a barbarian. Braun stood there stunned, thinking, Huh? What the hell does that have to do with anything? Immediately, images of a bloodbath flashed through Win's memory, illustrating that barbarians and elves were two hostile races. A scene of a massive barbarian swinging a weapon down on an elf appeared, looking incredibly violent. Braun remembered and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, right. Yeah, that has everything to do with it, damn it. But this was the first time he'd heard about a hostile relationship between these two species. Didn't they have a great relationship in the game? Afraid Braun had misunderstood, Win hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No, I mean, that war ended 10 years ago, didn't it? I don't hold any grudge against the barbarian tribe. She shrank back, concluding, So, I don't want to fight you, sir. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel's gamer brain was working overtime. 10 years ago? So how much time has passed compared to the game's story that I know? Oh, whatever. Either way, he didn't have time to look for anyone else. Braun declared clearly to put her mind at ease. I don't hold any grudges either. Win's eyes lit up with joy as she asked, Really? Not missing a beat, Braun leaned over, resting his hands on his thighs, and flirted quite seriously. So Win, do you want to become my companion for the night? Win repeated, stunned. Companion for the night? Bjorn Jandel explained his situation. I'm exhausted right now. I'm sure you are too. So why don't we cooperate for tonight? The beautiful girl rested her chin on her hand, weighing her options. And suddenly, an idea struck. Oh, a legend flashed in her mind. I've heard that barbarians consider their warrior honor the most important thing in the world. Grabbing onto this lifeline, Win clasped her hands, looking at Bjorn Jandel with hopeful eyes. Can you swear on your warrior honor that you won't harm me? Bjorn Jandel swung his cloak, smirked, and nodded. A swear? Of course. I'll swear on the name of my tribe. But inside, he was chuckling. Man, I don't care a lick about warrior honor, but I guess it's good to use every once in a while. Deal accomplished. Bjorn Jandel sat down opposite her with a stern expression. All right, but let me make one thing clear first. He made the elf girl ask blankly, Yes? Braun irritably corrected how he was addressed. I'm not, my lord. I'm Braun, son of Jandel. At the same time, he thought about reclaiming his youth. He wasn't sure, but this bronze body was only 20 years old. After all, he closed his eyes, placed a hand on his chest, and swore clearly, I, Braun, son of Jandel, swear on the honor of a warrior. Erwin also obediently clasped her hands and promised seriously, I, Win Forasi Zaterja, swear on behalf of my tribe. Both of them pledged not to harm each other throughout the night, making Bjorn Jandel happy, as he could finally get a decent night's sleep. Once the formalities were settled, he suggested, Well, I'm going to sleep first. I'm sure you want to as well. The elf girl replied awkwardly, Not exactly, but if you wish. Braun immediately shoved the pocket watch he'd looted into her hands and instructed her thoroughly. This is an expensive item, so keep it safe. Win obediently nodded in agreement. As he lay down on the stone floor, he sighed to himself. Getting a good night's sleep is so difficult, but better safe than sorry. He decided to fake sleep for about 10 minutes to see how she would react. Just as he was dozing off, he jumped, eyes wide, upon hearing a sharp call. My lord. Braun scrambled up, drool on the corner of his mouth, and asked what time it was. Win eagerly held up the watch, reporting that 2 hours had passed. Wiping away the saliva, he blanked out. Wondering when he'd fallen asleep, he hadn't even managed to fake a day yet. Was the combo of the blanket and backpack that powerful? If that guy had lent him these things, Bjorn Jandel might have ascended to the afterlife when he got jumped. He decided to let his partner keep this sleeping potion, and suggested she use the backpack as a pillow, making Win's eyes widen in confusion. Though she wanted to refuse, she clutched the blanket tight, her cheeks flushed with a radiant glow. He turned his back decisively to keep watch, letting her murmur happily, I will use them carefully. Thank you, sir. No sooner had she lain down than the elf fell straight into a deep sleep, leaving him impressed by her ability to drift off the moment her head hit the ground. He looked over with sympathy, thinking to himself that she must be exhausted. Win's day was probably just as tiring as his. Sitting with his legs crossed and back against the rock, Bronn mused that it felt like 5 days had already passed. Even though it had only been 3, he started having random thoughts, which proved his mental state was actually improving. He began to drift into thoughts about his real life, wondering what his actual body looked like and if he'd been reported missing, only to realize with a bitter sigh that no one would bother to check on him anyway. Quickly shaking off the sadness, he bucked himself up, telling himself to stop thinking because even if he went back, nothing was waiting for him there. Thinking that way made it easier. Looking at the watch ticking away, he realized his willpower was about to evaporate. After a few more watch rotations, he had to get moving. Glancing at his companion still sound asleep, Bjorn Jandel calculated there were only 10 minutes left in the shift. A pragmatic calculation flashed in his eyes, and he pondered to himself. He kept scrutinizing Wynne as she slept soundly, weighing whether or not he should ask her to keep traveling together. His gamer instincts kicked in to analyze the pros and cons. Since she was an elf, she would definitely be a huge asset in combat. But if they formed a party, he'd have to share the loot, which would significantly cut into his own portion. Even though the goblins had started swarming in groups since 3 days ago, Bjorn Jandel, confident in his muscles, boasted that he could easily wring the necks of 3 or 4 goblins at once. So, between a safe sleep and more magic crystals, which choice was more logical? His train of thought was cut short when he detected the sound of footsteps crunching from deep within the dungeon. 2 human adventurers appeared, whispering back and forth to confirm if she was the elf they were hunting based on her familiar bow and arrow set. After being glared at by Bronn's murderous aura, one guy stepped up and demanded, "Hey Barbarian, what's your relationship with that elf?" He coldly replied that they were overnight companions, making the fat guy sneer with mockery. A barbarian and an elf? That's quite the odd pairing. The guy probed curiously about how much time they had left. Bronn's gaze sharpened like a razor, radiating a chilling frost as he gruffly refused. "I have no obligation to answer you." The 2 men broke into a cold sweat and backed away in fear. The fat guy flashed a sly, lecherous grin and nodded. "I see." He immediately turned on his heel and ordered his underling, "Let's go." Watching their backs, Bronn frowned, feeling a bad omen. What was this terrible feeling? They were 100% hunting for Wynne. Without hesitation, he turned and shook her awake. "Wynne!" But the elf, still drowsy, tucked her face into the blanket and mumbled a counter-offer. 5 more minutes. The blood rushed to his head. Bronn cursed under his breath. They were about to get jumped, and she still wanted to sleep in? Losing patience, the barbarian grabbed the whole blanket and shook her hard. "Wake up!" Jolted like a shuttlecock. Wynne opened her eyes with a faint moan. Seeing something suspicious, Bronn leaned down, stared, and called her out. She was faking sleep. The blanket that had slipped down earlier was now pulled tight to cover her whole face. Caught in the act, Wynne's eyes widened in panic, reacting like a spring. The elf flipped backward and shrieked. He leaned in, demanding, "Why were you faking sleep?" Wynne broke into a cold sweat, stammering, if I wake up?" Tears welling up as if she were about to cry, she sniffled, You'll just leave me behind." Bronn paused for a moment, wondering, is that really what she's worried about? Then he coldly acknowledged the reality. Between him and Wynne, there was no official alliance, just a temporary overnight companion arrangement. A cheap relationship maintained by taking turns keeping watch for exactly 1 night. As he hoisted his shield onto his shoulder, preparing to leave, he thought to himself, as soon as she opened her eyes, that damn promise would automatically vanish. While Wynne scrambled after him, asking what happened with those 2 guys, Bronn reported the situation. Wynne blinked, breathing a sigh of relief. Nothing happened? Bronn turned back, scrutinizing her. Then how the hell did they know it was you? She lowered her head and confessed. They must be in the same guild as the guy who tried to kill me. Remembering the memory, Wynne trembled, confirming that the symbol embroidered on their clothes was identical. That guild was called the Crystal Alliance. Bjorn Jandel's pragmatic brain immediately went into overdrive. Damn it. It wasn't just 1 or 2 nobodies, it was an entire organization? This was taking a turn for the worse. It would be best to ditch this elf and make a run for it. He looked at the elf, who was clutching her bow tightly, trembling with anxiety. But the barbarian's newly awakened conscience let out a sigh. Thinking about it, this elf was only 20 years old. Putting his backpack on, he clicked his tongue in resignation. Fine. We'll talk while we walk." Seeing this, Wynne's eyes lit up as she trailed after him, pestering him. "Are you really going to help me?" But Bjorn Jandel immediately poured cold water on her. "Let me hear your story first. Then we'll see." He kept marching forward and urged, "I'll listen while we walk because we're already behind schedule." That made her brighten up and nod quickly. "Yes, sir." She began recounting her miserable situation. Win poured it out. I happened to run into them on the first day I stepped into the labyrinth, and our group decided to form an overnight party. Recalling that fateful night, she shivered. Because I had a gut feeling that something was wrong, I woke up while I was sleeping. What hit her eyes then was a man standing over her with a wicked grin. "Oh my, you're awake?" The man licked his lips pervertedly and ordered, "You can just be a good girl and go back to sleep for a while." Struggling to keep up with the barbarian's long strides, the elf continued. I only realized later. Turns out he was the manager of a gang whose business model was strictly hunting people right here on the first floor. She hung her head sadly. I managed to escape miraculously at that time, but his guild's lackeys have been hounding me ever since, taking cheap shots at me and refusing to let go. That was also the moment I got injured in my abdomen. As we were walking, Braun slammed on the brakes, spun around with a super cool look on his face, and interrupted. "Wait, how?" Wynne guessed. "I think they're using communication stones to constantly hunt me down." Bjorn Jandel muttered to himself. "Communication stones? What the hell? That item wasn't in the game I used to play. I need more details." The girl beside him hurriedly explained. Communication stones are magical artifacts that allow for contact after they've been synchronized beforehand. Their operating range is up to about 300 meters. Lone understood that it was like a modern walkie-talkie. There was nowhere to hide. The enemy had a massive workforce, and they were even equipped with magical communication gear. If he ditched Wynne now, she would definitely be captured. Carrying his hammer and running for his life, Bjorn Jandel asked. She didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Why were the people in that alliance chasing her so relentlessly? Well, seeing her bow her head, he raised an eyebrow and guessed. To tie up loose ends? Wynne broke into a cold sweat and stammered. "I'm sure there's more to it than that," the elf whispered, looking embarrassed. "The first time I managed to escape, I started swinging my dagger around wildly, and by pure chance, I struck him in a very sensitive spot." Curiosity piqued. Bjorn Jandel turned back and pressed for details. "A sensitive spot? What exactly do you mean?" Wynne's face turned bright red, and after stammering for a moment, she finally managed to choke out the word. "You know that place." She gave a grim, awkward smile while explaining the victim's tragic fate. "I heard it was completely severed. He couldn't even reattach it with magic potions." Hearing about this emasculation by accident, Braun broke out into a cold sweat and shouted, "That's more than enough reason for them to tear this dungeon apart, hunting you down. You idiot! How can you still laugh?" Braun scolded, though he quietly thought to himself that it was a case of well-deserved karma. Wynne just giggled softly, muttering, "Sorry, sorry." Suddenly, the elf's eyes widened in panic as she caught an abnormal signal. Wynne whipped around and whispered urgently, "Braun, someone's tracking us. Don't look back." Using her keen elven senses, she listened closely and estimated the distance. "They're about 150 meters behind us." Hearing this, Braun thought that was far too great a distance to detect anything, but it didn't seem like she was lying. Is this an innate elven ability? Sensing the danger, he decided to speed up. "We need to pick up the pace. Can you keep up?" Wynne gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, for now." The wound on her abdomen had reopened, and blood was seeping through. But she didn't complain a single word. They bolted through the darkness. Braun silently gave his partner some credit. She had guts. After running for a while, he asked, "What's the distance between us and the pursuers now?" Wynne reported nervously, "Still 150 meters. Bjorn Jandel frowned as he analyzed the situation. Even though they were running for their lives, the gap wasn't widening. The pursuer was definitely reporting their position to his allies in real time. Things are getting dangerous. He gripped his hammer tightly. He made a calculated decision. We have to take them out. If I were the one they were targeting, I'd do exactly the same. However, Braun kept a cool head to weigh the pros and cons. But once I kill that bastard, there's no turning back. I need to think this through carefully. What's the risk, and what's the payoff? Seeing the barbarian fall silent, Wynne called out to him anxiously. Meanwhile, his brain was firing on all cylinders to reach a solid decision. I need more details. Without wasting time, Bjorn Jandel turned and asked point blank, "Wynne, what are you best at?" The elf proudly showed off her domestic skills, but oh, I'm great at dusting and cleaning, though my cooking skills are a bit lacking. Braun stared at her, speechless. "What the hell are you talking about?" he snapped, adding, "In a fight." That made her jump and scratch her head with an awkward laugh. You meant in a fight?" Regaining her composure, Wynne puffed out her chest and declared, "I'm very good at archery." With a ball of fire lighting up her hand, she added another impressive skill. "I can also use fire attribute elven magic." Braun nodded, evaluating the asset running beside him. She was the perfect example of an elven archer, and on top of that, She possessed the rarest element, fire. Getting straight to the point, he looked deep into her eyes and interrogated her. Have you ever killed someone before? Her hand tightened around her bow, and she replied, never. However, Win's gaze immediately became resolute. She gritted her teeth, determined to survive. But I can do it. Hearing this, Braun exhaled as if he'd finished all his calculations. I see, Win. Right there, while fleeing, he proposed a predatory contract. Do you want to be my partner? This agreement is valid until we escape the labyrinth. I'll take 9 parts, and you get 1. I won't accept any complaints. Before the leader could finish, the elf excitedly shouted her agreement to sell her services. I will. I agree. The deal was struck in a flash. Bjorn Jandel returned to the present and asked quickly, good. What's the distance now? Win immediately scanned the surroundings. 100 meters. Bron's eyes narrowed as he gauged the enemy's persistence. We're running as fast as we can, and they're still closing the gap. Seeing a narrow, dark turn in the cave ahead, Bron's tactical brain kicked in. Instead of just running blindly, he made a sharp turn into the shadows and shouted an order to his new recruit. Win, we're turning here. Summon your spirit. Win obediently complied, immediately calling forth a fire spirit for light, and the two slid down the slope. As they slid down the rough surface, Bjorn Jandel muttered to himself in self-mockery, I never thought I'd end up dragging myself back to this place. Standing in the dim shadows, Win strained her ears and reported anxiously, I feel like they're getting closer. Seeing this, Bjorn Jandel immediately gave the order, dismiss the spirit right now. The elf quickly retracted her magic and replied simply, got it. A few seconds later, the pursuer appeared, sprinting past their hiding spot, which made them both jump in surprise. Pressing himself against the rock wall, Bjorn frowned. They tracked us down even with limited vision, and they stopped right next to us. There's definitely someone in that group with professional tracking skills. Seizing the golden opportunity, Bjorn whispered, Win, shoot. Catching her resolute gaze, he gave the final order. Without a second of hesitation, Win raised her bow, pulled the string taut, and aimed straight at the enemy standing bewildered below. A whistle pierced the air, and an arrow struck the unlucky guy right through the head, sending him out of the labyrinth immediately. The man collapsed onto the cold ground, while Bjorn and Win emerged from the darkness looking cool and composed. However, the archer stood frozen, staring at the corpse with a pale face, unable to say a word. Seeing his partner shaken by her first kill, Bjorn walked over and gave her a firm pat on the shoulder. You did well, he reassured her. If you had hesitated just now, we'd both be in danger. After calming her down, the barbarian immediately dived toward the corpse, starting his habit of looting as if it were second nature. As soon as he picked up a glowing green communication stone, the device emitted a frantic scream from the other end. Sin, answer me, a shrill man's voice barked commands. Damn it, Sin is out of contact. He was chasing the elf and that barbarian. Everyone listening, pay attention, the man roared with deafening intensity. Gather at the goblin area right now. Listening to the live broadcast, Bjorn crossed his arms and clicked his tongue in disappointment. His name is Sin? I thought there'd be some good loot, but the guy didn't have anything worth a damn on him. He pragmatically tallied up the loot they'd seized, just a decent bag of magic crystals, 2 daggers for self-defense, and a healing potion he'd swiped from the man's belt. Bjorn smoothed out the leather outfit he'd just stripped from the corpse, muttering about how he'd already swapped into the clothes he was wearing from head to toe. Even though wearing dead men's clothes felt a bit weird, Bjorn busied himself tinkering with the transmission stone, consoling his partner. Better than nothing, right? That leather set was definitely much better than the rags she'd been wearing earlier. Looking up at the elf in her new gear, Bjorn Jandel secretly gave her a passing grade. Changing her outfit had made her presence feel much sharper, in a good way, of course. Putting the clothes aside, he held up the new toy and asked the expert, so, how does this transmission stone work? Let me guess, there's gotta be some annoying little button on the side, right? With that, the barbarian decisively pressed the switch on the stone. Immediately, the portable radio started blaring reports once again. I repeat, that Sin guy chasing the elf has been taken out. She's currently in the goblin zone, accompanied by a barbarian equipped with a warhammer and a shield. The guild leader dropped the bombshell with an astronomical price tag. The bounty for both of them was 10,000 gold pieces. Hearing that, Win went pale as a sheet, trembling as she called out, Nay aye, sir. Without panicking at all, he calmly called to his partner, Don't worry, Win, summon your fire spirit quickly. We're going to start moving along the outer rim of the dungeon. While running for his life, he laid out his wild objective. We're heading straight to the second floor, he declared, making the elf shriek in panic. What was that? Her nimble legs couldn't keep up with his pace, but Win couldn't stop questioning the insanity of the plan. "Sir, are we really planning to head up to the second floor on our own?" Seeing her still babbling with all those "sir this" and "sir that," Braun decided to firmly confirm his recklessness. "Exactly." As they ran at full speed, Win nervously reminded him, "The first and second floors are completely different, you know. You realize that, right?" Bjorn Jandel replied indifferently, "I know." He calmly outlined a defensive strategy. "It'll be fine as long as we hang around near the entrance. Besides, you and I make a pretty good team, don't we?" Hearing the words "good team," the elf's cheeks turned bright red, and she shyly asked back, "We're a good team?" Which made him assert firmly, "That's right." The gamer's analytical brain inside him started calculating. A melee tank fighter paired with a long-range ranged archer has always been the perfect combination. Besides, if I form a party with Win, how could the monsters on the first floor be rich enough to feed two mouths? Win still couldn't hide her anxiety, muttering in protest. "But this is our first time. How can we risk going straight to the second floor? This feels like we're throwing ourselves into an orc den just to avoid a bunch of goblins." Suddenly, the transmission stone in his hand broadcasted more filth from their pursuers. "Those losers still haven't found them yet? If you find that elf, besides the 10,000 gold bounty, we'll give you the privilege of having your way with her first." This made the elf tremble in pure terror. She was so scared, she clutched Bjorn Jandel's robe tightly. She whimpered, "Sir," causing him to immediately reassure her with a masculine tone. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." But the portable magic device wouldn't stop spreading horror, as another guy suggested something cruel. "That's a sweet deal, but if she fights back too hard, can I just chop off an arm or a leg?" Then, a twisted laugh responded, "Go right ahead. Just remember to keep the important parts intact. You get what I mean, right?" Ha ha ha. Terrified by the enemy's cruelty, Erwin immediately clung to Braun, nodding frantically in agreement. "Sir, I'll go. Let's head to the second floor." Braun smirked to himself, thinking it was a perfect psychological trigger. Now he didn't have to waste his breath trying to convince her anymore. It's true that he always liked doing good deeds and helping those in need, but of course, only when it brought lucrative benefits to himself. He turned and gave a small nod of agreement. "All right." Braun's eyes narrowed with intensity as he told himself, if he could wipe out this subhuman trash, while also satisfying his ego by accidentally doing a great deed to save someone, it was truly killing two birds with one stone. So, there was no reason for this barbarian to refuse to step in and help. Hurrying along behind him, Win asked loudly, "Braun, do you actually know the way up to the second floor?" He decisively answered, "I don't know the exact route, but as long as we just keep running straight north, we'll get there eventually." His knowledge of the dungeon map layout began to kick in, because the structure of this labyrinth was designed according to a pattern. As long as players follow the darkest areas, they're sure to find the teleportation portal leading to higher floors. Suddenly, Win stopped in her tracks and gasped, her voice trembling. "Braun, wait." The elf pointed to an empty patch of ground, warning of a goblin trap ahead. Braun wondered to himself, traps are only appearing now? A bit late, aren't they? He remembered that earlier, he'd barely taken a few steps before tripping over them. Another logical theory flashed through his mind. Could it be that these damn goblins are so afraid of light that they don't dare to lurk or set traps in well-lit areas? Thinking of this, he wanted to cry, wondering just how unlucky he was to have fallen asleep in the dark on that first day. Meanwhile, Win had already nimbly drawn her bow, charging ahead. "Let me handle this, sir. You just rest and recover your strength." Watching her back as she rushed forward, Bjorn Jandel spoke up to remind her, "It's best if you don't foolishly use spirit magic right now. You need to save your energy for the big fight coming up." Pulled back to the harsh reality, the elf turned around and forced a smile. "Oh, of course." Watching her clumsy, guilty-looking sprint, Bjorn Jandel knew full well she was lying through her teeth. Meanwhile, Win was running away, wondering how this giant guy could read her mind so easily. Suddenly, two goblins jumped down from the ceiling to ambush them, making Win gasp in terror. With the quick reflexes of an elf, she immediately leaped backward to dodge the monster's vicious grab. Her leather boots landed firmly on the ground, helping her quickly regain her balance. Seizing the momentum, Win raised her bow toward the sky and unleashed a sharp, cold counterattack. An arrow pierced the skull of a goblin, making its eyes bulge as it coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The remaining monster saw its companion fall and roared in a frenzy, charging straight at the female archer. Facing imminent danger, Win didn't flinch. She calmly pulled back her bowstring, preparing to finish off the moving target in front of her. With sharp eyes, Win focused intensely, pulled the string taut to aim precisely, and the arrow tore through the air, sending the monster to the afterlife instantly. Once it was over, Win turned back with a bright smile, looking for credit. "Did I do well, sir?" Braun nodded in praise. "Well, you did a great job. That's some top-tier archery skill from the elf tribe," he thought, while silently acknowledging that she moved much more flexibly and skillfully than he had imagined. Spreading his palm to reveal 2 glowing red crystals, he said, "Here are the magic crystals." Win's eyes lit up, eager to split the loot. "You take 9 parts, and I get 1 part, right?" The girl happily clasped her hands in hope. "My younger brother is pestering me to buy something. At this rate, I'll earn a decent amount soon, won't I?" Seeing her excited attitude over an exploitative 10% wage, he broke into a cold sweat and replied, "Right, keep it up." This made her burst with motivation. "Yes, I will work hard." This left the barbarian completely bewildered, wondering if she was truly this naive, or if she was mocking him. Suddenly, the communication stone crackled, updating the situation, providing more details. "We are raising the bounty on that elf's head to 20,000 gold. Win jumped and cowered as the boss shouted ruthlessly, not caring who lived or died. Seeing his partner panic, Bjorn Jandel calmly reassured her, "Don't worry. No madman is going to go crawling around searching in this darkness." And besides, he knew full well that this ragtag alliance didn't have a shred of teamwork. Just as expected, the radio frequency began to experience interference with a few polite refusals. "I'm busy relocating to hunt down some razor-maned wolves. Any brothers want to come take a break with me?" This made him triumphantly point out, "See? There are plenty of people who don't even care about that arrest warrant." Although he said that, Braun still felt a lingering sense of unease because things were going too smoothly. With his lingering bad luck, he knew some serious trouble was coming. As he was thinking that, he blurted out, "Huh?" A pack of zombies appeared out of nowhere, making Win scream in panic. "Sir, there are ghouls over there." Braun was just as stunned. "Huh? That's strange. How could there be ghouls here?" According to his knowledge, the monsters on the first floor were distributed by region, and the ghouls were supposed to be hanging out in the south. Braun's gaze sharpened as he hypothesized. Could it be that we ran so hard that we drifted all the way to the border? Surrounded by the zombie pack, Win looked at him nervously for instructions. "Can I fight them on my own?" Braun immediately shouldered his hammer and refused. "No, we will fight together." Because the game mechanics dictated that players only received experience points when defeating a monster species for the first time. That meant, to level up quickly, one had to kill as many types of monsters as possible, so encountering the ghouls now was actually a huge bonus. Deploying combat formation, Bjorn Jandel clearly assigned roles. "I will take the front line as the vanguard. You handle those ghouls way in the back." Moving closer to the zombies, he silently recalled their behavior in the game. These ghouls would stand perfectly still until their prey entered their line of sight. Just as predicted, the moment Bjorn Jandel crossed the invisibility threshold, one ghoul immediately opened its drooling maw and roared violently. The whole pack started rushing forward aggressively. But Bjorn Jandel was extremely calm and clicked his tongue, thankfully. Everything was still going according to his plan. He swung his shield, smashing it straight into the face of the leading monster, and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Even though the ghouls possessed strength and speed far superior to the puny goblins, in the end, they were just low-level, Tier 9 monsters with extremely monotonous and predictable attack patterns. A zombie tried to sneak an attack from behind the barbarian, but before it could even touch the hem of his clothes, it was neatly shot down by Win. Bjorn Jandel smugly thought that having a reliable partner to support him made things as easy as pie. Along with the notification of gaining experience points for killing the ghouls, the two of them swept forward toward the north until the 3rd day in the labyrinth. While walking, Win suddenly stopped and called out, "Huh? Look at this, sir." The elf girl pointed at the bright red blood on the ground to analyze. "It's blood. I don't think this is goblin blood. Whose do you think it is, sir?" At the same time, she reported that the trail of blood stretched in the exact direction they were heading. Hearing the word blood, Bjorn Jandel's face changed, and he broke into a cold sweat, wondering, "Blood? Don't tell me it can't be such a coincidence, can it?" Just as he finished speaking, hitting his eyes was a rusty bear trap sitting right next to a shredded sandal that was all too familiar. Bjorn Jandel froze in place, speechless at the cruel reality, slamming right into his face. His eye twitched as he realized this was exactly the damn spot where he had set foot on the very first day he was thrown into this maze. And lying silent right behind where he had been standing back then was the massive teleportation gate, emitting a brilliant light. Stupid memories came flooding back. The image of the massive barbarian dragging his bloody body, crawling for his life away from the gate, appeared vividly. Too bitter about fate's cruel joke, he punched his shield into the ground and roared in a frenzy. "Damn it! Are you kidding me right now? That made Win beside him shrink in fear, tearing up. I'm sorry. It turned out the teleportation gate to the second floor was less than 10 meters from his original starting point. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky, lamenting, "This is insane. If only back then if only I had crawled in the opposite direction just a little bit, it wouldn't have been this bad. Just how terrible can my bad luck get?" Seeing his partner furious, Win trembled and hurriedly asked, "Sir, did I do something wrong? Why are you startled and changing the subject, Bjorn Jandel? What's the matter with you?" He had to calm down and wave it off, explaining, "It's not you, don't worry about it." But she remained curious and stuttered. "Then why did you?" Examining the evidence at the scene, he mentally noted the bloodstains, the color of the bread, and the broken sandal, all while processing her expression. Erwin suddenly blurted out, "Ah." Hearing her, she teared up in sympathy. "Sir, you've had to endure so much." He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Does she really see this situation and guess the reason for my behavior?" Seeing her clasp her hands in prayer, she said, "Surely you must have lost a dear comrade here. I believe they have gone to heaven." Bjorn Jandel hurriedly dismissed that thought from his mind. "No, of course not. There's no way I'd believe that. She must be misunderstanding." Setting that aside, he cleared his throat and asked, "Anyway, are you ready to head up?" She replied with a bright smile, "I'm a little scared, but I don't think I'll die if I'm with you." "My lord," Bjorn Jandel added, noticing her odd habit of dragging out her words. "Well then, let's go," Erwin replied. "Got it." Before the system announced their arrival, they reached the second floor. Stopping at a corner, he felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself that he didn't intend to die that easily. Before he could even brace himself for the next floor, both of them went into a free fall from the air. He braced for the impact on his solid back. Bjorn Jandel heard her panic-stricken scream, "My lord, are you okay?" He wondered to himself, what was it actually like to go through a teleport gate? Then, he crawled up while muttering, "I'm fine," but it felt like complete trash, like I was chewed up by a well frog and spat out. "I'm honestly surprised. The other girls never told me about this. I've never been through a gate that resulted in a freefall before." He felt a pang of jealousy. After all, she had landed perfectly. "I'm so jealous of that agility, something my barbarian tribe just doesn't have." Regrouping, he suggested, "Let's scout this area first." He wondered if this was the northern section of the goblin forest on the second floor. Observing carefully, he analyzed the surroundings. "There's a gate behind us that can take us back to the first floor at any time, and I can't sense any living creatures within a 50-meter radius. Thanks to the stars above, I can see pretty clearly too." He mused, though it wouldn't get any brighter as time passed since they were inside a dungeon. Then he heard Erwin curiously ask, "My lord, is this really the second floor? I've never heard of the second floor being a forest," he concluded. They must be talking about a different section of the second floor. Recalling the game's mechanics, he thought that the first floor had 4 gates, each leading to a different area. The north was the goblin forest. Images of each setting appeared clearly in his mind. The east was the beast's lair, housing countless brutal undead. The west was the land of the dead. And finally, there was an extremely harsh area. The south was the Black Rock Mountains. As if struck by a realization, Erwin excitedly raised her hand. "I think I remember now. And no matter where you go, they all lead to the third floor, right?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right." He started asking her about the paths to escape this place. "But what should we do now? Do you know the way from the dungeon back to the city?" The elf, Erwin Forasi Zatersha, propped her chin and asked a silly question in return. "We'll be automatically sent back when the dungeon closes, right?" Bron had to summarize the rules clearly in his head. "No, the first floor is 168 hours, and the second floor is 240 hours. When the time is up, the dungeon will spit the adventurers back into the city." Quickly calculating, he planned to hunker down here to avoid troublesome people. The Crystal Alliance would never make it up here because they didn't work well together. "We'll stay on the second floor before the 168 hours are up, and then head back down to the first floor. Regardless, we can't just stay in one place." He made a decision. "But we can't hide near the teleport gate all day, so let's explore a bit." Quickly delegating the scouting duty, he ordered her to lead the way. Erwin happily accepted. "Sure thing." Walking through the trees, Erwin exclaimed with excitement. "Being in the forest feels so nostalgic." She smiled brightly. Even though she knew a pack of monsters lived here, it still felt a bit like a fairy shrine. As they strolled, she warned him to be careful. "Ah, there's a trap, so try to follow in my footsteps." Pointing to a hidden corner on the path, Erwin added a warning. "Look there, there's a trap too." He wondered. "I don't see anything." so he had to let her guide him thoroughly. Right there, under that pile of leaves. Watch. As soon as the warning ended, she threw a rock directly at the pile of dried leaves, causing a dangerous animal trap to snap shut, which startled him. His eyes widened in surprise, silently appreciating his teammate. She was right. Was this the scouting ability of the elves? He saw her standing with her hands on her hips, looking smug. What do you think, my lord? It made him nod in recognition. Suddenly, she looked truly reliable. He nodded, lost in thought. Bjorn Jandel offered some praise. I think you're good at throwing rocks. Then he thought to himself that there was no need to compliment her that much. Erwin's eyes widened in protest. What? Is that it? Finding traps has always been your job. Anyway, he calmly replied, don't get worked up over such a trivial thing. You're already a true adventurer. Hearing that, the elf was overjoyed, her cheeks turning a flushed pink with excitement. Erwin bashfully clutched her chest and obediently replied, okay. He glanced at her and thought smugly, a true adventurer. Huh. She's pretty easy to manipulate, isn't she? Suddenly noticing something unusual, he analyzed, but something seems off. There are traps, but I can't sense any goblins around here. He quickly recalled his knowledge. Of course, unlike the first floor, having traps in this area doesn't necessarily mean there are goblins. The traps on the second floor were more like terrain features than anything else. He quickly gave orders to pull themselves together. Enough chit-chat. Stay focused. You go first, I'll follow. Erwin happily obeyed. Bron recalled information from the game. This place used to be called the Goblin Forest in the game. Besides the traps, another characteristic was that goblins usually traveled in packs of about 10. Occasionally, there were even mutated goblins that acted as warriors or archers. The closer they got to the edge of the forest, the more mutated monsters there were, including high-level ones. He calculated a safe plan, but that doesn't matter because we only plan to stick around the teleport gate. He mapped out a clear strategy. We will clear the traps in the surrounding area and start expanding our search range. If we fall into a dangerous situation, we'll run straight back down to the first floor. She responded clearly. Understood. He watched Erwin throw rocks to clear the path and thought, we'll expand the area by using rocks to trigger the traps. It would be very troublesome if we accidentally stepped on one while running away. Once done, Erwin happily turned back to take credit. Did I do well? He immediately clapped, praising her highly. You're amazing. You truly are a pro adventurer. Just as they were having fun, she suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with alertness. Erwin lowered her voice to report, my lord, it's a pack of goblins. He immediately asked, how many? She estimated, I'm not sure, but definitely more than 10. I think they're about 50 meters away. Observing the target closely, Erwin whispered, it looks like what should we do? He quickly made a decision. We're going to fight. How close can we get without being noticed? Erwin confidently replied, if I go alone, I can approach them within 30 meters. He nodded, finalizing the plan. Got it. We'll follow the plan, she replied quietly. Erwin started tiptoeing on the leaf-covered ground. He watched her every step and marveled silently. It's amazing how she can pass through all that brush without making a sound. Maybe that's just how the elves are. Getting close enough, she crouched behind the tree, aiming straight at the monsters. Bron watched from afar as Wind signaled that she was ready for battle. She pulled her bowstring taut, ready to fire. The arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for the goblins. At that very moment, he stomped hard and lunged forward. As he charged headlong into the fray, he couldn't help but wonder, did she hit any of them? I couldn't hear a thing because of the distance. As he dashed past his teammate, he shouted, provide cover for me. Wind resolutely called back, understood. Finally, with his sturdy shield in hand, he heroically charged into the encirclement, officially kicking off the beatdown of the unfortunate goblins. Just as the battle began, he gritted his teeth, realizing a harsh truth. The second floor was definitely on a whole different level. He quickly assessed the situation, which was already becoming quite troublesome. The number of goblins was triple what he was used to on the first floor. It looked pretty daunting. Even though they were just goblins, there was also a goblin warrior in the mix. He should have been afraid, but against all logic, his inner toughness flared up. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, the warrior's heart, I possess it, was pounding wildly with excitement. Unable to contain his bloodlust, he lunged forward, roaring like a god of war, ready to tear them apart. The heavy shield in his hand struck out, smashing the jaw of an unlucky goblin and sending it spinning away. The enemies saw this and rushed in to bite back. He darted his eyes quickly to observe the two coming from his sides, not flinching in the slightest. He swung his brawny arm with a powerful blow, knocking away one that was trying to get close, then casually swept his weapon around like a fan, clearing out the rest who dared to approach. His eyes were sharp, filled with killing intent, as he locked onto his next target. With a swift upward strike, he launched the enemy into the air. While busy dishing out the pain, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A blade grazed his face by a hair's breadth, making him jerk his head back to dodge as he cursed, "Damn it." As he retreated to create some distance, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing how dangerous it was. His head would have been gone if he'd reacted a second slower. The monsters kept rushing at him like moths to a flame, regardless of their own lives. He frowned. Damn it. They won't even give me a second to breathe. Even if they were just normal goblins, facing more than 5 at once was quite a threat. With all escape routes cut off, he steeled himself to endure the incoming attacks. He would just have to accept getting hurt. However, he smirked when an arrow flew from out of nowhere and struck an enemy right in the throat. But that would be the case if I were alone. Far away, the elf wind finally breathed a sigh of relief after that masterclass of support fire. Now that he had a teammate handling the sniping from the rear, his morale spiked. It seemed Win was back in position, so he was going to clear this place out. He spread his arms wide to welcome the monsters, roaring a provocation like a madman. "Come and get it, you bastards." The battle ended, and the system message popped up with a dry notification. "You have defeated a goblin warrior. Experience gained." He mentally tallied the loot. "I've earned 11 magic crystals after wiping out the first group of goblins." He squatted down, looking satisfied with his hard work. "Considering it took me all day to earn 44 of these on the first floor, this is a pretty satisfying reward. I wish I could have gotten the warrior's weapon or armor, but they vanished along with the goblin's corpse." As a fair and square captain, he divided the spoils. "Even though these are both rank 9, the swordsman's magic crystals are more valuable, so I'll give you more." Win happily received the 2 bright red crystals. "Thank you." She stood up and adjusted her backpack. He gave the order to keep moving. The elf eagerly replied, "Yes." As for him, he continued to dream of getting rich. "I'm looking forward to seeing how much I'll earn by the end of the 4th day." However, he mused on the harshness of the dungeon. Once we started moving more than 3 kilometers out, we began running into groups of goblins every 5 minutes, and the trouble just kept escalating. He clicked his tongue when he saw a new mob that included archers. Suddenly, Win panicked and reported an supernatural phenomenon. "My lord, that archer is using invisibility." He immediately took a defensive stance, raising his shield, and snapped, "It's invisibility magic. Focus." Win behind him obediently replied, "Yes." The goblins with daggers took the opportunity to rush in as decoys. He assessed the situation. Things were getting tough because of the goblin archers. He casually smashed a minion with his hammer to clear the path. He confidently stated, "But I don't think we're going to lose." While he was swinging his weapon in the thick of the fight, a dark arrow was silently aimed right at him from the shadows. Sensing the projectile, he activated high focus mode. "With this body, I just need to concentrate." His eyes widened, capturing every frame of the moving projectile. His large body dodged spectacularly, avoiding the arrows flying toward him. Having dodged the arrow, he immediately became a blur, rushing straight toward the bushes where the sniper was hiding. His muscular arm tightened around his weapon, gathering every ounce of strength for a fatal blow. The goblin archer only had time to look up with wide, terrified eyes before his head was severed from his body, crushed instantly. A perfect finishing blow sent the enemy away. The system chimed again. "You have defeated a goblin archer. Experience gained. 1. After dealing with the chaos, he stood in the dark woods and spoke up. "Let's take a break." As soon as he finished, the elf immediately felt her legs go weak and sat flat on the ground, complaining. Finally, a break. "How many hours have we been walking in circles?" He calmly summarized their exhausting efforts, about 15 hours. Seeing his teammate worn out after a day of grinding, Bjorn Jandel generously offered, "If you want, you can sleep first." Her eyes brightened as if she'd found gold. "Really?" Then she naively asked, "But where are the sleeping bags and blankets?" He helplessly sighed, acting like a babysitter. "I'll get them out." The gear was quickly unloaded. The shield and bow were set aside to set up a field camp. Keeping watch, he glanced at her as she fell into a deep sleep and thought to himself, "She must be exhausted. She never used to make any sound when she slept before." Gazing at the elf's peaceful face, Bjorn Jandel nodded to himself, feeling a bit narcissistic. "Well, maybe she feels safer when she's with me." Looking up at the vast night sky, he stretched, summing up their productive day. "We've been hunting for 15 hours straight." Bjorn silently analyzed their haul. "We've earned more rewards than I could have imagined on the first floor. But we've started running into other adventurers because we've been going further out. They all travel in groups of 3 or more, and sometimes there are even creatures from other worlds. Leaning back against a rough tree trunk, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Of course, we just pass each other whenever we meet, but just seeing them is enough to drain my energy. Braun's gaze turned cold and vigilant. He had learned a profound truth about surviving in the dungeon. Other adventurers were even scarier than the goblins. His eyes darted toward his sleeping comrade. He sighed to himself. Especially now that I have a massive reason to be worried, he muttered to himself, assessing the beauty of his burden. Her being so beautiful was truly a problem. Suddenly, the elf girl poked her head out from under the blanket, blinking and flirting. Am I really that beautiful? Bjorn Jandel jumped in surprise, snapped a bit to hide his embarrassment, and went to sleep, wondering in total confusion. Didn't she just say that? After being complimented, Wynne obediently answered, "Okay," and fell back asleep with a satisfied smile, leaving him with a giant question mark over his head. What is wrong with her? Every other elf I know isn't like this. Time flew by as the system indicated that the 4th day of the killing cycle had returned. He charged forward, swinging his hammer to lead the way. He took the front, and the elf girl followed enthusiastically behind. It was over in a blink. By the 5th day, both were leaning back against each other, gasping for breath, enjoying a rare moment of peace after those exhausting battles. Tension escalated as the 6th day passed, and Bjorn Jandel and Wynne had to proceed with absolute caution. They stayed alert for other adventurer parties passing through the fog-covered forest. Finally, the moment of relief arrived, and the 7th day was upon them. He sighed in relief and readjusted his backpack. It was finally time to leave the labyrinth. Just in time, the system displayed a countdown clock. 21:13, only 2 minutes and 47 seconds left until the first floor closed. Wynne lugged her bundle of blankets along, her face weary as she complained, "I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep as soon as we get back." Seeing that, he nodded in understanding. "I agree. Let's head back now," she whimpered in reply. "Okay." Bjorn Jandel walked while carefully calculating the time. Getting there early was better than being late. On the way back, the elf's radar went off again. Wynne lowered her voice to warn him, "Sir, be careful, there's a new trap." He quickly understood the pattern. The goblin groups must have respawned, and it wasn't just landmines. She reported the targets in detail, noting a group of goblins about 70 meters away at 1 o'clock. 8 normal ones, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Shall we fight them? Reluctant to lose out on the final experience points of the day, Bjorn Jandel firmly declared, "We'll fight." In the distance, the green-skinned goblins were gathering and grinning foolishly, completely unaware that the Reaper was about to knock on their door. Suddenly, a critical slash from the shadows whipped out, and the unlucky goblin only had time to widen his eyes in terror. Bjorn appeared like a god of war emerging from the darkness. His massive, muscular frame cast a shadow that crushed the confidence of the puny monsters. His eyes flashed with a savage red light, and his bloodlust surged intensely. Seeing a creature even more terrifying than a monster, the goblins cowered, sweating profusely as they divided their roles clearly. He knocked a grunt flying while devising a plan. "Erwin, you take care of the archers, so I'll target the warriors first." The warhammer in Bron's hand swung non-stop, delivering physical therapy blows that shattered skulls whenever monsters dared to block his path. Overconfident in his own brawling skills, he flexed his abilities. "After all these battles, I've become a master in these brawls." Bron observed the field with sharp eyes and hands. Behind the front line, Bron didn't forget to praise his excellent comrade. "Besides that, I think Wynne is also getting used to this. She knows exactly who to shoot when necessary. She definitely said there were 2 archers, but I didn't see any arrows flying at me." The time to wipe out all the goblins had also shortened. He didn't forget to give a thumbs up. "Well done, Erwin." The elf girl smiled broadly, proud of herself. Hehe. However, Bron remained serious to optimize their tactics. "But please let me know when you've finished off the archers. I don't want to keep worrying about them while I'm fighting." Wynne obediently admitted her mistake. "Ah, I'm sorry, sir." She hurriedly explained her oversight. "I wasn't sure if the last one had been hit yet." He nodded in sympathy upon hearing this. "Oh? Is that so?" To himself, he highly valued this caution. Indeed, uncertain information was far more dangerous. Looking at the elf girl's bewildered face, Bjorn Jandel smiled proudly like a father, watching his daughter grow up. "She has matured a lot over the past few days. I'm so proud." While busy being vain about his training skills, he was startled when Wynne pointed and shouted, "Sir, there's something really cool over there." As they approached the object emitting a faint blue light, Bjorn Jandel immediately recognized the incredibly rare loot drop. It was an essence, a goblin archer's essence, but instead of dancing and celebrating, his face immediately darkened, and he broke into a cold, anxious sweat. Damn it. Why did it have to drop in such an awkward place? Memories of the game flooded back as he recalled the item's overpowered nature. It was part of the Dungeon Stone's skill system, providing a passive and active skill with stats that changed depending on the type. You could only take one per level. But it was basically a cheat code, so to an adventurer, it was more precious than treasure. Bjorn Jandel continued to analyze the risk of this gamble, but there were limits to the amount you could absorb, and the power of the essence varied greatly depending on the goblin species. Therefore, the character's fate depended entirely on the chosen essence. Staring at the sparkling orb, he still couldn't get over the surreal nature of this real-life game. The drop rate is nearly 0. I never thought I'd see it here. While mesmerized and in awe, thinking, wow. So this is an essence. He was speechless. This is too lucky. I have a bad feeling about this. Wynne asked a brutally naive question. Will you turn into a goblin if you eat it? He let out a sigh, shaking off the naive thought that he was lucky enough to be a teacher. No, she only received a fraction of the goblin's power. To help her visualize it, Bjorn Jandel gave a vivid and dangerous example. Take that guy who hunted us on the first floor, for instance. He absorbed the essence of a razor-maned wolf and tracked us by scent. He generously offered, "Do you want it?" Hearing that, she scratched her head and politely declined. Not really. Wynne immediately chimed in, not missing a beat. Then I'll take it if you don't want it. He inwardly broke into a cold sweat at his teammate's lack of concern. I feel like she's getting more thick-skinned by the day. Whatever. Actually, he had already carefully planned his own upgrade path. I know exactly which essence I want. If I just blindly absorb anything without thinking about the future, I'll end up wasting a fortune later. An archer goblin essence has no appeal to a barbarian like me. Closing the deal, Bjorn made a serious agreement. All right, Wynne, as long as you promise me one thing, you can have that essence. I was planning to tell you when we reached the first floor, but a piercing scream suddenly tore through the night. From the slope, a group of fierce-looking people appeared, brandishing their weapons and reeking of killing intent. Stand still. The leader in the helmet pointed right at him, barking orders as if he owned the place. You barbarian, and that goblin. What the hell do you think you're doing? He frowned, confused. Huh. Wynne hid behind him, arguing back in a panic. Wait, what are you talking about? We're just hunting. Bjorn gritted his teeth, realizing his bad feeling was right. I knew our luck was too good to be true. His large hand pressed onto the elf's shoulder, cutting her off decisively. Don't bother answering them. Erwin? She looked up, bewildered. Huh? Before she could even grasp the situation, Wynne felt him shove her hard, forcing her straight into the glowing orb. She let out a startled shriek. The moment she made contact, the essence shattered, surging into the female elf's body as a blinding wave of energy. The group stared in shock, the leader stammering in rage. What the hell? She ate it. What the hell did you guys just do? Watching a priceless treasure vanish into thin air right before his eyes, the man screamed like a lunatic. That essence was ours. Ignoring the barking of the mongrels, he pulled Wynne behind him to protect her. While she clutched her chest, still dazed, she muttered, thank you. I figured we might run into people like this. They must have rushed here the moment they saw the light from the essence. But what can they do now? Wynne had already swallowed it. He stood tall like a mountain, blocking the path. He declared war on the mob with a steely voice. Bring it on, if you want to fight. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Bjorn Jandel quickly assessed the landscape. We're outnumbered, but we need to be bolder precisely because we're at a disadvantage. They'll underestimate us the moment we let our guard down. He radiated killing intent, roaring to provoke the mob. I'm ready to fight. Come and get me. Or if you're scared, get the hell out of here. The moment he finished, his muscular legs stomped hard on the ground, and he turned around and bolted without hesitation. Sprinting for his life, Bjorn Jandel yelled to his teammate, "Don't slow down until we reach the teleportation gate." Wynne was naturally scrambling to keep up. While running for her life, the elf looked back, panicked. But those 4 people from earlier, they're gone, right? Do you think they'll chase us all the way down to the first floor? Even if they don't, they'll probably end up in the same place as us anyway. Wynne was breathless. What do you mean? Panting heavily, he explained. They're a 4-man team, a perfect size for clearing the second floor. But they were lurking around the entrance to this floor. That means they're likely planning to head back to the first floor and return to the city on the 7th day. Bottom line, Bjorn asserted. In other words, they're doing the exact same thing we are. Hearing that, the elf looked at him with eyes full of admiration. I see. You're amazing. As she was busy praising him, Wynne's innate alarm system suddenly went off. She screamed in terror, delivering the bad news. Sir, A group of goblins 50 meters away is running away from humans. He decisively dodged the monsters. This time, we'll avoid them. But reality isn't a fairy tale. Erwin Forasi Zaterzia panicked. It's no use. They're running toward us. He frowned, confused by this anomaly. What? The goblins have never detected us before over the last few days, all thanks to Wynn's scouting ability. Suspicion rose. He calculated, is it just a coincidence? He quickly pivoted. For now, we'll head in the opposite direction. Just as she was about to obey, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, making her jump in terror. With lightning reflexes, Bjorn Jandel lunged forward, grabbing Wynn and tackling her to the ground to dodge the lethal shot that had grazed her head. Glancing at the arrow lodged in the tree, his pupils contracted as he realized the bitter truth. This arrow, it wasn't from a goblin archer. He was still holding her in his large arms. She coughed awkwardly. I could have dodged that on my own, you know, but he immediately cut her off with a dark expression. It's those guys from before. Watching the green monsters rushing toward them, Bronn immediately figured out the enemy's dirty tactics. They led the goblins here. They're definitely waiting for us on the other side. Gritting his teeth in fury, he exposed the plot. Their plan must be to use the goblins to wear us out. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he turned to give an order. We have to fight. Use your power. The elf blinked, confused. My power? He retorted, annoyed, referring to the gear just stolen. I mean, use the power of the essence. Like a living dictionary, Bronn recalled the knowledge. Every essence has its own unique ability. He scanned the data in his brain. What Wynn absorbed earlier was from a goblin archer. According to the game system, it would boost his stats. A virtual stat window appeared in his mind with a list of bonus points, concluding with the addition of both a passive and an active skill. She was still frantically waving her hands. But I don't know how to use it. He glanced at the idiot beside him and stated bluntly, it's already working. Looking down at herself, Wynn was startled to see her body gradually becoming translucent. She had perfectly activated the rogue's active skill, stealth. He stroked his chin, pondering the mechanics of the real world. It works just by willpower instead of needing to say something to activate it? Meanwhile, the owner of the skill was still clueless. Huh? It's working already? Pushing the research aside, Bjorn Jandel threw a heavy object at her. Take this. She grabbed the shield and the hammer. He gave clear orders. I'll handle the goblins myself. In the meantime, you find that guy with the crossbow. Seeing her teammate plan to solo, the elf was panicked and worried. Huh? Won't it be dangerous if you go alone? His eyes grew sharp, cutting through her hesitation. There's no time. Just hide. And when I give the signal, shoot the guy with the crossbow. You only have one chance. Grabbing his weapon and charging to the front line, he roared back. Until then, don't do anything. Wynn called out in vain. Wait, sir. What signal? His armored boots stopped, blocking the path. He confidently assessed the position. This is far enough. The famished monsters lunged from the bushes. He locked onto a goblin target on the left, swinging his shield to block attacks while keeping an eye out for the dirty snipers. Those bastards haven't shown themselves since the first crossbow attack. He tensed his arm and smashed his hammer into the goblin mob, shouting firmly, but I bet they'll show their faces the moment the goblins are dead. The battlefield descended into chaos once again. Ron stood alone, managing to hold his ground amidst a circle of blue monsters frantically swinging their blades. While crushing enemies' skulls, he kept count, noting about a dozen goblins, analyzing the battlefield as fast as a computer. He realized 2 of them seemed to be swordsmen, and since no arrows were flying his way, it meant there were no archers. Before the word could even leave his lips, an arrow flew in, thudding into his shield and shaking his entire arm, forcing him to retract his statement. There it is. Bronn glared, his brain working overtime in the blood-soaked encirclement. He had to watch out for the goblin archer's arrows too, and then he was startled to realize a deadly shadow was lunging from behind. The sudden threat turned out to be a crafty goblin that had crept up behind him and climbed onto his neck. It tried to choke him. Bronn gritted his teeth, struggling to resist the dangerous stranglehold, while still having to strain himself to block the relentless attacks from the goblins on the ground. The situation was dire as he had to watch out for the sneaky crossbowman, and he wasn't receiving any help from the elf, Wynn. Fatigue set in, and with his wounds piling up, the barbarian couldn't stop panting heavily. He braced himself and slammed his hammer down, dropping to one knee, exhausted. He gasped, murmuring, "Things are getting really dangerous now." Suddenly, his sharp intuition made his eyes widen in shock as he thought, "What is this?" Seeing 2 streaks of light tearing through the air, he cried out in panic. 2 arrows at once? He quickly analyzed the flight paths. One was from the goblin archer, and the other was definitely from the one using the crossbow. Cold sweat dripped down, and he nervously admitted that there was no way he could block both at the same time. Making a split-second decision, he roared decisively, "Then I'll block the crossbow bolt first." Pain shot through his bones. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. The goblin's arrow had embedded itself right in his elbow. Feeling the icy poison spreading rapidly, he panicked, telling himself, it seemed the arrow was poisoned, and his left arm was completely paralyzed. Looking at the heavy weapon in his hand, he hesitated. With only his right hand usable, he had to choose between the hammer and the shield. The decision was made in an instant. He let go of his right hand, letting the hammer fall to the ground, thinking, I'll just keep the shield. Standing firm with the steel shield in front of him, he roared defiantly. As he took his stance, he grumbled angrily. The real enemies were those bastards hiding, not these small fry goblins. He analyzed his dire situation. Using the hammer would make clearing the goblins easy, but then how would he block the next crossbow shots? No hammer was fine. He kicked the nearest goblin squarely in the gut. Get lost! Then, he used his steel shield to bash the whole group of monsters away. Get out of my sight! Wiping the blood from his face, he shouted irritably, Damn it, there are still so many of you? Suddenly, the goblins scrambled to flee, leaving him stunned and bewildered. What? They're all running away? Sighing in relief, he comforted himself. No need to waste energy chasing them. I've finally held my ground. From the bushes, a mocking laugh echoed. Cleaning up those goblins all by yourself? 3 hunters walked out slowly, the leader clapping mockingly and laughing loudly. Surprising, truly impressive. He tightened his face, staring straight at them, and said coldly, I knew it was you guys, but where's the crossbowman? The guy with the headband sneered arrogantly. That's right. It's us. Where's that damn elf girl? He gripped his shield tight, glaring provocatively. Bring it on, the leader chuckled, looking amused. You really are a true barbarian, clearing out those goblins and still having this much energy. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the bleeding wounds on his body, and suggested with a sinister tone, but it looks like you're not lightly wounded, huh? If you tell me where that little elf is, I'll be generous and let you go. Hearing the ridiculous offer, he smirked inwardly. Let me go? Did he think he was stupid enough to believe that empty promise? Seeing his provocative smile, the leader frowned in annoyance, asking what the hell he was laughing at. Then, he cursed him as a lunatic and ordered his lackeys to beat him to death first and ask questions later. The old man named Elias raised his sword, carefully reminding his lackeys never to let their guard down and to treat this fight like hunting a giant monster. Without further ado, he poured his strength into his legs, stomped the ground, and shouted, rushing forward, Let's go! Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, feeling his left arm still completely numb, wondering if Wynn had found the crossbowman, and decided to send a unique signal that anyone in this world could easily recognize. As soon as that brilliant idea popped into his head, he smugly muttered, That's it, and decisively raised his middle finger to the sky with a confident and arrogant smirk, thinking to himself that we'd use this. This strange action made the hunters pause, asking in confusion what the hell he was doing. Meanwhile, he was sweating, wondering if Wynn would understand this signal. Since the distance was too far, there was no reaction at all, but he had already committed to it. He leapt into the air, bringing his shield down, telling himself, There's no other way, I have to trust her. His steel shield collided fiercely with the headband guy's sword, creating a massive shockwave. The headband guy struggled to hold his ground, groaning in pain, then panicked and screamed for his partner Elias. Hearing the call, old Elias immediately circled behind him, swinging his sharp blade relentlessly to break the encirclement. Caught in the lightning-fast assault, he grimaced and let out a grunt, realizing he couldn't underestimate this old man Elias. Even though he was on the defensive, he stood his ground firmly, telling himself he absolutely couldn't retreat now. Gritting his teeth, he put his strength into shoving the shield forward, determined that he must draw their attention to create an opening for Wynn to strike. While blocking attacks from both sides, he broke into a cold sweat and muttered nervously. But then a terrible thought flashed through his mind, leaving him frozen. Don't tell me she's already been taken down by that crossbowman. Just as despair was about to set in, an arrow whistled through the air at blinding speed. The big guy standing on the sidelines widened his eyes in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Old man Elias was also stunned, beads of sweat breaking out from the tension. He and the scarred guy both startled and exclaimed at the sight of the arrow. Watching its trajectory, he muttered with a glimmer of hope. Is that a crossbow bolt? Or is it from Wynn? Whose is it anyway? The arrow thudded into a shield, and he confirmed with relief that it had to be from Wynn, but that fleeting hope was quickly snuffed out. When the big enemy guy raised his shield and roared orders to his companions, just focus on taking out the barbarian, he would handle blocking every arrow coming their way. He swung his massive shield, batting away the incoming arrow, and grinned smugly, challenging the shooter to see where they could hit with him standing in the way. Witnessing that, he clicked his tongue and cursed the damn shield-bearer. He realized that from the very beginning, the guy's purpose was to stand there and block all of Win's arrows single-handedly. The situation returned to square one. He retreated with difficulty, using his shield to block the lightning-fast strikes from the scarred guy and old man Elias. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. He gritted his teeth, admitting he couldn't hold them all off by himself at once. Old man Elias seized the opportunity, swinging his sword down in a lethal arc while muttering. Then, fresh blood sprayed everywhere as the blade tore through the back of his shirt, but he gritted his teeth to endure the agony, silently vowing with determination that he had to be willing to sacrifice whatever it took to win. Blood poured from the deep gash on his back. Braun gritted his teeth and muttered that, anyway, his left arm was useless now. He decisively braced himself, absorbing the blow to gain momentum before lunging forward to slam into the scarred guy, smirking to himself that trading a crippled arm for the life of that red-haired bastard wasn't a bad deal at all. Taking the brutal impact, the red-haired guy vomited blood and groaned in terror. You really are a monster. Ignoring that weak plea, Braun's eyes flared with the cold, sharp light of a true hunter who cared nothing for his own injuries. Seeing his comrade taken down, old Elias immediately leaped into the air, frantically swinging his sword straight at his head. With lightning-fast reflexes, the barbarian immediately hoisted his heavy shield back to dodge the Reaper's scythe. The missed slash made the old man falter. His eyes widened in bewilderment, staring at the prey that had just slipped from his grasp. From afar, the big guy with the shield hurriedly shouted, warning his comrades to focus on him. He would block the arrows. Before he could finish, a flaming arrow arrived and exploded right against the shield, sending the man staggering while Bjorn Jandel rejoiced internally. Well done. Seeing the shield-bearer struggle and curse because of the blast, he mocked him with grim satisfaction. Serves you right. Did you really think you could block all those arrows? My archer happens to be an elven archer, you know, Bjorn triumphantly declared, while swinging his shield hard to smash it into old man Elias's face, making the old man let out a cry of pain. The thunderous blow sent the old man stumbling off balance, creating a perfect opening for him to regroup his fighting stance. Witnessing the tide turn so quickly, the red-haired guy crawled up, clutching his wound and gasping in panic. Things were looking bad. The cowardly man turned tail and fled for his life, shouting empty promises about going to deal with that elf bitch, which made Bjorn Jandel curse in frustration because the distance was already too great to chase him down. Old man Elias charged again, shouting and forcing him to give up. Bjorn Jandel had to swing his shield to parry and told himself, now, I can only put my faith in Win. His heels dug deep into the dust-covered ground, pouring all his energy into preparing for one final counterattack. At the same time, Elias frantically launched a violent horizontal slash that tore through the air. But as soon as the blade was swung, the old man's eyes bulged in terror as he realized something was wrong. Ignoring all defensive barriers, Bjorn Jandel used his own body as a battering ram, slamming his massive shield into the man with the strength of a wild beast. The horrific impact sent the subordinate flying back. He was furious at the bastard, then raised the edge of his shield to strike down, standing there gasping for air before his battered enemy. He coldly declared, now, only you are left. Then he silently assessed that this old man's strength was truly formidable. He couldn't understand why a master like him would team up with this ragtag bunch. Even so, as both sides clashed fiercely again, Bjorn Jandel smirked to himself. Choosing the wrong teammates was the biggest mistake of the old man's life. Watching the old man continuously retreat to dodge his blows, he narrowed his eyes and sneered. Planning to just keep backing away? Thinking you can stall for time until that red-haired brat comes back, right? But I won't let that happen. In his mind, a cunning plan immediately sparked. He would pretend to swing his arm, making a big show of it, and just throw his shield away. Bjorn smirked and decisively hurled his only defensive weapon, sending it flying into the sky. The feint worked perfectly. He lunged forward and grabbed him by the neck. Just waiting for that, the giant rushed in, grabbed the old man by his collar, and gritted out every word. With no mercy now, he used his rock-hard forehead to deliver a ground-shaking headbutt right into the middle of Elias's face. Blood sprayed everywhere, and he opened his mouth wide to let out a ferocious, primal roar. Do you think he screamed like a madman? I'm going to die in this hole. Die! Finally, the giant stood tall, blood-soaked and proud. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless corpse of the miserable old swordsman. The life-or-death battle was over. Bjorn Jandel wiped the blood from around his mouth, dripping with sweat. His chest heaved as he breathed heavily. From the dark forest, the elven girl Win came running out, calling out anxiously, "Are you okay?" She teared up, asking if he was all right, and seeing that she was safe, Bjorn Jandel felt a wave of relief. It seemed that Win had also won on her end. Seeing his body tattered and bleeding, Win hurriedly shoved a potion into his hand and urged him, "Your wounds are too deep. Hurry and drink this recovery potion." Leaving Bjorn Jandel confused as he asked back, "Drink it?" She resolutely instructed him that this potion would work much better if swallowed than if applied externally. Not to mention, he was still poisoned, so he had to drink it quickly, which made him stutter in obedience. All right. After draining the bitter potion to the last drop, he immediately tossed the empty vial, which rolled across the cold ground. As the medicine hit his stomach, Bron's entire body instantly erupted in a brilliant red glow. He winced and fell to his knees, feeling as if his internal organs were being cooked alive. Every blood vessel throbbed with maddening pain, while his skin felt burning hot and unbearably itchy. Watching Bjorn Jandel struggle through the side effects of the potion, Win cheered excitedly. "Hang in there, big brother, you can do it," leaving Bjorn Jandel to ask wearily, "What time is it now?" She glanced at her watch and replied, "It's 11:20. 10 minutes have passed." Hearing that, Bjorn calculated that there were only exactly 40 minutes left before the first floor closed. So, they absolutely had no time to stop and rest. Without wasting a second, Bjorn suddenly ordered, "Take their clothes off." Win, the elf, jumped in shock and shrieked, "What? Take them off?" She blushed and stepped back, stammering, "Why so suddenly?" "No, he must have a reason for this." Bjorn Jandel had to explain, speechless. "No, not you. I meant strip the gear off those dead hunters." Realizing the situation, Win let out a sheepish sound. "Ah," while the system's countdown timer showed only 39 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. However, realizing time was too tight, Bjorn Jandel quickly changed his mind. "Forget it. There's no time. We'll just take their gear, magic stone pouches, and backpacks." So, Win rushed to collect the items from the red-haired guy and the crossbow user. Meanwhile, he urged her to hurry up. The time ticked down to 34 minutes and 27 seconds, then 26 minutes and 48 seconds. Win happily held up the looted crossbow and called out, "Big brother." After getting dressed neatly, the two ran for their lives through the forest. Ignoring the time limit, as it dwindled from 13.5 minutes down to just over 2 minutes. As the clock hit exactly 50 seconds, Win pointed forward and shouted happily, "There's the portal," and Bjorn decisively ordered them to dash straight inside. With only 48 seconds left, the two managed to leap through the glowing gate just in time. When the countdown stopped at 40 seconds, a notification popped up, confirming they had successfully entered the first floor. Win stretched as she landed gracefully and exclaimed, "That was so much fun," ignoring Bjorn Jandel, who had fallen flat on his face, feeling annoyed and thinking, "We were both thrown out. So how does she always land perfectly, every time?" The elf turned back with a radiant smile and said, "You worked hard." Bjorn Jandel scrambled to his feet and replied, "Yeah, you too. There were about 30 seconds left, right? That was a close call." Suddenly remembering an unresolved issue, Win exclaimed, "Oh, right," about the essence, leaving him bewildered as he asked, "What essence?" Then she quickly reminded him of the promise he made her make earlier. Memories flooded back. Bjorn Jandel nodded. "Ah," clearing his throat. "Right, but we don't have much time now. Let's wait until we're outside." His words made Win stutter hesitantly. "About that, yeah." Looking at the system, which showed only 10 seconds left, Bjorn Jandel panicked, scratching his head as he wondered, "Damn it, what was the name of that tavern again?" The countdown dropped to a mere 4 seconds. The giant was sweating, holding his head, and groaning to the confusion of his teammate. At the very last second, he shouted with joy, "Ah, the Black Whale! Let's meet at the Black Whale Tavern," and Win quickly shouted her agreement back. As soon as he finished speaking, the dungeon officially closed, and a blinding light appeared to teleport the characters back. Back in the outside world, Bjorn let out a sigh of relief. He stretched and stood straight as the teleportation light faded. Muttering, "I'm back." Standing before the towering city walls, he quietly confirmed they were back in Ronia. Looking at the crowded square, Bjorn Jandel clicked his tongue, thinking, "I knew all the hunters would gather in one place, but this is incredibly crowded." Pulling out his pocket watch to reset the hands, he reminded himself that time in the dungeon flows slower than on the outside. So, no matter how many days they were stuck inside, returning to the city always meant it was noon the next day, and he was required to set the watch back to 12 o'clock. While lost in thought, a large barbarian waved from afar, calling out, "The son of Jandel, Bjorn Jandel," making him frown as he searched his memory. Who is this guy? Must start with the letter V. The two giants rushed toward each other and shook hands with a thud. Bjorn Jandel confidently guessed, Carrick? The second son of Carrick? But the other guy corrected him, saying he was the third son, leaving Bjorn Jandel to just nod and say, "Ah," to cover his embarrassment. Bjorn Jandel clapped his shoulder and laughed out loud. Carrick, the third son of Carrick, glad to see you're still safe. And just like that, another guy cut in, making Carrick greet him excitedly. Oh, the fourth son of Serum. Serum, you survived and made it back too? The group continued shouting and calling each other's names loudly to check on the situation, leaving Bjorn Jandel standing on the sidelines, muttering, "This guy is pretty famous." Meanwhile, the fellow countrymen started bragging about using their axes to chop wolves in half as easily as turning their hands. Trapped between a noisy crowd of muscles, Bjorn Jandel sighed to himself. Are they hosting a party here? Where did all these barbarians come from? Just then, a guy yelled, challenging Karak to go to the checkpoint for a duel to test their courage. The challenge was like lighting a fuse. Karak eagerly agreed to go prove his warrior spirit, and the whole group followed him with a roar. While walking, they boastfully bragged about who collected the most magic stones. Hearing the urging calls from afar, Bjorn could only sigh, walking sluggishly, and answered listlessly, "I'm coming." At the performance check station, the female clerk kept reading out the impressive numbers of the warriors. 24,476 stones, 28,420 stones, 41,498 stones. The crowd of barbarians roared in amazement, surrounding and praising their countryman. Over 40,000 stones? Outstanding. Karak, the third son of Karak, is truly the warrior of warriors. Turning to Bjorn Jandel's turn, the clerk looked at the pile of massive sacks and asked, stunned, "Are all of these magic stones?" He calmly nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Just as she announced she would begin the calculation, her hands moved so deftly that Bjorn Jandel stared in awe. "She's really fast." In the blink of an eye, the clerk clearly stated the final number. "Done. The total is 182,413 stones." As soon as the result was announced, the muscle-bound crowd instantly widened their eyes in deep shock and started screaming. 180,000? Bjorn Jandel, the son of a commoner, got 180,000 stones. This is the highest record of all time. They scrutinized him even closer and continued to scream in envy. He doesn't just have magic stones, he also has axes, boots, and backpacks. How could this happen? I'm dying of jealousy. Bjorn Jandel is truly the greatest warrior. Being carried by the excited crowd and tossed into the air as they chanted his name, Bjorn Jandel completely understood why these idiots reacted so passionately, and he wore a smug smile. The barbarian proudly thought to himself, "Of course, I'm definitely the first barbarian to enter the dungeon empty-handed and return as such a civilized person, aren't I?" Swept up in the fiery atmosphere, he joined in, lifting his steel hammer and roaring, "I am the greatest warrior." He was enjoying the glory in the air, thinking to himself that things weren't so bad. Suddenly, the guards shouted at the group, "No loud noises allowed here," and they quickly apologized and scurried away. Although the guards demanded order, the barbarians remained so noisy that people could only sigh in frustration and mumble to themselves. Is this checkpoint always this noisy? It's those barbarians again. After finishing the procedures, the muscular group slumped together in a heap to wait. Sitting right in the middle of his fellow countrymen, he calculated carefully. It's best to stick with these other barbarians. Who knows what other procedures I might not know about. So, he decided to wait until everyone was out and just follow them. As he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly froze when he spotted a familiar figure and muttered, "Huh?" It was the young man who immediately recognized his old teammate and silently said her name, Win. Looking at the elf girl happily chatting away with her stylish kin about how to work with fire spirits, Bjorn Jandel felt a bit out of place. He glanced at the barbarians nearby, picking their noses and shouting. He couldn't help but compare the type of people she hung out with. "I'm surrounded by a bunch of savages. Honestly, it's so annoying." Suddenly, Win turns toward me, waving and smiling in greeting. Bjorn Jandel nods, feeling satisfied as he mumbles to himself, "Thank goodness, she's looking over here." He mouths a secret message to her. "See you tonight." She gives a slight nod, smiling back at him. It's all good. However, when an elf friend asks if Win actually knows that brute, she jumps in surprise and denies it completely. At the same time, a barbarian leans over to grill Bjorn about what the hell he's looking at, and if he knows that fairy girl, which makes him flinch and deny it too. No, the fellow countryman takes his word for it and roars with satisfaction. "I knew it. How could a great warrior like you ever be close friends with those cowardly pointed ears?" Those loud words immediately reached the ears of the elf friend, causing her to roll her eyes in rage. The barbarian can only hold his head and silently swear. Damn it. The situation suddenly gets tense, as both the barbarians and the elves glare and growl, ready to tear into each other. Bjorn Jandel goes crazy, wondering if he's going to lose his mind with this bunch of people who clearly lack any sense of shame. What the hell is going on here? Is this some ghetto version of Romeo and Juliet? Luckily, the checkpoint gate slams open, saving the day. Bjorn Jandel sighs in relief, whispering to himself, "Oh, so they're finally finished?" His countryman pats him on the shoulder, urging him to get going since everyone has gathered. "Let's hit the road." With that, the whole group shouts and gets up with a rumble. "All right, let's go." As he walks, he thinks that in an atmosphere like this, there's no way he can talk to Win. He'll have to talk to her late tonight. Just as they arrive back in the city, a young child runs out and calls out, "Dad!" Bjorn Jandel, following behind, can only sigh heavily at the reunion. The father and child hug each other tightly, the child sobbing. "I missed you so much, Dad," the father replies, visibly moved. "I missed you too. Have you been good at home?" In another corner, a young girl happily embraces her relative. "Brother, you're back. I'm so happy you're alive." In contrast to the joy of reunion, a woman clutches a man's shirt, wailing. There's joy and happiness for the families and friends, as well as for the Rarians. "Where is my husband? Where is he?" The man just hangs his head and apologizes. "I'm so sorry." Nearby, a mother collapses to the ground, crying out in agony. "No, no," she screams. Meanwhile, a little girl asks in confusion, "Mom, where's my brother?" The mother cries out her son's name. "PL, PL. A warrior kneels, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. It's all on me." His comrade quickly consoles him. "No, there was truly nothing we could do." Watching this scene, he thinks to himself that he has played the game Dungeon Stone many times. The wailing still echoes everywhere. Robin, why did it have to be this way? How the hell did it end up like this? Bjorn Jandel trudges through the chaotic crowd. He reflects silently, but having to face these faces in real life instead of through 2D graphics, it feels really strange. The scene shifts to a tavern. A barbarian raises a giant mug of beer and shouts, "Drink up." The atmosphere is rowdy and lively. The muscular crowd chugs their beer and cheers. "Drink." They race each other, tipping back those massive mugs as if their mouths were bottomless pits. Bjorn Jandel sets his beer down with a thud, watching his countrymen with weariness, wondering, are these guys all insane? He silently reminds himself why he's sitting here. Like he said, the only reason he's sticking with this barbarian crowd is to avoid missing any important procedure. Seeing them yelling and pouring beer everywhere, he clicks his tongue. Important procedure. My foot. They're just dumping alcohol down their throats. If he stays here, it's just a waste of time. With that, he stands up, ready to leave. "I've got things to do. I'm heading out." The countryman sitting next to him looks up in surprise. "Huh? You're leaving now?" The whole barbarian group clamors with regret. Our hero of the day, Bjorn Jandel. "Where are you going? Why leave so early?" Bjorn breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, I'm the protagonist? Damn it, I hope they don't try to stop me. Luckily, they are very easygoing. They wave goodbye in unison. Well, that's that. Good luck, the greatest warrior Bjorn Jandel. Bjorn Jandel walks away quietly, without saying another word. He strolls out of the tavern, leaving the noise behind as the sun sets. Enjoying the cool evening air, he breathes a sigh of relief. So peaceful. Looking at the locals going about their daily lives, he thinks to himself that there are no monsters or people here trying to harm him. Passers-by are casually inviting each other for drinks and telling family stories. Stopping in front of a clothing shop, he concludes that this place has laws, rules, and offers a truly relaxing feeling. Clutching a stack of new clothes, he relaxes his mind, thinking, even if he stumbles here, he can still get back up as if nothing happened. There are even people willing to reach out and help him. Pushing the door to the inn, Bjorn Jandel tells himself that even if this is another world, and much more savage than the 21st century Earth, he locks room 305 and heads into the bathroom. But despite everything, he lets the warm water wash away his fatigue and closes his eyes, enjoying the peace. Life in this city, after all, isn't so bad. Stepping out while rubbing his hair with a towel, he stretches refreshingly. That felt good. Without hesitating, he flops down onto the soft bed, lying sprawled out, looking at the ceiling. He covers his eyes and confesses the truth. No, honestly. The big guy curls up on the bed like a fragile child and murmurs, I want to go home. I really, really want to go home. Darkness envelopes the quiet room. He thinks bitterly, even if there's no one back home waiting for him. Waking up at 21:18, Bjorn Jandel clumsily gets dressed to head out. While putting on his shoes, he calculates that he left the dungeon around noon. So he has slept for about 4 to 5 hours. Now, he has to head to the Black Whale Tavern to meet Win. However, when he asks for directions, an old bread seller answers in surprise. The Black Whale Tavern? That place disappeared 10 years ago. Bron is stunned and asks again. It's gone? The old man waves his hand and tells the story. Yeah, the son got into gambling, so the place changed owners, and even the name. What a shame. That place was doing great business for generations. He pales, realizing a problem he had foreseen. But the world in the game is definitely years behind the real world. Bjorn Jandel quickly asks what the new name of the tavern is, making the old man scratch his head, trying to remember. What was it again? Standing in front of the new tavern named Piton Pu, Bjorn Jandel observes the sign flickering with lights and mutters, Piton Pu. He looks at the building and silently wonders if this was really the Black Whale Tavern from back in the day. It looks completely different from the game. At least he can still read the language of this world. He'll definitely have to stop by a library or somewhere similar to learn more about it soon. Stepping through the door, he was greeted by the loud, rowdy atmosphere and a server rushing around, pouring beer. Bron frowned at the chaotic scene, muttering, "What a complete mess." Before he could even look for his teammate, a familiar voice called out, "Over here." Win stood up happily, waving his way. "I'm over here." He glanced over, and to his surprise, he realized the girl sitting next to her was the same one from earlier. The silver-haired girl had her arms crossed on the table, eyes cold and sharp, as she gestured toward him. "Are you that barbarian?" Bron stepped closer and replied bluntly, "I am Bron, son of Jandel." "Bron, and who are you?" The girl gave a cold final answer that made him freeze. Her older sister. When Bron asked for her name, she replied coldly, "Just call me Teresia," he thought to himself. Her full name is Erwin Forasi. Zetersia seems like she doesn't want me to know her real name. He smirked and asked, "So, Teresia, why are you here?" She immediately slammed her hand on the table and growled, "Barbarian, I have a question for you." Teresia glared at him with fiery, sharp eyes and interrogated him. "Why would you arrange to meet a young girl this late, at such a sleazy tavern?" She continued her tirade. "Last night, you called Win out to this disreputable place, stood her up, and left her out there all night. And now you have the nerve to ask why I'm here?" Before he could react, she finished him off with a disdainful insult. "You shameless barbarian." He was stunned, taking the verbal beating right to his face. Bjorn Jandel, looking bewildered, grimaced, and asked what she meant by last night. Teresia narrowed her eyes menacingly and snapped, "Are you playing dumb on purpose?" He turned to his teammate in confusion. "Erwin, how long has it been since we left the dungeon?" The girl stammered, flustered, It's been about 30 hours." Hearing that number, Bjorn Jandel was so shocked he turned pale, thinking to himself, 30 hours? He broke into a cold sweat. He realized the harsh truth in horror. It wasn't 4 hours. It had been 30 whole hours. The guy finally understood the situation and thought, "No wonder I felt so refreshed when I woke up. Turns out I slept straight through for over a day." Seeing Win's teary expression, he felt a genuine deep sense of remorse. "I am sorry. Erwin Forasi Zetertia." He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and bowed his head to apologize properly. "I am incredibly sorry. All that time, I was just sleeping." His sincere attitude left the two elf sisters wide-eyed with shock, leaving Win stammering, "A brother?" Seeing her reaction, he wondered to himself, "She's actually shocked? Can it be that she's never seen a barbarian who knows how to apologize?" Teresia cleared her throat, regaining her haughty composure before speaking up. "In any case, I didn't expect a barbarian like you to know what punctuality is. So, what exactly did you call Win out here for?" Bron idly picked at his ear and replied casually, "Look, I could give you a long list of excuses, but I don't owe you any explanation. If you're that curious, just ask Win yourself." Seeing his dismissive attitude, a vein popped on Teresia's forehead. She spat out, "I knew it, you damn barbarians are always so infuriating. You're just a rookie, after all." Teresia slammed her hand on the table to keep lecturing him. "What does that have to do with anything? You should get rid of that arrogant attitude unless you plan on taking care of Win for the rest of your life." What a savage. Win, sitting in the middle, could only awkwardly say, "Wait, no need for that." Ignoring the tension, Bron slammed a heavy bag of coins on the table and declared, "Here, take this. That's 350 stones." He explained briefly why he had called her out. "This is Win's share of the profit from those essences." Seeing the two of them staring blankly, he clicked his tongue, thinking, "Why do I feel like I'm in a Korean drama?" In his head, he imagined the scene of a mother-in-law throwing money at her daughter-in-law. "Take this money and stay away from Win." Seeing they weren't taking the money, he frowned and asked, Why aren't you taking it? Teresia glared at him with suspicion and questioned him. Are you plotting something else? Just as I suspected, he sighed, turning to his young teammate for input. Erwin, do you agree with her? The girl lowered her head and replied awkwardly. About that, Braun closed his eyes and sighed, explaining the situation clearly. The agreement when I gave you the essences was that you would help me until I earned the money I wanted. Wynne looked up in surprise. Huh? That's all? He nodded firmly. That's right. And we'll split the money 50-50. Upon hearing that, the elf girl's eyes lit up, a radiant smile appearing as she gasped. But then, the smile faded. Erwin sadly let out a quiet, she slumped, hanging her head in refusal. I'm sorry. He was stunned and disappointed, thinking, why? We're a pretty good team, aren't we? Teresia immediately grabbed her sister's hand and declared loudly, From now on, Wynne will be going into the dungeon with me, Teresia explained. We only followed tradition by letting her go alone the first time. Otherwise, I would never have intended to let her go by herself. Hearing that, Bjorn Jandel clicked his tongue, realizing the problem, and felt a twinge of jealousy. I see. So she already has someone to carry her now. Damn, people with connections. Teresia pushed the money bag toward him and said firmly, If you understand, then take this money. He quickly called out, Wait. I assume this 350 stones is the result of splitting the essences at current market prices, right? She replied nonchalantly, Of course, it's the loot the two of you earned together. He immediately pushed back. Then, I'm short 280 stones. The promised split was 9-1. Caught off guard, Teresia smirked and replied, Ah, right. I almost forgot. She nonchalantly threw another money bag on the table. Here, 280 stones. He frowned, grabbed the bag, and cursed under his breath. What the hell? Was she trying to cheat me out of my money? Even after taking the cash, his anger flared. Braun muttered to himself, These stingy pointed ears. Now I see why barbarians hate these fairies so much. He coldly ordered them to leave. If you're done, can you leave now? I still have something to talk to Wynne about. Teresia immediately glared at him, grabbing his arm. You still have something to say? He looked at her, confused. Yeah. Seeing the tension, Wynne spoke up to advise her sister. I'm really grateful that you were worried enough to come here with me, but I think you can go home now. I still have to thank him and say goodbye. Teresia looked at her sister for a moment, then sighed in resignation. Fine. You're not a child anymore, I suppose. Even though she agreed to leave, she turned and pointed a finger directly at the barbarian's face, threatening loudly. Then swear this, barbarian. He asked, confused. Swear? Teresia stated her condition clearly. Swear that you will not sleep with Wynne. Swear it, and I will leave immediately. Hearing that, Wynne blushed deep red, panicked and stammering. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Meanwhile, Braun just kept a straight face, analyzing her words. Not sleeping with her, huh? So that means all the other options are still on the table, right? The aggressive older sister kept pushing, demanding a vow. Sighing, he just closed his eyes and agreed to get it over with. I swear, he declared, thumping his chest with warrior-like bravado, even though he was mocking her internally, as if he gave a damn about that ridiculous warrior's honor. Wynne, sitting beside him, could only stammer. Wait. Having received his vow, Teresia turned on her heel and walked away with a triumphant smirk. All right then, I'm heading out. Wynne hurriedly called after her. Just a few steps away, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Teresia offered a gentle, sincere smile and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving Wynne, son of Bjorn Jandel. Bjorn Jandel. As soon as the older sister disappeared, Wynne collapsed onto the table, letting out a long, shameful sigh. Leaving Bjorn Jandel sitting there, speechless, she looked up with her big, sparkling eyes and asked anxiously, What should I do? I've never dared to talk back to her like that before. Do you think she's angry? Bjorn Jandel calmly reassured her. Judging by that smile earlier, I don't think she's very angry at all. Don't worry. Wynne breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief then. Oh, that's right. Remembering the main topic, the spirit girl fidgeted with her hands, looking apologetic. Thank you for your offer earlier, but I decided a long time ago to work with my sister, so I'm sorry. He waved his hand generously, replying, You don't need to apologize. An offer to be carried by a high-level spirit is a great deal. If it were me, I wouldn't be stupid enough to refuse, either. Saying that, she took out a small pouch and pushed it toward him. And here is exactly 63,000 stones. This is the money from selling the magic stones we got from the redhead and the guy with the crossbow. I already took my share, so don't worry about it. She continued. I kept the backpacks of those two guys at my place. There's quite a bit of gear in there, but I think you should come check it out yourself tomorrow. Bjorn Jandel silently admired her. She always knew what he wanted to ask without him having to open his mouth. He had given up on the idea of forming a party with her, but it was a bit of a shame. Suddenly, Win hesitated and asked, "So how should I repay you?" He looked stunned. She blushed, confused, and explained, "I said I would definitely repay you because you helped me." Hearing that, he finally understood the issue and thought to himself, so that's why her sister made me vow not to sleep with her? She must have been worried I'd make some perverted demands. He scratched his chin, wondering how to respond for a moment. He glanced toward the food counter and said nonchalantly, "I can't think of anything right now, but do you want to grab something to eat?" Win put her hand to her mouth in thought, then shook her head. "I'm not hungry." The barbarian shrugged and finished the conversation. "In that case, I'll just order food for myself." Win's face flushed slightly, and she replied bashfully, Suddenly, the spirit girl stood up and declared loudly, "Then I want to drink the alcohol I've been intentionally avoiding all this time." The barbarian was stunned and asked, "Alcohol?" She leaned forward, beaming with excitement, trying to entice him. "I want to share the first welcome back drink with you," Bron muttered to himself. "Welcome back drink. I remember that culture existed in the game too," Win explained seriously. "For spirits who live in the temple until they come of age, that first welcome back drink holds great significance." She smiled and continued, "I'm so happy." Suddenly remembering something, she pointed a finger, reminding him, "You have to say thank you, too," he stammered in response. "Thank you." The spirit girl beamed and affirmed, "Of course. We went through everything in the dungeon together after all. It's only natural we share that first welcome back drink." Thinking it was something else entirely, Win spoke up. "Of course, this probably isn't your first welcome back drink, but," he interrupted, confused. "What are you talking about? This is my first time too." Win gasped, shocked. "Ha," he replied. "I remember you telling me you were only 20 years old." Win's eyes widened in surprise. "You aren't kidding?" Regaining his composure, he smirked and confessed, "It really was my first time stepping into a dungeon too." With the misunderstanding cleared up, a feast of grilled meat and side dishes was quickly brought out. Win raised her large wooden mug, grinning as she praised him. "You did great, you know." Bron cheerfully raised his mug in return. "You, too." The two wooden mugs clinked together loudly, followed by hearty, satisfied cheers. Cheers. Before long, the two had polished off the entire table, leaving only empty plates. Feeling slightly tipsy, Win rested her chin on her hand and laughed foolishly. "Hey, you're wearing a shirt today." Bron Jandel replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, and you're wearing a dress today too." He chugged the rest of his beer. Bron Jandel muttered in his head, "Small talk is enough. Can we get to the main point now?" Beside him, she was still full of praise. "You're such a good drinker." He wiped his mouth, turned serious, and brought up the earlier topic. "Win, you said you wanted to repay me earlier, right? I just thought of a way." The spirit girl was startled, looking at him with a bewildered, blushing face. "What is it?" Leaning in close, Bron Jandel whispered mysteriously, "Not here. Tarisha's party will catch us." Hearing that, Win's face turned even redder, stammering in anticipation. Shyly, she brushed her hair aside and suggested, "How about we go to your room?" Then she nodded to herself, settling on it. "Yeah, that sounds reasonable." Standing before the door to room 305, Bron Jandel's voice commanded, "Erwin Forasi Zterzia, spread your limbs a bit." The only response was a faint moan. She was sweating, her face full of intense concentration. Bron Jandel grumbled to himself. Despite what she said, it turned out to be an incredibly violent, bone-stretching session. Win screamed in agony. "My shoulder! You dislocated it, you brute." The rough guy just tried to cover it up. "It's hard for me to control my strength." Tears streaming down her face. The spirit girl wailed, "My arm has never been bent back that far." "Are you sure this is the right way to do it?" she pleaded desperately. "I swear on my whole family." Seeing that, Bron Jandel sighed and let her go. "All right, just rest for a bit." Win rubbed her arm, relieved. "Am I still alive? Is my arm still attached?" Meanwhile, Bron deduced a truth. "So that's how it is. The +4 flexibility stat does absolutely nothing in real life." Regaining her composure, she glared at him and questioned, "Did you bring me here just to test my abilities?" The barbarian admitted bluntly, "Yeah. You're not allowed to use your abilities in the city. I just wanted to test the difference in essence between the game and real life." She responded sulkily, "I didn't know that." Recalling the past, Bron muttered to himself, "Dungeon Stone was never a user-friendly game. Just looking at the three basic stat bars, physical, mental, and ability, was enough to tell. He went on and on. Those are the three main stats. But if you click the plus sign next to them, thousands of detailed stats will appear. Let me give you a visual example. For instance, if your stamina increases, you can carry heavier items and land more effective physical attacks. He concluded that this is exactly why characters have vastly different combat capabilities. Even if their total stats are equal, he boasted about his achievements while also letting out a few curses. I learned all of this by grinding for thousands of hours in this game. Yet, there are still stats I know nothing about, even after playing for 9 whole years. Damn, those developers. Glancing at her, he analyzed. One of the stats I understand the least is obsession. It's the stat that came with the essence that Win just swallowed. Braun asked. I don't know anything about it, except that it's in the sub-branch of the spirit stat. Erwin Forasi Zeterzia, have you felt any changes in yourself since we left the labyrinth? He gave her a hint. For example, overthinking certain things or feeling impatient, perhaps? Win answered blankly. I'm not really sure. Suddenly, she had a realization. The spirit girl explained, Oh, what about cookies? I didn't eat them that much before, but as soon as I got back, I wolfed down a whole bunch. Braun clicked his tongue, nodding as he silently reasoned it out. Maybe the obsession stat increases cravings? That would make sense, given how useless it is in the game. While he was lost in his calculations, a hand tugged at his shirt, and she muttered that there might still be other new stats she wasn't aware of. I should keep them in mind, she whispered, as the spirit girl called out, Hey, forget about all that scientific theory. Erwin Forasi Zeterzia rubbed her sleepy eyes and complained, I'm sleepy. Braun clicked his tongue, forced to set his unfinished thoughts aside. There were still a few things I wanted to check, but, oh well. Fine. Let's go to sleep. The candle in the room flickered out, signaling that a long night of rest had begun. Braun drifted into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he felt a jolt of panic. Wait a minute. Looking down at the spirit girl clutching his arm tightly in her sleep, he broke into a cold sweat, remembering that her sister had told him not to sleep with her. Gazing at Win's sleeping face, the barbarian clicked his tongue to reassure himself. Well, it should be fine. I guess she meant forbidding that kind of sleeping together. The next morning, a pile of equipment and weapons was scattered across the floor. Braun stood with his arms crossed, evaluating. So this is all the loot. Win squatted nearby, chirping excitedly. Wow, there's so much. It was definitely worth going to your place so early. She looked up and asked, Are you planning to sell all of this? He replied that he would sell everything except for a few items. The spirit girl grabbed an outfit, pleading, Can I have this outfit? And the belt. The barbarian laid out the terms clearly. Fine, if you're willing to deduct it from your share. She agreed happily. Yes, please. At the weapon shop, the bearded merchant held up a sword and enthusiastically named his price. I'll pay you 350 stone for this. Moving on to other items. A junk dealer squinted his eyes and announced the total. All of this comes to about 180 stone. Standing at the exchange counter, the manager pushed a bag of money across and announced a total of 250 stone. Looking at the 3 heavy bags of money on the ground, Bjorn Jandel calculated his haul. I've earned a total of 1,450 stone. Clutching her small bag of money, Win trembled in disbelief. Is this not a dream, right? Meanwhile, Braun was busy tallying the books. If I subtract Win's share, I've earned 1,400 stone. Even when I was playing the game, I never made this much money on the first run. He smirked with satisfaction. It was an incredible start. Once everything was settled, Braun turned and firmly said goodbye. All right, I guess we go our separate ways here. Win exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He wondered, confused. Why is she so surprised? There's nothing left for us to do together. The spirit girl looked down, feeling sad, and made an excuse. We're going in the same direction anyway, so we can walk to the central plaza together. Even though she was secretly feeling disappointed, I just want to be by your side a little longer. Seeing that, he compromised. Fine. After walking a short distance, the two encountered a crowd blocking an entire street corner. Standing on his tiptoes to look inside, Win asked curiously, Huh? Why is everyone gathered here? The barbarian frowned, looking ahead as he replied, The guard held his spear out, shouting, Clear the way, everyone back. Bjorn Jandel calmly explained the situation. It's an execution. On the gallows, a man with his neck stuck in the guillotine was staring with wide, panicked eyes. Directly below, a woman with her hands tied behind her back was slumped over, crying hysterically. Bjorn Jandel muttered, recalling the plot. These people hadn't committed heinous crimes like murder, rape, or arson. The executioner's hand gripped the rope tightly. The guard shouted clearly, "The execution will now begin." Bjorn Jandel continued to recall the strict laws. Their only crime was failing to pay taxes. He reflected on this harsh world. Raphronia was the last remaining city in a world that had withered away under a witch's curse. Images of monster corpses flashed through his mind. The only place to mine resources in this cramped space was the labyrinth. Images of the pile of weapons flickered by as he coldly concluded, "So, those who cannot pay taxes are simply executed." The guillotine blade fell coldly, sending droplets of bright red blood splattering everywhere. Bjorn clicked his tongue. It was just a way to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Immediately, the frenzied crowd shoved and pushed each other to rush forward, screaming, "Let me through!" Rushed hands holding loaves of bread fought to dip them directly into the steaming pool of blood. Two commoners shoved the blood-soaked bread into their mouths with a crazed look, roaring. "Oh my God." Witnessing that horrific scene, Erwin covered her mouth, stepping back in fear as she stuttered, "What is that? Why are they dipping bread in blood?" Bjorn stood with his arms crossed, calmly explaining, "There's a legend that you'll be blessed with financial luck if you drink the blood of those who are executed." Looking at the flowing red blood, Bjorn asked, "Erwin, what's the tax for the first year?" She answered shyly, 700 stone, for Outlanders." He silently assessed the situation. "It's a bit different from the game, but generally, it's quite similar." The barbarian continued to ask, "And what about from the second year onwards?" Wynne broke into a cold sweat and explained, 800 stone, plus exchange fees." Hearing that, Bjorn Jandel muttered, concluding, "Just like in the game." Watching the crowd frantically tearing at and fighting over the blood-soaked bread, Bjorn Jandel calculated that taxes would increase with each year of work, so he needed to become much stronger within the next year. Imagining the worst-case scenario, he shuddered, thinking, "If I end up unable to return to my old life and refuse to train, my blood could very well become the kind of blood those people dip their bread in." Forming a survival plan in his head, he set a goal to avoid that fate. He needed to save money. Recalling the game's map, he resolved, "The 6th floor at the very least, I must become an adventurer capable of reaching the 6th floor." With the lofty goal of surviving in this world and avoiding being used as a bread dip, Bjorn Jandel stepped into the vast space and marveled to himself. The library in the game was still under construction, wasn't it? As he walked, feeling the judgmental stares, he muttered, "Why is everyone staring? Man, probably because they rarely see a barbarian showing his face in the." Before he could finish, he froze at the incredible sight before him. Looking closely at the girl with a sleepy face, drooling as she slumped on the table, Bjorn struggled to jog his memory. The second or third daughter of some clan named He poked her shoulder, frowning in confusion. What on earth is she doing here? Startled awake, Anna opened her sleepy eyes and stared blankly, confused. She vaguely recognized an acquaintance and spoke up, Bjorn Jandel's son. He nodded in greeting, glad to see she was still doing well. Immediately, she jumped up, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, "You too." Bjorn Jandel's son became the center of attention. Bjorn quickly signaled her, "Keep it down." She still yelled loudly, "Sorry, I never thought I'd run into a fellow barbarian here." Helpless against the loudspeaker, he sighed. "Fine, forget it. What are you doing here?" Anna looked down at her book and explained with impeccable logic, "You told me I should think before I act, so I figured I needed more knowledge to be able to think." Hearing that philosophical answer, Bjorn nodded in approval. "That's commendable." He silently mused that she was definitely different from those muscle-brained barbarians out there. Anna continued seriously, "While wandering the maze, I realized that monsters aren't the only enemies." Trusting his intuition, he guessed that something big must have happened in the maze. If it were other barbarians, they'd just be obsessed with showing off their combat exploits right now. Clutching the book against her chest, she sighed. "Yeah, that's why I decided to study, but reading is just too hard." He was speechless and muttered, "Is that the real problem?" Cutting her studies short, she stood up and declared, "So, I'm planning to go to the temple to ask the elders to teach me how to read and write." Seeing her about to bolt, Bjorn asked, surprised, "You're going now?" Anna scratched her head and admitted, "If I don't go now, I'll forget about it." The pragmatic man shook his head in resignation. The more he learned, the more he realized barbarians were truly a pathetic species. After a few steps, Anna turned back, grinned, and said, "I just remembered I promised to repay your advice if we survived." She winked and made a generous offer. "If you need help, come to the Raging Bull Inn. I'll do my best to help you." Though slightly skeptical of her memory, Bjorn Jandel nodded. "Fine, just don't forget this promise in a few days, Anna." Watching her muscular back fade into the distance, he calculated, "I'll probably need her help soon." Returning to reality, Bjorn Jandel looked up at the vast space and muttered, "But how am I supposed to find the book I need in a place this huge? It's humongous." While searching, his eyes caught a desk nearby, and he gasped in surprise. Approaching the girl slumped over the desk, he thought, "She must be the librarian, right? To think she's sleeping on the job." Regaining his composure, the barbarian cleared his throat. Ahem. Startled by the loud noise, the female librarian quickly lifted her head. The librarian blinked dreamily and asked, "What is it?" Bjorn Jandel got straight to the point. "I'm looking for a book. Can I find books related to history here?" Before he could finish, she muttered a spell. Seeing his body suddenly glow, he jumped back, thinking, "Did she just use magic on me?" The barbarian wondered blankly. But nothing changed? Yawning, the librarian lazily explained, "Now just walk around, and you'll find the books you want. Just be careful not to take them home, okay? And please return them to their original spot when you're done." He scratched his head, still confused. "I just need to walk around?" Seeing her collapse back onto the table to continue snoring, he muttered, "She's asleep again? What is wrong with this woman?" Leaving her behind, he turned and walked inside, musing, "I quickly understood how the magic worked as soon as I started walking around the library." Picking up a glowing book, he nodded. "I guess this magic highlights books related to the keywords I'm thinking about." He clicked his tongue, realizing why there was only one librarian in this massive library. He flipped the page and muttered, "I'll start with this one." The contents of the first book, titled The Collapse of the World, appeared. Thousands of years ago, no living creatures could survive on this land due to a witch's curse. He continued reading the epic, and the last remaining fortress, Rafdonia, was the only place that escaped the catastrophe. The royal family opened a path to another dimension for those who were starving due to limited resources. That became what is now known as the Maze. Closing the book, Bjorn silently judged that the early history of this world was quite similar to the game's opening. He shifted his focus to the next goal. The second book, A Basic Guide to Alchemy. Volume 4. Looking at the illustration of a magic stone, he summarized how magic stones taken from monsters could be crafted into bread, steel, water, and things like that. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. No matter how many times he read it, he couldn't wrap his head around this theory. Whatever, I'll just memorize it for now. Moving on to the next book titled Holy War, Volume 3, he muttered, "This one talks about how the barbarians and the spirits started hating each other." He clicked his tongue and skipped it. "Okay, but this fourth book, this is what I actually need to read." The content of the fourth book, Evil Spirits of the Abyss, caught his attention. Evil spirits in this world refer to those who come from another dimension to possess other people's bodies. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Well, technically, that's completely accurate." Looking at the images of purges, he analyzed that it didn't explain why this happened, but it was clear how hard the royal family and the temple had tried to root out this phenomenon. Putting the book back in its place, Bjorn Jandel concluded the matter. "In other words, as long as I don't let those forbidden words slip, I'll be fine." You mocked yourself a pretty clever trick, seeing as you are the very evil spirit being talked about. Opening the 5th volume about the king's death, you skimmed through the book which discussed the first king, also known as the immortal king Levigian III. His death was 150 years ago. You frowned, piecing the events together. The game started the day after Levigian II died. That means 150 years have passed since the game's timeline. You suddenly realized why the knowledge you had from the game kept contradicting the reality of this world. Picking up another book titled Observations on Spatial Instability, you rubbed your chin, wondering if this was the same book that the blonde guy who saved you had once read. Recalling the night, you muttered that what you'd been through was truly rare, just as that blonde guy said. Upon reading one page, your expression darkened. But this book mentioned a hypothesis that entering exactly when a spatial gate is closing might be related to this instability. Realizing the harsh truth, you buried your face in your hands and cursed under your breath. So, falling into this debt-ridden mess was basically your own fault. Damn it, the more you think about it, the more depressing it gets. You aren't going to think about this anymore. Looking out the window as the sunlight faded, you decisively closed the book. It's getting dark, you'll read the rest later. Lying on the in-bed, you miscounted. It's been 3 days since you left the dungeon, and you rested your hand on your forehead to plan. A month here has 30 days, right? The dungeon will open at midnight on the 1st. That means you have 27 days left. Closing your eyes to drift off to sleep, you made a resolution. Starting tomorrow, you would go find a new team member. You suddenly jolted awake with wide eyes, popping up at the sound of heavy pounding on the door. You heard a frantic voice calling, "Hey, wake up!" Bjorn Jandel blankly called out the name of the intruder. "Erwin," you grumbled, opening the door while complaining. What the hell brings you here this early in the morning? Before the words could fully leave your mouth, a freak gust of wind blew straight into your face, making Bjorn Jandel wince. Standing before you was the elf girl clutching a shimmering green orb of wind. She excitedly bragged, "I successfully formed a contract. Look, I tried 10 times with the spirit stone my sister bought for me, and it actually worked." Hugging the floating burden, Win beamed with joy. "Plus, it's a wind type. It'll be amazing when combined with fire." Standing there, taking the brunt of the wind, whipping his hair, you calmly replied with a deadpan face, "You're lucky." You silently calculated the economic value. A spirit stone, an item that allows a contract with a spirit, has a success rate of only 10%. It costs a fortune. And she tried it 10 times? She must definitely come from a wealthy, noble family. With your face stinging from the wind, you waved your hand dismissively. "I get it. Now you can put that thing away." The stubborn girl pouted and retorted, "But you haven't even seen everything I can do yet." Bjorn glared coldly, pointing at the room being ravaged by the wind. "How much more do you want to turn my room into a battlefield?" Following your hand, the elf girl gasped in horror as she realized the consequences of the spectacle she just caused. The elf girl covered her face and screamed, "I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away." The wind-type burden floating in midair stared blankly at its master's panic. Moments later, the room was spotless. Bjorn Jandel sat with his legs crossed, silently assessing. She once said she had a talent for cleaning, and she really was fast. Win wiped her sweat and proudly reported, "All done," you replied nonchalantly. "Congratulations on successfully forming a contract with the spirit." The girl beamed back at you. "Thank you," you seriously reminded her. "But you don't need to go out of your way to find me. Wouldn't it be better if you used your time more wisely before returning to the dungeon?" Win stood there, stunned, and stuttered. "That's true." But the girl hung her head, rubbing her thighs, and muttered in grievance. "But I ran here because I wanted you to be the first one to know." Seeing her like that, Bjorn frowned, thinking, "Is it because I'm her first teammate? She seems quite attached to you. This kind of relationship should probably stay strictly at a business partner level." You quickly put on a professional smile, switching to customer service mode. You spoke brightly. "Anyway, I'm planning on staying here for a while, so if you have any problems, feel free to come find me. I've always wanted to be friends with Win, after all." You sealed it with a sweet-sounding remark. "We're comrades who have been through life and death together, right?" Win's eyes welled up, bursting with emotion. The elf girl nodded happily. "Yes." Meanwhile, Bjorn silently calculated the benefits. Building a relationship like this was definitely a good move. As dusk fell, Bjorn stood in front of a building, muttering, 26 days left before I have to head back to the dungeon. Depending on how you look at it, it's either long or short, but you know how to use this time most effectively." Looking up at the sign, you wondered, "Is this the Mad Bull Inn where the clansmen are staying?" As soon as you stepped inside, a group of loud, brawny men swarmed you. "Who's this? Is it the strongest warrior? Bjorn Jandel's son?" "It's Bjorn." "What? Bjorn Jandel?" A piercing roar went up. "Bjorn, I've heard of you for a long time." You winced, covering your ears, and clicked your tongue. "Yeah, they're always as loud as a marketplace." One guy threw his arm around your shoulder and let out a hearty laugh. "What wind blew you here? Are you planning to stay here too?" "Good idea. This place only costs 300 stones a night." Bjorn Jandel was surprised and thought to himself, "What? 300 stones? That's dirt cheap." The man pointed to a room packed with people like sardines in a can, proudly showing off. "There are 10 warriors sleeping in 5 beds in one room. But if it's you, we're happy to give up a bed." Seeing that nightmarish scene, you broke into a cold sweat, realizing that was why it was so cheap. You quickly changed the subject. "No, I came to find Anna's third daughter, Anna." The guy immediately corrected you. Anna is actually Anna's second daughter, Bjorn Jandel. From the stairs, the muscular girl walked down, surprised to call out Jandel's son, Bjorn Jandel. The guide loudly introduced Anna's second daughter. "Anna, it just so happens that Bjorn Jandel, the son of Bjorn Jandel, is here to see you." Anna walked past the crowd, straight to you, tilted her head, and asked, "What do you want from me?" Bjorn Jandel got straight to the point. "I have a favor to ask. I want to spar with you." She raised an eyebrow. "For training?" You nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I need to train." You silently analyzed the situation. If you only relied on pure combat skills, you definitely wouldn't last in duels against these people. Anna scratched her head, confused, and replied, "That's not really a favor." And she pointed to the empty lot where dozens of people were brawling loudly, explaining, "Just run out to that training ground, and you'll find someone to fight with right away." Bjorn muttered, speechless. Looks like I was worrying for nothing. This thing didn't require begging her at all. Standing in the practice yard under the brilliant afternoon sun, he boldly announced, "Except for the morning, I'm ready to fight you any time." He warmed up his muscles and said decisively, "Then, let's get started right away." "Anna," a nosy person standing outside shouted like a megaphone, "Anna and Braun are about to smash each other. Guys." The clashing sound of weapons rang out sharply. Braun raised his shield to block the attack, silently determined. "I came here to learn, but that doesn't mean I plan on losing." Anna crouched down, swung her greatsword, and unleashed a powerful, wind-tearing strike downward. Her eyes flared with a wild, unforgiving fighting spirit. The result was brutal. Braun panted heavily, his whole body bruised and smelling of scorched earth, muttering, "I'm getting absolutely crushed." The crowd outside cheered. "Anna is the strongest warrior now." Shouldering her sword, the fiery girl checked on him. "Are you still okay?" He sat slumped on the ground, brushing off dust, and replied, "Yeah." While the crowd continued to scream and praise her, Braun silently acknowledged that she was truly excellent. "This is definitely a productive way to spend my time." He wiped a streak of blood from his lip, his eyes gleaming with sharp resilience, and roared, "Let's go again." Braun gritted his teeth and raised his shield to block her earth-shattering blow. Anna yelled with excitement, "Again!" She frantically swung her greatsword around, repeatedly screaming, "Again!" One more time. Darkness gradually fell. Braun hid behind his shield, breathing raggedly and exhausted. He leaned his sword against the ground and sighed with relief. She asked, "Do you want to continue? I want to take a break." He silently acknowledged his opponent's strength. Anna was very powerful. He answered firmly, "No, that's enough for today." Anna happily acknowledged, "I understand. You did well." Looking at her, he silently assessed, "Besides, she's smarter than others of her kind, and I don't think she'll betray me since she's from the same race as me." He spoke up to ask, "Hey Anna, are you planning to go into the dungeon alone next time too?" She replied blankly, "Probably. I don't have the money to form a party anyway." With his goal secured, he reached out his hand and proposed, "Then the best choice for me is you, Anna. Do you want to become my partner?" she asked in surprise. "A partner?" He straightforwardly set the conditions. "Yeah, but I'll take 80% of the profits, and in return, I'll pay the party registration fee." Suddenly, Anna's expression darkened, and she interrupted, "Enough. No need to explain any further." Seeing that attitude, he broke into a cold sweat and panicked. Damn it, does she not like these terms? He hurriedly backed down. "Listen, I'll also pay for equipment and other things." Before he could finish, she stepped forward and grasped his hand tightly. Anna broke into a radiant smile, shattering all his doubts. "Even if you explained it, I wouldn't understand anyway. I'll trust you." Bjorn Jandel sighed in relief. He gripped her hand back and replied, "I look forward to working with you." He silently celebrated in his heart. "Awesome, now I've got a companion." The next day, the two of them walked together to the temple of their race. A white-haired elder welcomed the second daughter of Anna and the son of Bjorn Jandel. He looked at the old man and silently clicked his tongue. "I don't want to come here because of him at all, but I have no other choice." The elder asked happily, "Han, it's rare for a warrior to leave the temple and come back. Did you also come here to learn to read and write like her?" He firmly replied. "No," the elder asked curiously. "Then what did you come here for?" He got straight to the point. "I want a god's mark." He thumped his chest and said clearly, while thinking to himself, more accurately, "I want the immortal mark. This is a broken skill that I absolutely must have if I want to clear the dungeon." He recalled the basic settings of this world. Species in this otherworldly realm all had unique traits specific to their kind. Fairies form contracts with spirits to borrow their power. Meanwhile, dwarves receive the blessing of armor, which enhances the effects of items. Beastmen can form contracts with ancient beasts known as holy beasts. And finally, those of his race possess the god's mark. The elder suddenly leaned his face close to him, narrowing his eyes to examine him. "Oh, how do you know about that?" He felt guilty, stepped back, and broke into a cold sweat. The old man still pressed him. "That's not something a young warrior would know, right?" He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Here comes the suspicion again. Regaining his composure, he confidently calculated. "But it doesn't matter. This is exactly why I went to the library and searched for information about the god's mark." He calmly brought up the perfect excuse he had prepared. "I read about it in a book." He added historical details. "I heard that the god's mark helped a lot in the war against the fairies." The elder suddenly burst into laughter and patted his back hard. "So that's how you knew? You read books, huh? That's interesting." The old man stroked his beard and announced, "I am very proud of you, and certainly, We have no reason to refuse to grant a god's mark to a warrior when they request it. Hearing that, he was thrilled and intended to close the deal right away. Then, right now. But the elder suddenly interrupted him in a stern voice. But, young warrior, the elder raised his fist and clearly announced, you need about 800 stones for a god's mark. The old man frowned and glared at him suspiciously. Do you think you can afford that much money? Bjorn Jandel replied calmly, I will pay. The girl standing next to him stood there with her mouth agape in shock. Are you serious? He thought to himself. That's right. This thing is very hard to get in the early game because it's too expensive. Remembering the game's mechanics, he muttered. Especially because as you get to a higher level, you need more rare materials rather than just money. Smirking confidently, he wrapped it up, but then he threw a heavy money bag onto the table to show off. This is 1 bag of 500,000 stones and 3 bags of 100,000 stones. I have the money. The elder's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, Son of Bjorn Jandel, where did you get this much money? He had already anticipated this. You need rare materials far more than just money. Bjorn Jandel smirked with confidence as he finalized his thought, then tossed the heavy coin pouch onto the table with a showy thud. This is 1 bag of 500,000 magic stones and 3 bags of 100,000 each. I've got the money. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Bjorn Jandel, son of Bjorn, where on earth did you get this much money? Bjorn thought to himself that he had already come up with an excuse for this. He gave a sly, cunning smirk. I would have been disappointed if you hadn't asked. Kicking off his performance, he spun a deep, dramatic tale. Well, I got lucky and happened to run into an injured spirit on the first floor. He lied without batting an eye. He continued his story. I put her to work like a slave to earn magic stones. I even fed her some essence. He wore a wicked expression to wrap up his tale, claiming he'd squeezed a pile of money out of her sister as compensation. Heh, those pathetic spirits, right? Hearing this, the elder burst into a hearty, refreshing laugh. I don't even remember the last time I laughed this hard. The crowd around them began to gather, cheering. Incredible! Bjorn Jandel, you really cleaned out those cowardly pointy ears. You might be the first person to ever pull that off. Truly amazing. Bjorn Jandel broke into a sweat, looking at the crowd and wondering, do they really hate spirits that much? The elder shoved an item into his hand. Here, take this. It's a gift for showing such excellent potential. He stared blankly, looking at the 2 coins in his hand, and cursed under his breath. Are you kidding me? He just gave me back 2 stones? I just made 2 stones from that entire pathetic story? Getting into character, he waved his arms and shouted, I will continue to squeeze those pointy-eared freaks until I become a great warrior. The crowd erupted in cheers. He's amazing. Soaking in the cheers, Bjorn Jandel smiled radiantly, thinking to himself, these people are actually starting to grow on me. They're more adorable than I thought. A brand is a type of enhancement skill. It works by making the body absorb the essence of magical materials to grant special powers. He recalled how the barbarians tattooed their children when they were born, while their souls were still pure, so the spirit veins would remain visible even into adulthood. This is why all barbarians have tattoos. The old mage asked one last time, I'll give you one more chance to reconsider. Young warrior, you won't be able to receive any other type of brand if you choose this path. He answered firmly. It doesn't matter, he muttered to himself. The immortal brand is the core of a tank-build barbarian. The old mage lowered his hand. Then, I shall begin. He analyzed it internally. Other abilities provided high performance, but choosing the immortal path was an obvious choice for any gamer who had played this long. Magical light flared as needles pierced his back. Intense, bone-deep pain hit him, causing Bjorn Jandel to wince, but he gritted his teeth and shouted in his mind, do I have to go through this every single time? This hurts like hell. As soon as the ritual ended, a system notification popped up. You have activated the first level of the immortal brand. Natural regeneration has increased significantly. Physical stats increased by 13. Putting his shirt back on, Bjorn Jandel turned and bowed. Thank you, sir. The dark mage laughed mysteriously. Huh. As he walked out, he broke into a cold sweat, feeling uneasy. Why did the old man laugh? The mage bared his teeth in a sinister grin, muttering, that's the first time I've seen a warrior say thank you to a mage. He walked out quickly with a tense expression. Did I do something wrong? Better get out of here before he starts getting suspicious. The scene shifted from the silent night to the bright, golden morning. He walked down the street, planning. The next morning, I went to the commercial district to buy the necessary gear. What I felt while training with Anna was that I'm not cut out to be a swordsman. As he pushed the door to the weapon shop open, he thought, I plan to focus solely on shield techniques once I get that essence, so building proficiency in swordsmanship would just be a waste of time. The shopkeeper greeted him with a smile. Welcome. What are you looking for? He answered decisively. I want a one-handed blunt weapon. The shopkeeper led him to an area filled with rugged weapons, introducing them. Ah, well, these are the blunt weapons that barbarians absolutely love. He looked at the crude pile. He judged them silently. They definitely fit the barbarian aesthetic. He waved his hand, refusing. I want something a bit more standard. A weapon like that would have destructive power, but that's unnecessary for the monsters on the first floor, which are very easy to kill. The shopkeeper brought out a mace. How about this one? He took it and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. It's not too big. 220 stones. The system reported. Character equipped with medium-sized mace. Total equipment level increased by 85. He continued shopping. I also got a helmet custom made for me, because the ones they had didn't fit my head. 170 stones. A half-plate armor that fit perfectly. 360 stones. Checking his purse, he sighed. I bought everything I needed, and only have 50 stones left. A long time has passed since I left the dungeon. Naturally, my daily routine has been established. While eating breakfast, the elf wind chirped. Big brother, he recounted. At 7 in the morning, I wake up and eat breakfast with Win. He asked, Don't you find it far, coming all the way from over there? She smiled shyly and replied, That's because the food here is both cheap and delicious. He continued the loop. After that, I go to the library and read until 4 in the afternoon. He looked at the librarian and shook his head. She's asleep again. When night fell, in a noisy tavern, he calculated. Then I eat dinner at a place I've never been to before, gathering information I couldn't find at the library. Hunters at the next table chatted excitedly. That monster over there sounds really dangerous. While chewing his food, Braun commented that the place was expensive, but the food wasn't good at all. Around 5 in the afternoon, Braun headed to the Barbarian residential area to start his physical training. By the 7th day of training, he decided to change it up by honing his sparring skills with other muscular brothers. Wiping off his sweat, Braun waved and shouted, Next. I must admit, there's no such thing as proper combat technique here, as I expected, but diving into brawls using pure instinct is not a bad exercise at all. Sure enough, the constant beatings paid off. Reflexes increased, agility increased, even his eyes and senses were much sharper, and finally, his physical stats ticked up by 1 point. Thanks to getting beat up regularly, he was occasionally able to defeat Anna in friendly matches, causing the surrounding crowd to cheer excitedly. Bjorn Jandel's son, Braun, has won. He took his coat back. He smiled. Thanks to you too, today. The crowd still hadn't stopped screaming. The greatest warrior, Bjorn Jandel. She wiped her sweat, smiling brightly, admitting, You've gotten stronger. Bjorn Jandel looked at her, judging silently. Her skills are good, but she has the habit of fighting too strictly by the book. He had already mentioned this, but unfortunately, it was ingrained in her, so it would probably be hard to fix right away. At exactly 9 in the evening, he dragged his exhausted body home to wash up, and just as expected, Win popped up and chirped, Big brother, let's go have dinner. While drying his hair, Bjorn Jandel asked helplessly, Every time you come over, you walk for a whole hour. Don't you get tired? She blinked her round, big eyes, and answered cheerfully, Not at all. Let's go. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, it was usually close to 11 at night. Only then would Win finally agree to trudge back to her lodging. Standing in front of the door, she waved at him lingeringly. I'm heading home now, big brother. Good night. Seeing Bjorn Jandel's cold face, she still didn't forget to leave a sweet wish. Good luck in the dungeon tomorrow. He nodded and replied, Yeah, you too. Watching that silly girl disappear, he muttered to himself, Is it tomorrow already? Time really flies. I keep getting swept up in this eat, train, sleep loop. A month has passed by me as fast as a gust of wind. Now, the countdown showed exactly 24 hours until the dungeon gates would open. The system interface popped up, displaying Braun's updated basic stats. From physical abilities to gear, everything had been pushed to a new level. Bjorn Jandel. Level 1. Physical, 66 up 41. Spirit, 37. Ability, 1. Item level, 218 up 146. Total combat power, 158.5 up, 77.5. The next morning, at exactly 8 to 10, he and Anna stood before the grand gates of the Explorers Association. Wait, correcting for the transcript flow. The next morning, at exactly 8 to 10, he and Anna were standing in front of the magnificent gates of the Explorers Association. Walking up to the reception desk, Bjorn Jandel declared clearly, I'm here to get the link magic. The female clerk adjusted her glasses, looked at the two of them, and asked, "Just the two of you?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right," she gestured. "Please place your hands on the crystal orb." Magic light flared brilliantly. As soon as the system finished scanning, the clerk provided the price. 2 rank 9 adventurers, a total of 15,000 stones. Bjorn Jandel reached into his pouch, feeling the sting, and thought, "That's so expensive for a one-time buff. But I have no choice." Beside him, Anna whined in a panic, wondering how many stakes that money could buy, but she kept her muttering to herself. She reminded herself that the starting point in the dungeon was random, so if they didn't use this link magic to stick to their teammates, they'd be done for. Curious, she poked him and asked what determines an adventurer's rank. The professional clerk replied, "We evaluate based on the amount of essence contained within the soul." Taking the opportunity, Bjorn added, "So, if my rank is higher, does the price go up?" The clerk flashed a practiced, corporate smile. "Of course it does." Once the procedure was finished, she kindly reminded them, "All done. This magic will only last for 24 hours from this moment on. Please keep that in mind." With that finished, Bjorn Jandel turned and patted Anna on the shoulder. "Let's go eat." Sitting in front of a table overflowing with meat, Anna stuttered, unable to find the words. "Bjorn Jandel, what is all of this?" He responded casually, "I ordered the most expensive meal in this place for 800 stones. Consider it a final feast before we dive into that hellish trap." Salivating, she remained in a state of shock. 800 stones for this meal? Is this a dream? Seeing her comical expression, Bjorn tilted his chin and told her to try it. As soon as she shoved a piece of meat into her mouth, Anna widened her eyes and screamed, "Hick, it's so delicious. What is this? I feel like I'm in heaven." She chewed ravenously like she hadn't eaten since 45, constantly babbling about how she would work harder from now on. "I'll earn tons of money just to eat this again." Bjorn broke into a sweat, watching that human-powered excavation machine. He forced a smile. "Sure. Good luck with that." At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what that thing usually shoved into her mouth. After finishing their gluttonous feast, the two dragged themselves to the dungeon gate and received a notification. The gate would open in 10 minutes. A guard blocked their path and said irritably, "You aren't allowed in yet." Standing and looking up at the massive, swirling portal, Bjorn Jandel mused that he hadn't noticed it last time because it was too chaotic. But the gate was absolutely enormous. While he was busy staring, his peripheral vision caught a familiar sight. "Huh?" That is, before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted. "Stop!" A group of shirtless barbarians came thundering toward them, disrupting the atmosphere and yelling like it was harvest season. "I see the gate! We made it, brothers!" Another muscular guy cheered. "That's Pat Thun for you. We made it just in time." The followers echoed the praise. "Pat Thun is a great warrior." Anna crossed her arms, watching the rowdy group, and clicked her tongue. "I bet they just finished their coming-of-age ceremony." Bjorn sighed, annoyed, thinking to himself, "Do these guys never get tired of playing race against the clock every single time?" Meanwhile, the shirtless leader was still proudly puffing out his chest. "I told you to trust me." Anna stroked her chin and smiled wistfully. "Sigh, seeing them reminds me of the good old days." Bjorn glared at her sideways, pouring a bucket of ice-cold water on her sentimentality. "Wake up, lady. We only went through that exact same thing a month ago." A piercing notification rang out. "You may enter now." The magic gate flared with brilliant light, and the crowd began to rush inside like a dam breaking. Anna excitedly urged him, "Bjorn, let's go." He calmly reached out to stop her. "Wait, Anna," Bjorn began to explain. "There's something I want to test. I read somewhere that if you enter while the space is unstable." Before he could finish, she interrupted him with a joyful look. "It's fine, Bjorn. I don't understand what the heck you're talking about anyway. I'm just going to follow you." Hearing the announcement echo, "Only 1 minute until the gate closes," Anna began to panic, breaking into a sweat and stammering. "But shouldn't we go in right now?" Ignoring his flustered teammate, he observed and assessed. The size was definitely much smaller than when it first opened. Bjorn calculated, "I remember it being around this size when I entered last time. We'll go in the moment he says that line." The familiar warning from the guard echoed. "The gate will close soon." A cold light flashed in his eyes. Waiting for the right moment, Bjorn waved his hand and shouted, "Now, let's go!" "Anna!" Taking the command, she bolted forward. Both of them leaped into the magical vortex, leaving behind the panicked shouting, "Wait, that's dangerous!" The scene around them instantly plunged into a silent darkness. He slowly opened his eyes in the pitch blackness, seeing through the quiet night. The corners of Bjorn Jandel's mouth curled up in triumph as he thought, I knew it. Beside him, Anna was flailing her arms and legs around, panicking. I can't see anything. Bjorn Jandel. Bjorn Jandel calmly reassured the noisy machine. Stay calm. Ah, it's dark in here. As he calmly raised his torch, the flames flared up, dispelling the darkness. I brought a torch this time. She blinked, staring blankly as she repeated his words. Ignoring his teammates' confusion this time, he pointed forward and asked curiously, "What is that?" Under the flickering light, Bjorn Jandel stared fixedly at the mysterious stone pedestal. With a triumphant smirk, he thought to himself, "It's still here, just as I predicted." Bjorn Jandel turned to explain to her, acting the fool, "That's a monument. We can open a teleportation portal to the second floor with that thing. We'll be heading up there immediately." Bjorn grinned craftily, thinking proudly to himself, "A pro gamer has to know how to exploit bugs." Without a second's hesitation, Bjorn placed his hand on the cold stone slab, and a blinding magical light instantly erupted. The light expanded, creating a massive, radiant teleportation portal that illuminated the dark space before them. While Anna stood there with her jaw dropped in astonishment, he simply gave a calm command to move out. At the same time, the system window sent a flurry of notifications. You are the first to open the portal. You have gained 2 experience points. You have leveled up. Maximum essence capacity has increased by 1. Stepping through the portal, she was still in shock, asking, "How did you do that?" Ignoring his teammate, Bjorn Jandel carefully surveyed the surroundings, analyzing the terrain. The dark, swampy ground squelched beneath every step. These were the ruins of ancient stone structures. She was still noisily marveling, but the tribe leader said it would take at least 3 days to reach the second floor. He smoothly made up an excuse. "I read it in a book." Anna's eyes shone with admiration. "Wow, you're amazing." Bjorn Jandel shrugged, trying to change the subject. "It's nothing special, really." As they walked through the gloomy, leafless forest, he shuddered at the chilling atmosphere and listened closely. There were even faint, wailing cries echoing in the distance. This place was undoubtedly the land of the dead. Bjorn turned to probe his teammate. "Anna, can you feel it too?" She looked back, confused. "What do you mean?" Stroking his pounding chest, he described it with excitement. "It feels like something is filling my entire body from deep within my veins. Your mental state must have increased. Congratulations." He nodded, a realization dawning on him. "Mental state, huh? So that's how leveling up works in this world." He looked at his newly updated character stats, mentally summarizing his game knowledge. This Dungeon and Stone game has a leveling system, too. The mana required to cast skills increases with your level. Furthermore, the amount of essence you can absorb also increases with every level. Clenching his fists and feeling the new surge of power, he calculated that now that he was level 2, he could chug 2 more essence orbs. However, he frowned, puzzled. "But it's strange. My mental state increased without having to kill any monsters." Bjorn answered calmly, "I think opening that portal counts as an achievement." Of course, he thought smugly. He'd done it precisely because he knew that would happen. Bjorn continued to deduce based on game mechanics. This is what they call an achievement in this world. Even though you can earn experience from defeating monsters, you only get it once for each type. So, after a certain point, leveling up will become extremely difficult, and he had already figured out the secret trick to break past that limit, opening the first portal using a speed run strategy. The experience gained from opening portals wouldn't stop after the first time, so if you knew how to exploit it, this is an incredible XP farming mine. He chuckled with a calculating look in his eyes. Bjorn resolved to keep this trick a secret. "I need to squeeze every bit of benefit out of this before those other guys catch on." He turned to his naive teammate and said sternly, "Anna, what we just talked about is a secret. If anyone asks, tell them it took us 2 days to reach the second floor, okay?" She nodded obediently. "Sure thing." Bjorn let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "Great, now Anna will keep her mouth shut." He walked steadily deeper into the dark forest, cautiously calculating his next move. Before long, veteran adventurers will come crawling here. They'll definitely get suspicious if they see rookies like us have been here for who knows how long. So, it's best if we just stay invisible and avoid being noticed. Bjorn urged his teammate, "Anna, we should leave here first. I'd rather fight monsters than deal with those annoying adventurers." To keep his hands free for battle, he used a rope to tie his torch tightly to the top of his helmet, and chuckled to himself, calling it the Barbarian candle mode, a highly pragmatic method other adventurers used, even if it looked a bit goofy. Anna tried it out, curious, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is great. It really doesn't get hot at all," he explained triumphantly. "Of course, this torch is a magical tool. Once lit, It burns continuously for 3 days. Moving deeper inside, Braun recalculated the game data. Monsters in the land of the dead are generally stronger than those in the Goblin Forest. However, the upside is that this place has absolutely no traps. In terms of danger, it's still much easier than the Goblin Forest. In other words, the open terrain here was a huge advantage for two barbarians to go wild. Suddenly, Anna froze, her amber-colored eyes narrowing in vigilance at a strange movement ahead. She shouted a warning. "Bjorn Jandel, look!" He glanced over and analyzed. Only 3 of them? Maybe because it's only the first day. By the 3rd day, the number would surely triple. Anna excitedly hoisted her greatsword onto her shoulder, grinning aggressively. "I've been itching for a fight from lack of exercise. Perfect timing. Just leave this lot to me." With that, she dashed off like an arrow, charging straight toward the undead horde, shuffling toward them. With a thunderous scream, she swung her sword, cleanly slicing through the unfortunate monsters. Wiping out the lot in a heartbeat, she smirked, full of arrogant pride. Too easy. I guess the 2nd floor is only this much. But the very next second, her face turned pale, and she stammered, trembling as she called for Bjorn Jandel. Anna jumped in fear, clinging tightly to Bjorn Jandel's arm, making him think with a mix of amusement and annoyance. "She's built like a tank, but she's got the courage of a mouse," he calmly explained when he heard the mournful wailing in the distance. "That's a banshee. They usually don't attack first, so just ignore it." She still hadn't recovered, clinging to him and asking, "I understand, but are you sure we don't need to kill it? Wouldn't that be dangerous?" He shook his head and explained, "Our physical attacks don't have any effect on spiritual entities like banshees. Not to mention, if we strike first, we'll be cursed." Just as he finished speaking, the banshee ghost with a hideous face suddenly appeared, wailing mournfully as if to haunt the 2 of them until they left the labyrinth. Upon hearing the word cursed, her hair stood on end from fear, and she stammered in admiration. "A curse? That's really dangerous. You really are a wise warrior. Deciding to come with you was a brilliant choice." Hearing the word curse, she was so terrified that her hair stood on end. She stuttered, heaping praise on him. "A curse? That's so dangerous. You really are a wise warrior. It was a great decision to come with you." Suddenly, a strange noise echoed out, making her jump in fright. She screamed and grabbed his neck tightly. "Braun, what was that sound?" Braun was being choked, gasping for air, his face turning blue. "Let go of me first." Anna pointed ahead, her hand trembling as she shouted, "Look over there, a pack of skeletons." Seeing the skeletons moving toward them, they both fell into an awkward silence as they realized they were still holding onto each other tightly. She blushed and cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment before grabbing her sword and charging forward. "I'll take care of these guys." Braun cleared his throat and shouted, "Anna, aim for the energy core in the middle of their rib cages." But, ignoring her partner's instructions, she unleashed a lightning-fast slash, smashing the pile of skeletons into 100 pieces. She turned back with a confused look and scratched her head. "Huh? What did you say?" He sighed helplessly. "It's nothing." At the same time, the system displayed a notification. "You have defeated a skeleton. Received 1 experience point." After that encounter, they continued moving north for nearly 8 hours, and naturally, they started encountering new types of monsters. Standing before them were the Elder Ghouls, massive creatures twice the size of the standard ones they had encountered earlier. That wasn't all. Along with them were dangerous dried-up variants known as skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Yet, the battle was surprisingly easy, as the number of monsters appearing on the first day was still quite sparse, and Braun's combat ability had improved significantly by now. First, there was the new mace he had purchased. It now had the perfect size and weight, feeling incredibly natural in his grip. Thanks to this powerful weapon, he could crush the skulls of the monsters much more quickly and effectively than when using his previous axe or double-headed hammer. Next was the half-plate armor, designed to be as sleek as a vest, which reduced the area he needed to cover with his shield, allowing him to unleash more frequent and ferocious attacks. Although the steel helmet might not protect him perfectly against bolts from a mechanical crossbow, it was more than enough to deflect the weak arrows fired from the decaying bows of the skeletons. Using his shield to swat away a stray arrow, he curled his lip in a provocative, scornful smirk. "Put a little more strength into it and try to hit me next time." Even though the youngsters were confident in their sweeping ability, Bjorn Jandel cast a quick glance to the side, silently acknowledging that while he was top tier at wiping out enemies, there was another beast-like fighter who was just as dominant. Anna. She was swinging her massive greatsword with gusting force, wiping out an entire pack of skeletons in the blink of an eye. Watching her fight so fiercely, he silently nodded in admiration. The Barbarian ancestral goddess is Viola, right? She really is amazing. Truth be told, Bjorn Jandel couldn't understand at first why she had to scream so loudly every time they engaged in battle. But after experiencing the breathless intensity of combat himself, he realized that yelling actually helped release pressure and made the fight much more satisfying. This feeling was completely different from the dull, tedious battles he had when he was with Win, leaving Bjorn Jandel exhilarated as he silently thought, "So, this is what it really feels like to be in a party full of true savages." The battle concluded triumphantly, with system notifications popping up repeatedly to congratulate him. "You have defeated an Elder Ghoul, received +1 EXP. Defeated Skeleton Warrior, received +1 EXP. Defeated Skeleton Archer, received +1 EXP. Anna glanced at her teammate's arm and urgently reminded him, "Ron, your arm is injured." He looked at the wound, which was smoking slightly, and calmly reassured her, "It'll heal soon. See, it's already closing up." Anna's eyes widened in excitement as she cheered, "Oh, it really healed. Is this the effect of that divine mark?" Bjorn Jandel nodded slightly in confirmation. "That's right." He silently reassessed the practical effect. The Tier 1 effect of the Immortal Mark was to enhance natural regeneration. It took only about a minute to heal wounds half a centimeter deep. On top of that, his stamina also recovered much faster, significantly increasing his endurance. It was true that getting the mark branded hurt like hell, but he had to admit, it was incredibly effective. After taking a few more steps, Bjorn Jandel leaned down, felt the ground, and commented, "The ground isn't damp anymore. The terrain has changed." Hearing the mournful wailing echoing in his ears, he gripped his weapon tighter and cautioned, "Furthermore, the ghoul's howling is getting louder. Get ready." Anna and Bjorn carefully observed their surroundings and warned, "A Tier 8 monster is about to appear." Anna suddenly jumped in alarm and asked, "What is that sound?" Bjorn gritted his teeth and replied, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Get into combat formation." Anna, a giant three-eyed monster, suddenly materialized before them, causing Bjorn to exclaim, "It's a Defen," he thought to himself in amazement. "I've heard that this species specializes in swallowing the dungeon's light, but I never imagined I wouldn't be able to see it until it was right on top of us, like this." Facing the monster's mouth filled with sharp fangs, he swallowed nervously, thinking it looked even more terrifying than he had imagined. Ron shouted loudly to command his teammate, "Aim straight for its head like I told you before. Attacking anywhere else is useless." Anna firmly hefted her sword and lunged forward. "Understood. I trust you." She leaped valiantly into the air, swinging her greatsword and aiming directly for the monster's head. The strike landed, but the recoil was so powerful that it deflected her attack. Meanwhile, he also quickly rushed in to assist. His thunder-striking mace slammed straight into the monster's thick hide, but it only created a dry, clattering sound, making Bjorn Jandel curse. "Damn it!" His hands trembled, going numb after the impact. Bjorn Jandel panicked, silently assessing, "It's too hard. It feels like I just smashed into a boulder." The monster roared in anger and swung its claw, smashing directly into his steel shield, forcing him to brace with all his might. He thought to himself, "Its strength is truly terrifying, but at least I managed to successfully draw all of its attention toward me." Taking advantage of the monster being busy dealing with Bjorn, Anna continued from above, swinging her massive sword to strike its head a second time. Another steely clang echoed out. Anna's eyes widened in astonishment as she let out, "What?" She was shocked to realize her sharp blade couldn't penetrate the opponent's defense at all. The monster's blood-red eyes suddenly flashed with a violent light. It swiped its arm, slapping her directly. The immense power from the blow caught Anna off guard, and she was sent flying backward. Her greatsword jammed deep into the dry earth, creating a long furrow. Struggling to get up and grabbing the hilt of her sword, she shouted anxiously to her teammate, "This monster is way too stubborn." Bjorn, while gritting his teeth to withstand the blows, narrowed his eyes and recalled his old knowledge. In the game, this Defen species was famous for having incredibly high defense, but I never thought it would be this ridiculously tough in real life. Anna's greatsword, even with all her strength, could only leave a small scratch on its head. What was worse, the wound healed itself in just 3 seconds. He shuddered, realizing this was the incredibly annoying passive skill. Body preservation of the Defen species. The evil beast threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, emitting a purple aura of killing intent that put immense pressure on them. Bjorn Jandel's expression changed instantly. He clicked his tongue. "Damn it," he asked, trembling. "What is that?" Bjorn Jandel gritted his teeth to explain as he witnessed countless decaying arms rising from the ground. "This is the Defen's active skill. It's summoning the ghouls with the Call of the Dead move. The demonic entity roared in triumph as a pack of aggressive ghouls began crawling out to surround them from all sides. Caught in a pincer attack swarming with monsters, Braun gripped his weapon tightly, sweat pouring down like rain as he thought, "This battle is really going to be extremely difficult." Dealing with the critical situation, Braun shouted, commanding his teammate, "Anna, focus on taking care of the ghouls first." As soon as he finished speaking, he bravely lunged straight toward the death fan to pin it down. "I'll keep the death fan busy." The beast's massive form swung its claws down with immense force, but Bjorn Jandel raised his steel shield just in time to hold it back steadily. Under the crushing pressure, he gritted his teeth, letting out a low, pained groan. But the very next second, Braun's eyes widened in shock as he saw the monster's next attack ripping through the air toward him. He scrambled continuously, blocking the monster's frantic clawing, sending sparks flying everywhere as the three-eyed creature attacked. Just then, she ran up from behind, shouting the good news. "I've wiped out all the ghouls." The bodies of the ghouls she had sliced in two began to dissolve into thin air, leaving behind only dark smoke. She was pumped, lifting her sword and rushing straight toward the death fan. "I'll give you a hand." Seizing the moment while the monster was busy attacking, she moved in from behind, raising her greatsword high to deliver the finishing blow. Her powerful strike slammed into the beast's neck, but once again, it just let out a dry, hollow screech. Seeing his comrade starting to lose heart, Braun immediately reminded her to stay focused. "Don't get distracted." At the same time, he remained perfectly calm, swinging his mace straight into its face with a massive blow. "You bastard!" Bjorn Jandel's earth-shattering strike finally paid off, sending the giant monster staggering and off balance. Black blood erupted from the wound on its face under the pressure of his spiked mace. Seeing that, he smirked triumphantly. That hit felt great. It definitely took some serious damage to bleed like that. Before he could even finish, the monster lashed out with its claws, whipping straight at him. Flung back a distance, Bjorn Jandel hurriedly forced himself up, checked his body, and let out a sigh of relief. "What the hell?" "Still, I'm all right." Drops of black blood from the beast's face splattered onto the parched ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Braun mused to himself that the power of that last hit would have been enough to send any ghoul to the graveyard in a heartbeat. But even more terrifying was the gash on the monster's head, which was already steaming and closing up. "It's regenerating again." Braun broke into a cold sweat, beginning to feel stuck. His attack speed wasn't fast enough to keep up with its recovery. "What do I do now? Should I just give up on killing this one and go hunt rank 9 monsters instead?" Suddenly, she lunged forward, hugging one of the giant monster's legs, making Bjorn Jandel shout in surprise. Anna gritted her teeth, straining every sinew and all the bulging muscles of a barbarian warrior to pull its leg with all her might. Seeing that reckless move, he immediately realized her plan. "Oh, she's trying to throw it off balance." Impressed by his comrade's quick thinking, Bjorn Jandel roared with excitement. "Good idea, Anna." He coordinated perfectly, rushing in to smash his mace into the monster's other leg. He shouted, "Let's take it down." Losing its balance, the death fan's massive body crashed to the ground, causing a minor tremor. Looking at the three-eyed monster struggling on the ground, he let out a sigh of relief. With a sly look on his face, he approached. Braun smirked, looking down at the helpless monster. "Looks like you can't get up on your own anymore, huh?" Braun's face lit up. He laughed heartily, feeling that the time was ripe. Seeing his comrade's cheerful expression, he recalled an old memory. "Man, this feeling is just like when I went on a field trip in elementary school and tried pounding rice cakes. Finally, I can make up for that psychological trauma back then, when the kid I was paired with just cried and wanted to go home." Excitedly, he swung his mace down. Bjorn Jandel shouted, "Feels good, right, Anna?" She swung her sword in rhythmic support. "I think so too." Bjorn Jandel wondered to himself, is this really the traditional hunting method of the barbarians? At the same time, the system notified him, "You have killed a death fan. Gained 2 EXP. As soon as the battle ended, Anna bent down to pick up a shimmering stone and cheered. "Bjorn Jandel, look at this. It's a massive magic stone." He glanced at it and calmly dropped a bombshell. "It's only worth about 100 stones. That made her gasp in shock. "What? A death fan that tough, and the crystal is only worth 100? Braun explained softly. "But if we count all the ghouls that came with it, we get 300 stones. Still, he sighed to himself, unable to deny that the price was dirt cheap, even though they had risked their lives to destroy that stone-hard thing. Stunned for a moment, she looked up, asking with greedy eyes, "Bjorn Jandel, how much was that cream bread we ate at the inn?" "It was like 300 stones, right?" After calculating, she broke into a radiant, satisfied smile. "So, Every time I kill a death fan, I get to enjoy a super delicious cream bread. He was speechless, looking at his comrade. Is that how you convert currency? Fired up with battle spirit for the sake of good food, Anna waved her hand and shouted, "This is not the time to rest. Let's hunt. Let's keep hunting." He watched her silently and muttered, pouring cold water on her enthusiasm. "Besides, we're splitting the money 8,020, so you're actually only getting 0.2 of a death fan." He smirked and walked after her. "All right, let's go," he thought to himself. Honestly, teaming up with a barbarian isn't half bad. That Wind Girl was just a bit too passive. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the elf Wind suddenly shuddered with goosebumps, pouted, and muttered, "Why do I suddenly feel so annoyed?" After that, the two of them continued to prowl the area to hunt for death fans. Whenever they encountered one, they would immediately coordinate to attack its legs to knock it down first. And just like that, they just had to keep pounding on its head like they were making rice cakes, and the monster would quickly meet its maker. He calculated that day, they had worked hard and killed about 70 death fans. Braun waved his hand to signal a stop. "That's enough for today." He mused on the game's mechanics. In the early stages of Dundestone, where the drop rate for essence was extremely low, most players had to build their playstyle based on whatever essence they were lucky enough to find. He watched the flickering fire and sighed, thinking, "That's why I'm aiming for the Death Fan's essence, the one that will combine perfectly with my immortality seal thanks to an incredibly useful passive skill. It's a shame I haven't found any yet. I really need to get an essence soon." By the second day, Death Fans started appearing in pairs. However, since the two of them had already mastered the secret to dealing with them, everything went quite smoothly and easily. He and Anna quickly coordinated to take one down first, then together, they finished off the other in an instant. Of course, if they couldn't take care of the Death Fans quickly, they would easily be surrounded by ghouls, which would be dangerous. So, he immediately shouted to urge his comrade, "Run! Hurry!" Of course, if they couldn't take care of the skeletons quickly, they would easily be surrounded and put in danger. So, he immediately shouted to urge his partner on, "We need to run, fast." Braun knows the habits of this species all too well. These Defen won't chase enemies outside their territory, so, if you just run for your life, you'll be safe. But starting this afternoon, the Defen stopped appearing in pairs and started showing up in groups of 3. Realizing the numbers were becoming unmanageable, he shook his head and thought, 3 at once is too much for the two of us. A wise warrior knows when to retreat. Let's find somewhere else. As the second day came to a close, they decided to stop hunting. Anna looked around a secluded corner and suggested excitedly, "How about here? Bjorn Jandel, I think it's quite cozy." He nodded in agreement, satisfied. "I think this place is good, too." But just as they were about to set up camp, both of them were startled by a strange sound coming from below. 3 human adventurers, who had been sitting listlessly on the ground, jumped up in shock, looking at the 2 hulking barbarians who had suddenly appeared with confusion and fear. Bjorn Jandel frowned in caution. More adventurers. "Hey, what are you?" Before they could finish, Anna cut them off with a snarling, hostile tone. "What are you staring at?" She hoisted her great sword onto her shoulder, radiating killing intent, and yelled, "If you don't have business here, get lost immediately." Seeing her terrifying expression and that massive sword, the 3 humans were scared white, shaking so hard they couldn't utter a word. The leader coughed awkwardly to clear the tension and scrambled away for dear life, stammering, "Sorry about that." Watching their retreating backs, Anna's expression darkened, turning cold and grave. She turned to her teammate and said in a low voice, "Braun, we have to move. They know our location now. We need to find another place to camp. Humans are not to be trusted." Walking beside her, Bjorn Jandel pondered silently. It seemed Anna had shown a dislike for humans last time too. I wonder what happened to her during the previous dungeon exploration. He watched his companion's lonely back and thought to himself, I guess I'll have to find a chance to ask her later. The two of them silently made their way through the dark, quiet forest as night fell. Anna sighed heavily as she looked around. I don't think we'll find a spot as good as the last one. He gently consoled her. We'll just find something decent enough. But then they heard a grotesque, eerie laugh echoing in their ears. A weak, raspy voice called out, "Help, help me." Bjorn Jandel froze, immediately on high alert. Both of them widened their eyes in shock, looking toward the source of the sound. Anna leaned close to his ear and whispered tensely, "Bjorn Jandel, this doesn't sound like someone attacked by a monster." He answered with a stern face, "I know, this is definitely human-on-human murder. Let's get out of here right now." Before they could sneak away, a cold voice emerged from the shadows. "Who's there?" Both of them froze instantly, holding their breath as they looked toward the faint silhouette standing by the flickering fire. Glancing at the ground, he was horrified to count 4 fresh corpses, carefully assessing the nature of the wounds. Bjorn Jandel shuddered, guessing there were no signs of monster attacks, only the remnants of a campfire and poison. He squinted at the slender figure standing among the debris. He assessed her silently. And this woman, too. From the tip of the sharp knife in her hand, droplets of fresh, bright red blood were still dripping onto the ground, cold and steady. The red-haired woman glanced at the two of them with contempt and said in a cold voice, "Are you rookies?" Locking eyes with her, he shuddered, realizing she was a pillager, someone who specialized in hunting down adventurers. Instead of scavenging for monster magic stones, they took the shortcut of mugging others for their gear to get rich quick. Of course, this kind of robbery was considered completely illegal in Ronia, and the punishment for breaking the law was nothing but a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But just like the fact that I wasn't investigated or questioned when I accidentally sent 6 other adventurers to their graves before, even though that incident was purely self-defense, it was clear that as long as no one said a word, no one outside the dungeon could ever know what happened inside. The red-haired woman walked closer at a leisurely pace and asked in a friendly tone, "Is this your first time seeing a pillager in the flesh?" She narrowed her eyes and stared at them with a look of distaste. "You barbarians?" Bjorn started sweating bullets. He assessed the situation as extremely concerning. "This is really bad. I've never seen a pillager with such a professional aura." She was at least 5'7", slender, with vibrant red hair flowing over her shoulders, and a cool-looking scar by her right ear, plus a stylish tattoo under her eye to top it off. With such distinctive features, if I've never heard of her, she must be an expert at covering her tracks in this high-risk profession. Simply put, she was the type of assassin who cleaned up the scene and never left a witness. He swallowed nervously and whispered, "I think she's very strong." Bjorn Jandel and his companion could only agree in silence. A quick count revealed 4 cold corpses lying scattered about. Judging by the high-quality gear and the presence of a mage, they must have been veteran adventurers who operated at least on the 5th floor or higher. 3 of them had no external wounds but had vomited violently before death, proving they were poisoned. The last one probably had high poison resistance, which is why they lasted a bit longer. Seeing this, Bjorn Jandel asked, "Are you with them?" "Who knows?" She smirked coldly and nonchalantly started looting the corpses. They probably thought the same when they were alive. Bjorn Jandel analyzed the situation bitterly. "She dares to turn her back on us to loot. In her eyes, the 2 of us must be small fry, not worth worrying about." And watching the victim's massive greatsword miraculously vanish into her tiny pouch that was surely an expensive spatial bag, meant only for the wealthy. He couldn't even imagine how many times stronger she was than the 2 of them. Just then, she turned to them and asked, "You barbarians," causing both of them to jump in shock. Bron's brain raced, looking for a way to survive. He realized the only way for the 2 of them to escape this life or death situation was, Anna was sweating, her hand gripped tight on her weapon, preparing for a fight to the death as she whispered to her partner, "Are we fighting?" "No way," Bjorn shouted in a panic. "Run. Give it everything you've got and run." They both took off, legs pumping for their lives without a single glance back. The red-haired predator just stood there, watching their backs with a sharp, calculating gaze. Though they had managed to put some distance between them to catch their breath, they had no idea when she might decide to pick up the pace and close the gap again. Bjorn kept glancing back over his shoulder, his heart pounding with anxiety. But luckily, Bjorn Jandel finally spotted the marks he had carved into the trees to track their path earlier. "If we follow these marks, we'll reach the safe portal on the 1st floor in no time." But the joy was short-lived. His eyes suddenly went wide, stunned by a new predicament right in front of them. Both of them skidded to a halt, burning the soles of their boots as they slammed into a strange group that had just appeared. It turned out to be 4 other human adventurers. The bald leader looked just as confused, asking, "Some barbarians? I know humans are the least trustworthy people in the world, but in a situation this dire, we don't have much of a choice." Bjorn immediately shouted for help. "We're being hunted by a predator from behind. Save us." The bald guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously and shot back. "And how do I know you guys aren't decoys for the bandits setting a trap, huh?" This made Bjorn Jandel roar with determined conviction. "I swear on the honor of a barbarian warrior, it's the absolute truth." The bald guy rubbed his chin in thought. If you say so." Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel smirked to himself, thinking, "A warrior's oath really is a universal life-saving buoy." The bald guy turned to consult his teammates and nodded in agreement. "But if we manage to take down that predator, all the loot will be ours." "All right." He waved his hand with a mysterious signal. "Excellent. Follow me this way first." I'll use the ability I have. Both of them were caught off guard and stunned. The bald guy crouched down and activated his magic. No one will find us if I use this. The golem's ability. This power helps synchronize the user and anyone within a 3-meter radius with the surrounding environment, creating an incredibly powerful stealth zone. The only downside is that you can't move, but in return, you can completely avoid unwanted confrontations. Seeing the cloaking light surround them, Bjorn Jandel breathed a sigh of relief. We're so lucky. Then, the bald guy turned back with a twisted grin. Lucky indeed. He grinned from ear to ear, revealing himself to be a cunning old fox. You two barbarians walked right into our trap, handing over your lives and your goods. Suddenly, the system flashed a bright red warning. Character hit by suppression effect. Both of them stared in shock, terrified. The bald guy mocked them gleefully. Surprised you can't even twitch a finger, are you? You little? Oh, right. I forgot you can't even open your mouths to answer now, can you? Ha ha ha. Bjorn cursed internally. Damn it. We've been had. These jerks are bandits too. He analyzed the game mechanic. The suppression effect was an active skill of a stone golem, something only an adventurer at this level would have. I need to take damage, even just 1 point, to be able to move again. One of the accomplices started looting them, marveling with interest. These two have actually made a decent haul over the past 2 days. The guy next to him chimed in greedily. And now, it all belongs to us. Another guy lifted Anna's chin and clicked his tongue with regret. What a shame. It was hard enough to catch a girl, but she had to be a barbarian? The bald guy gave a sleazy laugh and brushed it off. That's even better, isn't it? Don't you know how much the hearts of barbarians go for on the black market? Seeing their hungry eyes, Bjorn Jandel felt disgusted. I can feel the filth of these bastards' desires with my whole body. The one holding the knife stepped closer, sticking his face in to mock them. Look at that. How scary. Glaring at me like that is useless. You can't break free from this ability just by giving me dirty looks. The bald guy coldly ordered, finish them off in one shot so it doesn't get complicated. The guy with the knife smirked confidently. Psh, don't worry. Have I ever messed up a job? Seeing the sharp blade slowly approaching his neck, Bjorn Jandel felt a wave of fear. Am I really going to die such a pathetic death in this hole? He swung his knife, sporting a mocking grin. Goodbye, barbarian. Bjorn Jandel made a desperate gamble. No, if I just, he calculated, I need to take just 1 point of damage. The sharp blade sank straight into his shoulder, sending blood splattering everywhere. Having received damage to break the status effect, he roared with excitement. Now I can move. The assassin's eyes widened in horror. Bjorn Jandel felt triumphant with his quick thinking. I tilted my head back before he could stab deep to avoid a fatal hit to a vital spot. The plan worked perfectly. He threw a massive punch that sent the guy flying. What the hell is this? What is this monster? The powerful, lightning-fast punch blew the enemy away in an instant. The rest of the bandits were left wide-mouthed and terrified at the sight. Then the bald guy screamed, furious. Take that bastard out for me. Blood was streaming from Bjorn's shoulder onto the ground. Ignoring the wound, he immediately yelled for his teammate. Anna! Anna's murderous aura exploded the moment she broke free from the immobilization. Her eyes were burning with rage. Seeing her back in berserker mode, Bjorn Jandel breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside. I'll leave the rest to you. He collapsed to his knees, calling her name weakly. Anna shuddered as she gripped her giant sword tightly, her killing intent flaring up as she prepared for the slaughter. She swung her sword, a storm of steel tearing through the air, heading straight for the enemy. Her muscular legs glided across the ground like an arrow released from a bow. With cold, bloodshot eyes, she raised her greatsword and brought it down directly on the bald guy's head, leaving him only enough time to choke out a sound. Wait the clean. Swift strike sent the bald guy to the afterlife in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. Anna spun around expertly, preparing for the next target. Seeing their leader die so miserably in a split second, the accomplice was terrified and ran for his life. Ha! Anna clicked her tongue in disdain. The coward was wheezing for air as he ran, but the moment she turned back, she widened her eyes in horror and screamed. What? Bjorn, you're losing so much blood, don't die on me. Bjorn gasped and whispered, give me the medicine, but the blockhead girl just kept wailing miserably. Bjorn Jandel is going to die. I'll avenge you, she cried, making him grimace as he forced out the final word. Health potion. At the same time, the system notified him. Achievement unlocked. Permanently increased spirit by 3 points when HP is below 0.1%. Looking at the empty potion bottle rolling on the ground, Bjorn Jandel sighed softly. She was fumbling to bandage his wound while muttering, This is definitely going to leave a scar, Bjorn Jandel whispered to himself. Luckily, he'd bought an immortality charm when he had the money. Otherwise, he would have been done for. Anna suddenly beamed and slapped his back hard. Great job. Bjorn, you've got to be the only savage who owns such a badass scar right on his neck. He was speechless, wondering if she actually considered this near-death scar a badge of honor. He thought to himself that no other savage had probably been skewered through the neck and still lived to tell the tale, even if they had muscles as hard as steel. Anna urged him on. If you've finished gathering your gear, let's go chase that guy from earlier. He definitely couldn't have gone far. As soon as they caught up, Anna grabbed the runaway by the scruff of his neck, making him scream in terror. Don't kill me. Bjorn calmly stepped forward to stop her. Anna, let him go. We need his stealth ability to hide from that red-haired woman. But before they could finish negotiating, a dart flew from nowhere and struck the bald man in the head, killing him instantly. Both of them stood in shock, staring at the corpse with wide eyes. Poison darts? From the shadows, the red-haired woman stepped out gracefully with a wicked smile. Greetings, you savages. Your little battle just now was actually quite impressive. Bjorn broke into a cold sweat. Had she been watching them the whole time? Realizing their path was blocked, he immediately shouted to his partner, Anna. The savage girl turned to him with fiery eyes, teeth gritted in determination. If we can't run, then both of them lunged forward to attack the mysterious red-haired woman. Anna let out a fierce roar, ready to fight to the death. She swung her massive greatsword in a powerful downward strike, while Bjorn swung his spiked mace in perfect coordination, aiming to crush their opponent in one blow. However, the red-haired woman glided aside with incredible grace, turning their powerful attack into nothing but a swing at thin air. She closed the distance in a flash, countering with a knife strike that scraped past his shield. The violent impact created bright sparks in the gloomy night. Seeing her cold expression, Bjorn was terrified. She's too strong. Just how many essence crystals does she have? Seeing their strategy broken, he calculated that if he couldn't pin her down, his only choice was to overwhelm her with raw force. He roared, throwing his hulking frame directly at her. I'll hold her. Putting all his might into pinning the red-haired woman down, he shouted to give his partner an opening. But the very next moment, his eyes widened in confusion as he felt something was wrong. He suddenly collapsed to his knees in shock. Huh? His entire body went limp, drained of all strength. He panicked, wondering, did she pierce through my armor and strike my spine with just a single dagger? How the hell? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could she be an aura user? If so, they had absolutely no chance of winning. Before he could finish the thought, Anna lunged forward, swinging her greatsword for a lethal strike to save him. But the red-haired woman was a step faster. A sharp streak of her blade tore through the girl's defenses. Anna froze as blood sprayed from her mouth, followed by a pathetic, coughing wheeze. Watching his partner collapse into a pool of blood, Bjorn Jandel gritted his teeth, growling in helpless rage. Damn it, the red-haired woman spoke calmly, delivering the final blow. Surrender. The basilisk's paralyzing poison has already spread throughout your body. He gasped for air, his mind racing. She was completely superior in strength, speed, everything. Damn it. Are we really going to die in a place like this? Watching her slowly pull out her dagger, he could only groan helplessly. But unexpectedly, she stopped and made an unbelievable offer. If you swear not to breathe a word to anyone about what you've seen and heard today, I will spare your lives. He asked, stunned. What did you say? He was still in shock. What? She shrugged, explaining. That was my intention from the start. I'm not exactly keen on killing you savages anyway. She turned away, muttering cryptically. Because I owe your savage tribe a favor. It suddenly clicked. That was why she just stood there watching when those bandits attacked them earlier. If they had finished them off back then, she wouldn't have had to get her own hands dirty. Anna, lying on the ground, struggling to breathe, gasped out. Bjorn Jandel, don't believe her. The savage girl gritted her teeth, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, refusing to back down. She's just toying with us. Bjorn looked his opponent straight in the eye and demanded, And what if I refuse this offer? The woman replied coldly. Then I'll send you both to the afterlife. That's a promise. He frowned, puzzled. A promise? A promise to who? She shot him a sharp glare, cutting him off. That's none of your business. He sighed and agreed. All right. He knelt down, performing a formal vow. I swear on the honor of a true warrior. Seeing his overly serious posture, she could only scratch her head in annoyance. You really are a weird one. She casually poured an antidote potion directly onto his shoulder wound. Then, she turned to look at Anna, who was sprawled on the ground, and asked, What about that savage girl? What are you going to do? Anna stubbornly refused. I refuse. The red-haired woman responded with indifference. She casually raised her dagger, preparing to kill her. Then, I have no other choice. Farewell. Seeing the cold look in her eyes, Bjorn panicked. This isn't good. At this rate, Anna is really going to die. He shouted at the top of his lungs, urging his partner, just swear it, Anna. The girl turned to him, looking completely confused. Bjorn Jandel. She hesitated, but remembering the lost caste. Warrior's honor. He roared, cutting her off. You said you'd listen to everything I say. Trust me, Anna. Forget your stupid pride. What's the point of keeping your pride when you're about to kick the bucket? The savage girl was silenced, bowing her head in thought as he berated her. Finally, she relented and muttered, Fine, I swear. As they retrieved their weapons, the red-haired woman suddenly asked, Hey, let me ask you one thing. Watching Anna chug the potion, he looked up to hear her question. What floor are you on? She fell silent for a few seconds before answering calmly. She said it as if it were nothing and turned to leave. The 8th floor. He was utterly shocked. The 8th floor? If she was really an explorer from the 8th floor, then the fact that they were still alive was entirely thanks to the promise she mentioned earlier. Watching her back fade into the distance, he gritted his teeth, swearing to himself. Next time we meet, it's going to be different, you thief. Shortly after, both of them entered the crystal cave on the 1st floor. As soon as she stepped through the teleportation gate, Anna tripped and fell flat on her face. Bjorn walked over and asked caringly, Anna, are you okay? She couldn't speak for a moment, then whimpered, It hurts so much. Anna clutched her injury, thinking, but as someone who isn't a true warrior, I don't even deserve to complain about my own pain. Seeing this, he became thoughtful and worried. This is worse than I thought. Is having to beg for mercy and swear an oath of honor really that shameful? Bjorn Jandel comforted his partner, Anna. The warrior who survives until the end is the strongest one. That's how we'll have a chance to get our revenge next time. She looked up and replied bluntly, You're talking too much. I don't understand. She hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, But I think I understand what you mean. Anna nodded confidently. Having to endure this humiliation along with the urge to end my own life, I guess that proves I'm a resilient warrior just like you. He didn't know what to say. Bjorn broke into a cold sweat, thinking, Wait, I didn't mean any of that deep philosophy, since I'm not a real barbarian. Anna clenched her fists with determination. I believe that one day, we will succeed in our revenge. Self-correction. Following the prompt instructions for consistent naming and gender, he leaned against the cliff wall, exhausted and calculated. We've been awake for 20 hours straight, going through so many terrifying incidents that our minds are completely drained. Yet, I still can't fall asleep. Bjorn rubbed his chin, telling himself, Even though my mood isn't that bad, the feeling right now is still terrible. Looking to the side, Anna had fallen into a deep sleep long ago. He silently recalled the past. This feeling of humiliation was just like the time he was saved by that blonde girl and her arrogant party of adventurers. The image of the swordsman standing from above, looking down and offering Bjorn Jandel a chance at survival, appeared clearly in his mind. When the female priest flatly refused to heal him, the swordsman threw him a health potion with a look of pity and regret. At that time, Bjorn had to crawl on the ground to grab that bottle, just like a stray dog. Although he was happy to keep his life, he could never forget the crushing humiliation of that day. He swore to himself that he would never let himself fall into such a pathetic situation again. What was the problem after all? Clearly, in every situation, I always make the most optimal choices possible. In other words, I was too focused on the immediate benefits at the time. But in that situation, what else could I have done? The moment I opened my eyes and transmigrated into this world, the first thing that hit my eyes was an adventurer being beheaded in public. And after that, a series of insane events far beyond the real world kept coming. So, I had no choice but to prioritize my own safety above all else. But just living this weary, stagnant life like this is no good. He squinted, making a firm decision. All right, time to change the plan. Bjorn shook her gently to wake her up. Anna, he said seriously, if I told you there was a way to help you become stronger, but it came with extreme danger, would you do it? She agreed immediately without hesitation. Of course I will. Anyway, if we don't get stronger, sooner or later, we'll all die. This life is full of unexpected chaos, regardless of which path you choose. She gave a bright smile. So it's best if we take the initiative and attack first. Bjorn nodded in satisfaction. All right, Anna, then next we will enter. He roared powerfully. Into the rift. We will proactively hunt down the chaos. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. The system displayed a notification. Defeated Glom and Razormane Wolf. Received experience points. Bjorn Jandel assessed the situation quietly. 4 types of monsters appearing at once? I didn't expect such a hellish place to exist on the first floor. Anna replied lethargically. That's why this area is so empty. The difficulty spikes. All 4 types of monsters like to come out at the same time. Not to mention the dark, gloomy space, which forces the 2 of us to carry dim torches to find our way. There's no reason for adventurers to come to this corner, unless they want to take a shortcut to save time. He smirked triumphantly. But that also means this is a perfect place to hide treasure. Anna suddenly stopped and pointed to a strange stone tablet. Bjorn Jandel, what is this? As they approached, Bjorn pointed to the stone tablet and said, "This is a memorial for the first person who discovered this maze." The ancient inscription on the tablet read, "The last sage, Deflin Grondel Gabrielius." And to honor his great first steps, he pondered, it's exactly like the quote in the game. That means the hidden conditions are likely the same, Bjorn said sternly. Anna, I'm about to open a rift, but everything that happens from this point on is a secret. She nodded decisively. I swear on the honor of a warrior. She looked confused and pouted. But what is a rift? He was silent after hearing that. It's a maze located inside another maze. In the game, it's called an instance dungeon. It's a dungeon conquered by designated members. Bjorn secretly listed the requirements to activate the first floor rift. You have to place magic stones from 4 types of monsters onto the memorial stone, including magic stones from goblins, Lomji, and razormane wolves. Finally, a magic stone from a dead fen, combined with a magic stone from a level 8 monster from the 2nd floor. The spatial rift will open. Once finished, he shouted, "Let's go!" Anna, the dead fen magic stone will open an independent instance dungeon with a maximum capacity of 5 people. The difficulty of this independent dungeon depends on the party members. Now, who's next? The system displayed that the character had entered the first floor rift. Rifts are essentially labyrinths within labyrinths. In the game, they are called independent dungeons. It's a new realm that opens randomly on each floor, and there's always a cooldown period for these rifts. Bjorn knew that for the first floor rift to reopen naturally, it would take at least 3 months of city time, but waiting patiently for a rift to open on its own was incredibly inefficient. So, people began finding ways to force the rifts to open. There are 4 rifts on the first floor, and the one he and his teammates just entered is a dungeon called the Blood-Stained Castle. The sky was blood red, as if the world were coming to an end, with crows circling above us as we headed toward a dark castle. Anna shivered in awe. It's so huge. Bjorn Jandel silently reminded himself that from the moment he used the Dead Fen magic stone, he was certain this blood-stained castle map would open. He assessed the situation. Even so, seeing it with his own eyes in reality was still overwhelming. The good news is that on the first floor, the rifts all have, no matter how hard they are. Bjorn pondered. Now what mattered was who would appear next. The members joining the raid in this place with us would be automatically selected by the system. Anna suddenly jumped and called out, "Bjorn, someone else is coming." A strange foot started poking out from the glowing red spatial rift. He and his teammates held their breath, watching with one single question in mind. Who could that be? In another corner of the first floor crystal cave, the short-haired sister was scolding someone. "Win, you're using your spirit again without asking," Win replied in a small voice. Win muttered sadly, "It's just way too hard with only a dagger." The sister said sternly, "I told you that you need to be able to defend yourself when you don't have a bow or a spirit by your side." Win tried to explain, "But that guy told me that focusing on what I can do best is what I should be doing. And an adventurer's duty is to trust their teammates and fulfill their role as best as they possibly can." Hearing the mention of Bjorn Jandel, the sister gripped her shoulder warningly. "He's right, but this world isn't that kind, you know." The sister continued to warn her. "Teammates are just teammates in the end. Don't place too much value or trust in them." She lowered her eyes and replied, "Yes, ma'am." But deep down, Win silently argued, "But he's not a bad person at all." She quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, can't we go to the 2nd floor now? I bet that guy is making a ton of money up there right now." The short-haired sister sneered and explained, "You can't climb floors quickly by just hunting a little bit on the 2nd floor. That's why we're preparing to enter a spatial rift." Win's eyes widened in shock. "What? I thought you had to be incredibly lucky to even get into one." The sister nodded. "That's right, there are quite a few seasoned adventurers who are so unlucky they've never even stepped foot in one." She analyzed further, "But the last time it opened was 8 months ago. And the maximum cycle for a rift is only 8 months, so the rift on the first floor will definitely open again soon." Win sadly thought, "So that's how it is, yet that guy didn't say a word to me about it." The sister crossed her arms and judged, "That's only natural. After all, that guy Bjorn Jandel is just a total rookie at the end of the day. He's probably climbing the tower in the most inefficient way possible. She wore a smile full of complacency and contempt. She put an arm around her and comforted her. Win, trust me, in just a year, you'll be so overwhelmingly strong that even Bjorn Jandel won't be able to carry your shoes. Suddenly, both were startled. What is this noise? The space around them suddenly cracked violently, making Win scream. The rift is appearing! The sister panicked and urged, Run, Win! She hurriedly replied. Yes, ma'am. Both elf women bolted at full speed toward the glowing red spatial gate. Win used all her might to jump into the mystical vortex before her. However, the eerie light suddenly vanished the moment they touched it. The spatial gate slammed shut, making the sister standing outside click her tongue in regret. Ch! Were we too late? Back in the blood-stained castle, with Anna watching, holding her breath. The first member to join our group is, before he could even steady himself, he saw a short dwarf running out and laughing loudly. You guys finally made it in. In front of Bjorn now was a dwarf laughing mockingly. You Bjorn Jandel folks aren't bad at all. Seeing a pair of beautiful feet slowly stepping out, Bjorn Jandel muttered nervously. Then the second person to appear was a pretty blonde mage, who walked leisurely while leaning on her staff and remarked, I was wondering where we'd end up. So, it's the blood-stained castle. He widened his eyes, secretly exclaiming in surprise. A mage? Looking at this bizarre team composition, he broke into a cold sweat. Strange. Are there still mages wandering around on the first floor? Our team isn't bad at all. I didn't expect to be grouped with a mage in this middle-of-nowhere place. Anna poked his arm and whispered excitedly, No way, this is truly awesome. Bjorn Jandel, a high-class mage, right? Isn't the old librarian a mage too? He said seriously to enlighten her. The old librarian is a 9th-tier mage. Mages are a resource, extremely important to the city, so only those with verified skills are allowed to set foot in the dungeon, Bjorn concluded. In other words, her appearance here meant she was good enough to prove her worth. Overhearing this, the mage smiled charmingly and praised him. You're quite knowledgeable for the average person among you, Bjorn Jandel folks. She put her hands on her hips and confidently introduced herself. Let me introduce myself. I am a 6th-tier mage. My name is Arua Anlua Raven. Bjorn gritted his teeth, judging her. She seems a bit arrogant, but come to think of it, all the mages in the game were hopeless jerks. So, compared to them, she's still like a saint. Raven tilted her chin toward the man standing next to her. And this guy standing here is a professional porter I paid for out of my own pocket. The man immediately bowed respectfully. I am Tajin. The dwarf reached out his hand to shake. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Hikarod Murat. I've been working as an adventurer for 3 years now. Bjorn glanced over and nodded silently. No wonder his gear is so high quality. He also shook hands firmly and declared clearly, I am the son of Jandel, Bjorn Jandel. The Bjorn Jandel girl next to him also enthusiastically chimed in. And I am the second daughter of Anna. Anna greeted them with a wild flare. Finally, Bjorn Jandel narrowed his eyes, silently assessing the situation. Breaking the silence, the dwarf turned to ask the female mage, But hey, you guys don't have any reason to be slaving away here on the first floor. How the heck did you guys even get in here? Raven shrugged and replied vaguely, I can't tell you the details, but I heard rumors that a rift was about to open around this time. Murat nodded in agreement. Me too. Bjorn Jandel listened and thought sarcastically. So they're hiding the method of forced entry. I guess this is the art of burning the bridge after crossing the river. The female mage began to delegate power. Then, the loot will be split equally among us, except for Tajin. But are all of you going to obediently follow my lead? Murat patted his chest and assured her, For sure. Following the mage's orders is basic knowledge when exploring a dungeon. Arua Anlua Raven smiled brightly. Great. I really appreciate that. Bjorn was also quick-witted and thought to himself, Once there's a mage in the party, I have no choice but to listen to her. Because the very person who stood up to convince the royal family that the evil spirits needed to be purged was also a mage. Thinking this, he cleared his throat. I agree. But before the words could leave her mouth, Anna puffed out her chest and shouted, I don't agree. He jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. She stammered, raising her voice to argue. She raised her fist and declared loudly, I want Bjorn to lead us. Bjorn panicked and hurriedly tried to stop her. What the hell are you talking about? But she shouted back, full of pride. He is a wiser warrior than anyone else. Bjorn is not just an ordinary magi. He grimaced in helpless desperation. Please, shut your damn mouth. She still didn't let up and continued to expose him. He even reads books for 6 hours a day. Raven covered her mouth and giggled. A magi who reads books? He's definitely a rare find. Murat sweated, trying to mediate. But we already made a deal, didn't we? Her fanaticism flared up. Anna glared and roared like a lion. He is not a rare find. He is truly great. She waved her hand and pointed straight at his face as if standing on a podium. A truly great warrior. His name is Bjorn Jandel. Drenched in a bucket of boiling water by her excessive praising, the dwarf was scared pale. The female mage was speechless, looking at them like they were aliens. Meanwhile, Bjorn could only hold his face, so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, please, just tone it down for me." Seeing the situation getting tense, the dwarf laughed it off to ease the awkwardness. To be so revered by your wife, that really is a great blessing. I'm so jealous of you, buddy. Bjorn Jandel. Huh. Upon hearing that, Anna blushed bright red, bristling like a hedgehog. Wife? Who is his wife? Raven chimed in, teasing. Oh, come on. You don't have to be so shy. Anna got angry and snapped. I told you, that's not it. Seeing this circus getting a bit noisy, the porter had to intervene. Everyone, let's put this aside and get moving. He exhaled, wiping away his cold sweat. Thank goodness they finally changed the subject. It seemed she wasn't bored enough to be curious anymore. She kept muttering about how they needed to split up to investigate different areas. I just prayed she would keep ignoring me like this until the dungeon ended. That would be even better. Seeing the group start to move, Murat asked in a panic, Wait, we're just heading out like this? We only just learned a few names and roles, didn't we? Shouldn't we introduce each other's skills? Raven immediately poured cold water on that. Is that really necessary? She arrogantly tossed her hair, looking down on them. The weak monsters in this blood-stained castle are all rank 7 or lower anyway, so I think just myself and this guy, Tajin, are more than enough to wipe them out. Hearing this, Bjorn Jandel, Anna, and Murat were speechless, eyes wide at her arrogance. Ah, the mage nonchalantly added, and I will take all the loot from the Guardian. I need it for my research. Bjorn noticed conflict beginning to erupt as Murat roared in anger, trembling. You want to hog all the loot from the Guardian? Conflicts like this were a daily occurrence in the dungeons. The dwarf gritted his teeth, glaring at her. Do I look like an idiot to you? You arrogant mage. He understood perfectly that 100% of conflicts in dungeons started for one single reason. Money. Bjorn observed silently, thinking that the loot from the Guardian is the absolute essence of the entire rift. To a mage with solid finances, research is their top priority. But the most important thing for an ordinary adventurer is always money. Seeing the tension rising, Raven hurriedly tried to appease them. But I will let you have all the magic stones collected from this rift. He shook his head in annoyance. She had just directly insulted the team's sense of financial dignity. Murat shouted at her face. Do you mean we are only allowed to take your leftovers? I absolutely will not agree to that, Raven stammered, trying to justify herself. Isn't this a fair division? It's not even certain what loot the Guardian will drop anyway. Bjorn noticed she looked genuinely stunned. She definitely hadn't anticipated such a harsh reaction from everyone. He wondered to himself, is she really that naive? After a moment of thought, Raven finally conceded. Fine, I will give you the equipment, but in return, I must have the Guardian's essence. Murat nodded in agreement. All right, then the two of us will fairly roll dice to divide the rift stone. Bjorn laughed sarcastically, thinking, oh, they're deciding it themselves? They completely brushed the two of them out of the loot distribution conversation entirely. He suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path, and interrupted their selfish negotiation with a serious voice. Wait, I can't return empty-handed, without any share for myself. Bjorn nonchalantly stated his demand. I don't care about that essence or that pile of gear, but we are taking the rift stone. That level of firmness was probably enough to negotiate. Raven narrowed her eyes in contempt. You are truly greedy beyond measure. Do you think this team really needs 2 useless barbarians like you guys? Murat also waved his hand in agreement. Asking for rift stones is way too much, my barbarian friend. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, this is a disaster. And all this time, she had been acting like such a decent person. Bjorn shrugged slightly, telling himself he was just testing them a little. He quickly lowered his tone. All right, then we'll give up on taking the rift stones. In exchange, give us 2 other common essence shards instead. As long as they aren't the Guardian type. He calmly faced the suspicious, probing gazes of both of them. Hearing a much less greedy condition, Raven changed her attitude as quickly as flipping a pancake and beamed. All right, that deal works for me. Murat also nodded in agreement. I'm in favor. He calculated internally, figuring this was all they could squeeze out of them. After all, given their level, there were no essence shards here worth getting excited about. Raven smiled and asked Han, so we have a deal then? The dwarf nodded. Just remember to keep your promise. They immediately turned back, putting on friendly masks as if the heated argument from a moment ago had never happened. The porter urged, "All right, shall we set off right now?" Murat shouldered his hammer, laughing excitedly. "Spot on. My body is itching to throw some punches." Bjorn Jandel could only remain silent and shudder, thinking to himself, what a bunch of terrifying adventurers. Looking at their fake faces, he once again realized the cruel reality. Today, I learned yet another painful lesson that I must quickly become stronger if I want to survive in this world. Bjorn clenched his fists in determination. Despite these scumbags who kick away the bridge after crossing it, he would definitely climb to the top at any cost. The system immediately displayed a notification. The character has entered the bloodied castle. The system displayed the dungeon information. The Crimson Castle was divided into 4 sections. The first section is the suspension bridge right at the entrance of the castle. The next section is the battle to defend the outer castle wall. The third section is the dungeon located deep beneath the inner castle wall. And the final section is the Devil's Shrine, located deep within the Lord's secret chamber. Approaching the main gate, Raven pointed to introduce, "Those are the gargoyles guarding the door." The group of 5 carefully stepped up the gloomy, dust-covered stone stairs. Those are rank 8 gargoyle monsters. Their characteristic feature is that they usually stand motionless, like mindless stone statues. But the moment an enemy falls into their line of sight, Bjorn Jandel immediately raised his shield in high alert. They would instantly launch a swift, preemptive strike. That is also the reason why this type of gatekeeper monster is extremely annoying and troublesome to deal with. He winced in pain as he took a surprise hit. Their overpowered ability is the power to petrify opponents. As the petrification curse finished, Bron's body began to crack and harden terrifyingly. In that critical moment, his teammates shouted in a panic. If one person takes the hit and suffers that ability, the others have the duty to destroy the monster, to break the curse. That is usually how it goes. But Bjorn Jandel, hold on. The mage Raven wore a confident smile. But things will be completely different when there is a mage on the team. She immediately waved her staff, chanting a masterful spell. As the magic touched him, Bjorn immediately felt relief. The spell broke the curse, stripping away their most overpowered trump card. The gargoyle was now just an empty shell, a gargoyle that couldn't petrify its opponent. And its end? It was nothing special at all. The dwarf Murat also frantically rushed in to scavenge. He dealt a thunderous hammer blow to the unfortunate monster's head without a shred of mercy. A crisp cracking sound echoed from its stone body. Crack! Murat seized the opportunity and added a powerful finishing blow to completely end the monster. The system coldly displayed a victory notification along with a measly reward. You have defeated a gargoyle. Received 1 experience point. Experience sparks shimmered lightly, covering the whole group like a consolation prize. Murat wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, you guys aren't half bad. The barbarian warrior girl standing next to him silently marveled. The dwarven race is truly as skillful as I thought. The way he simply crushes everything looks just like a real man. Suddenly, something crimson floated in midair, making everyone surprised. The porter trembled, pointing and shouting, "Bron, look, a regression stone." Raven smiled smugly, explaining as she quickly collected the loot. "That is the regression stone retrieval magic. I will keep these stones for now, and occasionally give them back to you later." "Oh, that's wonderful. Haha. Then let's keep moving." A loud explosion echoed, collapsing the dark path ahead of the castle. The group silently stepped over the ruins to push deeper into the main hall. It was so dark you couldn't see your own hand in front of you, making Murat grumble. "It's too dark. Looks like we need some light." "Oh, in that case, the beautiful mage gets a chance to show off her light magic." As the light burst forth, a horrifying sight hit their eyes. It was a bunch of slimy, incredibly annoying monsters. Corpses, a type of unranked monster that doesn't even drop regression stones, and naturally has no experience points. Unless they drop essence, their carcasses don't even disappear. Raven looked disdainful, deciding to save her energy. Their attacks are so pathetic, they only know how to bite. So, I'll save my mana. Makes sense. Wasting mana on a bunch of corpses is a real waste. Ha ha ha. The rotting, slime-covered monsters dragged their heavy steps, crowding the team. They opened their slimy, drooling mouths, howling in unison throughout the hallway. Immediately, Anna Penellan drew her sword and bravely rushed to the front. This will be quick. Hup. A smooth sword strike tore through the darkness, splattering the black blood of the corpses. The barbarian warrior girl dashed about, cutting the enemies in two in a heartbeat. On the other side of the battle, the dwarf Murat also swung his hammer with a loud thump, smashing their bones to pieces. Bron roared as he finished off the last of the small fry. "It's over. The rhythmic coordination of the warriors quickly extinguished the last flickering embers of the monsters. Just as he intended to loot the battlefield, Braun spotted a strange object shining under the rubble. The system immediately identified the loot. It was the horn of a corpse commander. Anna Pinelin and Murat curiously gathered to look at the massive treasure. A horn? It's huge? How do you use this? You will find out soon enough. Ha ha ha. Taking a few more steps, the group was blocked again by a solid barrier. This time it was a steel gate. My hammer probably wouldn't even leave a dent. Leave it to me. Raven the mage stepped forward proudly, chanting a spell. A kender. A massive wave of fire erupted, blasting the sturdy iron gate into 100 pieces. The heat and dust from the explosion forced the whole group to cover their faces to protect themselves. As the dust cleared, Bjorn Jandel could only stare in shock at the scene before him. Behind the ruined gate, the mage Raven stood tall, looking like a goddess who had just saved the world. She brushed her hair back and smiled triumphantly. Heh, let's go. Mages are honestly so broken in this game. The team turned their eyes to the next challenge as a notification appeared. The first part, the suspension bridge at the castle entrance. Looking down at the abyss, Raven clicked her tongue, assessing the situation. I knew it. The bridge has already been cut right in front of the castle gate. She turned to the fierce warrior and ordered, Anna Pinelin, blow the horn now. Understood. Anna Pinelin took a deep breath and blew with all her might. As the sound of the horn rang out, the system immediately announced that the dormant water magic circle had been awakened. The ground beneath them began to shake violently, making the barbarian girl panic. What is this? From above, a loud rumbling sound signaled that the bridge was descending. Anna Pinelin turned pale. She hadn't expected the horn to have such a harsh side effect. Beneath their feet, the bottomless abyss shifted strangely, as blood began to rise from below. The porter was so scared he started stuttering, while the system added even more haunting information. Wait, there's something in the water. With the filthy red color of blood and the crimson sky, there was always a reason this place was called the Crimson Castle. Raven laughed at her teammates' cowardice, teasing them. They're just corpses, so don't freak out. Who's freaking out? The system continued to update the mission with a minimalist text. The objective for this part was simple, but the content behind it was anything but. Survive until the suspension bridge is fully lowered. This part had a certain level of difficulty, as you had to face endless waves of zombies. However, Raven smirked with satisfaction, treating the monsters like weeds. That's only for a normal team. I already anticipated this and prepared my magic. She spread her arms wide and called out to her team clearly. Everyone, get close to me. The difficulty drops significantly when you have a mage who knows area of effect spells. Her staff glowed brightly as she chanted a powerful incantation. White dew. A wave of emerald light surged forth, forming an absolute shield to protect the group. The magical wind swept through like a high-powered vacuum cleaner, blowing away all the zombies nearby. Murat, standing beside her, didn't hold back his praise, while Bjorn Jandel stood tall, feeling proud. Truly amazing. They're just zombies, after all. Bjorn watched silently, sweat dripping down his face as he marveled at her strength. I knew she was talented, but I didn't think the gap in our skill levels was this huge. Raven shrugged, exhaling with a relaxed look. Now, we just have to wait for the bridge to come down, right? Who would have thought we'd clear this stage so leisurely with time to spare? The massive gate finally collapsed, forming a solid path connecting the two sides. Waving for the team, Raven stepped forward decisively. Let's enter the castle. And so, the first part of the Crimson Castle ended. Crossing the suspension bridge, Bjorn Jandel moved silently under his heavy armor. This stage experience was ridiculously easy for him. A new map opened up before the group. We easily crossed the bridge and entered the outer city. The outer city surrounds the main castle. Normally, we would have had to face countless enemies here, but with this carry of a mage, everything was resolved with a single swing of her staff. Luis Tadiris. The battle intensified as a wave of blue magic swept across the battlefield. Bjorn frowned to himself. This time, she couldn't wipe them all out instantly like before. But this is still way too powerful. With just one spell, she wiped out 90% of the monsters. However, the largest monster still stood there roaring. The death demon remained completely unscathed. It truly lived up to its reputation as a monster with super regeneration. Seeing this, Raven stepped back and assigned tasks. Well then, I'll leave the rest of the monsters to you guys, Bjorn shouted to his teammate. Anna Pinelin, the barbarian warrior immediately responded and darted forward. Clear! Both of them lunged to engage the giant monster decisively. Their coordination created a storm of attacks. The dual barbarian charge. Murat stood by, sweating as he asked Han, Do you guys always hunt like this? Hearing that, the porter whispered tremblingly, "They seem to really enjoy it." Raven raised her royal staff again and chanted, Lavios Chenton. A streak of purple lightning flashed through the air, enveloping the poor demon's entire body. This spell was its natural enemy, a spell that made wounds worse. The death demon's strength was its passive ability to regenerate and maintain its body. The golden opportunity had arrived. Once that passive skill was locked down, Bjorn Jandel slammed his shield straight into its face. A death demon was nothing more than a moving piece of meat. A red glow flowed smoothly into the team's inventory. Anna Penellan leaned close to Bjorn and whispered, Bjorn, I finally understand why everyone praises mages so much. Murat stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Haha, indeed. Having a mage on the team makes everything so much easier. Raven cleared her throat and puffed out her chest with pride. Well, that's why we have to study hard. Of course, natural talent is an indispensable part too. Bjorn silently evaluated her. I've got her personality figured out. She likes to pretend to be humble, but in reality, she loves to show off and is extremely dedicated to learning and research. Raven put her hands behind her back and asked coquettishly, I'm planning to collect some research materials around here. Could you guys give me a hand? Murat laughed and agreed immediately. Thanks to you, we have plenty of time, so of course I'll help. Haha. Hearing this, Bjorn Jandel also quickly chimed in to curry favor with her. I'll help out too. He realized how he should behave around her. After harvesting everything, Raven nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to everyone's help, everything went so fast. Now, let's head to the next location. Bjorn stayed silent, looking at the pile of items, while Anna Penellan was busy licking her fingers and thinking, how many cakes is this worth? Hearing that, Raven waved her hand, urging them, hurry up. Walking in the back, Bjorn glanced at a dark corner and felt a surge of suspicion. That's strange. She searched this whole area, but she ignored that thing. Why? He silently speculated about the mage's bizarre behavior. Doesn't she know about it? You could just smash that statue to find it easily, he thought. This was the hard-earned experience of a veteran gamer. Gamers often have a habit of hitting the interact button whenever they see a unique object or a suspicious-looking wall. I'm no exception. That's how I discovered countless secrets hidden throughout Dungeonstone during my 9 years of raiding, but he decided to keep it a secret to avoid any trouble. However, it would really bruise her ego if a barbarian like him knew something that someone who had dedicated her entire life to research didn't. It was best to avoid doing anything that might cause suspicion. The group continued walking along the gloomy stone steps to head deeper into the castle. Stepping through the next gate, a new scene unfolded. So this was the inner castle, the part of the fortress located behind the outer walls. Raven looked around and clicked her tongue in annoyance. I've heard stories about this place, but it doesn't look like there's any real loot worth taking. I don't even see a single monster. Raven waved her hand, signaling the group. Let's move to the next location. The group carefully descended the grim stone steps that led deep underground. A cold system notification appeared. You have entered the first floor of the dungeon. Murat curiously asked the mage, Lady Raven, what kind of monsters appear here? Raven immediately reeled off a long list. Skull rats, banshees, chimera wolves, corpse-eating demon lords, and corpse golems. Murat nodded, looking quite confident. I've fought all those monsters before, except for the corpse golem, Raven quickly added. Corpse golems only appear in the blood-soaked castle. Murat laughed excitedly. Haha, this is a fresh experience. But the mage quickly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Be careful of the flesh explosions. The blast isn't too powerful, but their bodily fluids are acidic and can be fatal if you're hit at close range. Of course, I'll shield you all before that happens. Murat laughed fawningly. Ha ha. There's nothing to be afraid of when we have a mage in the party. Hearing that, Raven also chimed in sweetly. It's all thanks to having a brave warrior like you with us. Watching this fake conversation, Don felt contempt in his heart. What the hell? Have they already forgotten about the heated argument over the loot from earlier? After walking for a while, Anna curiously pointed and asked Bjorn, is that a monster too? Bjorn was about to answer when Raven cut in. That's the skull rat I mentioned earlier. Raven continued rambling, showing off her knowledge. Skull rats are unranked monsters, just like corpses, but they aren't good at fighting. You just have to step on them. Before she could finish, Anna irritably interrupted. Hey, you mage! I wasn't asking you. The direct, stinging slap to her face didn't miss a beat, leaving Raven so furious her face twisted in anger. Right then, Anna suddenly turned pale, her ears twitching with extreme alertness. What is that sound? The fierce barbarian girl suddenly jumped up, crying and clutching Bjorn's arm tightly. From the darkness, a screaming ghost appeared in a horrifying display. A banshee! Raven smiled smugly and casually issued a warning. Be careful. It's going to be really ugly if you guys run into a banshee. She smirked and continued to scare them. It's not too dangerous, but you'll have a terrible, horrifying experience. Hearing that, Anna trembled in fear. Terrible? While Bronn shook his head, thinking to himself, she's so petty and childish. Anna desperately tried to coax the mage. What do you mean? Tell me more, please. But Raven just acted haughty. I don't really know, though. Hearing that, Bronn decided to help feed her ego. I heard that mages always have a way to deal with banshees. The bait worked. Raven looked at Bronn, surprised. You're actually quite knowledgeable. She laughed happily, confidently stepping forward. Well, enough games. I'll clear these banshees out. Raven raised her staff, chanting a new spell. A stream of fiery red energy erupted, burning the ghost as it shrieked in pain. However, the remaining banshees stubbornly rushed out of the shadows to surround the mage. Unfazed, Raven continued to wave her staff, tearing through the night. She unleashed a fierce rain of fire, burning the pile of banshees to ashes in the blink of an eye. Raven elegantly turned back, brushed the dust off her robes, and asked, "Shall we continue?" Watching that scene of brutal destruction, the three warriors could only gape in silence. She's terrifyingly powerful. The system notified them again as they moved deeper. The party has entered the second floor of the dungeon Chimera Wolves. Meanwhile, the identity of the next enemy was revealed, the corpse-eating demon lord. Bronn shivered, looking around the dungeon. It looked no different from a mad scientist's laboratory. Everywhere he looked were monsters and disgusting objects. Naturally, the real fun was just beginning. Marat walked alongside her, continuing his fawning tone. You really are amazing. Lady Raven, don't you feel afraid at all? Raven answered casually and chillingly. It's normal. I quite like anatomy, so this is nothing. Raven pointed to the solid stone wall in front of her. According to the map I memorized, there's a hidden door behind this wall. We'll probably run into a corpse golem as soon as we enter. Hearing that, Bronn thought to himself, usually, people have to get the map from the guard room, but she really came prepared. Raven thoughtfully turned back to remind the team. We should leave the heavy luggage here. Raven turned to command Bronn. Please light a torch. Bronn, I'm going to open the door now. The hidden door slowly creaked open, and the sight that hit the group was an entire room piled high with horrific corpses. The cruelty of the room was stark. A suffocating, foul odor rushed straight into their noses, and a mountain of endless corpses filled their field of vision. Bronn narrowed his eyes at the debris, and thought to himself, if it were the old me, I would have fainted on the spot. But the endurance of his new body saved him from such a humiliating defeat. This disgusting stench had no effect on the strong body of a barbarian. The first person to have a violent reaction and retch uncontrollably was the poor porter. The second person to start feeling nauseous and pale was Raven. Bronn shrugged, looking at the mage who was doubled over, coughing violently. She might have been used to seeing these things due to her anatomy experience, but it seemed her sense of smell was too weak for this atrocious stench. Marat looked sympathetically at the two barbarians who were still standing as firm as rocks. At least I'm glad you two are okay. Let's keep going. Hearing that, Bronn calmly nodded in agreement. Marat looked at the two barbarians standing as firm as rocks with a sense of relief. At least I'm glad you two are okay. Let's keep moving. Hearing this, Bjorn Jandel nodded calmly in agreement. All right then. The group kept wading through the disgusting pile of corpses. But it seemed this wasn't just some ordinary mound of dead bodies. From deep within the rotting flesh, a faint voice echoed out. Hello. The group froze instantly. Is it talking to us? Then, other mournful whispers began to echo throughout the room. Save me, father. Marat turned pale. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Anna Pinelin was trembling. Save me. Bronn narrowed his eyes, on high alert. The system flashed that familiar notification again. But this time, the atmosphere felt far more terrifying. The first boss, the corpse golem, had appeared. Another mournful voice wailed, it hurts so much. Hundreds of distorted, hollow faces emerged from the pile of corpses, groaning in unison with desperate pleas. It hurts, I'm suffering, kill me. Bjorn Jandel cursed under his breath. Damn it, they didn't talk in the game. Seeing the haunting cries of save me and father, it hurts, Bjorn Jandel knew there was no time to waste. He turned back and shouted at the team, everyone, pull yourselves together. But the once brave dwarf stood there frozen as a statue. Damn it, that damn dwarf has completely locked up. The ghostly voices continued to torture the team's sanity. Where are we? Father, haha, father, it hurts so much, it hurts, oh, it hurts so bad. Hearing the frantic mumbling from behind, Bjorn Jandel glanced at the mage and the dwarf, suddenly realizing a harsh truth. These bastards have just been faking it this whole time. He gritted his teeth, thinking, it looks like they won't be carrying this team at all. The massive corpse golem opened its mouth, filled with deathly miasma, and let out a blood-curdling roar. Die, die. Amidst that terrifying atmosphere, Bjorn Jandel recalled his memories of the game. Dungeon and Stone was a hardcore game, but it had features to cater to a wider audience. One of them was the illustrations so vivid and realistic, they looked like actual photos. Because of that, these images were often used as memes. That's how many people discovered it who didn't even play the game. And he realized once again that even if the art was realistic, it was nothing compared to experiencing it in real life. The proof was the female mage, supposedly an expert in anatomy, the dwarf who had faced countless monsters during his 3 years as an adventurer, and even the porter who looked quite strong despite his support role. They all clenched their fists, bitterly realizing they had treated Anna Pinelin and him like trash just because they were newbies. Yet, the only ones keeping their sanity here were Anna Pinelin and him, the savages. Anna Pinelin turned back, confused, looking at her paralyzed teammates. What is everyone doing? She suddenly sensed a dangerous killing intent and her face turned pale. She screamed, "Look out!" A stream of green liquid sprayed directly at the group, shocking Anna Pinelin. Seeing Murat still frozen, she shouted and lunged forward to push the dwarf out of the way. The dwarf dodged, but the acidic liquid from the corpse golem splattered, unfortunately landing straight in Murat's eyes. The dwarf screamed in agony. "Ah, my eyes!" Bjorn Jandel assessed the situation. The dwarf was incapacitated in an instant. So, what about the mage who was always supposed to be reliable? The porter was helping the weak mage sit on the ground, while she continued to retch uncontrollably. She wouldn't stop heaving. Bjorn Jandel shouted orders to the female warrior. "Anna Pinelin, take the dwarf to the back and protect the mage." Then he told himself, "Damn it, I'll draw their attention for now. If I don't think fast, we're all going to die here." Pushing aside his fear, Bjorn tightened his grip on his weapon, charging forward alone to distract the giant monster. The corpse golem's attack pattern was actually quite simple. He dodged while analyzing. They launched flesh bombs at those standing far away. The monster roared and changed its attack. For enemies standing in close range, it frantically reached out with its slimy arms. It would drag them in to swallow them whole. Bjorn nimbly rolled to dodge, learning his lesson. So, you absolutely should not get too close to a corpse golem, because if you get too close, the golem will switch its target to the mage instead of him. In a state where she was still losing her mind, that would be the worst-case scenario. He calculated his next move. He needed to maintain a safe distance until the mage regained her senses, while not forgetting his vital task, constantly baiting the golem toward himself to buy time. Behind the front lines, Raven gasped for air, sweating profusely, and let out a sigh of relief as she regained her composure. She immediately waved her staff to chant a powerful fire spell. Haida. Watching the flames erupt violently as if burning the sky, Bjorn Jandel was secretly amazed. Is this the power of a mage? The destruction was faster than he could have imagined. The first part of the corpse golem, something that would normally take a lot of time and torches to handle, was now obliterated by a single spell. The outer flesh of the corpse golem was neutralized, the flesh burning away to reveal a massive, glowing red skeleton inside. But the real challenge was just beginning. Stage 2. Skeleton Golem Mode. Without hesitation, Bjorn shouted to rally his team. "It's not over yet. Anna Pinelin, come here." He swung his shield, signaling her. Anna Pinelin aimed straight for its chest. The melee battle broke out in extreme tension. A corpse golem is a rank 7 monster, extremely dangerous. But once it loses its outer layer of flesh, it was completely within the reach of 2 savage warriors. Critical strikes immediately shattered the skeleton, and the system chimed the death knell. You have defeated the corpse golem. Received 1 experience point. Bjorn stood leaning on his axe, gasping for breath, when he suddenly spotted something unusual in the pile of ashes before him. Anna Pinelin gasped curiously as she saw a shimmering light. "Bjorn, is this?" Bjorn nodded with a radiant smile. "That's right. This is the essence of the corpse golem." Anna Pinelin cheered excitedly. Through that, he reflected on the laws of this world. Rifts are essentially giant treasure troves. They contain elite monsters that never appear in normal areas. They are like a heavy rain after a long drought for adventurers, because we have very few ways to accumulate experience points. Therefore, the loot dropped by guardians is always something every adventurer craves. However, the biggest appeal of a rift is actually the fact that the drop rate for monster essence increases exponentially. Bjorn gazed at the sparkling essence before him. He pondered, Considering the odds, it really was strange that it took us this long to find a single essence. With the fighting momentarily paused, the dwarf rubbed his head, looking puzzled. What do we do now? Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel calculated the benefits in silence. We are the ones who have the right to claim the spoils of war. He analyzed their contributions clearly. Most of the work was done by us, and that was what we had promised beforehand. In truth, Bjorn felt a bit regretful. I actually wanted the two essences, the Death Devils with its incredible self-regeneration, and the savage power of the La Chimera Wolf. He looked toward the pile of ashes where the boss had just fallen. I didn't expect to earn the essence of a rank 7 elite monster, a corpse golem, something that only appears once in this blood-stained castle. Opening his stat window, he nodded to himself. Plus, the stats it provided were absolutely perfect for a tank build player. Pain resistance plus 78, poison resistance plus 12, negative perception, weight plus 21, bone density plus 55, strength plus 15, appetite plus 9. He began to analyze the pros and cons like a veteran gamer. My body will become slower due to the reduced perception, but the other stats gained will more than make up for it. Bone density has a huge impact on defense, and it increases by 55. Weight increases by 21, which is extremely useful for knocking back enemies or increasing damage for blunt weapons. He continued to marvel at the windfall. Pain resistance is also very useful, and strength and poison resistance are stats that simply cannot be beaten. But in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The problem lies in its skills. The active skill, Flesh Explosion, causes a massive blast from a part of the body. It deals massive damage but consumes the user's own health. The system displayed an additional passive skill, Acidic Bodily Fluids, meaning blood will be acidic. He sighed, evaluating the situation. Furthermore, because of the Acidic Bodily Fluids skill, if the character is wounded, the acidic blood will coat their equipment and drastically reduce its durability. Summing it all up, he concluded. In other words, the corpse golem's essence is great, but it will burn through a ton of money for medicine and equipment repairs. For now, let's leave it and heal the dwarf first. An essence can exist there for half an hour. Once he finished speaking, a recovery potion was poured directly into the dwarf's eye sockets. Murat bowed his head, his voice full of shame. I am so ashamed. Things would have gone extremely badly if not for you two. Bjorn didn't bother with small talk. I'm glad you realize that. You would have been meeting your ancestors if not for us. Murat nodded sorrowfully. I know I should be ashamed, but as soon as I saw that thing, my whole body froze. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly in defense. Ha ha, I really thought I'd seen everything when it came to monsters. Hearing that, Bjorn Jandel could only remain speechless. We were almost reunited with our ancestors by a mid-level boss just because of a mental hurdle, even though we had more than enough power to crush it. He looked at the porter, who was apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. And the mage was still huddled in a corner, holding her mouth. He was fed up. Reality is always cruel. Has she finally returned to normal? Confirming his allies had recovered, Bjorn Jandel immediately got straight to the point. Well, it's time to discuss payment. We destroyed the corpse golem. Raven glared at him with sharp eyes. I know. I'm glad I forced myself to use that magic. Her attitude made Bjorn Jandel pout and curse under his breath. Adventurers really are a bunch of bastards. Instead of thanking us, the first thing she did was ramble on about what she had done. Understanding the rules of survival, he argued bluntly. If I don't speak up, I won't get a single cent out of this. We saved you. That's going above and beyond the responsibilities of a teammate. Don't you agree? Raven was taken aback for a moment before coldly replying, I agree. So what do you want to say? Bjorn gripped his weapon, standing firm as he prepared to lay his cards on the table. He enunciated each word, declaring clearly, so we will take the rift stone. The whole group fell silent. The atmosphere was so tense you could hear heartbeats. The dwarf, Murat, broke the silence with an awkward cough. Ahem. He raised his thumb, decisively siding with his benefactors. I support it. I'd be dead for sure without this lady. Losing an ally. Raven pulled her hat brim down to hide her annoyance. I object. But she was forced to concede and propose a new compromise. If we actually come across a rift stone, I can give you a fair chance. Bjorn Jandel smirked to himself. Well, I guess that's good enough. He continued to throw out the second piece of bait. Then he looked straight at her and calmly announced, the corpse golem dropped an essence, while secretly sneering. How about this? Sure enough, the mage's eyes lit up as if she'd struck gold, and she frantically shouted, the corpse golem's essence? It's even rarer than the Guardians. There are so few of that type that I've heard even the Adventurers Guild doesn't know its exact properties. She bit her nails, muttering greedily. But for it to appear if I could study its characteristics, every expression was within Bjorn Jandel's expectations. I knew she would react like that. Now, let the real negotiations begin. Bjorn calmly made an offer she couldn't refuse. Raven, I have a proposal. If you want, I'll give you the corpse golem's essence. As soon as he finished, Raven jumped in surprise. Bjorn Jandel continued, adding his condition. But if we come across the Guardian's essence, I take that. Faced with such an unexpected choice, Raven looked stunned. Bjorn pressed. What do you think? She couldn't believe her ears and asked for confirmation. You want to trade the corpse golem's essence for the Guardian's essence? She feared the risk, even though there's no guarantee the Guardian's essence will even drop. Bjorn patted his chest confidently. I'll take responsibility. Sensing a deal too good to pass up, Raven immediately changed her attitude, smiling brightly. If that's the case, then definitely. The corpse golem is much more interesting to me than the Guardian. The deal was successfully struck. Bjorn Jandel was secretly pleased. What a bargain. Then, he feigned curiosity and asked her, Miss, Raven, do you intend to have the porter absorb the essence? I heard that mages can't absorb essences, right? Raven pulled a familiar object from her pocket and giggled. No. The essence itself is already worth studying. Looking at what she was holding, Bjorn Jandel broke into a cold sweat. It was a test tube. He was privately astonished by how extravagant this wealthy mage was. It was so expensive that it wasn't even worth holding any essence below rank 6. Murat saw the test tube and couldn't help but marvel. It's amazing that you have something so expensive. Hearing that, Raven beamed with pride. This is the only one I have. Bjorn silently watched, then thought to himself, putting a rank 7 essence into her only test tube. It seems she values the corpse golem essence quite highly. Still, that's surely because of its rarity. If I can just get the Guardian's essence, this gamble will have been completely worth it. Raven carefully puts the lid back on the test tube, breathing a sigh of relief with a smile. Success! She immediately raises her staff, shouting in excitement. Now, let's get out of this disgusting place. Murat cheerfully chimes in, agreeing. I've been waiting for her to say that. Bjorn Jandel prays silently. Please, just let it drop the Guardian's essence. The group carefully makes their way through the gloomy hallways lined with towering, ominous demon statues. Murat curiously asks the mage, this doesn't look like a normal golem statue. What is it? Raven gently touches the statue, then shakes her head. I don't feel any magic power at all. It must just be an ordinary statue. Raven looks up at the ceiling, murmuring with regret. I think the Lord's chamber is right above us. We could have investigated it if it hadn't collapsed. Accidentally tinkering, the mage brushes against a hidden mechanism button concealed behind the stone statue's teeth. A secret door in the wall swings open, dropping an ancient book that makes Murat jump and yell. Whoa! The dwarf's eyes widen in awe. How did you know that? Raven winks and poses smugly, claiming, books are treasures that pass down knowledge. Bjorn Jandel silently scoffs, thinking, just admit you got lucky from messing around. The system immediately displays the details. The book is called the Necronomicon, a dark magic grimoire that is incredibly valuable, making Bjorn Jandel regretful. Damn it, I was planning on coming back later to snatch that. I didn't think that mage would find it first. Bjorn Jandel begrudgingly accepts the cruel reality. All we can do is watch her hoard all this loot for herself. Raven hugs the book with a bright grin. I found it with my own skills. So per our agreement, I'm taking it. Bjorn Jandel waves his hand in agreement. Go ahead. We don't even know how to use distortion magic anyway, so even if we took it out, we couldn't use it. Raven clutches the grimoire tightly, giggling like she's found gold. Bjorn Jandel immediately catches her awkward smile. Look at that sheepish grin. Yeah, she knows perfectly well the Necronomicon is considered an item and can be taken out without any distortion magic. But another question pops into his head. Then why didn't she know about the thing hidden inside the fountain statue? Just then, Raven turns around with movements as stiff as a rusty robot, awkwardly asking, shall we keep going? To avoid suspicion, the group begins clearing out the demon shrine. We circled the demon shrine, hunting down monsters little by little. Rank 8 golem statues. After finishing off the stone statues, the team coordinates smoothly to face the next enemy, the Lich Chimera. And to everyone's surprise, the final blocker is the second sub-boss, the Bone Knight. Raven cheers in excitement as she spots it. How lucky! We haven't gathered enough from the corpse golem essence yet, and we already ran into a different type of Bone Knight. Bjorn is left speechless. Even Bjorn Jandel begins to doubt his own luck. This doesn't feel like me at all. Why am I so lucky lately? Rank 7. Monster. Bone Knight. This species has 3 variants that appear randomly: hateful, melancholy, and craving. The system begins analyzing the specific attributes of each type. The melancholy type, extremely annoying to deal with as they constantly spew gas that destabilizes the mind. The hateful type, the toughest one to face as there is a small chance they will use a soul slice skill to reduce the opponent's level. And the one standing before us is the craving type. It has the ability to heal after every hit using a life absorption skill. However, Raven smiles brightly, waving her staff confidently. Don't worry, I can make that ability useless with my worsen wound magic. A stream of purple electricity strikes the Bone Knight's head, completely extinguishing its hopes of recovery. Braun sighs with relief as he joins his teammates to coordinate an attack. That's right. This is the easiest type to deal with. But it didn't stop there. Good fortune kept knocking on the group's door repeatedly. On top of that, the Bone Knight's essence, he stares in surprise at this incredible stroke of luck. We haven't had the Corpse Golem essence for long, and now we've already picked up the Bone Knight's essence too? Is my luck finally turning around? Raven clears her throat, repeating the agreed-upon rules. You guys already decided to keep the essences that drop, right? Murat also happily pats his shoulder. Congratulations. Braun smiles in return. Thanks. Braun doesn't hesitate to hand the essence straight to his companion. Anna Pinelin, you can keep this. Anna Pinelin's eyes widen in surprise. Are you sure? Braun thinks to himself, very realistically. If I said I was sure, I'd be lying. But from the perspective of a veteran gamer, having Anna Pinelin absorb this essence is a much more logical choice. Braun calculates the strategy in his head. The life absorption skill is extremely suitable for sword users. Besides, I need to replace my weapon anyway. Looking over at Anna Pinelin, he evaluates her. Above all, I felt it the moment we entered this dungeon. Recalling the times they fought side by side, he confirms his choice. I can trust Anna Pinelin. Anna Pinelin beams. Incredibly grateful. Thank you, Bjorn Jandel. I will definitely repay this debt. He smiles and nods. Judging from her honest personality, she will always support me without ever abandoning me. Giving the essence to a teammate is a profitable investment. So, I need to be patient, because it will be better if I find an essence that suits me through a powered-up Anna Pinelin. Yeah. The light of the essence begins to envelop her. But wait, Braun breaks into a cold sweat, remembering one important detail he forgot to mention to Anna Pinelin. Is it done? Anna Pinelin feels her body, looking around in confusion. I don't feel like anything has changed. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock. Looking up at the towering Bjorn Jandel, she stumbles back in terror. Wait, what? Something is wrong. Bjorn Jandel has suddenly become a giant. She points her finger at the dwarf, yelling, You too. The dwarf is less short now. What the hell did you guys do while I wasn't looking? The cruel truth is immediately laid bare before their eyes. So, she's the one who shrunk. Anna Pinelin? What the? It looks like she's only about 5'7" now. Raven calmly analyzed the situation with professional detachment. This is just a side effect of the Skeleton Knight essence. Your bone density increased significantly, but your body shrank to compensate. Let me explain this to Anna Pinelin since she seems confused. The information regarding the Skeleton Knight essence, specifically the slashing power, could be quantified exactly like in a game. The system instantly displayed the new stat sheet. Skeleton Knight essence, slashing power plus 12, bone density plus 55, agility plus 15, stamina plus 15, flexibility minus 7, height minus 25. Passive skill, antibacterial. All effects from bleeding or poison that worsen wounds are cut in half. Active skill, life drain. After attacking a living being, your regeneration ability is temporarily boosted significantly. It should look something like this. Raven chuckled, trying to be reassuring. Don't worry, only your height changed, not your strength. But Anna Pinelin's world had completely collapsed. My life is over. She grabbed her head and wailed in utter despair. If I look like this, no one will ever see me as a warrior again. People already look down on me just because I'm a woman. Seeing her overreaction, Raven tilted her head, confused. But you look much prettier now. She stroked her own chin, assessing Anna Pinelin like a piece of merchandise. Is it because your face got smaller? Maybe we could sell you to the nobles as a beauty product. That absolutely soul-crushing attempt at comfort only made Anna Pinelin spiral further. Does this mean I look even less like a warrior now? No, Anna Pinelin. Everyone knows you're a mighty warrior. Bjorn Jandel wiped cold sweat from his brow as he looked at his close friend. Honestly, without those tattoos, she just looks like an average human woman. I need to console her before she falls into complete despair. Murat the dwarf laughed heartily, teasing her. What an interesting essence. If I absorbed it, you guys wouldn't even be able to see me anymore. Haha. Raven didn't let up either. Anna Pinelin, if you don't mind, could I examine your body thoroughly when we get back to the city? Anna Pinelin sobbed uncontrollably. I'm doomed. Braun cursed under his breath. These sociopaths just say whatever they want, regardless of how desperate the other person is. He rushed over to reassure his teammate. Anna Pinelin, stop that. Suddenly, a death demon appeared, blocking their path. Try out the power of the essence first. He pointed resolutely toward the monster. Anna Pinelin trudged forward and picked up her sword, her expression full of gloom. Fine. Even if I don't look like a warrior anymore, I still have to do what I must. She gathered her strength, swung her greatsword, and lunged at the monster with terrifying speed. A sharp, clean strike sliced the massive enemy in two in the blink of an eye. The sight left Raven and Murat staring in stunned silence. She had taken down a death demon with just one blow. Braun cheered loudly with joy. See? Anna Pinelin, you've become so much stronger. With tears in her eyes, Anna Pinelin turned to look at Bjorn Jandel, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. So, I'm still a warrior? He laughed and gave a firm nod. No, you're not just an ordinary warrior. You're an incredibly powerful one. Watching the two celebrate with such emotion, the porter gave a quiet nod. They really are a perfect match, Murat agreed, nodding along. Spot on. Shall we keep moving? The system displayed a final notification. Behind this door lay the Guardian's chamber. The dwarf laughed and stretched his arms. Everything is slowly coming to an end. It's been fun traveling with all of you, Raven added with a hint of regret. It really is a bit of a shame. I can partially understand why you all throw yourselves into these adventures now, Bjorn Jandel replied calmly. Murat was still lost in his delusions. At this rate, we might even be able to take the Guardian's essence too. Right? The wizard nodded along. Right? We've been pretty lucky today. He silently agreed. We really were very lucky to find an essence that Anna Pinelin could absorb immediately. Thanks to his key role in the battle against the corpse golem, splitting the loot had become somewhat easier. Yet, a feeling of unease suddenly flashed through his mind. However, remembering those dark days in the real world, I have to ask myself, has anything ever gone this smoothly in my life? His gut instinct signaled that something was wrong. If the worst-case scenario happens right now, what the hell could it be? Murat, having no suspicions at all, reached his hand toward the doorknob. Well then, let's go inside. Braun's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Was the doorknob that color before? He panicked, screaming at the top of his lungs, No, stop, close the door. Murat turned around, confused. What? What do you mean? The system immediately dealt a critical blow with a bright red notification. The master of the Scarlet Castle has awakened from a deep slumber. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, too late. A sinister atmosphere spilled out, causing Raven's face to go pale. No, this can't be. She stepped back, trembling, sweat pouring off her like a waterfall. Why? Why? The reality before her eyes completely shattered all of her knowledge. Isn't that a death knight? From the shadows, a sinister smile emerged, accompanied by a cold voice. It's been so long since I've seen a living creature. The system officially confirmed their death sentence. The Guardian has been replaced. Raven screamed in terror. A vampire! A flood of information surged into Bjorn Jandel's mind like an encyclopedia. Usually, that was a monster rarely seen after the 6th floor. Even worse, it wasn't a regular vampire but a high-level variant. It had intelligence and was a named monster. The vampire sat leisurely with his legs crossed on the throne. Where did you all come from? The system identified the most dangerous enemy, Vampire Duke, Cambomai. He silently reviewed his basic survival knowledge. Monsters were divided into 4 main classifications. Mutants, like elf archers and swordsmen. Same race, but different monster classes. Second, the tier class. These include those with rankings higher than the floor average. This is a relative classification method. A typical example is the death demon from the land of the dead we just fought. Next, the rare class. Like the corpse golem you only encounter in specific areas. And monsters that disguise themselves, mimics, which are extremely hard to find in normal areas, also belong to this class. And finally, his eyes were locked on the one sitting on the throne. Monsters with a unique history and distinct title, a supreme mutant class. The group immediately scrambled to run away. Murat screamed, "What the hell is that thing?" A vampire just popped out of nowhere. Braun yelled, "Run! You dwarf! Stop whining and move!" Braun gritted his teeth, enduring the massive pressure. A vampire duke. Cambomai is a boss-level monster that operates independently and is a tier 5 threat. He is not only skilled in close-quarters combat, but also highly proficient in dark magic. The mage mumbled in fear on the porter's back. A supreme mutation, being a guardian? This is an unprecedented event, he thought to himself, wondering, wait, isn't a supreme mutation supposed to appear only from the 3rd floor onwards? He quickly connected the data. Well, if we take the 1st floor as a reference point, calling this unprecedented isn't exactly wrong. Even someone like me, with over 10,000 cumulative playthroughs, has never once encountered a vampire duke. Memories from his past life rushed back to save him. I only knew of its existence after watching a video recorded by another player. What the hell is this? Raven gasped while shouting in confusion. But how did you, Bjorn Jandel, know? You told me to close the door before I even had the chance to open it. Bjorn roared in frustration amidst the barrage of magic bullets. Was her damned academic obsession surfacing even in this life-or-death situation? I told you to keep running, Raven retorted, feeling wronged. But I'm not the one doing the running, he lied without blinking to cover his tracks. I just had a hunch. In reality, the clue lay in the smallest detail. The abnormal color of the doorknob said it all. 9 years of grinding were not in vain. I tried recreating the exact conditions as that player hundreds of times, but it never appeared. So, I watched that recording over and over again to see if there were any special conditions, and I discovered a small change. That was the only thing different from the video. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. If he hadn't been blinded by that streak of good luck earlier, would he have realized it sooner before opening that door? Anna Pinelin suggested through gritted teeth while holding off the enemy. We can't escape this place anyway unless we take him down. Isn't it better to just fight? At least lead him to where there's sunlight. The Duke let out a cold snort as his body began to disintegrate into pitch-black smoke. These guests have no manners. Bjorn cursed while witnessing the eerie, wraith-like form. This is why I despise monsters that use magic. Their versatility is simply unbelievable. Without wasting another second, he roared out the name of his only trump card. Raven, the mage, immediately understood and squeezed her eyes shut, screaming, "Everyone, close your eyes!" A powerful spell echoed, tearing through the darkness. Ain, but too. The mage's hands trembled, gripping her staff amidst the blinding light. The dust cleared. Bjorn widened his eyes in surprise. It's gone. The woman, man, also screamed in panic as she saw the black smoke swirling away. The vampire has disappeared. He quickly searched his memory for the game's mechanics. That was one of the dark spells vampires use. Wraith form. This mode can move extremely fast, but in exchange, the main body cannot move from its original position. Instead, it can pull the main body to the Wraith's location, using a combo of combined skills. Bjorn assessed the situation. Things had almost gone south, but the mage's excellent reflexes had blocked his main body. We've bought at least 3 minutes, he hurriedly urged the group. By now, he's surely woken up in the worship room, but the porter shouted, interrupting him. Bjorn Jandel, the mage has been attacked. What? He anxiously carried Raven and ran over. Raven watched the mage cough up fresh blood, and Bjorn Jandel frowned in concern. Is she suffering from internal injuries? From what he knew, vampire essence shouldn't have these effects. A terrifying hypothesis crossed his mind. Could it be the essence of a different kind of monster? Memories of the guide video came back to haunt him. Even in that recorded video, they were wiped out without being able to do anything. You died. He hadn't been able to confirm if that Duke possessed any other essences. Bjorn Jandel brushed aside all unnecessary thoughts. I've considered many possibilities, but the top priority now is to get out of here. We have to get out first, but what do we do? The mage who knew the way had fainted. With no other choice, he had to take the lead. Don't worry, I know the way. What? Isn't this your first time at the blood-stained castle? He replied calmly. I've memorized it. Follow me. Then he justified it in his heart. Damn it, even if I'm suspected of being some kind of freak, survival is the top priority. The group scrambled, running for their lives, following the lead of the man named Bjorn Jandel. He dashed forward confidently. As he had said, he had memorized every nook and cranny. The pride of a veteran gamer surged. How could he not remember the paths he had walked hundreds of times in the game? A glimmer of light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Murat shouted in joy. The exit! Did you really memorize the path? Bjorn glanced back, full of vigilance. The pitch-black smoke carrying the scent of death was swirling in pursuit again. Damn it, it's chasing us. Hurry to the exit. He used his whole body to slam through the door, throwing himself out into the sunlight. The porter hurriedly carried the mage and dashed out after him, while the Duke's wraith shrieked piercingly and had to come to a halt. The black ghost couldn't stand the light, and was forced to retreat deep into the darkness of the dungeon. Anna Pinelin gasped, looking shocked but also sighing in relief. The horrifying smoke completely vanished into thin air, giving way to silence. The whole group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Bjorn Jandel silently assessed that the wraith form was especially weak to light. Luckily, it wasn't dark yet. The dwarf was still amazed by his pathfinding talent. I really can't believe he could memorize the path after only coming here once, Murat asked, full of doubt. Are you sure you only just had your coming-of-age ceremony last month? Anna Penellan immediately puffed out her chest, proudly defending him. That goes without saying. Because he is a great warrior. The compliment made Murat nod and mumble. A great warrior one day, he really might become just that. The twilight sky cast a blazing red sunset over the ruins. Anyway, what are we going to do now? It's starting to get dark. Bjorn Jandel pulled himself together and continued to lead the formation decisively. That's right, we don't have much time. We have to move, so carry the mage on your back. What? But, the porter suggested worriedly, it would be better if we went to the outer wall because it will provide some cover. I think it's better to rest here. Hearing that, Bjorn flared up and shouted, Do you all want to die here? If you want to live, get up, scolded severely. The porter gritted his teeth and hugged the mage tightly. I must protect the mage, even if it costs me my life. If you want to live, get up. Scolded sharply, the porter gritted his teeth and held onto the mage tightly. I have to protect the mage, even if it costs me my life. He regained his composure and nodded decisively. Definitely, let's go. As he looked at the sky tinted red by the evening glow, he thought to himself, even with countless calculations, we have no choice but to act now. He immediately turned to his teammates and instructed, until the mage wakes up, I'll scout the area for a bit, or, to be honest, I'm going to grab that item I intentionally ignored earlier to avoid raising suspicion. Without another word, he swung his weapon hard, smashing the goddess statue's head into pieces. Seeing the light emanating from the broken neck, he smiled in relief. He was right, it was there. The system immediately displayed the details of the valuable item, Goddess's Tear. It is said to be a single-use relic capable of healing, and it can also be used to deal with evil-type monsters. Your character has obtained the Goddess's Tear. Upon returning, Bjorn Jandel saw the mage had woken up and asked, You're awake? Raven replied warily, Yeah, I don't know how we managed to escape. However, he will reappear as soon as the sun sets. He nodded in somber agreement. Hamph. He curiously pressed her on why she had collapsed. What were you affected by? Raven winced and explained, I can't be 100% sure, but there's a high chance it was a pain-sharing skill. Memories of the game flashed through his mind, making him gasp pain-sharing. Thankfully, she was protected by the essence of a level 8 monster. But then, he sternly asked about their combat status. How long until you recover? 20 minutes. Only then can I unleash 5 level 7 offensive spells. He clicked his tongue, disappointed. Is that all? That's a huge problem. Bjorn Jandel probed her arsenal. Do you know any other solar magic? Raven immediately glared at him, annoyed. Don't you know it's incredibly rude to ask a mage what spells they know? He thought to himself, feeling disdainful. Of course I knew that, since I've already read the game's world-building manual, but I coldly retorted, did I ask if it was rude? He smirked, taking full advantage of his race. I now belong to a race whose culture is rude to everyone, except their king. The pinnacle of rudeness is what? That nonsensical logic left the mage clutching her staff, speechless. Finally, she sighed, helplessly conceding. I suppose I can use Solar Flare. The system added more information. Solar Flare is similar to a fireball, but it is a rank 6 spell with solar properties. He immediately pressed his advantage. Can you also use a strengthening spell combined with a solar firestorm? She frowned and nodded. Fine. If I recover enough mana in about 10 minutes. He firmly cut her off, setting a 30-minute engagement limit. I'll try to hold out until then. So, don't waste your mana trying to help anymore. Raven blinked, surprised by Bjorn Jandel's confidence. All right, I'll do it, she said. But then, she suddenly realized something. But wait, why is Bjorn the team leader? He coolly countered. Do you have any other suggestions? I wouldn't mind if it weren't me, she stammered. That was true, but the dwarf, Murat, suddenly burst into laughter and spoke up to defend him. Ha ha ha, sorry about that, but this kid has somehow already gained my complete trust. He stroked his beard, proudly affirming his own intuition. I can say this with confidence because I can always tell who is good and who is evil. Bjorn broke into a cold sweat at that blind praise. Thanks. Dark, ominous shadows suddenly descended, swallowing the ruins. Night had fallen. The cold voice of the vampire duke abruptly echoed from the darkness. Truly strange, absolutely bizarre. He stepped leisurely down the dark stairs, unleashing an overwhelming bloodlust. When I see you all, I get an uncontrollable urge to kill. He flicked his long, red tongue and wore a chilling, demonic smile. Do you know why? Facing the re-emerging Reaper, Bjorn Jandel immediately shouted a warning. He's here! The life-or-death battle began as the group collectively resolved themselves with great spirit. There are still 30 minutes until the magic is ready. We must hold out at all costs. Hearing the challenge, the vampire immediately bared his pitch-black claws, sharp enough to give the whole team a free manicure. Simultaneously, he threw his head back and let out a horrific roar to drown out the confusion of his challengers. Sensing imminent danger, Bjorn shouted, "Jin! Take Raven and get out of here!" Seizing the opportunity in the heat of the moment, our guy Bjorn didn't forget to analyze the game's mechanics. This was exactly like the game. Even if we have enough intelligence to communicate, we can only exchange a few short sentences at most. The blood-sucking demon immediately dove from the air at breakneck speed. Seeing the shadow descend, his teammates screamed a warning. He's charging. He swung his massive hands, intending to claw apart anyone in his way. However, the brave dwarf, Murat, lunged out to block the pounce with a powerful hammer parry. Even though he was straining so hard his face turned red, Murat tried to keep looking cool by laughing it off. "Haha, you're heavy, aren't you?" Witnessing that scene, his teammates' hearts resonated with admiration. The dwarf, he still stood firm despite that violent attack. It turned out the secret lay in the uncle's treasure, which was the first essence the dwarf possessed. The ability of the rank 7 monster, Ian. Activating a powerful skill called Weight Equilibrium, the system immediately explained the skill in detail. It helps you resist being knocked back as long as your feet are touching the ground. This skill also comes with vibration absorption. Therefore, this is an extremely valuable essence for a tank. Not letting Murat stand alone, he charged in to coordinate. "Anna, I'll handle the left side." This unexpected coordination took the count by surprise. Anna swung her massive greatsword, creating a slash that tore through space. The demon was startled. At that exact moment, Bjorn gripped his weapon tight, preparing to deliver a knockout blow. He landed a direct, powerful strike, forcing the vampire to struggle to parry. Pushed to the brink, the vampire skillfully backflipped in midair and jumped far away to maintain a safe distance. However, Bjorn Jandel suddenly felt a numbing sensation throughout his body and shouted at his own hand. Is this shared pain? Life really isn't like the games, he realized bitterly. On the other hand, the vampire was completely unharmed by his attack. Before he could regain his senses, another strange phenomenon occurred. His body was turning into a flock of black crows. A swarm of eerie crows filled the sky, blocking out a corner of the gloomy ruins. Bjorn frantically shouted to urge his teammates to stop them. The brave Murat raised his shield and stepped up to take the heat. "I'll handle the front." The system continued to introduce the second trick of the dwarf uncle. It was his second essence, the living armor emergency recovery skill. But the crows still dove like a storm, tearing wildly as fresh blood splattered, painting the frame in a bright red. Bjorn struggled to dodge while shouting in alarm. "I've blocked as many as I could, but the blood is still splattering everywhere. This is dangerous if this blood touches us." The fear immediately manifested when he looked at his forehead and panicked. Bjorn Jandel. What is this? Damn it, they had all been hit. That was the effect of one of the vampire's skills. Details about the broken game-breaking debuff appeared. Sacrificial mark. Character has been chosen as a sacrifice. The physical capabilities of the vampire count, Kambomai, will temporarily increase in proportion to the number of sacrifices within a 100-meter radius. This is clearly a sacrificial mark enhancement skill. It didn't stop there. This boss also possessed Master of Blood, which helps absorb some of the opponent's skills when draining their blood. The vampire possesses these 3 skills. They are extremely powerful in combat. The game developer seems to really know how to make it difficult for players when setting things up. The problem is that this vampire could use all 3 skills, as well as dark magic. He could even play a frustrating game of hide and seek. He could turn into smoke to dodge an incoming sword attack, or play dirty by exploding as a flock of crows. Or finally, play the summoning game to call forth monsters with blood. He has overpowered stats because he is a high-level monster. The battle continued to be incredibly tough, as the dwarf, Murat, was sent flying backward, accompanied by a groan. Sensing the tension, Anna shouted in panic, "Bjorn Jandel, Hikuro is down." Meanwhile, their comrade, Bjorn Jandel, tried to stay calm and warned them not to lose focus. Before he could finish, he took a brutal hit, letting out a groan. Ugh. Along with it came an internal string of curses, typical of a frustrated gamer. Damn it. This is exactly why everyone quit this game before reaching floor 6. How much longer until the magic is ready, Raven? The situation was hanging by a thread as the cooldown time remained too long. 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the dwarf, who had been the team's reliable backbone, had officially crashed. The dwarf had done the most in the fight and had now fallen. With the mage and him both exhausted, it was better to, without further hesitation, Bjorn Jandel immediately ordered his female comrade to retreat to the rear. Anna, take the dwarf and get out of here, fast. Despite her reluctance to leave the battlefield. But playing the hero was his job. The young man raised his battered shield and roared, I'll hold him off, go. Faced with his determination, she gritted her teeth and turned to follow orders. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the arrogant vampire was still acting as if he was on another level, not even needing a weapon. He was sweating buckets, yet he kept a confident smirk on his face. Bjorn Jandel muttered his plan. What I'm about to do isn't really fighting, you damn dog. Right after that curse, he took a devastating claw strike from the bloodthirsty demon. The hit landed, but it made the vampire's blood-red eyes widen in confusion. As it turned out, instead of dodging, their man Bjorn Jandel had chosen to play dirty, gulping down health potions while cursing under his breath. Keep stabbing, you piece of trash. The empty vials falling to the ground were proof of the professional gamer's insane potion-chugging speed. Bjorn's recklessness made the group in the rear gasp in shock. The mage, Raven, turned pale, her eyes wide with disbelief as she blurted out, What on earth is he doing? Witnessing Bjorn's body flickering with healing light, she realized his suicide strategy was he really trying to hold out just by spamming potions? Amidst the storm of claws, Bjorn roared like a wild beast, leaving the mage trembling with awe. I've never heard of anyone fighting like that. Because this way of trading stamina for time was beyond crazy. It was nonsensical, the agony of drinking that many potions at once was unimaginable. Watching his tattered body being continuously pierced, she felt a pang of pity, knowing the pain would only worsen with every new wound. Under his feet, empty potion vials piled up, creating a mini landfill of sheer effort. The continuous healing process made even the system blink in surprise, smoke rising from the man's body. Seeing the vampire's smug smile, Raven fell further into despair, imagining the worst-case scenario. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if he dies from shock right now. But a miracle happened. The Bjorn Jandel's shield still firmly blocked a massive blow. He blocked the attack? In that state? Facing the boss's scrutinizing gaze, Bjorn Jandel stood tall, carrying the team on his back, leaving the onlookers no choice but to bow in respect. The truth was, the fact that he was still moving at all was a miracle. Although his spirit was steel, the reality was still brutal. His body was being shredded because he couldn't block every single attack. However, his sheer grit was paying off, and he was still managing to deflect all the critical blows. Using all his years of gaming experience, the Bjorn Jandel successfully shielded his most vital weak points from the deadliest hits. Watching like he was viewing a live-action movie, the porter suddenly teared up, flooded with sudden wisdom. This reminds me of something I read before. A golden truth suddenly echoed in his ears like a prophecy. The true value of a Bjorn Jandel warrior doesn't lie in his physical ability, but in his spirit. Looking at Bjorn Jandel's grit-filled, pained face, the porter nodded in deep understanding. I think I get what they meant now. But feeling respect was one thing. Staying alive was another. He whispered urgently, But Miss Raven, it's too dangerous here. Shouldn't we get out of here? Fuming at the idiotic question, the mage snapped back harshly. Are you insane? Go where? We have nowhere left to run. Thinking of the bleak future, Raven set her face. There was only one way to escape this rift. Defeat the Guardian. Yet, looking at her own trembling hands, she fell into an existential crisis. What the hell am I doing? Looking at her muscular comrade taking the hits in front, Bjorn Jandel felt ashamed. Even this Bjorn Jandel, who had only just gone through his coming-of-age ritual, was giving his all and making such wise decisions. The pride of a top student flared up, making her grit her teeth. But I'm a mage, we're finished if we die. Raven immediately and decisively ordered the porter, Tajin, get over to Mr. Hikurod Murat. Help him so Anna can rejoin the fight. Following orders, Tajin replied in a rush. All right. As the mage rummaged through her luggage, she grew philosophical. A mage isn't just someone who stands back to fight. A mage also needs to analyze the situation using their diverse knowledge and come up with the most effective plan for the entire team. I have to make a choice if I want to survive. Pulling out a glittering vial, she steeled her resolve this was the best move she could make as a mage. Raven swung her staff, casting support spells for her team like a high-end cheat code, aim assist, range boost, and auto-targeting. With a precise throw aimed straight at Bjorn Jandel, she shouted, Bjorn Jandel! Hearing her call while he was struggling to hold his ground, he suddenly jumped. Before he could even figure out what the strange object flying toward his mouth was, he panicked. The system immediately chimed in with a notification about a forced feeding session from hell. The essence of the corpse doll was being absorbed into the character's soul. Along with it came a series of stat boosts, as if he'd just popped some narcotics. Pain tolerance increased by 70, strength by 15, bone density by 55, poison resistance by 12, appetite by 9, and blood capacity limit by 21. His status board went haywire. Bjorn Jandel, level 2. Physicality, 111.4. New bonus, 45.4. Spirit, 95.3. New 553. Ability 23. New bonus 13. Equipment level, 218. Total combat index 284.2. New 112.7. Essence received. Rank 7 corpse doll. However, the side effects of all these stats were no joke. His mind went blank and his vision blurred. Amidst the delirium, the survival philosophy of a veteran gamer flashed through his head. When someone stands at a crossroads in life, they are forced to decide what to give up and what to hold on to. Facing death, he gritted his teeth and told himself, "I have to throw away my soft heart. I can't block every attack. I need to give up minor parts like my arms and legs. But I must protect my vital spots." The demon's sharp claws ripped into his arm, creating a dramatic, spark-filled collision. Even so, the notifications kept scrolling. Essence of the corpse doll is seeping into your character's soul. The empty vial hit the ground and shattered, marking the end of a legendary healing session. Thanks to the massive boost in bone density, Bjorn Jandel smirked, realizing, the vampire's claws can't pierce my bones. Feeling the strange power coursing through his body, he was stunned. Did they just make me swallow the essence of the corpse doll? Even though his life was just saved, the hardcore grinder couldn't help but feel heartbroken for all the effort he'd put into building his character. It was painful to even think about having to completely change his training method because of this. However, looking at this predicament with a touch of blind optimism, this was an extremely positive signal from the universe that comforted the man. A punching bag that had been beaten black and blue, unable to fight back, was finally able to move again. Even though the harsh truth stared him in the face, forcing him to bitterly admit that this was the only thing that had changed, it was still better than nothing, right? He remained very confident in his own tankiness. Even if it was just that, his survival chances had already skyrocketed exponentially. Hugging his battered body while being tortured by the boss, he gritted his teeth and made a resolution. I can't keep just standing here acting as a punching bag for him forever. No sooner had he boasted than life hit him with a devastating blow, making him curse in frustration. Fortunately, in the midst of the crisis, the system chimed in with some comforting news. High-level healing effect is accelerating your regeneration. Seeing the dazzling magical light shining from behind, he was as overjoyed as if he'd struck gold. The mage had finally woken up and started using her gamer brain to recalculate the survival equation. Bjorn Jandel did the math. If he could keep healing at this divine regeneration rate, realizing the key to beating the boss, the man's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright, scheming light. He calculated his odds, fought back against the bloodthirsty demon, and firmly declared that there was definitely a chance to turn the tables. He didn't hesitate to activate the hidden passive that gamers affectionately called the Immortal Brute mode. With his current stamina, he nonchalantly declared that it would be no problem at all, even if his flesh was torn apart or his muscles were shredded to pieces. The boss suddenly froze, letting out a cry because he had realized the opponent's weakness early on. That disgusting acidic blood would deal recoil damage back to the vampire himself. While the Count was busy racking his brain, a vial of miracle potion flew in from nowhere with perfect, unerring trajectory. The vial landed brutally right on the man to refill the HP bar that was flashing red. Playing the long game to the very end, Bjorn Jandel was smug, and all my injuries will be healed in just a few seconds, thanks to the pile of potions and that essence. Realizing he had run into a real stubborn pest, the vampire could only bear his sharp fangs and glare in frustration. He put his strength into one more claw swipe, drawing a cry of pain from the man. Seeing his comrade getting absolutely crushed, she charged in with a furious expression, shouting loudly, "I'll help." She swung her massive greatsword in a wind-tearing arc, but the boss artfully twisted backward to dodge. Suddenly, the Count's red eyes widened in horror, because the man he thought was crippled suddenly sprang up, swinging a fist down from the air. However, he immediately took a devastating punch, suffering a blow that rattled his very bones. He spat blood and groaned. On the other side, she was also charging the boss with great irritation, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Damn it." While swinging her greatsword, she snapped at the rear guard. "When is that damn spell finally ready?" Before she could finish, the mage's voice echoed across the battlefield, saving everyone. Black Sun's ray is ready. Sweat dripped down his forehead, but the man's eyes immediately brightened with hope. The vampire was completely bewildered, sporting a giant question mark as he saw his opponent suddenly rush forward to lock him down. With all his might, Braun gritted his teeth and roared, activating his newly acquired power. A shockwave erupted, blasting the demon backward and creating a perfect opening for the magic to rain down. Not wasting even a millisecond, the man shouted at the support veteran. Murat understood immediately. The dwarf narrowed his eyes, which were glowing with blue electricity, and responded coolly. All right. The system immediately updated with a dazzling status message across the screen. Hikurod Murat has cast Lightning Bolt. Hikurod Murat has cast Discharge. He exhaled firmly. The old man swung his arm, slamming his lightning hammer down into the ground. A blinding green electric grid surged forth, trapping the boss, who could only gasp in sheer panic. He was electrocuted, blowing the roof off the place. A victory notification from the system popped up immediately. Duke Kambomai, the vampire, had been stunned. Seizing the golden opportunity, Bjorn Jandel lunged forward like an avenging god, screaming at the top of his lungs. This was it. His hand gripped that familiar vial tight. He proudly patted his chest, thinking of all the dangerous situations he'd been through. He'd saved this item specifically for this moment. Turns out, it was the precious treasure he'd sneakily pocketed from the neck of that ruined statue earlier, waiting to deliver a killing blow in his own savage style. Looking at the shimmering artifact in his hand, he confirmed once more that this was the real deal. He didn't bother saving the goddess's tears for later. The savage fellow generously shoved the precious item straight into the bloodthirsty boss's face. Take this, you piece of trash. With a brutal slam, he drove the holy relic right into his opponent's mouth, cursing fiercely. Eat up, you son of a bee. Instantly, a blinding explosion of light erupted, followed by a divine system message acting like a final judgment. Holy grace has been bestowed upon the destroyed area. A pillar of light enveloped the demon, ruthlessly stripping away every layer of his thick armor. Because of the power of holy grace, all of the Duke's resistances were temporarily sealed, and he suffered massive damage. The beatdown combo continued to rain onto the poor boss's head, making the system go wild. Because the shock was so severe, the Duke's status changed from stunned to paralyzed. At that same moment, the mage standing far away screamed frantically, "Get out of there right now. Don't let my effort go to waste, you idiot." The system capped off the fiery engagement with a spectacular display of fireworks. Arua Anlua Raven had unleashed a Tier 6 attack spell, Solar Burst. After firing that massive magic bomb, the mage was completely out of breath, coughing violently while anxiously warning her comrade. "You're going to get hit if you just stand there like a sitting duck." Cough, ha ha. The flaming orb, carrying massive destructive power, whistled through the night sky, aimed straight at the ruins. The solar bomb landed perfectly, creating an earth-shattering explosion that swallowed the vampire Duke whole. Seeing the insane, death-scented blast radius at such close range, the savage youth realized he hadn't escaped in time, breaking into a cold sweat and cursing under his breath. Damn it. Engulfed by the sea of fire without mercy, he could only let out one last regretful sigh. He should have run away sooner. Immediately, the party damage log popped up repeatedly, looking like a comedy troupe's circus act. Your character has been affected by Solar Burst and is currently stunned. Duke Kambomai used Pain Share. Hikurod Murat has been stunned by Pain Share. Anna Penellan has been stunned by Pain Share. Tajin has been stunned by Pain Share. Having taken the full force of a friendly fire combo, the youth gritted his teeth and let out a strangled cry of pure agony. Ugh. He lay splayed out upside down on the ground, smelling like burnt barbecue. He panted heavily, asking himself, "Ha ha ha, did we actually do it? But why is it so quiet? Is that vampire bastard dead yet?" He dragged his broken body up, crawling, groaning as he checked on his companions. Are they all unconscious? There's too little information to make sense of this situation. While he was muttering, analyzing the situation, the savage youth's pupils suddenly contracted in horror at the scene in front of him. A charred black silhouette, with his ribs exposed, loomed ahead, making him almost curse out loud. No way, why is he still alive? The system mercilessly poured a bucket of ice water on the player by displaying the boss's stats, high-level skills, eternal life, and a massive health regeneration buff proportional to the HP lost. It didn't stop there. In a display of pure desperation, the game added another infuriating passive skill that made anyone who saw it want to smash their keyboard. Passive skill. Source of Darkness. As long as the heart remains intact, he is immune to death. Watching the demon's flesh knit back together, regenerating like he was cheating. Lone broke into a cold sweat, screaming at the heavens. His wounds are healing. That's a broken skill. Clutching his chest to suppress the pain, he crawled forward, frantic with worry. At this rate, he's going to heal completely in no time. Surrounded by his unconscious comrades lying across the battlefield, his will to survive flared up brighter than ever before. I don't fully understand the situation, but I'm the only one left standing. I have one mission and one mission only. Dragging his scarred, bare feet across the blood-soaked ground, he forced every heavy step forward, his eyes locked onto the target currently in the middle of regenerating. He braced himself, charging forward with the last of his strength. I need to kill him before he wakes up. Pouncing onto the demon's mangled body, he let out ragged, exhausted breaths. After a gasping breath, he analyzed the situation with extreme rationality, desperately realizing the bitter truth. Even though his body is a complete mess, his heart is still perfectly intact. Raising his sinewy arms high to prepare the finishing blow, he muttered a guess at the reason. I guess he used his arms to shield his fatal weak point. He clasped his hands together into a hammer. Damn it, how did I use that skill again? You bastard. Let's see. Right. Place your hands, his bare, blood-stained, sinewy hands on the enemy's chest, deciding to go all in. He triggered the flesh explosion skill. A shocking blast erupted from right inside the vampire's body, sending blood and gore flying across the ruins. Having just finished the self-destruct move, a bone-deep pain hit him, making him grimace and groan. Damn it. Why does it hurt so much? Even though the pain made him want to pass out immediately, Braun's will to survive remained tougher than ever. However, to stay alive, he frantically gritted his teeth and triggered a chain of self-destruct damage on his enemy. Flesh explosion, light burst, flesh explosion. In the chaotic frenzy of the explosions, Braun bitterly realized his own final limit. I can feel it in my gut that I'm at my limit now. Even if he could kill the vampire by doing this a few more times, the deafening explosions continued to ring out repeatedly, draining the last bits of life from both of them. Flesh explosion, light burst. Just then, the ruthless system sent an urgent ultimatum, accompanied by an image of the Grim Reaper looming over him. Warning: your character's HP is below 1. If I use flesh explosion, I'll die too. The Grim Reaper officially knocked on his door as the death warning flashed bright red across the screen. Warning: your character's health has reached 0. Starting countdown. But once he committed to the fight, he didn't care about anything else. Flesh explosion, light explosion, I can't stop now. Braun chose to bet all his remaining points because he understood the cruel reality of the game. Mental points consumption, 3 per second, 4,346. 3 per second, 3,746. 3 per second, 3,446. Even if I stop, my fate won't change. His mental energy bar plummeted to the red alert zone as he gradually lost consciousness. Mental points consumption, 3 per second, 1,646. Braun was completely exhausted, collapsing onto his opponent, gasping heavily in the silent night. Looking down at his empty, bloody wound, he was shocked by the harsh truth. There was no arm left, but he refused to give up while his opponent was still recovering. The brave barbarian used every ounce of his remaining strength to pin down his opponent. If that's the case, I'll use my own body to crush him. A final, brilliant explosion tore through the night, accompanied by a glorious victory notification. Flesh explosion. You have defeated the Vampire Duke, Cam Boom Mai. Experience points received. 5. Before slipping into unconsciousness, he wore a satisfied smile at his extraordinary effort. That bastard finally died. I fought until the very last minute. The system erupted with rapid-fire notifications, like hitting a jackpot, to congratulate the player. Mental points consumption. 3 per second, 1,346. 3 per second, 1,046. Reward for defeating high-level mutant species, 1 extra experience point. Reward for defeating the Guardian, 3 extra experience points. Your character has leveled up, your level has increased. However, this game didn't offer full health recovery upon leveling up, but in return, the ultimate loot drop made him incredibly excited. This was the only thing he had been aiming for from the very beginning. Soul power increased by 10, maximum essence absorption increased by 1, drop rate 33%. Essence of the Rift Guardian. A brilliant halo of light from the body of the vampire enveloped Bjorn Jandel, and the confirmation flow of the vampire essence and the Guardian's essence seeped into his character's soul. He officially transformed into a truly immortal monster, with a series of unprecedented power-up notifications. Due to the passive skill, Root of Darkness, his character could not die until his heart was destroyed. Due to eternal life, the character's recovery speed increased significantly, and his health was restored above 1. Countdown stopped. Achievement unlocked. Survival after countdown. Reward. Mental points permanently increased by 10. Bjorn Jandel. Level 3. This growth, which defied all rules, had even alerted the game's management. The abnormal growth rate caused an administrator, who had been monitoring this character, to jump awake from a long nightmare. Bjorn gasped, trying to regain his composure. The worried, beautiful face of the girl hovered close, causing him to ask quietly, "Are you awake, Bjorn Jandel? Did I really survive?" He looked around the field hospital and hurriedly asked about his comrade's status. "Hey, where is everyone else? They all left 3 days ago. More importantly, how do you feel?" Her worried tone made Bjorn Jandel's eyes widen in surprise. "I was so worried because you were unconscious for 4 straight days." He jolted up like a startled shrimp, panicking as he calculated the timeline. 4 days already? That means today is the 7th day. He hurriedly tried to clench and open his hands to check his muscles and joints. Looking at his miraculously unblemished body, Joan muttered to himself, "It seems nothing has changed with my body, and there are no visible injuries." Suddenly realizing something very unusual about his state, Bjorn's eyes went wide with shock. Looking down at his strangely bare body, he asked the warrior girl sheepishly, "Anna, where are my pants?" Anna turned her head and replied nonchalantly, "They were so tattered, I tore them off." Bjorn Jandel could only stand there, stunned and speechless. She even excitedly gave a thumbs up with a bright smile to encourage him. "There's no reason to be embarrassed. You're a warrior," leaving him to cry silently in his helplessness. "Stop talking." To quickly avoid this extreme embarrassment, Bjorn hurriedly asked Anna, "Anyway, what happened while I was unconscious?" She excitedly told him about the distribution of the high-end items. The dwarf took that, and the mage took the rift stone. Feeling the powerful flow of magic in his veins, he analyzed his survival gift. The fact that he was alive meant he had successfully absorbed the Guardian's essence. Anna continued, indignantly recounting her companion's corruption. "It seems the Guardian dropped all 3 potential items." "Oh, that's right. Didn't you say the whole team would roll dice when splitting the rift stone?" she added angrily. "They didn't even let us roll, because that mage kept whining and playing the victim." Bjorn imagined the dwarf with a greedy look, clutching his money bag as he justified his selfish behavior. "Wouldn't it be fair if I took this to make up for all my losses?" The blonde warrior continued to describe the dwarf's spineless attitude. "I'll let you guys decide, because I couldn't do much anyway." She sighed helplessly and continued to him. The dwarf said it didn't matter, but I kept protesting. And then that mage said something extremely strange. Anna mimicked the mage's smug tone with great irritation. "Bjorn already lost the best thing anyway, so he has no right to complain about me taking the rift stone," she said irritably. That was exactly what she had declared. Hearing the whole story, Bjorn Jandel internally appreciated the mage's terrifying perceptiveness after she realized the situation. It seemed she was the only one there who realized he had successfully absorbed the vampire's essence. And even more than that, the precious corpse doll essence and all the potions she brought had been poured into him. He clicked his tongue to himself. Just as she complained, all she did on this trip was lose money. Bjorn imagined Raven's distorted face as she tried to maintain some dignity. "I have no objection to the loot distribution." She continued venting, face red with rage, as she ranted about that woman slipping away. Plus, she kept wandering off on her own and hoarding so much loot. And then, she snuck straight out to the teleport gate without even waiting for him. She really is a greedy, ungrateful mage, he thought, completely agreeing with her. On that point, I have to completely agree with you. Hearing such a firm agreement, she happily clapped her hands in celebration. "Thanks. I feel so relieved having you by my side," Bjorn Jandel said with a cheerful laugh. "It's nothing. After all, we're partners in life and death." She asked expectantly about the next route. "So, are we leaving right now?" But he immediately shook his head. "No. There are still some things important that need to be taken care of before we head out." Bron's gaze pondered as he looked around the ruins, secretly calculating his own plans. Even though that greedy mage had flipped the place upside down to scrape up loot, that item must definitely still be around here somewhere. Determined to hunt for the hidden treasure, he suddenly remembered his embarrassing naked state. At the very least, he had to get his hands on that item to make it worth the trouble. Then, he asked quietly, "But hey, do you have anything I can wear for now?" After finishing the dungeon clearance procedures, the system announced the next teleportation destination for Bjorn Jandel. "You have entered the crystal cave on the first floor." Not letting the two linger long, the game immediately activated a mechanism to kick the players out of the labyrinth so he could return. "The labyrinth has been closed. Your character will be teleported back to the city of Raphronia." Appearing in the middle of the crowded square of the familiar city, Bjorn Jandel eagerly calculated his upcoming pay. Finally, I'm back in Refronia. He smiled smugly, since he had been through so many life-or-death troubles. The profit he made must be incredibly lucrative, right? The female clerk with glasses adjusted her frames and calmly stated a huge number that made his jaw drop. Your total is 231,520 stones. Bjorn held the heavy bag of money. 231,520 stones? He couldn't help but click his tongue and console himself. Although it felt like this amount was still too little compared to the life-threatening trouble he had faced, it was okay. After all, he had already snatched 2 super high-quality essences during this expedition. Just as he turned to leave, the clerk suddenly grabbed his hand, looking suspicious. Bjorn raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her unusual check. "What are you doing?" he asked, making the female employee question him sternly. "This amount of money is way too much for a mediocre 9th-rank adventurer. May I ask what secret is inside that giant backpack you're carrying on your back?" He became alert and asked back, "Why are you so curious about that?" Then, he broke into a cold sweat as he heard the guards shouting behind him. "Don't move, you scoundrel!" A group of armed guards suddenly rushed over, pointing sharp spears directly at Bjorn Jandel, leaving him speechless and forced to stand still. He was extremely confused by this unreasonable forced arrest. What the hell is going on here? Then he heard the captain of the guards coldly order, "We will clarify this in the interrogation room. Let's go." Whispers and murmurs began to echo endlessly among the crowd gathered to watch Bjorn Jandel being taken away. In another corner, the elf adventurer wiped the sweat from her forehead and groaned. I really couldn't have expected that the third-floor challenge would be that difficult. She was still shaken when recalling the power of the monsters he had faced. Never before had she experienced the terrifying, destructive power of a 7th-rank monster. Although it was mostly her sister fighting those gruesome 6th-rank monsters alone, it wasn't like the first trip, where I just ran for my life. This trip felt like a real adventure. Then, she thought proudly, he must be absolutely shocked when he hears this story. Looking around, she couldn't see his familiar silhouette anywhere. She frantically searched. I don't see him anywhere. Could he be lost in some corner again? Her face turned red with excitement, thinking about the prospect of being praised by Bjorn Jandel. I really want to show off this cool new essence of mine. I wonder if he'll be curious and ask to test its power just like last time. The memory of his shoulder-shattering tap from before made her scream. "Ah, my shoulder is about to break," she cried, shivering in fear, but still waiting with anticipation. Thinking about that was a bit worrying, but I still really want to see him. Inside the Adventurers Guild Hall, it was still bustling with the noisy chatter of the crowd talking about him. The receptionist smiled and handed the huge bag of payment to the adventurer. "Your total is 184,100 stones." Everyone around whispered with jealousy. "But isn't this an unreasonably large amount for a rookie 9th-rank adventurer?" And she answered proudly, "Oh, that's because this time I was lucky enough to go with my sister." The receptionist opened the administrative books to verify Bjorn Jandel's teammates' information. "What is your sister's registered name?" Then she received the answer, Daria with Gitia. After confirming the information was perfectly valid, the receptionist happily returned the paperwork. "Oh, that person is indeed a renowned adventurer verified by the system. You can finish the procedures and head out now." The gentle sunset fell over the ancient roofs, closing a stormy expedition. But after the successful return, he emerged from the misty bath, and she happily wondered, has he returned yet? I'll use the stones I just earned to treat him to a hearty dinner. Dressed in her most gorgeous gown, she eagerly awaited. I'm so anxious to meet him. I wonder what kind of adventure he had this time. But a bucket of cold water was immediately poured on her when the receptionist announced, "If you're talking about room 302, they haven't returned yet," which left her completely stunned. Huh? Still not back? A bad premonition suddenly struck, making her face turn pale as she hesitated. Did he? That's definitely not it. She could only stand still, watching the evening shadow fall, and silently prayed, he will be back soon. But the harsh reality had passed. A week later, returning to the old inn room, Wen jumped in surprise when she discovered an intruder. Seeing Bjorn Jandel's belongings scattered, she angrily shouted, "Hey, who gave you permission to move his stuff without asking?" The landlord crossed his arms and arrogantly explained his reason. I've waited longer than necessary for him. How much time has passed since the dungeon closed, and he still hasn't returned? It's obvious what happened. Seeing her about to protest with a trembling voice, the innkeeper poured cold water on her hopes. He died in the dungeon. Amidst the pouring rain hitting the porch, she could only hang her head in absolute despair. Suddenly, the familiar figure of her sister appeared beside her, calling out softly with compassion. Looking up with teary, mournful eyes, She choked out a whisper. Daria firmly helped her sister up and scolded her to boost her spirit. I've heard what happened, now stand up. How long do you intend to just sit here like this? Clenching her fists with eyes burning with determination, Wen declared clearly, Sister, I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect someone very important to me. Meanwhile, back in the prison cell, Bjorn Jandel sighed heavily at his miserable fate. A week had passed since he was thrown into this dungeon, and he was being charged with being a looter. The first interrogation officially began when the investigator pressed him. First question. Where did you get this crossbow? Since when did you savages know how to use bows? Bjorn calmly explained, This is a weapon I took from the guys who tried to kill me. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with looting from those who attacked me first. The investigator smirked, cunningly retorting. Oh, then we'll have to re-examine who actually struck first. Looking at that arrogant face, Bjorn growled in anger, but his mind remained sharp, realizing, You intend to lock me up here just for this trivial matter? Then, he wondered to himself. Something wasn't right. Bjorn pondered, digging through his memories. There was an unwritten rule that they wouldn't interrogate anyone without evidence, regardless of what adventurers brought back. But the magistrate shut that thought down. The guild's rules changed a few days ago. We've decided to investigate thoroughly, starting with low-rank adventurers to minimize looting. Looking around the cold cell walls, he bitterly understood the laws of society. It turns out life for the lower class is just as difficult everywhere. I bet they're just targeting the weak and defenseless who don't have backing but happen to bring back a pile of good loot like me. The investigator slammed his hand on the table, urging Bjorn Jandel to testify again. Now, confess, where did you get this? He patiently repeated his old testimony. As I said before, I took it from the guys who attacked me first. I already recounted the entire incident of being ambushed by a group of looters, didn't I? But deep down, Bjorn Jandel wisely reminded himself to protect his teammate. Naturally, he had proactively hidden her existence. He thought of the sacred oath of a true warrior. People would think he was possessed by a demon if he broke his own vow of honor. The investigator smirked, pointing at Bjorn Jandel's neck, twisting the truth with suspicion. You claim you were stabbed in the neck and still survived? So where's the scar to prove it? Bjorn fumbled, touching his neck to explain. Can't you see it? It's right there. Before he could finish, he gasped, eyes widening in shock when he discovered his neck was smooth. Had his scar been completely healed by the power of the vampire essence? He roared in silent despair. How could things have gone so disastrously wrong? Realizing he had accidentally let a massive secret slip, Bjorn Jandel felt immense regret. He had ended up mentioning the crack, even though he never wanted to, causing the investigator to burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha, a crack? Why would a vampire appear at a third-floor crack? Is it because you're a savage? You really are the worst liar I've ever met. Labeled a swindler, he slammed the table in anger and suggested a scientific solution. Then bring a mage here. You can verify my testimony by using memory magic, can't you? But the investigator just nonchalantly shook his head, refusing Bjorn Jandel flatly. Call a mage here just to investigate a lowly rank 9 adventurer like you? You only have the right to request magic verification once you reach rank 7 or higher. Bjorn tried to salvage the hope with money. Even if I pay for it out of my own pocket? The man smiled craftily, throwing cold water on him, finally extinguishing all of Bjorn Jandel's hope. Either way, if you die, that money belongs to us anyway. Why should we waste money on something as meaningless as that? He clicked his tongue and stood up. But fine, I understand. I'll consider it if it's a mage belonging to the guild. Bjorn helplessly concluded his first stormy day. His first day in the cell had gone as badly as possible. 2 days later, his mental stats were over 90, providing resistance against mental magic, making the interrogating mages cry out in frustration. His mental barrier was too strong. I think a mage from the magic tower needs to come here. Damn it, he thought, while smugly noting to himself, the rank 9 mages working in the guild can't use their magic on me. The investigator frowned, rejecting his subordinate's request. I can't call such important people here for this trivial matter. Even though Bjorn Jandel tried to explain, even when he mentioned Arua, Anlua, Raven, and the dwarf, the man remained arrogant. He refused to listen. The investigator continued, spreading his chubby hands to tempt him. Hey savage, why don't you just give up and confess? It made Bjorn Jandel incredibly weary. He keeps trying to force a confession out of me. Entering a new, stormy day, the investigator slammed the table, making him jump in alarm. This morning, the 7th interrogation, Bjorn Jandel. We finally have convincing evidence. Looking at the glowing object in the other's hand, Bjorn confusedly recognized his old item, the message stone he received while fighting the Star Crystal Alliance. The investigator proudly showed the ironclad evidence meant to incriminate him. It seems this isn't the first time you've looted others. We checked the number on this message stone and found it belonged to a dead adventurer. Furthermore, we've obtained testimony about what you did from the Crystal Alliance. A ruthless verdict was delivered, crashing down on Bjorn Jandel. You will be executed in 3 hours. Watching the jailer walk past his cell, he gloomily weighed his options. It was past the point of resolving this, with words. But even if I break out of this place, otherwise, I'll just be labeled as a common thief and a jailbreaker. Bjorn Jandel propped his chin on his hand, thinking deeply as he mapped out his final move. The only way to get out of here alive is to prove my innocence. Grabbing the prison bars with a fierce will to survive, he roared with determination that he would make it out, no matter what. With no room left for reason, Bjorn unleashed his brutal self-destruct technique, his body erupting with raw, explosive power. A massive, crimson explosion roared, completely obliterating the reinforced steel door of the cell. Emerging from the thick smoke, he strode forward with confidence, leaving the guard on the ground, screaming in terror. The guard stuttered, unable to believe the monstrous strength of Bjorn Jandel. What? How? How are you capable of this? Just as the guard opened his mouth to cry for help, the escaped prisoner planted a crushing kick with his bare foot, silencing the man and sending him spinning. Looking down at the guard slumped unconscious on the floor, Bjorn casually brushed off the dust and muttered to himself, "All right." His hand, glowing with red mana, proved his burning determination. "I will definitely get out of here." Bjorn Jandel stood tall in the center of the dark prison hallway, ready to flatten any obstacle in his path. He crouched down decisively, snatching the master key ring from the unconscious guard's belt. Seeing the commotion, the surrounding prisoners clung to the bars, shouting and cheering rowdily for Bjorn. "Hey, Bjorn Jandel, are you really breaking out? Ha ha ha, he's even crazier than I thought. Let us out too." Casting a glance at the clamoring prisoners, he wisely realized that a few of them were likely truly dangerous criminals. But, since he was already busy stirring up trouble, Bjorn nonchalantly inserted the key and swung all the cell doors wide open. But for a barbarian like me, framed without reason, I couldn't care less about that. Freedom forever. The prisoners swarmed out like a disturbed hive, hailing him like a savior. "Let's get out of here, Bjorn Jandel, the barbarian warrior of freedom." Meanwhile, at the main hall of the Adventurers Guild administrative building, 2 guards at the entrance suddenly heard an unusual, rumbling noise from behind and looked at each other in confusion. "What's that?" With a deafening roar, he smashed through the thick wooden doors, knocking them off their hinges. A horde of ferocious prisoners poured out like a flood, causing the guards in the hall to scream in terror, alerting Bjorn Jandel. "Prison break." Guild staff scrambled to use the loudspeaker to call for emergency mercenary reinforcements. He scoffed, "Adventurers, we will reward you handsomely, so please, help us take down these escapees." Chaos erupted in the middle of the hall as the prisoners screamed and fought back. "Come on, all of you. Damn bastards." Watching the riot unfold, he silently analyzed the desperate situation of his fellow prisoners. These prisoners would be captured again soon. Unlike the official adventurers, they had no decent weapons at all, except for the few sticks they had managed to steal for self-defense. While the prisoners were causing mayhem in the main hall, he strode away, gritting his teeth in anxiety, wondering if they could stall for at least 5 minutes. "I don't have time for this." As he hurried up the stairs, Bjorn Jandel thought to himself with a look of pure determination, "What I want isn't just to escape." At the top of the stairs, the guards spotted the commotion and panicked. "Damn it, the prisoners have already made it up here. The branch manager is on the floor above. We can't let them through." Seeing someone blocking his path, the barbaric young man didn't waste a word. He swung his hand to activate his signature self-destruct move, tearing through flesh. The sudden explosion sent blood splattering everywhere, causing a bald guard to cry out in confusion. "What the?" Before he could grasp what was happening, the bald guard clutched his face and shrieked in pain from the true damage. "Acid? It burns." Just then, the system issued a notification about a massive power boost. The character has used the sacrifice seal. The character's physical stats will increase in proportion to the number of sacrifices within a 100-meter radius. From within the hazy smoke, his muscular body began to emit a glowing red aura, surging with power like a true war god, savoring the strength coursing through every muscle fiber. Bjorn Jandel smirked triumphantly. The buff was complete. He charged forward like a tank with no brakes, shouting his battle cry as he approached the guard, who was trembling in fear and crying for help. With extraordinary muscular strength, he grabbed his opponent and slammed him straight into the stone floor, shattering it. The unlucky guard took the full force of the devastating impact, his face crushed, lying motionless before he could even beg for mercy. Seeing his comrade get battered, Another soldier angrily swung his sword and cursed, "You bastard!" The sharp blade sliced through the air, aiming a lethal strike at the warrior's bare, muscular back. However, before the guard could even celebrate, his eyes widened in shock. What? His wound, it's already healed. He backed away, stuttering. How could that be possible without a magic potion? Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel was comfortably enjoying the feeling of dominance. I can feel the power boiling inside me. He easily wiped out the guards, blocking his path in a heartbeat, silently praising himself. This buff effect is truly amazing. The remaining guards began to tremble and retreat, muttering in utter despair. Isn't that Barbarian only a rank 9? How is he doing this? While swinging his fists to clean up the remnants, he calmly analyzed the situation. This branch only keeps low-level adventurers, so they surely never imagined I could be this strong. Just like that, he swept past like a red whirlwind, using his fists to batter the guards until they were a mess, collapsing all along the hallway. After a brief warm-up, feeling loose and limber, he stood before the intricately carved wooden door, the entrance to the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor of the Adventurers Guild. The system window appeared, confirming his target once more. 3rd floor of the Adventurers Guild, branch manager's office. Not bothering to waste time by knocking, he lifted his foot and kicked the door open, only to discover a guard waiting in ambush with a sword. Bron's gaze turned ice cold. He immediately recognized the familiar scenario, an ambush. The blade struck his mana-filled body but triggered a reflection of damage, causing the soldier to turn pale. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the manager hiding in the room. Enough. As soon as the words were spoken, the guard's eyes widened in horror. He clutched his face, screaming in pain, and dropped his sword. As Bjorn Jandel hoisted him up, he muttered a heartless taunt. "Sorry, but my blood is acre." That bloody sight made a woman hiding in the corner of the room scream in terror. It turned out to be a young lady in a frilly dress. She called out in a panic, then looked at him, trembling, and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the beauty threatened, the manager scrambled out, clutching his face and begging as fast as a machine. "Don't touch her, don't touch her. This young lady is the daughter of the regional director." Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow in interest, thinking, the regional director has a daughter? Now that's some interesting news. Although he was in a weak position, the manager still tried to make empty threats. "If you dare touch her, you won't be leaving here alive." The young man didn't even bother to listen to the end of the sentence. He gave the manager a light tap, knocking him unconscious onto the floor, then decided on his next move. Changing his plan, he stalked over to the girl, calculating to himself, "I didn't intend to do this at first, but if the regional director has a daughter, then everything changes." The young lady backed away in fear, scolding, How could you do this?" As his mind saw a path to survival opening up, everything could become much easier now. The lady began to spiral into delusions of grandeur, questioning him incessantly. "You knew from the very beginning, didn't you, that I would be coming here today? You planned all of this, didn't you?" Realizing this was about to become way too noisy, he reached out and roughly clamped his hand over her mouth. "Shut up," leaving the girl choking for air. Ugh. He was speechless at her ridiculous attitude. What was with her excessive self-confidence? After clearing the obstacles in the room, he grabbed the VIP hostage by the neck with one hand, turned toward the door, and ordered the lurking guards. "You lot, bring me the lead investigator, the leader of the Crystal Alliance, and that mage from the Magic Tower here at once." And to ensure they worked efficiently, he added a bone-chilling threat. "If you don't, this woman dies." The guards turned pale with fright at the sound of that, scrambled to turn around, and ran off to report immediately. Returning quiet to the room, he held the young lady tight, stepped out onto the balcony, looked down at the chaotic hall below, and smiled, thinking to himself, well, now, this muscular barbarian. He took a deep breath, preparing for his grand, dramatic quest for justice. Bronn summoned all his inner strength and let out a roar that shook the very heavens. "Listen up, everyone." Standing heroically on the 3rd-floor balcony with a hostage in his grip, he loudly announced the start of his theatrical plea. "It's time for a counterattack." He declared his name with imposing grandeur. "My name is Bjorn Jandel, and the Adventurers Guild is framing me. I'm a rank 9 adventurer, and I swear to God, I'm innocent." He continued to shout, "The Adventurers Guild is crushing me, but I'm innocent." Inside, he smirked with triumph. If they blew this situation up this far, they wouldn't be able to back down quietly anymore. Meanwhile, at the towering magic tower not far away, a sudden announcement shattered the peaceful atmosphere. A call from the Adventurers Guild? The old mage with a silver beard stroked his chin, slowly confirming the news. That's right. A request for support from the branch manager. It seems a madman has appeared there. Hearing there was some fun to be had, the beautiful blonde mage asked in confusion, "A madman? Are you serious?" The old man calmly explained the riot. He had released the captured looters and was holding the branch manager's daughter hostage. They needed a mage. After hearing this, she curled her lip and remarked, "Oh, another brainless idiot. Huh?" Tipping her witch hat with a flourish, she eagerly volunteered for the mission. "Fine, I'll go check it out. I needed to find someone anyway. I'm curious to see the face of this brainless idiot." She instantly teleported, appearing right in front of the shirtless warrior who was holding the young lady in a chokehold. She crossed her arms arrogantly and introduced herself. "I'm the mage, sent from the magic tower." But the very next second, she froze in shock and blurted out, "Bjorn Jandel? What? What the hell are you thinking?" Frustrated by this guy's knack for trouble, she grabbed her head and scolded him. "Do you think you have multiple lives or something? I thought it was some brainless thug, but it turns out to be this barbarian." However, Bjorn Jandel didn't care. He interrupted her firmly. "Enough. It seems you already know the situation, so hurry up and use memory reading magic now." Seeing her standing there speechless, he frowned and urged her with a deadly serious face. "Hurry up, we don't have much time." Seeing the dire situation, the mage had to compromise but didn't forget to strike a quick bargain. "Fine, but promise me a favor later." Bjorn Jandel was just as sharp and immediately countered with a core condition. "I don't know what it is, but if it's reasonable, then fine." Smiling triumphantly at securing a good deal, she stepped back to prepare her spell. "All right, it's a promise." She focused her spirit and began chanting a mysterious incantation, Dithe Navas. But as soon as the magic touched his brain, it instantly rebounded, leaving her stunned. "It's not working. Are you carrying some kind of artifact that creates a mental barrier?" He gave her a weary look and replied, "Look at my situation. Do you really think I'd have something like that?" He clicked his tongue and ordered, "Then, there's no other way. Use image memory magic instead." Before he could finish, there was a frantic cry from outside. "Branch manager!" The fat investigator waddled into the room, rushing to help the manager up and asking in a panic, Sir, are you okay?" Seeing his superior in such a pathetic state, he nervously tried to report his achievements. "What happened here? We've almost suppressed all the escapees on the first floor," he muttered in sheer disbelief, his eyes bulging and his legs trembling. Could an escaped prisoner have actually made it all the way up here? As soon as he looked up, he came face to face with the tattooed, muscular demon. He broke into a cold sweat and screamed, Who are you?" Recognizing the familiar face from the interrogation room, he hurriedly pointed an accusing finger at him for the branch manager. "It's this guy. He's the one who incited the prison break." The branch manager sighed powerlessly, clutching his forehead. "I already know that," he said, leaving the fat man feeling awkward and irritated. "Oh, is that so?" The branch manager rubbed his temples wearily, irritably questioning his subordinate to get to the bottom of it. "This barbarian claims he's being framed. You're the one in charge of investigating this adventurer, right?" The branch manager's eyes locked onto the fat man, growling in accusation. "On what grounds did you deem this barbarian a looter?" With the pressure mounting, the investigator immediately waved his hands in denial. "Framed? How ridiculous." He loudly rattled off a list of self-serving excuses. First, at the checkpoint, he brought out an unbelievable amount of magic stones that a rank 9 adventurer could never collect on their own. The old man continued to weave his web of lies without blinking. When we checked his bags, we found tons of gear that looked like stolen goods. Getting more fired up, the fat man brought up fake witnesses and evidence. Furthermore, by using a detection stone, we tracked down the true owner and received testimony from the Crystal Union that Bjorn Jandel had murdered an innocent person and stolen their property. Listening to the load of nonsense, the manager frowned and immediately countered. "That's just testimony from one guild member. It hasn't even been confirmed by magic, so it has absolutely no legal standing." The man angrily widened his eyes and shouted, "Why wasn't it confirmed by magic?" The fat investigator pointed straight at Bjorn Jandel, accusing him spitefully. "Because he constantly lies. He claimed he survived a stab wound to the neck, but there isn't a single scar, and he even insisted he absorbed the essence of a vampire." The branch manager was stunned and asked, "Absorbed the essence of a vampire?" The investigator nodded quickly. "That's right, sir." The branch manager shook his head in doubt. Who would believe that? A vampire in the first floor rift? The fat investigator puffed out his chest confidently. Obviously, he lied based on his unique physique. Why should I listen to his nonsense and go bother our precious mages? Pushing up his glowing glasses with a sinister air, he secretly smirked at Bjorn Jandel. "This time, it's the end for you, you barbarian." The blonde mage casually poured cold water on him, Actually, Yanin really did absorb the essence of a vampire in the first-floor rift. The branch manager went silent, eyes wide, and the fat investigator turned pale, his face full of panic. "What the hell are you talking about?" The mage offered her ironclad testimony. "I was there." Then she shrugged and asked back challengingly, "What are we going to do now? I can't even use magic on him anymore." The branch manager had no choice but to accept it. "So, he really did consume vampire essence?" the fat man asked, trembling. "What? What do you mean?" The fat man frantically gestured, trying to salvage the situation even though he was a familiar face. When she shielded him like this, the old man suspiciously asked, "Is that you?" A bone-chilling aura erupted from the sorceress. "Are you suggesting I'm lying?" Terrified, the fat man stammered, "No, that's not what I meant." The sorceress pointed an angry finger at him. "Then what is it?" She scolded him mercilessly. "You seem to look down on mages, using your petty authority to investigate adventurers, don't you?" The fat man hurriedly knelt and kowtowed to beg for mercy. I'm sorry," he stammered, trying to explain. "I never intended that at all." The mages of the tower were very close to the nobility, consisting of many different ideological factions, yet they remained an incredibly cohesive group that always protected each other's interests. Watching his subordinate dig his own grave, the branch manager shook his head in disappointment. To think an investigator from the guild, a mere low-level employee, dares to suspect a mage of the tower he's really digging his own grave. Should we put a stop to this? The branch manager tried to defuse the situation. "You know, sorceress, even for you if you didn't know the situation, it would seem unreasonable to you as well." The sorceress pondered in silence before nodding, acknowledging the objective truth. "True, there has been no precedent for seeing a vampire at a first-floor rift." The branch manager breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for her words, but was immediately cut off firmly by the mage. She pointed a finger right at the manager's face and questioned him sharply. "Isn't that exactly what a guild branch manager shouldn't say?" The words struck his self-esteem, leaving the branch manager speechless and breaking into a cold sweat. She continued to preach with grand authority. "Ever since the dungeon appeared, it has been filled with all kinds of mysteries. In a place where anything can happen, how can you say it's unreasonable?" The sorceress stepped forward, pressing him. "How can you be so sure?" The branch manager clicked his tongue in frustration, standing aside to watch the show. Bjorn Jandel thought to himself with great satisfaction, "She's not even letting the branch manager off the hook." As expected, a mage really is on a different level. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out, directed at him. "Are you that barbarian fellow?" Bjorn Jandel frowned and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man with a dapper mustache introduced himself clearly. "I am the regional manager." He looked at Bjorn Jandel with a sharp, probing gaze. "You've caused quite a commotion, haven't you?" While Bjorn Jandel wondered, "Who is this guy?" The young lady in the yellow dress cheered happily. "Father!" The barbarian quickly put the pieces together in his head. "Her father?" In that moment, the regional manager clearly explained the organization's structure. The Adventurers Guild manages guilds, performs group magic, and sells various types of information for the convenience of adventurers. The guild's management system is simple. Each of its hundreds of branches has its own branch manager, with 13 regional managers above them, and the guild master above them all. The 13 regional managers are essentially the second most powerful people. There are things even they wouldn't dare do. Immediately after, a powerful blow from the regional manager sent the branch manager crashing to the floor, crying out in pain. Ugh! Witnessing the savior suddenly resort to violence, the fat investigator was terrified and stammered, "What's going on?" The regional manager pointed down at the person on the floor. "I heard you were looking for him." Seeing the face of the one who had just been kicked, the fat man turned pale, beads of sweat dripping as he panicked. He stepped forward, looking down at the one who had framed him with heavy pressure. "So, you are Haji Yang of the Crystal Alliance." The fake witness was terrified. The barbarian's face was dark, his voice deep and cold with a threat. "I heard you provided false testimony regarding the message stone." The witness frantically shook his head to deny it. "I never did." But the blonde sorceress immediately placed her mana-imbued hand on his head to silence him. After just a few short seconds of testing with advanced magic, she announced the result clearly. "This man is lying." Everyone in the room was shocked. There was no way he could escape this now, as the mage from the magic tower had proven it. The fake witness tried to plead his case, but it was useless. "No, I." The regional manager turned and nodded gently at him. "You said your name is Bjorn Jandel, right? You are innocent." Even though he had been cleared, Bjorn refused to let go of the young lady. He suddenly asked, "And what will happen to him?" The regional manager proposed a strict solution. Because he caused all this by giving false testimony, We will investigate this matter thoroughly and decide what to do with him. Seizing the opportunity, Bjorn Jandel proposed further action to nip the problem in the bud. I want you to investigate the guild he is a member of as well. Receiving strong agreement from his superior, the regional manager nodded eagerly. The Crystal Alliance has caused quite enough trouble already. I will see to it. He didn't stop there. The regional manager coldly issued the next penalty. The investigator in charge of your case will be fired. The fat man lost all strength, weeping and begging for mercy. Regional manager, I swear I did everything by the rules. The regional manager's eyes flashed with fire as he roared, a thunderous voice that drowned out the crying. Are you trying to blame your own incompetence on the guild? There will be a thorough reinvestigation of every case you've ever handled. The final verdict, reflected through the fat man's sweat-drenched glasses like a second death sentence. And if we find anything wrong, you will be punished accordingly. After the guards dragged the two culprits away, the regional manager, Ri Lok, turned to Bjorn Jandel. So, I think we should discuss how to compensate you now. Don't you? He generously outlined a lavish compensation plan. First, we will promote you to a level 7 adventurer, and we will replace all your current gear with new items. The young man was startled. The barbarian was furious, his face bright red, shouting and grumbling to himself in frustration. Why is the reward a promotion? I could have reached level 7 on my own with just a level 5 essence. Does he think I'm an idiot? The regional manager explained blankly. But you only have 2 months of experience. Bjorn closed the distance, his face challenging. Then bring a level 7 adventurer here to me. I'll show you who is stronger. He tensed up, roaring a fierce battle cry and charging forward, causing even the noble regional manager to wave his hands in alarm, calming his tone. Calm down, this is just unprecedented, that's all. The beautiful mage suddenly cut in, full of pride. Naturally. Bjorn stared in confusion, then squinted at Raven with suspicion. She put her hands on her hips and pointed directly at the official, lecturing him sharply before delivering a biting, sarcastic retort. I'm certain no other explorer has ever defeated a rank 5 vampire and survived after consuming the essence of a Rift Guardian. It's laughable that you're treating something you were supposed to handle as mere compensation. Stung by the truth, the regional manager gritted his teeth in frustration, but had no choice but to back down. Fine. What kind of compensation do you want? Hearing that sweet word, the barbarian wore a sly, triumphant grin. Compensation, you say? He drifted away, lost in fantasies overflowing with gold, then quickly mocked himself with a mischievous smirk. Money, of course. I'll need at least 5 million magic stones. That might sound like a lot, but hey, I'm just a stupid barbarian, right? Stop it, the branch manager shouted, panicking. 5 million? That. But the wealthy regional manager nodded decisively. Very well. This left the manager frozen, his eyes wide with shock at the other man's willingness to pay. What? He actually agreed? The mage took the opportunity to demand more. Also, 1 million stones for my work here, separately. The regional manager bowed respectfully to her. Very well, Miss Raven. Please tell your master that I am always grateful for their service. Witnessing this display of raw power, Bjorn couldn't help but be impressed. Is this the true strength of the Magic Tower? The scene shifts to the realm of those who hold all knowledge. The Magic Tower. A private space filled with bizarre specimens, a mage of the Antonian school. The personal laboratory of Lua Raven. Looking at the battlefield of scattered glass vials and books around him, Bjorn Jandel sighed to himself, wondering, why is this place such a mess? The blonde mage held out a shimmering blue chemical flask. Here, drink this. Bjorn Jandel stepped back in caution, suspicious. What is this? He frowned at the questionable liquid. Is this water? She beamed with excitement. Well, we don't have any cups here. Would you rather drink some concentrated basis fluid from over there if you don't want the water? He quickly took a gulp to avoid being poisoned by that horrific alternative. This is fine. But he remained inwardly terrified. I bet nothing but weird fluids and monster parts have been in this container until now. He set the flask on the table, sat down heavily, and got straight to the point. So, why did you bring me here? She smiled brightly, eagerly reminding him. You promised you would grant me one favor. Bjorn Jandel suddenly remembered. Ah, right. He sighed, trying to comfort himself. I only agreed because I was in a rush back then, but being friends with a mage doesn't hurt. He raised a finger, setting his terms seriously. I'll say it again. Only if it's something I'm capable of doing. The mage nodded immediately. Fine. What I want to say is, she spread her arms wide, declaring her ambitious goal with eyes gleaming. I want to study the essence you absorbed. She tried to convince him with scientific arguments. It will be useful for you, too. There might be some traits we don't know about yet, since no one has ever used it before. Bjorn stared into her eyes, feeling uneasy. Her gaze had changed. It was overflowing with a passion for knowledge. Man, the undead golem she wanted to study was already rare enough, but a vampire has never appeared as a Rift Guardian before. Watching her extreme excitement, Bjorn Jandel broke into a cold sweat. She's way too excited. Are all mages in this world like research students? Regardless, she confidently asserted, it's not a bad deal for you anyway. Bjorn Jandel suddenly recalled something, and jolted. Wait. He squinted suspiciously. So, when you were talking while we signed the agreement, was it because of this? The memory replayed the moment the three of them were negotiating. The barbarian had nodded back then. Don't mention what happened here? Fine. Back then, the mage had set the condition to protect him. If you promise not to record that Jan took the vampire essence, I'll agree to this condition. Recalling his own confused expression, Bjorn Jandel gnashed his teeth. I was so grateful because I thought she was being thoughtful. Caught in her scheme, she coughed awkwardly. Well, that's not wrong. The barbarian glared and concluded, so I was right. She quickly brushed it off and excitedly set her conditions. Anyway, come here once a week and help me for 3 hours for about half a year. The barbarian immediately countered without missing a beat. That's too long. Cut it down to 3 months. And you have to report the research results to me, too. Push too far on the price, the mage retorted indignantly. Bjorn Jandel, you survived thanks to me, and you even got 5 million magic stones, right? She crossed her arms, questioning him with wounded pride. Don't you think you should be more grateful to me? But the pragmatic man calmly brushed it off. I am grateful, but that's a completely different matter. He put his feet up on the chair, mentally mapping out his negotiation strategy. For this relationship to work long-term, I need to show her what kind of person I am. Then, he launched a savage counterattack. Actually, you should be the one paying me. The mage's eyes went wide with shock as she stammered back. Huh? Why would I do that? Anyone who doesn't stand up for their own rights is just a fool. Bjorn Jandel pressed in, making her scramble back in a panic. What is this? Bjorn Jandel leaned right into her face, his voice dropping as he brought up the old debt. You forced me to eat that undead golem essence without my consent, didn't you? She broke into a nervous sweat. Cornered, she pushed him away hard and snapped. Why is that even an issue? I gave you the essence completely for free. Back off. The barbarian wouldn't lose, shouting back. You forced me to eat that essence just so you could survive. How can you say that's not an issue? The blonde mage yelled, furious. Don't you think I did that to save you? Bjorn Jandel coldly rejected her kindness. I don't care. I didn't want it. He continued his extortion tune. So, pay me 10 million stones. Just as she was about to explain, I heard that was the amount needed to remove an essence at the temple. The mage shrieked, cutting him off. Why would you want to throw away something so precious? At the peak of her anger, she exploded like a furious lioness. You crazy barbarian. Ignoring her rage, he replied calmly. Because that's not the essence I wanted. In other words, you've caused me serious trouble. She clutched her chest in frustration and retorted. I heard it was extremely rare and valuable to adventurers, after all. Isn't it I who should be getting paid here? Bjorn pointed a finger, crushing her hopes of demanding money. That's just the biased opinion of a mage, because you people can't absorb the essence. Try asking other adventurers. She seethed with anger at being looked down upon. She marched forward. I bet you're saying that because you think I don't know any adventurers, right? Just you wait. She aggressively placed her hand on the magic crystal orb. The system screen displayed immediately. Connecting, connected. Who is this? Raven greeted the person on the other end confidently. Hello, Mr. Payson. I am Anlua Raven from the Intermian School. You met my master last time, right? A man's voice rang out through the orb. Ah, Miss Jill, yes, I remember. But why did you? She tilted her chin smugly and asked him directly. I only have one question. If someone suddenly forced you to absorb an essence you never intended to take, how would you feel? The other end fell into silence. She smirked, waiting for victory. But the man's voice rose, full of confusion. I don't understand why you would ask such a strange question. At the same time, the barbarian sneered triumphantly behind her back. The man continued. But to answer that question, she swallowed nervously, listening for the verdict. First, the verdict hit like a bolt of lightning. It would make me extremely angry, she asked back, bewildered, trying to salvage the situation. Huh? Did you say angry? Then she quickly added, but that's a tier 7 essence, and above all, it's an extremely rare type. Does that change the matter? Bitterly, the professional adventurer remained firm. The result would be the same regardless. An essence outside of my original plans would only bring negative effects to me. Bjorn chewed on a toothpick, thoroughly enjoying himself, listening to the final, crushing blow. A mage like you, Miss Anlua Raven, probably wouldn't understand this. The man poured a bucket of cold water on the face of the mage, who was blushing with shame. But you cannot just mindlessly absorb any essence you find and expect to climb to higher levels. She glanced tremblingly at Bjorn Jandel's triumphant expression and asked in a small voice, "Well, how would you demand compensation if such an incident actually occurred?" The answer from the other end left her completely devastated. "If it were me, first of all, I would demand cash compensation." The magic orb resounded with a calm voice. 15 million magic stones would probably be appropriate. The blonde mage was terrified, stuttering. 15 million? Meanwhile, Bron sat back, calmly contemplating the high cost of living. The cost of an essence increases the more I consume it. I really don't understand why these people who claim to worship the gods are so obsessed with spending money. Seeing her opponent demand such a high price, she hesitantly asked with concern, "Well, if they can't compensate with money, what would you do, Mr. Payson?" The voice from the orb sounded cold. "Who knows? If that happened and the person responsible was standing right in front of me, I might just break his neck right on the spot." Seeing her terrified state, she was thinking to herself, "Oh, what should I do?" The brawny barbarian crossed his arms and shook his head in frustration. "I'm telling you, people here really lack imagination." He thought to himself that, as an acquaintance of the tower's mages, someone like Payson must be a skilled adventurer. He certainly understood the importance of combining essences. If you asked a Tier 9 adventurer desperately searching for a way to survive, you would definitely get a completely different answer. That is your fatal mistake. Now, is it time for you to face your own negligence? Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Cuckoo cuckoo. A barbarian who can actually out-argue a mage. You're even more interesting than what I heard." This appearance made both of them turn around in shock to see the old man calmly and politely introducing himself with a friendly smile. "Very nice to meet you. I am the teacher of the young lady who was just crying. Bjorn Jandel, right?" The mage girl blushed and argued desperately. "Ah, I wasn't crying, you know." While Bron was startled, thinking, "Anlua, Raven's teacher?" Bron quickly calculated the information about the heavyweight figure before him. So he was the one who independently controlled 5 levels, as the master of the massive Antermian force. Is he as important as a regional head? Maybe even more so. Meeting such a big shot, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. A truly influential figure. Meanwhile, the old man still smiled kindly and spoke first. "I have been listening to your conversation all this time." Hearing that, the student was stunned, mouth agape in surprise. "What? You heard us talking? But I was certain the soundproofing spell had—" The master, Damien, interrupted. "It seems I need to teach you a lot more. There are too many holes in your magic." The old man stroked his chin, looking at Bjorn Jandel with as much interest as if he were examining a treasure. "This is the first time my youngest disciple has brought a man along, and even more so, a barbarian who is still alive and kicking like this. I must satisfy my curiosity." This left the young man very confused, wondering, alive and kicking? The master's face suddenly darkened, sporting a sinister, menacing smile. "Because most of them, if they aren't corpses when brought here, they only have their hearts left to offer." Facing the terrifying, murderous intimidation from a grand mage, the barbarian remained silent. Not even a few seconds later, the tense atmosphere was instantly extinguished by a burst of gleeful laughter. "Pfft." The old man laughed uncontrollably, waving his hand to make peace before the emotionless face of his opponent. "Cuckoo! Cheer up. It was just a joke. Just a joke." It made Bjorn Jandel only able to sigh helplessly. So this is the sense of humor of a mage? Quickly regaining the initiative with his barbarian guts, he proudly puffed out his chest. "I'm a barbarian who knows how to read the room, too." Then he casually asked, "You said your name was Damien something, right?" Bjorn Jandel sneered and leaned close to the old man's ear, threatening him back with a rugged look. "Maybe I should return the favor with a barbarian-style joke? Ha ha ha. I suddenly feel like crushing your skull." This joke made the great mage startle and widen his eyes. "What? What was that?" The old man narrowed his eyes and broke into a dangerously menacing smile. Bron chuckled and patted the old man's shoulder firmly. "Of course, it was just a joke, old man. Cheer up and laugh." The white-haired man froze, stuttering, unable to believe his ears. "Of course, that was just a joke. Come on, old man, cheer up and smile." The old man with white hair, who had been frozen in shock, stammered, unable to believe his ears. "Old man?" he muttered angrily to himself. "So, just by calling it a joke, you can just spout such nonsense, can you?" Bron, still thick-skinned, patted the old man's shoulder as if they were best friends. "Ah, that was just a joke too. Ha ha ha." Seeing this, The blonde girl beside them could only hold her head in frustration and look to the heavens. Mr. Black-haired, are you actually insane? I should have realized it the moment I saw you causing chaos at the association. Watching the old man's shoulders tremble with rage, Bjorn Jandel started to break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, did I go a bit too far? How do I clean up this mess? Just then, the old man burst into strange laughter. The old man, Damien, tilted his head back and laughed heartily, the sound shattering the stifling atmosphere. Just now, this kid was quite an interesting character. He waved his hand, acting forgiving and generous. Don't worry about that. I'm different from those brats who hold a grudge over every single word. But looking at the veins bulging on the old man's wrinkled forehead, Bjorn Jandel couldn't help but sweat nervously. You seem pretty annoyed, though. Seeing the other side concede, the young Bjorn Jandel pushed his luck even further, continuing to pat the old man's shoulder. So, what are you going to do? After all, I am a Bjorn Jandel. To return the favor for you taking my joke so well, I'll retract calling you an old man. The old man cleared his throat to regain his dignified composure and pulled a box from his robe. It's not like I don't have something bold like that. Anyway, regarding those 10 million magic stones, would this suffice instead? The small box popped open, revealing a delicate, shimmering ring inside. The old man calmly introduced it. The Frost Spirit Gauntlet, number 9425. The number might be low, but it is a numbered item. The young Bjorn Jandel's pupils instantly constricted. He gasped in his thoughts. Valuable information about numbered items quickly jumped into Bjorn Jandel's head, that they could only be obtained from the Guardians. Each piece possessed a unique ability and was an incredibly rare item. This left him in a state of extreme bewilderment, and he's just giving away the Frost Spirit Gauntlet like that? Holding the box in his hand, he asked skeptically, "What's so good about this thing?" The old man stroked his beard, laughing triumphantly as if he'd struck gold. "Ha ha ha, it's exactly what you need. It can seal one of the super abilities of the essence that the wearer has absorbed." Sure enough, Ginger gets spicier with age. The old man hit the bullseye on the brawny youth's weak spot. You've already absorbed the golem's corpse essence, right? Dealing with acidic blood can be quite troublesome. What do you think? Hearing that, Bjorn smirked, thinking cunningly. In this case, even the leader of the Antermian faction doesn't seem to know about that feature of the Frost Spirit Gauntlet. Scoring a huge windfall from the sky, he cleared his throat and acted resigned. All right, I understand. Just as he turned to leave, Javen's booming voice echoed after him. Don't forget to come here twice a week. You promised to help study the golem's corpse essence, remember? The young man just waved his hand dismissively. I know. Watching his large back disappear behind the door, the blonde mage blinked nervously and muttered, Will he actually remember? I'm so worried. The girl bowed her head apologetically to her teacher. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The old man waved his hand nonchalantly to comfort his disciple. It's fine. It's a numbered item that wouldn't sell anyway and has no real use. His gentle expression suddenly revealed the cunning smile of an old fox. Besides, the market price for that ring is only 1.5 million magic stones. That stupid Bjorn Jandel, when he realizes what that ring is actually worth, he's going to go insane. Meanwhile, the stupid youth was leisurely walking out of the great doors, bathed in sunlight, leaving behind the entire deception that had just unfolded. As he walked, he triumphantly pieced everything together. In this world, mages are the top intellectuals, but they seem completely clueless about how to obtain goddess tears. That gave me certainty. Looking at the bright red box in his hand, the corner of Bron's mouth curled into a crafty smile. In my eyes, even a mage is no different from an amateur. They clearly don't know the true value of the Frost Spirit Gauntlet. Night quickly fell, blanketing the familiar inn. As he stepped into the lobby, the bearded innkeeper's eyes widened, pointing straight at his face and yelling, Hey, aren't you supposed to be dead? The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, stuttering as he tried to cover his tracks. I thought you were dead, so I reclaimed the room. The brawny youth remained calm, folded his arms, and asked, So, what did you do with my things inside? The man in front of him trembled and whispered, I threw everything away. A dark, ominous aura radiated from the youth, making the air freeze. I was sure I had at least another week left. The innkeeper was so scared he felt his heart drop out. The innkeeper scrambled to apologize. I'm sorry. I'll pay you back. The young man's face flared with terrifying red veins, grinding his teeth, his killing intent surging. I can't let these foul emotions take hold of me. But then, he suddenly froze, cold sweat breaking out as he realized how unnaturally his personality was shifting. Wait a second. Since when did I start thinking this way so naturally? Bloody memories flooded back, haunting his lost soul. From the moment I first opened my eyes, even while people were being slaughtered around me, my mind remained eerily calm. The image of swinging weapons to claim others' lives was seared into his mind. He looked back at his hands, stained with the blood from his first kill in the past. It was something that had to be done, yet it had been so shockingly easy. Even the prison break felt like it happened in the blink of an eye, and when it came to escaping, I only hesitated for a split second. Looking back at his own cold-blooded indifference, Bjorn Jandel shuddered, thinking that his lack of hesitation was truly alarming. Even his reckless, insolent behavior from earlier arguing with the old man at the tower made him rub his temples in self-reflection. That was something the 29-year-old office worker, Lee Hansoo, would never do. A wildfire seemed to be burning deep within his soul. He vaguely realized the brutal truth. I thought it was just a change triggered by the special circumstances. The discomfort kept growing, and soon, I became certain that whenever I fight, it's as if the instincts buried deep within this ignorant body are waking up. Standing before the shadow of the giant barbarian looming over his mind, he anxiously questioned himself. My mind is becoming simple, foolish, and aggressive, just like a barbarian. Am I being assimilated by this barbarian? Pushing those deep thoughts aside, his gaze sharpened with cold pragmatism. Still, to survive here, this approach is better. Turning a threatening glare toward the pathetic innkeeper, he coldly stated his price. Just give me 30,000 magic stones and I'll let this slide. The innkeeper slammed the table, screaming in agony. 30,000 stones? I didn't even get half of that from selling your junk. Instantly catching the slip-up in his words, Bjorn Jandel narrowed his eyes dangerously and spat out each word. Realizing his mistake, the innkeeper turned pale as a sheet. Huh? His muscular hand grabbed the man by the collar and hoisted him into the air, the young man radiating a chilling darkness as he threatened him. Didn't you say you threw it all away? The cunning man could only wheeze, choking for air. Yeah, finally got my hands on that blood-stained compensation. Leaning back onto the plush bed in his new, luxurious room, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now this feels more like a place for a human, even if it is twice as expensive as the last inn. Stretching out and admiring the amenities, he listed them with satisfaction. There's a window and a private bathroom too. It's also much closer to the space plaza. Come to think of it, what happened to Anna? We need to split the loot, so I'll have to meet her tomorrow. Dawn broke, chasing away the gloomy night. The next day, at the Mad Bull Inn. The moment he stepped outside, a deafening, tearful shout shook his eardrums. Bjorn Jandel, the blonde barbarian girl, rushed over and hugged him tightly, sobbing like he was a god, mixed with pride. Where have you been all this time? Of course, if it's Bjorn Jandel, he'd survive even if he were thrown into hell. Surrounded by her enthusiasm, he could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. There was an incident. Letting go in a flash, she eagerly looked up with sparkling eyes and asked, Right, have you heard the news? The young man stood there, still clueless. What news? Before he could wait long, another muscular barbarian jumped in, waving his arms excitedly and screaming, The Barbarian of Freedom. The whole city is in an uproar because of him. Hearing the cringy nickname he knew all too well, Bjorn Jandel broke out in a cold sweat. What? That sounds just like me? On the surface, he acted completely innocent. No, I don't know anything about that. What's that barbarian's name? The fellow countryman scratched his head and answered nonchalantly. Who knows? I don't know. Strangely enough, that's the only thing that hasn't been spread around. Seeing this, the heavy stone in his heart dropped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky, it seems the association handled it anonymously. The atmosphere around them was bursting like a festival. The fellow countrymen kept waving their hands, boasting with pride. But I'm proud that someone like that comes from our tribe. He defeated hundreds of people by himself and cleared his name. He led everyone out of prison and won his freedom. The Barbarian of Freedom, he's the greatest warrior. Standing amidst the crowd that was worshipping him, the culprit could only click his tongue and mutter, sweating bullets. I didn't expect it to become such big news. Well, nothing big will happen, right? Before them appeared a bustling street with grand architecture and towering arched roofs. This is Camelby. Anna, the girl, skipped excitedly, raising her hand with energy. This is my first time visiting this place. In reality, Camelby is the name for the area covering districts 2 through 5, surrounding the Golden Karen Road. As a belt where the middle class of Raphronia lives, it is filled with artisans, shops, and many people often call it the free market. Standing in the middle of the lively street, Bjorn Jandel pulled out his money bag and handed it to his teammate. Anna, here is your share. Between the gear we looted from the bandits and my own equipment, it all turned into scrap metal. We brought in about 800 magic stones. He quickly calculated in his head that, roughly speaking, the items collected right before leaving the rift were worth about 500,000 stones. Then he divided the money and told her her share was 300,000 stones. Looking at the heavy stack of cash, the blonde girl stuttered in shock. This is too much. But Bjorn Jandel waved it off immediately. Don't refuse, just take it. It's a well-deserved reward. Anna's face suddenly softened. She shyly replied, "Oh, thank you." Yet, less than 3 seconds later, her emotion vanished completely when she pointed excitedly, screaming, "Bjorn Jandel, look over there! People are skewering clouds onto sticks and eating them." This made the transmigrated modern young man wonder in surprise. What? Are there cotton candies here too? The blonde barbarian girl stared at the cotton candy stand with eyes sparkling like stars. After he bought her a stick, they both sat down at a table to eat. She was devouring it while praising it. I can't believe humans could make food like this. Are they omnipotent beings or what? I wonder how many cloud candies I could buy with today's earnings. Witnessing this, Bjorn couldn't help but be speechless. He thought to himself that cotton candy had suddenly become her new currency. He sighed and told her to eat her real food first. While she was munching away, she suddenly stopped and looked at him with sincere eyes. "Bjorn Jandel, thank you for treating me without any prejudice." Just like before, Anna Penellan's sudden words made Bjorn freeze in shock. She cast her eyes down, confiding with a heavy heart, "You know, I haven't really changed that much, right? But the others in the tribe don't see me as a warrior anymore. They've been avoiding me, especially these last few days." Her face twisted with frustration as she recalled the nightmare. "No matter where I go, people just won't leave me alone, pestering me." "Oh, Anna Penellan, what a sweet name, my lady. Anna Penellan." The sheer terror of being hounded like that made her clutch her head and wail. "I've never had to deal with anything like this before. Bjorn, is it me? Is it really me?" She slammed her hands on the table and shouted through tears of resentment. "Am I really that hideous?" Facing this earth-shattering, self-deprecating question from such a beautiful girl, Bjorn could only stand there frozen, a giant question mark floating over his head. Seeing her sob, he fumbled for words to comfort her. "Anna Penellan, that's not," but she cut him off sharply. "I've made up my mind, Bjorn Jandel. I can't join you in the dungeon anymore." This bombshell of a decision made him jump up in shock. What? Why so suddenly? In the end, Anna Penellan left the party, an outcome not entirely surprising, given how her appearance had completely changed. However, that wasn't actually the main reason. As it turned out, the Elder of the Holy Land, a legendary swordmaster among them, had taken a special interest in Anna Penellan. And on that very day, Anna Penellan had resolved to become his official disciple to study swordsmanship. Bjorn tried to salvage the situation regretfully. "Can't he just take a day off to come into the dungeon with us?" She sighed softly, shook her head, and replied, "I wish he could, but this is a special training method. I can't set foot outside the sanctuary for the next 6 months." Hearing this harsh condition, Bjorn Jandel's mind immediately raced with shock. Could that training method be exactly what she was talking about? Looking at his teammate's serious expression, he nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, I understand. I also realize what a fantastic opportunity this is." The blonde woman replied with great dignity, "I won't make you wait, and I won't ask you to take me back unconditionally when the time comes." Her eyes burned with a fierce flame of determination as she declared, "I will definitely train hard and return as a formidable warrior. I will never hold you back again." Hearing those heartfelt words, Bjorn Jandel just silently lifted his wooden beer mug and took a long drink, as if it were a silent farewell. Setting the empty mug on the table, he let out a sigh of regret deep in his heart. I couldn't keep Anna by my side. The painful memories of the previous trip came rushing back. During the second expedition, Anna Penellan had been captured by bandits. The image of the proud girl being trampled, her lips stained with fresh blood, appeared vividly in his mind, along with the memory of her being forced to make a vow. He knew full well that her deepest emotional wound was that moment of helplessness. She had no choice but to stand by, powerless, while everyone else fought for their lives in the rift. For a warrior as proud as her, that terrible experience was undoubtedly the final straw, directly influencing her decision this time. Slamming his beer mug onto the table, Bjorn Jandel silently calculated the arduous journey ahead. So, we have to find another companion. Of course, there was still the option of going solo. Gazing at the power surging through his body, he confidently assessed himself. "I am completely different now compared to 2 months ago, thanks to absorbing the essence of the corpse golem, the vampire, and even a guardian." His base stats had skyrocketed, and when combined with his superior recovery skills, he was practically invincible at the second floor level. But no matter how overpowered he was, if they started from the third floor and up, going solo was absolutely impossible because of the game, Dungeon and Stone. It was fundamentally designed for party play. No matter how strong a character might be, the game's structure made it impossible to clear solo. As you climb to higher floors, the lack of certain roles becomes absolutely critical. Therefore, having team members who can fill different roles is paramount. Consequently, he needed to quickly find companions of similar levels to aim for higher goals and hunt monsters on more advanced floors. Seeing him enter the room, the blonde mage, Arua Onlua Raven, cheered happily. "Oh, you're here?" Making him think that if he could form a team with a rank 6 mage like her, it would be wonderful. Looking straight into her eyes, he smiled knowingly, because her help would certainly bring him closer to his goals. But just as she smiled brightly and asked if he was ready, an image of a gruesome, blood-stained torture chair flashed in Bjorn Jandel's mind, followed by a self-reflective thought. Of course, that's assuming we can survive and return from that place. Hearing his proposal, she folded her arms across her chest, turned her head away, and refused point blank. No way. She began to lecture the Barbarian. What kind of mage would be crazy enough to join such a pathetic party with only 2 guys? Now listen, if you want me on the team, every single member must be at least rank 6, and you need to find a cleric before you even think about it. This left Bjorn Jandel only able to sweat profusely and nod repeatedly. "Ah, I see." She smirked conceitedly and delivered a lethal blow. Of course, that would take at least 3 years, wouldn't it? He was left speechless and sighed to himself, deciding to just pretend he hadn't said anything. Quickly brushing off the pointless argument, she threw a stack of documents at him. "Anyway, forget that nonsense. Take this. This is the analysis data on the vampire essence you just checked." He flipped through the papers and frowned slightly, muttering, "It only says high, medium, low. There's nothing specific here at all. Doesn't matter. I already know the exact numbers anyway." The detailed parameter table for the vampire essence immediately appeared in his mind, with impressive stats like natural recovery up by 45, agility up by 15, physical resistance up by 12, magic sensitivity up by 30, false sunlight sensitivity up by 12, strength up by 15, magic resistance up by 30, soul power up by 21, and shadow resistance up by 12. Looking at those incredible stats, he nodded in satisfaction. I already knew, but seeing it directly is still amazing. Especially valuable stats like natural recovery, magic resistance, and soul power, all of which are extremely abundant. Not to mention the Guardian's essence, which possesses an incredibly overpowered passive skill called Origin of Shadows, which helps the user resist death as long as the heart remains intact. That's not even mentioning the other basic passive skills. Next is the active skill, Sacrifice Imprint, rank 2, which temporarily boosts physical abilities depending on the number of living entities infused. Even more unique is the active skill, Bloodlord, which allows the user to temporarily absorb a skill from a victim when drinking their blood directly. Finally, there is the active skill, Immortality, which helps recovery speed temporarily skyrocket. It is proportional to the amount of blood lost. All these attachable active skills are fully included. Closing the documents, he felt smug. Now I have both the Undying Imprint and the Guardian's essence. My recovery build is basically complete, right? I've been playing this game for 10 years, but I've never seen a character develop this fast. Getting what he needed, he turned around to leave. "Well, I'll be going now." But she suddenly raised her voice and called him back. "Wait a second. There's something I've been curious about this whole time." She narrowed her eyes and looked at him searchingly. "What exactly was that thing back then? You know, the thing you shoved into the unconscious vampire's mouth. It felt just like divine power." The unexpected question made the barbarian youth feel a bit nervous, and he immediately thought of a treasure. "Are you talking about the tears of the gods?" But on the surface, he still nonchalantly lifted his hand to pick his nose, pretending to dodge the question. "Maybe you saw it wrong? It was quite chaotic back then. Anyway." He then thought to himself that there was no way he could reveal that to her. Raven stomped her feet in frustration and shouted in protest. "No way! I saw it clearly with my own eyes." But the barbarian youth quickly shouted to distract her and scrambled away as fast as he could. "No way! I saw it clearly with my own 2 eyes." But Bronn quickly shouted to create a distraction, then took off running for dear life. "Treason! I've got to get out of here right now." Sensing danger, he activated his barbarian-style escape mode, leaving behind the mage's furious shouting. "Hey, you! Get back here!" She stood frozen in place, shaking with anger, clenching her fists and grinding her teeth. "You're hiding something, aren't you? You really think I can't figure it out on my own?" With that, she began tearing through the bookshelf, cheering triumphantly as she found a clue. Found it! The comprehensive record on the third rift. She used magic to lift the thick, ancient tome down from the library's dizzyingly high shelf. Flipping through the pages, she recalled its origin, an ancient text filled with invaluable information about the rifts, information not even recorded at the Academy. It had no name and no known author. Stumbling upon it as a child was truly a stroke of luck. But which page talked about the Blood Castle? Finding the desired section, she cheered happily. Aha, there it is. But her expression immediately fell when she saw the smudged stains. Just as I thought, this part is unreadable. What kind of stain is this? The book recorded vague details about an item called the Golden Mask, and just after that, the section on how to collect God's tears was completely blotted out with crossed-out lines. Undeterred, she continued using magic to pull another book for research. I remember reading about God's tears in this book. The page, sparkling with ancient text, opened before her, making her cheer with excitement. Aha! Found it. The page clearly described God's tears as a consumable divine relic of unknown origin. When destroyed, it grants a powerful blessing to the surrounding area. The old book even recorded historical events. 150 years ago, during the spatial collapse, Cardinal Andrin used all 3 tears to save the Pope. After that, they completely vanished from public knowledge. Reading this, a cold sweat broke out on Anlua Raven's brow. She muttered in shock. A relic? That's what it says? Memories of the light explosion she witnessed with her own eyes surfaced, matching perfectly both the method of use and the exact effect she had witnessed. Could this be a coincidence? Her suspicion fell onto the back of the barbarian, Bjorn Jandel, who had just come of age. How could a barbarian who just had his coming-of-age ceremony know the hidden location of God's tears, and how could he use it immediately like that? A crazy theory flashed through her mind. Could he actually be the Black Barbarian? Continuing to flip to the Golden Mask, the ancient book explained it was an item that could be obtained after defeating the Blood Castle's swarm, provided various special conditions were met. Sitting on the bed, admiring the mask placed before him, he silently recalled its function. It allowed the wearer to change their face at will for 30 days, with a maximum of 5 uses. He recalled his pragmatic habits from back when he played the game. Even when I just played the game, I never had the slightest interest in decorating the face of a 2D pixel barbarian character. So, I sold it for about 500,000 stones on the virtual market. But then he jolted, reminding himself of his current situation. This is reality. I even had a run-in with the law recently and was wrongly imprisoned. If one day I'm forced to turn this city against me, he touched the cold metal surface. It's best if I keep this for self-defense for now. The next morning, at a rowdy tavern, an adventurer excitedly turned to his comrade. Hey, have you heard the news? The shocking news caused the white-haired elf, who was eating, to freeze in place. The Crystal Alliance has disbanded. The adventurer kept rambling on. Isn't that shocking? An entire powerful clan just vanished overnight. The scale of the power that just collapsed was respected by everyone. The Crystal Alliance, they had built a vast network based on countless communication stones, bringing many conveniences to the adventurers on the first floor. It was an adventurer clan that had witnessed explosive growth over the last decade, but another adventurer immediately slammed the table in contempt. Powerful, my foot. Were they ever really adventurers? It's ridiculous how they kept calling themselves adventurers just to act arrogant. That's right, they were just a bunch of scumbags. Hearing the noisy chatter, the elf silently gripped her beer, remembering the past. At first, everything was fine. Many commoners who struggled to pay taxes truly found salvation through them, but things changed quickly over time. As they grew stronger, the Crystal Alliance gradually became depraved and corrupt. She tossed a few coins on the counter and stood up to leave. They started shunning outsiders and frequently committed cruel crimes against newcomers. Thanks for the meal. Painful memories stung her heart, fueling her resentment. Just looking at what happened to my younger sister is enough to prove that. The benefactor's imposing face appeared in her mind. I hate to admit this, but if it weren't for that barbarian, things might have taken a turn for the worse, beyond anything I could have imagined. She whispered to herself with relief. I once thought I would have to take care of them myself, but now I don't even need to do that anymore. The chatter of other adventurers still reached her ears. But why did they suddenly disband? Don't tell me you haven't heard? It's all because of the Barbarian of Freedom. It's ironic, but it's all thanks to that barbarian. The guy next to him nodded repeatedly in agreement. Oh, that guy who broke out of prison to clear his name, and even took the Lord's daughter hostage? With all this chaos, there are even rumors that the bill targeting 9th-rank adventurers, treating them as robbers, might be completely scrapped. Hearing this detail, The elf was suddenly stunned in astonishment as the adventurer added a bombshell. But what's even more surprising is that the barbarian is only a 9th-rank adventurer. That means he hasn't even had his coming-of-age ceremony yet. The elf's face went pale, her heart pounding as she immediately linked it to one person, a 9th-rank adventurer and a barbarian? No way. Such a coincidence surely can't happen. Standing under the quiet night sky, she looked up at the boarding house and asked herself gloomily, could that barbarian really be dead? Pacing back and forth in front of the half-closed wooden door, she pieced the clues together. If the barbarian of freedom is that barbarian, this would perfectly explain why he hasn't returned to the room for the entire past week. She hesitated, placing her hand on the doorknob, her heart pounding with fear. Finally, she opened the door, revealing a pitch-black room. She whispered the name of the person sitting alone on the bed. Wen. Seeing Wen's pitiful, haggard appearance, the elf struggled internally. Should she tell her little sister about this? The next morning, at the luxurious Adventurers Guild office, the receptionist politely looked up and asked Bjorn Jandel, who was standing before her, "What brings you here today?" He stated his intentions plainly. "I'm looking for companions suitable for my level." The clerk then asked about his preferences or special requirements. He answered concisely, "A team of at least 4, operating from the 3rd floor and up." The receptionist politely placed her hand on the desk and requested, "Please provide your ID and badge." Bjorn Jandel handed over his documents and replied, "Here you go." The clerk took the papers and muttered as she read, "Let's see Bjorn Jandel, level 7. She suddenly paused, looking puzzled. In an instant, her expression changed completely. Her eyes went wide with alarm, and she shouted in terror, 5 stars? Seeing her overreaction, Bjorn asked, baffled, "What does 5 stars mean?" The clerk jumped, frantically trying to explain. "Stars? I didn't say anything about stars." No. Rather, this was a list of teams matching the criteria that the adventurer Bjorn Jandel had specified. Bjorn sighed inwardly. Talk about going in circles. It must be some kind of internal code used by the guild. Anyway, being welcomed so warmly was nice. But glancing at the tiny note in the margin that said VIP or difficult client, he couldn't help but be speechless. Suddenly, Bjorn's gaze turned sharp as he realized something. That name, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out, cutting off his thoughts. "Ha! I knew it was you." The dwarf Hikarod walked over with a big laugh, excitedly adding, "I was a bit suspicious when I saw the file say you were level 7. Bjorn slumped into the chair opposite him and greeted him. "Long time no see, Hikarod. Glad to see you again, but let's save the chatter for later. There's still one more person joining us." Hikarod asked curiously, "You've already chosen someone?" Bjorn replied calmly, "Not exactly chosen, but a mage is joining. Consider them picked." This made the dwarf grin from ear to ear. Hearing the word mage, Bjorn's eyes widened in surprise. "A mage?" he thought to himself in shock. "Such a rare talent is willing to join our team?" Hikarod waved his hand excitedly. "That's right, and here they come. Look over there, that's them." This left Bjorn extremely curious and wondering, who on earth could it be? He stared in the direction being pointed at with a flurry of confused thoughts. A mage on this team? Who exactly? Just then, a voice rang out. "Oh, my friend, the adventurer." A young man with blonde hair wearing a monocle walked up with a radiant, friendly smile. "I'm Lee Hansoo. I'm here because I want to join your team." Hikarod and Bjorn stood up to welcome him. The dwarf shook his hand and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, nice to meet you. Are you the mage we were scheduled to meet today? It's hard to believe we happened to run into a mage at this specific time and place." The dwarf looked stunned for a moment when he saw the other man staring at him with a confused expression. Right." Bjorn quickly pulled him back and whispered, "He means he's the one." Realizing the awkwardness, Murat laughed it off and reintroduced himself. "Aha, haha. Anyway, it's great to meet you both. I'm Hikarod Murat, a rank 6 adventurer." "Immediately," Leah replied arrogantly, "but I am a rank 8 mage from the Rafflonia royal family." Hearing this, both Bjorn and Hikarod widened their eyes in surprise. The Rafflonia royal family. But Bjorn quickly realized the true meaning behind the other man's words. He meant that he didn't work for the guild, nor did he belong to any magic tower. How could this dwarf not even know something so basic? Leah smiled smugly and adjusted his monocle. "Oh, you're quite knowledgeable for an adventurer. May I ask your name?" Provoked by the other man's superior attitude, Bjorn gritted his teeth. "He's really getting on my nerves." Then he answered coldly, "Bjorn Jandel, son of Bjorn Jandel. Sit down." Pulling out a chair for the royal mage to sit at a table full of meat and ale, Bjorn decided to get straight to the point with a firm tone. He looked Leah straight in the eye and questioned him. "I'll be direct. Why do you want to become an adventurer?" Because in Bjorn's mind, It was extremely rare for a rank 8 mage to go out adventuring. Leah nonchalantly took a sip from his glass, shrugged, and explained. It's simple. I'm not skilled enough to work in the mid to high floors. Since adventuring in the lower floors doesn't pay enough, working in the city is clearly much more stable and profitable. The blonde mage proudly puffed out his chest, brandishing a shimmering magic crystal. I want to become a famous adventurer and boost the reputation of my Baron McTawn family. Hearing the title, Baron, Hikuro jolted, falling backward off his chair and shouting in alarm. A baron's house? You're a noble? As Lear explained further, my wife's sister's husband is the third son of Baron McTawan's wife. After that confusing explanation, Bjorn Jandel was speechless, thinking, what? Basically, you two aren't related at all. He's definitely not a noble. Lear spread his hands, acting friendly. Don't be so tense. I don't intend to treat anyone like they're beneath me. But that attitude only made Bjorn Jandel more suspicious. Has this guy lost his mind? The more we talk, the more he seems like a con artist. Recalling Lear's background profile, Bjorn mentally summarized the guy's traits. A good-looking face with blonde hair, about 1 meter, 60 tall and skinny, knows basic utility magic, administrative magic, a few curses, and ice magic. Definitely an inexperienced rank 8 mage, he thought, clearing his throat with a mixture of deceit and arrogance. However, reflecting on the reality of the situation, Bjorn Jandel analyzed, even if I'm a bit skeptical, if we have a mage in the party, more highly skilled people will want to join us. So, they decided to recruit Lear. As Bjorn Jandel expected, their party soon attracted many elite candidates, and he and Hikuro had to spend 3 to 4 days a week reviewing thick piles of applications. Holding a new profile, Hikuro nodded, approving with satisfaction. I think this guy is pretty solid, even though Bjorn was silently complaining, feeling like he had to carry all the heavy lifting in this team. Hikuro looked at Bjorn with eyes full of trust and asked, so, we're going with him? I was afraid you were going to reject him too. And just like that, their adventure party was officially complete. We even upgraded our gear. Afterward, he went to the familiar bookstore, yet the beautiful librarian with icy blue hair sitting opposite him kept her face cold as stone, not even blinking once. Then she spoke abruptly. What is that? He replied with a grin. Can you see this? I could tell you if you really want to know. He excitedly tapped the gleaming metal. This is a chest piece and a large shield made of latinium. Immediately, a system notification appeared, recording that the character had equipped the latinium chest piece, increasing total item level by 270, and equipped the latinium great shield, increasing total item level by 315. Not stopping there, he turned to show off the giant backpack on his back, as the system notification confirmed the character had equipped an expanded backpack, significantly increasing storage capacity. And this thing on my back is an expandable backpack. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just bought it. The receptionist raised a hand to stop him, coldly extinguishing his excitement with a blunt remark. There have been complaints. Please take off your armor. Bjorn Jandel froze for a few seconds, awkwardly scratching his cheek. All right then, he thought. It seems this lady doesn't like jokes at all. After finishing the paperwork, Bjorn strolled along the red brick street of the city. While walking, Bjorn suddenly jumped when he heard loud snoring coming from an alley. He peeked into the alley, dumbfounded, thinking to himself, a barbarian? Looking at the barbarian huddled in the corner, Bjorn Jandel wondered, but why doesn't he have a weapon? Any barbarian would always carry a weapon. It was like their lifeblood. Regardless of how hungry, poor, or cold they were, Bjorn approached the dejected barbarian and called out. Hearing the noise, the barbarian jumped, looking up at Bjorn Jandel with terrified eyes. Seeing the other trembling, Bjorn Jandel calmly reassured him, don't be afraid. I don't intend to harm you. Where is your weapon? And what are you doing in a place like this? The barbarian timidly bowed his head and murmured, I had no money, so I sold it. Hearing that, Bjorn froze in silence, his mind filled with astonishment. He's using honorifics to talk to me, and he sold his own weapon? Immediately, Bjorn broke into a bright, cunning smile as he guessed the stranger's identity. I'm sure of it, you rascal. Bjorn introduced himself loudly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bjorn Jandel, son of Jandel. Hearing that, the barbarian was confused. Ah, my name is Tarikan, son of Lien. This made him quietly conclude, he is definitely a spirit. Bjorn brought him to a restaurant, and as soon as the food was served, Tarikan frantically shoved everything into his mouth. Chewing loudly, he looked at Bjorn Jandel with teary, grateful eyes. I will never forget what you did for me today. Looking at that messy state, Bjorn Jandel thought. He said he finished his coming-of-age ceremony a month before me. He propped his chin up, analyzing the info. He says he got lost and couldn't enter the dungeon. Watching Tarakan slurping the hot soup, Bjorn Jandel concluded, but I bet he just ran away because he was too scared to fight the monsters. He recalled his own experience. Escaping from a group of super excited barbarians was actually a piece of cake. Remembering the precarious situation of the new adventurer, Bjorn Jandel thought, but the real trouble comes after that. I guess he tried to find a job in the city, but who would hire a barbarian? That is the biggest disadvantage of being in a barbarian's body. His mind started to sprout many suspicions. Did players really open the final boss room at the Abyss Gate? No. Someone with such skilled techniques should have understood how this society treats barbarians. Why hasn't he entered the dungeon? Bjorn tapped his finger on the table, demanding, "Keep talking. What did you do after that month ended?" Tarakan lowered his head, answering awkwardly, "I didn't enter the dungeon then either." Hearing this, he slammed the table in anger, stood up, and shouted, "What? You didn't enter the dungeon again? Are you crazy?" The other, terrified, whimpered, "But how could I fight against the monsters without a single weapon in my hand?" Bjorn glared at him. "That's why you should have gone the first time. Can't you think ahead at all?" Then he silently judged, "Has this guy even played this game before?" Tarakan sniffled and continued, "After that, I was kicked out because I was completely broke." Everything he revealed after that was exactly as Bjorn Jandel had predicted. Everything he's saying next is exactly what I thought. He secretly wondered if this guy had even played this game before. Tarakan whimpered as he continued, "After that, I was kicked out because I was completely broke." What the guy confessed next was exactly what Bjorn Jandel had anticipated. What he went on to say was just as he had thought. Tarakan recounted sadly, "That's why I had to struggle against the cold, hunger, and sickness. After that, I tried to find the settlement of other Mani, but for some reason, they drove me away and isolated me." Bjorn crossed his arms and pondered to himself, how could he have survived for 3 whole months, behaving so timidly? If I had been that cowardly and ran away out of fear back then. Recalling the hardships of those first days, he coldly concluded that he was certain, only to end up suffering the same pathetic fate as this guy. Seeing him fall silent, Tarakan forced a smile and pleaded, "So, what do you think? What did you think of my story? Don't you feel sorry for me? Doesn't it make you want to help me out at least a little bit?" Tarakan's eyes widened as he tried to persuade him with an urgent tone. "You might find it hard to believe, but I know that labyrinth inside and out. I'm sure I can be of help to you." But Bjorn coldly cut him off without a moment's hesitation. "I'm not going into the labyrinth with you." The spirit-like man was stunned, stammering, "What?" Meanwhile, Bjorn calmly offered an alternative. "I'll help you in a different way." Bjorn held out his large hand, filled with shimmering coins. "Here are 150,000 magic stones. Use this money to buy a weapon and head into the labyrinth." Looking at the pile of money in his hand, Tarakan trembled, unable to believe his eyes. "Ah, are you really giving this to me?" Then, he choked up, eyes welling with tears of gratitude. "Thank you. One day, I will definitely pay this money back to you." Bjorn just waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to leave. "Can you leave now? I'm tired." The man quickly stood up, laughing awkwardly. "Oh, is that so? All right, I'll visit again next time." But Bjorn Jandel cut off that intention with one cold word. "Don't." He looked straight at the man's sweat-beaded face and said in a low, steady voice, "Tarakan, son of Lien, whether you lose this money, waste it, become rich because of the labyrinth, or even if you have enough to pay me back." Bjorn looked at him with dark, soulless eyes, enunciating every word of warning. "Once you step out of here, never look for me again." His intense aura made the man shudder as Bjorn demanded, "Answer me if you understand." Tarakan could only nod timidly in submission. "Good." That night, Bjorn sat silently alone on the edge of his bed in the dark, quiet room. His gaze dropped with self-reproach as he thought to himself, "My actions just now were truly hateful." He subconsciously recalled his own helpless days and questioned himself. "Am I thinking about the past?" Bjorn reflected on how others would react to his deeds. A rational person would definitely say, "I'm an idiot," and a sentimental person would be angry because I only helped him to that extent. He clasped his hands together tightly, bowing his head in realization. Both ways of thinking aren't wrong. This might be hypocrisy, but it was the best I could do. Bjorn Jandel's eyes flashed with a final spark of determination before closing. "So, Tarakan, stay alive." Time passed quickly until the day to enter the labyrinth. When the system notification announced they had entered the first floor of the crystal cave, the mage Leah immediately looked up, admiring the view with excitement. "Oh, so this is the labyrinth? Where should we go next?" His personal info popped up. Liwaki, a 25-year-old human mage of the 8th rank, who wouldn't stop gushing. The crystals in the crystal cave are so transparent. So, this is what an expedition is like? That made Bjorn Jandel privately summarize him with a mocking nickname. In short, a complete moron. At that moment, the middle-aged explorer raised his hand professionally. Wait, I need to check something. His profile appeared. Bjorn Miller, a 34-year-old human explorer of the 7th rank with 8 years of extensive exploration experience. After checking the magic compass in his hand, he gave his verdict. The path looks good. I think we'll be fine if we follow the path we chose beforehand. Bjorn Jandel sighed in relief, evaluating him. Perhaps he is the most normal member of this team. Next was the information on Hikaru Murat, a 6th-rank dwarf explorer serving as the tank and team leader. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've explored in a group like this. And finally, the 7th-rank tank explorer, Bjorn Jandel. That's you. That's me. The red animal ears suddenly twitched with excitement. And finally, accompanied by a high-pitched voice. My hands are itching to fight. It's been so long since I've been out on the battlefield. Naya's pretty face appeared, along with her detailed profile. Misa, a 25-year-old beastkin explorer of the 7th rank. With 5 years of combat experience, she eagerly swung her weapon. Let's go chop off some monster heads. Nyaon looked at her and silently commented with embarrassment. She has a strange habit of adding Nia to the end of every sentence. She says it's innate since birth, but I've never seen anyone like her. The dwarf, Hikaru, took the chance to tease her. Haha, I wouldn't dare disobey the princess's orders. Making Misa's face turn bright red with shame as she shouted, I told you not to call me that. Watching that noisy argument, Bjorn Jandel frowned, searching his memories. It seems she once said she was the 13th princess of some tribe. I don't remember clearly. Meanwhile, below, Misa was still angrily yelling, I'll kill you. That dwarf, the leader, Rod Miller, spoke up to cut off the comedy and maintain discipline for the group. Let's set off. The middle-aged man took the lead and turned back to instruct. Everyone, stay close. Looking at the serious back of the guide, Bjorn Jandel thought expectantly. And so, our first expedition as a team officially began. Thanks to Rod Miller's guidance, we reached the 2nd-floor teleportation gate in 10 hours. But as soon as they arrived, Rod Miller froze, narrowed his eyes to observe the traces around, and exclaimed in surprise, Someone else got here before us. He clicked his tongue in regret. And we traveled as fast as we could. This made Bjorn Jandel think that was actually a pretty good achievement, but he guessed the man still wasn't satisfied. He looked at the light of the teleportation gate and thought, a scouting skill that reveals the gate's direction. At first, I didn't expect much because he isn't a professional scout, but this is quite good. Interrupting that train of thought, the guide shouted orders, Let's go inside. Walking behind him, Bjorn Jandel sighed in regret. It's a shame I can't get experience points for opening the teleportation gate. Memories of his old teammates returned, causing him to compare. If he were with them, he could have earned those experience points by using a game glitch to open the gate. But never mind. He would keep that secret until he found truly reliable teammates. When they stepped through the gate, a system notification immediately appeared, saying they had entered the beast's den on the 2nd floor. Bjorn recalled the basic info about this place. The beast's den on the 2nd floor could be accessed via the teleportation gate in the east of the 1st floor. Just like its name suggests, many beast-type monsters appear here, but I can never get used to this foul smell. No matter how many times he came here, it would be the same. Hikaru, the dwarf, turned to look at his blonde teammate behind him and asked with concern, Are you still okay, why? The pale, sickly-looking young scholar held his nose and waved a hand in desperate plea. Please, don't talk to me right now. Hikaru laughed heartily, crushing any hope of relief. Ha 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 ha, I guess that's a no. Even Misa, the beastkin girl, had to cover her nose and complain, It's so filthy here. No wonder the stench in this place is truly disgusting. Bjorn Jandel approached the middle-aged adventurer who was hunched over, investigating the area, and asked anxiously, Rod Miller, are you okay? I heard you possess a scent-sensitive essence, but the guide just calmly waved him off. I'm fine. This isn't the first time I've dealt with this. He turned back and seriously warned the team, There are many waste pits here, so stay right behind me if you don't want to step in one. Bjorn Jandel nodded inwardly, impressed and trusting. This man is truly reliable. Could it be because of his 8 years of hard-earned experience? The team waded through muddy puddles, muck clinging heavily to every step they took. As he walked, Bjorn silently observed the terrain to analyze the beast's lair, which was a valley. You have to find your own way through this natural labyrinth. There are no traps, but the role of a guide is extremely important here, even more so than in the Goblin Forest. The monsters here are too weak compared to our team's stats, so there's no real danger. Their overwhelming strength made it easy to clear out the monsters. System notifications popped up continuously. You have defeated a great blade-maned wolf, experience points +1. You have defeated a werewolf, experience points +2. Then, another ferocious beast fell. The system rang again. You have defeated a saber-toothed tiger, experience points +2. Even the creatures hiding underground could not escape their fate. The notification displayed, you have defeated a wall-crawling mole, experience points +1. As night fell, Bjorn Jandel felt satisfied as he lay on a warm mat. Thanks to Dwaki's warning magic, we were able to split into 4 shifts, allowing me to get a full 6 hours of sleep. However, the young mage sitting by the campfire remained puzzled and muttered, "But why do we have to do this? I already have my own warning magic." Hikaru laughed loudly to reassure him. "Haha, it's not that we don't trust your magic. The warning magic only detects monsters approaching." Bjorn Jandel asked blankly, "Is there a problem with that?" The dwarf's face turned serious as he gave a cold warning. "Adventurers are even more dangerous than monsters in this dungeon." Bjorn Jandel's eyes widened in horror. Trembling at the cruel truth, the mage stammered, asking Bjorn Jandel, who had just woken up, if that was true. He nodded and replied, "That's right, so you should get some sleep too. I already told you that you don't need to stay up to keep watch." The other replied meekly, all right." Looking at the trembling back of the greenhorn mage, Bjorn stayed silent and sighed, silently thinking to himself, "This is probably the last expedition I'll take with that mage." The expedition continued to go smoothly. On the second day, shortly after noon, Rod Miller pointed toward the rocky ravine ahead and announced, "The teleport gate to the 3rd floor is just behind this spot. That's where we'll hunt our rank 78 monsters." Bjorn Jandel recalled the structure of the dungeon. The 3rd floor is a giant map known as the Pilgrim's Path. You will enter a different part of the 2nd floor map, depending on where you came in, but everyone will eventually converge at the same place on the 3rd floor. He walked while praying silently. Of course, the starting point on the 3rd floor depends on where you entered from the 2nd floor, but I hope we start somewhere decent. Misa turned to him curiously and asked, "Now that I think about it, have you been to the 3rd floor before?" Bjorn Jandel, "No," Nia replied casually. "I have." The Beastkin girl exclaimed in admiration. "That's amazing, Nia. It took me a whole year just to reach the 3rd floor." Nia made Bjorn Jandel think and retort, "A year? Then how long did it take you to reach the 4th floor?" She put a finger to her chin to calculate. 2 years, I think. Something like that." Nia's comment made Hikaru, who was walking beside them, excitedly chime in, "That's exactly like me." Misa blushed and shouted in frustration, "Hey, I don't like that. Nia, you have less experience than me, yet you're already a rank 6 adventurer." "Nia, I'm still only at rank 7. The dwarf laughed gleefully and teased, "Haha, but you were born into a prestigious family." Their noisy argument was quickly cut short by Rod Miller's cold voice. "You two, keep quiet." Misa timidly whispered, "Sorry." Nia the dwarf also hurriedly shrank back. "I'll stop too." Seeing the sudden tense atmosphere, Bjorn Jandel narrowed his eyes, wondering, what's going on? Then he assessed in his mind. His voice sounds much more irritated than before. Looking at the solitary back leading the way ahead, Bjorn Jandel silently sympathized. "Well, he's doing all the hard work by himself. I can understand why he's angry." As soon as they crossed the threshold, the system notification officially rang out. "You have entered the 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Path." The rugged, wild scenery appeared before their eyes as Bjorn silently identified the location as the Steel Valley. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, causing Rod Miller to jump and his eyes to widen in horror. Sensing imminent danger, Bjorn Jandel lunged forward, raising his large shield to cover the guide, and shouted, "Rod Miller, get back!" From the shadows, a giant beast with sharp horns charged madly, trampling the ground. The impact was immense, forcing Bjorn Jandel to tense up and hold his ground. He gritted his teeth, enduring it. His mind couldn't help but panic. Why are there monsters right at the teleport gate? Feeling numbness spreading through his arms, he was silently terrified as he assessed his opponent's strength. This impact, if not for this large shield, I would definitely have been crushed to pieces. Bjorn Jandel thought anxiously. Just like that dwarf. While Hikaru was blasted away, the shield only let out a painful groan. Immediately, an emergency blue system notification appeared. Hikaru Murat has activated the emergency recovery skill. Hikaru jumped up and shouted a warning to his team. "John, those are rank 7 monsters called Eonro. Just try to hold them off and don't let them push us back any further." Bjorn Jandel immediately focused on his defense and replied, "I'm already on it." Watching the dwarf recover so quickly, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. So, he's already fully recovered? It's not like I'm jealous or anything, he thought to himself. Really? Staring at the hulking monster in front of him, Bjorn Jandel quickly analyzed their tactics. The Ienro's active skill is weight balance, which gives them high resistance to knockback. The dwarf's essence was incredibly useful for that knockback resistance back in the Blood Castle. Just then, Hikuro stepped forward and slammed his feet into the ground to activate his skill. A glowing blue system notification appeared amidst the chaotic battle. Hikuro Murat has used weight balance. Right after, another notification popped up. Lee Guok has used the rank 8 curse spell, Ruin. The monster gasped in shock, paralyzed by pain. A dark purple aura of magic coiled around the young mage, ready to unleash destruction. Seeing the curse land perfectly, the dwarf Hikuro swung his weapon and roared with excitement. Great job! He charged forward, swinging his axe to finish the beast off. I'll take it from here. Behind him, the young mage Leah stammered, overjoyed. We actually took it down! Suddenly, another graceful figure shot up from behind. The beastkin, Misa, leaped into the air with her weapon, shouting, "There's still one more!" Bjorn Jandel, holding the defensive line below, was startled. Misa braced herself, unleashing a critical strike from the air straight onto the monster's head. With eyes burning red with killing intent, she let out a confident roar. Her sharp blade sliced through the darkness, dealing a brutal, blood-soaked finishing blow to her target. The monster roared in agony as its massive body was cleaved in two. Once it vanished, the system notification finally chimed. You have defeated an Ienro. Experience points +3. However, Rod Miller looked at the cloud of dust, murmuring with suspicion. That's strange. This isn't where Ienro should appear. Why are they here? Sensing something was wrong, Bjorn Jandel narrowed his eyes and turned to Rod Miller. Is there anyone nearby? His question made the middle-aged adventurer snap to attention. A bright system notification appeared. Rod Miller has used body heat detection. The skill description clearly stated it was an active ability used by lizardfolk pathfinders to detect ambient temperature, helping them locate nearby living creatures. But then, he shook his head. There's no one in this area. The guide analyzed the situation seriously. But, looking at the lingering scent, someone was definitely here just a moment ago. They must be within at least 2 minutes of travel. Bjorn made a cold deduction. Then, it's highly likely they left after watching us hunt. Hearing the tense conversation, the dwarf Hikuro broke into a nervous sweat. Wait, so does that mean someone is targeting us? Rod Miller calmly reassured him. I don't think this was intentionally aimed at us. Bjorn mentally recalled the dirty tricks in this world. Luring monsters to teleportation gates was a common tactic used by bandits. They're taking advantage of us when we're at our most vulnerable. Killing intent flared around Misa as she gritted her teeth. Then shouldn't we capture them and beat them to a pulp? Nia, don't we get a reward for killing those bandits? The dwarf shook his head to stop her. That's true, but it's hard to find them, and we don't have any evidence. We could end up being the ones held responsible if things go wrong. But dead men tell no tales, Nia. We just need to leave a warning for the bandits at the gate and move on. At that moment, the young mage began to tremble. Venturing deeper into the maze, the team chatted as they walked. Misa praised him. Rod Miller. That's amazing. Nia. I didn't even know a method like that existed. The dwarf Hikuro nodded in agreement. I've only heard of it too. This is the first time I've experienced it firsthand. The beastkin continued. I guess, all in all, running into bandits isn't that common. Nia's comment left Bjorn Jandel behind them, bewildered and questioning himself. Not common? He curiously probed. How many times have you run into them? Misa pointed at herself in surprise. Me? I think maybe 8 times in the last year. Hearing that number, Bjorn broke into a cold sweat and screamed internally. What? That's way too low. I thought everyone ran into them all the time. Counting today, I've already run into bandits 5 times in the last 3 months. Misa's eyes widened, and she burst out laughing. What? Just how much bad karma have you accumulated? Hikuro laughed heartily and added, Well, that's impressive. I heard that things were that bad about 150 years ago, but the number of bandits has decreased significantly lately. Hikuro chuckled mockingly. Ha ha ha, maybe you're the reason we ran into those bandits today. Bjorn Jandel stood there, stunned, silently lamenting in his head. Ah, what kind of life is this, anyway? Rod Miller stepped in to defend him. Stop teasing him. You all know he's a pretty lucky guy, right? Misa countered. I can't be the only one, can I? The guide turned to advise him. Bjorn Jandel. Don't worry about it too much. Usually, I only run into them once every 3 months. His attempt at comfort only rubbed salt into Bjorn Jandel's wounds as he remained silently sullen. Yeah, still doesn't compare to my 5 times in 3 months. Misa looked at him, confused, and asked as she saw him sulking. Hey, what's wrong? Bjorn Jandel just hung his head and walked on. Let's just keep going. After consecutively defeating a series of ferocious monsters, the system notifications kept chiming. You have defeated a rock beetle. Experience points +2. You have defeated an iron worm. Experience points +2. You have defeated a Steel Valley guard. Experience points +2. Rod Miller turned back and signaled for the group to stop at the border where this land ended. Let's set up camp here for the night, and tomorrow we'll move on to the next area. Bjorn Jandel silently evaluated the guide's decision. The reason we're camping in such an odd spot is because there are fewer monsters here. That's a wise choice. Meanwhile, Hikuro turned to check on the young mage with concern. Waki, are you all right? You haven't looked so good for a while now, leaving the other confused and startled. That was a wise choice. Meanwhile, Hikuron turned to the young mage with concern. Waki, are you okay? You haven't looked so good for a while now, he said, catching him off guard. Really? Looking at his pale, sweating face through his monocle, I couldn't help but think sarcastically. That's right. He's usually such a chatterbox, so why does he look like he's just chewed on some dirt? Sitting huddled by the warm campfire, Bjorn Jandel let out a heavy, sorrowful sigh and opened up about his feelings. Honestly, the illusions I once had about going on an adventure have been completely shattered. He hung his head, hands tightly intertwined, blaming himself in a pitiful way. I know how this must sound. I'm sure you all think I'm just naive and immature. Memories of the conversation from earlier still hovered in the young mage's mind like a nightmare. Adventurers slaughtering other adventurers. He shuddered, recalling his teammates' cold analysis. Another adventurer had said that killing those looters would earn them money. This was certainly worlds apart from his beautiful fantasies. If I keep going down this path, will there come a day when I, too, have to kill a person? Why hesitated before continuing. That's why, on the way here, I had to mentally prepare myself. Bjorn Jandel coldly interrupted, his voice sharp. And, are you prepared yet? The young mage looked at him in silence, gulped, and slowly nodded with determination. His eyes reflected the flickering flames as he said firmly, Yes, I am. But then, he quickly shrank back. But I'm not sure if I can actually go through with it when the time comes. Bjorn watched him, and inwardly made a sharp assessment. Waki's resolve lacked true confidence. He was still overflowing with confusion and fear. Hikuro, the dwarf, stepped closer and placed a large hand on the mage's shoulder to comfort him. As Waki watched the touching scene by the campfire, Bjorn Jandel quietly compared him to others. He was still much better than the type of person who bragged constantly only to cry and beg when truly faced with danger. But Rod Miller smiled and spoke up in support, his tone warm. The important thing is not to be arrogant. I find that much more reliable than insisting you can do it while patting your own chest. The guide stood up, brushed off the dust, and turned to propose to the team. Could you all give me a moment? He smiled mysteriously and waved for them to follow. There is something I really want to show you. Rod Miller walked ahead, repeating his intriguing offer. I have something I really want to show you all. As the group stepped to the edge of the cliff and looked down, the guide whispered, This is it. A whole valley sparkling like a fantastical starry sky appeared before their eyes, creating a breathtaking, majestic scene. Rod Miller smiled proudly and asked the team, Isn't it beautiful? This is a sight that can only be seen at this exact time. The guide continued to explain the wonder of the land. No one knows why this phenomenal sight only happens on the 3rd floor. Watching the young mage's face, which was flushed with excitement, Rod Miller gently continued. But once you have seen this with your own eyes, the reason doesn't seem to matter anymore. Does it? The guide patted his shoulder and asked pointedly, What do you think? Do you feel a little braver to continue this adventure now? Bjorn Jandel silently watched the brilliant valley of light. His blonde hair fluttered gently in the night wind. Time passed into the late night. Bjorn Jandel sat quietly, keeping watch by the fading embers, thinking to himself. As the brilliant light vanished, familiar darkness quickly enveloped the labyrinth. All the adventurers had fallen into a deep sleep, except for me, the one on guard duty. He narrowed his eyes and looked toward the tent next to him with caution. But the young mage was curled up, tossing and turning restlessly in his sleep. A look of relief spread across Bjorn Jandel's face as he listened to the surroundings. It wasn't until much later that I finally heard the steady, peaceful breathing coming from Y's sleeping bag. The next morning, the journey continued. Bjorn Jandel mentally calculated the experience points gained so far. It had just exceeded 50. He pondered the arduous path to advancement ahead. I need nearly 150 experience points to reach level 4. so there is still a long way to go. Currently, I am level 3, and can absorb a maximum of 3 types of essence. The images of ancient monsters he had conquered flashed through his mind. So far, I have absorbed 2 types of essence. Looking at the drawing of the bloody, roaring vampire with its immense power, Bjorn Jandel reassured himself. There is still 1 slot left, so leveling up isn't too urgent right now. However, it would be wonderful if I could swallow a truly good type of essence. Interrupting his train of thought, Rod Miller stopped and said in a serious tone, "We've arrived." The guide pointed to the crude, flaming wooden structures ahead. This was the starting point of the orc territory. Bjorn mentally recalled the information about this deadly region. Among the various areas on the 3rd floor, the orc territory had the largest number of monsters. The standout characteristic of this place is that only monsters from rank 8 and above appear. He squinted at the path ahead and assessed the situation. The difficulty here is the 2nd highest of all the areas on the 3rd floor. But if we aren't planning to head straight to the 4th floor, there is no better hunting ground than this. Shortly after, the dwarf Hikarod Murat seriously directed the team. "First, let's work in sync here for a while. Then we'll decide on the next plan based on the results." Rod Miller immediately warned the team when he spotted traces of the enemy. Murat, a group of orcs, is approaching from the 1 o'clock direction. The savage orc rolled its blood-red eyes and let out a thundering roar. Hikaru shouted, encouraging his teammates to hold their ground. "That's it. Just do exactly what we practiced." The savage pack of orcs swung their axes and weapons, rushing forward and stomping the ground. Immediately, a brilliant blue system notification appeared in the heat of battle. Real Y has cast the rank 8 Ice Spear magic. Bjorn mentally reviewed the team's seamless tactical coordination. Y and Rod Miller will focus on dealing damage from a distance, while Hikaru and I will tenaciously block the front line. The 2 tanks coordinated, raising their large shields to absorb the 1,000-pound impact of the orcs. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Beastkin girl moved swiftly to finish off the enemy while I watched. After that, Misa will take out each melee enemy one by one. Behind the front line, Rod Miller narrowed his eyes, calmed his focus, and fired arrows with pinpoint accuracy. But an urgent red notification flashed, making Rod Miller jump in shock. Mage Oroz cast the Berserk skill. From a distance, the Mage Oroz raised his skull-topped staff, roaring madly as he activated the dark spell. Berserk magic. The monster's power suddenly surged as the system notification displayed the details. The physical resistance of the ORC warriors tripled for 10 seconds. The ORC warrior let out a roar, its bloodshot eyes flashing with a cruel, bloodthirsty glint. Empowered by a massive buff, the Berserk ORC warrior charged forward, smashing through obstacles and shattering our team's defensive line. Bjorn Jandel felt a surge of anxiety as he contemplated the worst-case scenario. What if a monster somehow broke through our shield wall and headed straight for the backline? He panicked and shouted a warning. "They've broken through!" Rod Miller! Rod Miller lunged forward, raising his shield to cover the young mage. "Why? Stay close behind me," Bjorn Jandel replied, his voice trembling. "Oh, I see." Bjorn Jandel sighed in relief. "Protect Dwaki. He's the most vulnerable one among us." Rod Miller braced himself, blocking the heavy strike. From the enraged Oros warrior, creating a shower of sparks upon impact, the monster looked stunned and confused that its strike had been stopped. "Huh?" Seizing the enemy's momentary opening as the berserk effect wore off, Bjorn silently counted 10 seconds had passed. Just then, Misa darted in like a crimson shadow. Her blade flashed, coldly claiming the enemy's life in an instant. System notifications chimed repeatedly, signaling victory. ORC Mage defeated. Experience points gained. ORC Warrior defeated. Experience points gained. The ORC Shaman in the distance could only let out a pained howl before collapsing. The last ORC warrior's eyes went wide as he shrieked in frenzy, but his scream was cut short when Bron's hammer slammed down, crushing his skull. With the final system notification showing, ORC Mage defeated. Experience points gained. The battle ended in victory. The team gathered together to catch their breath. Misa cheered and high-fived the group. "We did a great job." Meanwhile, Leah the Mage clutched her chest, panting. "My heart is still pounding like crazy." He rested his chin on his hand, silently analyzing the team's combat efficiency. The battle took about 8 minutes, right? We're definitely lacking in raw damage output. It was understandable, given the team composition, 2 shield bearers and a scout. But, even though the pace is slow, at least it's consistent. Bjorn Jandel proudly asked the dwarf if he had just taken down an ORC, and received an approving nod from Misa. Bjorn smiled to himself, thinking, with this group, we're actually a pretty decent team. I like it. As they traveled deeper, Braun noted their progress. We headed straight for the center of the ORC territory, engaging in battle after battle. As we drew closer to the heart of their land, the number of ORCs in each group began to increase. Real danger emerged as he narrowed his eyes, silently assessing the new threats. At one point, a Tier 7 monster, a greater ORC warrior, even appeared, blending into the mob. But through smooth coordination, they easily neutralized the danger, as Braun felt a sense of pride. We can still hunt without running into any major trouble. A system notification appeared. Greater ORC warrior defeated. Experience points gained. 3. Just when everything seemed to be going perfectly, Bjorn Jandel felt an ominous premonition rise within him. But things like this always happened just when everything was going too smoothly. Cutting through his thoughts, a strange voice began chanting an ancient spell, Xenotel. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shaking explosion erupted, and a fierce, wild fire flared up, lighting up the entire sky. Braun quickly raised his large shield to block the intense heat. He panicked internally. Damn it! What the hell is this situation? If that thing hits us, the skirmish came to a sudden halt as everyone turned in shock toward the heavy footsteps approaching them. An authoritative old man holding a staff stepped out and coldly commanded, "This ORC territory belongs to the Jawi clan, so get out of here." Seeing the Jawi clan claiming the area, Braun searched through his game knowledge. Turn Endstone was a single-player game, but surprisingly, it featured territory control mechanics. Initially, it seemed like it just blocked movement on the map before the main story progressed. But later, if you formed a clan, players could control hunting grounds too. He continued his skeptical analysis in his mind. Of course, this requires a significant number of personnel, so it would be a huge loss. Unless it's a habitat for rare monsters or a boss. You say it's your territory? But why would you need to control a place like this on the 3rd floor? What could it possibly be for? Hikuro also frowned, questioning them in confusion. I thought a clan only, operated from the 6th floor and up. Why are you guys appearing in a place like this ORC territory? The old man, Guy, dismissively brushed him off with a look of contempt. I have no reason to explain that to you. Killing intent flared as Braun gritted his teeth, his voice filled with threat. I've heard that. Some clans are recognized for their merits and granted privileges within the dungeon. But I've never heard of this place being the territory of the Guy clan. I can't even be sure if you're actually members of that clan. The old man's face darkened dangerously. He chuckled grimly. A quite interesting story, indeed. The tension reached a breaking point as an invisible wave of oppressive pressure tore through the space between them. The old man spoke sarcastically, making Hikuro break out in a cold sweat. I hear rumors like that quite often. Is it your sense of responsibility as a leader that makes you so stubborn? Bjorn Jandel silently assessed the dwarf. It looks like he's pushing us back quite aggressively. Suddenly, Braun felt his shoulder being gripped tightly. He turned, puzzled, and asked Misa why she was clinging to his back like that, as if she were hiding from something. So, don't tell me you're afraid of that idiot? The Beastkin girl's face went deathly pale, and cold sweat began pouring down her face in sheer panic. From the other side, the red-haired Beastkin muttered softly, or a thing, but immediately turned around, snapping, I told you never to call me by that name outside. That caused poor Misa to whisper, I'm sorry. The old man frowned at the red-haired man. Tisk. As I thought, not a fool. Looking at how you talk, I'm just curious. Is that lady your sister? The man replied coldly. That's right. The old man stroked his beard, pondering, I owe the Canston family a favor. So if she is your sister, but the man cut him off, don't worry about it. I can't explain it because it's a family matter, but my father wouldn't care either. Hearing that, the old man let out a mocking sigh. Well, since you said so, I guess we can at least tell them why we are here. He turned back to look at Bjorn Jandel's group, speaking as if he were granting a favor. We are in desperate need of the essence of the Oros Grand Warrior. Due to some internal clan issues, if everything goes smoothly, you might be able to hunt monsters here starting next time. So, this time, we'd greatly appreciate it if you could move elsewhere. Bjorn Jandel's mind raced. Was a 6th floor clan really going to such lengths down here just for the essence of the Oros Grand Warrior? That's not exactly a rare type of essence. Could it be that? The old man, Gia Y, curled his lip into a mocking smirk. Well, anyway, if we stay here, there won't be any monsters left for you to hunt, so it's best you hurry up and move somewhere else. He thought bitterly. If we don't leave, does that mean they'll have to use their full force to intervene? Threats continued to echo in Bjorn Jandel's mind. Like a maze. The strong make the rules. Don't forget that, and pull any stupid stunts. While Hikuro gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn it. I get that the dwarf leader wants to try everything for his team, but if you don't want to die, You need to know when to give up and get out. Bjorn Jandel broke into a cold sweat, intending to back down. Just as he understood the situation, Y suddenly surged forward and shouted, "I'll handle this." Bjorn Jandel jumped in shock, turning to call out to Y. The team's mage stood proudly with his hands on his hips, grinning radiantly as he began his arrogant speech. "Haha, nice to meet you. Senior, my name is Riole Waki, an 8th-tier mage officially recognized by the Rafflonia royal family. I have dedicated my entire life to the study of magic." Before he could even finish, the old man shut him down with one brutal blow, making it clear he was nothing but garbage. Waki's face went blank, completely unable to grasp the situation. The old man turned his back and unleashed heartless insults. "Don't you dare call me senior. This pig only just learned a few basic spells and already dares to act high and mighty, roaming around like a street magician living off cheap parlor tricks. You trash. How dare you open your mouth and claim you've dedicated your life to magic?" The old man pointed a finger right at his face, full of intimidation. "Your shamelessness is truly terrifying. Stop wandering around and calling yourself a mage." Y stood frozen, stammering in total devastation. I know, Bjorn Jandel, standing behind them, watched the scene and sighed in disgust. Y has completely lost his mind. Still, hearing those words directed at him like that is pretty sad. Seeing this, Marat roared in defense. "Listen, isn't that going a bit too far?" While Bjorn Jandel cursed internally, "Damn it, you crazy dwarf. Now is not the time to argue. It's time to run." The old man, Jiahai, glared back coldly. "I'm only stating the facts, aren't I?" His words were like pouring oil on a fire, making Hikuro's eyes widen as he growled. "What? Stating the facts? Let's see about that." Ignoring the weak attempts to stop him, the system immediately signaled that Hikuro Murat had unleashed lightning, enveloping the dwarf. Bjorn Jandel screamed in his mind in panic. "Are you seriously going to fight a 6th-floor clan right here?" The notification board flashed, confirming Hikuro Murat had used lightning. Watching the lightning crackle, Bjorn Jandel couldn't believe his eyes. "Are we really going to fight a 6th-floor clan right here?" Ignoring all hesitation, the valiant dwarf swung his shield and hammer, charging straight ahead. With eyes burning with mana, Hikuro leaped into the air like a tiny god of thunder. Yet, the arrogant old man just stood there. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a loud shout rang out, calling Hikuro Murat's name. A large, powerful hand reached out from nowhere, slamming down onto the dwarf's head, crushing all intent to attack. It turned out to be Bjorn Jandel, who had managed to rush out just in time to stop the old dwarf's impulsiveness. Y and Misa could only stare in shock. Meanwhile, Rod Miller maintained an extremely serious expression. Pressing Murat's head firmly into the ground, Bjorn Jandel yelled coldly, "Wake up!" Hikuro could only groan. "Ugh!" Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "We were on the verge of death just now." The old man holding the staff chuckled coldly amidst his subordinates, whose eyes glowed in the night. "You've got a pretty good teammate there. You should be grateful to that savage for the rest of your life." As Bjorn Janden's chilling realization echoed in the group's minds, "We almost died." The atmosphere plummeted. Hikuro finally realized his stupidity and spoke sadly. "I'm sorry." The dwarf bowed his head, sweat soaking his brow, regretfully admitting, "I lost my mind and acted impulsively." Rod Miller kept his stern, disciplinary expression. "Your actions almost got us all killed," causing Hikuro to mutter weakly, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Bjorn Jandel silently applauded in his heart. "Well done, Rod Miller. Now keep scolding him so he truly learns his lesson." But before he could finish, Rod Miller concluded, "But, since nothing actually happened in the end, I'll stop here." Bjorn Janden's eyes widened in confusion. "You're just going to forgive him like that?" The shield-bearer calmly explained further, "And although it was impulsive, personally, I believe that you standing up to protect your teammates is a good thing." Bjorn Jandel felt like fainting at this style of education. "You're even praising him now?" He sighed heavily, judging silently. "Rod Miller is too soft to be a team leader. If it were me, I would have cursed him out." He let out a quiet sigh. "Phew." Suddenly, Misa scratched her head awkwardly and spoke up. "I'm sorry too. Things might have gone better if not for me." Y hurriedly waved his hands to console her. "That's not true. I think the only reason this ended with us just being chased away is thanks to you, so don't say that." Misa's beast ears perked up, and she grew emotional, reaching out. Bjorn Jandel, standing nearby, was left completely puzzled. "Haha, that's one way to comfort her, I guess." The young man rubbed his arm, which was covered in goosebumps, and shuddered. The atmosphere had suddenly changed completely. This is the kind of cheesy, ridiculous atmosphere I've always hated since I was a kid. Damn it. Or am I the weird one here? Ignoring that distracting thought, Misa smiled bitterly and opened up. Do you all know why I hate talking about my family? I'm the only one in my family who couldn't form a contract with a beast spirit. Her story brought everyone back to the lore of this world. Beastmen have the ability to form contracts with ancient creatures known as beast spirits. She gently explained further, these contracts take many different forms. Some summon beast spirits to support them in battle. Some let them possess their bodies to enhance physical capabilities, while others receive blessings to use special abilities. She lowered her eyes sadly. Of course, only a few beastmen are chosen by beast spirits. But the problem is, Misa is part of the direct bloodline of the Sen clan. In other words, her inability to control a spirit beast had tarnished her family's reputation. She reminisced sorrowfully. I had a great relationship with my siblings when I was young. Childhood memories of happy laughter with her loved ones seemed to remain vivid in her mind. But her voice suddenly choked up. But when I grew up and still hadn't been chosen by any spirit beast, everyone started ignoring me. The walls were put up coldly, accompanied by cruel acts of ostracism. Don't touch me, you half-breed. Misa continued her story. Everyone calls me a half-breed. They say I'm a mongrel. The most poisonous words pierced straight into her heart. A royal child. She let out a light, yet helpless sigh. My mother passed away when I was little, so no one really knew the truth. I couldn't stand their discrimination anymore. So, I left home and learned how to fight. The Beastkin girl's eyes flashed with her characteristic resilience. That's how I became an adventurer. Hearing the story, the dwarf wept and gripped her hand in sympathy. You must have gone through such a hard time. I know it's hard to talk about. Thank you for sharing it with us. Misa waved her hand, smiling as she replied. Not at all. You treat us like true, sincere comrades and get angry on our behalf. Neon's words made Hikaru burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm glad you think so. Not letting the mood drop, Hikaru asked excitedly. You're done telling your story, right? Bjorn Jandel stood nearby, looking completely speechless. How on earth did he reach that conclusion? Ignoring his utter confusion, the dwarf declared clearly, Then let me tell you all about myself. His eyes drifted away, lost in a fiery, distant memory. My dream was to become a blacksmith. The dwarf frowned slightly, his voice dropping as he continued. A bittersweet memory of a burning forge flickered in his mind. He sighed. I lacked the talent. For 10 years, I couldn't even graduate from the training course. Leaving the dark workshop behind, he lamented, That's exactly why I became an adventurer after turning 30. I needed to start making money, so I just ran away. Upon hearing this, Y suddenly burst into tears. I'm sure I'm the most incompetent one here. I only managed to enter the path of magic because of my family's social status. But I didn't have enough talent to be accepted into the magic tower. The young mage's lonely back stood still, staring up at the pitch-black tower piercing through the clouds, filled with endless despair. Recalling the disdainful look from the old mage earlier, he teared up and whispered to himself, If only I were a real mage. His face was flushed with self-pity, and tears streamed down his cheeks. He sobbed, I'm sure that mage would have at least shown me a little respect. Hikaru immediately pointed to the sky, loudly defending him. No, that old mage is the terrible one. You're a wonderful mage. Y wiped his tears, moved. Thank you. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel stood by, silently screaming in disbelief. What the hell is this? Even someone as composed as Rod Miller had to exhale and admit, I've been in many parties, but I've never experienced anything like this before. Lone nodded, agreeing internally. That's exactly what I wanted to say. What the hell? But the next sentence from the shield-bearer made everyone fall over in shock. I also need to offer an apology. Hikaru widened his eyes and yelled, Even you? Rod Miller calmly opened up, ignoring the stunned looks from Misa and the dwarf's worried expression. When you and Murat were talking about age and past experiences, I actually felt really uncomfortable. The Beastkin girl, Misa, startled and stepped back, ears twitching in confusion as she heard their usually level-headed teammate pour his heart out. Closing his eyes, Rod Miller smiled bitterly. It's because of my own disgusting jealousy. I thought you two had no right to complain because you were both lucky enough to be born as non-humans, and I didn't even know the pain you might have gone through. The dwarf stammered in surprise. Is that so? But isn't there any advantage to being a human adventurer? Misa quickly added, That's right. Humans can use spirit energy and can become spirit mages, regular mages, or even saints, while Bjorn Jandel silently judged the harsh reality. But those things are only for the tiny minority with innate talent. Anyway, I shouldn't have said that right now. Hearing this, Hikaru suddenly laughed heartily, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. Ha ha ha. So it turns out our party is made up of nothing but underdogs? Well, that's great. We can just look out for each other and stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Optimism spread quickly. Y clenched his fist, radiant. I'll do my best to be useful to the party. Misa brightened up. Let's all do our best together. Even Rod Miller smiled. I hope we can stay together for a long time. Pressure began to mount. Bjorn Jandel was breaking into a cold sweat. They were all confessing their troubles and comforting each other. Now, the only one left was the target of 4 pairs of shimmering, expectant eyes fixed on the young man. He panicked and screamed in his mind, "Is it my turn?" Invisible pressure weighed on his muscular shoulders, making Bjorn sweat profusely. Why is everyone staring at me with such expectant eyes? Will I be isolated from the group if I don't say anything? What the hell am I supposed to say? I'm not used to sappy parties like this at all. Swallowing hard, he struggled to open his mouth to find some nonsense excuse. And then, in a state of utter panic, the young man squeezed his eyes shut and yelled at a volume that shook the earth. I don't have a mother! The atmosphere suddenly froze for a beat. Y blinked, bewildered. Rod Miller stammered too. I see. Bjorn Jandel clung to a shred of hope, wondering to himself, wasn't that tragic enough? Noticing his teammates' confusion, he decided to pour all his effort into making up a soap opera-worthy script. My mother passed away right after giving birth to me. Clenching his fists dramatically, the muscular youth continued to howl painfully. My father also went into the dungeon and never returned when I was little. He clutched his left chest, putting on a very pained expression, and shouted, I'm an adult now, but even if I wanted to, I can't see them anymore. His monologue ended in a breathless gasp amidst the silent forest. Bjorn Jandel smugly patted his own chest with pride. How was that? That part was 100% the truth. I did hear it from Anna after all. The performance was a huge success, as Rod Miller looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. You must have had a really hard time when you were little. And Misa burst into tears. I'm sorry, I was just complaining about my own family without even knowing that. Y sniffled and wiped his eyes with his hand. So all this time, you've been trying to pretend you were okay? Then the dwarf rushed over and hugged Bron's arm, crying out, Bron, I can't replace your parents, but if you want to. Bron felt goosebumps all over from this excessive comfort. The young man quickly yanked his arm back and yelled in fear, I'm fine, please go away. Despite his resistance, the group crowded around to comfort him. That's right. Bron is the youngest in our party after all. You don't need to keep holding back your feelings when you're with us. Bron was left speechless, silently lamenting, somehow, I have a feeling I've become the most pathetic guy in this entire party. Well, whatever. It's not like I don't really have a mother in my old world. He quickly pulled himself together, puffing out his chest with a proud, sunny smile in his mind. Besides, I'm a savage barbarian warrior who officially became a 7th rank adventurer in just 3 months. Huh? He continued to moan internally about being dragged into a game world and having to face death countless times. But the important thing was that he suddenly froze. Huh? Misa looked at his blank expression in a panic, calling out anxiously, Bron, what's wrong? Bron stood there like a statue with a soulless face upon hearing the bittersweet question. Are you missing your mom again? It made him curse himself in despair. Damn it, why is my life so pathetic? To break the awkwardness, Rod Miller asked, what are we going to do now? Ignoring Misa, who was still clinging to Bron's back trying to comfort him. If you miss your family, you can think of me as your sister. And the mage whispered helplessly. It's fine. The shield bearer clearly suggested. I'm thinking of heading to the witch's forest. Misa curiously came up with another idea. The witch's forest? What about the blue-tailed swamp? But Rod Miller politely refused with a practical reason. It will take 6 days to get there from here. At this point, Y timidly suggested, then why don't we just go straight to the 4th floor? I heard the witch's forest isn't very suitable for warriors. Immediately, the dwarf dismissed it. I think it's too early to go to the 4th floor. Seeing that determined attitude, Bjorn Jandel silently judged. He's really stubborn. Hikuron frowned and explained the reason. I've seen many parties head there with contempt for the difficulty, only to lose their lives. It won't be too late to advance to the 4th floor after we've worked together a little longer. Bron stood, rubbing his chin, thoughtfully analyzing the situation. The witch's forest was considered an area you should only visit when absolutely necessary. It wasn't a great place to hunt. Anyway, he guessed the reason the dwarf was so determined to refuse was because the 4th floor was truly very dangerous. Images of the game's difficulty flashed through his mind. On the 4th floor, there were rank 7 and rank 8 monsters, just like on the 3rd floor. But sometimes, rank 6 monsters would appear too. He recalled the core mechanic of this floor. It was a rare enough rate that you would have to wander around for an entire day, for 4 days straight, just to accidentally encounter one. His eyes lit up with calculation. But that also meant that we would definitely stumble upon one no matter what once we were there. Bitter memories from back when he sat in front of his computer screen came flooding back. He remembered holding his head and pulling his hair out before the bright red words, "You died." Actually, I've died countless times on the 4th floor just because I wasn't prepared enough. Back then, I just kept thinking it would be fine this time. So, I completely understood the dwarf's anxiety. But cutting off his train of thought, Bronze suddenly called out with a very serious expression. "Hikur!" The mage puffed out his chest, clearly making a bold decision that went against the party leader's wishes. "I think we should head to the 4th floor to kick off the strategy meeting." The young man in the iron helmet clearly proposed, "I think advancing to the 4th floor will be fine." He confidently boasted about the tankiness of the group. "Hikuro and I are quite sturdy. Even if we run into a rank 6 monster, we can still create enough space to run away. To be honest, considering I now have vampire blood essence, I'm capable enough to withstand rank 6 monsters well." Further analyzing the team composition, he concluded, "Although our damage is a bit lacking, we still have a mage, and the other 2 are veterans." Ignoring the chairman, the members behind started whispering to each other. "It'll be a bit slow, but we can manage on the 4th floor. He's right, but I'm a bit worried because he's a barbarian." "I agree. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Should we listen to him this time?" Nien. "Yeah, that's right. I think it'll be fine." "Too much to bear." The broken clock young man roared in annoyance. "I can hear everything, you bastards," while the dwarf uncle remained wary. "I still think it's dangerous." And then, offering a solution, "All right, let's vote." After a lightning-fast democratic session, the result of the vote was that a unanimous decision was passed. "Let's head to the 4th floor." And so, our party of poor little souls decided to test their strength on the 4th floor. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day after entering the maze. Captain Rod Miller gave directions. "Let's camp here tonight." The bloodthirsty dwarf didn't seem to want to rest early, and suggested, "Rod Miller, I think we're all still quite energized. Why don't we go a little further?" He was immediately doused with cold water by the captain. In reality, it would take another 3 hours to find a better spot than this one. "Oh, is that so? Then we'll camp here." He looked at his watch, murmuring as he calculated, "It's currently 9 o'clock at night." Ignoring the invitation to eat behind him, "Do you want some dried meat?" "Nian, thanks." He thought to himself that this was also the time they set up camp on the 1st and 2nd days. A feeling of begrudging respect rose within the barbarian's heart. He must have calculated the campsite location in advance based on our distance and speed. It sounded like nothing special, but it was truly impressive. In a maze where there was no day or night, sitting by the campfire, the warrior curiously asked, "Rod Miller, what's the plan for tomorrow?" "I think we'll reach the Witch's Forest before noon tomorrow." Admiration was once again elevated to a new level. He didn't even need to think, just like a living GPS. He was truly worthy of being a veteran adventurer. He was so reliable. Afterward, the human GPS instructed, "It will be quite tiring once we enter the forest, so we should all rest now." "All right, I'm taking the first watch tonight, right?" The peaceful atmosphere closed with a melodious tune echoing by the campfire. "Good night, everyone." But in the dead of the night, a quiet, ambiguous voice suddenly woke him up. Bjorn Jandel woke up groggy. The young man asked blankly, "Is it my turn already?" "Not yet." Noticing Rod Miller's serious expression, he felt a jolt of anxiety. "Is it monsters?" "Both." The ambiguous answer made his brain race. "Both." Does he mean both monsters and adventurers? Suddenly, a scream tore through the night. "Help!" causing Bjorn Jandel to jump. This sound. Is someone being chased by a monster? The captain calmly analyzed like a detective. "It sounds like it. But that's not what's important. Do you remember we ran into the Ians a few days ago near the gate?" Hearing that, Bronn recalled the anomaly. "You said there were signs of someone setting a trap for us before they ran away." The curtain of secrets gradually lifted. "That's right. The scents I'm tracking right now are exactly the same as then." "So you mean they're the robbers from before?" Rod Miller whispered in confirmation of the conspiracy. "Yes. I don't know who they are, but they are intentionally targeting us. I guess they're trying to blend in by pretending they need help." Their little act was interrupted. The Beastkin girl cried out in a panic. "So, what are we supposed to do now?" "They're coming. Look. It's fire. That's fire." In the heat of the moment, the bulky guy scratched his head, putting on a dramatic, over-the-top performance to himself. "I'd better take advantage of this. I'm afraid my teammates will ruin the script," Rod Miller warned. "If you aren't confident in your acting skills, don't do anything." At the same time, the bandits ran while screaming for help, and the group jumped out to block their acting partners, shouting loudly, "Stop right there!" As expected, the male protagonist slipped into his role perfectly, swinging his mace in a rough, threatening manner. "Don't come any closer, or I'll crush your skull if you take one more step." The bandits were startled. The bandits continued to passionately act out their 1-0 out of 1-0 tragedy. "Help. All the members of our team are dead. I will reward you. Please." However, the adventuring party already had the script in mind. They coldly called their bluff. "Drop all your weapons." The crooks were panicked, stubbornly acting innocent. "Wait, but there's a monster right behind us. Is it really necessary to do this?" The atmosphere was tense as a string. The young man in the hat gave them a cold, sharp glare. He calmly observed and silently analyzed the situation. The orcs following them were just standing by and watching. Are they scouting around because there are more people now? Either way, it's convenient. He coldly issued an ultimatum. "Well, at least they're making things easier for me. The choice is yours. Either drop your weapons or get out of here." The bandits broke out in a cold sweat, gritting their teeth bitterly, knowing they couldn't keep up the act any longer. The long-haired man had to concede. "Fine." He threw his weapon to the ground with a clang and shouted, "I'll do as you say, so please help us." Still, maintaining high alert, the deputy leader gave an order. "Rod Miller, gather all the weapons to one side." Right then, seeing the prey gathering in numbers, an orc clicked its tongue in frustration. The monsters turned their backs and left, making him marvel. They were retreating. Did it look like they had joined forces with us? These damn monsters were truly intelligent. The danger was temporarily over. The con artist hurried to continue playing the grateful role, thanking them for their help. The blonde girl also coyly approached, trying to flirt. "I'm Elisa. You saved our lives." Just as she was about to act out a sappy scene, she was interrupted by a throat-clearing sound. Our dwarf immediately started fawning over her. "I'm Hikarod Murat. I don't know what happened, but it must have been tough." Bjorn Jandel was speechless and cursed inwardly. "That damn dwarf. He's completely fallen for her looks." Two extras also scrambled to introduce themselves. "I'm Irita Tayson. I'm Hannah Ghost." Hearing the familiar name, the male protagonist jumped in surprise. "Han? The bandit I met in the first maze was also named Han. What a coincidence." He immediately jabbed at the long-haired man to cover his tracks. "Well, that's a common name. Do you know another Han?" He replied coldly, full of hidden meaning. "For sure, even though he was dead." The nun started pulling her crocodile tears routine again. "I don't even dare to think about what would have happened to us if not for you. The goddess Last must have protected us." "A human-powered GPS?" Rod Miller asked in surprise. "Last? You are a priestess? Did we hit the jackpot?" I started reciting the flashy sample script. "Yes, I serve the goddess of light. She who watches over discovery and relationships. The star rising in the twilight will guide our way." While his judgment told him, "You think I'll believe that damn lie?" Even though he already knew they were bandits pretending to be priestesses, he replied warmly on the outside, playing along with their plan. "Miss Elisa, could you look at my wound?" "Ah," she replied enthusiastically. "Yes, of course." But the very next second, the male protagonist's eyes widened in shock. "Huh?" Brilliant light magic emitted from her hands, leaving him extremely confused. "Is she actually using a sacred spell?" The whole team was just as shocked. The dwarf stammered, "Is she really a priestess?" Anna hurriedly turned to reproach him. "Rod Miller, are you sure you didn't mistake her?" "No, Rod Miller broke into a sweat, beginning to doubt his own life. But I was sure of it." Bjorn Jandel felt for him. "I understand how he feels. Considering the world of dung and stone, a priestess is a very sacred entity, and most people are very pious believers." However, ignoring the group's confusion, the nun smirked triumphantly. "That should be enough to prove it, right? Can you return our weapons to us now?" Responding to that confidence was a harsh no. She froze. The young man with the rebellious streak clearly declared his undeniable logic. "I understand you're a priestess. So what? That only applies to humans. Barbarians are a different race who worship their ancestors." He made a very pragmatic demand. "Give us a reward for saving you first," accompanied by an extremely clear-headed internal monologue. "Regardless of whether she can use divine power or not, there's no reason for me to change my attitude." Bitter but still having to act noble, she forced a smile. "Ah, a reward? I have heard that such customs exist. All right, how much is enough?" The young man named his price without blinking. 2,000,000 stones should be enough. Just consider it the price of your lives." The con artists turned pale and screamed, "What? No! There's no way we would carry that much money on us. We'll give it to you as soon as we get out of here. But once a stubborn ancestor wants to collect a debt, don't even think about stalling." He wielded his mace, pressing them hard. "No, I don't trust a word anyone says. If they aren't my own kin, if you don't have money, pay with valuable items." The long-haired bandit stammered, sweating bullets, while his accomplices turned white as a sheet. The armor your teammates are wearing must be good stuff. Realizing they couldn't argue, he tremblingly took off his armor to comply. Ugh, I guess these things are nothing compared to the value of our lives. We will do as you say. After collecting the loot, the young man in the hat casually calculated the haul. So, I've taken everything I could. Now, can we take a rest? The nun quickly stretched out her sleeve, inviting him. Of course. Come this way, whatever game it is. She took the opportunity to finish playing the good person. She smiled kindly. If anyone is hurt, I will heal them. But before she could finish her sentence, the massive back of the barbarian appeared right behind her, raising his deadly spiked mace. He swung it without a shred of mercy, accompanied by the immortal truth of a hardcore grinder. The most basic rule is to kill the healer first. The thunderous blow landed straight on her temple. Promising a ticket out of this world, the tremendous force slammed the target into the ground, creating quite the shockwave. The dwarf Hikurode, witnessing the violent scene, gasped in terror. The mage and the beastkin girl both shrieked in terror. Bjorn Jandel, the two bandits, were also scared out of their wits, screaming like stuck pigs. What the hell are you doing? The culprit let out a cold sigh before flashing a radiant, blood-splattered smile. Without skipping a beat, he said, Sorry, my bad. I was afraid you guys might be robbers, so I couldn't help myself. The genuine robbers, now the victims, trembled and shielded their heads as they backed away. No, we're all going to die! Because of these crazy bastards. In the midst of their despair, the bandit leader suddenly froze. What? Wait, they're looking. What are they looking at? A dark, ominous aura surged, causing the two bandits to go stiff with fear, while the entire adventurer party backed away in shock. What is it, Waki? Did you do something? The mage quickly defended himself. I didn't do anything. From the ground, the nun whose skull had just been smashed rose amidst thick black smoke, her voice sounding terrifying. You persistent little rat. Bjorn furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening at the supernatural sight. The nun tilted her broken neck and growled. How? How are you still alive? The holy face from before was now shattered, revealing half a skull and a crazed red eye. She declared herself the enemy. Her body twisted within the dark mist, making a deadly proclamation. But what of it? It was already too late. The protagonist gritted his teeth, lamenting his rotten luck. Damn it, why can't my life ever just be peaceful? His teammates behind him started to panic completely. What? What is happening? It made him sigh in frustration. Just like when they encountered the corpse golem, they were all suddenly stunned. With no other choice, the acting vice captain roared to snap them out of it. Everyone, snap out of it. I'll handle this. With that, he channeled his strength and slammed another thunderhammer onto the grotesque figure. The enemy collapsed to the ground, motionless, with black smoke rising steadily. The dwarf, Hikuro, couldn't even cover his face in time and shouted in a panic, Bjorn, what are you doing? Defiling a corpse? The young man fought while arguing back. I was terrified. I couldn't help it. The best defense is a good offense. Then, he silently analyzed the hellish situation. If this person could keep coming back to life, there was only one possible answer. Information flashed in his mind about a sinister job class one could obtain after becoming a priest. It was a hidden job class that could only be chosen after reaching at least the 5th level, surrounded by all sorts of combat, magic, and curses. It had the ability to use both holy and dark arts simultaneously, but in return, it came with incredibly heavy penalties. Because Karui was an evil deity, being caught following this path meant being dragged to the guillotine. Furthermore, to maintain this profession, frequently sacrificing living beings was mandatory. That was likely why she had become a bandit. There was no doubt. The safest way to find sacrifices was inside the labyrinth. Suddenly, the bandit leader's throat was gripped by a dark whirlwind, and he started coughing violently. He collapsed as the mad nun went wild, reaching out to drain the life force of her own subordinates, half of her face having turned into a dried skull. She gritted her teeth and roared, Because of you lot, I've lost 2 precious pawns. The young barbarian sneered, mocking her hypocrisy. Even in a situation like this, you're still blaming others? You definitely lacked a proper upbringing at home. While mocking her, he stood tall with his sturdy shield, delivering his judgment. What? It's your fault that Han and Tyson are dead. You should have just stayed down and died when your head was crushed. Insulted, she shrieked in fury and sophistry. What the hell are you talking about? Bjorn Jandel continued shouting in anger. I can't take it anymore. Let's go. I'll avenge my friends. Han and Tyson? Of course, we'll take all their equipment and valuables. Or rather, seize them. We're very much looking forward to that. The moment he finished, the system announced a dark skill. Elisa Ben cast Call of the Dead. The dwarf, Hikuro, stared with wide eyes at the horrific sight in front of him, shouting, "Look over there, the dead are rising again." As a living dictionary, Rod Miller immediately rattled off the skill's mechanics, the basic skill of the Karowi priest class, Call of the Dead. Initially, it could only summon undead monsters, but using the bodies of subordinates allowed for the creation of more powerful servants. Entering villainous mode, Elisa waved her hand to command, "Destroy them! My minions!" The undead obeyed, taking their first heavy steps forward, not flinching at all. Braun firmly used his steel shield to block the fierce attacks of the two corpses. The Beastkin girl from behind vaulted over Bjorn Jandel's head, hoping to land a critical hit. Combined with the system notification, Misa Satane cast Poison Enhancement. Misa swung her sword powerfully, shouting with spirit. The mage, Dwaki, didn't stay on the sidelines either. The system reported, Riol WRBI cast Ice Spear. Sharp ice spears pierced the monsters, forcing Murat to brace himself against the recoil. Get lost. He secretly felt proud. Their teamwork was becoming perfectly synchronized without even needing to discuss it. But ice magic was useless here. Rod Miller's warning echoed, perfectly matching Bjorn Jandel's thoughts. Indeed, the undead had high resistance to poison and cold, so the attacks from their main damage dealers were not very effective. Stuck in a corner, young Bjorn Jandel hurriedly shouted for backup. Rod Miller, the GPS guy, still busy crafting, replied, "Wait a second. Almost done." Quick as lightning, Rod Miller threw a firebomb straight ahead and decisively ordered a retreat. The firebomb hit the corpse of the bandit, Han, perfectly, and shattered into pieces. Fire erupted violently, burning the monsters. Bjorn Jandel hid behind his shield, nodding in satisfaction. Just as expected, fire was very effective against the undead. However, the joy was short-lived. The evil woman smirked with disdain at the futility. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Elisa Ben cast Fire of the Dead. Grotesque magical flames erupted. Everyone panicked, realizing the anomaly. The fire was absorbing all the flames around it. The plan failed, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They thought in desperation, the fire that was effective against the undead is being blocked, and we can't use holy power either. Necessity is the mother of invention. The vice captain immediately changed tactics and shouted, "Everyone, attack the priest Elisa. Hikuro and I will hold these two off." Receiving the order, Rod Miller quickly moved into position and added, "Since we've already disarmed them, the two of us can stall for time." The attacking formation immediately shifted to flank, asserting loudly, "We'll handle this side." Seeing the tasty bait offer themselves up, Elisa provoked them. "Come and get some more." She immediately summoned her pack. The system flashed rapidly. Elisa Ben summoned shadow guards. Rod Miller, sharp-eyed, noticed the shift and warned that something was crawling out. "Everyone, watch out. From the black bones, those ghoulish phantoms come crawling out, while the cruel mistress gives a terrifying order. Bring me their heads." Without hesitation, Misa swings her greatsword, delivering a powerful strike. Meanwhile, Rod Miller struggles, using his shield to block a vicious blow from the shadowy specter. As the battle intensifies, the young mage, Waki, seems frozen in place, paralyzed by fear or perhaps some kind of dark magic. Sensing she has found a timid prey, the wicked priestess reaches out with a dark, cursed hand, letting out a chilling laugh that makes the beastkin girl jump in terror. Enveloped in a deep purple fog, Misa cries out in shock, "A curse!" Instantly, the ghost guards lunge forward, trying to grab her from behind. Seeing this, a figure stomps hard and charges in to save her. Misa gasps as her savior blocks the attack just in time. Hikurot, the dwarf, grinds his teeth, determined to protect his teammate. "Bjorn Jandel told me to stick close to you." Hearing this, Misa snaps out of it and slashes back at the phantom. "Wait, Bjorn Jandel?" She looks back, full of worry. By himself? On the other side, the wicked priestess growls in frustration, waving her hand to cast a spell. Damn it, that idiot. She glares madly, scolding her fallen minions. "Tian and Han, you were supposed to protect me. You useless trash, listen to me." The protagonist interrupts with a cocky smirk. "Oh, sorry about that." He puts all his weight into crushing both zombies into the dirt, dropping a cool line. "These guys are way too busy right now." Provoked to the point of madness, her face twists in spite. She roars with hatred. "I will never forget this humiliation," leaving the teammates confused. As the system notification pops up, Elisa Ben activates her spirit weapon. Braun gasps. "What? Damn it," he mutters under his breath. "Is she planning to run away like this?" Before her body completely fades, She leaves behind a curse. You won't live to fight tomorrow. She glides away in a trail of pitch-black light, vanishing like a ghost. The guy is speechless, grumbling, "This is insane," and sighs in frustration. The boss we just managed to corner, she just escaped. Realizing the harsh reality, he grinds his teeth, feeling a heavy weight of regret. Red system notifications start flooding the screen. Energy drain in progress. Low-level debuff in progress. Tracking in progress. Soul awakening in progress. Strength reduction in progress. Along with a deadly warning. Warning. Your character has accumulated over 15 curses. Braun gasps for air, muttering to himself, "Damn it, that crazy priestess hit us with every curse in the book." But then, a glimmer of hope sparks in him. Wait, at least Waki said he could handle curse magic. He hurriedly turns to his savior. "I need your curse removal magic." The young mage scratches his head in confusion. "You mean curse removal magic?" Braun frowns, questioning. "Didn't you say you could use curse magic?" Waki smiles awkwardly and replies, "Well, that's true," but he carelessly pours a bucket of ice-cold water on the situation. "Just because I can use a few curse spells doesn't mean I can get rid of them, right?" This useless explanation leaves the protagonist frozen in place. Immediately, despair turns into a roar of rage deep inside. This useless Waki. The system adds insult to injury. Warning: character stamina is continuously decreasing. If not resolved in time, permanent stat reduction may occur. The muscular warrior clutches his chest, staggering. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" The dwarf rushes over to steady his arm. "Bjorn Jandel, are you okay?" He forces himself to look tough. "I can take it. Don't worry about me." But inside, he's crying. "To be honest, I feel like I'm about to die." So the whole team has to run for their lives through the forest, sprinting for over 5 hours, while layered in curses. Thanks to that item, he silently prays. "If it weren't for the magic and dark resistance from the vampire blood essence, I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago." He looks at his companions, who are also panting heavily. Of course, they are cursed too. Up ahead, a hopeful cheer rings out. "We're almost there. Bjorn Jandel, can you hear me? Just hold on a little longer." Running out of breath compared to his teammates, the muscular guy feels sorry for himself. Unlike me, they only have 2 or 3 curses. Thinking of the wicked priestess, he mumbles angrily. That crazy woman cast over a dozen curses on me, while the echoes of the curses ring in his ears. "You won't leave this place alive, Barbarian." The disaster doesn't stop there. To top it off, I've been hit with that damn stamina reduction curse too. He grimaces to himself. Stamina is used every time you move and it's separate from HP, so my high natural regeneration is useless. Remembering his old gaming knowledge, he breaks into a cold sweat. In the game, when a character's stamina bar drops below 10%, they can't move. I'm still moving, so I must have about 30% left. Suddenly, the system announces an achievement unlocked. Endurance. Stamina level dropped below 5%. Reward. Permanent +1 to spirit stat. The group continues to struggle forward in exhaustion. Just a little more, we're almost there. Looking up at the scene ahead, Bjorn Jandel cries out in shock. Suddenly, a black crow with glowing red eyes appears, blocking their vision. Then, a giant, purple, evil face manifests, as if mocking their group. Finally, the terrifying destination is revealed. The Witch's Forest. Memories flash back to 5 hours ago, by the warm campfire. At that time, Rod Miller was rubbing his chin, deep in thought. The priestess Karui is targeting us. He analyzes the situation solemnly. If it's a Karui priestess, they must be at least level 5. Confronting them directly means preparing for total annihilation. They are that terrifying. Looking at the fire, he asserts, "If we don't disarm them and strike first, some of us here will be killed instantly." Misa listens, her eyes sparkling as she looks at Bjorn Jandel in adoration. A reliable barbarian is truly the best. She gushes, waving her hands and praising him endlessly. I thought Rod Miller was mistaken because of the divine power used, but he didn't hesitate. He smashed her head in a heartbeat. The barbarian lets go of the glory, focusing on the present. "Rod Miller, is there any way to track that woman?" The answer is no. We can't even find a single trace. The mage, Waki, grins as he chimes in. "She knows we've discovered her identity, so she will definitely come looking for us before we leave this maze." Haha, then we just have to confront her like we just did. Right? It seems like we did a pretty good job, didn't we? Bjorn Jandel's eyes suddenly flashed like lightning, making the atmosphere turn freezing cold. He spoke in a stern tone, correcting his teammates' naive mindset. "But what if they attack us from behind, while we're dealing with the monsters?" That sensing why beginning to stammer, Bjorn Jandel spoke clearly. That's why we need to go to the witch's forest right now, so the whole lot of them will learn to be quiet and obedient. Information about the new location appeared, shrouded in gloom. The witch's forest, a vast forest surrounding the gateway to the 4th floor, is primarily the habitat of level 78 monsters. There are many monsters without physical bodies that are immune to physical attacks, making this place unsuitable for a team with 2 warriors like us. But the group had no choice but to push forward, because right now, this was their best option. Crossing the forest boundary, the system immediately announced, "User has entered a special area." All status effects, except for map effects, were nullified, leaving Misa stunned. She jumped for joy, while Rod Miller looked at his hands in bewilderment. "I feel relieved now. It seems the curse has disappeared." Rod Miller turned to the protagonist with great admiration. "I didn't expect you to take advantage of the witch's forest's geographical features. You said this was your first time on the 3rd floor, right?" The guy replied casually like a true nerd. "I studied it in the library." That made his teammate nod in approval. "You're really quick-witted." Misa grinned, exposing him without mercy. "Don't lie. A barbarian actually reading books? I've never heard of such a thing." However, the joy was short-lived as the system poured cold water on them. Anyway, instead of the curse from the priest Karui, the map effect currently in force has applied a status debuff. From the bushes, ghostly voices began to wail loudly. "Die." A series of evil curses rained down on Bjorn Jandel. "Die, you monster, you motherless freak." Bjorn seemed to hear some hallucinations. Wearing a sturdy iron helmet, he assessed the situation. The mental attacks and insults they're throwing at us don't really have much of an impact. "I guess we aren't all affected the same way," Misa cried, clutching her head and screaming. "Bjorn Jandel, how can you stay calm when hearing these curses? It's barely enough to endure them." Rod Miller remained calm and assessed the situation. "But us 3, the ones who have been to the witch's forest before, seem relatively fine." The very next second, he helplessly looked to the side, at that useless Y of theirs, who was vomiting a vibrant rainbow. Bjorn narrowed his eyes in thought. However, this is strange. He tried to analyze his own state. Is this the effect of hallucinations and disorientation? It feels like looking at the world through a convex mirror. He turned to ask the rainbow-vomiting mage, "Can you use magic in that state?" "Don't worry. My magic will work just fine." Why are magic users so fragile? To ensure the safety of the team, Rod Miller decided, "Let's rest, until we adapt to this environment. We barely slept last night." The dwarf, Hikaros, hoisted his hammer and volunteered for the duty. "I'll stand guard. You all should rest." While Y, behind them, was still vomiting violently, lying flat on the cold ground. The depressed barbarian thought to himself, "Ah, damn it. I'm about to die." The dwarf, Hikaros, anxiously approached and whispered to Bjorn Jandel about it. "Just now, Elisa," but he was immediately interrupted. "Not Elisa, it's that damn hag." The dwarf scratched his head, making an excuse. "Oh, right, that damn hag." Anyway, like I was saying, the dwarf recalled the cause. "When I went to post the team recruitment notice at the Adventurers Guild, someone kept asking me all sorts of questions. The saintly face of the nun from the city appeared in his mind. Thinking back now, that person was very likely her." The whole group looked confused. "What?" The dwarf continued to explain his innocence. "Actually, in the Blood Castle rift that we entered together, I received an item named Guard's Wrist Guard as a reward. That's how I upgraded my adventurer rank." She must have overheard that. The stats of the high-quality item appeared. Guard's Wrist Guard, serial number 3112, an item usually only obtainable from rifts on the 4th floor, belonging to the 3 to 1000 series. He ignored its effects for the moment. Hearing this, Bjorn Jandel was so angry he felt like his eyes would pop out, silently screaming, "I'm incredibly annoyed. While I'm having to exhaust all my strength to earn essence blood, this lucky guy, he kept leeching off others, ending up with an item worth 50 million stones." He seethed with resentment. Typical luck for a guy like that. "Why didn't I recognize her sooner?" The dwarf was still naively arguing. It was because she was dressed completely differently than when they were in the city. She was wearing nun's robes, and her clothes were filthy, even torn to shreds. Bjorn Jandel coldly called out the lecherous dwarf. "In short, you're saying you didn't recognize her, because you were too busy looking elsewhere, instead of at her face, right?" Rod Miller nodded in agreement. Furthermore, since the meeting took place in a bar, eavesdropping and setting traps was incredibly easy. The dwarf sighed in his defense. "Well, people say treasure always brings trouble, and it seems that's true," which irritated Bjorn Jandel. "Don't blame it on something else. It's all because of your lack of caution." Rod Miller helplessly stepped in to mediate. I suppose I should have foreseen this. Let's get some rest first. Meanwhile, Misa watched on, full of concern. Is this party even okay? Suddenly, a loud call snapped him back to reality. John, wake up! Misa shook her head while scolding him. You really were sleeping soundly. Even for a barbarian with nerves of steel, the first trip must have been tough. But how could you sleep through all that noise? The warrior wearily sat up and asked Han. Anyway, what about the monsters? Rod Miller pointed forward and replied. Over there. Bjorn Jandel's sharp gaze followed his teammate's finger, and he muttered to himself. A swarm of fairies. The system quickly displayed the information. Rank 9 monster. Fairy. Its skill is releasing poisonous powder mixed with stimulant ingredients. In the game, they belong to the non-aggressive monster group. But Bjorn was silently calculating tactics. The fact that the fairies were gathering like that meant he was definitely nearby. Are we really going to fight this? Rod Miller asked calmly. Looks like it. This isn't an opponent you can just brush off. Looking over, Bjorn Jandel noted that Y seemed to have recovered a bit. Try calling him out. The dwarf immediately took the lead. The system notification flashed. Hikurod Murat unleashed his full power. A blinding bolt of lightning exploded. The system announced again that Hikurod Murat had discharged electricity, leaving the fairies dazed. The system displayed the results. He had repelled the fairies, experience 1. Just as the fairy dust settled, a bizarre screech echoed from the fog, followed by the sight of a giant, lurking eye. A massive, towering phantom guardian materialized behind the two warriors. The guardian's furry hand slammed into the ground, creating a violent tremor. The system identified the attacker, a level 7 Bankyo monster. Gloomy details appeared on the screen. This was a monster that only appeared in the witch's sanctuary, infamous for stalking fairy swarms. The beast roared, lashing out with its claws. As he frantically ran away, Hikuro the dwarf was suddenly struck by an invisible blow, his eyes widening in sheer terror. A sharp, agonizing pain pierced through him, forcing the dwarf to grit his teeth. Hearing the pained groans behind him, Bjorn Jandel looked back and thought to himself, unlike me. The dwarf doesn't have pain resistance, does he? So this is the nightmare of melee classes. This is one of the main reasons why warriors avoid the witch's sanctuary. Warriors are used to being on the front lines and taking hits, but here, the pain is amplified, multiplied tenfold. Furthermore, most monsters here are immune to physical attacks and use mental skills, causing all sorts of trouble for warriors. Caught in this dilemma, most of the monsters appearing right now were immune to physical damage. Bjorn shouted anxiously. Isn't the spell ready yet? Waki responded in a panic. It's done! It's done! The mage swung his staff with intensity. Real Waki unleashed a level 8 ice support spell. The strength of the subsequent magic barrier increased significantly. He firmly launched his attack. Riol Waki cast a level 8 ice spear spell. The monster let out a miserable roar before being frozen solid. He had stopped the Banshio Experience 3. The protagonist sighed with regret while looting the monster's corpse. Too bad no essence blood dropped. That wasn't an easy monster to deal with. Team leader Rod Miller immediately urged the group. Let's keep moving. It's not good to rest in the witch's sanctuary. We need to get to the 4th floor quickly. Suddenly, Rod Miller froze, his pupils shrinking in vigilance at an anomaly. Watching the shadowy figures flickering in the black mist, Bjorn Jandel cried out, Adventurers! From the fog, Elisa's shrill voice rang out, laced with malice. Those adventurers! It's them! She pointed directly at Bjorn Jandel's group, slandering them with feigned outrage. They're the ones who killed my comrades. The lead knight shielded her and shouted, Miss Elisa, stay behind me. He looked at Bjorn with secret dread. Damn it. That guy alone was tough enough. And now there are even more of them? Realizing the enemy forces were too large, Bjorn decisively offered a tactic. We don't stand a chance if we take them on head-on. There's only one way. Hikurod, the protagonist, roared the order. Use that item, causing the dwarf to jump. Sacrificing the treasure, the system displayed. Hikurod Murat had used the guard's wrist guard. The dwarf groaned as he withstood the recoil. A massive shockwave erupted, pushing the enemies back. The system flashed constant notifications. While forcibly repelling the enemies, it temporarily granted the party immunity to all negative status effects. All abnormal statuses cleared. Cough! This is our chance! Everyone, run! Misa shouted, sprinting for her life in frustration. What? How did that woman track us? Didn't they say the witch's sanctuary was safe? The protagonist broke into a cold sweat while analyzing the situation. Considering their current predicament, he quickly deduced the sequence of events. After we entered the witch's sanctuary, it must have been very difficult for Elisa to follow us alone. So, She definitely recruited some useful adventurers pretending to be a poor priestess who lost her companions to brutal bandits. Her plan was to make us fight those angry people, and then wipe both sides out at once. Interrupting his own thoughts, he urged his teammates, "Stop talking, and run." The effect of the guard's wrist guard lasts 5 minutes, and it looks like it's about to expire. Just as he finished speaking, the system poured cold water on them. Duration has ended. Map effect. Witch's Sanctuary has been reapplied. The role of the guide was once again crucial. The scout role, the first to detect enemy movements, and an effective guide for team members to move in the right direction by utilizing knowledge of the maze and accumulated data to navigate. However, this could only be done up to the 3rd floor. Another evil phantom appeared, blocking their path. The true skill of a scout would be revealed in the Witch's Sanctuary, the final gate before advancing to the 4th floor. Braun thought to himself in awe that Rottmiller's main ability was his sense of smell. He had synchronized his olfactory stats using essence blood. Thanks to his superior navigation, the team leader shouted, "This way," leaving the protagonist deeply impressed. Even in this strange forest where directions are lost and trees seem to move on their own, he still pointed out the exact path to the 4th floor with startling accuracy. The protagonist calculated the mechanics once smell reaches a certain level. One can smell magic scents, which he used to find the way. At the same time, he remained wary of the enemies behind them. The scout over there seems pretty extraordinary too. He's closing the distance to our position with precision, Rottmiller firmly ordered. "We have to pick up the pace now." Looking exhausted, Bjorn Jandel assessed the situation. "So it all depends on who reaches the 4th floor gate first. The problem is, everyone looks pretty worn out." Misa was spent, her face bright red, gasping for air from exhaustion. Then, while running, she suddenly tripped painfully. She fell face first into the dirt, screaming in pain. Bjorn Jandel stopped to ask if she was okay, but the stubborn girl tried to act tough. "I'm fine, just a cramp. Don't worry about me, just keep moving." The protagonist coldly hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Cramp, my foot. You clearly twisted your ankle when you fell," making Misa blush in panic. He commanded them dominantly, "Don't make any unnecessary moves, just stay put." Misa obediently bowed her head. After carrying her for a while, Misa suddenly looked around in confusion. The dwarf was supposed to be right in front of us, wasn't he? She panicked and clung tightly to his shoulders. "Braun, have we lost track of the other team members?" He remained silent and clicked his tongue. "Damn it. In such a short moment too." Misa hurriedly urged him, punching his back. "Then what are you waiting for? Go after them." Braun coldly brushed her off. She lit a small torch. "Stay quiet. Now is the time to stay put. Rottmiller will realize we're missing, and will come back for us soon." But looking at the dark mist surrounding them, he broke into a cold sweat. This time is really dangerous. Being in the witch's forest, I understand the adversity. Without a scout, we won't be able to find the path. Misa whispered anxiously in his ear, "Braun, how much longer do we have to wait?" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from afar, startling them both. Braun's face turned pale. "That voice the dwarf?" Misa yelled in a panic. "Braun, what should we do now? Should we go help them?" The protagonist remained extremely rational and brushed the idea aside. "Even if we follow that voice, we'll just end up getting lost somewhere else. They're being attacked, so they won't have time to look for us. Let's get out of here first." In the moment of life and death, he pondered the philosophy of survival during a catastrophe. What is most important, water, food, shelter, or weapons? And he found his own answer. Everything is important, but if I had to choose one, I'd choose willpower. Thinking led to action. He kept his head down and carried Misa, running for his life through the gloomy trees. Misa on his back began to weep, completely breaking down. "No way, I can't die like this. How could I have struggled so hard just to die in vain?" Bjorn Jandel spoke loudly to steady her spirit. "Calm down. Misa, in a situation like this, we must not deny reality. We must calmly accept it." Misa sniffled, full of regret. "If only I hadn't fallen there," he shouted decisively to boost her will. "What we need to focus on right now is the present." Then he gave a very practical task. "First, find a potion bottle in my bag and drink it. Then walk on your own feet." This made her murmur softly. "Understood." He put her down. He announced they would rest for a while. Misa clutched her chest, panting and pouting as she drank the potion, while riding on the back of a barbarian who was running. "I thought I was going to die back there." Braun coldly checked their combat status. "So, is your leg okay now? Can you fight?" "For now, yes." Looking at the campfire, he began to worry about the journey ahead. "It's only been 4 days since we entered the dungeon. The remaining days won't be easy. Especially with a melee warrior and a tank, We need to survive for another 11 days. He looked at their two ordinary weapons, and Misa. The most serious problem is that most of the map's monsters are incorporeal, and we can't attack them. We urgently need elemental abilities right now. After musing for a long time, Bjorn clenched his fists and made a decision. I've decided. He turned to look at her and asked a blank question. Misa, have you ever been married? This left her dumbfounded, eyes wide. Huh? Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Well, I haven't. He continued to dig deeper with an innocent question. Then, do you have any beliefs? Like thinking it's wrong to show your naked body to another man? Misa blushed beet red and scratched her head. I don't think I have any beliefs like that, she thought to herself. Bjorn Jandel is asking some really strange questions. The barbarian smiled brightly with satisfaction. That's great. After saying that, he reached out and opened the vial containing essence, making Misa shiver as she asked, What do you mean by great? Seeing him loom closer, Misa screamed in panic. Ah, stop, don't come any closer. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she shyly covered herself. What are you trying to do? Goodness, I'm not ready for this. Stay away from me. Ignoring her narcissism, Bjorn Jandel nonchalantly held out his tattooed hand. Here, take this, he explained sincerely. This is a ring I've been keeping until I met the right person, which left Misa staring in confusion. A ring? But why are you giving it to me? As he put the ring on her hand, he made a dominant demand. Swear to your patron deity that, on the condition of accepting this, you will stay by my side from now on. Receiving such a sudden proposal, she turned beet red and shouted in protest. What did you say, Bjorn Jandel? Are you crazy? The warrior knelt on one knee, swearing solemnly. The moment you accepted this ring, I swore on my honor as a warrior to always be by your side and help you. That's why I want you to do the same. Misa shyly clutched his arm and asked softly, Are you serious? Then nodded bashfully. This is so sudden, but I'd be honored to accept such an offer, which made him even more overjoyed. That's great then. But in the very next second, she poured a bucket of freezing cold water on him. But Bjorn Jandel, I'm sorry. Embarrassed, she scratched her nose and bluntly rejected his feelings. I've never thought of you in that way. Seeing him stunned and speechless, she frantically scrambled to explain. It's not that I hate you, Bjorn Jandel. It's just because Bjorn Jandel's face darkened, completely at a loss for words. He thought to himself, what on earth is she talking about? Misa raised her voice, revealing her bizarre taste in men. I like guys who are skinny and smell like mice. This made him stare in confusion and snap back. Why are you even talking about this? The cat girl yelled right in his face. You have zero appeal as a man to me. You ignorant barbarian. This left Bjorn, who was confessing for the first time, completely shell-shocked by such a swift failure. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly waved his hands to clarify. It seems there's been a misunderstanding here. That wasn't my intention at all. I actually wanted to form a companion contract in exchange for this ring. Hearing the harsh reality, she froze, mortified that she had made such a fool of herself, and stammered out. Oh, the cat girl chuckled, trying to mask her embarrassment. Ah, so that's what you meant? I knew that all along. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel coolly added a condition. Of course, the same applies to you. If you give me an equivalent ring or compensate me with 15 million stones, the contract can be terminated at any time, he retorted. Understand? This caused her to jump and shout in disbelief. How could that be? What the hell is so special about this ring that it's worth 15 million stones? He grabbed her wrist and insisted that 15 million stones was still too cheap. This ring could fulfill the wish she had cherished for so long. Bjorn calculated based on his years of gaming experience. If I hadn't been playing Dungeon Stone for nearly 10 years, I never would have chosen this, he thought, leaving her staring at him in confusion. He made up his mind. I will awaken. The info on the treasure appeared, shimmering. Ice Spirit Ring, number 9425. An item with an ID obtained by betraying the master of the Amiens school. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary item, but when this item was destroyed, a unique, one-of-a-kind effect would be triggered. It seemed like a useless option since it dealt no damage, but a discovery had been made after many tests. With the system text flashing on the screen, the Ice Spirit Ring was destroyed. Special conditions had been met. If the wearer was a beastkin who had never formed a contract with a numbered spirit, an event would occur, accompanied by text flashing on the computer. Someone was calling, and the notification board displayed that the Ice Spirit Ring had been destroyed, and the special conditions had been met. The system announced a momentous event. The Ice Beast Scadia had awakened from a long slumber. The Ice Beast Scadia offered to form a contract with Misa Gaston, Facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she gulped, her face radiating excitement. Of course, her small hand emitted a shimmering blue magical flow as the ring began to melt, ready to merge into her body. To officially awaken her power, she declared clearly, "I accept the contract." Immediately, the blue magical flow surged violently, enveloping her body. A shimmering light appeared on the interface, signaling that the contract had been successfully completed. Her bare feet slowly touched the ground amidst the illusory mist. Seeing this, she couldn't help but marvel at the system's speed. Is forming a contract really that easy? Misa stared blankly at the shimmering ring on her hand and asked, "Bron, what exactly is this ring? How could something like this exist in this world?" She bowed her head sadly, silently wondering, why didn't my father tell me about this? Bjorn Jandel calmly offered a theory. Perhaps he didn't know either, which made her ask in surprise. He didn't know? He continued to explain, "That's right. It seems a mage only recently discovered it after a long period of research," making Misa even more curious. "Wait, then how did you know about it? Where did you get this ring?" Bron looked away and cleared his throat, delicately reminding her, "We should talk more after you put some clothes on," leaving her wide-eyed and bewildered. Looking down at her naked body, she blushed beet red and shrieked, "Oh my God, since when was I?" While he carried his shield away, he instructed, "I've left some clothes out for you, so put them on first. And I also left the bandit's gear next to you. Wear that too." She gazed at his back and thought, now that I think about it, Bjorn Jandel is also wearing something that looks quite strange. Meanwhile, the system announced, total item level increased by 83. She shyly put on the clothes and timidly asked, "Bron, why was I naked?" The male lead calmly confessed his actions. "I had to strip you, obviously. I heard that all the equipment a person is wearing will be destroyed during this ritual," which made the catgirl stomp her feet in anger and yell. "Then why did you ask about marriage and all that stuff?" He tilted his head, offering a very persuasive argument. "Well, if you already had a husband, he might have felt uncomfortable." Misa shrieked in frustration at his half-baked tact. "So you thought about that, but you couldn't tell me a word beforehand?" Bjorn Jandel could only defend himself. It was too urgent at the time. The Barbarian man cleared his throat to avoid the sensitive topic. "Let's move past that. Isn't there something you wanted to say to me?" Misa turned her face away, embarrassed. She mumbled, "I'm sorry," which made him pretend to be deaf, and ask, "What did you just say?" Blushing, she clenched her fists and said bashfully, "Thank you." The realistic young man wouldn't let her off that easily. "Is that all? Thank you, don't try to brush it off. Do I really have to say it out loud?" Cornered, she suddenly curled her lips into an enigmatic smile. She softly called his name to start her own story. Bjorn Jandel. The atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. "I once tried to kill myself." In the painful memory, the image of her gasping for air in a pool of blood surfaced. "It was my father who found and saved me." Bjorn Jandel calmly remarked, "Then you should feel grateful for having a father." But she just shook her head bitterly. "Well, it's not a beautiful story." She recalled the moment she knelt in humiliation. "Do you know the first thing my father said to me when I woke up?" "Oh, father." The cruel words of her father haunted her for a lifetime. "Misa Gaston, if you really want to die, go die in the dungeon. How much more shame do you want to bring to our family?" Hearing the story, Bron fell silent, deeply empathetic. Her family is even worse than I imagined. She lifted her head with pride. "That's why I entered the dungeon. Of course, I didn't go in there to die like my father said." Running away from the stinging insults that trailed behind her, she suppressed her emotions. "I just wanted to escape from that family." She choked out her original motivation. "I kept thinking if I became a great adventurer, even without a numbered spirit, perhaps my father would look at me once more." Her hand emitted a shimmering blue magical source. Misa let go of the past. "Of course, I don't know if my father will acknowledge me for this, but I don't think that's important anymore." She took a step forward with determination. She bowed deeply, showing sincere respect. "Thank you, Bjorn Jandel." Under the flickering firelight, she vowed, "I will cherish and repay this kindness until the day I die." Smiling contentedly behind his iron helmet, he nodded. "A vow before a guardian spirit?" Misa smiled radiantly, confirming it was a vow before a guardian spirit. Bjorn Jandel silently recalled the power systems of summoned beastkin, enhancement type and ability type. Beastkin who form contracts with numbered spirits usually possess one of these three types of abilities. In Misa's case, the system sent an important notification as Misa leaped into the air. The power of the ice beast Scadia has permanently merged into Misa Gaston's body. It was the enhancement type. Her ice-encrusted fist tore through the air, lunging straight forward. The ice beast spirit, in the shape of a dragon, appeared and crushed the target, earning the achievement. Defeated Wraith. XP +1. The male lead was silently happy for his companion. Finally, I have the elemental attack method I've been dreaming of. Now I can defeat monsters without physical forms, he continued to analyze. Monsters without physical forms are easier to deal with because they are weaker relative to their rank. She swung her weapon, feeling conflicted. But every time I land a hit, it feels so strange. This got Bjorn Jandel thinking. Now that he could perform elemental attacks, Misa could fight on her own. But, just like there are stages in the evolution of a barbarian's soul, the soul number of a beastkin also develops in stages. Misa was still at stage 1 and couldn't infuse elements into her weapons yet. As a martial artist, fighting wasn't the issue, but fighting solo in the witch's forest wasn't easy. Seeing a pack of wraiths crawling toward them, Misa panicked and called out, "Bron, there are more of them coming." Bjorn Jandel yelled out an order, "We need to get out of here first." Misa nodded in agreement. Got it. He gritted his teeth and ran for his life, telling himself, the real survival starts now. Darkness engulfed the gloomy forest as the crows let out harrowing cries. Time slipped away. About 11 hours had passed. During that time, they fought when there were few enemies and hid when they were too crowded, eliminating a number of monsters. The system continuously ticked up the experience points. Defeated Witch's Lantern, XP 1. Defeated Bear Cub, XP 2. Misa fought fiercely too, destroying more monsters. Defeated Demon Wolf, XP 2. A series of monsters fell. Defeated Mutant Flower Spirit, XP 2. Defeated Wooden Man, XP 1. Defeated Moon Killis, XP 2. Misa leaned on her weapon, panting. Ugh, I'm so tired. Bjorn Jandel, busy digging in the dirt, urged her. Hurry up and pick up the loot. He secretly counted his blessings. Luckily, we haven't run into any rank 7 monsters yet. Contrary to their fears, Elisa hadn't shown any signs of finding them either. But the hidden side effects were starting to take hold. The Frost Spirit Ring had disappeared during Misa's awakening. When the ring was lost, the internal skill of the sealed corpse golem was activated. He looked at his gear with heartache. Acidic blood had corroded their equipment everywhere. He mourned the loss. Even his level 2 lithium chestplate and shield had lost their shine. He scanned the area in frustration. Another unfortunate thing was that they hadn't found any elemental blood crystals so far. Turning to his teammate, he realized, I can see that Misa's fatigue is gradually building up. The protagonist calculated his survival rate. At this rate, the probability of me surviving safely and returning to the city is about 30%. Perhaps so. As time passed, the system continued to drop negative news. 12 hours have passed since we entered the Witch's Forest. Map effect. The Witch's Forest grows stronger. Now it was the 12th hour of wandering in the forest. An abnormal status would occur due to the map penalty. He hurriedly offered a safety solution. Misa, tie this rope around your waist. If we get separated, pull the rope to find each other. She nodded calmly while tying the rope. She already knew about the abnormal status that happens when staying in the Witch's Forest for too long. I know. A bright red status window popped up. Abnormal status. Witch's magic eye has been applied. Bjorn Jandel urged them to move. Then let's go. From now on, we can't stop. Not even for a moment. The truth about the trap was finally revealed. Map penalty. The Witch's eyes. The real reason why the Witch's Forest is considered only a place to pass through. Its effect is simple. If you stay in one spot for a certain amount of time, a rank 7 Carnibaro monster will appear, and that time limit gradually decreases as your level increases. The system window coldly ticked down their desperation. 70 hours have passed since entering the Witch's Forest. Map effect. Witch's breath has been enhanced. Abnormal status. Witch's eye has increased to level 5. It was the 3rd day in the Witch's Forest, in the afternoon. Meanwhile, our gamer gritted his teeth and muttered, more than 60 hours have passed since we were separated from the dwarves and got stuck here. Looking at the cat girl, who was staggering like a drunkard, he admitted in frustration. But we still have to keep wandering aimlessly through this hellish forest. The sound of heavy, dragging footsteps echoed on the dark ground. Ever since the Witch's Eye status was triggered, they hadn't been allowed to stop even for a moment. The time for the Carnibaro 2, only 10 minutes remained on his level 5 Witch's Eye status. Under his sweat-drenched helmet, Bjorn felt a cold shiver down his spine as he did the math. It took us over 15 minutes to take down just one. If we stop, we're definitely going to be killed by the swarm closing in on us, he muttered, sounding exhausted. Another desperate change since wandering into the Witch's Forest was that Misa and I had to chain ourselves together with a rope. This way, if one of us falls behind or gets lost, we can still find each other. the cat girl whispered weakly from behind a rock. Please, slow down a bit, he replied, his heart aching for her. All right, he said, pulling his stumbling teammate along. The protagonist grew thoughtful. Misa's condition had clearly worsened since this morning. It wasn't because of any illness or critical injury. The rope suddenly went taut, signaling a harsh truth. She was simply pushed to her absolute physical limit. Her face was flushed red, and she struggled to catch every breath. We're already moving slowly, yet the rope is still pulling tight. The gamer's brain began to make excuses for his teammate. Could she really not keep up even at this turtle's pace? Of course she couldn't. She had to endure so much more, shouldering the burden of dealing damage alone, all while being tormented by hallucinations in this place. Unable to watch his teammate suffer, the gentlemanly youth humbled himself. Get on my back. The cat girl looked puzzled. Huh? He gently persuaded her, thinking she might feel better if she closed her eyes and rested for a while. Misa looked teary-eyed and felt a sense of guilt, shyly refusing his kindness. But Bjorn Jandel, you're even more exhausted than I am. Before she could finish, his large, guardian-like hand firmly grabbed the rope. With a rough but highly practical motion, he hoisted her up, causing the cat girl to jump in surprise. What? What are you doing? He carried his teammate like a sack of rice. The protagonist snapped, asserting his dominance. Just get on. That left her stunned. Unlike usual, Misa fell silent and lay flat against his back. Normally she would have kicked and resisted, but it seemed she was too drained for any of that now. Thank you. Once again, the system heartlessly poured cold water on them. 87 hours had passed since entering the Witch's Forest. Map effect. The Witch's Forest has been empowered. Status abnormality. Witch's Eye has escalated to level 6. All around, there was nothing but terrifying screams and curses. It had been 17 hours since I started carrying her through the Witch's Forest, except for the moments I had to set her down to fight. Die. Just die already. Ugh, you're pathetic. Nothing more than a trashy, low-life killer. His face was swollen and veins were throbbing, sweat pouring down. The barbarian muttered to himself. His limits were being pushed to the edge. If we don't find that thing soon. Just as he was at his lowest, a sweet, seductive female voice drifted into his ears. Darling, why don't you just leave her there? His eyes widened, pupils shrinking in pure shock. He froze at the sound of that voice. A beautiful woman, with silky purple hair, lay stretched out on the ground, affectionately whispering complaints. I even finished your lifelong dream for you. You know. She crossed her arms and flashed a sharp, provocative smirk. She must have fallen for him hard if he'd just bothered to flirt back a little, right? The protagonist broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly at how twisted this game world was. My ex-girlfriend? Here? She stood between the trees, looking so real it gave him goosebumps. She didn't look like an illusion at all. Was she afraid of being abandoned again? The phantom playfully twisted her body, posing as seductively as a real person. It felt like if he touched her, he could actually feel her body heat. This is so depraved. What are you imagining, Bjorn Jandel? He coldly brushed past the uncanny illusion. It's using my own memories to create this. That's why every movement is identical. Her voice kept trailing him. That's always your problem, darling. You always have to know everything. She raised a finger, lazily tracing her lips, pouting with a glare. Isn't that just a bit too much? And you never bother to tell me anything either. Standing before the boss monster, disguised as his ex, the young man retorted. You're the same way, aren't you? She shamelessly replied. Is there anything about me you don't know? Finally, she turned around. She displayed her hot curves, delivering a lethal seduction. Every corner, every curve of my body, she winked, dropping a devastatingly twisted line. You know it better than I do, don't you? Feeling a ghostly touch on his face, he jumped back, his brain stalling. It didn't stop there. She brazenly showed off her suggestive lingerie. Your taste in stockings hasn't changed at all, has it? Sweat rolled down his forehead as he cursed his own pathetic male instincts. Damn it! What is wrong with me? In this life or death moment, the first thing that pops into my head, when I see my ex, is physical desire. The crafty phantom seized the moment, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Come on, leave that wild girl behind and come with me. You belong with me. The heavy backpack slipped off his shoulder, thudding onto the purple ground. Her ghostly hands caressed his cold armor. Come now, keep whispering sweet nothings, she continued. Other girls will never understand you, will they? As if spellbound, he dazedly asked back. Is that so? Making her even more smug. Exactly, my love. A satisfied smile bloomed on her lips. I'm going to finish this. I'll make you feel so good you won't want to leave. Just as his wet dream was about to reach its peak, a hoarse, desperate scream from his teammate pulled him back to reality. Bjorn Jandel, wake up! Along with that came a mouthful of blood sprayed from the protagonist's mouth due to internal damage. In a flash, Misa lunged forward with her bone-enchanted blade, slicing the trashy illusion clinging to her partner in half. The barbarian stumbled back, his brain still struggling to catch up. What the hell was that? Was that another hallucination? Without another word, the cat girl jumped up, hacking furiously at the screeching, green tea phantom. Die! The protagonist stared blankly at the battlefield, then heard Misa's voice from afar. It's fine now, Bjorn Jandel. That brought him back to his senses completely. Having finished off the obstacle, the cat girl tossed her head, acting like a total carry. I already took care of that rad, so snap out of it. His eye twitched when he heard the name of that plant monster. What? A real? Immediately, the body of his ex-girlfriend cracked open, turning into a piece of disgusting, rotten wood. The system confirmed. Ambush status removed. A rare level 8 monster in the witch's forest, with the ability to use charm skills. The cursed wood vanished into blue ash along with a crisp game log notification. You have defeated Drixp level 2. Adjusting his backpack straps, the veteran gamer clicked his tongue in realization. No wonder that damn illusion was so vivid. It wasn't a map effect after all. It was a monster's skill. Realizing he'd almost died because of a girl, he sincerely apologized. Thank you, Misa. If it weren't for you, I'd be in deep trouble. Misa smirked, proudly puffing out her chest. Oh, please. This little thing is nothing. But while she was bragging, the cat girl's face suddenly turned pale, and she cried out in alarm, Bjorn Jandel! Out in the distance, a group suddenly appeared, to the surprise of both. A group of adventurers. These were the first adventurers they had encountered since getting lost. An archer and a chubby middle-aged woman playfully sized up their weak-looking prey. Just two of you? Oh my, looks like you kids got lost, huh? His brain went into overdrive, analyzing the situation. Bjorn Jandel swallowed hard, remaining cautious. The witch's forest was massive and wasn't a primary hunting ground. Very few people came here, so the chance of running into another group was extremely low. Furthermore, this was already the 8th day on the 3rd floor. Teams intending to head to higher floors should have passed by long ago. The bearded captain smiled falsely, probing. You two got separated from your team, right? He answered coldly. That's right. But inwardly, alarm bells were ringing. In a place like this, we absolutely cannot trust them easily. Contrary to the protagonist's suspicion, Misa acted like a drowning person grabbing a straw, clinging to his back with relief. Ah, Bjorn Jandel, we're saved, aren't we? He quickly hissed to stop her, staying calm. Time to play the naive villain role. The chubby woman raised her hands in a gesture of peace, spewing sweet, brainwashing words. Don't be so on edge. We aren't bad people. I've got kids back in the city around your age. Don't worry, you guys must be exhausted, right? Come here. Replying to that toxic chicken soup, the barbarian gave her the cold shoulder. I'll pass. He reasoned through the logic of survival in his head. If she really has kids, these people are even more dangerous. Bringing his mace up to block, he stood tall, shielding his teammate. The fact that she had mouths to feed back home meant viewed through the lens of harsh survival, the kind lady's face looked twisted and demonic, like a devil's. She had a clear, absolute, and ruthless motive for money. The cat girl asked, pained, Why are you doing this? They could help us. But the young man immediately shut her down. Stay quiet. The savage youth reflected on his situation. If we meet other adventurers, how should we handle it? I've thought about it a lot, and the conclusion is always to ask for help first. His brain began to calculate meticulously. If we promise them a reward and ask them to lead us out of the forest, that should be a reasonable trade for them. The strategy was clearly laid out, but to trade, they needed to know who the others were. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. I'm Bjorn Jandel. The man with slicked back hair smiled fakely. A cautious guy, huh? I'm Hanstoff, the team scout. At the mention of the deadly keyword, Bjorn Jandel's face paled, and he broke into a cold sweat. Your name is Han? The man replied nonchalantly. Haha, that's a common name, isn't it? The protagonist screamed internally, full of resentment. Why are there so many Hans in this world? Name is terrible. -1 point. The savage's sharp eyes scanned the team. 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 scout. The archer glanced over with a restless expression. The elderly markswoman swallowed hard, sweat dripping down her face. Bjorn Jandel's radar for danger began to wail. These guys are dangerous. The visual frame confirmed the darkness of the opposing team. These guys are dangerous, Bjorn whispered, tilting his head. Misa, will you follow my lead? She obeyed immediately. Of course. The guy was covered in cold sweat, his brain working overtime. Maybe I'm just overthinking, but something is very suspicious. Deciding to pull a 180, Bjorn Jandel declared, "Let's go." That made Han jump and call out after them. "Wait, aren't you the ones who were going to ask for our help?" Their dark intentions were revealed by their glowing red eyes. Bjorn Jandel thought sarcastically, "Well, about that. My instincts are screaming that you lot are a threat." Outwardly, he remained calm. "No, we can take care of it ourselves, so we don't need help. Misa, let's go." She scrambled to follow. "Ah, understood." Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air and embedded itself into his shield, making Bjorn Jandel jump. He gritted his teeth, frustrated, confirming his intuition. Damn it, as expected, they aren't normal adventurers. The old woman angrily scolded the young archer. "You fool, what the hell are you doing?" The kid retorted, "Stupid. Don't you see his equipment?" The man stared greedily, drooling. "That's equipment made of rhenium. Do you have any idea how much that's worth?" The scout, Han, sighed. "But we're fellow adventurers, kid. If you can't do it, just stand aside." Their assets were being eyed without mercy. "What's in that savage's backpack?" "It's an expansion backpack. It's so expensive that even if you grind it until your bones broke for a year, you couldn't afford it." The archer backed away, trembling. I still can't do it." The old woman snatched his bow and threatened him. "Then those who can't do it, get lost." The warrior swung his axe, justifying his robbery. "I'll take it. This isn't the first time. Besides, our financial situation isn't exactly great." Misa clutched Bjorn Jandel's back in a panic. Bjorn Jandel, shouldn't we run away?" The protagonists silently analyzed their dire situation. A 5-on-2 situation, and were completely exhausted from the trials. He glanced back, extinguishing the thought of running. "There's a scout there, so even if we run, they'll catch us very quickly. There's only one way to overcome this crisis." Coming up with a life-saving plan, Bjorn whispered, "Misa, stall for time." She quickly caught on. "Understood." The savage flipped the switch to panicked acting. Wait, let's make a deal. I'll give you the expansion backpack. And this shield too. So please, spare our lives." Misa, the Oscar-winning actress, suddenly changed her tune, blushing and sobbing loudly. "Just kill that savage. I'm a princess of the merfolk tribe. If you spare me, I'll return and give you even more money." The protagonist froze, watching his teammate clasp her hands and act so deep, with tears in her eyes. "She's definitely not serious, right?" The group of bandits looked stunned and confused. "This mermaid princess, what should we do?" The heartless old woman brushed it off. "Forget it, just kill them both. Do you think they won't report us if we let them go?" The warrior laughed maliciously. "That's even better, isn't it? As a princess, she must be carrying something valuable." The bandits charged forward like starving beasts. Whoever found her first would be the winner. Seeing the bait had been taken, Bjorn Jandel tensed up and prepared to fight. "We can't stall any longer. It's time to make a move." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. "Death for everyone." The true hunter had arrived. A level 6 monster, the Carnivaro. The bandits retreated in absolute panic. How long had these damn Carnivaro been trapped in here? Bjorn Jandel let out a bitter, mocking laugh. 5 days, you idiots." The golden opportunity had arrived. The protagonist shouted loudly, "Misa, hold on tight to me." She obediently hugged him tightly. "Got it." He sprinted for his life, leaving the bandits behind as bait. Bjorn calculated with satisfaction. The Carnivaro had a habit of chasing their prey to the end, so once you encountered them, there was no escaping. Carrying the girl, he zipped past the bandits' formation like a gust of wind, leaving them with one final remark. Meanwhile, the captain stared wide-eyed at the level 6 boss charging toward them like a truck, his face deathly pale. "What? Why is it here? Wait, stop." The protagonist thought to himself, "Might as well use these guys as bait, right? Now, let's scram." Along with the ominous sound of stepping on a trap beneath a bandit's foot, the bandits scrambled in a panic, fighting while screaming. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" He was smug as he ran. "Perfect, the target has clearly shifted. Now the Carnivaro are their problem." The system interface appeared coldly, signaling a bloody massacre. The Carnivaro had deployed magic mines. The chubby lady screamed in terror. "Everyone, don't move. There might be magic mines around here." The scout, his head covered in blood, shouted in frustration. "What about them?" The captain strained his neck to rally the team to save their lives. "Focus on dealing with the Carnivaro first. They can't run far." Elsewhere, the Barbarians' iron boots stomped onto ground littered with purple light. Magic mines, huh? He analyzed the situation with pure pragmatism. Big brain moment. Of course, there was no way to dodge that, right? Smoke and fire exploded into the sky. The protagonist carried his companion, sweeping through the minefield like Rambo. We planned to run and trigger the mines right from the start. The cat girl on his back sobbed uncontrollably at her boss's sheer recklessness. The boss behind them continued to chant, summoning its pack to corner the prey. The screen flashed with a familiar game prompt. Carnivaro has summoned hounds. Pitch-black dogs with glowing red eyes charged in to tear the captain apart. Damn this cursed thing. The shield-bearing warrior sweated buckets. Damn it all. Because of these mines, there's no way to dodge. Agonizing screams echoed across the battlefield. The cruel lady from earlier was now kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for her life. No, I don't want to die. Stop it. Mines were exploding one after another with every step he took. A hound with a drooling, sharp-fanged snout lunged at him, ready to tear him apart. Misa, on Braun's back, quickly kicked and split the head of the monster dog, blocking their path. With nowhere left to retreat, he immediately activated his ultimate wide-area clearing skill. He pushed his body to the limit, hitting the threshold of total collapse. He couldn't feel anything from his ankles down. A terrifying red warning flashed across his retinas. Warning: character has lost a body part. Failure to treat immediately may lead to permanent damage. He coldly wondered to himself, my feet are shattered, so why can't I keep running? Time to change plans. He steeled his resolve and entrusted the task to his comrade. Misa, handle the cleanup. The cat girl nodded, ready for their seamless coordination. Understood. I'll throw it at the Navarro. Gaining momentum like a professional shot putter, he roared. Use your skill to wipe them all out, then get back here. Propelled by his strength, she shot into the air like a bullet, tearing through the wind, her eyes burning red with killing intent. The cat girl bared her fangs and shrieked, "Die!" Her downward slashing attack struck the target with brutal force. The impact exploded, wiping out the obstacles in an instant. Misa snapped her head around, her cold gaze hunting for the next prey. The survivors lay on the blood-soaked ground. The fat old hag was crawling feebly at the cat girl's feet, pitifully squeezing out every word. Please, the cruel hag from moments ago could only crawl on the deep purple ground, her face a mess of tears and snot, screaming for mercy. Help me. Seeing the cat girl look at her with eyes full of contempt, as if viewing a pile of trash, she shamelessly begged on. Please, give me a health potion. Realizing her hopeless situation, she hurriedly played her final financial card to stall for time. Help me. If we get back to the city, I'll give you money. But before she could finish, she received a ruthless, finishing blow. Having cleaned up the trash, Misa panicked and ran over, looking at her boss's severed leg with heartache. Braun, are you really okay? With a wound this severe, a normal health potion won't fully heal it. The young man with the severed leg replied coolly, Don't worry. He nonchalantly exposed his own game-hacking mechanism to his employee, despite such a gruesome injury. A system notification screen popped up, shielding the protagonist's bizarre reality. Character's health increases significantly due to immortality effect. He smirked as he delivered the final word. It'll recover in the blink of an eye. The cat girl's eyes widened in total shock at this horrifying magic trick of regrowing a limb. What the hell? His foot just grew back. Even if he used the highest tier health potion, how? His gamer brain started crunching numbers, calculating the filth with the immortal mark, and the natural recovery ability of vampire essence combined with the active immortal skill. Putting it in game terms, my natural recovery stat must have definitely surpassed 150. In short, even without downing health potions, as long as I have enough time, growing back limbs from fatal wounds is completely possible. Watching her boss, whose leg had just been severed, remain completely expressionless, the cat girl trembled and interrogated him. Bjorn Jandel, what on earth are you? Even after drinking the potion, he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Naturally, the young man pulled out his go-to excuse to cover up the harsh truth. That's the indestructible mental fortitude of a barbarian. He recalled the muscular old uncle who used to set an example. Even that uncle never uttered a single sound of pain after downing a potion, but deep down, he knew the truth. Of course, I was only acting that way because of my maxed-out pain resistance passive. But who cares about the explanation as long as the results are the same? With his newly regrown, bright red foot, he calmly sat down to tie his shoelaces as if nothing had ever happened. With everything packed up, the captain gave the order to move out. Let's get out of here before that Navarro-class monster manages to come back. The cat girl followed, still endlessly curious. But Braun, how did you know those adventurers were so dangerous? Using his superior garbage game scenario reading logic, he coldly replied, Their scout had the name Han. I absolutely hate guys with that name. The innocent cat girl couldn't grasp such a philosophy, and just stared blankly. That's it? He exhaled and brushed it off. Anyway, thanks to that, We've managed to stay alive and safe. Remembering how the hag's attitude shifted faster than a flipping pancake, she sighed sadly. That woman, who seemed so kind, turned out to be a completely different person. Who knows, maybe she really was a good person once. Braun's calm brain analyzed the scum of human nature in this dark pit. If we didn't look so weak and destitute, if we weren't carrying treasure worth thousands, if we hadn't met in a dark labyrinth but in a safe ice city. He clicked his tongue, lamenting the cheapness of human morality. She might have been remembered by the world as a kind woman, but she was the very first person to pull the trigger and incite that robbery. Seeing his employee looking distraught, the boss immediately threw a practical question at her to bring her back to reality. Misa, then why did you throw yourself into this labyrinth? Caught off guard by the question, the cat girl sweated and stammered out an excuse. Well, I have to earn money, don't I? He nodded, delivering the killing blow. Those people were exactly the same as you. He started a practical survival lesson, explaining that money is the most effective tool for self-protection, especially in this wretched world, where even tax evasion is enough to send you straight to the guillotine. Remembering the hag's sweet, trashy words while she was setting the trap, he continued, there's only one type of adult entertainment in the city. Don't be so emotional. Let's just protect each other and head this way. He analyzed it clearly. That old hag didn't just have her own life to protect. Having successfully had her brain washed in the right way, the cat girl sighed in admiration while flying in the air. I feel like I've gained a bunch of valuable lessons from this expedition. The timer still loomed overhead like a curse from the witch's forest. Survival time, 109 hours. Suddenly, Misa shouted in excitement. Huh? Bjorn Jandel? As if she had struck gold, her face beamed as she pointed directly at the glowing ancient tree. Found it. Both pairs of tired eyes suddenly lit up with the hope of survival. Finally, the only place where they could rest peacefully in this witch's forest. They had found the witch's hut, having been put through the ringer by the system so many times. The young man was extremely nervous as he reached out to touch the glowing wall. He prayed, please, heaven and earth, please don't let any damn traps or incidents happen this time. His calloused hand touched the magic, and the system delivered the peaceful good news. Character has entered the witch's hut. The horrific purple scenery was suddenly replaced by a paradise-like sanctuary, with warm sunshine and flowers blooming everywhere. The witch's hut appears randomly in the witch's forest at specific intervals. Suddenly, the scene was replaced by an earthly paradise with warm sunshine and blooming flowers, a witch's hut. It appeared randomly in the witch's forest at set intervals, existing for only 8 hours. The Living Game Dictionary opened to analyze the facility, temporarily disabling the map's effects. And those hideous monsters wouldn't be able to show their faces in this safe zone. Even though the chances of stumbling upon it were pitifully low, this was undoubtedly the only shelter in this miserable witch's forest. After enduring so many storms, it finally took a long while to find the first hut. But thanks to Misa's efforts, the next hut was found much faster. The survival countdown clock kept ticking, with only 53 hours left until the labyrinth closed. Accompanying a system notification, your character has entered the witch's hut. The system displayed room information with curiosity. Current occupancy, 5. As the entrance closed, the cat girl gazed at the scenery, dumbfounded. She never got tired of this sight, even for the third time. Misa giggled and tugged on her boss's sleeve to chat. Bjorn Jandel immediately covered her mouth coldly. Misa, stay quiet and stand there. He adjusted his imaginary glasses and whispered dangerously. There was someone else here, making the cat girl jump in shock. What? How do you know? While he analyzed the game mechanics, the witch's hut only allowed a maximum of 5 people. If there were more, the teleportation gate would close. Misa broke into a cold sweat and asked nervously, so is there someone else here? Her boss nodded coldly as a signal. That's right, let's go find them. Following the tracks inside the hut, the two discovered a battle axe and a purple helmet lying idle on the vibrant yellow flower carpet. Bjorn frowned, observing the shadow lying unconscious on the ground. He took a close look at the face. A familiar enemy. He clicked his tongue. It's the guy who was with Elisa. He looks pathetic. What on earth happened here? Misa looked around and reported the room's status. Bjorn, there are more people inside. They seem to be the ones from before. The boss didn't say much and immediately gave a violent order. Then, knock them out cold. No sooner said than done. A super violent blow to the head landed squarely on the unlucky guy without a hint of mercy. Misa watched him get hammered and trembled, doubting her boss's skills. Wasn't that supposed to just knock him out? The guy was still gasping for air after the earth-shattering blow, making the cat girl shake her head in frustration. To think they could still be alive after a hit that strong. Her boss brushed his hands off and casually justified his actions. But they look like they're about to kick the bucket anyway. I don't think we need to tie them up. Braun suddenly pulled out a bright red health potion and poured it straight onto the head of the unconscious man, making Misa's eyes widen in amazement. The potion took effect intensely. The guy screamed in agony as if he had been doused in acid. The boss stood tall, looking down coldly, and asked, "Awake already?" The man had just regained consciousness, only to lose his soul in terror, screaming, "No! You're that barbarian!" Afraid of getting hit again, he hurriedly cried and tried to cover up his mistakes. "It was all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. We were only being used by that woman." He began to confess honestly from start to finish. "When we caught up to your group, there were only 3 of them there. To prevent them from escaping, I ambushed the one who looked like their scout, causing a minor wound." Recalling the scout from his side in pain, Rod Miller, "It wasn't a deep wound, just a scratch on the shoulder." At that very moment, just like before, a mysterious beam of light pushed us back, accompanied by the sudden screams of his comrades in his memory. "What? What is this?" By the time I came to, our scout had been pierced through the head by an ice spear, causing the captain at the time to be terrified. How could they possibly do that? The boss silently analyzed the situation from a spectator's perspective. It seems Hikaru's group managed to escape successfully. The scream I heard back then was when Rod Miller was injured. The prisoner sniffled and continued to recount his team's miserable circumstances. "Having lost our scout, we couldn't continue, forced to wander in the woods to find a replacement. But trouble struck about 2 days later when the fog began to appear." A flashback shows their teammate blushing with excitement. "Oh, Elisa." But moments later, it turns into a nightmare as Elisa reveals her true form as a demon, draining the teammates' life force in a cloud of pitch-black smoke. The rest of the crew could only stand there, watching in helplessness as their comrade withered into a dry skeleton. "What is this?" He watched his friend shrivel up and be completely drained of life energy in an instant. I suddenly snapped back to reality. The wicked woman flashed a disgusting grin at the pile of bones. How pathetic. The leader shuddered, realizing that the woman was actually a twisted follower of the Karu cult. The prisoner knelt, sobbing and begging for his life. "So, this whole thing was just a mistake. We were deceived by that woman. I swear to the goddess, we never intended to rob anyone." But Braun cut him off with a single word: "Shut up." Seeing the boss was unmoved, the guy sobbed even more desperately to beg for his life. "Now that I think about it, I haven't even apologized to you guys yet. I am so sorry. We were so stupid to fall for her tricks. Of course, we will pay for all the damages. Please, have some mercy." Seeing Braun deep in thought, Misa turned to defer the decision to him. "Braun, I'll follow whatever you decide. What should we do?" Deep inside the gamer's mind, a fierce ideological battle began. Since arriving in this world, he had already taken many lives. But those were always desperate situations where his own life was hanging by a thread. And his opponents were absolute trash that didn't deserve any mercy. But what about these guys? Amidst the prisoner's pathetic pleas. "Please, I beg you," he told himself. "Even though they caused us quite a lot of trouble at the end of the day, no one actually died." Reflecting on the lessons of survival ethics, he admitted, "Yeah, this situation is completely different from the others." Instantly, a mock trial appeared in his brain with a difficult question. Is it really the right decision to kill them right now? The tattooed barbarian in his subconscious growled pragmatically. Right or wrong? Who cares about that in this place? Just kill them to settle the debt. Why leave loose ends for later? But the suit-wearing intellectual in his brain quickly objected. Why do you have to think so negatively? Clearly, killing someone just because of a fatal misunderstanding is absolutely wrong. The boss was still hesitant, torn inside. But a dark voice whispered in his ear, reminding him of the cruel reality. That's just the mindset from your old world, right? Finally, he decided to pass the ball to Misa. What do you think? The cat girl didn't even hesitate, delivering a cold, blunt verdict. I can't trust these people. Misa's face hardened, her eyes cold and sharp. Whether it was a mistake or not, they tried to kill us. I've realized that people like them should never be forgiven. The words hit home. Bjorn Jandel muttered, I understand. My mind is as clear as the mist clearing away. It's the old saying when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The panicked robber screamed. We said it was a misunderstanding, but Bjorn Jandel just swung his mace, responding coldly. Otherwise, you might just lose your life. He swung his weapon. Mercy, decisively. You're finished. Maybe this time was a mistake, but who's to say you won't make the same mistake again? Instantly, the system panel chimed with good news. Achievement unlocked. Condition met. 10 kills. Reward, permanent +1 to mental stats. He stood tall amidst the pool of blood, thinking, I've known this since the day I woke up in this body. Bjorn Jandel, from now on, I have to live under this name. Not just in name, but I have to fully become a savage. The only way to survive here is to do exactly that, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Misa asked timidly, Bjorn, are you okay? Your hand is shaking. He quickly waved her off, hiding his trauma. Don't worry, it's nothing. Just go collect the gear. Suddenly, Misa shrieked. Watching him drag the corpse across the floor, she asked in horror, What are you doing? Preparing to toss the mess into the fireplace, he replied calmly. I'm doing what needs to be done. A cold system notification appeared. New offering has been presented. The witch's hut duration was extended by 8 hours. Watching the flames roar, he told himself it was just like in the game. He wiped a streak of blood from his face. He turned and said, Now that we have 2 more logs, we can rest in the hut for at least another 24 hours. Misa was terrified. Bjorn, are you really okay? Seeing her standing there speechless, he continued, Why are you still standing there? You should be resting instead. Without waiting for an invitation, he threw himself onto the bed. I'm taking the bed first. Enjoying the rare softness, he muttered, So comfortable. After all, you really should sleep on a bed. His eyes closed. His chaotic thoughts gradually settled. It didn't feel ironic anymore. The blood-stained weapon lay discarded on the floor, drawing a clear boundary. As I shed my modern habits and became more savage, I found myself feeling more human in this place. Then, the peaceful dream took him back to his life as an office worker, obediently grinding away at his computer screen. After his shift, he waved goodbye to his female colleague. A heartwarming scene unfolded as they went out for barbecue together, happy as a real couple. Back home, he was engrossed in his game, while she lay comfortably reading a book right beside him. Ending a long day, the two embraced and fell into a peaceful sleep. A satisfied smile played on his lips, showing he was immersed in a perfect dream. Suddenly, he jumped, jolted back to the brutal reality. He woke up, gasping for air, only to find the beastkin Misa, using his thigh as a soft pillow, sound asleep. Panicked by this compromising position, the hulking warrior jumped up, his face dripping with sweat, shattering any budding romance. Bjorn frowned, wondering, was that a dream? Looking at his massive, powerful hands, he felt a sense of sorrow. With this monster of a body, I have to fight real monsters to survive. The sight of the bones burning in the fireplace reminded him, this is my reality now. He looked confused. Have I slept for nearly 7 hours? Looking down, he muttered, when did this kid climb up here? Wasn't the chair comfortable? Bjorn Jandel called out coldly, Misa, wake up. Misa kept her eyes shut, acting spoiled. 5 more minutes. Before she could enjoy her dream, a ruthless flick to the forehead landed. Misa clutched her head and shrieked, Ah, I'm up. Stop shaking me. What a brutal, rude person. Ignoring her cries, Bjorn Jandel fell into deep thought. There were about 24 hours left until the labyrinth closed. 1 hour before the witch's hut closed, the day had finally come. Just endure today, and I can escape this hellish forest and return to the city. Misa stretched refreshingly. Ah, this expedition was so harsh. I need to take a bath as soon as we get back, Bjorn Jandel. What will you do when we return? Bjorn Jandel replied blankly, I don't know. Suddenly, a cold system notification appeared. The witch's hut has closed. Your character has moved to the witch's forest. Area effect. The witch's forest has been disabled. The moment they stepped outside, the blood-red sky left Misa in utter shock. Misa clung to Bjorn in a panic. What's happening? Only a deathly silence answered her. Sweat beaded on his forehead as Bjorn cursed under his breath. Damn it! The memory of the game he used to play on his computer screen flashed in his mind. The familiar system log lines came flooding back. 5th offering presented to the hut. 6th offering presented to the hut. 7th offering presented to the hut. Special condition. 7 offerings met. The scenery shattered. Bright red text appeared. Chaos Lord Rakis has begun wandering the floor. Bjorn Jandel swallowed hard. It was a floor lord. The gamer's memory clicked a type of regional boss monster. In the game, they were called floor masters, and each floor had a different lord with its own unique title. Misa stammered, unable to speak clearly. A floor lord? Don't joke around. I heard there were no floor lords on the 3rd floor. Bjorn Jandel's face tightened. It's not that they don't exist. It's that the summoning method is a strictly guarded secret. He explained further. If some madman summons it, it won't just end with a few deaths. The floor lord of the 3rd floor is the Chaos Lord Rakis. The system added, as erosion begins, all monsters on the floor descend into chaos. Bjorn continued, this monster doesn't just affect the entire 3rd floor. Once summoned, it will roam the dungeon and destroy everything until it dies. A desperate system notification appeared. Due to erosion, teleportation gates are temporarily disabled. He concluded, since floor transitions are blocked, escaping to another floor is impossible. Every adventurer on the third floor needs to prepare for total annihilation. Misa cried out, what is this? Why is a floor lord appearing right now? Bjorn Jandel scratched his head, feeling guilty. That is probably our fault. He calmly laid his cards on the table. We burned the corpses in the hut's fireplace, right? That's one of the summoning conditions, Misa roared. What the hell are you talking about? Bjorn hurriedly defended himself to save his own skin. Didn't they say the last summoning was over 10 years ago? So I thought burning about 3 bodies wouldn't do anything. But who knew someone had already burned 4 of them before we got here? Misa was so angry she pulled her hair. Bjorn Jandel, what the hell have you done? We're all going to die because of you. Always acting smart and giving orders. Bjorn Jandel, keep that in mind. Anyway, never tell anyone about this. If word gets out that we summoned that thing, it'll be the end of us. Misa is sobbing, thinking she's done for. It's all because of this barbarian, who previously claimed so boldly that he'd protect her life until the very end. Now, he's turning his back and distancing himself, ignoring all her complaints. His big brain starts working on a strategy. Since the abnormal status has been removed and we can leave the forest without needing a scout, we're getting out of here as fast as possible. Bjorn Jandel decisively points the way. We're heading there. We're heading to the orc settlement. The scene appears along with the clan system information. According to the dwarf, this is a large clan operating on the 6th floor, with a force of hundreds. Bron's big brain begins to analyze the harsh reality, considering we'd be crushed if we encountered Rakkus right now. If he wants to increase their survival chances even a little, he makes a firm decision. We must stick close to them. He silently calculates that not all clan members are concentrated on the 3rd floor, but to control the hunting ground, at least 10 teams must have come down here. Meanwhile, Misa looks around, confused. There are so many people, Bjorn. Amidst the chaotic and panicked crowd, an authoritative voice echoes. Everyone, stay calm and follow the instructions. The crowd starts to stir with every kind of emotion. Among all of you, I heard there's a high-level mage. Please, use a teleportation gate. I'll pay any price. It's because of you people that the floor boss was summoned. What's going to happen to us now? They're a big clan. Surely they won't kick us out, right? Watching the chaotic swarm of people, Bjorn Jandel sighs, exhausted. What a complete mess. Just then, a female priestess from the clan closes her eyes, clasping her hands to pray. A brilliant, warm, magical light radiates from her hands. The lead knight speaks up loudly to reassure everyone. Please stay calm, everyone. This place is safe. Our clan's priestess has just cast evil repel, and our scouts are guarding all around us. He clearly declares like a savior. The 3rd floor dungeon will close in one more day. Until then, our Jawi clan, by agreement with the royal family and other guilds, will try our best to ensure as many adventurers as possible make it out alive. Hearing such a comforting promise, the adventurers' expressions immediately relax, showing clear relief. But before they can even celebrate, he sternly emphasizes, his threat feeling incredibly firm. If anyone doesn't follow our control or causes trouble, we will have no choice but to forcibly expel you. So, please understand, the threat, while somewhat formal, is incredibly effective. Even the loudest ones go silent. Bjorn breathes a sigh of relief. Thanks to evil repel, we can rest a bit more comfortably. The system board appears, explaining that evil repel is one of the core skills of a priest, allowing humans to move freely while creating a safe zone that monsters cannot enter. The image shows the ancient, towering trees glowing in the magical light. Bjorn Jandel keeps a cool, indifferent head. At least we don't have to worry about being kicked out, but we still can't relax just yet. Before long, he looks up, knowing that problem will arise. He turns to ask his teammate, Misa, I'm just asking, but are you confident in your hearing? Misa blushes and fidgets, replying, I'm not sure, but sometimes people say they like my ears. He's helpless with her. She's always delusional. He frowns. What on earth is she talking about? He quickly clarifies, I mean, can you hear sounds that are far away or quiet? Misa scratches her head, grinning boastfully. Oh, I'm confident in that. Exploiting his teammate's ability, Bjorn commands, then listen carefully to the chatter around us, and if there's any useful information, let me know. Bjorn cups his ear to listen. The murmurs of the crowd reach them. It's been 10 years since the 3rd floor boss appeared, hasn't it? Another voice continues. I don't know what madman caused this, but luckily, a 6th floor clan was here at the right time. We're truly lucky. Words of flattery and sycophancy echo. Yeah, who would have thought we'd witness a wide-range evil repel spell right before our eyes? A big clan really is on another level. Braun pieces the information together and deduces. Yes. And if the Jawi clan is on the third floor for that reason, he resolves, it might be worth the gamble to get through this situation. Cutting to the beast girl Misa, who is eavesdropping so intently that she's drooling. Braun is speechless as he turns to look at his airheaded companion, and without hesitation, he reaches out and delivers a solid ear-flicking smack that snaps Misa back to reality. Ow! Jolted out of her trance, Misa holds her head and asks, "What was that for?" Bjorn Jandel calmly replies, "It's about to happen." Misa blinks blankly. About to happen? What does that mean? The warrior gestures with his chin. Look around. The crowd is packed solid. The system registers that there are too many people. Even if it's called a crowd, it looks like there are about 500 people. Misa worries. So what's going to happen to us? Braun exposes their savior's true face. The Jawi clan can only take care of about 50 people. Let's see how they manage this massive crowd first. Just as predicted, the commander clears his throat again. Please pay attention. He starts his con artist routine. Thanks to evil repel, this place is the only safe zone on the third floor. But the priestess wishes for everyone to show reverence to the gods. He plays his hand, revealing the blatant extortion. 1,000,000 stones per person must be paid immediately. You can pay right here with magic stones or goods. Braun nods, assessing this tactic. Very smart. Since no adventurer carries 1,000,000 stones worth of magic stones, they intend to control this huge crowd by confiscating their equipment first. The commander continues to ramble on to brainwash them. 1,000,000 stones is both an offering to the gods and a protection fee. Even if you lose a few pieces of equipment or mana potions, he spreads his arms arrogantly like a savior. What is there to worry about when we are here? Bjorn Jandel silently curses. Of course, there's plenty to worry about. Idiots. He analyzes the situation. Although evil repel is an overpowered skill, it is actually useless against a floor boss. His big brain clicks. In reality, those guys alone cannot defeat the third floor boss. He concedes to the circumstances. But here, we have no choice but to partly comply with their control. Turning to his teammate, he lays out his plan. Misa, keep the consumables like potion bottles as they are, and just take out the things we don't need. Standing there, smugly smiling next to the sack of loot they snatched earlier, he says, "Luckily, we don't need to take off our own original gear thanks to the loot we gathered." Even though he escaped the tax, the pragmatic protagonist still grumbles about the price. Besides, if it weren't for this pile of stuff, are they planning to let us starve to death next time? Upset by the sight of the daylight robbery, grumbling broke out among the crowd. Demanding 1,000,000 stones just to survive another day? That's so blatant. It's disgusting. As expected, they mocked the crowd's desperation. Just as predicted, those who refused to pay the protection fee and tried to run appeared. Misa returned after gritting her teeth and paying the toll. "I paid them already," Bjorn Jandel replied coolly. "Well done." His accountant instincts started firing off. About 300 people paid 1,000,000 stones each. So, they had earned at least 300 million stones, thinning out the crowd and making a fortune. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Even so, he saw through the harsh reality of this mess. But in the end, these people could only pray to the heavens. If the floor lord makes it here, it's game over. Braun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that since the third floor was huge, they probably assumed the chance of encountering the floor lord was low. Both those who left and those who stayed were hoping for the best. He was worried because of his own bad luck. But I always calculate for the worst-case scenario. Usually, such imaginations never come true. But what about this time? And obviously, he was never disappointed by his own bad luck. 19:07. About 5 hours until the maze closed. He froze. I never thought it would actually happen. Falling from the sky came a terrifying omen that extinguished all hope. The Rain of Despair, the passive area of effect skill of the floor lord Rakis. The system notification announced the beginning of the end. Your character is taking continuous damage from the Chaos attribute. The character's magic resistance is significantly reduced. This skill didn't just deal area of effect damage, it also turned the rain-soaked terrain into an eroded wasteland and wiped out all existing zone effects. Warning: continuous contact with Chaos attribute damage increases the chance of suffering from Chaos status ailments. His peace of mind shattered. Misa trembled and clutched his arm tightly. Amidst the life-eroding rain, Bjorn Jandel saw the massive silhouette of the monster emerge from the dark fog. A demonic face with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth roared, signaling a bloody massacre. The crowd panicked completely, screaming in madness. Look! Look! Stop it! Quick!" The clients started to lash out at the investors. Don't tell me you're planning to abandon us and run away. I don't want to die yet. You took our equipment and promised to protect us. Take responsibility. The commander of the guild clicked his tongue, feeling helpless before the catastrophe. So, it's come to this. This expedition is going to be a massive loss. Even so, he still showed the status of a great family and roared to prepare for battle. The Floor Lord Rakkus is here. Bring out everything we've prepared. The mages began ripping open scrolls, buffing the squad to the max. High-level stamina support scroll used. High-level vitality recovery scroll used. Heavy weaponry was also brought onto the field. Activate unique item, Flag of the Sun Lord. The light of the relic enveloped the weapons. The money was burning faster than sacrificial offerings. Countless attack magic scrolls, consumable unique items, and support gear were being used up. In less than a minute, consumable items worth tens of millions of stones turned into light. The commander roared to boost the brothers' morale. We have enough supplies. Don't hold back. We must survive and make it home, even if it's just one more person. Watching the dollar-drenched performance, Bjorn Jandel smirked. Wait, these guys? Were they actually planning to fight Rakkus? He broke into a sweat, but deep down, he was secretly celebrating. Turns out, I'm not the only one who plans for the worst-case scenario. Feeling this relieved was a first for him. His eyes were filled with admiration for these professional players. People like this have risked their lives countless times on expeditions to reach this level. It's definitely not just about luck. The battle cries echoed across the forest. Everyone, get into position. We're going to hold off the Rakkus Floor Lord. As the giant monster's foot gathered momentum for an attack, everyone wondered what a real-life raid not won in a game would actually look like. On the other side of the battlefield, the panicked amateur recruits were trembling and weeping. Is this a nightmare? Are we all going to die? Meanwhile, the battle raged on intensely. The squad leader shouted while facing a lethal blow. Don't try to block it, dodge. The answer to how a red boss performs in real life became crystal clear. The answer to their long-standing curiosity was surprisingly simple. Is the mana spell ready yet? There was no flashy, one-on-one strategy. It was all just spamming health potions and running for their lives. The melee assassins and even the Barbarian avoided direct confrontation, only defending against weak, harassing attacks. Damn health potions. Don't take them head-on. The warriors returned to the front lines immediately after being healed, even when they were battered and bruised. Of course, that wasn't the case for everyone. Damn it! You didn't deserve to die like that, the squad leader roared, veins bulging. Don't get distracted. Stay focused on the situation right now. One warrior was immediately wiped out after being trampled. 3 ranged attackers evaporated after getting caught in Rakkus's breath. Murmurs of anxiety began to spread. 4 people are already dead. Isn't this way too dangerous? Damn, Bjorn Jandel, watching from the sidelines after swallowing 1 million mana stones, silently judged it as absurd. They were conducting the raid as safely as possible. The warriors were holding the front line well, and the mages were pinning Rakkus down perfectly. The system board flickered. The floor boss, Rakkus, was drawing power from the orb. The sharp-eyed squad leader ordered them to stop attacking. We can't let it feel threatened anymore. Destroy that orb first. They clearly knew how to counter the dark orb mechanic, which had once been a huge concern. System information confirmed that their fire control intended to prevent the shift to Phase 2 was successful, and they were managing Rakkus's health bar. Don't attack Rakkus, shoot the orb. Seeing the situation looking hopeful, the protagonist nodded with relief. They knew the strategy. At this rate, they might actually hold out until the labyrinth closed. The time was 22:37, only a little over an hour left until the labyrinth closed. The big brain nodded, in admiration. They knew the strategy well. If things continued this way, they might actually be able to hold out until the labyrinth closed. The protagonist calculated, noting a total of 11 deaths, which was 20% of the total force, but not enough to lead to a fatal outcome. However, some people were still panicking and screaming, "They're wrong! These useless idiots! How many people have died already?" The real problem lay within the adventurers themselves. Panic was beginning to spread through the crowd. Every time Rakkus's mechanism triggered, countless adventurers who had paid for protection died anyway. Well, in my opinion, it's their own fault for standing around like idiots right next to the boss area. The atmosphere around Bjorn Jandel's group was heating up fast. "Shouldn't we do something?" Misa asked timidly. Bjorn calmly replied, "Wait. I'm thinking." The crowd started getting restless, demanding action. "We can't just stand here and watch. If we want to survive, everyone needs to join forces. Too many people have died already. We need to protect ourselves." A few of them suddenly remembered the bitter truth. But how could they? Especially since the guild had taken all their gear. The pile of confiscated equipment glinted on the ground, now looking like delicious bait for beasts backed into a corner. Sensing the stench of death approaching, Braun made a split-second decision. Misa, we're leaving this place right now. Misa looked stunned. Huh? Right now? The chaotic looting unfolded exactly as he had predicted. What the hell are you guys doing? Everyone, please calm down. They took the protection fees but broke their promise. If you don't back off, everyone's going to be in danger. We need to get out of here. The crowd rushed forward to grab their belongings, ignoring the warnings. Give me back my gear. Move, you guys. Damn it, that's mine. Braun moved quickly to slip away. Misa, stay close to me. Of course, how would ordinary adventurers know how to strategize? Against Rakis? So, this scene of them sabotaging each other was bound to happen sooner or later. The two of them ran for their lives, leaving behind the crowd that was trampling each other in the hellfire of the dungeon. Misa pointed in a panic. Braun, there's a chaos spirit up ahead. Braun didn't want to get tangled up in anything tedious. Let's take a detour and escape. There's no time to deal with them one by one. She obediently followed, running with her head down. Got it. We need to get as far away from here as fast as possible. The two ran while silently reassuring themselves. Just a little further, keep running, he told himself. If they reached that point, they would be out of the central zone. But the system message threw a bucket of cold water on them. Rakis, Lord of the Floor, has successfully absorbed the power from the orb. Malice Void area effect applied within a 5-kilometer radius. Looking at the sky turning pitch black, Braun broke out in a cold sweat. This darkness, is this Rakis's finishing move? The Malice Void? He gritted his teeth and cursed. That dog actually swallowed all the orbs, didn't he? Misa was in total panic, desperately clinging to him. Braun, what's going to happen to us now? There was no doubt about it. Damn it, it's real. Malice Void. The skill called Malice Void officially activated. The memories of his past gaming life automatically loaded the data. A massive, unavoidable AoE skill that appeared when Lacus absorbed over 10 orbs. The time limit in the game was about 45 minutes. If you didn't escape the area within the time limit, no matter how strong your character was, the result was instant death. And the most scummy part of this mechanism was that once the skill activated, regardless of your location, everyone would be dragged back to the center. All characters within the radius were teleported to the center of the malice. In the blink of an eye, the scenery returned to the same old nightmare. What the hell? I was sure I was running away. Where am I? Looking around, he calculated that the number of remaining adventurers was only about 200. He glanced at the big shots. The guild still had about 20 people left, down from 50 to just this many. Analyzing the situation sharply. In 3 hours, 11 people had become casualties. But in the short moment I tried to run away, even more forces vanished. It was obvious what had happened during that time. The crowd that had just been dragged back started wailing. What's going on here? The guild's mage roared furiously. Shut your mouths, you trash. He gritted his teeth, cursing the useless people who had ruined everything. Do you have any idea how many people died because of garbage like you? If you come any closer, I'll attack immediately. The meat shields kept crying and throwing a shameless tantrum. Why is it our fault if you guys were the ones who took our gear? Please, let me in. I didn't even participate. I'll pay more protection fees. The guild members brandished their weapons, threatening them mercilessly. Be grateful I haven't killed you right now. Don't expect me to be as lenient as before. I could incinerate all you scum right here. The atmosphere sank into despair. The crowd muttered, Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Suddenly, a young man raised his hand like he'd found a lifeline. Hey, I know about this phenomenon. He started launching into a long lecture. I don't know the details, but if we don't escape here in time, we're all going to die. It's recorded in an ancient book. The crowd went pale. What? There's even a time limit? He painted a glimmer of hope. But if we head in any direction for 5 kilometers, we can escape this place. Even though I heard there are monsters, if we all join forces, Bjorn Jandel silently acknowledged it. Surprisingly, that man's words were accurate. But theory is easier than practice. The problem is that Rakis's clones and the chaos spirits will swarm us as soon as we try to leave the center. The crowd joined in with high spirits. That's right. We're going to die anyway. If we're just standing here, let's go together. Misa nervously tugged his arm. Braun, everyone is starting to leave. What should we do? Seriously? In an instant, more than half the people had left the center. With a cool head, the male protagonist turned on his heels. Of course, we aren't going to bet on such low odds. Let's go. He walked confidently toward the door of death in hopes of finding a path to survival, heading toward a gamble with slightly higher success odds. The guild's guard shouted, Stop right there, you barbarian. If you take one more step. All eyes turned toward him. The red-haired beastman frowned. What is this? You idiot? Why are you here? Bjorn Jandel greeted him with that ultra-annoying, laid-back attitude. Long time no see, you grumpy beastman? Long time no see? We aren't close enough to be greeting each other, are we? Ignoring the jab, Bjorn Jandel smiled and probed. So, did the essence of the hero Oros drop? He sneered, showing off. Well, luckily, under the sharp, blood-red eyes of the opponent, his gaze suddenly stalled, filled with suspicion and wariness. He growled, twisting his face. How do you know about that? Bjorn smirked triumphantly, looking proud. Well, the first gamble was a complete success. He quickly scanned the battered ranks of the guild. Currently, 23 guild members had survived. 3 priests, 6 mages, 12 support members, and only 2 melee fighters. Exactly as predicted, only 2 melee fighters, the guild vice-captain Jawi and Eros Markrane, replaying the event in his mind. When the riot occurred, too many warriors had died due to a lack of support. Rakis had absorbed the shadow orb, leaving them behind. Stalling for time while keeping his grip on the opponent, he spoke sharply. Look here, Captain Markrane, what is your plan? If you've studied the Chaos Lord Rakis, you must know we don't have much time left. Right? Captain Markrane was furious at being hit where it hurt. Being short on warriors was a fatal blow. With only 2 left, we can't even break the encirclement. Bjorn continued to analyze. Furthermore, the remaining 2 were damage dealers, a swordsman, and a spearman. This meant they were missing an adventurer in the tank position, a defensive warrior, the only missing piece to turn the tide of the battle. Just one person. If we only had one real tank, the subordinate urged in a panic. Vice Captain, the other adventurers have already left. Please make a decision. We don't have any time left. We need to move while those who just left can still draw their attention. The Barbarian Vice Captain shouted, asserting his value in front of the employer. That's exactly what I'm saying. I will clear the path. Vice Captain Marin turned back, eyes wide with surprise. The henchmen whispered to each other. Who is that guy, acting like that? I overheard a bit. Seems like he's a teammate of the girl, Jean, not something the Vice Captain needs to worry about. Brushing off the interference, Marin glared intensely. I will be the one to decide that. Just answer the question. The subordinate trembled. Yes, yes. I don't know how he knew, but the report says he's making a crazy demand. He's asking for the essence of the orc hero. He says if he has that, he can open a path. Facing the edge of life and death, Marin immediately activated his survival instinct skill. The system screen explained the sheer power of the skill. Survival instinct increases survivability and shines a light on the target. The vice captain stood agape, stunned by the blinding halo radiating from Bjorn. This is the first time I've seen such a brilliant light emit from a person. A strong belief flashed in his mind amidst the ocean of crises. This skill told him he had identified the right lifeline. Overjoyed, he realized the only way out was that man. The subordinate was bewildered. The vice captain stared straight at the barbarian in front of him. What is your name? Maintaining his cool demeanor, the protagonist clearly stated his name. The big brain cheered silently. The second bet. Bjorn Jandel, son of Jandel. The puzzle pieces were falling into place, and the system analysis flickered with the good news of success. Bjorn officially entered the negotiations. I am Eros Marin, vice captain of the family. So, who told you that we had defeated the orc hero? The calm young man threw out a smokescreen. Just a guess. The vice captain raised an eyebrow. How? The session of exposing the strategies of the big shots began. Why would a large family like yours come all the way down here to control the orc territory on the 3rd floor? Bjorn argued confidently. If it were just to catch a few orc warriors, we wouldn't need such strategic supplies. Sealing it with a smooth conspiracy theory. There must be a real, different target. The monster file was opened. 5th level monster, Orc Hero. It's a type of hidden boss that can be summoned by sacrificing 777 Orc Warrior tokens at the altar in the center of the territory. He added a jab to mock their habit of secrecy. Considering the supplies we have, that was to prepare for the slim chance of the Orc Lord appearing. It seems the Orc Lord didn't appear, did he? Caught off guard, Markrane broke into a cold sweat but kept his composure. Huh? You know about that too? Then give us a reason why we need you. A confident job interview right in the middle of the battlefield. I am a barbarian with an immortality seal. My first essence is a vampire. And just for reference, that is the essence of a rift guard. He continued to cram in his insanely high-level profile and a corpse golem with a pain resistance trait. Twisted, ghostly images of souls appeared to prove the power of this dark magic, needing no further explanation. Quickly grasping the situation, the big boss nodded. No need for detailed explanations. You mean you can fight while chugging health potions, right? Is that really all? Bjorn Jandel asked firmly. Correct. Marin stroked his chin, evaluating the candidate's potential. For sure, that's not bad for exploring the third floor. He suddenly froze. No, compared to the two warriors we have left, he let out an excited laugh, as if he'd struck gold. It's extremely outstanding. The deal was sealed in a heartbeat. All right, Bjorn Jandel, we'll invest in you. The subordinates were shocked and tried to stop him. Huh? But that elite vice captain was already requested by a noble family, Marin snapped, cutting them off. Enough. Just act like that elite never existed, that's all. The poise of a pragmatic leader was on full display. If one elite can save even one more member of the family, then this investment is completely worth it. The order was issued immediately. Caston, bring the essence here, the protagonist thought triumphantly. All right, I've cleared the first hurdle. A stream of information about the windfall he'd just snatched appeared. There are 3 types of ORC heroes summoned by magic stones. Each type has its own unique name, or in other words, a named monster, a high-end variant with quite a troublesome essence. He'd pocketed a top-tier item that would usually take blood, sweat, and tears to obtain. Even though they are level 5 monsters, a raid party is mandatory to take them down. The system board provided information on the target being used as a sacrifice. The 3 summoned ORC heroes were all named monsters. These high-level variants carried quite troublesome essences. Being level 5 monsters, a raid party was necessary to defeat them. Bjorn the Barbarian recalled his game knowledge. We usually called them the Orosk Trio. Each one drops a specific colored essence. He began calculating the system's gacha rates. Tanis drops the red essence with a furious roar. Benta drops the blue essence with a war banner. Tarugas drops the green essence with that skill. The key to my tanking path. Which one did we get? Holding the essence vial in his hand, the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction green. Even so, his streak of bad luck still made him wary. With this kind of luck, things usually don't end well. Casting aside all doubts, he downed the potion. His stat board immediately danced wildly. The ORC hero's essence seeped into his character's soul. Strength 70, agility 35, combat spirit 40, physical resistance 29, bone density 30. His fist glowed with emerald light, and surging power spread through him. An intense rush of euphoria invaded his mind. I can feel the power surging throughout my entire body. Is it because my combat spirit increased? I want to use this power right now. But before playing the superhero, he exhaled. First, I need to take off my gear. He braced himself, his face full of determination, and used all these items. Wee Wee's support team provided him with everything he could possibly need. Bjorn Jandel silently praised, "Mana potions? As expected of a great family, they provide truly decent support." He ripped off his armor and handed it to the reluctant secretary. "Misa, keep these things safe." He began shredding scrolls like scrap paper. The character used a physical defense support scroll. The character used a high-level stamina support scroll. The character used an energy recovery support scroll. The battle-hardened warrior used his teeth to pop the bottle caps like a total pro. The character consumed a strength-enhancing elixir, temporarily increasing strength by 10. He drank potions like water to max out his tankiness. The character consumed spirit tears, temporarily increasing elemental resistance by 10. The character consumed a basilisk vial, temporarily increasing pain resistance by 10. The family's VIP support team began channeling their inner energy to cast spells. Aeon Plin cast Spirit's Grace. The character's magic power increased significantly. Aaron DL cast Flame of Rebirth. The character's physical recovery ability increased significantly. Terralespion cast Altar of Sacrifice. The character's threat level increased significantly. To optimize his power, he decided to seal the deal with a taboo technique finally, the Bloodmaster. Whatever power he absorbs from Caston will be the most useful, Marin explained to his subordinate. Without hesitation, he used a knife to make a clean cut across his arm. Blood gushed out. The system recorded a dark skill. The character cast Bloodmaster and gripped the hand of the bewildered Beastman. Fiery red magic connected the two, temporarily absorbing the Exiled One passive skill from Caston. Bron's eyes turned a dangerous, vibrant red. Seeing his eyes change color, it seemed the Exiled One had been absorbed. The system confirmed the trade-off. Despite the maximum essence limit being reduced by 1, the efficiency of all active skills increased by 1.5 times. With the gear up finished, Vice Captain Marin turned to his partner. "Are we ready to start?" He replied decisively. "Of course." Gathering his strength, Bjorn Jandel muttered, "Slow and steady." It was the skill gained from the ORC hero's essence. He roared, shaking the entire corner of the forest. Gigantification. The signature skill was activated successfully. The character cast Gigantification. His body expanded violently, his muscles rippling. The character's stature grew, and along with the size, his threat level and physical stats also increased. A massive, muscular frame appeared amidst the misty smoke, known as the Barbarian hero mode. Seeing the protagonist naked and transformed into a giant, M blushed and covered her eyes, but still peeked through her fingers. Oh my god. The soldier next to her stood there, jaw dropped, speechless. That is literally a monster. Caston, the beast man, broke out into a cold sweat and stuttered. Huh? How can you do that? Faced with the involuntary flashing from his debtor, the big boss, Marin, helplessly turned his head away to save face. I guess we need something to cover him up. Bring some more cloaks out here. Tighten that loincloth properly, he muttered. With this, we're ready to depart. Vice Captain Marin urged him on. There's only 30 minutes left. Can you do it? He grinned confidently. Of course. Pushing out his chest to catch his breath, he was ready for the fight. For me, right now, with the Bjorn Jandel bloodline surging within him, he threw his head back and roared to assert his dominance, echoing across the land and sky. Nothing is impossible for Biela. The vow of the barbarian people rang out heroically. The vice captain of the family immediately seized the opportunity and ordered the whole team, don't fall behind, move out. The giant guardian god began his thundering stride, tearing through the murky fog of darkness. He counted the mercenary squad behind him. Following me right now are 23 members of the family, Misa, and 3 third-floor adventurers who weren't swayed by the incitement. They joined in exchange for all their gear, exploiting the surplus value of his teammates to the fullest. Under Marin's rational judgment, the adventurers didn't just have to pay with their gear, but also participate as sacrifices. The character cast Sacrificial Seal in a 100-meter radius. The number of sacrifices would temporarily boost the character's physical stats. Brutal power boiled in every fiber of his muscles. Overwhelming power came with an intense desire for destruction. Fortunately, there was no need to suppress this urge. A brutal, heaven-shattering blow smashed the monster formation, blocking their path to pieces. The dark spirits were crushed into oblivion under the giant's mad power. However, the true enemy has officially emerged. A shrunken clone of Lacus, though he calls it shrunken, it's still over 2 meters tall. A single punch wiped out a monster, but standing next to me, it still looks tiny. The game's mechanics immediately punished his arrogance. Liss's grudge was triggered. He took massive, dark attribute damage. He calmly analyzed, this is why having a tank is crucial in the malicious void mechanic. Even with pain resistance, the damage still causes paralysis. Of course, thanks to the dragon vampire essence, he confidently showed off his life insurance passive. As long as I protect my heart, I'll be fine. The core of darkness ensures he won't die until his heart rots. If you're just a glass cannon, it doesn't matter if you're a legendary swordsman or a notorious archer, you're useless here. The mage reminded him, sweating bullets. That was too close. Don't pull so many at once. Bjorn Jandel panted, thinking to himself, easier said than done. Explaining the most frustrating aggro-pulling mechanic in giant mode. The larger the size, the higher the threat level, meaning the rate of attracting monsters increases accordingly. And for a barbarian, that increase is practically insane, turning him into the perfect damage-soaking magnet. Essentially, it's permanent taunt mode. This allowed the following adventurers to move comfortably, relying on him to carry the weight. The Beastman talent lunged in to slash, but the consequences were immediate damage reflection. The same damage dealt was reflected right back at the attacker. Truly, the team's burden screamed for help. Cleric, what the hell are you doing? Heal me. I can't take this team's incompetence anymore. Braun glared and scolded. Don't just stand there taking hits in the front and die. The cleric panicked and ran over. You jerk, hurry up, he's... The peak of high-skill gaming had officially been revealed. The front line is mine to handle. That's because when his health drops below 50%, Path of the Hero increases all defensive and magic resistance stats. A badass skill just stolen from the boss flared to life. The Orc Hero's passive, Path of the Hero. The secret to a suicidal, blood-trading tactic. Honestly, this skill is the exact reason I wanted the Orc Hero's essence. When health is below 50%, it boosts all defenses. And when it drops to 20% or lower, the maximum effect kicks in. I need to make the most of it. He barked at the team to take back the stage. Nobody move to the front. I'll handle the front line solo. And just like that, the lone giant barbarian charged in to take on the entire horde, leaving everyone stunned. The vice captain turned to his subordinate to save face. Oh, so you've appeared now, Neuronison. Is it? Talent flattered and groveled to hide his own weakness. The vice captain made a wise decision. We have to be careful about what might appear from behind. Yes, exactly. Though he was spewing nonsense, deep down, the Beastman bitterly admitted. Damn it. The moment I swung my weapon, that excruciating pain hit again. How pathetic, I had no choice but to retreat. He trembled in terror at the wall of madness in front of him. Even though I only stepped forward for a brief moment, I can say for sure that is not something a human should be able to do. All prior prejudices completely crumbled. Who is that man? I thought he was just some low-tier, third-rate adventurer, perfectly suited to be with his useless younger brother. He slapped himself, forever underestimating the hick, a guy who was silent as a clam when kicked out of the territory. Just a bum barbarian. He marveled at his inhuman endurance. No matter how much pain resistance he has, even if he were a protector and not me, how could he not run away in that situation? Whispers of flattery and awe rose from the crowd behind him. They say no one is as brave as a barbarian, and that's absolutely true. If someone like that joined our clan, it would be a massive guarantee of safety. The vice captain's eye for talent was truly impeccable. I didn't expect he could do this well. The crowd watched, admiring a god. Does anyone know this guy's name? He must have some sort of reputation. He looks like he doesn't even know what death is. If he wasn't here, I don't even want to imagine how bad things would have turned out. Finally, they turned to interview the idol's family. You're Misa, right? What exactly is this guy's true identity? Clutching the inventory box, the cat girl stammered, sweating nervously. I don't know either. Looking at the solid back charging ahead, Vice Captain Marin was stunned and praised. If the barbarian hero Ban Kan were reincarnated, that monument of rippling muscle shining bright like a god, it would surely look just like this. Meanwhile, the Beastman talent glared with envy. Still no need to bother with the name of this barbarian. The light of the exit was right before their eyes, and the crowd screamed in joy. It's over, I see the exit. Speed up, everyone will know soon enough. The system board confirmed a spectacular escape as the malicious void area effect disappeared. At the same time, Bjorn Jandel's status board flashed with dozens of terrifying new stats. Level 330.1 plus 131. Spirit 168.3 plus 62. Total combat power 846.3 plus. Essences acquired, rank 7, Corpse Golem, rank 5, Dragon Vampire Protector, rank 5, Orc Hero. The crowd continued to cheer like they'd struck gold. It's over. I can see the destination now. Speed up. The barbarian drained his last bit of strength, head down, sprinting blindly. We're almost there, just a little bit more. The moment they crossed the safe boundary, the system sounded the alarm to withdraw power. Character, soul energy, insufficient. The crowd erupted. We're out. Mana empty. Giant mode shut down automatically. Giantization is ending. The system board announced the cleanup of the bloody battlefield, and the evil void area effect was fading. The veteran adventurers hugged and cried, covered in mud. Oh God, we escaped, we're out, we're alive, we actually did it. But in the dungeon, one person's joy is always built on another's life. A red, deadly light from the giant boss swept across, wiping out everything left behind. A destructive force leveled everything in its path. Oros's settlement evaporated in an instant. He hurriedly grabbed a piece of cloth to cover himself. Bron wiped away cold sweat, soothing his racing heart. That was close. The escape and the giantization skill ended at almost the same time. It's a miracle we made it out in time. Vice Captain Marin also wiped cold sweat, muttering in fear. That was truly too dangerous. But life rarely gives anyone a chance to sigh. But the real tension only starts now. The game's messed up mechanic has officially kicked in. That's right. The black board with white text marks a death sentence. After escaping the anti-evil void mechanic, one of the survivors will be designated as the prey. The big-brained protagonist starts calculating the odds of his fate again. Either Misa or I have a 1 in 15 chance of becoming the target. I reassure myself, it definitely won't be Misa or me. A trembling call rings out, cutting through my thoughts. Bjorn Jandel. I look down, and a bad feeling hits me instantly. Misa is horrified, her body completely stiff. I can't move. A bright red notification board slams into our faces with cold cruelty. Misa has been designated as the prey. Misa is immobilized. Utter bitterness. Bron screams internally at fate's cruel joke. Damn it, is this for real? Out of all these people, why her? I force a crooked, soulless smile. She hurriedly asks, Why? Why are you doing this, Bjorn Jandel? What the hell is going on? Misa's eyes widen as the cruel truth begins to sink in. She understands what awaits her. The cold, scrutinizing gazes of the family clan turn toward us, locking onto the unlucky little lamb marked for death. Even her brother, the beastkin talent, stands frozen, biting his lip in helplessness. Despair and fear are evident in her glowing red eyes. The system board coldly explains the mechanics of the deadly debuff. The prey affected by this debuff will be immobilized. A crimson light envelops the small beastkin girl like a spotlight, drawing all of Rakis's hostility toward her. That means they will be hunted by Rakis until they die. Mark Wren steps forward, uttering a hypocritical, capitalistic sentiment. Unbelievable. I never imagined it would fall on your side. The sub-leader, Marin, gestures generously. We will protect this girl together. So, do you want to join our family clan? But the barbarian carrying her, Bjorn Jandel, rejects the capitalist's offer. I refuse. I'm not ready to serve under anyone yet. The sub-leader shrugs. Is that so? Such a pity. If you had been designated as the prey, you wouldn't have had a choice. The lightning-fast negotiation ends. Anyway, our deal ends here. If there's a chance, let's meet in the city someday. Bjorn Jandel responds realistically. That's if I can survive, to make it back. The sub-leader smiles knowingly, watching the muscular back walk away. I believe you can do it. I have a hunch about that. Before parting, a kind priestess adds a bit of magic. I hope this can help you a little. Let's begin. The system fires off rapid notifications. Daniel Kamen has cast Blessing of the Wind. The character's movement speed has increased significantly. Taro Lesbian has cast Locate. The character's soul energy recovers faster. Bjorn Jandel thinks to himself, you guys are actually pretty decent. Even though the escape must have drained your resources. Receiving the blessing at the last minute, he says, thanks. The sub-leader smirks, exposing their true intentions. Thanks, you say? Just don't die in front of me. If you guys die, that thing won't chase us anymore, right? The big-brained protagonist fully acknowledges this shared logic, which is always effective until the very last minute. The man turns around decisively. Yeah, get going. The death race against time has officially begun. 23:45. 15 minutes left until the labyrinth closes. I never thought this would actually happen. The red system board shakes violently. The Chaos Lord, the floor boss Rakis, has awakened. The barbarian, Bjorn Jandel, runs barefoot, racing against the wind and bone, fleeing for his life. On his back, Misa trembles, sensing death approaching. I can feel the heat from Bjorn Jandel's sprinting steps radiating onto my skin. I don't dare look back, but those bone-chilling screams are getting closer and closer. At this rate, both of us will die. With tears in her eyes, she cries out. The son of the barbarian, Bjorn Jandel, responds urgently. Speak up. Struck by conscience, she insists on getting down. Stop, right now. I have enough awareness to understand that the monster is chasing me, not Bjorn Jandel. Memories of the cold, humiliating ostracization flood the little girl's mind. That's why all of them looked at me with those eyes. The painful realization continues to gnaw at her. Even my family turned their backs on me, because my existence is just a nuisance. Seeing the burden on his back begin to struggle, Bjorn frowns impatiently. What do you mean by that? Misa sobs, begging to be sacrificed. This is far enough, right? At this rate, you'll die too. She continues her tragic farewell act. We aren't even that close, right? If it weren't for you, I would have been dead long ago anyway. Besides, you helped me fulfill my lifelong wish at the last minute. Seeing through the act, the pragmatic man shuts her down coldly. That's ridiculous. Misa freezes, stunned. My survival mode is running at full capacity. I have no intention of dying whatsoever. Then why are you doing things you don't even want to do? Caught off guard, she feebly argues back. It's not like I don't truly want this. I mean it. Finally, the shell breaks, and she confesses her deepest, darkest fear. I'm just afraid of being abandoned. Burying her face in his broad, sweaty shoulder, she wails. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? I just don't want to be a burden anymore. But the big-brained guy has no romantic cells. He is too blunt, dismantling her psychological state. Are those feelings more important than your life? Stop beating around the bush and just say clearly whether you want to live or not. At least then, you'll have a chance to survive. Doused by the cold water of reality, Misa wakes up. Those simple words truly befit a barbarian, but I think I understand what he's trying to say. She looks back at the past to regain her will to survive. From the witch's forest until now, Bjorn Jandel has shown her exactly what needs to be done to survive. Wiping away her tears, she pulls herself together, vowing not to be a burden anymore. I must look pathetic, crying and whining like this. At the very least, what I need to do now is not give up or whine in front of the person who is reaching out to save me. She clings tightly to her savior's back. Misa murmurs to Bjorn, if you save me, I will follow you for the rest of my life and help you. The man sighs wearily. I think I've heard that somewhere before. Oh, that's right, getting a read on the protagonist. The girl tearfully switches her frame of reference to capitalism. Then, if I can survive and return, I will give you all the money I earn from this expedition. The barbarian's lips immediately curl into a satisfied smile. Doesn't that sound better? Just then, the system delivers bad news. The duration of the Blessing of the Wind has ended. Bronn clicks his tongue. The buffs the family clan provided have just worn off. Sensing his surroundings, he breaks out in a cold sweat. It's raining, and this rain is proof that the monster is right on our heels. Assessing the critical situation, the number of chaos spirits is increasing significantly, and our path is getting blocked. I intended to use it a bit later, but without hesitation, he immediately activated his power-up skill. The character activated Geontization, causing his size to increase. Along with his dimensions, his threat level and physical stats also surged. The size advantage started to pay off. With Geontization increasing his stature, his overall capabilities leveled up. But the most important thing right now was the increased stride length, which made his movement speed faster. His brilliant mind calculated every precious drop of mana against his remaining soul energy, as Geontization could only be maintained for about 2 to 3 minutes. He turned to ask his human stopwatch, "Misa, how much time is left?" She reported back in a panic, "Exactly 196 seconds left." He immediately assigned her a KPI. "Right, then count down to kill time." Gripping his neck tightly, she started to count. Right. 9695. He swung his fist, clearing a path through the carnage. It seemed like it was time to clean house and move forward. System notifications flashed continuously. The chaos spirits had been eliminated, and their position was being compromised. A powerful punch slammed into the pack of monsters. Misa kept shouting, 170169. The warrior charged forward like a tank. Wait, 165. He unleashed a ferocious kick, blasting away an obstacle. 120. Time kept slipping away in the chaos. 103. Suddenly, streams of destructive red magic rained down from the sky. He desperately sprinted through the barrage, sweating buckets. Misa counted in despair. 99. Bjorn Jandel gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Red giant footprints were etched onto the ground. He realized the bitter truth. We've entered its attack range. Trying to comfort himself in the midst of the crisis, the number of chaos spirits had dropped significantly after that breath attack. He kept sprinting for his life. It's much easier to run now, but death never lets go. However, that also meant we were currently within its strike zone. A massive explosion detonated right behind them. 77. The intense pressure made the protagonist clench his teeth. The final boss had officially set its sights on the fugitives. Rakkus, the Chaos Lord. His powerful legs were forced to skid to a sudden halt on the ground. The immense pressure caused Misa on his back to consider giving up. Bjorn Jandel. This is the end. Neon, he snapped, bracing his resolve. Stop whining. The man asserted the responsibility of a professional mercenary. I don't intend to leave you here to die. She still stubbornly played the tragic role. I'm not worth saving. Just save yourself. Nia. The capitalist logic of a high-tier mercenary was unleashed. I made a promise. What about the money from my ice spirit ring if I leave you here? Misa screamed in frustration. A promise? Are you planning to die here with me just because of that? Just because of a promise? He confidently retorted. Who said we were going to die? Just as he finished swearing to survive to collect his debt. I will make it out of here alive. A beam of light flashed by at blinding speed, wiping away all his arrogance. Misa screamed in extreme panic. Bjorn Jandel! His arm he ignored the excruciating pain. The protagonist coldly asked, how much time? Just tell me. If not, both of us. He brushed aside any tear-jerking romantic script. He roared, Misa, tell me the time. Scared into sobriety, she sobbed, doing her duty. 60 seconds. There's 60 seconds left. His brilliant mind began to analyze the life or death situation. I need to hold out for 1 minute with a severed arm. Running was no longer an option because it was already here. He turned on his heel to face the boss. Looks like this is going to be a bit difficult. Seeing her lifeline acting crazy, she panicked. What are you doing, Bjorn Jandel? You're walking toward Rakkus. He snapped back, brushing off her noise. Count the time instead of crying. He charged straight into the death zone to find a way to live. Misa obediently counted. 52! He outplayed the game mechanics. It used its breath attack on the exact spot where I was standing before. I'm sure it will have a harder time doing that when I'm right under its feet. While frantically carrying Misa, Bjorn thought to himself in trembling fear, even though we'll be done for if it moves even an inch. So, the guy started counting down the time in absolute panic. 50. Just as he dodged the attack by the skin of his teeth, he yelled, 44. Darting to the side, the guy confidently asserted, I've learned this guy's attack pattern. As soon as he finished, reality slapped him in the face, and he had to sorrowfully add a conclusion. When I was watching the Jawi clan fight it, clinging tightly to his shoulder, Misa also shouted enthusiastically to chime in. 30. The giant monster behind them didn't care about math. It kept madly charging forward. The pressure was truly suffocating. Sweat poured down like rain as the countdown hit 25. The giant lashed out with a deadly tail, waiting to claim the lives of the two daredevils. Suddenly, the smile faded from Bjorn Jandel's lips when he realized the bad omen. Damn it, I'm too late. A ruthless, critical strike was unleashed, splitting the very ground apart. The result was the big guy taking the full force of the impact, painful enough to make him spit blood. Behind him, the demon with glowing red eyes still didn't stop showing off its terror. The recoil was strong enough to throw him off. Bjorn tumbled and fell flat on the ground. Looking at the giant black shadow descending from above, Bjorn helplessly muttered, I can't dodge this hit. In the final moment before death, Misa screamed, We're going to die. Then, the system cruelly poured a bucket of ice water on them. Character has run out of soul energy, followed by the notification that geontization had ended. From being huge and muscular, Bjorn suddenly deflated, forced back to normal human size, looking confused and dazed. But in misfortune, there was luck. By shrinking unexpectedly, he dodged the fatal blow, sighing in relief while dripping with cold sweat. That was perfect timing. And damn it, my skull would definitely have been crushed if I was even a second late. Frustrated that its prey had slipped away, the boss unleashed a massive covering attack, as if to assert its dominance. This was the end. Not letting the despair linger, the fateful numbers began to appear. 10. Even though he gritted his teeth in pain, the time kept counting down. 8. The Grim Reaper was right before his eyes. The crushing attack plummeted down with every beat. 7-6. Dust flew everywhere. Immense pressure weighed down on his shoulders. And then, 5-4-3, blood poured profusely. He exerted every ounce of his remaining strength to survive the mark. 2. Finally, a glimmer of hope sparked at the moment that decided life or death. A smirk, an arrogant, smug smile, Bjorn Jandel sneered right in the face of death. Too late, you piece of trash. Just as the system announcement rang out, the labyrinth has closed, and the character is being teleported to Ronia. Leaving the gruesome, blood-soaked scene behind, a safe landing zone appears, Rafdonia Square. At this moment, the city dwellers are still gathering, gossiping, and chatting away, wondering, I wonder how much money they made this time. Along with a child's innocent question, will Daddy come back, Mommy? Suddenly, a magical portal emitting a fierce purple light tears through the air, opening right in the middle of the square. Instead of a cool, heroic landing, a downpour of adventurers, all battered and bloodied, spills out from the portal, accompanied by desperate screams that completely shatter the peaceful atmosphere. The crowd around the square instantly goes into a panic at the sight of the carnage. Some scream in horror. What happened to them? Others rush to shout, contact the guild immediately. Then someone hastily directs, hurry, move the injured and set up a temporary shelter for them. 2 passers-by lean down to look at the battered, blood-drenched body of the big young man, clucking their tongues in pity while acting like they know exactly what's happening. Good heavens, look at him. Then they assert, he's about to die, isn't he? Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Misa dimly regains consciousness, a confused sound escaping her lips as she bolts upright, her face still showing she doesn't understand what just happened. She looks around, whispering to herself, I'm still alive? Then she frantically darts her eyes around, searching for her savior, Bjorn Jandel. At the same time, the crowd gathered around Bjorn Jandel's brawny frame is still whispering and buzzing in amazement, exclaiming, what the hell happened in there? That he came back in such a half-dead state? And they shake their heads in disbelief. Sigh. Even if he is a wild beast of a man, in that condition, he's probably long gone. Misa frantically pushes through the curious crowd, shoving people aside as she cries out, wait, move aside. Nia follows with a sobbing call, please, Bjorn Jandel. Finally, she manages to squeeze through, and seeing the big, bloodied wild man lying motionless on the ground, she can only scream his name in utter despair. Bjorn Jandel, tears streaming down her face, hugs his body. She cries out, demanding that those nearby contact the temple right now, while continuously murmuring her pleas. No, Nia, Bjorn Jandel, please don't die. I beg you, Nia. Just when it feels like she's about to write his eulogy, her hand, placed on his brawny chest, suddenly feels a normal, steady heartbeat, causing her to startle and pause. Tears still streaming, Misa's lips twitch, forming a smile that's half laugh, half cry. Ha ha, what is this? Then she's left speechless, realizing the blunt truth. Is he just sleeping? Nia? Turns out, our short-tempered wild man was so exhausted that he just rolled over and fell into a sound sleep right in the middle of the square. It made her waste so many tears before she felt like scolding him. You scared me to death, Bjorn Jandel. A few days later, rumors start spreading through every corner of Ronia like wildfire. The residents gather to gossip. Has everyone heard the news? Some whisper, the Lord of the Third Floor, you mean? Others nod, confirming. That's right, I heard more than 30 people from the Jawi family died because of that monster. In a noisy tavern, a man holding a beer mug looks skeptical. Only 30 people? Then he rambles on. I bet tomorrow the guild will have an official announcement, and finishes with a mysterious look. But I heard rumors that hundreds actually died. His drinking buddy, sitting opposite, leans in, eagerly joining the conversation. I heard one of the survivors say, and he drops a definitive statement. It was thanks to one person that so many were able to make it back alive. Curious, the other guy guesses randomly. You mean Vice Captain Marley of the Lion Knights? But he is immediately shut down. No, it was clearly an adventurer from the third floor who happened to be there, which spikes their curiosity to the max. Someone that strong among the third floor adventurers? Then who is it? The reply comes with a proud introduction. His name is scene change to the cozy room where our protagonist is still sleeping soundly, tucked in snugly after his turbulent journey. The hero's identity is revealed. Bjorn Jandel, son of Bjorn Jandel, along with an incredible resume, a wild man who entered the third floor just 3 months after his first journey into the maze. Elsewhere, 2 high-profile figures are in discussion. The analyst slowly recounts, the mage told me this story, about that wild man, then comments bluntly, he hasn't achieved enough yet to turn himself into a hero because he's still too young. Yet he concludes with a highly credible statement, but he will definitely become a true hero, and concludes with high expectations, so it would be very fitting to call him. The image of the wild man's back appears, imposing and heroic, as proof of the brand new title he's just been given, Little Van Can, named after the hero who is braver and greater than anyone else. Along with that ringing title, the system constantly announces bonuses. The character's fame stat has increased by 1, repeating continuously 5 times, then not forgetting to throw in the familiar red text meant to intimidate. Warning. This increases the probability of special events occurring. On the other side of the city, a mysterious man sits regally behind his desk, flipping through documents, muttering the new nickname with great interest. Little Van Can. Interesting. His sharp eyes scan the pages of the report, reading while exclaiming at the rapid rise of the big young man. How many adventurers out there have achieved so much in such a short amount of time? And he must admit a fact. I have never seen a case like this since I started this job. Then he ponders, connecting the dots. On top of that, Braun's feats of devouring monsters flash by like an action movie to prove his theory. He possesses talents far beyond an ordinary adventurer, and he finishes with logical analysis. He is growing at an unnaturally fast rate. You can't just chalk it up to luck. He turns around, remembering ancient legends. If we look at history, there have been people like this before, and makes a fateful conclusion. There are existences born into this world who carry a special destiny already laid out for them. Images of great warriors radiating brilliant light in the past appear to illustrate the story. These people are called heroes and are recorded in history books. Yet, his suspicious mind doesn't allow everything to stop at a rosy picture. He strokes his chin, staring at Bjorn Jandel's image in the report. Wondering, I wonder which category he falls into, and presents 2 clear extremes. Is he a hero? Or, accompanied by a chilling hypothesis, an evil spirit? To explain those deep suspicions, the memory pulls us back to the moment of absolute despair in the maze earlier. When the system announces the terrible red news, the Chaos Lord Rakus has awakened. Standing before the terrifying pressure of the giant boss, Misa stammers as she calls for her savior. With a sense of helplessness and panic, he realized his body was frozen solid. I can't move my body, Nia, because the system had cruelly passed its judgment. Mist had been chosen as the prey, with a death sentence added on top. Miston had fallen into a state of paralysis. Dirt and rocks exploded in a cloud of dust. A destructive attack descended, causing Bjorn Jandel, who was running for his life, to scream in panic. He looked back to call out to his teammate, Misa. Returning to the harsh reality of survival, Our wild man was still dodging attacks while desperately counting down in the dead of night. 25. The pressure was mounting intensely. 17. And finally, the image of a muscular, bare back taking the brunt of a massive, heaven-shaking blow. Flesh ripped open, accompanied by a glowing red, flickering countdown number, the final moment of endurance. A desperate countdown. 3, 2, 1. Covered in blood, yet his lips still curled into a defiant smirk. The protagonist cursed in triumph. Too late. That jerk and the system immediately reported the good news. The labyrinth had closed. Instantly, a notification popped up on the screen. The character was being teleported to Arflonia. Accompanied by weary groans, he opened his eyes, feeling his face. The guy muttered, dazed. Looking at the girl, who was nodding off with her head resting on his legs, he finally woke up. That's right, I'm back. Gently patting his companion's head, he breathed a sigh of relief along with her. 2 days later, the gossip mill began to churn again. Hey, have you heard the news? About the floor boss appearing on the 3rd floor? How could I not? Hundreds of people died. At a tavern, a guy clicked his tongue excitedly. Well, you must know about that brave wild man too, right? Receiving cheers of course from Van Can, everyone kept buzzing. Haha, who would have thought someone like him would be a 3rd floor explorer? Then the conversation shifted to something more frustrating. But what bastard summoned Rakis, right? The culprit still hasn't been caught? It seemed they hadn't moved to the group gathering yet. Rot Miller was overjoyed. So, Bjorn Jandel, Kasten, I'm just glad you two are okay. Nia also happily replied. I'm glad you're okay too, Nia. Then, showing concern, she asked, I heard you were injured in the witch's forest. Nia Bjorn Jandel looked down, apologetic. I'm sorry about that. If I hadn't been injured back then, you guys. The conversation trailed off. The guy abruptly changed the subject. That's enough. Why don't we order some food first? Leaving Rot Miller surprised. Oh, sure. You must be really hungry. As the food was served, the protagonist spoke up. So, while Heeker was chewing on a sausage, the dwarf asked, what happened to you two? Then started calculating to himself. I'll give you the short version since you already know Rot Miller was injured. After that, we used the Guardian's bracelet again to stall for time. Misa's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? You guys can use it that often? Nia, while young Bjorn Jandel quickly calculated in his head. They must have used a combination item. The dwarf laughed triumphantly. Haha, if you use emergency restoration, you can restore the number of uses for an item. A little trick passed down from a senior, he said, making the cat girl's eyes widen in awe. Wow, I didn't know you could do that. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel was being forced to eat broccoli. Eat it, the dwarf calmly continued. Anyway, we ran far enough to treat Rot Miller's wounds. After that, we tried to find you guys. But the mage continued. You two were too far for me to track, so we just kept going in circles looking for you. At the tense part, the dwarf chimed in. But we accidentally ran into that crazy woman on the 3rd day. Misa slammed the table in alarm. What? And then? What happened? Nia? The dwarf replied nonchalantly. Obviously, we ran for our lives, didn't we? We slipped through a teleport gate, up to the 4th floor. Rot Miller added. We managed to lose her and became the only ones to make it up there, causing Bjorn Jandel to nod in deduction. They must have exploited the limit on how many people could pass through the gate. The game was explained in detail. The color of the gate, leading to the 4th floor, the sky tower, changed frequently. If you dove into the gate right before it changed color, you could effectively block anyone tailing you. You have to climb this 100 story tower, and once a challenge on a floor is cleared, it won't respawn. So, they naturally enjoyed a vacation. In other words, that place was extremely safe. The dwarf sighed heavily. Just sitting around doing nothing on the 1st floor for 10 days. It was pure torture, which made our protagonist boil with rage, silently cursing, torture? My ass. We were the ones actually living through hell here. Not stopping there, his teammate poured more oil on the fire. Oh, but luckily, we picked up an essence during the very first challenge. Bjorn Jandel froze. What was that? The dwarf added nonchalantly. A mimic essence, a rank 7 monster. I absorbed it, accompanied by a proud, throat-clearing sound that made the young wild man scream in his heart. What is this? Is this game hacks? A sparkling frame appeared to clear up the confusion. Rank 7 Mimic. A rare and hard-to-find monster, so its essence is extremely invaluable. Although not combat-oriented, it grants the active skill, Treasure Vault, allowing one to open a personal storage space. And the most lucrative part was the naked truth exposed. When you open the treasure vault for the first time, you get to spin for random items scattered everywhere inside. Hearing this, someone became greedy and curious. So, what kind of jackpot did you hit? A few mana stones worth 2 million stone, and 3 top-tier medicinal potions. The dwarf finished off the story of his wealth with a heavy heart, and one item, numbered in the 8000s, along with another in the thousands, causing the young wild man's worldview to completely collapse. What the hell is that? While stuffing food into Bjorn Jandel's mouth, the dwarf hinted, "Good heavens, it's good news, no need to curse." The guy had to swallow his pride and lower his voice. "Sorry, I was just too shocked." But in his heart, he was still roaring with jealousy. Is he blessed by the gods or something? How is he this lucky? The window of opportunity to get rich began to open. Although it's a numbered item, I don't use it, so I intend to sell it all. He would split the money evenly among the brothers. The protagonist calculated, his eyes spinning. That pile is worth at least 10 million stone. Even if split 5 or 7 ways, it was still a massive amount. So frustrated, he crushed the innocent spoon. The guy gritted his teeth, squeezing out each word. "I see. Congratulations," which freaked the cat girl out. "Bjorn Jandel, why did you crush the spoon and fork like that?" Nia sweated, trying to cover it up. The protagonist quickly made an excuse. "Oh, I'm just not used to controlling my strength because of that orc hero essence." She immediately snapped back. "Huh? But you've always controlled it just fine before," he countered. "You act like you've seen right through me." To everyone's surprise, Misa blushed, hesitating. "Well, if you say so, maybe I've seen it all." As soon as she finished, the dwarf choked on his drink in a panic. "What happened between you two? I heard some rumors." Sensing things were getting dicey, Bjorn Jandel immediately cut off the train of thought. "Ah, let me tell you that story." Then he thought to himself, "There are secrets that must be taken to the grave, never to be whispered." He put on the most serious face possible. The young man cleared his throat. In short, it went like this. Then came a fast forward through the stormy, life-or-death developments. After hearing the concise summary, the 3 teammates gasped and nodded in agreement. "I see." The mage turned to congratulate Misa, celebrating her success in forming a pact with a spirit beast. "That must have been a huge mental burden for you all this time." He looked at the protagonist with curiosity. "But when you said earlier that it was all thanks to Bjorn, what did you mean?" The girl broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty, and hurriedly tried to change the subject. "I mean, neither of us would have survived the return trip if it wasn't for Bjorn carrying us through it." Nia, the dwarf, laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Anyway, snatching the ORC hero's essence right from under the Jawi family's nose was top tier, but those guys actually dared to demand 2 million stones for protection fees? Let's just give them 1 million. We also bear some responsibility for this," he said. That sentence moved Bjorn to tears. "Is this guy a dwarf or an angel sent to light up his life?" Mage Y chimed in excitedly. "That's the most insane and grand survival story I've heard lately. It's a huge shame I wasn't there to witness it and drop a bombshell of a comment. For sure, with a burning achievement like that, no one will dare to talk back to your Little Van Can nickname." Hearing the sensitive keyword, the young man jumped, confused. "Huh? Wait, what's this Little Van Can nonsense?" The other guy stood there, stunned, and replied, "Don't tell me you haven't heard everyone buzzing about it?" A super cool frame showing a broad back appeared to illustrate the explanation. "That's the name everyone is hyping you up with. It's the nickname for Bjorn Jandel, the one being compared to the legendary wild warrior hero of the previous era. Van Can, Little Van Can." Suddenly burdened with such a heavy crown, the protagonist's face darkened with sweat. He thought to himself, "A nickname? Rising in fame this quickly is bad news." Bright red warning lines appeared as if to mock him. If this were a game, grinding for reputation points would be a sweet deal. But the problem is, this is real life. Along with that, there was a continuous notification sound for leveling up, and the familiar message warning that the probability of the character suffering from random special events was increasing. He bitterly realized that becoming famous out of nowhere would definitely bring a pile of tiring trouble. Even though his brain was racing, he still had to force a smile to accept the team's carefree congratulations. "Anyway, congrats. You snagged a mighty, intimidating nickname and also Monster Essence rank 5. At this rate, you're sure to do great things." "Thanks." Misa winked mischievously and excitedly changed the subject. "Now, there's still one extremely important matter to discuss." "Right, Nian. Let's talk about how we'll split the money. Oh, we also got a reward for reporting the car incident too." M's eyes lit up. "Really? Nia, that's a total of 3 million. A long list of loot appeared, exposing their wealth. Bjorn Jandel and Misa's team, Expedition results. After pulling in 8,550,000 stone, I deducted the equipment repair costs and bronze medical bills. That left me with a total of 7,650,000 stone. We were supposed to split it 50-50, but that brute bronze started acting up. We're supposed to split it in half, but remember what you said? You promised to give it all to me. The cat girl gritted her teeth in frustration and gave in. Fine, take it all, you absolute brute. A few days later, Misa tied up her hair and called out, "Is everything squared away?" Braun stretched out and strode down the street. She complained. The dungeon was tough enough, but living in the real world is just as exhausting. The protagonist replied with a relaxed, confident stride. Well, I've already taken care of most of the things I needed to do. Seeing her beaming with excitement, Bjorn Jandel muttered, I grabbed my gear from the repair shop, picked up some necessary consumables, and we even poked around the auction house, before calmly telling her that everything was fine. Watching her stick to him like glue, he started overthinking it. What's with her? Why does she keep hanging around me? Is she regretting giving me all the money? But his pragmatic brain immediately kicked in, deciding it was better for him to hold and manage everything anyway. 7,650,000 stone isn't that much. If we're talking about the future, essence is just as important as weapons and armor. I need to focus on making Misa stronger. As he was busy finalizing the training plan, since she was now a core member of his team, Misa leaned in close and asked, Braun, why are you looking at me like that? Out on the busy street, whispers from the crowd drifted by. Is that Braun the Barbarian? He just looks like a regular savage. He ignored them and turned to her. I'm heading back. What are you going to do? She nervously twisted her fingers and replied, about that, I was thinking of visiting Nien's family. Your family? Right. She looked anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yeah. I'll probably stay there until tomorrow or the day after. Bjorn Jandel nodded. I see, but his head was full of questions. Why does she seem so scared to tell me that? Even though it felt off, the fair-minded guy decided not to overcomplicate things. Of course, he was a little worried, but it was their family business, not his. He coldly muttered, Good luck. Her back slumped, looking utterly miserable. Man, I think I feel a little better now, Nien said, leaving the protagonist speechless. He thought to himself, that tone of voice doesn't sound better at all. To cheer up his teammate, the brute gave her a back-breaking pat on the shoulder, wishing her luck, which made her jump and snap at him. You absolute idiot. He just smirked, thinking, looks like she's doing better already. As she walked away, Misa looked back and warned, I'll be back, so don't you dare skip your meals. Bjorn Jandel replied indifferently, Got it, Mom, as she continued to nag. And you need to eat more greens. See you later. The protagonist watched her go, thinking, she said she'd treat me like a lifesaver. As he pushed the door open, he clicked his tongue. But in the end, she acts more like my mother. Man, just like my ex. The carriage wheels turned. His mind was now set on one goal. Either way, my first mission is to grind levels for Misa. The sky looked gloomy. We've reached District 8, Ron thought as he stepped off. With my current stats, I could easily jump to a higher level party, but then I wouldn't be able to bring the pet. Adjusting the oversized backpack on his shoulders, he finalized his route. For now, I'll stay with this party. That way, Misa can level up her pet contract and snag another essence. As they entered the plaza, the first thing that caught his eye was a public execution. The speakers boomed with excitement. We will now begin the execution. The protagonist cursed under his breath. Damn it, I knew these past few days were too peaceful. He looked around. Still, the crowd seems much smaller than usual today. The guillotine blade came crashing down, and blood splattered, staining the area red. The crowd below grumbled in disappointment. I came all this way because I heard he was an evil spirit, but this is boring. Yeah, his blood is just red too. That keyword immediately triggered Bjorn Jandel's nerves. An evil spirit? The insults continued. It's disgusting how those things pretend to be human, right? Looking closely at the bloodied face of the prisoner on the wooden platform, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The son of Lien Tarakan. His expression darkened as he bitterly realized the harsh reality. Damn it, I was actually worried about his condition. I bet he didn't even buy any weapons with the money I gave him. The prisoner trembled on the guillotine, his eyes widening in panic. While Bjorn Jandel was piecing it together, he definitely didn't go into the dungeon. The desperate, pleading gaze of Tarakan locked onto the barbarian below, making him flinch. Does he recognize me? Not letting the chance slip, the evil spirit shrieked the only familiar name in the sea of people. Bjorn Jandel. Just as the wicked blade tore through the air, he swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. The protagonist slapped his own face to wake up. That could have easily been his own life, and he learned a painful lesson immediately. From now on, forget helping people out of pity. As he turned to walk away, pretending not to know him, a guard stopped him. "Are you the son of Bjorn Jandel? Right?" The young man stopped, glared out of the corner of his eye, and spat out coldly, "Get lost." The mysterious blonde man held a finger to his lips, looking suspicious. "Don't be so harsh. I'm in the same boat as you." The protagonist was left with a massive question mark. The guy still wearing a mocking smile. The man started firing off locations. "America, Thailand, Europe, where are you from?" It shocked the barbarian so much he cursed inwardly. What is this now? But backtracking, just a moment ago, he had tried to turn his back on the guard. "Are you the son of Bjorn Jandel, right? Get lost." Then the blonde guy popped up again, holding a finger to his mouth, looking just as suspicious. "Don't be so harsh. I'm in the same boat as you." The guy kept rambling on, probing for his origins like he was conducting a census. "America, Thailand, Europe, where are you from?" The protagonist's eyes were now sharp as a razor, his mind on high alert. What is this now? The two guys stood awkwardly in the middle of the street, staring at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly weird and tense. Scowling like a monkey eating a ginger, the barbarian let out a decisive sigh. There was only one way to deal with this situation. Without a word, he grabbed the guy by the collar and resorted to violence. "Stop talking about things I don't understand and get to the point," the blonde guy stammered in shock. "Huh?" Even while being held by the collar, he tried to force a strained smile. "Haha, you almost fooled me. I thought you'd only been here for 3 months. You're a great actor," the protagonist growled, threatening to stomp on his foot. "Acting? I thought I told you to get straight to the point." But the guy was still being slick. "I told you, you don't have to be so rude." The blonde guy started a long rant. "You're here because of that damn thing called Goim, right?" Bjorn Jandel looked blank. "What?" He cursed the bastard under his breath. Ignoring the rudeness, the guy started flattering him. "Anyway, you're truly talented. You earned that title in just 3 months. It took me over 3 years to really get settled. See, I'm trying to be human here too." Bjorn Jandel was annoyed. How dare he lie to me? Still wearing a corporate smile, the guy feigned empathy. You don't need to tell me where you're from. After all, we're all outsiders here." The protagonist stared at him like he was some strange alien creature. The blonde guy reached out to put his arm around Bjorn, trying to pull him in. "Anyway, we've started an association of sorts. Do you want to?" But he was immediately cut off. "I want to ask you one thing," Bjorn said, with the most aggressive attitude possible. The wild warrior pointed directly at the guy's face. "Are you a malicious spirit?" That left the guy stunned. Laughing with amusement, he narcissistically admitted, "Haha, I get it now. I was being so vague that you probably found it hard to believe. That's right, I am a malicious spirit." Before he could finish revealing his identity, Bjorn exerted his strength and dealt him a crushing blow. He slammed him into the ground to the astonishment of the onlookers. Looking at the battered and bruised blonde, the protagonist calmly explained, "My vice captain always told me that I must kill every malicious spirit I see." The guy trembled. "Huh?" While the crowd panicked. What's going on? A malicious spirit? A wild warrior? The guy could only let out a desperate cry. "Kill him!" Another follow-up punch delivered a critical hit. Bjorn Jandel shouted righteously. "That's right. A wild warrior never compromises with injustice." The scene shifted to the security bureau as night fell. A guard's voice sounded full of admiration. "Truly the little Van Can." The guard thanked him earnestly. "Thank you. My younger brother returned safely from the labyrinth, all thanks to you." "Is your brother from the Jawi family?" "No. He's just one of the people who paid the protection fee." Bjorn muttered, feeling creeped out. "Huh? I thought only about 10 of them survived." Crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, feeling impatient, our wild warrior started complaining. "Anyway, I'm hungry. How much longer do I have to stay here? I'm already annoyed that I didn't get to kill that damn malicious spirit." The guard broke into a cold sweat. About that. At the same time, loud, crashing noises of a struggle erupted from the next room. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Stop!" It turned out that Bjorn Jandel had just lunged in to beat the blonde guy to a pulp again. Ignoring the guard trying to hold him back, he shouted, "Let me go! He's a malicious spirit. He was trying to do something indecent to me." The battered blonde lay on the floor, groaning falsely. "What? A malicious spirit?" Back in the present, the door opened, and the guard from earlier walked in to reassure him. "We are still investigating, so please bear with us a little longer. If what you said is true, we will." But he was immediately and flusteredly interrupted by another guard. The guard captain stuttered while reporting the situation. "That blood-covered mess? No, I mean, The suspect is carrying a badge from a malicious spirit hunter. The captain's eyes widened. What? A malicious spirit hunter's badge? The protagonist froze. A malicious spirit hunter? Completely embarrassed, the whole group stood around. The hospital bed where the blonde guy lay, covered in bandages. The captain cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, so. This man is not a malicious spirit. He didn't even try to save face. The wild warrior stubbornly argued. He admitted with his own mouth that he was a malicious spirit. But he's not one now. Do you think I'd be fooled by that? The superior officer could only sigh deeply, trying to explain and rationalize the problem. We have to follow this procedure with anyone who racks up so many achievements in a short time. It's all part of the system. But the protagonist snapped and cut him off. Stop. If you explain it like that, nobody's gonna understand. The poor guard could only let out a breath of helpless frustration. Reluctantly, he tried to summarize it for that muscle-brained guy to digest. In other words, they thought you were a malicious spirit. The young wild warrior's eyes popped as he pointed right at himself. What? Me? His temper flared. Braun jumped up, ready to punch someone. Who were those bastards? I'll crush their skulls. The guard frantically grabbed his waist to stop him. No, that's just standard procedure. He turned to the trembling blonde guy wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed. Are you messing with me? The guy stuttered, sweating. Well, it's complicated to explain. Braun roared like a beast, scaring him so bad he nearly peed his pants. He swore, this won't happen again. Walking sluggishly down the quiet night street, the protagonist cursed under his breath. Damn it, I didn't expect them to know so much about us. Memories flooded back. The moment the blonde guy shot him a look, assessing his background. America? Thailand? Europe? Where are you from? The guy's mocking laughter haunted him, proving a harsh truth. So, those bastards here aren't all idiots, huh? Remembering the comment earlier that reeked of a fellow countryman, he thought, you're here because of that damn thing called whim, aren't you? The young man wiped the sweat from his brow, patting himself on the back for his sharp instincts. Thankfully, he'd managed to pick up on the clue from how that guy pronounced the game's name. It was just like how the Japanese say Makudo Naruzu. Alone in a strange city, he was beginning to grasp the brutal reality of survival here. No wonder Tarakan was executed. There's no place to hide in this strange city. Then, out of nowhere, someone approaches you and starts rattling off experiences exactly like your own. Looking up at the gloomy silhouettes of the buildings, the young man cursed under his breath. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more messed up this world seemed. Pushing the door open to his room, he tried to console himself after such a chaotic day. Well, at least that went off without a hitch. As he was taking off his shoes, the tip of his foot accidentally brushed against a mysterious envelope lying on the floor. Huh? He opened it and saw a suspicious, bright red pill rolling around in his palm. He sat down heavily on the bed, scanning the attached note, his expression darkening. This anonymous letter used incredibly shady phrasing, stating clearly, this letter is sent randomly to those we consider to be players. The shimmering magical text continued with a warning. If you can read these lines, do not reveal to anyone that you are a player. Oh, and please do not translate this letter, even if you are cornered by a spirit hunter. The message continued, leaving our savage friend wide-eyed with shock. A multi-level marketing invite appeared in brilliant light. We have a community with 100% privacy protection. And once you swallow the pill included in this envelope, you can join the community. Please discard the pill if you do not wish to join. Good luck surviving. Ghost boosters. At the bottom of the letter, a handwritten line added a snarky, insulting remark. The king of Rafflonia is a total scumbag. Cut to the secret security agency under the Rafflonia royal family. The senior officer kneels, rubbing his forehead in frustration. What do you mean the mission failed? My order was just to follow him. He grimaces and lets out a heavy sigh, reprimanding his subordinate. The thing is, he thought the guy would be an easy target since he'd only been here for 3 months. So, what's the result? The commander presses a button on the magical projector on his desk with a sharp click. I think you should see for yourself, sir. The orb glows brightly, projecting a crystal-clear, 3-dimensional image of the protagonist, along with the interrogation from earlier that afternoon. You're Bjorn Jandel's son, aren't you? The big boss strokes his chin, lost in thought as the recorded conversation continues to play. You almost fooled me there. You're quite the actor. Then, a rough, savage voice bellows out in response. I thought I told you to get straight to the point. This is followed by the sound of heavy thuds and punches, with his ironclad logic echoing throughout the room. My deputy always told me, I must kill every evil spirit I see. The boss stands up and walks toward the window, slowly analyzing the situation. A normal evil spirit would have chosen to run in that situation, but this man attacked without the slightest hesitation. Just then, an image of the protagonist screaming at the top of his lungs inside the magic orb appears, confirming his theory. Bjorn Jandel is not an evil spirit, the soldier concludes firmly. Yes, sir. Watching the curtains flutter in the night breeze, the boss mutters to himself, to earn such a reputation in just 3 months, even though he's not an evil spirit, could he truly be a hero destined for greatness? Perhaps? A calculating half-smile tugs at the corner of his lips. He smiles. Then that's perfect. This city. The frame shifts to a stream of reputation notifications popping up, connecting to his unfinished thought. Always needs more heroes. At the same time, the next morning, the protagonist heads to the massive magic tower, thinking to himself, I think the letter I got yesterday was from Rian, which means I have to act like I'm trying to figure out what this thing is. As he enters the laboratory with its bubbling glass beakers, he hears a woman's teasing voice. Oh, you must have made quite a name for yourself, huh? A beautiful blonde mage turns around with a smile. Yeah, anyone who gets even a little bit famous receives one of those eventually. You don't need to worry about it. Leaving him confused? Holding the blank piece of paper, she clicks her tongue in regret. But it's a shame. I could have checked the handwriting if you had brought it sooner. Aren't you curious what the hell the evil spirits wrote in this? The young man immediately activates his acting skills, feigning surprise. Evil spirits? She slips up and quickly waves her hand. Ah, I didn't mean it like that. I meant, it's a letter from the evil spirits. The guy nods, praising her to pass the check. I didn't even know it was a letter. You're really something. The female mage smiles smugly. Well, I guess most people wouldn't know. She shifts her attention to the bright red pill, fiddling with it. There's a pill in there too, right? Do you know what it is? The protagonist shakes his head blankly, acting like he has no clue. Switching to expert lecture mode, the mage explains. Actually, it was created by an extremely skilled mage, someone specialized in psychological magic, spatial magic, and alchemy. An image of a glittering, sci-fi-like dimension unfolds to illustrate her story. If you swallow that, you can enter a specific spirit realm. The protagonist widens his eyes, playing the part of the innocent and clueless guy. A spirit realm? The mage smiles gently and explains in detail. Think of it as another dimension. Your body stays here, but your consciousness flies off somewhere else. The chalkboard clearly displays 1. Drink this once every 15 days to be summoned. 2. The evil spirits are likely hoarding intelligence there. 3. Plenty of people try to sneak in by taking the pill. The next day, they're always dead. The protagonist breaks out into a cold sweat and interrupts. Wait, dead? He curses under his breath. Damn it, one swallow and it's game over. Crushing the anonymous note in his hand, he grits his teeth in frustration. So, this is poison? He growls internally. What kind of bastard sent this thing? The mage giggles teasingly. Good heavens, what do you think we mages are? There's no poison in this. The savage guy questions her. Then why do people die? Standing in the dark lab, she begins to lecture him. There are many theories, but the most credible one is that they can sniff out who isn't an evil spirit, so they just casually sever the intruder's soul from their body. Braun breaks out in a cold sweat. It really is a lethal pill. Does this mean some random player holds his life and death in their hands? Suddenly remembering something, the mage blinks and adds, Oh, now that I think about it, the unique thing is that in that realm, they appear as souls, so you'll never know what they look like in real life. A glimmer of hope appears, and the young man asks hastily, But can't you use magic to trace who swallowed the pill? The mage shrugs bluntly. As for that, I'm afraid not. There's no way to trace it. Otherwise, those evil spirits would have been wiped out ages ago. The young man clicks his tongue in frustration. I understand. Preparing a shiny syringe, she smiles dangerously. Now, let's start today's test. First, we'll start with a blood draw. He flops onto the chair and obediently holds out his arm. The protagonist thinks to himself, So, my identity really is secure. He starts calculating. Thinking about it, digging for information in that den could be quite profitable. As his thoughts wander, maybe I'll find a way back to the real world when he's suddenly zapped by reality with a spark on the examination chair. The mage beams, Come on, hurry up. It'll be fine. You won't die. Leaving the guy shuddering and speechless, biting his teeth to endure the magic coursing through his body. My savage brain is still wrestling with the pivotal question, should I swallow that pill? Looking at the bright red pill resting neatly on the table, he tells himself, the safest bet is to swallow it. No matter how many times he racks his brain, that's the decision he reaches after carefully weighing the risks against the benefits. The faint light from the magic pill reinforces his belief. If it were truly a poison that kills people, that community wouldn't have survived until now. Lying listlessly on the luxurious bed, with his hand over his forehead, his brain is still firing rapidly. But I can't drink it right away. Even if it's anonymous, the person who sent the invite surely knows exactly who the newcomer is. The scene of writing the anonymous letter appears to illustrate his paranoia. For example, what if I'm the only prey who received a letter recently? If so, they'll catch my tail the moment I show my face in that society. His cold eyes settle on a perfect plan. So, if I want to drink it, I have to wait another 3 to 6 months before I touch it. He gazes out at the quiet, nocturnal cityscape. He reassured himself about his habit of intentional procrastination. Anyway, he wasn't so desperate that he needed to act on this information right this second. The timeline skipped forward with a brief notification. 15 days since returning from the D-rank labyrinth, and 15 days later, the silhouette of the magical tower loomed once more. The ticking clock marked the time, drawing the viewer into a research lab located on the upper floors of the magic tower. A hand glided over a glowing, bright green crystal ball, as a respectful voice spoke up. "Your Excellency," the hooded figure in the dark cloak slowly inquired. "How are the new recruits doing this time?" "Son Quinn," a disembodied voice replied. He didn't appear, but the mysterious man nodded. "Is that so?" The face behind his round, intellectual glasses flashed a cold look. "Then he is definitely not a player. That is highly likely." The partner on the other side of the magic ball urged him. "So, what do you intend to do about the stack of letters that have been delayed?" The cloaked man sighed. "We shouldn't delay sending them any longer because of me. Just send them out in order. Is that clear?" Holding the communication device, the bespectacled man clicked his tongue in disappointment. I had such high expectations because of the rumors about him. He eventually had to let go of his grand, bloody hypothesis. It wasn't him this time, either. The scene shifted to a bustling branch of the Adventurers Guild. The clerk congratulated him on being promoted to a rank 6 adventurer. The protagonist replied blandly, "Thanks." His casual survival journal entry popped up. "Every day, I'm busy handling necessary tasks, just like doing homework." That made time fly by in the blink of an eye. Tears of cold reality washed away the dust of the world, accompanied by a painful confession. And throughout that time, while wiping his face with a towel and watching his money disappear like water, he felt torn. "I'm not sad at all, because I only spend money on things that are truly necessary." At the weapon shop, Misa stared in shock at a massive mace worth 400,000 stones, her jaw hitting the floor. "Isn't that thing a bit too big?" Nian, the protagonist, carried the heavy-duty gear as if it were nothing, complete with an acid resistance enchantment. "There are even bigger ones," he muttered, while calculating the need to buy one more, an extremely important item to protect his privacy whenever he transformed into a giant. Holding the premium brochure, he looked at heirloom protective pants worth 900,000 stones, featuring automatic repair, transformation capabilities, and acid resistance. The protagonist muttered, sounding obsessed. "I can't always be stark naked every time I transform." Misa glanced over, blushing beet red, and asked shyly, "Is it also enchanted with magic?" "Nia, I suspect it's very hard to find something that fits you." The savage young man turned back, asking with total innocence, "How about you? Does it fit? Even though it's still smaller than average, it's definitely bigger than what you used before, right?" Hearing those suggestive words, even though they were talking about weapons, the catkin girl turned bright red, stuttering, "I'm not sure, Nian. It's a bit too big." Nian switched scenes, swinging his sharp twin blades. She defended herself. "I'm getting used to them." This came with a hefty receipt. 70% of the value of standard Lich twin blades, 550,000 stones, plus beast blood, to level up her spirit beast. Consumables cost 200,000 stones. Watching her practice her swordplay, the man thought to himself, "Oh, is that thanks to the beast blood? Now she can enhance her attacks with ice elements." Misa happily showed off. "Did you see that? What do you think?" Nia, but she was immediately doused with cold water. "Your movements are still clumsy. Go practice more." The girl pouted in frustration, while the protagonist shifted his focus to the main task. "So the only thing left to do is unlock the level 3 spirit seal." Stretching out until his joints cracked, the savage man grimaced at the memory. "Man, dragging myself up to that level. Yesterday was something else." Along with the bill of 100,000 stones for the level 2 spirit seal. A tearful flashback flooded back. Even though it only took 10 minutes, it felt like 12 hours of excruciating pain from the first level, all compressed into those 10 short minutes. The tribal shaman smiled kindly. "Young warrior, if you want to scream, feel free." Before he could finish, the young man let out a pathetic howl. making the old man break into a cold sweat. I didn't expect his pain tolerance to be this insane. System notifications for his stats danced across the screen. Immortal Seal reached level 2. Increased mana resistance endurance, spirit plus 30, strength plus 60. The old shaman smiled dangerously. I have never seen anyone remain conscious after completing that seal. Holding out a bamboo tube, he suggested, "Pick one. I'll read your fortune since we still have time." Panting from the pain, the savage man glared suspiciously with half-lidded eyes. What the hell is this? Is this Tarot's dog fortune-telling? Even though he didn't believe a word of it in his heart, he still reached out and pulled a random fortune stick. Holding the bright red stick, he stared at it with a blank face. Wearing a serious expression, the old shaman asked, "Young warrior, when is your birthday?" This life-or-death question made the protagonist jump in surprise, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammered. That is, he racked his brain to figure it out. What would a savage know about his own birthday? Seeing the young man about to freeze up, the shaman burst out laughing. "Just kidding. How would a warrior know things like that?" Bjorn Jandel was fuming. "So, what exactly is my destiny?" The old man made a chilling remark that made his skin crawl. For better or worse, all the things that others might only experience once in a lifetime, fate has destined you to taste countless times. That's the life of those whom people call heroes. Returning to his room to pack, the young man clicked his tongue, dismissively tossing the whole concept of fate out the window. Fate, schmate, what a load of crap. Regardless, nothing's going to change. I just need to do what I have to do. He silently steeled his resolve so he could be tough enough to handle whatever damn trouble came his way. Misa pushed the door open, carrying a basket of fresh food. "Bron, are you up?" "Nia, time to eat." "Nia, I've prepared the best dishes I could manage." Back in the cruel reality before the fortune-teller mage, the old man laughed cunningly. "I've never seen anyone come to claim a third-tier seal as quickly as you." The old man laid out 3 paths of life before a dim candle. "Here, warrior, you have 3 choices before you: fire spirit, iron spirit, or wild spirit." The wild man's brain quickly analyzed, doesn't seem any different from the game's plot. Without hesitation, he decisively chose, "I'll choose the wild spirit." The mage pulled out a tattooing needle and nodded. "All right, brace yourself." And so, a scream that tore through the eardrums echoed across the area, accompanied by a bill for the third-tier spirit seal that reached for the heavens. 200,000 sea stones. To compensate for the pain, the system sent consecutive good news. Seal upgraded to level 3. Physical and fire resistance increased. Physique plus 56, strength plus 80, fused with the wild spirit. Threat level significantly increased. Wild outburst skill unlocked. The protagonist winced in satisfaction. It was both insanely expensive and excruciatingly painful. But the effectiveness of the wild spirit was shown in an image of him holding a mace, taunting a pack of monsters to explain the skill. "It increases my threat level. To put it bluntly, I just need to stand there and breathe, and the monsters will automatically get enraged and swarm me. On top of that, Wild Outburst temporarily triples my threat level and adds a ton of physical stats." Lying flat and panting, with glowing patterns appearing on his muscles, he evaluated it smugly. Insulting monsters while getting stat boosts? This is the perfect trait for a tank. He wiped his face and flashed a sinister smile. The wild man began plotting. "It doesn't end there. If I add gigantification, my threat level will reach a terrifying new threshold. I didn't expect to accomplish so much in just 3 months." As he was lost in his own self-satisfaction, the mage tapped his shoulder with a thud, making the young man jump. "You look exhausted. You can go now." The young man broke into a sweat and nodded immediately. "Ah, yes." As he stepped out the door, the old man suddenly called out, stopping him. "Ah, wait. There's one thing I haven't told you about yesterday's fortune." Bjorn Jandel froze and turned back, fully alert. "What is it?" The mage clasped his hands mysteriously, warning with a dark tone. "Be careful of those who harbor much hatred in their hearts." He seemed to draw them toward himself. "Faster than that. If you can resolve their hatred, it will be good for you. If not, it will come back and bite you in the ass." The wild young man, catching only half of what was said, snapped back irritably. "I said, explain it so I can actually understand." Being shouted at, the mage just stared at him with a dangerous, silent gaze, making our wild man nervous enough to beat a hasty retreat. "Fine, I'm getting out of here." Striding out of the hut, his mind immediately began organizing his schedule since he had already obtained the third-tier seal. He hadn't even finished planning when a wild-haired head popped out from a bush. "Ron!" The young man jumped back in surprise. "Anna, what the heck are you doing in there?" the silly wild girl whispered, waving her hand secretively. "Keep it down. If we get discovered, we're done for. Come here, quickly." The protagonist stared blankly, not understanding. What? Anna eagerly popped out of the bushes, making the leaves rustle. I heard the elder say, you earned the title of Little Vankan, she exclaimed. That's so amazing, Bjorn Jandel. The protagonist kept a straight face, modestly replying, it's nothing special. But she kept asking persistently, what happened? I want to know everything. Anna's eyes sparkled like headlights. So, after rambling on for a while, the wild man concluded, that's how it all went down. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. You're in the same team as Hikaru? Looking at the girl's scrawny frame, the young man wondered, but why are you so thin? Didn't the elder feed you? She shook her head proudly. That's not it. I'm compressing my muscles. Bjorn Jandel looked confused. Compressing muscles? Holding a stick in her hand, the silly wild girl confessed something shocking. Actually, I don't really know what that means either. The young man was speechless. I see. As they were chatting, a thunderous voice rang out, loud enough to burst eardrums. Anna's second daughter. Anna, where are you hiding this time? Anna jumped in shock. Ah, I have to go, Bjorn nodded. All right, I have to go too. Thanks for listening to my story. Come visit me next time. Will you be okay? The girl smiled with overly optimistic cheer. It's fine. At worst, I'll just train twice as hard and skip sleeping. The protagonist broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, that sounds even more worrying. As he turned to leave, she called out again. Oh, right. Bjorn Jandel. The young man turned his head under the bright sunlight. Anna was beaming. I almost forgot, but I'm really happy because you seem to be living well. The protagonist looked confused. Huh? The girl commented honestly. Before, you always looked like you were desperately struggling to survive. That wasn't bad, either. But now, you look much more at ease. I guess your new friends must be really trustworthy. Before she could even finish being sentimental, the sound of a lion's roar echoed again. Anna Pinelin, get over here right now. She took off running as fast as she could. Anyway, see you later. I'll come back as a more reliable warrior. Watching her running for her life, the savage just stood there in silence. Her carefree words kept echoing in his mind. A more reliable warrior? Scene changed to the library. The turquoise-haired mage suddenly spoke up. You're pretty famous, aren't you? The young man was startled. The savage's brain immediately went into suspicious mode. She approached him first. She must want something. But for some reason, Zhang had a nonchalant expression, looking annoyed, and didn't want to get tangled up. He turned away cold-heartedly. I'm off, then I'll just rationalize my own cold-heartedness. I only tried to suck up to her before because she was a mage, but now that I'm a rank 6 adventurer, and I've even got the majestic title, why the hell would I bother? As his footsteps echoed on the floor, the guy scoffed. Besides, we've already got a mage in our party. Even though he's not from the magic tower, he's still pretty sharp. Considering she's stuck doing librarian work down here, her situation is probably just as bleak as Waki's. Then he stopped himself, mentally slapping his own face. That was just an excuse. The female mage's back stood there behind him. The protagonist reminded himself of the brutal reality. For a guy who puts survival above all else, worrying about what others think is a luxury. I don't have the capacity to look after anyone else. The image of his old comrade falling, soaked in blood, flashed in his mind. That's why I always suspect everyone I run into, and why I have to dissect and analyze every single move they make. He switched into ruthless, pragmatic businessman mode. I always value people based on what they're worth and what kind of benefits they can bring to the table. Remembering those cold, decisive moments of decapitating and butchering his enemies, he was ready to send them to their graves if they became a threat. He was always wondering if he could use them, or if they'd turn around and stab him in the back. The image of Misa, smiling brightly that day, drifted back. That's right. I've always been cold, only acting for the sake of my own safety. Misa's sobbing reached his ears. You'll end up dying too. Just leave me behind, Nee. Bjorn Jandel pieced it all together, scratching his head and cursing under his breath. Damn it. No wonder she looked at me like that. Heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway, and the young man sighed. Now, for some reason, I'm actually wanting to do these pointless, time-wasting things. I must be getting too used to life here. This is big trouble. Our wild guy questioned himself. So what's the solution? Who knows? He concluded with a very logical thought. I'm a savage, after all. With that, he turned the car around, walked up, and slammed his hand on the mage's desk. Stop staring at me. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Her eyes widened in surprise. How did you know I had something to tell you? The protagonist smirked. New life motto established. Just live like a savage. Her eyes were screaming it, and he decided he would do whatever he felt like. The system log chimed with a rapid report. updating Bjorn Jandel's level 3 stat board. His physical and strength stats were skyrocketing, topped off with a mountain of collected essence. The next afternoon, a massive, hulking savage pushed open the door of a pink, rose-filled cafe named The Promise of Flowing Waters. He stood in the middle of a sea of ladies, drinking tea and whispering. Seriously? A savage? Is the owner in debt or something? The young man broke into a cold sweat, regretting it the moment he heard the cheesy name. It turned out to be just a regular dessert shop. He was standing there with a blank look on his face when a lady with glasses excitedly waved her arms at him. "Are you Bjorn Jandel? You're the one who accepted the mission, right?" The lady beamed, introducing herself. "Yes, you can just call me Savin." A sparkling profile appeared. Savin Ear, 7th-tier Deputy Director of the Lavision Administrative Agency and a friend of the librarian. The protagonist squinted. Assessing her, she had to be over 30, right? I thought she would be younger, since the librarian called her a friend. The bespectacled lady looked hospitable. "I haven't ordered yet because I didn't know what you liked. What should we order?" The young man pulled up a chair and slumped down, his request extremely blunt. "Beer and meat." The lady froze. "Yes," the guy finished coldly. "If you don't have it, that's fine too. I don't like sweets anyway." He felt pretty smug about it. This was his revenge for having a savage meet her in such a dainty place. That was enough. He took a sip of green tea, which tasted strongly of macarons, and they got down to business. "So, what do you want? Didn't Logna tell you?" Bjorn Jandel looked blank. "Logna? You mean the librarian?" It was the lady's turn to be surprised. "You don't know her name? Well, I guess that makes sense. Her name is Logna Latanian Pef." The savage caught the keyword and his mind started racing. Is she a noble? No. But the young man's eyes flashed with keen sharpness. So, there's more to that name than meets the eye. Shoving the nosy thoughts aside, he got straight to the point. "Anyway, tell me what you want." The lady adjusted her glasses, looking serious. "It's a patrol job in the underground tunnels. We have to patrol down there because lowlifes and tax evaders keep crawling in." Even though he saw his client hesitating, the protagonist grumbled irritably in his head. Why does this woman love talking in circles? The lady sighed and revealed the bloody truth. It seems the patrol team for that area was wiped out during the incident on the 3rd floor. Braun quickly grasped the situation. "So you need a replacement, huh?" "That's right. And Logna recommended you to me." The glint in his eyes returned. The protagonist was on high alert. "I get what's going on now. But why me? There are plenty of better people out there." His brain was working overtime, spinning through conspiracies. "Don't tell me it's those damn spirit hunters again." The lady hesitated, then suddenly raised a finger, looking excited. Behind her, the protagonist's aura glowed as he struck a pose, showing off his magnificent muscles. "Because you're a massive phenomenon right now, aren't you? The famous Savage," she confessed with genuine admiration. "To be honest, I'm so curious. Even I wanted to see you in person just once." The Savage was left completely speechless. "What was that?" The bespectacled lady clasped her hands together, eyes sparkling. "I'll buy some cookies to take home later. Could I tell my colleagues you gave them to me?" The young man awkwardly broke into a sweat and nodded. "Sure." He quickly grabbed a cookie. The lady kept rambling. "So, what will you do? The reward is only 200,000 stones, but it's not too bad." She started hesitating again. "It's a bit awkward for me to say it myself, but..." It made the guy grit his teeth in annoyance. Here we go again. Can this woman not finish a sentence in one go? Finally, she managed to spit it out. "We are quite strict with our recruitment, so if you work for us, it's like a mark of character certification in the eyes of other guilds and agencies. Because of that, people will find you more trustworthy." The young man smirked, being cynical in his head. "That's not happening. This is the first mission I've gotten since getting that damn title. In the end, no one expects a savage to be good for anything other than fighting." But thinking about the money and benefits, he flashed a professional, confident grin and gave a thumbs up. "All right, I'll do it." He stood up abruptly and pulled back his chair. "I'm heading out. See you later." Watching his massive frame walk away, the lady took off her glasses and smiled to herself. "It's been so long since I've met someone this interesting." The lady started monologuing. "I'm curious because she never talks about anyone else. He's so innocent and pure. Talking to him makes my heart feel at peace." Blowing on her hot tea, she continued to speculate. "It seems he doesn't know anything about her background either. I don't think he's a bad guy." She chuckled to herself. "Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, Logna, it's time for you to make some other friends." 2 days later, at the sewer entrance, Misa frowned and covered her nose, complaining, "You didn't say it would smell this absolutely horrific." Braun had a cold, blank face. "Shouldn't you have expected that, since this is a sewer?" The mage, why, broke into a sweat, agreeing. That's true, but I didn't think it would be this bad. The scene shifted to the squad gathering. The guard opened the sewer gate, giving careful instructions. I'm opening the gate. Please don't lose the maps and headlamps. The lamps have recording devices attached, so please keep them on at all times and remember to return them to us. Bjorn Jandel nodded. Understood. Rewinding time a little to why the group gathered here. The dwarf Hikuron laughed heartily. I couldn't miss the chance to explore a sewer system filled with demons. With a special caption, I don't need a single coin. Guardian Hikuron. The mage Waki shyly raised her hand. Can I come along? I've been reading books lately, and my head hurts so much. With a status tag, I need a change of scenery. Mage Waki. Scout Rot Miller rubbed his chin in thought. It's very easy to get lost in the sewers. This will be a great opportunity to test my new skills. Reliable caption. I need to use my sixth sense. Scout Rot Miller. The cat girl. Misa blushed, stabbing her sausage with a fork. You said criminals are hiding there. It's really dangerous, you know. Nian. A caption appeared. I need to get used to dual wielding. Braun stepped his boots into a puddle of filthy water. Our protagonist smiled secretly, feeling very practical. Why would I be stupid enough to turn down free help? Standing before the pitch-black and vast space, he observed. It's bigger than I thought. Henry, no wonder they like hiding in here. It's so dark. Why? Light it up, he said, thinking to himself that, regardless of the others, Rot Miller would definitely be very helpful. Why raised her hand to cast a spell, and a brilliant orb of light instantly appeared. Is this enough? The group formed a formation and tentatively walked forward. A voice echoed from the darkness. By the way, has everyone heard the rumors about the terrifying monster that lives down here? Misa nervously nudged the mage. Dwaki, do you think that monster actually exists? Ni broke into a cold sweat and stammered. About that, an illustration popped up showing vials pouring out a brilliant, multicolored liquid. I heard all the waste from the magic tower gets dumped down here. A sci-fi theory began to take shape. If that waste happens to be some kind of poison or chemical reagent, and it reacts with the remains of a monster, it could lead to the creation of a monster we've never seen before. Hearing this, the cat girl turned pale with fear. Is that for real? Nian asked. So it could actually exist? The protagonist scoffed internally. No way. The handsome scout, Rot Miller, also calmly analyzed the situation. The people in charge said there haven't been any issues down here for the last 2 years. Bjorn Jandel nodded in agreement, as if such things couldn't possibly survive anyway. As they walked, Rod Miller suddenly stopped, frozen, staring at the map. Seeing his comrade standing still, the protagonist asked, Why'd you stop? Rot Miller frowned and replied, I can't smell things too well because of the stink down here. The scout's face was extremely tense, sweat dripping down, but I've got a feeling there's something else down here with us. The whole party immediately drew their weapons, backing up against each other. What? Where? A status window popped up to clarify. The mimic essence that Rod Miller absorbed gave him +50 to his sixth sense and +20 to luck. Our wild guy placed his full trust in that. If he says he senses something here, there's a good chance he isn't wrong. Suddenly, Misa screamed, pointing at the tunnel wall. There's someone there, Nian. A tattered man, his mouth wide open in fear, was stuck to the grimy brick wall. While everyone else panicked, the protagonist's brain had a completely different, twisted question. Huh? How the heck did he even get in there? The protagonist reached out with his massive hand, grabbed the man by his collar, and dragged him out. The bearded guy screamed for mercy, terrified. He threw the guy straight into a puddle of filthy sewer water with a splash, making him choke and grunt in pain. Cornered, the guy scrambled to his feet, brandishing a dagger and cursing. Out of desperation, he charged wildly, stabbing straight toward the protagonist. Die! But our wild guy caught the blade with his bare hand like it was nothing, calmly mocking him, A for effort, I guess. The protagonist calmly preached a lesson. Doing whatever it takes to survive is a great trait to have. Just then, a bolt of black magic from Waki zoomed past, sending the guy flying. The group gathered around the defeated man, who was kneeling on the ground. Ron gave a cold order. Now, talk. Why are you hiding here? The bearded guy groaned. Seeing the guy stayed silent, the young man started his usual interrogation routine. Not gonna talk? Or is the pain so bad you'd rather choose death? The heavily tattooed man finally trembled and started crying. Please, don't kill me. I haven't hurt anyone. I'm just broke. The savage's brain translated that immediately. Hiding here because of tax evasion? Yeah, right, I'll believe that. Scout Rot Miller calmly exposed him. Braun. That tattoo on his forehead, That mark is only for serious criminals, meaning tax evasion isn't the only crime he's committed. The dwarf, Hikuron, chimed in happily. He reminds me of the good old days. Back when I was a blacksmith, I saw plenty of guys with tattoos like that. Misa anxiously asked Hanbron. Didn't the administration say what to do in this situation? Neon. The protagonist's capitalist brain started doing the math. They'll give us a 5,000 stone bonus if we capture him alive. But they also said killing him is fine too, as long as we record it as proof. The mage, Y, seemed hesitant. But what if he's just a civilian? Bjorn Jandel replied coldly, his voice dripping with menace. They said no civilian is crazy enough to crawl down into this hole. The dwarf, Hikuron, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that's exactly the administration's style. The cat girl, Misa, added a final, cutting remark. Besides, if we capture him, he's going to be executed anyway. Hearing the ghost of death whispering around his neck, the criminal screamed in panic. Wait, let's make a deal. If you spare me, I'll give you information. Our wild guy smirked, curious. The information radiated lethal intent, pressing down on the criminal. He growled, threatening him. Don't you dare try anything. The guy shook like a leaf, stammering. I wouldn't dare. If you catch that crazy woman, I bet you'll make a lot more money than this. The protagonist's sharp eyes glinted. Who? The guy hurriedly confessed. A crazy woman who stole my hideout a few days ago. I swear she's using some kind of disgusting dark magic. An image of a hooded figure standing amidst a group of terrifying zombies appeared to illustrate the confession. She was leading a bunch of corpses with her. But they're completely different from the wobbly zombies in the maze. So, if I hand her over to the temple, I bet you guys would get a mountain of silver. Compared to that, my miserable life isn't worth a dime. Hearing this, the savage felt like cursing. All the pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked into place, making him shudder. Damn it. Could it really be her? The familiar silhouette of the blonde woman in a cloak walking among the zombies flashed through his mind. The priestess of Karui, Elisa Veng. Misa pulled him back to reality with a worried look. Bron, what do we do now? Neon wore an extremely serious face. The protagonist analyzed. If it really is her, we can't let her roam free in this place. That crazy woman has a grudge against us. I want to confirm if she's really down here. What do you all think? The whole group shouted in agreement. The dwarf full of fighting spirit. Let's grab her and deliver justice. Liz Misa didn't forget her true nature and wanted to grab some extra cash. Scout Rot Miller backed off and waved his hands. No, I don't think we should just walk into our deaths, but I'll follow because you guys have the numbers. The protagonist closed the discussion. That's decided then. But first, we need to finish this unfinished mission. Half an hour later, the tattooed criminal was tied up and dragged like a pet dog to point the way. Bjorn Jandel ordered coldly, "Lead the way." He went, trembling in fear. This path isn't on the map, so please stick close to me. Wading through the sewer water, the mage Y complained. Man, this place is as complicated as a maze. Our savage kicked the prisoner. Right? There are tons of better places to hide, so why the hell did you crawl into such an exposed hole? The guy shared his bitter story. I was wandering around looking for a new hideout because of that psycho bitch. Then I saw you guys, so I had to scramble into a hole to hide. Obviously. The protagonist gleefully retorted. So in the end, it's because you're a loser. The group stopped in front of a dark manhole cover. We're here. Scout Rot Miller warned carefully. From here on out, keep your mouths shut. Talk quietly. The mage started sweating bullets again. Boo-hoo, I'm starting to get terrified. Lone leaned down, put a blade to the informant's neck, and whispered an interrogation. Hey, is there any other way out of here? He swore up and down. This is the one and only exit. The protagonist's lips curled into a terrifyingly sinister smile. Really? Then let's close the door and set the dogs loose so she can taste what true justice is like? Without another word, he grabbed the rope and dragged the guy along as a meat shield. You go up first. The criminal didn't forget to set a life or death condition. If that's really the woman you're looking for, you have to let me go, okay? The protagonist replied with great credibility. Of course. Just as he poked his head into the tunnel, a horrific scene greeted his eyes with corpses scattered everywhere. The informant stammered. What is this? Our savage growled. Shut up and keep moving. Suddenly, the manhole cover triggered something. A stream of purple dark magic erupted along with creepy incantations. Savium, Vantia, Hatia. The savage's brain immediately blared red alerts. Damn it, that bitch set a trap here? Seeing the magic trap about to activate, Bjorn Jandel immediately shouted a warning. Everyone, get back. A horrific blast of dark energy exploded. The criminal standing nearby screamed in despair. The system board appeared, explaining the deadly trap type. Evil God summoning. Hundreds of evil spirits will rush directly toward the chosen direction when triggered. This is a trap skill. Your max HP will be reduced whenever you are attacked by evil spirits. Check immediately if max HP reaches 0. In the hidden shadows behind, a cloaked figure jumped in fright. Elisa Veng stared in horror at what was in front of her. The evil god summoning has been activated. Did people from the temple come here? She gritted her teeth in frustration. I still haven't found the path to the underground city. She unconsciously tightened the necklace in her hand. Her eyes flashing with bitter hatred, she muttered, "A sacrifice. I need a sacrifice," and then bolted in desperation. The system continued to chime with intense warning lines. Character has encountered 120 evil spirits. Shadow resistance is above average. The effect will be reduced by 30%. Character's max HP will be temporarily reduced by 29%. Braun quickly untied the rope from the informant. Misa asked the protagonist with anxious concern. "Bjorn Jandel, are you okay?" Nia, the protagonist, panted and replied, "I'm fine, damn it. Almost met my maker there." Lone turned to check on his teammates. "Is everyone safe?" The representative replied, "Thanks to you, we're okay." Looking toward the unfortunate criminal, he wondered, "Anyway, is he dead yet?" Looking at the corpse stuck to the wall with its HP at 0, Hikaru clicked his tongue. "Good thing I told him to go ahead earlier. Otherwise, we'd be done for." Nia. Rod Miller sighed in relief. "I would have been toast if he hadn't opened the path," Lone urged. "Let's keep going." Then he suddenly stopped. "Wait." The dwarf Hikuro rummaged through the corpse and cheered. "I knew it! He was carrying this ID card." He grinned, showing his teeth. "Let's see. His name is..." Before he could finish reading, a massive blow from above slammed onto his head. Han Macomb made the whole group jump out of their skins. He laughed. "We can take this back to the administrative office as evidence." Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel was pale as a sheet. "Damn it, I have a really bad feeling about this." The scene shifts to Han Macomb's secret base, Han Macomb's hideout. Han Macomb looked around and exclaimed, "This guy actually decorated this place quite well. Contrary to his rugged appearance, he must be a very handy person when it comes to home decor." "However," Rod Miller interrupted. "However, the person we're looking for isn't here. Don't let your guard down. Maybe they're still hiding somewhere." Hikuro cupped his hand to listen. Scout Rod Miller raised his tracking device. "I can feel a faint trace of magic here. I think something is hidden beneath these tiles." Braun nodded. "Is that so?" Then he readied his giant mace and delivered a earth-shattering blow to the floor. Clang! Crash! Misa blinked. "What the hell are you doing?" The protagonist replied, straining his neck. "I'm going to smash this floor to pieces." Misa looked on, bewildered. "What the?" Duwaki panicked and tried to stop him. "Wait, Braun, you can't break a magic seal like that." Braun glared. "Can't break it, huh?" The skill system panel glowed. Skill. Giant transformation activated. The character's body would surge in size, along with his provocation value and physical stats. Bjorn Jandel smirked. "I don't think so." With his muscles bulging, he let out a roar. "If I can't shatter it with pure force," he slammed a full-powered strike straight into the floor, creating a shockwave that shook the entire base. "Then it just means I haven't used enough strength." The entire Hikuro guild, including Waki Misa and Rod Miller, froze, staring at him with the exact same stunned expression. Braun swung his mace, smashing the base a few more times before muttering to himself, "Well, obviously that doesn't work on ghosts." The floor collapsed, revealing a secret passage. Misa whispered, "It really opened." Then, looking over at him, she added, "Wait, didn't you say that wouldn't work?" The mage broke into a nervous sweat. "Well, I wasn't really sure either." Riller suddenly twitched his nose, sniffing the air, and said with a serious face, "Bjorn Jandel, I smell that woman. I don't smell anything else, so we're definitely heading in the right direction." Seeing the scout so dead set on his conclusion, a thought flashed through Bjorn Jandel's mind. It seems his sixth sense didn't pick up on anything unusual. In that case, let's head in. The evil spirit hunter in the distance suddenly gulped, breaking into a cold sweat and panting heavily. The terrifying sight of the underground city appeared under the cover of night. The city was silent, save for the sound of hasty footsteps echoing as someone fled. The hunter rushed into the office, panicked, and shouted, "Captain! Protection!" The wooden door burst open and shattered, and he was left breathless. "The door's been destroyed." The boss turned around, bewildered. "What? What do you mean? Was the door destroyed by royal forces?" The assistant shook his head frantically. "No. According to the report from headquarters, it doesn't seem like it." The boss pondered, resting his chin on his hand. That door has been abandoned ever since the Kankar cult terrorist attack. Could it be a priest on the run? We need to verify this. Looking to his side, he called out to the red-haired female guard. Amelia, I think you can handle this quietly. Elia smirked sharply. Got it. I'll be back in a flash. The boss nodded. Excellent. I'm counting on you. Switching scenes to Bjorn Jandel's group, they were fumbling through the dark tunnels, coming upon yet another turn. Who would have thought the sewers would be this much of a maze? Hikur laughed. Hikuradol, do you know where we are? Nia, the dwarf, turned up his nose. Not every dwarf is an architectural expert, you know. Misa turned to ask the group's mage, Dwaki. What do you think? You're the mage, right? Y gestured awkwardly. You think being a mage means I know everything? How should I know why the ancients built this monstrosity underground? I don't know. Misa pouted. And here I thought you'd at least have an idea. Nia, haven't you been reading a lot lately? Waki turned beet red and retorted. That was to learn new magic. Rod Miller raised his hand as a signal. Wait, that woman's scent has suddenly become much stronger. This isn't just a lingering trail. Rod Miller's gaze turned cold as he asserted, I'm certain she's closing in on us. From the deep darkness of the tunnel, a figure draped in a heavy cloak slowly approached. Footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by confused, muttered sounds. Where the hell am I? The path is so twisted. Elisa Vian's eyes widened, her face deathly pale with terror. Is that the laughter of an evil god? She muttered in fear, losing her mind. I always hear this laughter whenever something bad is about to happen to me. Have those bastards from the temple followed me here already? She didn't dare think too much. She ran for her life, then suddenly froze. Huh? The scent is fading again. Staring ahead, she told herself, just keep following it, and continued to run away. Hearing the noise ahead, Misa nervously warned, that crazy woman might have set a trap. Nia and Rod Miller suddenly stopped. Huh? What was that noise? Elisa Vench suddenly glared, recognizing her target. That stupid barbarian and his companions. Her eyes darkened with hatred. Perfect. They walked right into the trap. I won't let you bastards leave here alive this time. Dark energy erupted around her, and a summoning portal opened a gateway to the demon world, accompanied by terrifying roars. From the purple mist, hideous shadow figures lunged out. Dark guard knights. Misa swung her sword, glowing with ice elemental power, determined to block them. Not on my watch. Nia used her sharp ice sword attacks to slash through the monsters. Misa was pleased. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Nia watched in admiration. Elemental buffs really make her much stronger, and confidently asserted that this time would be completely different from the last. The protagonist didn't hesitate to activate his skill, Wild Burst, which temporarily tripled his threat level and physical stats before he charged straight into the monster horde. The sound of impacts rang out sharply through the underground tunnel. Our barbarian shouted excitedly, We're much stronger than before. This place is a piece of cake. The dwarf and the others immediately coordinated their attacks. I'm in too. Then, along with the system notification, Hikarod Murat used combined chain release. Pushed into a corner, Elisa Vihench coughed up blood and roared in frustration. You bastards! As she frantically swung her arms to retaliate. She cast a curse into the air, defense down, stamina reduction, increased pain, reduced evasion. I'll kill you all in the most painful way possible. Immediately, the mage Y raised his staff and chanted, 7th tier support spell, Radiant Light, and loudly declared, We won't let you do that. Along with the notification, all dark effects on the team members were removed. Y said smugly, How's that? Impressive, right? So cool. Deep down, the protagonist marveled. I told him to learn a dispel spell, but he went and learned an area of effect purification spell instead. That must have been expensive. In the heat of the battle, Braun swung his mace, knocking away her attack, and shouted, Why? Do it now. The mage was startled, eyes widening. Now, the captain shouted urgently. Hurry. The barbarian suddenly closed the distance right in front of the bewildered Elisa Vihench, making her scream in terror. The system displayed the skill board, Spirit Form, Physical Attack Resistance X Skip. She flashed a twisted smile and shrieked, I won't forget this. Before realizing his physical attack had pierced right through her defenses. A combo destruction notification appeared on the screen. Lu of Dwaki used Materialization, and Luwak used Aim Assist. The perfect plan was working extremely effectively. The spell was a success. Elisa Vihench's physical attack resistance had been nullified. She stood there, dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The barbarian's rough hands grabbed her. Gotcha! With all his enhanced muscle strength, Braun landed a massive, direct punch to her face, leaving her reeling from the hit. The whole team watched as the protagonist punched the enemy mercilessly. Misa asked hesitantly. Bjorn Jandel, didn't we want to capture her alive for the bounty? Bjorn Jandel replied nonchalantly while still punching. Oh, really? The scene ended with Elisa Vihench tied up like a bundle of rice cakes, unconscious in a heap. A sarcastic system note. Bjorn Jandel's physical force, Y's paralysis toxin, plus whatever was left of Elisa. Bjorn Jandel hoisted the unconscious priestess onto his shoulder, turned his back, and signaled the whole team, "Good job, everyone. Now, Rod Miller, lead the way." Suddenly, his intuition flared. Bjorn Jandel's eyes widened as the system sounded an alert. Character has been struck by basilisk paralysis toxin. Along with the fateful notification, character physical stat exceeds 300, toxin effect reduced by half. From the shadows, a red-haired figure stepped out and coldly dropped a line. Damn it, I knew things were going too smoothly. She stared at Bjorn Jandel's group with a sharp, piercing gaze. You've gotten much stronger, Barbarian. The protagonist started, recognizing an old enemy. You, he thought, while inwardly cursing the psycho woman he had met in the Deadlands. Amelia flashed a grin, revealing gleaming white teeth, and glanced down at the ground. Misa, the girl in white, lay unconscious on the ground, poisoned. Amelia smirked maliciously and sneered. You didn't run away because you're stuck looking after your friends, did you? Bjorn Jandel tightened his grip on his weapon, his face hardening. I don't get why you're asking that, he thought. Finding it unsettling, he guessed that this crazy woman must have appeared here for that very reason. In the protagonist's mind, Elia's ruthless tone echoed. To make sure I wouldn't open my mouth and spill anything. She spared me back then just because I was a total newbie. But I've made a name for myself now. I've even got a title. She probably thinks this is the perfect chance to silence me whenever she sees me lurking in the sewers. Bjorn gritted his teeth and demanded, I kept my promise and didn't say a word. Why are you still following me here to kill me? Elia looked stunned. Following you? She shrieked with indignation. You're the one who broke in and trespassed on my territory. You savage. How did you even find this place? The protagonist was confused for a split second. Trespassed? Seeing her bewildered look, Bjorn Jandel became even more annoyed. I don't get it. Speak plain English, will you? Where the hell is this? She replied nonchalantly. You broke in here without knowing anything? How on earth did you even open that door? Bjorn answered innocently. You mean that magic thing under the floor? I smashed it to pieces with my mace. Elia facepalmed in total shock. You smashed it? The protagonist frowned, getting frustrated. So, is that the problem? Amelia sighed. No. But why would you smash it? Bjorn Jandel replied coolly. Because this crazy woman ran down here, didn't she? The red-haired leader pointed at the unconscious Elisa. That's the wanted priestess from Karui. Elia eyed him suspiciously. You know about her? Good. So, everything's clear now. Bjorn Jandel nodded. Yeah, so, let's get out of here. You don't need to give me the antidote. I can handle it myself. Bjorn Jandel turned his back, ready to bolt. Stop. Elia drew her weapon and took a defensive stance. I can't just let you leave after you've learned so much about this place. Bjorn broke into a cold sweat and gave a forced laugh. Even if I swore to keep it a secret and never say a word to anyone, Elia's presence was overwhelming now. Things are very different from back then. The protagonist cursed internally. Damn it, I knew she wouldn't just let us walk away without a fight. Without hesitation, he tossed his heavy shield to the ground with a loud thud, threw his helmet far away, and then leaned down to pick it back up. Elia looked surprised. What are you doing? Bjorn smirked and got into a fighting stance. Do you know the two things that piss people off the most? The first is interrupting someone mid-sentence. The second is being too curious. As he said that, the savage lunged, swinging his massive mace in a powerful arc straight toward her head. Amelia was startled and dodged. The wind blade grazed her, and the assassin rolled away just in the nick of time. Bjorn, with a look of determination, readied his weapon. He let out a dark laugh, raised his arm, and pulling a Captain America move hurled his heavy helmet, spinning it through the air as a projectile. Amelia's eyes widened. The helmet whirled like a guillotine, grazing right in front of her. The protagonist's brain went into comedy mode. Is this woman made of rubber? Elia dodged the attack but was clearly caught off guard. She somersaulted in midair to counterattack, but Bjorn launched a powerful, lightning-fast kick. The direct hit sent Elia flying backward. Bjorn smirked confidently, standing ready. As I thought, she retreated just enough to dodge. Guess I'll have to pull a surprise move. The system roared with a notification for the geontization skill. At the same time, Elia was snatched up, tightly held in the savage's grip. The protagonist's roar echoed through the space, and finally, a heavy, bone-crushing punch landed straight on her. Amelia let out a painful groan. Bjorn pulled back, panting, and muttered to himself, One more for good measure. Suddenly, his survival instinct flared, making him jump. Amelia seized the chance, rolled over, and drew a dagger infused with magic protection, her eyes flashing with a cold, sharp light. Is she aiming to cut off my arm? A blast of energy exploded. She shrieked as flesh exploded. Acidic blood sprayed everywhere. Ignoring her own injuries, the assassin slashed crazily and mercilessly. What a stubborn woman. She's still trying to counter even after taking that hit. The savage roared in anger and launched another kick. Try dodging this. The giant kick landed, forcing her backward. She spat out a mouthful of blood and groaned. Bronn stood with his hands on his hips, grinning smugly. It worked. I can beat her. Suddenly noticing something wrong, he froze. What the hell? Why is her voice coming from behind me? The system board displayed an explanation of the opponent's skill. Amelia Rainwise has used self-clone and Asura kick. From behind, the real Elia unleashed a lightning-fast, bone-shattering kick to the back of his neck. You better be able to take this, since I heard you sucked up the essence of a vampire. The deadly, full-force kick struck the back of the savage's neck, making him cough up blood. The system intervened to save him. Character survived due to passive skill, Dark Origin. Simultaneously, the character's HP is significantly restored thanks to the immortality effect. From afar, the helmet lying on the ground seemed to hum with admiration. What kind of insane regeneration is that? Amelia stood with her hands on her hips, watching the savage's body lying flat, and mocked him leisurely. A single potion heals every illness? And your head was almost detached, too. Bjorn Jandel woke up, dazed. He scrambled up like a zombie and yelled in panic. Huh? Why? How? She glared at him, irritated. Why didn't you die? You haven't changed one bit, have you? She continued to nag, always overreacting just like last time. Why start throwing punches for no reason? Can't normal people just use their mouths to talk? Bjorn Jandel lifted his chin. What did you want me to do when you were planning to take me out? Amelia shrieked. What on earth makes you think I wanted to kill you? I spared your life back then, didn't I? He narrowed his eyes and retorted. You just said you couldn't let me leave because I knew too much about this place. She shamelessly denied it. I said I couldn't just let you leave. That's all. Bjorn Jandel was speechless. It was the same thing regardless. Bronn crossed his arms, acting tough. So, what are you planning now? Amelia sighed. I'm not planning to kill you, so put your hand down. Seeing the protagonist's hand fumbling toward his dagger hilt, she startled. I said put your hand down. Bjorn Jandel gave her a look. You mean you think I'm planning to sneak an attack while you're not looking? Bronn gave a sheepish, embarrassed laugh. I mean, it's just a misunderstanding. I wasn't planning on fighting you. It's just, Elia raised an eyebrow. Just that you were ready to defend yourself in case I changed my mind, right? The protagonist swallowed hard. Yeah, that's right. Our savage friend started spewing platitudes. The best defense is a good offense. Amelia heard this and just facepalmed in silence. A spray of blood from the assassin's sleeve caught Bjorn Jandel's attention. Aren't you going to drink the recovery potion? Amelia asked bluntly. I can't. Bronn nodded. I see. Some essences just have a terrible reaction to healing medicine, right? After saying that, she pulled out an item. Anyway, take this. Bronn narrowed his eyes. What is that? The description window popped up. Lot pressing. A medicine crafted by alchemists in the underground city of Nock. It erases the memories of the hour leading up to its consumption. Bjorn Jandel took the pill and asked, You're brainwashing me? Why didn't you just use this earlier? Amelia shrugged. Because it's rare. The protagonist blinked. Suddenly, Bjorn Jandel pivoted the conversation. Sharply. Looking at his comrades lying unconscious on the ground. But if you killed all 5 of us, you could have earned 10 million stone. Why didn't you do that instead of sparing my life? The female assassin frowned and retorted, What kind of person do you think I am? Bjorn Jandel thought helplessly. Should I tell her I think she's crazy? Elia didn't care anymore and ordered coldly, Forget it. If you want to live, just swallow the pill. Then she reached out and covered his mouth. The protagonist gulped it down, thinking to himself, Well, it's better than dying here. Bronn confirmed, The only effect is memory loss, right? Elia stood with her hands on her hips and replied, I've never heard of any side effects, so just get some sleep, or do you have a better option? Bronn widened his eyes. Not remembering something, she paused and asked quickly, Oh, what about the second question? Bronn stared blankly. What? Which second question? Amelia remembered the protagonist's bold declaration from earlier. 2 ways to make someone furious. The protagonist's mind began to grow heavy, his eyelids drooping as an overwhelming wave of sleepiness suddenly took over. Wait, that. He began to lose consciousness, about to collapse. That thing, a magical system swept through his mind, flickering expressions melting into his soul. Suddenly, Bjorn Jandel jolted awake, shocked to see the system interface. This soul has not been blessed. The blessing is being stripped from the soul. A string of memories began to tear apart. What? My memories are the next morning. At the administrative office, the clerk nodded, confirming, "We have finished verifying your ID card." The female clerk handed over a heavy bag of coins. "A wanted criminal for robbery and murder, this is your bounty and tips," totaling 180,000 stones. Bjorn thought to himself that he had stopped by the guild early this morning and came straight here to get it over with while it was still hot. Even while holding the money, he remained anxious. Bjorn asked, "Do I not need to pay compensation for the damaged equipment?" The clerk smiled and pointed. "Just sign here, please. I've already smoothed things over with my superiors. After all, what you went through was quite a unique case." He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "A unique case, huh? Well, honestly, we almost died back there." The flashback pulled Bjorn Jandel back to the harsh reality of yesterday. "Yesterday, I woke up in the sewer. It was lucky that I still had my gear intact, but my headlamp and recording device were smashed to pieces." Seeing his comrades lying scattered around, he realized that what that crazy woman said must have been true, because the others didn't remember a damn thing. It seemed their last memories stopped at reaching the safe point at Han Sector 5. While rubbing his muscular chest, he wondered, then why are my memories still perfectly intact? Misa then startled awake. "Ah, that crazy woman. Nia, I'm dead." The group was confused, trying to piece together the situation. "Why don't we remember anything? And why did that woman die?" Misa timidly guessed it might have been because of the monster he mentioned. Nia Rod Miller stroked his chin and thought, "I have a feeling that everything was probably caused by that woman," which made the dwarf itch with curiosity. "Huh? What do you mean?" Rod Miller brandished his staff, analyzing with masterful logic. "Doesn't it look like she was smashed by Bjorn Jandel's mace?" Misa whispered in admiration. Y broke into a cold sweat, looking down at the corpse. "Now that I look closely, I do see traces of my mana on her body." Bjorn Jandel played along, feigning agreement. After all, Rod Miller's theory is quite believable. Y nodded, acting wise. "Makes sense. An evil god might possess the kind of power that could brainwash or erase memories." The dwarf laughed optimistically. "But we surely solved it somehow, because she's dead and we're still alive and kicking." Bjorn recalled the moment they left the sewer. Later, when we escaped the sewer, we were greeted by the librarian who rushed over, waving at us. "Bjorn Jandel, are you okay?" he asked in surprise. "Savin, why are you here?" She scolded him. "You're too late, so we had to come here to find you." Looking at the two women, Bjorn Jandel muttered, "Just an office worker from the administration and a librarian?" The friend with her pouted, annoyed. "Why are you looking at us like that?" The arrogant blue-haired mage spoke up. "You should thank Savin. I was just dragged into this." Looking at her, Bjorn Jandel secretly assessed. "I don't know how skilled she is, but she definitely reeks of money." Looking at the gear, Savin mischievously nudged her shoulder. "Lagna, what do you mean you were dragged into this? You were the one most worried about him." Lagna blushed and denied it immediately. "Worried? When was I worried?" Savin covered her mouth, smiling deviously. "Is that so?" Lagna glared coldly. Savin sensed something fishy. Misa pulled on Bron's shirt, demanding, "Bron, who are they?" Nia, the protagonist, broke into a sweat, stammering. "These two are..." Misa narrowed her eyes with lethal intensity. "A librarian? So she works at the library you always visit, huh? I see." Nia Bron was extremely confused. She doesn't like her because she's openly wealthy? He hurriedly changed the subject and kept remembering. Anyway, after that, a holy knight with a massive greatsword on his back walked over to us. The knight placed a hand on his chest and recited a flashy oath. "The star rising at twilight will guide our path. Truly, Elisa Venge, we will never forget what you did for us." Bjorn Jandel was bewildered. "What do you mean?" The knight smiled awkwardly. "Ah, never mind. Back to the present," the system reported. As the bounty was confirmed, whispers echoed from the gossiping crowd. "Is that the little hero? I heard he has to use a cloak to cover up. They say he gets incredibly big when he uses his skill, making the ladies blush and squeal. Oh my god, what are you women talking about?" The savage guy gritted his teeth, his face darkening. "Do you think I'm an animal in this damn zoo or something?" Unable to stand the scrutiny, Bron slammed the table and shouted, "Hey, you guys, cut it out." Savin gave a subtle hint before they parted ways. "I think I saw Lagna preparing something for you." Bron nodded. "Her? All right, I'll stop by when I have time." Savin smiled brightly, reminding him. "Okay, don't forget." The scene shifted to the tavern. The dwarf's loud laughter echoed everywhere. The dwarf slammed his beer mug on the table. "I'm serious," Mia pouted and replied. "Stop bluffing, you dwarf." Nia, the cat girl, laughed uncontrollably. How could anyone in the world be named Dick Bjorn Jandel? Nian. The mage was passed out on the table, rambling, "I am the Archmage League." The dwarf kept shouting, "I'm serious." Bronn looked around, feeling exhausted. What a mess. Seeing Bronn, the dwarf rushed over like he'd struck gold. "Our fortune has arrived. The goddess of luck is shining upon us." He corrected himself immediately. "No. You are the goddess of luck incarnate." The protagonist jumped back. "Hikuro, shut your mouth." The narrator explained the reason clearly. The reason they were as excited as if they had hit the jackpot was simple. The reward they received for taking down that crazy woman was 10 million stones. An astronomical figure. Even after splitting it 7 ways, everyone still pocketed 2 million. The bloody memories of the wall flooded back. Tyelia exploding, limbs torn apart, his own hands exploding. Along with the scene of Bjorn Jandel's head being severed from his neck, his own head had flown off too. The protagonist cursed bitterly in his heart. But because this group didn't remember a damn thing that happened, they were probably floating on air like they had just won the lottery. While he was immersed in the injustice of life, Misa timidly asked him, "Hey Bronn, I want to tell you something." He crossed his arms and nodded, saying, "Go ahead." She blushed and leaned in, whispering into his ear. Misa whispered shyly, "My father told me to take you to." Before the confession could end, a duck-like, gravelly voice cut in. "Who's this? Isn't this Jan Bronn's son?" The young man turned around, bewildered. The man with blonde hair approached. "Haha, have you forgotten me? I am Han." "Han, huh?" The young man froze for a few seconds. The blonde guy approached. "Haha, have you forgotten me? I'm Han." Han, the protagonist froze for a few seconds. I whispered to myself. Right. I just forgot which Han he was. He's Han number 2. The system notification popped up to clear things up. He's never appeared in the game before, but he did show up in chapter 44 of the novel. Ignoring that guy's rambling. What am I even saying? Bjorn Jandel was still digging through his memory. After all, he's the one who advised me to join the guild after Na. Han number 2 smiled brightly and offered, "Can I join you guys?" But he was met with a cold, ruthless rejection. "No, I have nothing to say to you." Deep down, Bronn was secretly cursing. How dare he? Maybe it's because every Han I've met so far has been a total pain, so I don't have any good vibes about this guy either. Bjorn Jandel shot him a sharp glare and brushed him off. "We're about to leave. You should get going too." That made Han sweat as he tried to interrupt. "I understand. I'm just really happy to meet you." Watching his deflated back as he walked away, the protagonist proudly declared to himself, "Success. I got rid of Han." But that joy didn't last long. The pub door was suddenly kicked open. A group of knights in shining armor marched in, sending the whole place into a stir. "They're from Men. Why are they here at a pub?" The encyclopedia entry popped up. Men. One of the most powerful organizations where only knights with noble blood are allowed to join. People started sweating and whispering to each other. Word is, those they catch only have blood and death waiting for them. Quiet. The lead knight pointed straight at Bjorn Jandel's group's table. That gesture made the protagonist jump and curse under his breath. Damn it. What is it this time? I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Wait a minute. A flashback flashed through his mind with a warning. Be careful of those who harbor deep resentment. You seem to attract them a lot. Bjorn Jandel was extremely confused. Was he talking about Han? Nothing good ever happens when I get involved with a Han. Is this happening because that jerk, Han number 2, just talked to us? Heavy footsteps approached and stopped right next to them. But the target was a big surprise. The knight clearly declared in front of the guy who was drunk and unconscious. "Liagu, you are under arrest for slandering a noble." The truth left Bjorn Jandel and Misa stunned. The protagonist gasped, wondering, they aren't aiming for me, but for Duakia. The young mage still hadn't sobered up, lifted his head, and mumbled, "Who dares?" The scene shifted to 3 hours later at the men office. The guard coldly closed the gate. "Wait here until the investigation is over." The group had to stand dejectedly outside the iron gate. Misa called out her teammate's name, Gu Anchi, in distress. The dwarf was sweating anxiously. "He's still alive, right?" That made the cat girl bristle and yell, "Hikurodo, stop saying such ominous things." Nia Blonde sighed to reassure them. "Yeah, Savin also said she would look into this." Suddenly, shuffling footsteps could be heard from inside. Rod Miller was sharp enough to recognize, "It looks like it's him." M excitedly pointed. "Isn't that Duaki?" Nia and the others rushed to greet their weary friend. The dwarf asked in a panic, "Duaki, Are you okay? What happened? The young mage hung his head and replied, Well, it's just. Half an hour later, back at the pub, Duaki dropped a bombshell. I think I'll have to leave the team. Hikuro slammed the table, shocked. What do you mean? Explain now. He reluctantly revealed his identity. Well, my older brother is actually Baron Maktoan. Bjorn Jandel was stunned. What? While the dwarf's eyes widened. Wait, so you're actually a noble? Y smiled bitterly. Probably half of one. I'm the son of the former Baron Maktoan and a maid. Since I was a disgrace to the family, right after I was born, I was adopted by the Baroness Teresia Va's third younger brother. A childhood memory flickered. Of course, that was only on paper. In reality, I was still raised by my mother. The narrator explained more about the hidden luxury, so he was still able to grow up in wealth while learning magic. Not understanding any of it, the dwarf slammed the table and snapped. But what the hell does that have to do with you leaving the team? Wakyu sadly continued. A year ago, my father passed away, and my second brother took over his position. Rottmiller keenly caught the main point. Wasn't it the eldest brother? Y breathed out. That's right, that's the problem. Misa tilted her head, confused. I don't understand why that's a problem. Neon described the bloody picture. After the former Baron's death, the eldest son and everyone in the branch families were killed off. I assume my brother sent men as a warning that I should continue living in the shadows as before. Y was breaking into a cold sweat, his eyes weary. I think he's annoyed that I joined a proper team, like a real adventurer, especially since the team has a famous person in it. Getting to the point, Bjorn Jandel frowned uncomfortably and muttered to himself, Are you blaming me now? Isn't he jumping to conclusions too quickly? Although annoyed, Bjorn Jandel still summarized the issue. So you don't want to be an adventurer anymore because you're afraid of your brother? Waki said chokingly, That's not wrong, but there's not much I can do. The shot from above showed the gloomy atmosphere at the table. Duaki finished desperately. In exchange for not being punished for slandering a noble, I've been banned from entering the dungeon. Taking a bitter sip of his drink, Bjorn Jandel complained about life. How annoying. Isn't the next dungeon opening in just 9 days? Nothing ever goes the way I want. Huh. The text notification changed the scene. We decided to let them keep talking before we dispersed. Everyone waved goodbye, promising to see each other later. Go get some rest. Bjorn Jandel firmly turned away. I need to stop by the library. The catgirl's eyes widened in confusion. The library? Nia? At this hour? Just as she ran after the protagonist, Misa shyly suggested, Do you want me to come with you, Neon? But Bjorn Jandel waved her off flatly. It's fine. You should go back and rest. M pouted, deflated. But I don't have anything to do, even if I go back to my room. Neon. Hearing that, the savage guy turned around and lectured her fiercely. What do you mean you have nothing to do? If you have free time, focus on training. You haven't practiced at all today. That made the girl tear up and whimper. M trudged away, silently complaining to herself, having intended to rest and relax all day and train tomorrow. But the situation was different now. Scene changed to the library. The wooden door was pushed open. The protagonist walked up to the counter, cleared his throat, and began, Now that I remember, we've never officially introduced ourselves. I'm Bjorn Jandel, son of Bjorn. The female mage replied calmly. Of course I know that. It's almost closing time. Are you staying? Bjorn Jandel got straight to the point. No, I'm not here for books today. Lagana blinked, curiously asking back. Then, the savage guy read the other person's full name with a very serious face. Lagna Litanyan Pef. He was immediately corrected that it was JL, not Litanel. But whatever. The guy broke into a cold sweat, trying to save face. Lagna Litanyan Pef? He was immediately corrected. It's JL, not Litanel. Whatever. He broke into a cold sweat, trying to save face. All right, look. Bjorn confidently tried to sweet-talk her into joining his team. Why don't you take a break from this librarian gig and head into the dungeon with me? Before he could even finish, she shut him down with a blunt, one-word refusal. No. A sparkly background appeared, almost as if it were mocking him. Fine. The answer is a no. Though he felt a bit embarrassed, he cleared his throat to keep his cool. Not giving up yet, he immediately switched tactics, flashing a challenging grin to goad her. If you're so pathetic that you can't even step foot into a dungeon, then I guess I can't help you. Bjorn kept pushing her buttons. If you're really at that sad level where you can't even enter a dungeon, then it's a lost cause. Lagna fell for the bait instantly. When did I ever say that? The protagonist smirked triumphantly. So, her skills were good enough after all. The mage's brow twitched in annoyance. Realizing she'd been tricked, she snapped at him. Why are you so curious about that? The conversation ends here, and if you don't like it, too bad. Seeing she was still stubborn, Bjorn Jandel decided to change the subject. By the way, Savin mentioned you had something for me. Lagna was taken aback. He prepared something for you? Did he really say that? Explain yourself. She reluctantly gave a long explanation. Savin said his work position improved thanks to this incident, so he wanted to repay you. He kept insisting that I pay off his debt instead. He used the excuse that I still owed him a favor. Basically, this isn't mine, it's from Savin. Is that clear? The protagonist nodded. Got it. But in his head, he had already decided. Basically, she's trying to fall for me. Bjorn Jandel asked eagerly. So, what is it? Lagna replied calmly. It's a book. A mysterious cover appeared. A help window popped up. Forbidden Archive. A high-security book, completely immune to standard magical detection spells. It was only granted to the nobility or the select few with special privileges. The protagonist wondered, is it really okay to give me such a secret magical item? Lagna coldly warned him. Just make sure you don't go blabbing about it. This kind of magic is rarely used anyway. Bjorn held the book and thought to himself, who cares about that? I'm starting to get curious about the contents myself. A flashback started. Indeed, books with such high security levels were in a league of their own. I wanted to read every single one of them, no matter how long it took, because they contained so much useful information to prepare for the future. Ironically, I almost didn't get to read it because I arrived so close to closing time, Lagna grumbled. Why are you so late? The brazen young man replied. How was I supposed to know? Just let me read it. She had no choice but to compromise. Fine, I'll let you stay today, just while I finish organizing these books. The narration highlighted his luck. Thanks to that, I managed to read countless useful books. The first was a map of Lafdonia, detailing the public institutions within the city. It included information on secret organizations, like the Secret Security Bureau, which ordinary people would never know about. The protagonist sighed. Every powerful organization is just as cookie-cutter as the next. Next was World of Evil Spirits, a masterpiece that delved deep into their realm, written by an agent of the Secret Security Bureau, someone who had infiltrated the spirits world and barely managed to keep their life while escaping. The narrator analyzed that with security like that, even medicine wouldn't help. Bjorn pulled out a thick book. Next was the Comprehensive Record of Rifts, Volume 2. Information revealed. A book containing everything about the rifts. Due to its massive size, it only covered 4 specific rifts. After reading it, his eyes lit up. It was just like a game guide. All the hidden pieces I had struggled to grind for over 9 years were recorded right here. For me, it was perfect. And for the locals, this book was surely an invaluable treasure. Suddenly, Bjorn jumped up, his face changing color as he slammed the table. Who wrote this damn thing? Why was that bastard's name here? The dark name appeared. Ariel Gabus. Download complete. Created by Oriel Gabus. The shocking information confirmed the name of the developer of the game Dungeon Stone. His brain started racing. There were 2 possibilities. Either some player wrote this book, or the author really was Ariel Gabus. He analyzed the situation thoroughly. If it was the latter, things would get extremely complicated. It meant my presence in this world was closely linked to that game developer. In other words, this wasn't some mysterious supernatural phenomenon, but intentional interference. In my experience, the more elaborate the setup, the higher the chance of it leading to the worst possible ending. Bjorn held his head. So, that game developer is some kind of divine entity? Still, finding a lead was a good sign. His mood sank again. But thinking about it, I still didn't know anything. I didn't even know if reopening the Abyss Gate was the key to getting home. A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. But if I can track down this name, I might finally find a way back. I have to be careful not to cause any bloodshed while I'm poking around. Calming down, Bjorn Jandel decided. Let's read it carefully again. Maybe I missed something. The man focused, flipping page after page, reading so intensely that morning light filled the room. Bjorn Jandel blankly looked at the sunlight hitting the window. It's already morning? Looking over, he saw the prideful librarian, Lagna, nodding off in her chair. Bjorn stepped over gently and said, feeling guilty, "Why didn't you say anything? If I had known, I would have left earlier." Startled awake, she blushed and defended herself. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just dozed off for a bit because organizing the books took longer than expected." Her excuse was brutally debunked in the protagonist's mind. Just a bit, the library is already opening for the day. Outwardly, Lagna still put up a front to hide her shyness. "I'm serious. Don't get the wrong idea." Bjorn had to nod along. Got it. He stared at her in silence, speechless. Feeling uncomfortable, Lagna frowned and started kicking him out. What the hell are you doing? Not planning to leave? The protagonist was busy re-evaluating his worldview. Is she actually a good person? A few hours later, at the Magic Tower, a loud banging on the door was accompanied by a shout. Raven, are you in there? The door creaked open, and Raven, hugging a pillow, rubbed her sleepy eyes and complained. Jandel, why are you here at this hour? Bjorn Jandel went straight to the point. I have something to ask you. The woman yawned and replied, make it quick. I'm exhausted. The man tried his old sweet-talking routine again. Our team is looking for a mage. She slammed the door in his face without mercy before he could express interest. He laughed at himself. She's not interested, huh? But for his noble goal, he quickly blocked the door and yelled, wait, I have another request. Raven peeked through the door crack, frowning. Another request? Bjorn presented the scrap of paper he tore from the second volume of the Encyclopedia of Rifts. That's right. I want to know when this paper was made. The sorceress smiled enigmatically and opened the door. You know this isn't free, right? Right? Come in. The protagonist sighed and stepped into the tiger's den. As soon as he sat down, Raven crossed her arms and interrogated him. So, tell me, the relic you used to catch the vampire, how did you know about it and manage to get the goddess's tear? Bjorn Jandel sweated bullets, trying to cover it up. I've said it over and over. I have no idea what that is. Flashbacks of violent smashing played out to illustrate his testimony. I got it by smashing the statue in front of the water altar. Raven narrowed her eyes smugly. I knew it. So, you already knew. He still denied it vehemently. No. I was bored, so I just smashed it randomly. It just fell out. She asked suspiciously, didn't you read about it in a book? The protagonist flinched, feeling guilty. Book? What book? His brain was racing about the Encyclopedia of Rifts. Seeing her reaction, he panicked. What? Raven immediately picked up on the absurdity. Wait, that's strange. You used it without knowing what it was? Bjorn Jandel made up a lame excuse. I just guessed. It had the goddess's symbol on it, so I thought. She looked at him with skepticism. Really? The guy shamelessly put a hand on his chest to swear. I swear on my honor as a warrior. Seeing him persist, Raven sighed in regret. I thought I finally found a decent Encyclopedia of Rifts. She showed a secret sign, blinking and begging. If I tell you it's in the library, will you keep it a secret? Having gained the upper hand, Bjorn turned the tables and set conditions. Then my request is, Raven closed her eyes in resignation. Help my seniors with their research, and I'll do it. A caption appeared, accusing him of bothering her constantly. Bjorn bargained. Just once? She closed the deal. Fine. I'll report the analysis results of the paper to you next week. Before sending him off, Raven warned him. Oh, and if possible, don't come crawling here at the crack of dawn like this again. The guy obediently agreed. I understand. Not long after, at the team's gathering spot, Misa was screaming at the top of her lungs. Bjorn Jandel, she complained frantically. What the hell? I went to the dormitory and didn't see you anywhere, the guy replied nonchalantly. Oh, I was at the library. Misa's eyes went wide. All night? Don't tell me you know. That's impossible. Her wild imagination was met with a cold splash of reality from Bjorn Jandel. What are you babbling about? The guy explained honestly. Ragna, let me stay to read. The cat girl narrowed her eyes, pointing an accusing finger. Really? Bjorn Jandel shrugged helplessly. Why would I lie to you? Feeling creeped out by her stare, the protagonist shuddered. Why are you looking at me like that? You're making me worried. Then he hurriedly steered the conversation elsewhere. Oh, by the way, what were you trying to say yesterday? Recalling the interrupted confession, Misa blushed and fumbled. Well, that was, before the words could come out, she was interrupted by a busybody. You two are here early? Bjorn looked up in confusion to see Rod Miller approaching with a smile. Oh, you're here. We were waiting. A heavy silence filled the meeting table until Rod Miller spoke up. All right, if anyone has any ideas, just speak up. Seeing them as quiet as mice, he called out a name. Bjorn Jandel, you go first. The savage offered a practical but harsh solution. I think it's best we find a new teammate. Rod Miller crossed his arms and sighed. I've already asked 2 other mages. With a heartbreaking status update, both of them had refused flat out. The dwarf Hikuro widened his eyes in anger. You already went to see other mages? Why sweat profusely, trying to intervene? Murat, relax your face. Rod Miller calmed him down calmly. Bjorn Jandel wasn't wrong. Then he turned to ask Bjorn Jandel, do you have any alternatives? Only then did the dwarf clear his throat, acting serious. That's why I wanted to speak. He held up a finger, explaining. I've been thinking about this carefully with Dwaki yesterday. First, let's consider the reason why Daki ended up in such a miserable situation. Unable to stand the slow pace, Braun glared and cut him off. Get straight to the point. Forced to speed up, Y suggested timidly. What if we go see Baron M. Toang directly and talk it out? Misa was stunned and retorted. What? How do you intend to meet the Baron? He lives in the royal capital, and we're not even allowed to set foot there. The dwarf laughed, scratching his head in explanation. Haha, actually, this is the tea house that Baron M. Toang frequently visits, and he's about to show up. Bjorn Jandel gasped in shock. What? We're meeting him just like that? Out of the blue? Hikaru hugged Aki tightly, whining. But if it's not today, we'll have to wait for months. Plus, he's a titled noble. Everything is less scary when you're in a group, right? He pulled out his ultimate weapon, money. No matter what happens, I'll give everyone 300,000 stone, so please don't leave me here. Thanks to the magical power of money, the protagonist clicked his tongue and told himself, if it weren't for that 300,000 stone, I would have packed up and bailed a long time ago. The shop bell chimed, signaling the arrival of a VIP. A group of imposing, armored men walked in. Y broke into a cold sweat and whispered, That's my second oldest brother. The dwarf shoved his back, urging him forward without mercy. Go meet him. Be a man, brother. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs. Dwaki shouted, Baron, it's me, Bjorn Jandel WRB Dwaki. Dwaki knelt, clasping his hands in a plea. Please, I beg you, just hear me out this once, the Baron muttered. Waki sounds familiar. The attendant bowed and prompted him discreetly. The Waki family is the maternal side of Lady Kalina, the third wife of the former Baron. Sir. The Baron clapped his hands, suddenly remembering. Ah, right, that case. He then asked coldly. So, what did you want to tell me? Tan stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Well. The thing is, seeing Y stuttering in fear, Bjorn Jandel stood behind him, clutching his forehead in frustration, muttering that there was no saving him. Seeing this, the protagonist decided to step in. He placed a hand on Waki's head, forcing him down, and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Braun, son of Bjorn Jandel. The Baron looked at Braun with interest. It's been a long time since I've spoken to a barbarian. This feels quite interesting. He then went straight to the point. So, what do you need from me? Braun asked bluntly. Yesterday, he had been nabbed by the mage and forbidden from entering the dungeon. Please remove that ban. The Baron shrugged nonchalantly. What a shame. But why talk to me about that? The barbarian was dumbfounded, wondering, why does he look like he has absolutely no clue what's going on? The Baron turned to whisper to the butler. An illegitimate child? Is that what this is about? Ah, yes, the butler replied, covering his mouth. Indeed. Since it wasn't a matter of concern, I didn't report it separately, sir. The Baron coldly praised his servant. Well done. Wasting time on these trivial matters is truly pointless. Waki was completely devastated after hearing that. A trivial matter? Bjorn Jandel pressed Dwaki's head down to keep him in line, and continued asking, Regardless, surely you can lift the dungeon ban, right? The Baron raised an eyebrow. Why on earth would I do that? The protagonist gritted his teeth, feeling bitter. Was this guy's clueless, unintentional attitude even more infuriating than malice? Damn these half-dragon bastards. Seeing the tension rising, the butler quickly leaned in and whispered to the Baron, My lord, please grant me a moment. The Baron's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, is this really the savage they call the Little Savage? The butler nodded. Yes, that is correct. Sir, Bjorn Jandel still looked completely blank, having no clue what was going on. The Baron's attitude did a complete 180, and he beamed with joy. I never expected to meet the adventurer the Count has his eyes on in such a way. The butler muttered, calculating, Thanks to him, I can get the fee down to 200,000 stone. He replied happily. I am truly grateful. Braun was speechless, thinking to himself, What are you people doing? Leaning on his sparkling, jewel-encrusted staff, the Baron changed his tone to a friendly one. You said your name is Bjorn Jandel, correct? The Baron generously offered a deal. I will lift the dungeon ban or grant whatever you wish, but in return, you must fulfill one request. Ah, no, a mission of mine. Bjorn Jandel asked guardedly. What is that request? The Baron looked proud. In 2 months, my dear Count will be hosting a grand banquet. Accompany me to that banquet on that day. The young savage was stunned. That's it? The Baron suggested excitedly. Do you have any talents you can perform at the banquet? In his imagination, he pictured Bjorn Jandel flexing his muscles and bending a steel bar with his bare hands amidst the cheers of the nobles. For example, bending steel with your bare hands, perhaps? That would be fantastic. The protagonist cursed under his breath. What the hell does he think a savage is? But the killing blow came in the next sentence. Like a reward. I will give you 1,000,000 stone. How about it? Can you do it? Bjorn Jandel's jaw dropped, and his brain simply short-circuited. Huh? Seeing the protagonist staring blankly, the Baron looked just as confused. Huh? Bjorn stammered. Suddenly, the young savage grinned from ear to ear, flashing a dazzling, high-credibility thumbs up. Please contact me whenever you make your decision. I am ready to do anything for my teammates. The narrator explained the rapid turnaround. That was too much money to refuse. An information box provided a historical note. A savage does not commit the crime of insulting a noble even when using informal language. Since ancient times, they had performed such great deeds that the king granted them the special privilege of not having to use honorifics with anyone except the king himself. The scene shifted to the next morning, as Mies and Hikaron ran over to greet their brother at the gate. Dwaki, what happened? Nian scratched his head and smiled with relief as the narrator summarized the successful outcome. Y was allowed back into the dungeon. Everything had gone far too easily. Bjorn crossed his arms and nodded, realizing the truth. Having power really is great, isn't it? I guess I have to start planning to reach a higher status. The guy named Rod Miller seemed content with his reality. With my current reputation and strength, I think I'm doing fine. Noticing Misa's curious expression, she pressed him, but why do you look so unhappy? Nia, the guy, dodged the question with a bitter smile. You saw it wrong. The narrator continued the story. Afterward, Hikuro brought out the reward as promised. The dwarf presented 3 massive bags of money. Here, take this. 300,000 stone times 3, Bjorn explained. But all of us decided not to take it. Y was also shy. I feel so guilty. Even if he had chosen to keep it all to himself, he wouldn't have brought the money, but the dwarf was still touched. Anyway, thank you. It must have been very hard for you to set aside the pride of a warrior. The protagonist smirked internally. Who's stupid enough to turn down a 1,000,000 stone offer? After all, how the hell had those damn savages survived until now? Warrior's pride can go to hell. Not knowing the truth about his greed, the dwarf teared up and pounded his chest in a vow. I will never forget this. I will definitely pay you back somehow. Y quickly tried to stop him. You don't need to do that. The young savage was stunned. What? Why does he have to pay me back for that? Hikuro turned and declared loudly to Bjorn. Bjorn, I will repay the favor you did for us tenfold. Y tried to take responsibility. No, as the captain Bjorn dismissed it, feeling annoyed. I don't give a damn who pays me back. Misa stood nearby, giggling and teasing. Heh. Bjorn is shy. Nian, the protagonist, frowned. What the hell? The scene changed. Time passed very quickly. The narrator signaled the life or death moment. The day the dungeon opened, the crowds cheered excitedly before the massive spatial gate. The dungeon, the sacred ground of battle. The protagonist covered his ears, muttering, too loud. Bjorn Jandel improvised a dramatic intro in his head. The son of Bjorn Jandel. Bjorn Jandel has found the dungeon, and I happen to run into some lost young warriors once again. Standing before the greenhorns, the young savage played the part of a mentor. Do you get it? Just do exactly as I say. That is the path of a true warrior. This was accompanied by a fountain of survival tips. Protect your heart. Be careful with humans. Be careful with fire. Be careful with pain. Be careful, otherworldly creatures are friends of the night. Running away is unnecessary. Watch out for traps. The group of new recruits gasped in admiration. Wow. If we follow you, will we become famous warriors like you? Bjorn Jandel patted his chest and confirmed firmly to the 2 muscular savages. Of course, you all can do it. The rookies were fired up, shouting until they were in tears. Understood. We will follow your lead. Thank you. Little savage, we respect you so much. After putting on a show, the protagonist turned and walked away. Well, I'm heading out first. Good luck with your dungeon run. Left behind were the growing praises of his subordinates. He led us to the dungeon and even gave us advice. The little savage truly is a great warrior. Good luck to you too. The dwarf walking beside him smacked his lips in admiration. You really treat your own people well, don't you? The young savage shrugged, feigning humility. I only do what I can. Learning from experience on your own is brutal. Hikuro laughed heartily in agreement. Haha, you're right. However, behind his helmet, Bron's eyes were cold, harboring a calculated truth. The flashback returned to a few days earlier. Bjorn Jandel had happened to meet an old acquaintance. Lately I've been working as a guard for a team on the 2nd floor. As for the others, the young man named Carrick, the 3rd son of Carrick, hung his head, covered in bandages, looking sad. They're almost all dead. The protagonist assessed silently. You still seem to be doing well, though. Bjorn complained irritably. I wish they had taught us properly, instead of clinging to those damn traditions. If they had, they wouldn't have all died. They had only entered the dungeon 3 times. Just like that, they're back in the present, heading toward the spatial portal. Misa curiously asks the mage, finally noticing something. Why aren't you carrying any weapons? Rod Miller smiles and replies, they're in the treasure room. I'm used to keeping them there, so I only take them out when I really need them. The cat girl is amazed at how incredibly convenient that is. Nia sees Bjorn Jandel and Rod Miller speak up. Ah, you're here. Are you done with what you were doing? The protagonist nods. Yeah, let's head in. The group marches proudly into the dungeon. Bjorn Jandel reflects on his past struggles. Man, the last 3 times were really just as miserable as a cursed training ground. This is already the 4th time, and the age-old question pops up again. What are we going to run into this time? The wild man adds a final, gritty remark, his senses on high alert. I'm certain that some ridiculous nonsense or some other annoyance is going to happen again. So, I need to nip any complacency or overconfidence in the bud right now. Bjorn fires himself up, ready to face whatever stands in their way without hesitation. The system reports that the character has entered the crystal cave. It's accompanied by a gentle reminder. Tip: the character has reached the maximum amount of essence possible. Hunt new monsters and try to level up, followed by the familiar notification. The character has entered the rocky desert on the 2nd floor. A fierce battle breaks out, and the narrator summarizes the journey. Thanks to a lucky starting point, they were able to reach the rocky desert in just 9 hours. The wild man brags about his lightning-fast grinding progress. We hunted all sorts of monsters to farm experience, but still, we were so efficient that we hit the portal to the next floor in just 4 days. The system screen keeps flashing non-stop notifications of defeated monsters. You have defeated Corrupted Gloom. You have defeated Shield Crab. You have defeated Stone Golem. You have defeated Stone Soldier. You have defeated Sandman. Moving to the next stage, the character has entered the Pilgrim's Corridor on the 3rd floor. The tower climbing speed is explosive. On the 8th day, they cross the Witch's Forest and step into the teleportation portal to the 4th floor. Arriving at the ideal farming spot, the character enters the Sky Tower on the 4th floor. The monster data is updated. All the monsters from the 3rd floor will appear here. There are even rank 6 monsters and a few species exclusive to this location. The protagonist's eyes radiate a sense of pure ambition. In other words, this is a golden opportunity to farm a massive amount of experience. Smashing a monster's skull with his mace, he exclaims, it's not for nothing that people call this place the Training Tower. A long, endless list of victims appears, covering the screen. You have defeated Bo. You have defeated Lazarman Scout. You have defeated Dunlahan. You have defeated Queen Bensi. You have defeated Elch. You have defeated Dragon. You have defeated Living Armor. After days of non-stop grinding, the narrator summarizes the earnings. Because we dedicated ourselves to the hunt, we pocketed a profit of 3.9 million stones, split up to 780,000 stones each. Y clicks his tongue. That's not a small amount of money, but I'm a little disappointed. Is it just me? Misa agrees. I feel the same way. Naya and Rod Miller nod in agreement. The dwarf bursts out laughing, teasing them. Looks like Bron's bad luck has finally run out. The bitter truth behind the number. They only earned this much because of the passive skill of the Mimic Essence, which helps increase the drop rate of magic stones by 30%. Looking at the pouch of money in his hand, the protagonist sighs dejectedly, calculating it out. I actually earned less than the first time I entered the dungeon. Dark thoughts flash through his mind. Now I understand why there are so many bandits. He stifles a sigh and consoles himself. This is the normal income most people get. Stop being so disappointed. Setting aside his melancholy, the narrator continues. I comforted myself and spent my time in the city doing productive things. Cutting to the scene where he acts as an assistant, he helped Raven with experiments and discovered that 5 volumes of the complete records on Rifts, Volume 2, were created. A shocking timeline is revealed. 150 years ago, the veil of secrecy is slowly lifted. The year the game began was also the year the founding king passed away. It was also the exact moment this book was written. Everything happened all at once. Bron is shopping while racking his brain. I really want to know what the hell happened back then, but right now there's no way to find out. It can't be a coincidence. Misa, walking beside him, grumbles in frustration. Are you even listening? Nia, the protagonist, quickly mumbles. Yeah, I'm listening. He calculates. For now, I have no choice but to keep throwing myself into the dungeon. Fast-forwarding through time, more time passes, and it's time for the 5th dungeon expedition. He summarizes the income of a boring trip. 790,000 stones per person. Staring blankly at the pathetic pile of money, Misa is confused. Good grief. Did I calculate something wrong? Nia, the narrator, summarizes the extreme boredom. Nothing happened except for leveling up. The candle in the room flickers out. He lies on the bed staring at the ceiling. Bjorn Jandel tells himself, right, don't get so worried. Everything has been going pretty smoothly lately. He closes his eyes, trying to sleep. Suddenly, he bolts upright in a panic, his eyes wide and sweating, and he slaps his own face. What the hell am I thinking? The wild man pulls at his hair, gripped by a spiritual, creeping fear. Everything is going well? That makes it even more dangerous. The hard-learned lesson comes back, banging inside his skull. I must not forget that the worst and most rotten things always happen the moment I lower my guard. His will to survive surges strongly. I can't stop. I have to keep getting stronger. That's the only way. His hands clench tight, and his face contorts as he screams in silence. That's the only way I can survive. Aware of his own descent into madness, he knows. Of course, if anyone saw me acting like this, they'd definitely think I've lost my mind. His sharp, determined gaze glows in the night, but I need to always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. A sinister smile creeps onto the wild man's lips. If I'm going to be considered a lunatic anyway, I'd rather be a lunatic who's still breathing. The system parameter board appears, proving his toughness is leveling up day by day. Cutting to the next morning while dishing out food, Misa glances sideways, probing. Bjorn, did something bad happen? Nia, the protagonist, replies while munching on his food. No. Why do you ask? The cat girl sweats nervously. I feel like there were sparks of violence in your eyes. Bjorn Jandel is startled, then reproaches himself. I guess I was being a bit cold to her. While stirring the porridge, the protagonist thinks, not keeping myself busy is my own problem. I should reflect on myself. I shouldn't take my anger out on others. His train of thought is interrupted by Misa's shy voice, Bjorn Jandel. She blushes bright red and lands a critical hit with a massive romantic tease. Do you want to touch my ears? Nia hears the closing line and the wild man is so shocked he chokes on his food, spraying it everywhere. Misa shyly begins to explain. My brother once told me he felt more comfortable when he touched my ears. The barbarian listened silently on the outside, but was calculating every word on the inside, even though we were just little kids back then. Misa added excitedly. Oh, and by the way, I'm talking about my eldest brother, Neon. He still treats me very well. Hearing this, Bjorn judged her silently, with a look of disgust. What kind of freak is that guy? Drawing a philosophical lesson, he thought, this is exactly why one's upbringing is so important. Looking at Misa's wide, innocent, sparkling eyes, the protagonist told himself, look at that expression. She's just being genuinely kind. She probably has no idea how sketchy that sounds. With a serious face, he reprimanded her. Misa, don't say things like that to others. They might misunderstand you. She looked confused, asking, huh? Misunderstand? The barbarian broke into a cold sweat, thinking, if I didn't know Misa's type was skinny guys, I might have misunderstood her myself. An image of a cat-like girl grinning mischievously appeared to illustrate the delusion. It's like she's trying to seduce me. Misa pouted and retorted, but you aren't others, Bjorn Jandel. He cut her off coldly. Don't argue, just say you understand. She grumbled. Fine, Bjorn. But if you don't want that. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, threatening her. If not, then what? Then he dropped the ultimate trump card. Do you want to eat meat or not? Misa's eyes lit up, and she closed the deal immediately. Yes, that is an excellent offer. Scene change. Familiar footsteps echoed into the library. The protagonist walked in, staring at the person across from him who was busy scouting. Lana turned back with a bored look. You still seem to be doing fine, I see. Bjorn Jandel replied calmly. As you can see. You've been doing all right lately too, right? She replied coldly. Of course. Lana clicked her tongue, ready to speak. So, let me ask, but she was interrupted by Bjorn Jandel before she could even ask. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Having her intentions laid bare, she looked stunned. Why do you always know? The barbarian replied deadpan. It's all written all over your face. Sighing deeply, Raven decided to share classified information. This isn't 100% certain, but I think I should warn you because you're an adventurer. The barbarian frowned, feeling the tension. A warning? If you have something to say, make it quick. The image of a shattering painting, the omen of a spatial collapse appeared. A spatial collapse might occur in the dungeon soon. A pop-up box appeared to explain. Spatial collapse. A true disaster that occurs within the dungeon. A floor boss isn't even worth comparing to a disaster of this magnitude. Narration from the protagonist's game memories. Back when I played the game, this event only happened once every 100 runs. Braun muttered. No wonder things have been suspiciously quiet lately. So, this is why? Seeing the barbarian's contemplative look, Raven spoke up. You don't have to believe me. Well, maybe it's better not to worry about it. Bjorn Jandel pressed. Do you have a source? Raven revealed. A mage named Sano Fawn from the Terupin school. They've been studying spatial collapses for a very long time. Hearing the information, the protagonist nodded. I see. Thanks for the warning. I'll look into this further. Seeing the other person turn to leave, Raven was surprised. You're leaving already? Bjorn Jandel waved. Yeah, but inside, his mind was racing. I've got a new quest now, so I have to go take care of that first. The sunset sky cast a gloomy shade over the city. But at first, I couldn't find any information at all, to the point where I started doubting the existence of that mage. 10 days later, rumors began to spread through every corner. Misa kicked the door open and shouted in a panic. Bjorn Jandel, have you heard the news? Nien, a spatial collapse is about to happen. At the pub, people were buzzing with gossip. Customers were anxious. Spatial collapse. I don't know anymore. Who did I hear that from? The guy next to him stroked his chin. I heard this happens quite often. I think it's this month. The protagonist held his beer mug, chewing his nails, pondering the anomaly. Strange. For a rumor to spread this far, there should be some evidence or a source, right? But here, it's completely blank. Is someone spreading these rumors on purpose? Glancing around the noisy crowd in the pub, he clicked his tongue. How frustrating. I want to hear information exchanged in more private places. But then, he had to resignedly accept the harsh reality of this world. But how on earth is a barbarian supposed to get access to info like that? Perhaps there was only one way. Holding the bright red pill in his hand, the barbarian weighed the risks. I was supposed to wait 3 full months before taking this. He clicked his tongue. But the situation is desperate. 2 months should be fine. Right? Without a second of hesitation, Bjorn Jandel popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it, sitting straight at his desk. The barbarian's gaze locked onto the pendulum clock on the wall. The clock ticked exactly to 12 midnight. The system's sparkling notification screen appeared. Character has used Gigob 027. The character's soul was being pulled into another dimension. The scenery shifted 180 degrees. The male protagonist was now wearing a suit, standing in the middle of a modern office, looking blankly at the puddle under his feet. The location shifted to a police station sign. A murder case file appeared with the raw information. Name, Bjorn Jandel. Age, 29. After a month of unexcused absence, the company reported him missing. Did the inspector ask about his family? The man standing across from the desk replied, Only a biological mother. The young police officer explained the situation, but when we notified her, she said she didn't want to be involved in this case. The veteran detective frowned, puzzled. Then why did this missing person case end up with us, the second major crimes unit? A chilling crime scene report was presented. The CCTV only caught him entering the house. There was absolutely no camera footage of him leaving. All windows were locked tight from the inside. Holding the file, the veteran detective clicked his tongue and slammed the papers onto the desk. There's something fishy here, for sure. Flipping through the pages, he analyzed. This is highly unusual. No signs of forced entry. No valuable items missing. The last card transaction was a month ago. The empty set of clothes hanging on the chair looked like a paranormal crime scene. Most notably, the clothes he was wearing were found right in the room. It's as if his body just evaporated, leaving only his clothes behind. Whoever did this must be seriously insane. The boss ordered, Did you keep the scene intact? Start the forensic analysis. The officer hesitated. Boss, there's something I want to show you first. Yeah. What is it? A pitch-black screen flashed. It was the computer screen from the missing person's room. The screen suddenly lit up, with the report on the growth progress of the character, Bjorn Jandel, making the old boss panic. What? Why are you… The young officer broke into a cold sweat and swore. Wait, Inspector Parak, how did it turn on? I haven't even plugged it in yet. Staring at the screen that started running on its own, the old boss turned pale. What is this? The young soldier reported, trembling. Boss, I've done a bit of investigating. There have been similar phenomena reported overseas. The scene shifts back to the fantasy world. The male protagonist, a savage, reminisced. It's been about 5 months since I woke up in this world. I've done every wild, insane thing just to survive. Then, he raised a hand to rub his chin, wondering, but is my modern-day self still intact? In a sharp suit within the virtual office, Bjorn Jandel sat typing away rapidly. As soon as he saw the computer, his body naturally started typing out of reflex. The login screen blinked, mockingly demanding a password. He muttered to himself, racking his brain. Enter password that was the only thing appearing in his mind. With supernatural typing speed, the faded text appeared. P.S. King of Reflonia, the bastard. The protagonist realized the truth. So that was the reason for that damn postscript. His finger decisively hit enter. Braun blinked, dumbfounded, as he watched the interface change. Looking down at his hands, smooth and without a single scar, he was stunned. Come to think of it, this was his real body. The space around him shattered, and then reconstructed with blinding rays of light, making the young man jump in fright. The familiar scene appeared, leaving him bewildered. It was his room. Everything matched his memories perfectly. The sensation was too real, this train of thought, this keen sharpness. Wait, does that mean that thing too? The holy refrigerator door swung open in extreme anticipation. A paradise of carbonated drinks hit his eyes. It was real. It was here. I don't know why it was stocked with cans. The sound of a tab popping open rang out, full of temptation. Bjorn Jandel gulped hard. How could I resist this temptation? He tilted his head back and chugged, quenching his long-burning thirst. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and tears streamed down his face. The young man crushed the Bjorn Jandel cola in extreme bitterness. Damn it, it didn't taste like anything at all. Even the sharp, tingling sensation that felt like it was cutting his throat had vanished. It was just a tasteless, odorless liquid sliding down his throat. The doorbell rang, cutting through his grief over the loss of his food. A female voice spoke up. May I come in? Sitting with his legs crossed, looking like a CEO, Braun deduced things, struggling to suppress his savage habit of speaking crudely. So, this place was created based on the location where I feel most comfortable, he said calmly. And because my defense mechanism is so strong, you only see everything as blurry as smoke? His sharp eyes scrutinized the other person. And the password I entered at first was actually fake. The real one was the one you verified personally. A beautiful blonde woman appeared on the bed, smiling as she replied, Yes, that's right. The local inhabitants couldn't possibly recreate the clothing and environment of Earth. The narration introduced the info. This woman's name is Sun Queens. She seems to act as a guide for the Ghostbusters. Braun asked, Ah, so you were the one who rang the doorbell earlier? How did you? The woman replied nonchalantly. It must have been presented that way. I just came here to call you. Looking at the outfit she was wearing, the young man broke into a cold sweat. Come to think of it, this outfit was a gift from my ex-girlfriend when I first got my job. Does she see it? Sun Quinn reassured him. But how could you verify it if you couldn't see the room? Don't worry, from now on, you are an official member. Sun Quinn winked. There are many other ways to verify. Bjorn Jandel smirked inwardly. I bet she's not planning to tell me, is she? The woman wrapped up the current matter. In any case, we can't use the method of sneaking in and killing NPCs by separating their souls like before. The protagonist mumbled, NPC, huh? You mean the people here? An interface like a computer screen appeared, with a summary box, and then she explained how to use the community. It was almost identical to a normal forum, with bulletin boards and chat rooms. Sun Queens gestured. Now, all you need to do is create a nickname. The narration bittersweetly signaled bad luck, but someone had already snatched the nickname I used in Dungeon & Stone. A red error message appeared, accompanied by the strategy forum's note. This nickname is unavailable. Sun Queens was surprised. Ah, it seems someone else is already using that name. Braun was furious. Really? Why? He cheated the system by cunningly changing just one letter in the spelling and finished. Sun Queens wondered. Are you a fan of that person? Braun was clueless. Fan of that person? What the hell are you talking about? Sun Quinn waved her hand and vanished into thin air. I'm leaving. If you have any problems, please send a request in 1 hour and 1 minute. The young man nodded and waved goodbye. Ah, sure. Then he muttered to himself in frustration. It feels like I just reached the end of a beginner tutorial. The chat room list interface appeared. Exploring the community afterwards wasn't difficult. The list included a channel for males aged 20 to 30, 2 rooms for beginners, 3 for the United States Alliance, and 4 for the Beastman Gathering. He clicked straight into the beginner room, Cao Tran True. To get used to this place, I just jumped into a random room to experiment. Around a virtual campfire, the members cheered when the newbie appeared. Oh look, a new member. Welcome. The guy in the suit rushed over to shake his hand enthusiastically. I'm DM, the room owner. Where are you from? Bjorn Jandel shook his hand politely. Ah, I'm from South Korea. DM laughed and explained. It looks a bit empty, huh? We haven't gathered enough points to decorate yet. Could you set your nickname to public mode and give a brief introduction about yourself? The protagonist was confused. Public nickname? Looking at the name tag floating above DM's head, Braun realized, is that thing floating above my head too? DM enthusiastically instructed him. Is this your first time in a chat room? Just think about it in your head. Here, clarity of perception and thought is amplified. The young man closed his eyes and concentrated, racking his brain. Clarity of perception and thought, I just need to use it like an active skill, right? The nickname Elf Nuna glowed brightly above his head. Braun greeted them innocently. Hello, I'm Elf Nuna. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole chat room's jaws hit the floor. They started pointing in a panic. Elf Nuna? No way, that's impossible, right? Isn't that the person who wrote the stat-boosting guide? Oh, that person isn't an employee of that company, right? In the middle of the public storm, the protagonist stood alone, wondering to himself, what kind of hellish situation is this? The crowd buzzed with excitement. So, that person is actually Korean? I knew it! Excuse me, is it really you? Are you truly that legend? DM quickly stretched out his arms to stop them. Wait, everyone, calm down. While Bjorn Jandel broke into a sweat, he told himself, I need to control this situation. He analyzed the developments in his head. First, the name Elf Nuna that they are mentioning is indeed the nickname I used to use. Memories flooded back of his post on the strategy forum. About 3 years ago, I posted a guide on increasing stats because I thought it was too good to keep to myself. Looking back at the pathetic view count from before, he wondered, I remember back then it couldn't even crack 100 views. Why are people now putting him on a pedestal like a rare, legendary figure? The logic clicked. Thinking back, the woman from earlier, Sun Quinn, also said she was a fan of his. He realized the brutal truth with shock. So, I've become famous without even knowing it. Regardless of how it happened, the Barbarian quickly solidified his survival plan. Whatever the reason, the conclusion was clear. He scratched his head and gave an awkward, cover-up smile. Haha, you all misunderstood. I'm just a fan of his, that's all. Because he knew the golden rule in his heart, attracting unwanted attention was too risky, he pointed to the floating nameplate. The young man confidently nitpicked a spelling error. Look closely, it's not Elf Nona, it's Elf Nuna. Nuna. The crowd let out an "oh" of realization. Now that he mentioned it, the people lost interest and sighed, scattering away. Man, so it was just an imposter. I got a little excited hearing he was Korean. DM joined in to smooth things over. Those fanboys love doing stuff like this. The male protagonist silently sighed in relief, feeling smug. This method really works. Leaning his back against a tree, watching them gather and chat while forgetting about him, Bjorn Jandel clicked his tongue. They're overdoing it, he comforted himself. Well, it's normal, I guess. My first impression is already ruined anyway, he thought with frustration. Should I just head out? As he felt dejected, a pink-haired youth approached him. Elf Nuna, how many years have you been here? The barbarian carefully cautioned his brain not to miscalculate. If he said too short a time, it might look suspicious, so he chose his words and replied calmly. Oh, I've been a member for a year now. The pink-haired guy was surprised. Oh, you received the letter quite late, didn't you? Braun was stunned. Huh? The other person explained enthusiastically. Most people receive it right from the start when they show signs of being possessed by evil spirits. It's very rare to receive a letter just because of your reputation. The male protagonist broke into a cold sweat. Ah, saying I've been a member for a year was a risky move. The pink-haired guy smiled brightly, judging his craftiness. You must be a very talented actor. Anyway, if you've been a member for a year, you must know a lot about current events. It's only been about 70 days since then, right? Bjorn Jandel was startled. 70 days. The time conversion system activated in his mind. Oh, the flow of time here is different from Earth. 1 month on Earth equals about 5 months here. Simply put, the ratio is 1 to 5, he calculated. So, if I've been here for 5 months, only 1 month has passed on Earth. A little sadness flickered. This feeling is so strange. Only a month? I wonder if the company has reported me missing yet? The narration continued. After that, I kept chatting with the pink-haired youth and learned many things. The most important question was thrown out. Is there any way to go back? The pink-haired guy shrugged. Well, there are many theories, but from what I've heard, there's nothing certain yet. Braun finished dejectedly. Just as I expected. He hadn't given up yet. The male protagonist asked another question. Who was the first player? The guy winked. No one knows for sure, but they've been here for about 20 years. This community was also founded around that time. Bjorn Jandel nodded. Ah, the delusion of power surged. Bjorn Jandel arrogantly thought to himself. Amazing. Didn't I beat that game as early as last year? On the outside, he nodded in acknowledgement, but inside, he was full of bitterness. To be honest, I feel a bit stung. It feels like the pride of a veteran soldier is crumbling. Looking around at the crowd, he comforted his ego. Anyway, everyone here reached the edge of the abyss before me, so they are all masters. Even though they look goofy, they are actually all monsters. The thought was cut off. The pink-haired guy asked, "So, Elf Nuna, what level did you beat it on?" Bjorn Jandel looked confused. "Huh? What do you mean by multiplier?" The pink-haired girl was also bewildered. "What are you talking about? You didn't beat the original version, right? I mean the remake? You used the male protagonist frowned, looking puzzled. "I don't understand what the hell you're talking about." Teresia felt a spark of epiphany flash through her brain. "Oh, in South Korea, could that be called cheat mode?" A blunt explanation appeared. "You know, that game file that allows you to adjust the amount of experience and drop rates that was posted on Stone Evan 5 years ago." The pink-haired young man looked smug. "Oh, not to brag, but I beat the game on 50x mode." Upon hearing that, Bjorn Jandel's face twisted and cracked from the shock. How could there be so many people who have cleared this game? The moment my long-standing, agonizing question was finally answered, the sky collapsed as a barrage of truth bombs about game hacking exploded in my head. Max XP and 100x loot drop rate. The level cap is 30? I actually thought it was 11 all this time. Wait, if the level cap is 30, that means you have 30 essence points? Being able to open a rift whenever you want, that's insane. There must have been a flood of high-stat items hitting the market. The guy with pink hair countered, "So, Elf Nuna, what multiplier are you using?" The savage youth, feeling bitter and forced to humble himself, winced as his conscience pricked him. "I'm using 50x, the other guy replied, carelessly rubbing salt into his wounds. "Wow, playing like that must still be pretty brutal, right? Even 50x isn't easy." Meanwhile, Bron's veins bulged, and he ground his teeth, feeling like he was about to blow a fuse. The guy twisting the knife finished. "Oh, the person who created this place beat it on 15x mode. Most people clear the stages somewhere between 60x and 80x. Impressive, right?" Bron forced a smile, every word dripping with blood and tears. "Yeah, truly impressive." The frame abruptly cuts to the real world. A middle-aged man's voice resonates from a desk. "By the way, did the police seize the computer following proper procedure?" The secretary reported solemnly. "Yes, I've wiped all memory and traces related to it, so there won't be any news articles or anything like that popping up like before." The old boss asked, "And what about him?" A pair of hands flips open a mysterious laptop. "We've checked everything from the moment he was born. His education, his work life, everything is perfectly normal. Nothing stands out." The atmosphere grew heavy, except for this game. The laptop screen displayed the death game, Dung and Stone. The secretary assessed the situation. "He's exceptionally lucky, but that's all." "But this failure," the old bespectacled boss mused. "Did he really beat Oren Gavis's legacy?" The game's prestige was reaffirmed. Everyone agreed it depicted that world more realistically than any other work. But it had been deemed impossible to beat, and was thrown in the trash 5 years ago. The old boss's sharp eyes glinted. But now, someone has actually beaten it. Could it be that it wasn't a failure after all? Sitting majestically, fingers interlaced in a luxurious, dimly lit room, the old man concluded with a conspiracy theory. "Suddenly, I'm curious. This Bjorn Jandel guy." The screen intercuts to Bron typing furiously in his virtual office, the only player to beat a legacy that everyone thought was impossible. The grand question closes the scene. How far will he go? The narration summarizes after the community exchange. Chatting with that pink-haired youth has its perks. His hands move deftly, typing away. The protagonist mumbles, "How should I put this?" Back at the campfire, Bjorn Jandel clicks his tongue, craving something. "If only I could scarf down a pizza right now. I'd be so satisfied." The pink-haired youth kindly asks, "Elf Nuna, is there any special dish you're dying to eat?" The savage blurts out, "Yes, cola and gukbap." The other guy is stunned. "Gukbap?" The savage youth's eyes light up, recalling the taste of home. "That's the most efficient food I've ever eaten." The narration concludes wistfully. Even these kinds of trivial conversations help soothe the anxiety within me. Back in reality, at the computer desk, Bjorn Jandel grumbles. "You guys said this space closes automatically when the time is up, right?" Looking at the clock on the corner of the screen, he pours himself a drink. "It started at 12 hours, now it's dropped down to just 7. Getting down to business, time to look into this space collapse, huh?" The mouse cursor clicks directly. "Into the trading market, where goods or information are bought with GP points." A highway robbery exchange rate appears, 100,000 GP, for 2 million stone. A bulletin board of classifieds pops up with prices ranging from the ridiculous to the insane. 20 GP, the easiest way to reach floor 2. 100 GP, seeking the fastest way to grind levels in the early game. 7,000 GP. Information on the special event at the Sky Tower Floor 4. 2,800 GP. Explanation of conditions for obtaining the Dragon Master passive skill. Skipping over the trivial stuff, the youth decisively closes the deal, filtering by the highest price. The big spenders immediately reveal themselves. 70,000 GP to buy the strategy guide to defeat the Floor 1 boss. Not enough, he thinks. 69,000 GP. Need detailed information about Skull Island on the 6th floor. Braun purses his lips, calculating. This is the most efficient way to make money. The system reports successful trades repeatedly. Floor 1 boss? The screen notifies, requesting a one-on-one chat with Tacitonin. Trade successful. GP balance, 70,000. He continues, rubbing his hands together over the hidden piece on Skull Island. Floor 6. The screen flashes again, requesting a one-on-one chat with Pro 78. Trade successful. GP balance, 139,000. The screen shines bright with the confident, arrogant smile of someone holding an encyclopedia in his head. There isn't anything about this game that I don't know. The chat window starts buzzing. El Nun Love requests a one-on-one chat. Braun is speechless at the cringe-worthy name among millions of nicknames. The narration explains, after posting the GP he just earned, the information brokers immediately sniffed out the money and came flocking to log into the chat room. Opposite him is a bearded man with a wild beard. You want to know about the Tarutan school and the mage named Sang? Braun deduces his tactics. When I posted before, I didn't even ask if the rumors about the space collapse were true. The savage responds sharply. I specifically only asked for information about his recent activities. He concludes, but what if I ask directly about S. Purgang, the one who started the rumors? The bearded man laughs. Caught in the trap, eh? It's because of the space collapse rumors, right? The protagonist is smug. So, I've caught someone who actually knows the accurate news. Braun leans in, asking point blank, are the rumors true? The other guy replies calmly, true, he did mention the space collapse, but it won't actually happen. The savage youth counters, do you have proof? The bearded guy starts haggling. This involves some high-level politics, so he firmly pumps money to buy the info. I'll pay an extra 20,000 GP if you're that desperate to tell it. With the money in hand, the bearded guy starts spilling state secrets, illustrated by the image of a butterfly net. The Tarutan school specializes in maze studies, especially magical research related to spatial tides, and the master there wants to conduct an experiment. Bjorn Jandel furrows his brow. An experiment? The guy waves his hand. I can't go into detail, but it's not dangerous. It just requires fewer explorers entering the maze than usual. The narration uncovers the truth behind the rumors. So the Tarutan school spread rumors all over the city. A scene of a tavern chattering away appears, spreading the word that a space collapse was coming, which made the explorers hesitate. After hearing the shocking secret, the protagonist is wary. Are you sure it's okay for you to just spill all of this to me? The bearded man laughs it off. I didn't tell you for free. I sold it for GP, right? Besides, this doesn't affect me at all. He adds one more conspiracy theory. Not to mention, the royal family will soon step in to squash these rumors anyway. Bjorn Jandel is surprised. The royal family? The macroeconomic picture is revealed alongside the scene of guards posting notices. Exactly. Fewer adventurers entering the dungeon means the supply of magic stones will drop, and they certainly won't just stand by and watch that happen. Looking at the conversion formula for mercenaries using magic stones, the protagonist nodded in realization. That makes sense. All right, it's a deal. I will send the 20,000 GP separately as agreed. Just as he was about to stand up, the other guy waved his hand. No need. Bjorn Jandel was stunned. Huh? The guy smiled kindly. Thinking about it, I was a bit harsh on a fellow member of the same fandom. The young savage broke into a cold sweat. Are you really planning to throw 400,000 stones out the window that easily? Watching the other man's refreshing smile, he silently assessed the situation. But through this, I've confirmed one thing. This guy has built such a rock-solid foundation in this world that a sum like that is nothing to him. The savage's eyes regained their sharp, determined look. That's why he knows all the troublesome details that I had to struggle for days to dig up. This only fueled the fires of my initial determination even more. He swept away all self-doubt about the game hacking stuff from earlier. So what if they beat the game on high multiplier modes? It has nothing to do with me. This is not a game world. The bloody laws of survival are carved into my soul. Here, survival equals power, a cruel reality dominated by brutal laws. Even with a few small victories, I'm still just a newcomer here. Looking at his sturdy back standing before the computer screen, I realize the road ahead is 1,000 times longer than the path I've already traveled. A haughty and confident smirk curled on Bjorn Jandel's lips. But since yesterday, everything has become so interesting. The final frame locked onto the portrait of the mysterious character, the man who paid for the strategy to defeat the first-floor lord. The narration exposed the truth about the intel broker world. The woman wanted information about Skull Island. The mysterious, hidden-faced informant appeared, and the man just sat there regally right in front of me. He recalled the efforts of those who came before him, the achievements they had struggled for years to attain. Bron's lips curled into an ambitious and arrogant smile. I don't think I can't reach that level. It's entirely possible. The system screen continuously flooded him with cruel reports. Coming-of-age ceremony completed. Head equipment equipped. Your character has stepped into a goblin trap and entered the goblin forest on the second floor. The boss stared fixedly at the screen, clutching his forehead as cold sweat broke out. This kid is truly insane, he muttered. Looking at the report, the old man fell into deep thought. How many people actually made it to the second floor on their first try? From what I know, there were only 117. But among them, did anyone have to face such brutal, disadvantageous conditions? No one. The sheer, terrifying stats of the wildling lad appeared, blinding anyone who looked. His attributes were hard to believe, even for someone who had been grinding for years. And he achieved all of this in just 2 months? The secretary asked, struggling to analyze the logic of the situation. Even with all the bad luck in the world, he must be incredibly lucky to pull this off. If it were just luck, surely someone else would have ended up in a similar situation by now. The boss rubbed his chin, brows furrowed as he concluded. This is an anomaly that cannot be compared to anything else. We have absolutely no way to determine the cause. An outlier that defies all data. Usually, the more test subjects you have, the less luck influences the results. The old man's recollection of the guard's report from earlier was spliced into the file. But there are always exceptions. How far is it from where we met the wildling to here? About 15 kilometers, if you don't take the shortcuts. The guard's face broke into a cold sweat, terrified as he recalled how the kid had crawled that far alone in the dark. What a monster of a body. The narrator emphasized the insanity of it all. For the first time, the protagonist's fierce form revealed his most desperate skill. The impossible was becoming possible. A burst of gore, the system turned bright red, flashing warnings as the character's health hit 0 and began to count down. Memories of the moment a monster's jaws were ready to snap off his head flashed by. Simply put, that was when the 0 respawn turned into a 1. Back in the present, his steady, calm hands clicked the mouse as the game's crimson warning screen slammed down. Abnormal growth rate. The administrator is monitoring this character. The boss's eyes were distant and pensive. Suddenly, I remembered that moment. When everyone assumed it was a failure, he left his final words. I only provided a logical judgment. A shadow from the past echoed with extreme determination. Even if there's only one person left in this life, if I can send out a complete version, that way holds more potential. Returning to the piercing, murderous gaze of the wildling lad, the scenery shifted. Bron blinked in confusion as he was tossed back into the fantasy world. Am I back? He slumped onto his desk. The clock struck 12 and 13 seconds. A.M. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Talking to that pink-haired guy is really beneficial, but I need to be careful. In other words, this means I will be completely defenseless for up to 12 seconds. He stretched his stiff muscles after the mental journey. Still, this ghost hunting group really exceeded my expectations. Such high-quality information. I'm glad I joined early. Sleepiness washed over him, causing him to yawn until tears fell. Staying awake for 12 hours straight was really draining his stamina. Time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I have to go straight to Baron Maktoang's mansion. The next afternoon in District 1 of the capital, he donned his cool beast-themed outfit. The lad clicked his tongue in thought. But if it's not a spatial collapse, then what the hell is about to happen in the maze? Cutting to reality, Bron sat perched in front of the luxurious carriage. He grumbled, I need to solve this mess quickly so I can use the aerial auction house. My feet hurt. Being forced to wear this cumbersome, inefficient costume, I know exactly what they want. But, and dark, angry butler stepped forward and barked, Stand still. What did I tell you? As the leader of the procession, you must keep your eyes forward and maintain your posture. Bron picked his ear, mumbling with an expressionless face. What kind of person thinks it's a good idea to have a wildling lead the parade? The butler continued to nag and threaten. Seriously, don't do anything to tarnish the Baron's reputation. What a scumbag. The narrator inserted the note of fatigue. The distance to the Count's mansion, where the party was being held, was about 6 kilometers. The butler shouted in frustration. Are you even listening to me? Bron leaned down, relentlessly mocking him. Huh? You're speaking too softly. I can't hear you. The narrator lamented the status of the wildling. It's the middle of summer, too. The Baron laughed boisterously, incredibly happy to be the center of attention. Haha, this is the first time I've gotten so much attention, just by showing my face. When we get back, I'll reward you handsomely, right? Braun broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile, playing his role well. The Baron being happy is all that matters. Sir, as soon as they arrived, the Baron immediately slipped away. I have to go greet the Count. Enjoy the party. The wildling lad stood there, dumbfounded. Huh? The bitter narration appeared. I've been dumped here all alone. The nobles began to whisper and point, as if they were looking at a circus act. Is it safe to leave him alone like that? Daddy, can you buy that creature for me? Look at those horns. They're so scary. It looks like some kind of ancient demon. Standing there in the middle of a pack of noble wolves, Braun felt his head ache. He was being treated like a monkey in a zoo. This scene was traumatizing. Suddenly, a brown-haired noble appeared, acting kindly. You did well, walking that long distance without a break in that costume. The gentleman smiled warmly. While you wait for the Baron to return, would you like to come over there and rest with me? Braun grabbed the lifeline immediately. Sure. The wildling looked at the other person, deeply moved. What is this? Is this man an angel descended to earth to light up my life? As soon as he slumped into the stone bench, Braun started worrying unnecessarily. Is it okay for you not to go socialize with them? The man smiled bitterly and replied, If I went out there, no one would welcome me either. I used to be an adventurer, just like you. The wildling lad nodded, pretending to understand. No wonder I sensed you had the quality of a good person. I'm Braun, son of Jandel. What's your name? The other replied calmly. I am Krim. The narrator immediately added credibility points. From the beginning, I knew Krim was a decent guy. Analyzing the other's advantages in his head since he used to be an adventurer, he didn't have the arrogance typical of noble knights. So, what do you think of this capital? He took off the hot, horn-covered hat and grumbled. That brat of a butler should learn from. Before he could finish, the haunting butler suddenly appeared, glaring and shouting, What the hell do you think you're doing? The butler turned up his nose. Who gave you permission to sit down? Krim immediately stepped in to intervene. Hey butler, stop it. Krim broke into a sweat, explaining for the safety of his new friend. I'm the one who told this friend of mine to take a rest. The dark butler glanced at him with a look of disdain. Are you out of your mind? The butler leaned into Braun's ear and whispered insults and threats. If you're done resting, get up immediately. What will people think if... Are you kidding? You're just sitting there, lazing around like a savage? Braun stared blankly. Resting? The bald butler shrieked into his ear. Get up! Do you want people to think you're weak? Move it, no matter who he really was. Today, he had to play the part of a cold-blooded warrior. Braun gritted his teeth, grabbing his hair as he muttered to himself. Damn it. If it wasn't for that 1,000,000 stones, he wouldn't be doing this. He had to hypnotize himself with the power of money. The savage stood up, his massive frame towering over everyone. That's right, 1,000,000 stones. Just endure it for today. Since things have come to this, he might as well play the role that the butler wanted until the very end. Putting the horned helmet on his head, Bjorn Jandel forced himself to sink into character. I am a cold-blooded warrior, a savage who rejects civilization. A rough, wild beast. He was a man of his word. The protagonist threw his head back and let out a roar that shook the very foundation of the garden, sending the weak-hearted nobles stumbling to the ground in terror. They stood frozen, dropping their wine glasses, staring at the savage as if he were an alien life form. The butler stammered in shock. Why are you suddenly? Bjorn Jandel let out a boisterous, annoying laugh in response. Because I feel like it. Before anyone could gather their wits, the savage's rough, calloused hand reached out and snatched a massive slab of roasted meat right off the banquet table. Ignoring the horrified gaze of the unlucky butler, Bjorn Jandel took a huge, savage bite, chewing loudly. The nobles started whispering and pointing at him as if he were a performing monkey. Look at that. He really is a savage. He can't sit still for even a second. He crushed the bone in an instant. What unbridled strength. Seeing the explosive reaction from the crowd, the butler smiled to himself, pleased. Excellent reaction. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. The massive shadow of the butler loomed over Bjorn Jandel. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the butler's shiny, bald head, radiating intense killing intent. I feel like crushing your skull right now. The butler broke out in a cold sweat, freezing in place. Trembling, he stammered, trying to salvage the situation. What? Isn't this joke going a bit too far? The protagonist's voice remained icy and stern. A joke. With his savage face inches away, he hissed the words like a demon gnashing its teeth. Do those words I just said sound like a joke to you? The butler turned pale, his soul seemingly leaving his body, as he cursed to himself. I forgot what kind of brutal things this madman did at the guild. Not waiting for Bjorn Jandel to snap, the butler quickly retreated. I have some business to attend to. Please, rest as you wish. I'll be taking my leave. Watching the butler scurry away, our friend Bron chuckled with amusement. Haha, I didn't expect him to make such a terrified face. Jang, are you okay? Bjorn Jandel chewed calmly. I'm fine. My teeth are quite sturdy. He laughed heartily. I see. Haha, now this party is finally starting to get interesting. Casting aside his image, the protagonist gulped down a whole barrel of wine. The narrator added, satisfied. As they enjoyed the banquet like true savages, a strange scene unfolded. Curious nobles began approaching to chat. Two young ladies shyly asked, would it be okay if I touched your arm for a second? The savage youth generously extended his muscular, rippling arm. Feel free, the young ladies squealed. Even the older noblewomen joined in the fray. Can you roar like that again? Just one more time. Bron felt defeated, resigned to his fate for the sake of money. Fine. The surroundings were filled with chatter and admiration. He's really letting us touch him. His muscles are so big and firm he's not as rough as I thought, is he? The protagonist set aside his dignity, clasped his hands, took a deep breath, and began to chant a deep, powerful melody. His throat opened up to unleash his inner strength. The narrator scoffed, and now, presenting, the savage opera. The wild singing struck the very souls of the elderly nobles, moving them to tears. It's truly refreshing. Do you remember, dear, the spring of our youth? He suddenly became a youth idol. Nobles swarmed him like bees from a broken hive. I have a request too. Look at me, just once more. The narrator sighed, comparing it to the feeling of wearing a mascot suit to entertain others. In the distance, some jealous apprentice knights began whispering snidely, look at this. He's not some little Van Can at all. He's just a damn clown. I heard he got that nickname because that thing down there is tiny, right? Ignoring the cheers, Bron's keen senses picked up their mocking words. What nonsense. The warrior's pride seemed to be a thing of the past. He frowned, turning his head to glare at the badge on the chest of the loudmouth knight. Bjorn Jandel sneered internally. What the hell are these bratty apprentice knights barking about? Just as he was about to teach them a lesson, the Baron, dressed in sparkly diamonds, suddenly pushed through the crowd, smiling sheepishly. Oh, there you are. Sorry for ruining the mood. As much as everyone wants to keep you here, I'm afraid I have to take him away. The narrator updated the situation. Afterward, he followed the Baron into the main hall, where high-ranking nobles were gathered. A viscount stroked his beard and asked, Who is this? The Baron bragged proudly. Ah, Viscount. He is known as Little Van Can. He's quite famous in the adventurer circle lately. The Viscount nodded. I've heard the name. But why is he serving you? Switching to a polite tone, the protagonist replied, The Baron helped me when I was in trouble. To repay him, I have decided to protect him for a while. Hearing such devoted words from a brawny savage, the Baron laughed triumphantly. To hear such words of comfort from such a powerful savage, how enviable. The Baron put on a generous air. It's nothing. I've said it many times. Don't worry about that. It was probably time to use that line again. Bjorn Jandel played along. A warrior never forgets a favor. The Baron laughed brightly. Such sincere and honorable loyalty. I shall remember your name. The narrator dryly tallied the boredom. That conversation had already repeated about 13 times. System notifications continuously popped up on the virtual screen. Character fame increased by 10. Character fame increased by 10. The protagonist rolled his eyes, analyzing, This means there are fewer than 15 titled nobles in this crowd. Somehow, I've left an impression on the nobility. Usually, it takes much longer than this to increase one's fame. The narrator shifted the scene. Regardless, after the introductions ended, everyone began crowding around to see the Baron. Standing nearby as a bodyguard, the savage leaned on his mace and sighed in boredom. A knight stepped forward to mingle. The name Little Van Can suits you well, Baron. The knight placed his hand on his chest and bowed according to royal standards. A knight stepped forward to make friends. The name Little Van Can suits you well, Baron. The knight placed his hand over his heart and bowed according to royal standards. The star at twilight will guide our way. It is a pleasure to meet you. Baron Mactoan, the Baron, replied cheerfully. Oh, you've arrived? Yes, but the Baron pointed and introduced the huge burden standing next to him. This is Sir Bjorn Jandel. Do you know this name, Captain Kovis? Bron was stunned, having no idea what was going on. Captain, the narration explained the other man's identity. Coincidentally, I've landed a rather important role. The character info board appeared. Ban Crovis, captain of the Third Holy Knights of the Goddess of Discovery and Stars. Ridlast Ban smiled, flatteringly praising him. The rumors were certainly true. Your skills far exceed those of even the 8th floor adventurers. Why so humble? Why does someone like you have to take on menial tasks like collecting corpses in the middle of the night? Ban continued with a face radiating holy light. Sir Jandel, if you ever need a pillar of support in the future, please consider our church. As I said before, the church will always remember your contributions. Bjorn Jandel's eyes widened in confusion. Contributions? What do you mean? Ban smiled evasively. Ah, I haven't mentioned that yet. Leaving the savage's curiosity hanging, Ban ended the diplomatic exchange. That is the story. Our church truly values our connection with you, Sir Jandel. The crowd of nobles around them immediately broke into thunderous applause for the performance. The Baron looked at Bjorn Jandel, reevaluating him from head to toe. You turned out to be much more impressive than I thought. The narration noted the shift in attitude. The eyes of this man know, the Baron had softened a bit when looking at me. The system board bombed him with happy news again. Character fame increased by +10. The narration signaled the passage of time. Half an hour later, the sound of authoritative thick heels stepped toward the banquet hall. The crowd buzzed and cleared a path. Count FDYH is coming. The Baron nudged Bjorn Jandel. Come on, let's go over there. The Count mentioned he wanted to meet you personally. The protagonist broke into a cold sweat. A chilling feeling washed over him. I feel so uneasy. Contrary to his anxiety, Count FD Hill rushed over, gripped Bjorn Jandel's hand tightly, and smiled as radiantly as if he had struck gold. So you are the one? I've been so eager to meet you. The young savage broke into a confused sweat. Really? It's a pleasure to meet you. But in his gut, he was panicking. It's strange. Even though I've gained a bit of fame lately, why would a count go to such lengths? His game plot logic began to calculate. In the game, interaction with a character of count rank or higher wouldn't happen until the later stages of the plot, if at all. Yet the count kept on rambling, stroking the other man's ego. At this rate, we should call you Great Van Can instead of Little Van Can. Bjorn cursed inwardly in terror. The count is praising me, he's almost trying to curry favor with me. Damn it, this makes me feel so stressed. The count squinted, smiling as he dangled the bait. Well, seeing you gives me a rather interesting idea. A bit later, there will be a friendly match between the apprentice knights. Bron's survival instinct immediately sounded the alarm. Is the thing I dreaded finally happening? The count extended an enthusiastic invitation. Why don't you participate? The protagonist was speechless, sweat pouring like a stream, wondering, what should I do? A quest notification dropped like a sledgehammer. An unexpected quest appeared, and the protagonist confessed the blunt truth. To be honest, I'm very nervous. The crowd around them began to whisper. They were excited because the savage was going to participate. Humph, they probably think he's just a low-level adventurer. I heard he hasn't even been active for a year yet. A massive prize was announced, dazzling the spectators. Just by participating, you get 2 million stones, and the biggest prize is the number 777 GFUS necklace. The item's divine powers reveal themselves. If you socket a magic stone into the necklace, it dissolves and transforms into a random material. It is incredibly hard to obtain, only dropping from the 5th floor rift. An analysis of the item's utility immediately pops up. Its rarity is on par with an ice spirit ring. The item ID is low, unique, but the effect isn't very high value. Because of that, even though it's rare, it's often considered trash. The image of a beautiful ice spirit appears brilliantly, and the dark truth behind that quest item is that it hides a special event inside. Seeing Bjorn sitting there with his hands clasped, grinning coldly and radiating a savage killing intent, the bald butler beside him jolted back in pure terror. The savage boy was lost in deep, soul-crushing turmoil, haunted by a terrible premonition that something bad was about to happen. Should I just lay low and play it safe for a while? His sharp, determined eyes ignited, banishing his cowardice. Forget it. If you fear an uncertain future and choose to hide, the only ending you'll meet is destruction. A confident, slightly arrogant smile curled on his lips. It would be a lie to say I wasn't worried, but I have to move forward, carrying my fear with me. The Baron leaned in and whispered, probing him. By the way, just how strong are you? Honestly, I don't expect you to win, but if you lose too easily, my reputation. Bjorn Jandel crossed his arms and replied sharply, reeking of death. 10 seconds. Most of my opponents' heads would be crushed before that time is even up. The bald butler was so shocked, he nearly popped his eyeballs out, screaming in silent panic. The Baron laughed heartily and clapped his hands. All right then. If you win, I'll give you a bonus of 1,000,000 stone. Give it your all. The motivation of cold, hard cash instantly pumped adrenaline through his veins. Bjorn Jandel stood up, his figure tall and imposing. Is this the light? Such an unexpected financial boost? Suddenly, a fierce drive to make money ignited. The savage clenched his fists and told himself he would do his best. But the joy didn't last long. The orange-haired knight apprentice suddenly appeared before Bjorn Jandel, acting provocative. You were barking some pretty arrogant nonsense earlier, weren't you? Another one joined in with contempt. Do you think 10 seconds is enough? Has this clown forgotten his place after acting so full of himself? The narrator summarized the ridiculous scene. The moment the Baron left, these little rats came crawling out to cause trouble. All right, first up is you, the one who calls yourself a Van Can, or whatever that is. The knight challenged him, chin held high. You savage. You'd better pray to your ancestors that you don't run into me. I'll slit your throat in 10 seconds flat. The narrator called out the next victim. And secondly, the loudmouth who loved to brag about his warrior's pride. The orange-haired guy gave a condescending smirk. When I meet you, Bjorn asked bluntly, is there something seriously wrong with your brain? That left him stunned and stammering. What? Bjorn crossed his arms and scolded them. You cowards just keep ganging up like this. Even a 3-year-old warrior wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks. Bjorn pointed straight at them, exposing the truth. You cowards, are you mocking us? Or did you just suddenly grow a pair of chicken hearts? Are you all acting tough just because the Baron isn't here? Is that all your noble honor amounts to? The knight standing next to him broke into a cold sweat. That Bjorn Jandel's voice boomed across the garden. What kind of knight uses their numbers to pull such cowardly stunts on an opponent? Then, he continued to glare right into their faces. Are you people actually out of your minds? The other guy rushed to intervene. Stop it. A more sensible knight quickly pulled the orange-haired one away. Can't you just keep your mouth shut? Bjorn Jandel watched them with a smirk. At least they knew how to be ashamed. The surrounding nobles started whispering. It was truly strange. It really was just like that. An old noble nodded in judgment. If what that barbarian said was true, that was not an action a knight should take. The orange-haired knight gritted his teeth, his face turning purple with humiliation. He stormed off, but not before issuing a threat. Just you wait. Bjorn Jandel just laughed heartily and waved him off. Sure thing. Next time, I'll definitely cure that brain disease of yours once and for all. The narrator silently prayed. Please, let my sincerity reach him. The loudspeaker announcement broke the atmosphere. The winner is Lord Apion of the Hensylvania Viscount family. Next, we invite Lord Sylvania of the Hen Baron family. The next gladiator was announced, and Bjorn Jandel of the Baron family, the protagonist, smugly told himself that his sincerity had finally reached the heavens. The referee gave the signal, and both fighters took their positions. The orange-haired knight mocked him upon seeing his opponent. What's with that surprised face? Bjorn Jandel thought to himself. In his very first match, he'd run into one of the 3 knights. A wicked grin spread across the barbarian's face beneath his helmet, and of all people, it had to be the most annoying one. The guy who dared to spread ridiculous rumors about the barbarian's size. Sylvania drew his sword and struck a heroic, imposing pose. I am Lord Sylvania of the Baron family. I take my honor to prove that with my pure and refined skills, I will defeat this stupid barbarian. Bjorn threw his head back and let out a roar to show his dominance, getting ready to smash him. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Sylvania curled his lip in contempt. So crude and vulgar. Bjorn glared, thinking, what is this guy babbling about? Does he think we barbarians are elegant and refined? The referee's sharp whistle blew. The match began. The orange-haired knight lunged forward, slashing wildly with his sword. Die! A series of flashy sword strikes appeared before him. Bjorn Jandel frowned, analyzing them. Which one of these is the real one? The sword struck him, sparking fire. The protagonist decided to go with brute force if he wasn't sure. He'd just slash at everything. The orange-haired knight panicked and dodged. Bjorn wore a sly smile behind his iron visor. He felt like he was really turning into a barbarian now. Sylvania quickly retreated to gain momentum, then lunged forward. He leaped high into the air, bringing his sword down with massive force. Bjorn Jandel evaluated his opponent. This was definitely not an opponent he could take lightly. The orange-haired knight's eyes went wide as he saw Bjorn Jandel's mace coming down, but the system poured cold water on the situation. That would only be true if they were fighting under the same conditions. A glowing red notification board activated. Character has activated Sue, temporarily increasing the character's threat level by 3 times, while simultaneously increasing physical stats proportionately. The arrogant promise from before echoed back. 10 seconds. Most opponents' heads can be crushed before that time is up. Bjorn Jandel swung his massive flaming axe downward. Stay right there. The narrator counted down dramatically. There was still plenty of time before the 10 seconds were up. The orange-haired knight broke into a cold sweat, his hands trembling as he blocked the blow. The skill board explained, white aura increases threat level but does not generate hostility in humans. From afar, Waki grabbed his head and screamed in a panic. Oh, don't come near here, the system coldly added. However, cowards will automatically shrink away in fear. Misa also drew her dagger, growling along with him. I'll defeat you. She lunged in. The system continued. And the brave will reveal a burning fighting spirit. Back in the arena, Sylvania took a tense defensive stance. Bjorn Jandel thought to himself. So what about this guy? He lunged forward in a desperate, frantic rage. Die! Bjorn Jandel raised his massive shield to block. Now that I think about it, I didn't bring a shield. The narrator delivered a harsh conclusion. The answer is the latter. It turns out he really is an elite after all. A fiery collision erupted. Bjorn clicked his tongue. It was a bit inconvenient. Bjorn coolly blocked the guy's sword with his forearm. The knight collapsed to the ground, trembling as he asked, How? How is this possible? Bjorn Jandel looked down and coldly asked back, Do you still not understand? He finished him off with a lethal line. It's simply because you're too weak. A powerful strike sent the apprentice knight flying, tearing his face and sending blood splattering everywhere. The orange-haired knight clutched his broken, bleeding nose and started crying foul play. Bjorn broke into a cold sweat and waved his hands, feigning innocence. What the hell are you talking about? I was just standing there. Not wanting to argue further, he grabbed him by the collar and glared. The narrator silently agreed. There is definitely something wrong with your head, he said, leaving the knight only able to moan. Bjorn lowered his weapon, preparing for a physical therapy session. I already promised, didn't I? The next time we meet, I will definitely cure your brain disease once and for all. A steel fist prepared to hammer into the opponent's face, making him sob and choke. The narrator coldly finished the thought. That's right. If your head has a problem, I'll help you send it somewhere else. Looking at the apprentice knight's face, which was twisted in absolute terror, the system philosophized. That is definitely what a barbarian would think, or maybe not. The scene shifted to the tent with the sign for the last church's temporary infirmary. Bjorn Jandel poked his head in to check on the situation. Is he dead yet? Inside the tent, the healer was busy tending to the orange-haired knight, who was lying in bed. She turned and scolded him. He's not in critical condition. But you should have been gentler, you know? I didn't expect things to end up like this. She clicked her tongue. After all, he is a knight. The barbarian thumped his chest, defensively explaining, I didn't even use my axe. I just gave him a light tap. How was I supposed to know he was weak enough to pass out from a gentle touch? The healer's eyes widened as she snapped at him. A light tap? His brain is so severely damaged it's like it's about to pop out. Bjorn shrugged nonchalantly. Well, as long as he's alive, it's just a feint, right? The narrator sighed. Everything the healer just heard might sound simple, but in reality, it was like a conversation between three barbarians combined. Just then, the orange-haired knight groggily woke up, moaning as he squinted. Where am I? He clutched his head, trying to remember. I clearly remember I was on my way to the match. The healer quickly reassured him. It seems you suffered a severe traumatic brain injury during the match and have temporary amnesia. But we treated you in time, and you'll recover soon. The knight teared up, moved. I understand. Thank you for help. He hadn't even finished his sentence before he saw the familiar, towering horns looming in front of him. Bjorn leaned in, his fierce face glaring at him. Do you really not remember anything? The orange-haired guy, scared to death, shrank back and stammered. Right, yes. Don't come any closer, you look so terrifying. Sensing a chance to wipe out the rumors, Bjorn winked and made a proposal to the admin. If you do one thing for me, I'll be out of your hair immediately. The guy thought to himself, he doesn't seem to be lying. This shouldn't be a big deal. He turned to threaten the one lying on the bed. I just want you to repeat exactly what you said to me before. The guy trembled as he bargained. If I do that, will you leave right away? Bjorn Jandel nodded. Of course. Bjorn Jandel urged him with a terrifying look. Then do it. The orange-haired guy closed his eyes, tearfully reciting his own self-destruction. Because his thing down there is so tiny, I heard rumors. Suddenly, a shock went through his brain. The knight clutched his head and screamed. I remember now. Bjorn Jandel smiled in satisfaction. It seems your lost memories have returned. The savage's face showed a sly look. Well done, keep going. The orange-haired guy cried, clasping his hands in a desperate plea for mercy. Stop, please stop. I was wrong. Please, spare me. The system proudly announced, "How lucky. It seems your brain disease has been completely cured." Looking at the orange-haired guy screaming in panic, "I don't want to die, help me." Bjorn Jandel shoved his hands into his pockets, satisfied. The narrator concluded, "Just like that, I solved a difficult case that even the admin couldn't handle." Stepping out of the tent, Baron Mac, sparkling with diamonds, was already waiting. "Ah, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you." "Where did you go?" Bjorn nonchalantly explained. "I just went to check on that knight apprentice guy." The Baron raised an eyebrow in confusion. "You really are strange. Since when did you become so ruthless when attacking?" Bjorn Jandel replied curtly. "If we were in the labyrinth, I would have used my axe." The protagonist shrugged, clarifying, "To be honest, I didn't expect him to be this weak. I thought at least he'd be tough since he moves so slow." The Baron let out a hearty laugh. "That's right, that's not your fault. It's just that their training is pathetic." The savage boy curiously asked about noble politics. "But is it really okay to keep doing this? Even if they're just apprentices, aren't most knights the property of noble families?" The Baron's face showed the sinister nature of the ruling class. "Don't worry. Why do you think those knight apprentices joined these games in the first place? Because even if they die, it's no big deal. If any trouble arises, I'll take care of it all. So, just focus on winning. The more havoc you wreak, the happier the Count will be." Bjorn smiled with arrogant, unshakable confidence beneath his armor. "Got it. Then I'll just crush all their heads without worrying about a thing." The loudspeaker boomed, urging them on. "Next is the representative from the Baron's family, and Bjorn Jandel of Baron Mac's family." Bjorn grabbed his axe and headed to the arena, full of excitement. "Today really is my day, isn't it? Every match I get exactly the opponent I want. Then, let the match begin." The new opponent swung his sword and struck a pose, acting morally superior. "After torturing others like that, can you still be this shameless? Don't think it'll go like last time." But before he could finish, Bron's shadow loomed right in front of him, making him stutter in panic. "I don't mean to talk trash, but you're the weakest one among us, Master Sylvania, right?" "What?" Before he could defend himself, the giant shield of the savage slammed straight into the poor knight's face with a horrifying thud, spraying blood. The referee's voice rang out clearly, shattering the terrified atmosphere. "The winner is Bjorn Jandel," the narrator coldly concluded. The whole thing happened only 3 seconds after the match started. The savage roared in excitement, showing off his wild beauty and bulging muscles after such a swift victory. The crowd of nobles cheered wildly in delight. "Crush them like that next time, too. The Night Crusher really lives up to the name." Looking at the nobles in a frenzy, Bjorn Jandel thought to himself, "Do they really find it fun to watch others' heads get smashed like this?" The narrator sighed sarcastically. "At this rate, I don't even know who the real savage is anymore." At the same time, the system sends constant notifications. The character's reputation has increased. Character reputation up by 10. The next opponent flies straight into the air, barely managing to utter a vague, helpless sentence before face-planting into the dirt. As soon as those words finish, Bjorn Jandel catches his opponent on his shoulder, thinking to himself, "In the third match of the semifinals, I performed the Spinal Crusher move." The narrator agrees silently. "That's right. This is exactly how a true savage does things." The referee's voice rings out again, filled with fear. "The winner is Bjorn Jandel of the Baron M. Toan family." The savage young man smacks his lips in regret. "It's a real shame that the opponent wasn't the last one from that trio of knights. In the end, I still couldn't use physical therapy on any of them. One day, I'll definitely catch one inside the infirmary." His sister hits her head, scolding him. "You said you'd return to the goddess's embrace, didn't you?" The knight is stuttering, hands clasped in prayer. "How are we supposed to deal with this?" Nan Lion says. "This is the third time today." Then she turns to Bronn with a weary sigh. "Good grief, you really are impressive." The nobleman sidles up, asking excitedly, and tries to close the deal, making me get goosebumps. "Where did you learn those techniques?" Bjorn Jandel nonchalantly thinks about it from a comic book, then stands up and declares, "I'll rest for a bit until the next match." This makes the other guy jump and hurriedly dodge. Right, let me step aside. After that, Bronn closes his eyes to rest, silently calculating in his heart. Just one more match. The loudspeaker suddenly calls out the names. Albatross of the Count B. Hill family and Bjorn Jandel of the Baron M. Toan family. Please, take your positions. The command makes the savage open his eyes and ponder. An apprentice knight under Count B. Hill, the opponent, carrying a greatsword, smiles politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Bjorn Jandel returns the greeting calmly. "Likewise." His eyes never stop scanning the opponent. "Having watched the previous matches, I've already assessed my opponent. the essence of the giant Oros Wat golem and Cyclos. Bronn wears a mocking smile, silently judging, a typical combination of a power-based knight for an apprentice. It tells me a lot about the Count's personality. What a waste of money. The knight looks at his opponent and asks curiously, "Where is your equipment? Are you planning to fight barehanded?" The savage stretches to warm up, explaining calmly, "You see, it's just cumbersome." The other guy taunts, "Well, it's hard to fight normally while wearing all that stuff." Abatros smirks and continues, "I was worried this match would end too easily, but seeing you take it this seriously puts my mind at ease." The referee gave a sharp hand signal. "All right, let the match begin." The knight took a confident stance, provoking him to step forward. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel watched in cold silence, thinking to himself, "I can see that rosy future you're imagining very clearly." The wildling's muscles began to bulge, radiating a deep red heat. He calculated his victory in his head. "But since you've lowered your guard like this, I'm glad I kept this trump card hidden until the very last moment." The knight swung his greatsword down with a smug, confident smile, looking at Bronn, thinking he was about to crush the arrogant wildling before him. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted, accompanied by system text flashing as he activated magnification combined with wild burst, causing his opponent's expression to crumble instantly, sweat pouring down like rain. System notifications for powerful attributes kept popping up. His character had activated magnification, his physique ballooning in size, increasing his threat level and corresponding physical stats. He had also activated Wild Burst, tripling his threat level temporarily, while his physical stats skyrocketed. At that moment, Bronn transformed into a hulking, fiery giant, baring his teeth in a savage, overwhelming grin. Witnessing the sight, Albatross trembled uncontrollably, stuttering, unable to speak. What the hell? While the narrator coldly analyzed that using both skills at once would send his threat level skyrocketing, the wildling's massive foot slammed down, cracking the ground wide open. The narrator continued to clarify the mechanics and the consequence, noting that his physical stats were also rising to an incredible degree. The knight panicked and let out a shrill scream, his hands instinctively loosening as his sword fell onto the grass. Facing the massive tattooed back of the wildling, he scrambled away in a trembling plea. "Save me!" He kept wailing desperately to the crowd around them. "Please, someone help." Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel stood tall, looking down, secretly thinking that this made everything much easier for him. But just as the system announced that the character had deactivated magnification, the referee's voice rang out definitively. "Out of bounds!" The knight jumped, looking back, his face still filled with indescribable shock. He stepped toward the referee, waving his hands in a cowardly, pleading manner. "Wait a second, I didn't mean to do that. If we fight again, I can." But his hopes were immediately crushed by a stern voice. "Stop right there." Above, someone stared with hateful wide eyes, groaning, "You?" It turned out to be Count B. Hill in the stands, shaking with rage, screaming in frustration. "Just how much longer do you intend to humiliate me?" Bronn wondered for a brief moment. Should he not have used magnification? Then, the scene shifted to N's room in the middle of the night, where a whisper of determination echoed from the lit window. "I must become stronger." The elf girl sat huddled in the center of the room, her mind flooded with haunting, demanding echoes. "You must become stronger. You must become stronger." The elf's eyes widened with madness and resentment as she muttered to herself. So she wouldn't lose anything. "I can have it all. That's the only way." Her sister opened the door, entering the room with worry, calling out softly, "When?" The elf girl immediately changed her attitude, turning around with a bright, beaming smile to greet her. "Oh, is that you, sister? You're here?" Her sister looked at her with a concerned expression, as if she had sensed something wrong. "Are you still doing okay?" One tilted her head, feigning ignorance, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Her sister hesitated, pointing out, "I heard you muttering to yourself again," but her sister quickly laughed it off to hide her embarrassment. "I was just chatting with the spirits, that's all. I'm in the middle of training, so could you come back later?" Her sister had no choice but to retreat. "Ah, all right then." Stepping outside and closing the door, her sister leaned against the wall, sighing with deep anxiety. "As I thought, should I tell her right now?" The narrator silently agreed with the sister's worry. Everyone was already gossiping about little Wen. It wasn't normal at all to keep her in the dark. The sister walked away in despair, her heart torn by internal conflict. But then again, when would she have another chance to grow so much as an adventurer? The narrator recounted the dizzying progression of N. During that time, one had quickly formed contracts with all 4 great spirits, successfully awakened 3 of them, and built a sense of autonomy within them. To be honest, it was surprising that such talent hadn't bloomed until now. Her sister questioned herself if that was all, then continued to calculate her sister's terrifying strength. She had made leaps and bounds in archery, martial arts, and dagger techniques. Now, she was strong enough to deal with a level 7 monster on her own. The sister tried to reassure herself to keep the secret. That's right, I shouldn't say anything. One can still become even stronger, but she couldn't help but shudder in fear. She has been a bit recently. She's become much worse. But as long as she can continue to grow stronger, suddenly, a horrific thought crossed her mind, making her jump in terror. Wait a minute. Could it be because she absorbed that essence recently? She immediately rummaged through the bookshelf, muttering as she searched for Canberra. When her hand touched the cover of the complete collection on low-level essences, a book summarizing all info on essences from level 9 to 7, shining it under the magic light, she gasped. Found it. As she looked at the stats for Canberra, level 7, with average agility, low shadow resistance, low stamina, average accuracy, low regret, average hearing, and specifically, obsession at a high level, accompanied by effects that increase agility and senses when moving. Magic red mine, blue bloodhound, green pursuit arrow. She couldn't help but ask herself, trembling, is obsession a high-level trait? The sister hurriedly flipped through the pages. Bjorn Jandel appeared in her mind. Suspicious. What if? She looked at the stats for El Hecker, level 8, with low physical resistance, low leg strength, increased armor penetration on successful surprise attacks, red piercing arrow, blue terrain eruption, yellow field occupation, and goblin R, level 9, with low flexibility, low sense of smell, low poison resistance, low perception interference, low accuracy, low vision, low agility, and obsession at a medium level, accompanied by paralyzing poison when using bows and thief's footsteps. She asked herself, trembling, even these ones too? Her sister bit her lip hard, her eyes brimming with tears of heartbreak. Now I finally understand the situation. It turns out it's because of these stats. An excessive obsession with power. She sadly closed the book, secretly making a resolution. I feel uneasy, but I can't just delete the essences she's absorbed so recklessly. That's right. When she absorbs a suitable replacement essence, only then will I remove it. Blowing out the magic flame, she whispered to herself with firm resolve. Now that I know the cause, I'm certain I can control it. Suddenly, he wakes up in the middle of the night, eyes snapping open. At the same time, the narrator gives a chilling warning. Spirits are searching. Wait, hold on. If she finds out we're still alive before we remove the essence, the narrator closes the chapter with a mysterious question. Where will these stats lead? The scene shifts to District 7 at night. A luxurious carriage, accompanied by the driver's announcement. We have arrived. The customer replies, Thank you, sir. The narrator confirms it is 2 in the morning as the tired savage steps off the carriage. Bjorn Jandel has finally returned. Heavy bags of gold are placed on the table, followed by the nobleman's excited opening remark. So, shall we begin? Staring at the shimmering bags of gold, the narrator silently calculates. Is it because the client is a wealthy nobleman? The final settlement for Baron M. Tone's request includes the initially agreed-upon reward of 1 million stones. The Count's tournament entry fee is 2 million stones. The winner's prize for the Baron is 1 million stones. Transferring the championship cup to the Baron is 300,000 stones. The total is 4.3 million stones, an unimaginably huge amount for a single day's work. Baron M. Tone laughs boisterously and arrogantly declares, In the coming months, your name and my family's name will surely be the talk of the town in social circles. So, if any trouble arises, don't hesitate to come to me. Seeing the nobleman's ecstatic expression, the narrator silently observes, Well, after everything he's done, it's understandable that the man is satisfied. But then Bjorn rests his chin, in thought as the narrative shifts to a gloomier prospect. On the other hand, it seems we accidentally offended Count Birdhill. Bjorn recalls the Count's previous instruction. Congratulations on your victory. Anyway, I'll call you privately when you're better prepared. Leaving the savage wondering, Call me? The middle-aged nobleman leans in and whispers suspiciously, You don't need to know the details. Until then, if any other nobles call for you, just ignore them. Understand? This makes the savage silently calculate with apprehension. If I refuse, it seems they could cause some trouble. To avoid trouble, Bjorn Jandel obediently follows the instructions. For now, I nodded. I have at least that much common sense, anyway. But he doesn't forget to throw in a small jab. That look of yours is really fierce. Back to the present, Bjorn Jandel pulls a sparkling treasure out of his pocket. By the way, I didn't expect to get this so soon. The 777th GF necklace. The narrator explains its rarity. Even in the dungeon in stone, if you aren't lucky, it's something you can't get no matter how hard you grind. Gazing at the priceless necklace, Bjorn Jandel seriously warns himself. So, I've made up my mind once again. How much luck have I accumulated? From now on, I really should be careful even while breathing. The narrator shifts scenes dramatically. The next morning, when Bjorn Jandel sees the mountain of letters on the table, this is what the Count was talking about. Bjorn Jandel tears open a letter to read and sighs lightly. The content is roughly the same. Attend a reception party. A small reward, perhaps small by a noble's standards, but his heart can't help but waver. Just by doing this, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. The savage scratches his head and ears, falling into a dilemma. The narrator expresses concern, but if I attend, I'll bear the Count's wrath. If I ignore it, the nobles might retaliate. Making a quick decision in his savage style, he thinks to himself, I've written the letter. I turned all of them down and sent them back. Yet I couldn't help but feel uneasy about my boss. What on earth is that Count thinking? Honestly, that type of person is the most terrifying. They seem like the kind who would lose their minds if something went wrong. The Count's mysterious, subtle smile flashed in my mind, haunting me. The narrative cut deep. His intentions were unclear from the start, which was deeply troubling. A mere Count. Yet he was taking an interest in an adventurer of pure savage descent? What possible reason could he have to care? The narrative faded out on the image of Bjorn Jandel walking away, his back looking lonely as he muttered a cautious warning to himself. I'll have to look into the Count when the community opens again, the Wilderman muttered, while knocking on the laboratory door, thinking to himself that his research with Lua Raven would be wrapping up this month. The blonde mage opened the door, greeting him with a, "Oh, you're here?" Bjorn Jandel immediately got straight to the point. So, who will I be assisting with research today? He asked, leaving her hesitant and flustered. Well, it's a bit sudden, she replied. A white-bearded old man appeared, waving cheerfully. Long time no see. Bjorn Jandel's expression darkened with annoyance. I'm certain you used to call me senior before, the old man noted. Raven bowed her head, feeling awkward as she apologized to her partner. I'm sorry. My master insisted on this. The old man waved his hand dismissively with a grin. Don't be so tense. This isn't some grand experiment. Bjorn Jandel narrowed his eyes in suspicion, thinking to himself, So, you forced a change, huh? I see. While the old man continued to ramble on about how it was just a magical tool he had crafted, the old man stroked his beard, proudly explaining his purpose, an experiment to see if it could distinguish the souls of evil spirits. The wilder man asked skeptically, A magical tool? He warned himself to keep a cool head. Stay calm. I need to assume the worst-case scenario and act accordingly. Quickly analyzing the situation, Bjorn Jandel immediately saw through his opponent's ulterior motive. This old man suspects I'm an evil spirit. So, the keywords I should react to are not evil spirit, but magical tool. Bjorn forced a strained smile and asked directly, It's definitely safe, right? Which made the old man chuckle nervously. Ha ha. While the wilder man felt proud of his strategy, considering what he'd experienced with Lua Raven's magical tools, this was the correct reaction. The old man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him with serious, pressing intensity. Do you not trust me? I am the headmaster of the Entermian school. He then clicked his tongue, pretending to be offended. What do you take me for? He hurried to reassure him. Don't worry, Arua will prove that this magical tool is completely harmless. The mage jumped in surprise, pointing at herself. Me? The old master pressed on slyly. It's not a difficult task, is it? She reluctantly agreed. Yes. That's right if it's just checking the incantations. Meanwhile, Bjorn was sullenly calculating the trade-offs, suspecting there was a high chance she would side with her master instead of him. It's hard to trust either of them. The fact that he's laying out this many stepping stones proves he isn't confident yet. Looking at the strange device in front of him, the wilder man analyzed it. In other words, that type of magical tool doesn't exist. It hasn't existed for thousands of years, so of course, it couldn't just suddenly appear. He smirked, clearly identifying his opponent's ulterior motive. If it really existed, they would have tricked me into sitting in front of that tool without any warning. Therefore, no matter what excuse I use here, refusing means falling into their trap. He agreed decisively. All right, let's go. The old man nodded as if it were harmless. What's the matter? It's not dangerous and it won't take much time. Bjorn Jandel crossed his arms and asked suspiciously, Won't take much time? About 5 minutes. He clicked his tongue and agreed. Seeing the wilderman's sudden, decisive attitude, the old man paused in surprise, his voice trembling as he asked, Are you really okay with this? Bjorn shrugged nonchalantly and retorted, What do you mean? Am I okay? This left the old man flustered as he tried to justify himself. Didn't you just say earlier that you were worried it might be dangerous? The wilder man immediately shifted the responsibility. Didn't you say she would confirm that? The old man stammered. That is true, but the wilder man stretched lazily and ordered, let's get this over with quickly. I need to go back and finish my sleep. Internally, he was cursing angrily. Damn it! Where did this old man come up with these tricks? As Braun's large figure vanished behind the closing wooden door, the mage exhaled a sigh of relief. He's gone. She turned around, crossing her arms and pressuring her master with a glare sharp enough to kill. So, what exactly is going on? The old man jumped, smiling guiltily. She pointed at the strangely carved wooden chair to expose him. That thing just looks weird. It's actually just a chair without any incantations at all. I did what you asked, and you're really not going to say anything? She only received a deadlocked silence from her teacher. Seeing him tongue-tied, she continued her rapid-fire questioning. You aren't going to tell the truth, are you? So, you thought Jandel was an evil spirit, right? And that's why you asked him so many questions about the maze? The old man quickly raised his hands in surrender. Calm down. She firmly delivered her final question. So, has your suspicion been cleared? The old master sighed heavily and bowed his head in admission. You're right. I was wrong. After a moment of contemplation, Raven secretly made excuses for her master. I can understand my master's concerns. He's an eccentric man. She turned and asked clearly, what's going on? Why would you do something like that? Standing before the imposing iron gate of a mysterious organization, the girl's voice echoed with accusation. If you suspected he was an evil spirit, she glared seriously, laying out the optimal solution. You should have just reported it to the Secret Security Bureau, and they would have handled it. An image of a guillotine drenched in blood flashed vividly, along with the old man's trembling explanation. But if we did that, they would die. Hearing this, she asked in horror, What, master? What do you mean by that? But the old man quickly turned away, avoiding responsibility. That's enough. I'm tired. I'm leaving, so you clean this place up for me. Leaving his students' helpless cries behind, Raven suddenly realized a terrifying truth. She trembled, asking herself, wait a second. If he does that, wouldn't it die? Suddenly, John covered her mouth in shock at the earth-shattering discovery. In other words, he needs a live evil spirit. What on earth is Master aiming for? Back in his familiar room, Bjorn Jandel stood by the window, sighing wearily. Whew, I'm completely exhausted, and it's only morning. The wilder man flopped onto the bed, grumbling, You should have knocked before coming in. You really startled me. He then clutched his forehead, muttering anxiously, I've been so restless lately. I can't calm down. Bjorn Jandel closed his eyes, reflecting on their conversation. Still, I didn't make any mistakes. Thinking about it, that wasn't a bad reaction. He suddenly paused, feeling skeptical. Wait a minute, why did that old man look so disappointed? Well, that's not something I should be worrying about. Suddenly, a red-haired head with cat ears popped up right in front of him. She whispered, Bjorn Jandel, are you sleeping? He jumped, questioning himself. Huh? What? Then, he remembered with a groan. Oh, I gave her the key. He sat up, brushed off his coat, and stated clearly to the others. You arrived just in time. Misa left the beastkin girl bewildered. She blinked and asked, Huh? Suddenly, the savage reached out, gripped her wrist, pulled her closer, and said something quite ambiguous. I really need you. It left her blushing and terrified. Misa clutched her cheeks, her red tail wagging furiously from embarrassment. Now? Isn't it too bright out? Besides, I'm not ready yet. Before she could finish, Bjorn Jandel shattered her daydreams by shoving a stack of papers into her hands. Don't worry about it. Just use this. His response letter to the nobles left her looking crestfallen. Ah, a reply. They both sat at the work desk in the sun-drenched room. She held the pen, hesitating before she began. But then, filled with anxiety, she held up the letter and asked, Are you sure sending this to the nobles will be okay? Something might go wrong, you know. But Bjorn Jandel was incredibly confident. Of course. The savage scribbled away on the paper, feeling quite smug. This should be solemn enough. Meanwhile, the paper displayed a mess of misspelled words. I'm too busy. Go find another savage. Jandel. Bjorn Jandel finished, leaving Misa to sigh in resignation. Fine. As Misa sealed the letters with red wax, she asked curiously, While you're at it, tell me what happened yesterday. Please, just tell me. Seeing him remain silent, she urged him on. Why won't you say anything? Bjorn Jandel rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. I'm thinking. Give me a moment. The narration shifted to the regular meeting of their makeshift team, where everyone came to a consensus. All right, let's do that. At the same time, it was announced that there were 10 days left until the labyrinth opened. The narration explained the tense atmosphere. The dwarf had declared that he wouldn't be joining the expedition, leaving Hikuro the dwarf trembling in panic. If a dimensional collapse happens by any chance, wouldn't that be the end of everything? The narration clarified the situation. By the way, that wasn't just his opinion alone. As the bespectacled mage clicked his tongue in agreement, where there's smoke, there's fire, the archer nodded in concurrence. Considering the circumstances, I've decided it's best to sit this one out. This left Misa worried. She turned and asked, John, what will you do? The savage gave a sly, calculating smile, thinking to himself, to be honest, I could persuade him with information from the community, but there's no need. Bjorn Jandel felt smug. Actually, this turned out for the best. Looking at an image of the giant demon king holding a majestic sword, he told himself, come to think of it, it's been over 3 months since I visited the Red Fortress. In the initial playthroughs, clearing the first floor rift as soon as the cooldown ended was standard procedure. He narrowed his eyes and calculated carefully, but I can't just recklessly reveal how to open the rift like that. I'll just take Misa and focus on gathering essence. He then stated firmly to his companion, all right, we're going together this time. Just the two of us. Misa was startled, stuttering in confusion. What? Me too? Bjorn Jandel countered with his own logic. Did you think I was going alone? She lowered her head, flustered. That's not what I meant. The savage exposed her without mercy. It's obvious you don't want to go. Just look at your face. Misa turned away angrily, pouting. If you're that worried, why don't you just go by yourself? Good grief. You savage. The least you could do is ask nicely first. Don't you think so? Try speaking sweetly for once. Hearing this strange request, the savage broke into a cold sweat and stuttered. Sweetly? He fell into a deep, meditative state. Bjorn Jandel stiffened his body and awkwardly forced out the words, will you come with me? Misa immediately clutched her heart, beaming with a smile as she agreed instantly. So, I won't let you go alone. The savage just stared in confusion, wondering, does that actually work? Bjorn Jandel immediately shut down the conversation before the stunned eyes of the teammates around them. Anyway, that's decided. The narration cut cleanly to the next scene. This time, we are entering the rift. The narration opened with a new time frame. The next day, at the market, newspapers flew through the air amidst loud voices. Hot off the press, hot news. A crowd of dwarves and townspeople gathered to whisper about the notice. A royal proclamation stated that rumors of a dimensional collapse were completely false. The Taruran faction of the Magic Tower had been blinded by their own research and were intentionally spreading malicious rumors. The dwarf Hikuro excitedly ran up, knocked on the door, and called out, Bjorn, have you heard the news? Now we can explore the labyrinth together. But Bjorn blocked him, shutting the door firmly in his face. I've already accepted another request, so I can't do that. The wooden door slammed right into the poor dwarf's face, leaving him standing there scratching his head in bitterness. Misa, inside the room, asked curiously, an escort request? Since when did you take on that kind of job? She received a nonchalant answer from the savage. Don't worry about it, I just made it up, she gasped in surprise. Huh? Before he softly revealed the real plan. Actually, I have a plan to enter the rift during this expedition. Misa walked over, pointing at the pile of weapons on the table, excitedly guessing, how on earth could you enter the rift? Did you manage to find a way to enter from the library? Bjorn Jandel nonchalantly admitted, well, that's right. Hearing this, Misa hesitated and wondered, but why keep it a secret from Hikuro? Wouldn't it be better if we all went together? While the savage quietly wiped his sword, he suddenly asked a cryptic question. Misa, have you told anyone about making a contract with the spirit beast using the ice spirit ring? Misa opened her eyes wide, surprised, and asked back, huh? I haven't, have I? Bjorn Jandel narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, really? Not a single person? She shook her head firmly, retorting, you told me to keep it a secret. The savage nodded, satisfied. Right, I did say that. Bjorn frowned, posing a hypothesis. But what if it were Hikuro? Would he be able to keep that secret? Misa shuddered, imagining the scene of the drunken dwarf whispering. He might have blabbered about it after a few drinks. The savage continued to press her. What about Dwy or Rod Miller? The beastkin girl rubbed her chin and offered her assessment. Somehow, I feel like Dwy would let it slip even when sober. As for Rod Miller, I'm not too sure about him. Looking at the stern portrait of Rod Miller, the narration analyzed Bjorn Jandel's thoughts. Surprisingly, Misa's prediction matched his own thoughts. Except for Rod Miller, that man was actually the most predictable of them all. The image of Rod Miller, always following behind to watch over them, appeared. along with the savage's careful calculation. If it's Rod Miller, he would certainly keep this secret, but he would most likely ask suspiciously how I knew about it. Misa clapped her hands in excitement. Oh, so that's why you kept it a secret. But then she paused, looking blankly. Huh? Then what about me? She sat up, pointing a finger, questioning him curiously. Why did you tell me? Braun hesitated. The thing is, the narration revealed the real reason. There are a few reasons. Misa, you're surprisingly meticulous, and keep your mouth shut. But at the same time, Braun crossed his arms and nonchalantly confessed to his intricate trap. She was naturally terrible at lying, so just by asking her like that, I could confirm whether the secret had leaked. The narrator had to nod, but one word was enough. The beastman stared straight into her eyes, delivering a deadly sweet line. You're the one I trust. Misa blushed, beet red and hiccuped. Then, the beastkin girl flustered, fanning herself. Why did it suddenly get so hot? Bjorn Jandel calmly handed her a cup of water. Drink some. She stammered as she took it. I should drink, right? The narrator confirmed a new milestone. 8 days until the labyrinth opens. Bjorn Jandel smirked, calculating confidently. Looks like we're going to be pretty busy preparing for everything until then. The countdown hit 8 days. As the two walked down the street, Misa asked curiously, buying more gear? Bjorn Jandel shook his head to correct her. Not buying, enhancing. Their two weapons erupted with a dazzling blue electrical surge, along with a system notification. Your equipment has been infused with the power of lightning for a certain period. A portion of the damage dealt by the equipment will be converted into lightning attribute damage. Misa looked at the pile of sparkling treasures on the table, feeling the pinch, and said, High-grade potions, are you really going to buy such expensive stuff? Including lightning scrolls, lightning herbs, and high-grade potions? But Bjorn Jandel replied resolutely, I always like to stockpile. When the time comes to use them, she won't regret the money spent. The narrator added a heartbreaking detail for reference. The cost so far, about 2 million stones, had been paid from the joint account I set up with Misa earlier. Time moved to day 7 when the large beastman exclaimed, You really are a true warrior, earning 4 million stones in just 2 months. A glaring red light burst forth, accompanied by a series of system notifications. You have activated the 4th stage of the immortal imprint. Mental strength and soul power increased slightly. Mental stat increased by 40. Supernatural ability stat increased by 40. Continuing to day 6, when Bjorn Jandel sat motionless, checking his new stats, Misa brought over a basket of food and said, Go wash up, you should eat something. While he silently calculated, after checking the increase in soul power, he realized the duration of his enlarged skill had been extended by 1.5 times. Misa curiously suggested, Going to the library? Can I go with you? The beastman narrowed his eyes, looking at her with disdainful suspicion. You, the girl bristled and shouted in defense. What's with that look? Huh. I read books sometimes, you know? A shimmering magical light rose from the ancient book, making Misa tilt her head in confusion. Why this spell today? The beautiful librarian looked at him with serious intent, noticing that the special book was something I performed in secret, so I couldn't use it in front of others. Misa was left speechless, making Bjorn Jandel retort irritably. Then shouldn't you not have whispered what you just said to me either? The librarian sighed softly. Was it Jen? Please, just forget what you just heard. Bjorn Jandel was bewildered, thinking, what is this? And told himself to avoid trouble somehow. I don't want to think too deeply about this. Time ticked toward day 5, when the librarian sighed tiredly. It's finally over. Thank you for all your hard work. Bjorn Jandel replied calmly. Thank you for acknowledging it. The girl frowned in annoyance. Oh my God, seriously, the way you talk. Anyway, just don't go and die. The beastman handed the card back. Aren't you taking back the tower access card? But the librarian smiled and brushed it off. Just keep it. If anything happens, feel free to visit. Mr. Jandel, you always seem to get caught up in unusual situations, so I'll wonder how you're doing from time to time. Bjorn Jandel gave a curt nod. Understood. The narrator announced a decisive milestone, and when the young beastman cried emotionally to send him off, Son of Jandel, Bjorn, thank you for the advice on being careful with humans. Please protect your heart, I won't forget it, they shouted in unison. Good luck. Bjorn rested his chin on his hand, thinking smugly, I didn't expect them to thank me. Why are we beastmen so polite? The dwarf laughed, patting his shoulder in praise. Your juniors are definitely lucky to have such a great senior like you. The beastman turned his face away, acting cold to justify himself. I was just showing them the way. WKY, walking beside them, teased, Oh my God, don't be so shy. Bjorn Jandel turned to the dwarf and cautioned him carefully. Be careful. If someone acts kind to you, make sure to be suspicious of them. The dwarf laughed confidently. Do I look like those young beastmen to you? The beastman shrugged contemptuously to himself. To be honest, you kind of do. Riller, I'm counting on you. Rot Miller said his goodbyes clearly. Well, I should get going. Aren't you two coming in? Misa waved her hands awkwardly to make excuses. We haven't met our client yet. The dwarf nodded. Then we'll go in first. The mage spun his staff in preparation for teleportation and waved with a smile. See you tomorrow. Or maybe not. The narrator confirmed the time that had passed. 30 minutes later, when Misa asked impatiently, Bron, aren't we going in? She was coldly shut down by the beastman, who crossed his arms. Just wait, the girl pouted. Huh? Until when? He glared and scolded her. That's why rookies are like this. If I told you to wait, then just wait. Bron cracked a smug, triumphant smile under his iron helmet, thinking, I said it doubles the experience points. Then he signaled coldly. Now. Both of them stepped through the magical glowing area as system notifications appeared in succession. You have entered the first floor of the crystal cave. You have opened a portal for the first time. Misa jumped in shock, her mouth agape at the sight before her. This is a portal to the second floor? How? Bjorn Jandel casually carried a torch and pointed to his feet to explain. That's why, as the narrator quietly moved to a new segment, during the explanation, Misa felt dizzy, her head spinning as she muttered. A dimensional instability phenomenon? If you use that, it works like this? So, does that mean? The beastman could only shrug in defense. This principle is hard for me to explain too. I'm just using what I've learned. The beastkin girl suddenly pouted, sighing regretfully. Poor Rot Miller. Bjorn Jandel asked back, confused. Huh? Misa held her head, feeling deep empathy. If he found out there was a method like this, he'd feel incredibly empty. Just like how I felt after making a contract with a spirit beast using that ring. The beastman was left speechless, then nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's true. The narrator analyzed the psychological concern for their teammate. If Rot Miller discovered this easy cheat, he would certainly feel a huge sense of emptiness. Remembering his passionate confession, one day, through sheer effort, I'll be able to open a portal with my own two hands. That's my dream as an adventurer, the narrator adds softly, reflecting the quiet ambition he once revealed. He is truly sincere about his profession as an adventurer. A brilliant portal opens along with a system notification. You have entered the second floor stone desert, causing Bjorn Jandel to click his tongue in frustration. A stone desert? Why does it have to be this? We need to go through the eastern portal to reach the beast's den to collect the necessary magic stones. He sighs and turns away. It looks like we'll have to head back. The flickering light of the blazing torch guides the way, accompanied by a system notification. You have entered the first floor crystal cave. As Bjorn Jandel carefully checks his compass, we will walk east for 2 days from here. The narrator confirms 3 hours have passed, as sudden battles erupt, accompanied by system information displayed. Mud Doll, a level 9 monster, uses an assimilation stealth skill and can only be seen within a 3-kilometer radius. Misa pouts, picking up stones in her hand, and mutters, Ugh, catching it isn't the problem. Picking up the magic stones is what's annoying. The barbarian also sighs in frustration, thinking to himself, if only they were here, I wouldn't have to pick them up myself. Misa suddenly turns her head, alert, then quickly pulls her teammate's hand to warn him. Bron, someone is running toward us over there. She anxiously asks for the plan. What are you going to do? But Bjorn Jandel just coldly replies, not sure yet, while silently assessing the reality of the situation. If they've come this far in just 3 hours, looking at the group charging toward them with high intensity, Bron contemplates and concludes they are definitely running at full speed, leaving the opponent in the lead, wide-eyed and stunned. The hunters behind shout, urging them on, pick up the pace. The leader decisively replies, we will. Misa, standing on the side of the road, can only mutter in exhaustion, my goodness, you guys are already the fastest ones here. The barbarian whispers, the portal is already open. Anyway, Misa gazes admiringly at their backs. Their equipment is truly amazing. Wait, are those the items needed to open the portal? The barbarian knocks her on the head to remind her. What are you staring at? One day, we'll do the same. Let's go, she asks absent-mindedly. Us too? Then the narrator reveals her inner thoughts. We only just escaped being called mediocre adventurers recently, so that still doesn't feel real, does it? She chuckles while walking. When I think about it, you really have huge ambitions. Is it because you're a barbarian? The guy turns around, his face dark, and retorts, "Are you making fun of me?" Misa immediately gives him a light punch on the hip and laughs. "You idiot." She looks away, grinning brightly as she explains. I mean, it's really cool. Receiving the unexpected compliment, the barbarian awkwardly raises his hand to cover his mouth and clears his throat. The narrator teases the awkward, blushing atmosphere between the two. Misa is sometimes too blunt. Then, the narrator smiles and corrects himself, saying she acts as if she were a barbarian herself. Accompanied by the barbarian's newly updated status table, Physique 386.1, Spirit 238.3 plus 40, Supernatural Ability 342.4 plus 40, Equipment Level 967, Total Combat Power 1,208.55 plus 80, Essence Collected, Tier 7 Undead Golem, Guardian Vampire, Tier 5 Orc Hero. The narrator updates the time, 19 hours since the labyrinth opened. As adventurers pass by and stare at them, they whisper in admiration, "Did you see that thing just now? The size of that mace. Even the backpack looks like the expanded type." The passers-by wonder, confused, why people like that are still here. This makes Bjorn Jandel startle, his face turning serious as he reflects with apprehension. "I didn't consider this." The narrator clarifies the absurdity. "Well, that definitely looks strange. Obviously, we should be hunting on much higher floors, but we're at the entrance of the first floor." Seeing the barbarian suddenly smirk, Misa curiously asks, "Bron, why are you smiling all of a sudden?" Bron smiles nostalgically, just thinking about the old days, and reflects on the difficult memories from the beginning. "Honestly, I had to go through all sorts of hardships before meeting Wen." He glances at the smiling images of the two L sisters, thinking to himself warmly, "Ah, I wonder how she's doing lately. She has a wealthy sister, so she's probably doing fine." But he suddenly feels curious. She was the first companion he met in this world. Bron thinks to himself openly, "Maybe I'll visit her sometime." But he suddenly stops when he meets a hostile gaze from the person opposite him. "Huh? What is this?" He glares at the unfamiliar hunter with malice, feeling contemptuous. "My goodness, look at those eyes. I can feel the jealousy and greed radiating from that unpleasant stare. Still, to me, they are less of a threat than a goblin. Why do I feel more irritated the more I look at them?" This leaves him feeling confused. The tall barbarian steps forward to block the orange-haired hunter, coldly and loudly questioning, "Do you have something you want to say to me?" The other guy is terrified, stammering and waving his hands. "No, I didn't do anything." The barbarian immediately roars, threatening him. "Then why were you staring at me like that?" The guy shakes like a leaf, quickly bowing his head. "I'm sorry." Misa is completely bewildered and rushes over to stop him. "Bjorn Jandel, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? What did this guy even do wrong?" Then, remembering something, she mutters nervously, "Is this one of those things?" She remembers a similar situation with barbarians who like to start trouble on the street. "Honey, why are you starting trouble with people for no reason? Can you stop glaring at them?" The barbarian retorts irritably. "No, but that guy's eyes were particularly annoying. I'm telling you." Bron narrows his eyes at the orange-haired man in front of him, determined to confirm this, then asks coldly, "What's your name?" The other guy is sweating buckets, stammering in fear, "Hans." This makes the barbarian startled and confused, asking again, "Huh?" Bron frowns and shouts suspiciously, "Hans? Isn't it Han? Don't lie to me. Answer me properly. Are you really Hans?" This makes the guy panic and swear, "Yes, I really am Hans." Hearing that, Bron sighs in relief. "It's not Han? So that was really just my imagination? Thank goodness." But then the guy scratches his head, hesitating as he confesses, "Well, my original name was indeed Han, but since it's too common, I changed it." The barbarian immediately widens his eyes and shouts in astonishment, "What now?" The narrator's weary closing remark on the savage's absurdly sensitive instincts. "No wonder I find him so annoying." Bron leaned in, his face right up against his, snarling a warning. "Never go back to your original name. You'll keep living as Hans, got it?" The other guy just whimpered and nodded frantically. "Yes, I'll do that." But Misa suddenly cut in, panicked. "Look over there!" Bron flinched and swore. "Damn it!" he shouted. "Run!" His mind raced as the narrator revealed the dramatic turn of events. Only one thing in the dungeon could cause a phenomenon like that. A rift was about to open. While scrambling for his life, Bjorn Jandel muttered a sarcastic jab at the orange-haired guy. "So, once a Han, always a Han, huh?" he screamed inwardly, furious. Who would have thought that changing names wouldn't make any difference at all? The narrator explained the dungeon's rules. Normally, a rift takes at least 3 days to form naturally, but this was only the first day. That meant the savage gritted his teeth, realizing the bitter truth. Someone had beaten him to it, using the exact method he had planned to use himself. Damn it, how much effort did I waste preparing for this? Braun frowned, firing off a series of suspicious questions in his head. Who on earth could that be? A player, or just someone knowledgeable about this world? Just then, Misa yelled out, signaling, "Bjorn Jandel, over there," he replied decisively. "Yeah, I see it too." The narrator's firm voice urged action. "Whatever it is, we'll know as soon as we step inside." As the savage turned and shouted his teammate Misa's name, he reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her close. Braun raised his massive shield, roaring a warning. "Hold on tight," and the two of them dove straight into the glowing red magic of the rift. The system immediately chimed with a notification. Player has entered the first-floor rift. They landed in the middle of a vast, snow-covered plain, to the enthusiastic cheers of the hunting party's leader. A savage and a beastman, they both looked pretty reliable. The swordsman grinned and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you both. I'm Khan." "Next," the archer nodded. "I won't get in your way. I'm Muri Freed." And the petite girl with an axe spoke up timidly. "I'm Bjorn Jandel and Finn. I'll do my best not to be a burden." Faced with that, Braun puffed out his chest and used his fake name. "I'm Braun, son of Tho. This is Men. As you can see, we're together." Misa's eyes went wide with shock. "Huh?" The savage immediately gritted his teeth and whispered a threat in her ear. Huh? What is it? Stay focused." She quickly nodded, flustered. "Ah, I get it." Seeing the beast girl's face turn bright red, he pretended to be oblivious. Bjorn Jandel groaned inwardly. Was that really her blank expression? To prepare for the expedition, Braun folded his arms and took the lead, assigning roles. "I'm best at being a defender. What are you guys good at?" The girl, Bjorn Jandel, quickly responded, "I've been trained as a scout since I was a child and have absorbed the essence of the goblin R." Then Khan said clearly, "I mainly use a sword and shield. When working as a team, I usually take the vanguard role." As the savage secretly eyed them to gauge their strength, the woman was at a first-floor level, the man around the middle of the second. Still, Braun stroked his chin, observing them cautiously, his mind deep in thought. Two newcomers outside of the main force. Well, I expected as much. The situation here was different from the Blood City. In reality, once a rift forms, it usually lasts for 5 to 6 cycles. So, according to the city's time, it would take 5 to 6 months to happen naturally. In other words, because the cooldown hadn't been reset, the rift shouldn't have been accessible yet. Therefore, there shouldn't have been any mid to high-level adventurers left on the first floor. That was why, looking at the glowing red magical tier, the savage mused and calculated. If he followed his original plan and returned from the beast's den to open the back door after at least 3 days, he glanced at Misa and silently assessed the balance of power. The only ones who would have entered the rift were supposed to be just Misa and him. It should have been full of beginners, people who hadn't even set foot on the second floor. It was only because this was the first day that even that guy, Khan, was here. In that sense, the most suspicious one was, at that moment, Bjorn Jandel glanced at the big hunter with the bow on his back and gestured with his chin. "You, say something too, won't you?" The guy raised an eyebrow, challenging him back. "Are you talking to me?" In response, he patted his heavy crossbow, answering heroically. "As you can see." The savage narrowed his eyes, skeptically looking at the large crossbow. "A giant crossbow? I wonder if that thing actually fires?" While the other guy coldly questioned him back. "I want to know exactly how reliable you are. Isn't that something you should have said first?" Even so, Braun didn't back down, responding levelly. "I'm a level 6 adventurer and Men is level 7. We usually operate on the 4th floor," the cold archer announced. "I see. I'm level 5. Immediately after, Braun frowned and asked suspiciously, "Why is a level 5 adventurer here?" Only to be cut off by a killer retort. "Isn't that the same for you?" The savage thought to himself, annoyed. What's up with this guy? He always had something to say. To cover his tracks, Bjorn Jandel crossed his arms and made up a convincing excuse. "We used to be part of a team, but circumstances left only the two of us in the maze. We don't have a scout, so we're still on the first floor. But when we saw the rift open, we jumped in." Hearing that, the hunter narrowed his eyes, empathizing. What a coincidence. I'm in a similar situation. Well, it's been a while since I left my original team. Bjorn Jandel broke into a cold sweat, wondering, is this for real, or is he just talking big? The narrator helped Bjorn Jandel analyze the opponent's strength. "I wonder if a sturdy archer playing solo really exists. But looking at the guy's appearance and masculine attitude, it seemed plausible. If it weren't for this guy, No one else could reach the second floor and mine level 8 magic stones at this time. Furthermore, this also applied to the others, meaning, unless they were hiding their true power. All in all, the portrait cards of all 5 people flickered as a series of skeptical questions arose. Ah, but who entered first? The one who opened the rift? It happened too simultaneously. Are they all together? He kept worrying about the strange occurrences, and the narrator decisively concluded, "This feels just like a game of Mafia." After a moment of calculation, Braun stepped up and clearly took charge of dividing the benefits. "All right, that's decided then. Misa and I will each take a share, and the 2 of you will split 1 share. That's not a bad deal. We'll leave all the remaining essence for you 2. I'll take the Guardian Essence, but if any items with stats or rift stones drop, we'll roll dice against that bear guy." I wiped cold sweat from my forehead, sighing. I'm not very confident in luck-based games. The burly hunter rolled his shoulders, hoisted his crossbow, and gave a decisive order. "Let's get moving." Then, the team quickly lined up and started marching forward. He reminded them strictly, "Stick to the formation we agreed upon." Gazing at the magnificent, snow-white plains under the brilliant night sky, the narrator sighed in place of the savage's inner thoughts. After being in dark, gloomy places for so long, this scenery felt truly foreign. The sound of their boots stomping heavily on the ice and snow began to pave the way for the dangerous expedition ahead. Footsteps thundered against the cold, white snow, leading the group onward. Bjorn Jandel silently scanned his surroundings, carefully weighing his options in his head. By the way, the fact that someone else had already opened the rift I originally planned to visit was a small relief. It meant I could still use the items I had prepared. The narrative marked the passage of time 30 minutes later. A giant, fur-covered monster suddenly appeared, its roar shaking the ground. A system notification followed. Yeti, level 8, an elite Guardian-class monster that only appears in Glaciagon. Facing the terrifying creature, the girl Bjorn Jandel timidly stammered, "Do we have to defeat that thing to get inside?" But the Beastkin guy calmly theorized, "In a rift, the path is usually where the monsters are." The savage couldn't help but nod in agreement. That was a real gamer's answer. Still, the narrator added a note of growing suspicion. Right after that, Brian coldly turned to the 2 rookies and instructed, "Don't get in the way and die for nothing, you 2. Stay back." Cal was worried and asked, "Are you sure it's okay?" Only to receive a blunt nod. "Fine." Preparing for battle, the big archer adjusted his heavy crossbow, declaring clearly, "Then I'll take the lead." He planted his feet, aimed his heavy crossbow with professional precision. The hunter's eyes narrowed, locking onto the giant target ahead, without hesitation. A bolt tore through the wind with a shrill whistle, carrying immense force as it slammed into the enemy. The horrific impact sent flesh and blood splattering everywhere, leaving the giant monster only enough time to let out a pained roar before collapsing. Seeing this, the archer clicked his tongue, lowered his crossbow, and coldly assessed the situation. As expected, it was blocking our path. While the Yeti writhed in pain, clutching its wound and screaming violently, Bjorn Jandel watched, silently noting that none of the arrows had missed. Was that a homing shot skill? However, the archer simply turned his back, yielding the spot. "You guys take care of the rest." It left the 2 rookies with question marks over their heads. The savage, meanwhile, nodded in admiration. Truly a professional adventurer. His calculations were sharp. Bronn stood with his shield held high, glaring at the growling monster, thinking to himself, "Well, it's better this way if we want to avoid any disagreements later." As the monster charged madly, Bronn raised his shield and rushed head-on, staring the monster down. Cow's eyes widened in shock, and he yelled, "Wait, you're charging straight at it?" Meanwhile, the girl Genya could only hold her breath, her heart skipping a beat as she watched. The Yeti's brutal stomp sent tremors through the frozen ground. A lethal slash ripped through the night, blood spraying red across the white snow. A massive physical collision erupted between the wild savage and the giant snow beast. In response, Bronn shouted the command for their coordinated attack. Misa heard the order. She leaped high into the air, answering firmly, "Yes, sir," and dove straight toward the target below. She plunged her twin daggers deep into the giant monster's blood-red eyes, sending black blood splattering. As the Beastkin girl landed lightly, the system immediately chimed. Yeti defeated. Exp. 3. Bjorn Jandel turned back to look at his teammates, his face stern and cold as he demanded, "How was that? Did you see it? That's what I'm talking about." He poked fun, gesturing toward Misa. "My cat's skills are top-notch," the narrator added with a touch of amusement. Now that you know, seeing the trio of hunters gaping in fear, Bjorn Jandel smugly warned himself, "Never get caught." The narrator finished with a chuckle. Mafia. The hunter smirked, smiling knowingly as he offered praise. You two work pretty well together, don't you? Another roar of defeat echoed, accompanied by a system notification. You have defeated an ice wolf. Exp. 1. After that small battle ended, the narrator recounted the next stage of their journey. Afterward, we entered the stone cave and killed countless ice wolves. The savage calculated pragmatically. Well, that's because they're the only things that spawn on the first floor. Sharp blades and claws sliced through the air, cutting down the pack of ice wolves that were charging madly. Watching the wolves fall one by one, Bjorn Jandel thought arrogantly, well, Misa and I did most of the work here anyway. Still, he glanced over to assess the burly hunter behind him. Well, that bear guy managed to take out a few ice wolves too, he mused, scrutinizing the man's skill set. His attacks are heavy, but he doesn't have any area of effect damage, does he? Watching his teammates quietly scout the path ahead, Bjorn Jandel shook his head with a smirk. As expected, none of them stepped up, he thought, reciting the secret route in his memory. When the pillar appears, go left, left, right, left, straight for 7 times, and then left. If you know this path, you can clear this floor in under an hour. Still, the narrator hit him with a cold, harsh remark. She couldn't have failed to memorize it by heart. The barbarian narrowed his eyes, calculating with suspicion. It seemed like one of two things. Either that mafia guy wasn't a player at all, or he was just pretending not to know. Just as he looked down at the dark, daunting passage, Bjorn Jandel decisively pushed past him. I'll go first. Move aside. The heavy thud of his footsteps echoing through the deep, dark corridor made him frown, lost in thought. Yet the narrator couldn't help but tease the savage's greedy nature. Are we really going to pass up the hidden reward inside that pillar? As Bjorn Jandel reasoned with himself. Well, even if they knew, they wouldn't do something so obvious. They could always come back and claim it alone later. Upon entering, Misa excitedly cheered at the new region. We've gone quite deep, but it seems brighter here. Then Bjorn Jandel chimed in with great delight. No, trông cậu đẹp thật đấy. Misa cũng cười tít mắt phụ họa. Ồ, thật sao? Cô bé cầm rìu tò mò chỉ vào thứ đó, hỏi với vẻ thích thú. Nhưng cái thứ trông như cột trụ kia là gì thế? Cô bé ngạc nhiên thốt lên, đôi mắt mở to đầy phấn khích. Nó bắt đầu phát sáng khi tôi chạm vào này. Ngay lập tức, gã cùng. Thu áp mưu điềm tĩnh bước tới, giải thích với vẻ đầy kinh nghiệm. Sao cô lại ngạc nhiên thế? Dù sao thì nó cũng chỉ là một chiếc chìa khóa thôi mà. Cô nàng tròn xoe mắt hỏi lại. Một chiếc chìa khóa sao? Gã thản nhiên đính chính thêm về quy luật. Sau khi vài con quái vật xuất hiện, con đường sẽ mở ra. Bjorn nghe vậy khẽ nhếch mép, châm chọc đầy kiêu ngạo. Lại nữa rồi, các ngươi cứ thể hiện tư duy điển hình của một game thủ. Rồi hắn lạnh lùng phân tích sự thật phũ phàng. Cậu không sai, nhưng ở đây không chỉ có vài con quái vật đâu. Con trùm cuối sẽ xuất hiện ngay tại đây đây. Mặt đất bỗng rung chuyển dữ dội, chấn động cả tâm can cùng thông báo hệ thống đầy đe dọa hiện lên. Kẻ bạo chúa bị phong ấn từ lâu đã thức tỉnh. Bjorn bình thản đón nhận thử thách, nhưng dĩ nhiên sẽ có những đợt quái vật nhỏ hơn xuất hiện trước. Hệ thống đưa ra cảnh báo u ám. Những dã thú cổ đại đã cảm nhận được sự hiện diện của kẻ bạo chúa vừa tỉnh giấc sau giấc ngủ dài. Cô nàng Bjorn Jandel hoảng loạn lắp bắp hỏi. Chúng ta nên làm gì đây? Áp Mu vã mồ hôi hột. Thu nhận. Tôi không ngờ mọi chuyện lại thành ra thế này. Bjorn Jandel lập tức ra chỉ đạo dứt khoát. Hãy hướng về phía những bậc thang đi, sẽ dễ phòng thủ hơn ở đó. Tiếng gầm rú đinh tai nhức óc vang lên khi lời dẫn bình tĩnh nhậm tính. Trong đợt đầu tiên, khoảng 20 con sói băng sẽ tràn vào. Lời dẫn tiếp tục phân tích diễn biến dồn dập. Từ đợt thứ 2 trở đi, các quái vật cấp 8 sẽ bắt đầu xuất hiện từng chút một. Khi Misa và Bjorn đang tả xung hữu đột giữa bầy sói. Ngay lập tức, Misa hét lên cảnh báo đồng đội, hãy cẩn thận. Một bóng người bằng băng khổng lồ hiện ra khiến Bjorn Jandel sửng sốt hỏi. Một con golem băng sao? Hắn lập tức ra lệnh. Thứ đó tỏa ra hào quang làm chậm cấp cao. Chúng ta cần phải đập nát nó ngay khi thấy. Để chuẩn bị khai chiến. Bjorn gầm vang tiếng thét trận mạc quen thuộc rồi lao thẳng lên phía trước không chút do dự. Cú nện sấm sét của chiếc chùy gai đập nát vụn con quái vật băng giá. Đồng thời, thông báo hệ thống vang lên. Bạn đã tiêu diệt một golem băng. Điểm kinh nghiệm cộng 2. Lúc này, một thực thể lông trắng khổng lồ xuất hiện phía trước, khiến dã nhân khựng lại đề phòng khi lời dẫn đưa ra thông tin cực kỳ nguy hiểm. Katumba, chúa tể của những cánh đồng tuyết. Cấp độ trùm. Đây là biến thể vượt trội của Yeti, có khả năng sử dụng năng lực từ những thực thể khác. Con quái thú gầm lên rung trời chuyển đất đi kèm thông báo khẩn cấp từ hệ thống. Katumba, chúa tể của những cánh đồng tuyết đã thi triển áp chế. Trong khi tầm nhìn mờ đi vì áp lực kinh người, Bjorn Jandel thầm nhớ lại đầy căm hận. Việc mình từng dính kỹ năng này, bởi vài kẻ đột kích trước đây, Cùng lúc hệ thống báo tin u ám, nhân vật của bạn đã rơi vào trạng thái áp chế. Bjorn Jandel hoảng hốt kêu lên, cái gì thế này? Rồi gồng mình rên rỉ đầy bất lực. Tại sao cơ thể mình lại? Trong khi dã nhân thầm phân tích chiến thuật, biện pháp đối phó rất đơn giản, hoặc là bị trúng đòn mỗi khi cậu dừng lại, hoặc là phía bên kia, Misa đang nghiến chặt răng rên rỉ đau đớn, máu rỉ ra nơi khóe môi. Khi dã nhân liếc nhìn, rồi tự rút ra bài học kinh nghiệm, hắn cắn mạnh vào lưỡi mình giống như Misa để duy trì trạng thái chảy máu. Bjorn Jandel bình thản siết chặt chùy gai, ngạo nghễ nghĩ thầm đây thực dụng, hoặc là giống như tôi, cộng dồn chỉ số kháng phép. Cùng lúc, hệ thống liên tục hiện thông báo đầy kiêu hãnh, kháng phép của nhân vật của bạn đã vượt ngưỡng nhất định, bạn hoàn toàn kháng lại hiệu ứng. Dã nhân gầm vang tiếng thét xé rách màn đêm, rồi lao thẳng lên trước như một mũi tên thần tốc đi kèm dòng thông báo. Nhân vật của bạn đã sử dụng bộc phát hoang dã, nhìn bóng lưng thu lớn xông pha giữa trung vây quái vật dữ tợn. Misa bất lực thét gào lo lắng. Nếu cậu tự mình đi theo đường đó, cậu định làm cái quái gì thế hả? Con đầu sỏ Katumba điên cuồng phun ra luồng khí lạnh thấu xương, đi kèm dòng thông báo kịch tính của hệ thống. Katumba, chúa tể của những cánh đồng tuyết đã thi triển, phun trào băng giá, chắn chiếc khiên thép trước luồng bão tuyết cuồng bạo. Bjorn Jandel nheo mắt gồng mình chịu đựng, mình đau nhức thật đấy, nhưng cậu lập tức vung chùy, giáng thẳng một đòn sấm sét bạo liệt, gầm vang đắc thắng. Mọi thứ khác đều ổn cả. Đòn đánh chí mạng ghim thẳng vào cơ thể quái thú, khiến nó chỉ biết gào thét cuồng nộ trong đau đớn tột cùng, đường chém rạch đôi gió tuyết, xé toạc lớp phòng ngự kiên cố của chúa tể cánh đồng tuyết. Máu tươi bắn xối xả, nhuộm đỏ cả nền tuyết lạnh lẽo sau cú dứt điểm chuẩn xác. Con bạo chúa khổng lồ lao tới gầm rú trong tuyệt vọng, trước khi hoàn toàn bị đông cứng, rồi vỡ vụn thành trăm mảnh, khiến cậu la lên một tiếng. Chợt, gã cung thủ áp mu dương nó, hét lớn cảnh báo đồng đội, khi con quái thú điên cuồng lao tới. Nếu không muốn chết, hãy nhanh chóng chạy đi chỗ khác. Đi kèm loạt thông báo ma pháp từ hệ thống. Apmu đã thi triển cường hóa. Hiệu quả của các kỹ năng kích hoạt tiếp theo sẽ tăng lên tỷ lệ thuận với lực lượng linh hồn. Gã thợ săn nheo mắt. Khóa. Chặt mục tiêu đầy sát khí cùng dòng thông báo. Apmu đã thi triển. Vật chất nguy hiểm. Mũi tên mang theo luồng độc chất đen kỳ quái khủng khiếp rạch đôi không khí. Bắn đi vun vút với kinh lực không thể cản phá. Misa và Bjorn đứng quan sát từ xa, nín thở chứng kiến sức mạnh hủy diệt từ đòn đánh của gã cung thủ. Con quái thú trúng đòn chỉ kịp trợn từ đôi mắt đỏ ngầu đầy kinh hoàng trước khi cơ thể nổ tung. Sau đó, vẻ sáng ma thuật tan biến đi kèm dòng thông báo tiền thưởng từ hệ thống khi tiêu diệt một loài biến thể vượt trội, điểm kinh nghiệm +1. Sức công phá khủng khiếp khiến bầy sói băng xung quanh nổ tung la liệt, làm lời dẫn kinh ngạc thốt lên. Vậy ra nó cũng quét sạch mọi quái vật trong phạm vi nhất định sao? Misa trợn tròn mắt, há hốc mồm thảng thốt kêu lên. Đó là loại mũi tên gì thế? Apmu cũng toát mồ hôi hột, thầm kinh ngạc nghĩ bụng. Mình cứ tưởng đó là một đòn tấn công đơn mục tiêu với sát thương cực đại thôi chứ. Vẫn chưa hết bàng hoàng, hệ thống lại sáng lên thông báo chói lọi. Đòn tấn công diện rộng AOE. Gã cung thú Apmu nhăn nhó lầm bầm. Chết tiệt, vẫn còn nữa sao? Làn khói trắng mờ ảo bốc lên khi những phần xác của bầy sói băng dần tan biến vào hư không sau cú nổ. Lời dẫn bình thản nhận xét. Thực ra tôi cũng không chắc nó có đủ tiêu chuẩn là một đòn tấn công diện rộng hay không, nhưng dù sao đi nữa, nhờ gã tô xác kia, bung hết sức, đợt thứ 9 đã kết thúc dễ dàng. Ngay sau đó, lời dẫn tiếp tục dồn dập. Và nhờ vậy, chúng ta đã có cơ hội sớm để thanh toán sổ sách, trong khi ánh sáng rực rỡ hiện ra khiến mọi người thốt lên. Đó là một viên tinh hoa. Gã cung thủ nhún vai bình thản. Nhận được 2 cái cùng lúc, đúng là may mắn thật. Tôi không hứng thú nên mấy người cứ tự chia nhau đi. The rookie couple was hurried and excited, but they were instantly stopped by a firm word from Bjorn Jandel. Hold it. The beastman pointed ahead, coldly dividing the loot. You two handle that. I don't care about that essence, whether it's from an ice wolf or a saber-toothed tiger, while casually picking up the shimmering essence. We'll take this one instead. Lamb Cat stammered. Is that a Yeti essence? She was met with an icy glare. That's right. Is there a problem? Ken frantically waved his hands. No way. Of course not. Bjorn Jandel cut him off bluntly. Then there's no problem at all. If you feel bitter about it, just get stronger. Isn't that how it works? The tense atmosphere was broken as Misa ran over, her tail wagging happily. Congratulations, Bjorn Jandel. Now you'll become even stronger, she chirped, leaving the beast man staring blankly with a huge question mark on his face. Bjorn casually pressed the essence into Misa's hand like it was candy. What are you talking about? This is yours. The beastkin girl's eyes went wide. Huh? You're giving it to me? The guy frowned and repeated his usual line. Yeah, is there a problem? Misa blushed, her fingers fidgeting together as she hesitantly confessed. Well, it's not that I don't want it actually. I really want it. But then, she looked up with a cautious expression. I just wanted to be sure. Don't get me wrong. Bjorn Jandel sighed. Just ask whatever you want. Misa started timidly. So how much money do I owe you if I take this? Misa's innocent question hit Bjorn Jandel like a lightning bolt. His face darkened as he muttered, stunned. What did you say? Misa still awkwardly explained. Well, essences aren't usually cheap. Meanwhile, voices calling, Bjorn Jandel. Are you even listening? Echoed in the beast man's ears, making him cry bitter tears inside. What kind of person does she think I am? Ignoring Bjorn Jandel's wounded pride, the system casually introduced the Yeti item, a level 7 monster. Its essence came with decent stats, the voice analyzing it like an expert. Yeti essence. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, bone hardness plus 15, cold resistance plus 25, cold sensitivity plus 15. First off, it has top-tier defensive stats like bone hardness and cold resistance. Plus, with the cold sensitivity bonus, this is definitely something you can use for years. The analysis went deeper. Sensitivity stats are key for elemental damage dealers. It amplifies the power of that element. While Misa kept nagging, please, just tell me what it's worth, Bjorn Jandel felt a twinge of jealousy. She's so lucky. Look at that. It's blue right from the start. The Beastman calculated pragmatically. The passive is the same regardless of color, so put that aside. Passive skill, chilling. All attacks deal extra cold damage, and targets hit will have their cold resistance reduced. Active skill, cold condensation, temporarily boosting cold sensitivity. That's exactly the active skill I was hoping for. In terms of potential, nothing beats this. This skill will shine brightly in the later stages. Seeing Misa still babbling about the price, Bjorn clicked his tongue in regret, thinking, if the base stats were better, this could even be an endgame essence. If only the Yeti were a level 5 monster. It's really a game where useless things are perfectly balanced. Just then, Misa suddenly grabbed Bron's trembling wrist, startling him. Huh? With tears in her eyes, Misa whined. How much does it cost? Why are you dragging it out? Bron was speechless, muttering, what the hell is wrong with her? Still stuck on this? Bron sighed, acting like a captain. Don't worry about the money. That kind of splitting only happens with people who just met and go their separate ways. Misa blushed bashfully. Does that mean our relationship is? While the practical guy thought to himself, for a safe, adventuring life, I should at least invest this much, even as she kept moaning. So I really have to eat this thing? The Beastman urged her on with a deadpan face. What are you hesitating for? Just having you by my side is enough, making Misa's face turn red as a tomato. She stammered, hearing you say that makes me grateful, but why do you say such weird things? Giving up, she shut her eyes tightly, mustered her strength to crush the glowing essence, and shouted shyly, I don't know anything anymore. Immediately, a deep blue magical aura enveloped the Beastkin girl, followed by a solemn system notification. Misa Kasten has absorbed the Yeti essence. Misa shivered, looking at her hands and whispering, is it because it's been 2 years? This feeling is so strange. Bjorn Jandel turned away, calmly replying, you'll get used to it soon. Before turning to the rookie couple standing in the corner, he asked coldly, so, have you two decided what to do yet? The swordsman, Can, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. We've decided that neither of us will use this. Bjorn Jandel nodded in agreement. Bjorn Jandel was so stunned that 3 huge exclamation points appeared in his mind. The Beastman narrowed his eyes at the 2 idiots, his voice full of disbelief. You're going to waste an essence you just got? And you're newbies too? Hearing this, Can frantically waved his arms to explain. It's because, obviously, Bjorn Jandel saw this essence drop from an ice wolf. And if it's an ice wolf essence, I don't think it would suit me at all. Bjorn Jandel helplessly clutched his forehead and retorted. And what the hell do you know about ice wolves? He muttered to himself. They aren't even that famous. While the young man replied innocently, well, not really, but it's only a level 9 essence, so I thought maybe a better one would appear later. The Beastman could only let out a sigh of frustration. I see. Bjorn Jandel squinted at the 2 of them, pondering. That's a bit suspicious, but I can't judge accurately just by their reactions. This rift has a very high essence drop rate. Before asking, how about you? Bjorn Jandel smiled sheepishly and explained, well, removing an essence is expensive, so I don't think I should make that mistake again. Bjorn Jandel remembered the frustrating info. Right, she's a swordsman, but she consumed an archer elf's essence. The Beastman clicked his tongue, muttering his calculations. If one of them had taken the essence, I would have ruled them out from being part of the mafia. However, neither took it, and their answers were basically perfect. Bjorn Jandel broke into a sweat, glancing around and cursing under his breath. Damn it, they aren't on the same side, are they? As a timid voice cut through the silence, interrupting his train of thought, he wondered if it was all over. Before anyone could even catch their breath, Misa looked up in horror and shouted a warning to Tran Han, who was cracking under the pressure. Above us, Nian, as soon as the warning echoed, a massive, razor-sharp claw tore through the thick ice above their heads with terrifying force. Through the fissure, a colossal white wolf monster descended upon the middle of their formation, radiating a savage aura. Misa stumbled back in a panic, crying out, "A werewolf?" But she was quickly brushed aside by the archer. "It's too huge to be just a werewolf, it's even holding a weapon," Bjorn Jandel stated calmly. "Of course," the narrator remarked coolly. "It's the final boss. But we'll be dealing with this guy a little later." As the system flashed red, the tyrant Tarunbas roared in rage at the intruders. The beast slammed down onto the ground, triggering a death skill accompanied by cold, system-generated text. Tyrant Tarunbas has used frozen destruction. The ice beneath them shattered instantly, sending the entire group falling into the abyss amidst screams of terror. As every foothold vanished, desperate cries echoed through the empty air, and the scene plunged into the deep, dark void. The narrator's voice slowly chimed in like a formal declaration. Now it is time for Chapter 3. A series of system notifications slammed down like a sledgehammer. Player has entered a special area. Environmental effect. Ice cave applied. Status effect. Hypothermia applied. Agility stat significantly reduced. Ice elemental damage taken is doubled. With a splash, Bronze surfaced from the bone-chilling water, gasping for air. The barbarian struggled to toss his shield onto the bank, coughing violently as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn, this miserable buggy patch. Recalling the bitter roots of his situation, the narrator sighed. In the game, you'd just have to wait through the dungeon and stone loading screen, and you'd start Chapter 3 already out of the water, though you'd start with less HP. Sitting on a stone platform and rubbing his aching head with a listless expression, Bjorn Jandel bitterly realized the truth. So that's why you start this chapter with less HP. Every part of my body hurts from being tossed around like a rag doll underwater. Just as he was about to moan and consider taking a break, Misa came running over, breathless and frantic. Bjorn Jandel, are you okay?" Nian made him click his tongue. It seemed a break wasn't in the cards. Bjorn forced himself up and turned to the beastkin girl. "Yeah, I'm fine. What about you?" Misa replied. "Oh, I'm okay." She glanced at the others, who were also battered, and checking on each other. "Are you all right?" On the other side, the archer had calmly started a roaring fire, calling out, "Hey, if you're awake, come over here." Misa's eyes widened in surprise. "Do you always carry firewood around with you?" Nian, the archer, calmly warmed his hands by the fire and replied, "Yeah, I travel solo everywhere." Bjorn Jandel silently judged him. "So, it's definitely true that he's a solo player." Thick blankets were distributed in silence, broken only by the sound of shivering, but the rookie duo and Bjorn Jandel were wrapped tight, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. "It's strangely cold here," one added. "She's right. I don't feel any warmth at all," even though they were sitting right next to the fire. Bjorn narrowed his eyes in deep thought. "Then this must be a special area." Misa tilted her head, curious. "A special area? You mean like the witch's forest?" Nian calmly explained. "The cold is one thing, but the fact that my body feels stiff is completely irrational." Misa looked bewildered. "Is it that cold?" Nian replied. "I don't feel anything." Bjorn Jandel pouted. "That's because your cold resistance must be at least 40. You wouldn't feel the cold unless it was truly extreme." Seeing Bron's contemplative look, Misa moved closer, worried. "Are you that cold?" Nian, but he just shook his head calmly. "I'm fine. It's just a bit chilly, but it's not enough to be painful." The barbarian's excessive calmness made Misa scratch her head in confusion. "I don't understand what you're saying." Nian forced Bjorn Jandel to explain in a brutally practical way. "I mean, my body is shivering from the cold, but it doesn't actually hurt." Realizing the rigid mindset of his teammate, Misa sighed helplessly, silently scolding this foolish barbarian. Nian didn't hesitate, and she generously spread her blanket, her face turning red as she waved him over. "Then come over here, you'll feel better." Nian was pulled into the cramped blanket. Bjorn Jandel's face turned bright red, thinking, what on earth is going on? Meanwhile, across the way, the bearded hunter calmly turned his head, whistling loudly, making the barbarian sweat even more. I couldn't have misinterpreted this situation, because even that bear of an uncle is whistling. The narrator shifted the scene neatly. We decided the area was safe and set up camp to rest for the night. As Bjorn Jandel resolutely grabbed his gear and turned away, he muttered to himself, "We'll sleep over there," staying vigilant. "I can't sleep with this group until I know who the Mafia is." Seeing the two leave the warm fire, a worried voice called out, "It's going to be freezing, isn't it?" But Misa answered confidently, "We have our own firewood, Nien, even though there isn't much of it." Beside the small, flickering fire they had started, the beast-kin girl kindly instructed, "Bron, you sleep first, Nien." But instead of lying down, Bron stared intensely at the fire, his voice dropping low. "I have something I need to tell you first." Misa looked puzzled. "What is it?" Nien, the barbarian, lowered his voice to probe. "Does anyone among those three look suspicious to you?" Misa brought a hand to her lips, pondering. "Now that I think about it, there is one thing." Nien, after listening to Misa mumble every detail, felt a sinister smile tug at the corner of Bjorn Jandel's mouth. "I see. Good work." Across the darkness of the cold stone cave, Bron's eyes were sharp as daggers, locking onto the group on the other side of the fire. He concluded coldly, "So that's it. So it was that guy, huh?" All plans were temporarily put on hold as the narrator decisively picked up the pace. 6 hours later, they continued the expedition, traversing the narrow, icy path. A voice of relief echoed. "It's a relief that it seems there's only one way forward." Even though some complained that it was quite winding, the decision was made. "In this place, we just need to follow the main route." The narrator calmly explained the battle mechanics. "You just need to defeat the level 8 monsters jumping out from the ice walls." Misa surged forward with determined, fiery eyes, ready to swing her sword at anything in her path. The narrator continued to provide extremely practical information. "By the way, most of the monsters appearing here are level 8, but the difficulty of this place is even higher than the blood-stained castle, where level 7 knights appear." A cold system notification appeared. Status effect: hypothermia. When a character lacks cold resistance, their agility drops by up to 30 points, and all ice elemental damage taken is doubled. Just as he shouted, Confrin carefully realized that the impact from the attacks felt much worse due to this debuff, suddenly waking up to the reality of the situation. "Ah, no wonder this is what it feels like to be in a special zone." Looking over the destruction from above, Bjorn Jandel glanced back, sighing in frustration. "Good grief, what are they even whining about?" The wild man swung his steel shield to block a massive icicle crashing down, coldly thinking to himself, "They'd be better off not being here at all." The scene shifted abruptly. 4 hours later, when faint shadows appeared within the ice walls, everyone began to murmur. It was definitely an ice orc. Its skin was pale white, leaving Can confused. An ice orc? But he was immediately reassured by the archer. "Don't worry, it's only a level 7 monster." Bjorn Jandel stammered in a panic. "Are we going to have to fight them too?" While the assassin smirked, confidently answering with smug satisfaction, the hunter added, with a sharp, meaningful glint in his eyes, "I suspect there's a reason they appeared here." The surrounding ice walls cracked violently as the pack of monsters went berserk, breaking the seals to burst out. The aggressive orc pack swarmed in like a tornado, causing the archer to click his tongue in annoyance. "Man, they aren't even giving us a moment to get a good look at them, are they?" Contrasting with the new recruit's panic, Bron commanded clearly, "Don't panic, regroup into formation," then added, calculatingly, "Doing that will make it easier for Misa to keep an eye on you all." Can quickly obeyed. The giant monsters raised their heavy hammers, ready to strike down, amidst Bjorn Jandel's shrill scream. "They're coming!" Facing the brutal enemy, Bjorn Jandel's gaze remained coldly calculating. Misa. I don't know what his goal is. Despite the bone-jarring blow from the enemy, he continued to deduce. Perhaps he just wanted to clear out this branch and is completely innocent. However, bracing himself against the attack and carefully plotting an exit, he thought, "I need to be prepared for any other possibility." Squinting to observe the chaos around him, he stayed vigilant. This would be the perfect moment for him to pull something if he wanted to. He made up his mind as he saw the monster lift its club, ready to smash down. Therefore, I will hide my true strength, just in case the worst happens. At the same time, the swordsman was helplessly knocked away by the monster, crying out in pain. Seeing Misa still standing guard behind him, the mysterious man smirked and asked, "Why are you still standing there instead of running to your lover?" Misa replied calmly and instantly, "Who knows what might pop out from behind us? Nien and he aren't my lovers." "Nien," the man muttered. "Not yet." Eavesdropping on the conversation, he thought smugly. "That's why I told Misa not to move forward." The swordsman panted in terror, while the female mage stared blankly ahead and spoke softly. Regardless, the mafia man gritted his teeth in frustration, preparing to act. "Those guys are useless. Looks like I'll have to take care of this myself. Accompanied by a thunderous, blinding roar, the system notification appeared. Von Oof has summoned the Iron Bear, Iratun. Thumping footsteps echoed. Bjorn Jandel assessed the situation with surprise. I had no idea he was a summoner. The giant iron bear swung its sharp, ferocious claws, slapping the ice orc square in the face. The monster's head shattered under the horrific power. Bjorn Jandel immediately understood. So, that's how he can play solo despite being an archer. He glanced at the beast effortlessly dominating the battlefield, judging. In that case, he might clear this whole place out before the mafia guy can pull anything, while subtly adjusting his stance to block an enemy's hammer blow. Changing his act, he thought. Then I'll move to plan B. Instantly, Bjorn used the force of the blow to fake a mortal wound, stumbling back, falling, and groaning. Seeing their invincible wild man captain get knocked away so easily, Ken stared with wide eyes, mouth agape in confusion. Huh? The 1,000-pound hammer struck down, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing the horrific scene, Ken screamed in agony. Bjorn! The wild man's sturdy body flew like a fallen leaf, crashing hard onto the cold ice floor. The beastkin girl stood frozen, her eyes wide and tear-filled, brimming with fear. The scene hung in silence, and a quiet train of thought echoed. In short, the wild man lay sprawled on the ground, assessing the situation. The combination of my helmet, bone density, and natural recovery saved my head, he thought, clicking his tongue as he concluded, just a light tap, while continuing to play dead convincingly. He silently entrusted the task. Right, just as planned, I leave the rest to you. Misa, the new recruit, frantically ran over, screaming, Are you okay? Ken desperately stood in front of the giant ice Oros, stuttering a roar to block its path. Stop. But before the swordsman could even act, a fiery red arrow imbued with destructive power pierced the monster's head. The new recruit was stunned, blurting out, Huh? Just as the system calmly reported, You have killed an ice orc warrior. EXP +3. In the distance, the ice orc mage frantically condensed a massive dark orb, carrying a suffocating magical pressure. Facing the destructive flow of mana, Misa screamed in panic, Run! As soon as she finished, the hunter immediately drew his crossbow, locking onto his target as the cold system notification chimed. App Uckfried has activated hazardous material. The beast mage wasn't holding back, immediately countering with absolute defensive magic. Ice Orc Mage has activated Steel Ice Wall. The toxic arrow collided, sparking against the reinforced ice wall and creating a magical explosion that shook the entire cave. But immediately after, a second arrow tore through space, pinning itself right into the middle of the mage's forehead, killing it on the spot. The system notification rang out again. You have killed an Ice Orc Mage. EXP +3. This left Can stunned as she thought. At this rate, he'll wipe them all out with just 3 arrows. Is this the power of a 5-star archer, all while still playing dead? Lone smiled smugly to himself. Just when my plan to make the situation harder seemed useless, he suddenly stopped, realizing, so, that's the number of souls. Now we can proceed with the plan. What? The new recruit swordsman, Gensia, suddenly broke into a ghostly smile, the sword in her hand changing color and glowing, accompanied by a system notification. Character has activated weapon swap. Her smile became even more twisted as the system constantly alerted. Character has activated Beast Footsteps, gaining high-level stealth along with a massive speed boost for 3 seconds. She lunged forward like an assassin's shadow, activating her next critical skill. Character has activated Vengeful Strike. The narration announced the extreme danger of the skill chain. The first strike gains massive piercing and slicing power, applying a bleeding status. Meanwhile, the archer, Am, was still unaware that death was closing in. A razor-sharp blade ruthlessly pierced the hunter's chest from behind. Fresh blood gushed out, staining the icy floor red. Bjorn Jandel smirked and whispered to the victim, Thanks, this is worth at least 30 million stones. As Am collapsed and groaned, Bjorn Jandel gloated inwardly. Finally, the mafia had started to act. Having lost the master's control, the steel-clad bear immediately vanished into thin air, leaving the monsters bewildered. A notification chimed that the summon for the Iron Bear, Iadun, had been cancelled, not letting the assassin gloat or pull her sword out. A vial of dark poison flew through the air, shattering right above Gensia's head, leaving her dazed and shrieking in pain. Forget it, she stammered, cursing. What the hell? What did you do to me? M stepped back and shouted a signal. Right now, Bjorn Jandel, the one who had been playing dead, sprang up like a vengeful god. He prepared to smash his flame-engulfed spiked mace onto the traitor's head, accompanied by an imposing system notification. The character had activated Wild Burst, leaving the assassin wide-eyed with terror. The thunderous strike descended, knocking back the 3 people standing nearby. Am didn't have time to dodge, took the hit, and let out a miserable cry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bjorn Jandel clutched her battered body, panicking, thinking, no way, did he know this would happen? She immediately backed away to chant a spell. Then I'll just turn invisible again. Accompanied by a familiar notification, she activated B-steps, but before she could vanish, she blurted out in confusion. Why is this happening? The system doused her with cold water. Your invisibility status has been nullified by the witch's lamp solution. The savage looked at her with contempt and articulated every word. You idiot. You should have kept your mouth shut if you wanted to hide your identity. If you hadn't mentioned eating the essence of the archer elf, I never would have known about your invisibility skill. The narrator calmly flipped the board. Actually, there were many clues indicating she was the mafia. She acted as if she knew the tactics inside out, with lines like, impossible. Do we have to grab that? Or does it glow when I touch it? In short, the narrator continued to expose her cunning through those words. In any case, is it all over? The sharp-witted girl noted that feigning ignorance while always triggering every key point was proof enough of her suspicion. Bron silently acknowledged his teammate's contribution, but Misa's hint was the deciding blow that sealed everything. She said that after falling into the water earlier, the scent of Bjorn Jandel suddenly changed. The Beastkin girl's voice echoed in his head. It used to smell just like a beast den, you know. At the same time, the system concluded that mud from the beast den was stuck to the soles of Genia's shoes. The plan was completely exposed by an unbreakable rule. To open the ice cavern, you are required to pass through the beast den first. And the narrator coldly delivered the verdict. Genia, you have been confirmed as the Mafia. Immediately, Misa swung her sword, rushing forward and cursing, You lowlife! But the girl quickly dodged, frowning and crying out. Without mercy, the Beastkin girl lunged forward with burning rage. The assassin fell backward in panic, her eyes wide with terror as the blade grazed right in front of her face. With an assassin's speed, she rolled, using the momentum to slide along the ice to create distance. Before she could regain her composure, her back hit a solid wall of flesh, and she turned around, stammering in panic. Wait, the plea was brutally cut short by Bjorn Jandel's savage fist, which slammed into her without mercy. The bone-crushing punch made her taste the metallic tang of blood welling up from the corner of her mouth as she shrieked miserably. Her gloved hand scratched hard against the freezing ice to regain her balance. But quickly, she launched herself backward. Seeing her still standing, Ron narrowed his eyes, assessing her. She survived that? Looks like she's invested quite a bit in her defense stat. While the assassin retreated, gnashing her teeth and hissing bitterly. You damn NPCs. Catching the sensitive keyword, the savage spoke coldly. So, you're an NPC? In short, you're a player. The savage raised his steel shield, his tone cold and unyielding. But that doesn't change anything. Anyone who tries to kill me is just the same kind of trash. Suddenly, M shouted a warning. Bjorn Jandel, look out, as a giant ice orc swung its axe toward him. But the savage just glanced at it casually, thinking, an orc using an axe? Now that I've leveled up with Wild Burst, this guy definitely can't deal any significant damage to me anymore. Bron was slashed repeatedly in the back, but remained unfazed, secretly making a tactical decision. My armor feels a bit chilly, but if I kill him now, the final boss will appear, so I'll let him live for a while. Witnessing Bjorn Jandel's casual defense against the beast, the assassin broke into a cold sweat, stammering in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? Knowing she couldn't win, she scrambled to turn and run for her life. Run! Then Bjorn Jandel roared. Where do you think you're running to? At that, she suddenly stopped, her face turning pale with despair. Huh? The path? As the narrator exposed the weakness of the arrogant, she had the nerve to call others NPCs and claim to be a player. Yet she didn't even know this basic fact. The narrator explained the dungeon's mechanism. When the ice orcs wake up, the ceiling will collapse and the escape route will be completely blocked. But with his cautious nature, Bjorn Jandel still reminded himself. Even so, a rat cornered might still bite the cat. I must remain absolutely vigilant. The savage hid behind his shield, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto every move of the enemy. While he struggled to endure the consecutive axe blows against his steel shield, Misa shouted from afar, John, leave that guy to me. But she was immediately doused by his cold order, don't kill him. It made the girl freeze in surprise. Understood. The atmosphere suddenly sank into a breathless silence as the savage's cold gaze met the assassin's look of utter panic. Her knees went weak, and her feet dragged across the freezing ice in total helplessness. Then, she frantically raised both hands to surrender. With a trembling voice, he pleaded, "Wait, let's talk about this. I think there's a misunderstanding here." But he only received a pragmatic judgment from Bjorn Jandel. It was clear, she was just trying to stall for time. Recalling the facts in his head, the barbarian calculated. From what I observed just now, the skill she is using is revenge. If I remember correctly, its cooldown is 3 minutes. The narration exposed the helpless situation. That meant for at least the next 2 minutes, she would absolutely never be able to pierce my shield. The narrator muttered dryly as the assassin frantically swung her sword, slashing away with a metallic clang. But she kept struggling stubbornly until the very last minute. Without any preamble, a massive spiked mace swung upward, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. The brutal counterattack smashed straight into the glowing sword, knocking it from her hand and sending it sliding across the ice. Bjorn Jandel, carrying his mace, stood tall and looked down at his defeated foe. He spoke coldly. "A misunderstanding? Fine. Go ahead and explain in detail," he said, lighting a faint spark of hope within her. "Will that you really believe me?" she asked, met with a purely pragmatic response. "If the story is worth believing," he replied, as her teary, deceitful eyes began to fake sobs. "I don't know if you'll really believe me, but..." Before she could finish, the spiked mace mercilessly slammed down onto the top of her head with thunderous force. The orc youth sighed, looking down at the lifeless corpse and speaking with bone-chilling indifference. "And you actually believed I would listen? Do you think something's wrong with my head?" The assassin's body buckled. She coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony. The narrator's voice droned on in the youth's mind as he glanced at the loot that had dropped. "Your equipment is all player-oriented. I think some of this can be given straight to Misa." Bjorn Jandel calmly knelt, pinning the assassin's battered body down with his mace while nonchalantly making his suggestion. "Now that the looting is done, let's have a little chat." As he finished, he slowly raised the massive spiked mace, his tone ice-cold and devoid of mercy. But first and then, blood splattered everywhere with every cruel strike, as the narrator recounted the scene with ruthless pragmatism. "First, I broke her limbs and forced her to switch weapons. I stripped everything, even her newbie gear. Pain and despair followed. The assassin, Toyoi, begged, 'Please, I'll do anything,' but she only received a sharp question in return. 'Fine, why did you attack us?' She trembled and confessed, 'The Explorers Guild has information on me. I was just planning to silence you all.'" Bjorn Jandel raised an eyebrow. "So, you were going to kill anyone who stepped in here. Then why did you open the rift?" She stammered, explaining the reason with a frozen heart. "I heard that item only drops here." The orc youth nodded in understanding. "I see. That makes sense." As she continued to justify herself. "And I'm not worried about silencing anyone. At most, you're all just level 8 players." Suddenly, she froze, her eyes widening in shock as she realized the oversight. "Wait, how do you know I opened the rift?" Bjorn Jandel paused for a beat, realizing he had let something slip, then said, "What do you mean?" But she quickly pressed him. "Wait, are you a player too?" Her face contorted in sheer terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gasped. "A player? Are you an evil spirit?" Realizing the person standing before her wasn't just some dim-witted NPC, she curled up in despair, trembling as she begged, "Sir, please, spare me." Every desperate plea spilled from her bloodied mouth. "I just want to go home somehow. I've survived in this hellish place. Please, I beg you." She began to ramble in her panic. "Oh, I haven't apologized, have I? I'm sorry. I just thought you guys were NPCs. I never would have done this if I'd known the truth. We're both real people, right? Humans shouldn't kill humans, right?" Bjorn Jandel's terrifying silence made her lose control and scream, "Damn it, say something, you bastard." Meanwhile, the orc youth was surprised at himself. Surprisingly, his heart was very calm. It didn't even evoke a shred of sadness or pity. The orc youth looked at her as if she were inanimate trash, coldly delivering his verdict. "In the end, you're the one who's an evil spirit." Her final cry for her mother was silenced forever by a fatal blow, leaving a vibrant crimson bloodstain on the cold ice pillar. The system immediately displayed a cold yet tempting notification. Achievement unlocked. First player kill condition met. Reward. Permanent mental stat increased by 1. The narrator's voice droned on, marking a brutal milestone. This was his first time killing a player. He slowly turned to walk away, leaving the cold corpse behind, silently contemplating, regardless of whether the act was easy or difficult. A rational line of thought continued to race through the orc youth's pragmatic brain. regardless of the fact that he felt exhilarated instead of afraid at the sight of blood and flesh. In the distance, Misa heard the footsteps and spun around with a confused expression. Huh? Setting aside all moral barriers, the narrator concluded cruelly, feelings mean nothing at all. While Misa blushed shyly and called out to him, Bjorn Jandel's internal narrative echoed, it was just something that had to be done. Seeing her teammate return, Misa breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, why did you take so long? I thought something terrible had happened. On the other side of the battlefield, the swordsman, Ke, was struggling to defend against the Frost Orc's attacks, screaming in despair. Please, save me. The shock from a violent blow pierced his defenses, causing the rookie to collapse, groaning in pain. As he stepped forward, Bjorn Jandel glanced over calmly and issued an order. Misa, you can finish him off now, he said, surprising the Beastkin girl. Ah, is it okay to do that? She asked. Only to receive pragmatic encouragement. Go ahead, and take the opportunity to try out your new skill while you're at it. Just remember, don't kill him with a single blow. She immediately replied enthusiastically, got it. The sword in Misa's hand radiated a brilliant cold aura, accompanied by a series of system notifications. Misa Kasten has activated enhancement. Misa Kasten has activated cold condensation. Sensitivity to frost has increased significantly. Meanwhile, the Frost Orc raised its axe of death high amidst the weak screams of Se. Seriously, stop fighting now. Ignoring the desperate pleas of the unlucky young man, the Frost Orc roared and swung its sword straight down, creating a wave of deadly green energy. As for the rookie, he completely gave up, eyes squeezed shut and mouth agape, screaming as he exhausted all his energy waiting for death to strike. But instead of an axe blade claiming his life, a bright blue ribbon of ice, carrying bone-chilling power from Misa's sword, swept forward, instantly freezing the entire lower half of the giant beast in a spectacular display. The Frost Orc shrieked in panic. The system displayed a notification explaining the sudden freezing as the frostbite status. The narrator provided a highly pragmatic analysis of the skill's effectiveness. The cold attribute prevents bleeding while simultaneously stopping the regeneration process, making it quite useful depending on the type of enemy, especially its ability to restrict. Movement is a huge advantage. The orc youth observed and calculated. Because it was a frost orc with high cold resistance, only the area around its wrists was frozen. Against a normal monster, it probably would have been frozen up to the elbows. Before giving the final order, Misa, this time, aim for the neck. Without a moment's hesitation, the Beastkin girl leapt high into the air, her sword glowing brightly as she shouted her response. Clearly, she unleashed a razor-sharp slash that cut through the wind, shearing off the defense layer and driving deep into the giant monster's neck. Looking at the ice statue before her, M panted and asked softly, "Did I do it?" She immediately received praise from Bjorn Jandel. Well done. While the narrator assessed the outcome, it seemed the cold had truly settled deep into the creature's brain. The Beastkin man hoisted his mace and stepped forward, muttering to himself as he checked everything over. Now that we've finished double-checking everything, he turned to his teammate and asked, Misa, are you ready? Misa broke into a confident, radiant smile, gripped her weapon, and replied, Of course I am. Making Bjorn Jandel finish decisively, Good, then let's do it, as he slammed his mace straight into the monster's head, marking the moment of life and death as the narrator clearly declared that from now on, it would be a boss battle. The giant ice pillars surrounding them began to crack violently. Magical energy surged, shaking the entire cave foundation. The giant white wolf beast broke through its seal, tilted its head back, and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Accompanied by a grim system notification, the tyrant Tarum had awakened from his long slumber and regained his full power. Looking up at the overwhelming entity before them, the narrator analyzed the situation like an encyclopedia. Tyrant Tarun Bot. This guy has a few notable features. He is 1.5 times larger than an ordinary werewolf and has twice the stats. In particular, the narrator emphasized the boss's most crucial lethal weapon. He possessed an ice mace, which maximized damage under hypothermic conditions. The danger was undeniable, as the monster glared down with blood-red eyes. But the narrator suddenly shifted tone with confidence. Bjorn Jandel's mouth curled into an arrogant smile, his eyes burning with the desire for battle, while the narrator delivered a chillingly pragmatic line. Honestly, finishing him off will only take 10 seconds. With that, the Beastkin man charged forward, swinging his steel shield to clash with the tyrant's powerful preemptive strike. In the midst of the breathless fight, Bjorn Jandel's free hand reached into his inventory bag as the narrator provided a thorough explanation. This was because he was constantly maneuvering, fighting here and there, using his shield to block the frenzied biting and clawing of the monster as it bared its fangs. Stepping back just once, the Beastkin man shoved a handful of glowing grass into his mouth and chewed it down. Instantly, the system alerted him that the character had consumed lightning herbs. Lightning attribute damage increased slightly for 10 seconds. Not stopping there, he continued to chew and crush a lightning scroll, as the narrator triumphantly revealed a critical weakness. It was because this guy had negative lightning resistance. Magical energy immediately exploded, summoning a series of blinding lightning bolts that struck directly into the monster's body, making it twitch uncontrollably. The tyrant froze, accompanied by a brutal system notification. Tyrant Tarun Ba'at is now in a paralyzed state, but the narrator immediately warned, "But don't let your guard down. This guy has a skill that removes the immobilization status." True enough, the monster roared and broke through the paralysis as the system announced that Tyrant Tarun Ba'at had activated Indomitable, while Misa stood ready with a glowing red stone orb at the calm narrator's command. However, the narrator explained that this high-level pragmatic thinking didn't mean immunity, just the removal of the effect. "So I just need to paralyze him one more time, and it's over." When Misa decisively threw the magic orb straight at the boss's face, the bomb exploded in a flash of blinding light, while the narrator introduced it. This item is commonly known as a lightning bomb. Its in-game name is Stasis Explosion, immediately forcing the system to raise a white flag. Tyrant Tarun Ba'at is now in a stunned state. Seeing the monster completely immobilized, Bjorn Jandel, carrying his mace, calmly stepped forward, counting the time as usual. Now, it's been about 3 seconds. What happened next was extremely simple. The narrator described the brutal yet humorous execution, just dealing continuous damage without being interrupted, using a weapon enhanced with lightning attributes. This reminds me of the time I fought Anna in Defy. The battle ended quickly with a deluge of bonus notifications. Tyrant Tarum has been defeated, Exp 3, and rewards for defeating the Guardian, Exp 3. It left the rookie soldier standing there, stunned and stammering. What is this? Amidst the pile of crumbling monster remains, a brilliant blue magic orb gradually glowed, and the narrator concluded succinctly, "The essence has dropped." Misa unexpectedly pointed at the essence, asking Bjorn Jandel with confusion, "Huh? You want me to take this?" Causing him to reply in confusion, "We decided from the very beginning that it was yours," making the Beastkin man grumble inwardly with wounded pride, thinking, "Does she really think I'm the type to just snatch it away?" In her eyes, how terrible is my reputation exactly? The Beastkin man clicked his tongue. "Whatever, just take it before it disappears." As the system solemnly announced, Misa-sen has absorbed the lycanthropy essence. Guardian Bjorn Jandel turned away, muttering as he checked his work. "All right, essence part is done." Next, a faint moaning sound was heard from the ground. The Beastkin man was surprised, and stepped forward to look at the archer, who was gasping for air. "Oh, you're still alive? Thank heaven," while Amu wheezed, giving instructions, "In my bag, the recovery potion." Bjorn Jandel raised an eyebrow, calling him out. "Clearly, you stopped breathing just a moment ago." Very quickly, Misa pulled out a glowing potion called Han and said, Here is the best high-end medicine." And Misa warned him pragmatically, "All right, I'm going to use it, so don't complain later. Understood?" Ignoring Amu, who was still moaning intermittently, "It's okay, the swelling I have." Misa decisively flipped the cap off the potion bottle and poured it over the wound, but immediately cried out in confusion. "Huh? Why hasn't the wound changed at all? I clearly used the medicine." While the victim still gasped in desperation, continuing, "Don't stop." Looking at the bleeding wound, Bjorn Jandel narrowed his eyes to analyze. It seems something was coated on the blade, making Misa nod hurriedly. "Understood." And he continued to deduce, perhaps it's a type of poison that prevents healing and recovery, categorized as a wound aggravator. The hunter Amu writhed and screamed for the antidote, making Misa frantically search before pulling out another bottle. "Here, drink it quickly." But Bjorn Jandel immediately blocked her, using his pragmatic knowledge. "I'm not sure about poison curing," then dropped a bombshell. "That antidote won't work on wound aggravator class poisons." With tears in her eyes, Misa looked at the spreading pool of blood in a panic. "The wound is still bleeding and won't stop," she said, desperately shaking her teammate. "Amu, wake up!" As if suddenly remembering something, Misa turned sharply to the Beastkin man and shouted, "High-level potion, Bjorn Jandel, use that one." The Beastkin man paused for a beat, his face showing clear hesitation and calculation regarding such an incredibly expensive item. The narrator then regretfully summarized the rescue process. After using up my entire supply of top-tier potions and 5 of the Bear Uncle's premium ones, the wounds finally began to heal. By the way, that really was an incredibly disgusting type of poison. To think it could only be treated with emergency first aid, even though they were top-tier potions, capable of regenerating severed limbs. The timid rookie stepped forward, thanking him for his hard work, which made Bjorn Jandel remember the most important thing. Now that you mention it, we still haven't split the reward. Here, take it. Catching the heavy coin purse, the rookie exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Then muttered to himself, doing some quick mental math, before looking up and asking, Isn't this too much? Bjorn Jandel nonchalantly turned away and replied curtly, Just take it. You didn't even get any essence, did you? But the honest young man was still hesitant, while the beast man clicked his tongue, evaluating the rookie's bravery from earlier. Well, I knew at the moment you drew the monster's attention for no reason. Then he thought to himself that the kid really was a busybody, before concluding, pragmatically, just consider it hush money and take it to be safe. He added a warning. If you feel guilty, don't go wandering around blabbing about what happened today. The rookie nodded immediately. Yes, sir. I'll take my leave now. Bjorn Jandel glanced at Misa and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, why is she making that face again? The scene shifted quickly. The rookie had left, and before long, the bear man had woken up. The hunter looked at Bjorn Jandel and dropped a pointed comment. You're lucky, and Bjorn Jandel confirmed to himself that he knew. He knew very well how much profit Misa and I would make if he died. It was time to collect the debt. Bjorn Jandel said coldly, I'm going to charge you for that top-tier potion. The bear man winced and asked, how much? And the beast man immediately inflated the price without batting an eye. Let's see, I think 5 million stones should be enough. The archer was stunned, breaking into a cold sweat. A top-tier potion only costs about 1 million stones. Hearing this, the beast man shrugged, his face impassive, as he made an excuse. Is that so? Perhaps I was swindled by the merchant. The bear man could only grit his teeth and laugh bitterly. That's definitely it. The hunter, clutching his wound, stumbled to his feet, silently accepting the cruel laws of survival. The value of everything changes, depending on the situation. After all, he scratched his head and sheepishly confessed, I don't have enough money on me right now. The narrator explains the deal. The bear man promised to pay his debt after returning to the city and left a numbered item as collateral. Number 7611. Necromancer's Deception. When the wearer takes fatal damage, they enter a comatose state and become immune to damage for a certain period. It's destroyed after 3 uses. 2 uses remain. Bjorn Jandel looked at the ring, nodding in understanding. So, this is how you survive. Looking at the treasure, the half-beast's greed flared up. Should I just demand this instead of the 5 million stones? But he was immediately cut off by a threat from the archer. Don't even think about running off with that. Bjorn, son of Black Yan. Misa jumped in surprise, blurting out in alarm, What? How do you know that? But he just gave a mysterious smile. Well, why do you think? Turning his back and walking into the icy fog, the hunter said his farewells. I won't forget this life-saving debt. Bjorn Jandel replied nonchalantly, you're pretty cool. Then he turned to his companion. Let's go. Seeing him head in a different direction, Misa pointed, confused. Huh? Isn't it this way? But Bjorn Jandel firmly ordered, Follow me. There's something I need to pick up first. When they arrived, Misa's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in amazement, Oh! She skipped over to pick up the item, cheering happily. Bjorn Jandel, you're the best. The half-beast handed her a glowing crystal. Here, eat this. Misa curiously asked, Is this what you used to break the ice earlier? Bjorn Jandel nodded with satisfaction. Good. I've got my share now, too. A system notification appeared. Hidden reward received. Misa Sen has obtained an ice crystal. Frost sensitivity permanently increased by 3. Character has consumed a magical ice shard. Cold resistance permanently increased by 3. Back at the campsite, Misa asked curiously, Huh? Why are you spreading out the blanket? Bjorn Jandel reasoned analytically. You haven't slept much while standing guard, right? Get some rest. There's no safer place in this maze than a cleared-out fissure. She nodded in agreement. Got it. Bjorn lay down on the blanket. His eyes were lost in deep thought while Misa sat quietly, on guard beside him, creating a silent space. The narrator revealed the deep-seated anxieties in the half-beast's heart. If I had been alone back then, what would have happened? And he admitted to himself, truth be told, at that very moment when I struck down that player, I was thinking only of myself. In his memories, the image of the fallen assassin appeared, accompanied by a chilling confession. I prayed for her to open her eyes just once more, hoping the scene I envisioned would come true. Braun gritted his teeth, disgusted by his own overly pragmatic brain. I feel sick knowing I even wished for that. His hand tightened around the vial. The narrator continued to unveil his inner turmoil. Even so, despite that, I bitterly realized my own nature at that moment. I still found myself wanting even more, without a shred of remorse. Bjorn Jandel's voice rang out. Thanks. This thing is worth at least 30 million stones. If I had just waited silently, I could have easily made a fortune. I thought I could have upgraded my soul engraving to level 6 in one go. Holding the glowing red potion, he drew the final line of morality. But I poured the potion on his wound, no matter how much my morality was shocked. As the red blood split the frame, Bjorn Jandel made a firm decision. I decided that this is not how I should treat a companion I'll be fighting alongside from now on. His wandering thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the flickering fire and Misa's bright smile, as she leaned over to ask him, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you thinking about so hard?" In the quiet of the night, Misa patted the spot next to her and whispered, "Come over here. It's cold. Let's share the blanket." Bjorn Jandel was startled and awkwardly replied, "Huh? Oh, sure." The narrator calmly described the peaceful space beneath the shimmering, dark blue galaxy. The narrator continued to weave the romantic scene. A cold breeze brushed against his nose, and he sank into the peace and gentle warmth from the campfire wrapping around his body. Despite Misa's teasing whisper, "Bjorn Jandel, are you asleep? Are you actually asleep?" The narrator closed the moment. Amidst it all, we closed our eyes for a while. The narrator shifted scenes, abruptly bringing reality back to its harshness. Day 3. First floor of the crystal cave, felling a monster. Misa swung the lute around, happily asking, "What is this sword? It's really cool." Bjorn Jandel calmly assessed, "We'll have to appraise it, but it might be a numbered item." Her beast ears perked up, and Misa excitedly pressed him. "A numbered item? Does that mean it's incredibly expensive?" Hearing that, the half-beast paused for a moment before pragmatically waving his hand. "I haven't decided if I'm selling it yet, so you can just use it for now." Then he grumbled internally. "I didn't mean to take it back. What kind of person did she think he was?" A pack of wild beasts rushed out, baring their sharp fangs and growling in threat. While swinging her sword, Misa turned her head to ask, "So, are we heading to the second floor now?" Bjorn Jandel nodded and directed, "Yeah, you should get used to your sword and your new essence on the way." She eagerly replied, "You got it." The narrator announced. Time passing. A few hours later, when Misa picked up a red crystal and softly called out, "Bjorn Jandel," she hesitated. "I think I'm used to it now." But she immediately shrank back at Bjorn Jandel's cold question. "Are you sure?" She quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. I'll keep holding on to it." Even so, Misa couldn't hide her curiosity, as she whispered, "But, I was just curious." While Bjorn glanced at her suspiciously, thinking to himself, "Isn't she just being lazy?" He looked at her with sharp eyes and said, "Are you doubting me?" Hit by his piercing gaze, Misa broke into a cold sweat and stuttered, "No way, absolutely not. How could I? Let's keep going." The narrator analyzed the half-beast's psychology, brushing Misa's entirely justified suspicion aside. "Looking at her now, it makes me smile involuntarily. Honestly, I never expected the Guardian Essence to drop." The system status board displayed details. Lio Guardian Essence, Agility +10, Sharpness +12, Frost Sensitivity +15, Cold Resistance +10, Physical Resistance +7, Combat Spirit +10. Accompanied by Bjorn Jandel's evaluation. For an ice type, the Leo Essence is just as good as the Ti Essence. It has Sharpness, the key for a swordsman class, and the innate skill is simply overpowered. The system displayed the innate skill. Tundra Bloodline, Level 1, increases frost sensitivity by 1.5 times. The narrator nodded in approval. It will shine even more in later stages, and combine perfectly with JTI's cold condensation skill. Next is the active skill, Ice Crusher, which increases damage against enemies in the frozen state and significantly boosts damage against enemies in the deep freeze state. Bjorn Jandel concluded pragmatically. There's no need to explain how useful this is for combo chains. Finally, the ultimate defensive skill, Indomitable. It removes the incapacitated status. The narrator analyzed deeply. It consumes a lot of mental strength but is an excellent skill for increasing survival rates for DPS characters vulnerable to CC. CC, or crowd control, is the general term for spells or abilities that interrupt or immobilize a character. The Beast Man calmly instructed on tactics. Try using Cold Condensation and Ice Crusher as a combo chain, but Misa just laughed it off and scratched her head. Oh geez, they all die in one hit anyway. Bjorn Jandel frowned and retorted, then why don't you just punch them? Taking his advice, Misa lunged forward and threw a punch with her bare hands, shattering the monster, then turned back, looking bewildered. Get it now? Even so, they still die in one hit. Bjorn Jandel sighed, defeated. I guess there isn't much you can do when the opponent is only level 9. Picking up his sword and heading forward, Bjorn Jandel declared enthusiastically, we'll have to finish the rest up there. This made Misa grumble. We still have to do more up there? The narrator exposed the lad's laziness. Are you trying to find a shortcut to make things easier? While Bjorn Jandel put on his teaching persona, just as I said before, Misa interrupted with a playful wink. Nope, the easy way is the slow way, right? That left Bjorn Jandel speechless, and he had to mumble an admission. That's true. Misa cleared her throat to regain her dignity. All right, let's go. While Bjorn Jandel wondered to himself, why is she so excited? Watching Misa's tail wagging, the pragmatic beastman analyzed, does making me speechless make her that happy? If I pretend to lose an argument when I've messed up, things will go smoothly. He silently updated his mental, how to handle Misa manual. Rule number 13 has been added. With that, both of them continued walking in the silence of the cave, which was filled with sparkling deep blue crystals. The narrator calculated their progress. Soon the dark zone will appear, when suddenly, Misa startled in alarm, pointing, Bjorn Jandel, the crystals are. As the crystals suddenly turned blood red, Bjorn Jandel nonchalantly concluded, someone must have summoned this floor's boss. Contrasting with his partner's worried expression, Bjorn Jandel gave a firm order. It's nothing special, just keep moving, Misa cried out in frustration. What do you mean it's nothing special? Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed. A floor boss? Bjorn Jandel winced, sweating in surprise, thinking, oh my ears. The beastman placed a hand on his partner's shoulder to reassure her, thinking, is this psychological trauma from Rasis? Then he said gently, Misa, calm down. Seeing her still trembling, Bjorn Jandel calmly analyzed, the floor 1 boss is gentler than the floor 3 boss. First, the summoning method requires 3 days, and at least 5 people gathered in one place for it to have a chance to appear. Even if it is summoned, the portal doesn't close, and the monsters on that floor don't change. Most importantly, Rasis wanders the entire map, slaughtering everything until it dies after being summoned. But this one will quietly disappear if the raid fails. Hearing this, Misa stammered, so we're still okay? She received a firm nod. So, just relax, and let's keep going. As he walked, Bjorn pondered deeply. But who messed up and summoned it? Generally, no one travels in groups larger than 5 people here. He paused for a beat. Maybe it wasn't an accident. Misa looked surprised. Not an accident? Images of news articles he had read flashed through the beastman's mind. There might be some guild trying to take down the floor boss. He recalled posts reeking of money. 70,000 GP for a floor 1 boss strategy guide. Don't joke around. And 69,000 GP. Only those who know the details about the floor 6 Skull Island, please message me. The vague silhouette of the information buyer appeared in his mind, accompanied by his deduction. The person who bought the floor 1 boss strategy. He probably only had 2 weeks to prepare. He must be in a huge hurry. He concluded with a calculated thought. Should we check on him later? The light portal vanished, bringing both of them into a new land along with a system notification. You have entered floor 2, the land of the dead. Bjorn sighed with relief, looking around and muttering. It took nearly a whole day to get here. Rodmiller's absence was definitely noticeable. The barbarian looked at the gloomy scenery ahead with a sense of nostalgia. It's been a while since I've been back here, I muttered to myself. That's right, a lot happened back then. Memories came flooding back, like the image of a fierce elven girl swinging her dagger, crushing skeletons alongside Anna, who was smashing the despites with her hammer. The narrative continued, recalling those chaotic, joy-filled days when they were running around causing a scene. It had been such an explosive time. But then, the image of a female assassin swordswoman with ice-cold eyes flashed through his mind, along with her threat. I swear, if you don't tell anyone about what happened today, I'll spare your life. Bjorn Jandel shivered at the pragmatic thought, realizing he had almost died at the hands of a psychopath. The flashback cut off, and Bjorn Jandel made a cringy face. What the hell? The mood was completely ruined, leaving Misa to glance at him in confusion. Do you really hate this place that much? Misa complained, walking through the squelching mud. I don't like it much either. I'd rather go to the rock desert, but the path there is too complicated. The narrative explained the captain's logical decision. The reason they chose the land of the dead was simply because it was the easiest way to reach the 3rd floor. All we have to do is head straight north. Bjorn continued planning pragmatically, aiming to squeeze out every bit of potential. Besides, since it's just the two of us, we can summon and take down a Death Knight on the way. It's a level 6 monster, so we can see how much stronger you've gotten, Misa, and we'll earn some extra experience points too. Suddenly, a massive, muscular, despite with multiple arms roared and blocked their path. Bjorn Jandel took a stance, raising his shield confidently. I'll hold them off, so you just focus on using your combo skills. Misa responded enthusiastically. You mean the ones I couldn't use on the first floor? Got it. The barbarian let out a loud shout, igniting the battle. All right, let's do this. Both of them broke into bright, aggressive smiles, eyes locked onto their prey, before charging straight at the monsters, ready for a bloodbath. Bjorn slammed his flaming shield onto the monster's head with crushing force, while the despite roared, baring its jagged teeth as it lunged to counterattack. On the other side, Misa ignored the defenses on the ground, gripping her glowing ice sword as she rushed forward. The beast froze, stunned by the overwhelming cold air. With a swift, space-tearing strike followed by a deadly combo from the frost-ice crushing system, the destructive power froze and shattered the beast's massive body into hundreds of glittering fragments. But at that moment, the system displayed a bright red warning. The despite was casting a soul-summoning spell, and zombies began rising from the ground, growling. The undead swarmed toward Bjorn, making Misa scream in alarm. Bjorn, watch out! A foul-smelling zombie with crazed, glowing eyes leaped up and bit deep into the barbarian's muscular arm. The sharp bite pierced his flesh, drawing blood, but Bjorn Jandel just glanced at it nonchalantly and muttered, "Is that all you've got?" With that, he swung his arm roughly, easily tossing the zombies into the air like tattered dolls. Seeing Bjorn narrowly escape the dangerous attack, Misa screamed in a panic. Bjorn! She rushed over to check on her teammate, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" But then, she stopped in shock at the strange sight before her. Seeing that he was perfectly fine, as if he hadn't been attacked at all, she stammered helplessly, "You already healed all your wounds? What kind of monster are you?" The barbarian just grumbled, urging her, "Stop staring and finish it off," while thinking to himself, "Geez, once I'm fine, you don't even treat me like a human anymore." After they continued north and practiced to improve their teamwork, Misa finally felt the magical moment when her frost damage effect fully transformed into a powerful freezing state. Moreover, after encountering a chimera wolf with its incredibly annoying immobilization skill, Misa quickly learned how to use the resilience skill. However, Bjorn still sternly reminded the elven girl, "It consumes a lot of soul energy, so only use it when necessary." She pouted in response. "Do you think I'm just a child?" A few minutes later, everything seemed to go exactly as Bjorn Jandel had planned. Of course, but then Misa started complaining of fatigue. "Something's not right. My body feels hollow." Seeing her exhausted, Bjorn scooped her up, causing her to struggle shyly. "Put me down. I'm not that tired. I can walk myself." But he remained firm. "That's enough. Just focus on recovering." She could only mumble, "I thought I could handle this much," and received some advice. "Next time, manage your energy properly." After some time, in the gloomy darkness of the forest, the cheerful laughter of a group of strangers rang out, breaking the silence. "Haha, is that story for real?" Followed by a firm affirmation, "I'm telling you the truth, my friend." From a nearby bush, Bjorn Jandel poked his head out, listening curiously. While the stranger continued blabbering, "You could have died just as easily." The adventurer's conversation continued. "After all, the scariest thing is humans, isn't it?" The barbarian pondered. "It seems they don't know we're nearby while they're setting up camp." He glanced at the cat girl sleeping soundly and muttered, "Well, it's time to wake Misa up anyway," wondering if he really needed to tell them to get lost. But then, the group's malicious dialogue reached his ears. "By the way, that naive barbarian is really unconscious, isn't he?" Followed by mocking laughter. He. It's like he wouldn't even notice if someone ripped his heart out. He's sleeping so deeply." A comrade chimed in, trying to stop him. "Come on, just let him sleep soundly." But the mage's next sentence really pushed Bjorn Jandel to his limit. "Besides, don't mages prefer their ingredients fresh?" The barbarian's eyes turned cold with killing intent as he whispered to himself, "I can't just turn a blind eye to what I just heard." Among these scavengers who did dirty work, it was clear they were targeting the young barbarian sleeping nearby. Looking at the young barbarian, memories of the coming-of-age rituals he had gone through flooded back to Bjorn Jandel, filled with pain. It was grim to think that out of his old comrades, less than 1/3 were still alive. His heart ached as he asked himself what happened to the others, only to receive a harsh answer. Most of them were already dead. A surge of hatred welled up inside Bjorn Jandel as he questioned himself. Were monsters truly the only ones responsible for this? The answer was a definitive no, because human cruelty is far more terrifying. Across the battle line, the adventurer stood up and stretched his back. Well then, I'm going to take a break. I'll leave everything to you, his companion replied. I believe it's my turn next. And after a nod, he said, Right. While Bjorn Jandel calculated silently, it seemed they didn't plan on causing any trouble today. What should I do? He briefly considered the most violent option. Should I just rush out and slaughter them all? But he immediately dismissed the idea. That would be too easy and convenient. It wasn't the best choice. More importantly, thinking of the young barbarian's future, the best way was to carry out his plan. Bjorn Jandel shook his companion awake, making Misa groan sleepily in response before receiving a strange command. Get up, you need to change your clothes. The campfire was still crackling, casting flickering light into the dark, deadly forest. The adventurer on night watch was yawning lazily until a loud noise suddenly startled him. From the shadows, a muscular figure took a deep breath, preparing for the grand performance about to begin. The sudden noise made the adventurers jump up, terrified, and reach for their weapons. Who's there? At the same time, the bickering of a strange pair echoed, leaving the group bewildered as Misa snapped. Why did you suddenly yell like that? She received a nonsensical answer from Bjorn Jandel. I yelled because I felt like it. As he walked, he looked ahead and said, There's someone there, making the night watchmen widen their eyes in shock. Bjorn pretended to be naive, pointing right at them and shouting, There's a person right in front of me. The panicked adventurer warned, Stop, don't come any closer, then hurriedly urged his teammate, Liz, wake that guy up. Receiving the reply, Ah, okay. The young barbarian, who had been woken up roughly, sprang up in confusion. He asked anxiously, What's going on? Are there monsters? But Lois just shook his head and explained, It's an adventurer, leaving the young boy scratching his head in confusion. Huh? An adventurer? Still half asleep, the boy grumbled. But why did you wake me up? I was sleeping so well. Liz sternly reminded him, I told you last time, you have to be as wary of adventurers as you are of monsters, causing the boy to suddenly remember. Ah, I remember now. But the boy squinted at Bjorn and asked Lois, But isn't that guy one of our own people? Lois froze. No, what are you talking about? Realizing they were fellow barbarians, the boy immediately cheered and waved enthusiastically. Hey! Understanding the cue, Bjorn flashed a radiant smile and waved back just as enthusiastically. Hey! The young barbarian excitedly rushed over to shake Bjorn Jandel's hand firmly and proudly introduced himself. I am Karen, son of Tayson. Our barbarian hero wasn't about to be outdone, flexing his rippling muscles and responding with booming, generous energy. Nice to meet you. I am Bjorn Jandel, son of Tho. Witnessing the muscle-bound and ridiculous greeting between the two barbarians, Misa stood to the side, speechless, wondering, what on earth are these two doing? Meanwhile, the adventurer Lois trembled, thinking uneasily, I know he's just acting, but for some reason, I really want to keep my distance. Karen shouted excitedly to his teammates. Did you all see that? Everyone, put your weapons down. Bjorn, son of Tho, isn't a bad adventurer, is he? Bjorn immediately played along. That's right, I'm not a bad adventurer. The leader of the Red Scarf team sighed wearily and asked, Well then, Barbarian. Bjorn proudly and loudly interrupted. Bjorn, son of Tho. The Red Scarf guy clicked his tongue and addressed him again. All right, Tho, causing the barbarian to immediately correct him. Tho is my father's name. Meanwhile, Karen muttered in agreement. Names are very important. The Red Scarf guy cleared his throat and addressed him again, awkwardly. Bjorn. But Bjorn immediately barked back. We aren't that close yet, so please use my full name. Watching the Red Scarf guy shaking with rage, he asked calmly, Is there a problem? The Red Scarf guy tried to suppress his anger and forced a fake smile. Then, son of Tho, if you have no business here, I'd like you to leave. As you can see, we are resting. Looking at the flickering campfire, Bjorn Jandel sighed regretfully and let out a sound. The Red Scarf guy waved him away. That's right, now you know, just go. But Bjorn Jandel clapped his hands and cut him off. Wonderful. We were just looking for a place to rest, too. The Red Scarf guy was left speechless. What? Wait. While Bjorn Jandel quickly proposed. Well, it's nighttime. Isn't there that term for it? Lois repeated it blankly, full of doubt. Night friends? While Bjorn Jandel smiled triumphantly to himself. Already speechless. Are we? Ah, the stubborn barbarian mode has only just begun. The Red Scarf guy placed his hand on his weapon and snapped. What the hell are you talking about? From the second floor onwards, we don't bother finding knight friends. It's common sense to find reliable companions from the start. Bjorn Jandel tilted his head and asked back. So that means you don't need knight friends from the second floor onwards? Making the red scarf guy nod in relief. Exactly. Now you understand. But Bjorn Jandel suddenly snapped, shouting right in their faces. You guys are so stupid. Is your head just there to look pretty? Causing the red scarf guy to ask blankly. What? Bjorn aggressively analyzed his absurd logic. There are 4 of you and 2 of us. If we have 7 people to split the night watch shifts, then each person, he then concluded loudly and confidently, regardless, we will all get to sleep more, making Karen drop his jaw in shock. How could that be? Is there such a wonderful method? Why didn't adventurers do this from the beginning? The 3 adventurers stood frozen, speechless, as the system displayed a comment. At this point, any further conversation becomes meaningless. Lois had to step in to mediate. Listen, we'll handle our own business on our side, and you guys take care of your own business on your side. While Karen looked at Bjorn Jandel in awe, thinking, to be able to think that far, he truly lives up to his name. You really are a great warrior. This made the barbarian laugh heartily. Haha, thanks. The red scarf guy suddenly froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh. Looking behind Bjorn Jandel, he stammered, murmuring, that is staring at the alluring curves of the cat spirit girl. He swallowed his saliva, judging, that's quite something. Then the red scarf guy swallowed again, turning to ask Lois for his opinion, feeling embarrassed. What do you think? Misa clenched her fists, putting on an awkward, acting smile. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but since you guys have a savage traveling with you, I assume you aren't bad people, right? Misa sighed uneasily as she explained the situation. Actually, he lost his weapon, so I'm really worried about letting him take the night watch all by himself. Hearing that, the red-scarfed man snickered with amusement. Oh my god, he lost his weapon? Upon hearing this, Bjorn Jandel scratched his head, laughing loudly and feigning stupidity as he explained, I was busy smashing monsters, and my weapon just slipped out of my hand and vanished into thin air. This prompted Karen to excitedly offer some encouragement. It's all right, Bjorn Jandel, son of Tho. You still have your fists, don't you? The red-scarfed man smirked with disdain and nodded in agreement. Yeah, that kind of thing happens all the time. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel thought to himself with a hint of irony. Did that cheesy excuse actually work? Savages really are mistakes of nature. Liz, feeling irritable and sleepy, urged them. So, are we forming a night watch party or not? I'm exhausted. Hurry up and decide. The red-scarfed man pretended to hesitate before nodding in agreement. Well, although this isn't a normal situation, if you insist, you can stay here and rest for the night. The red-scarfed man calculatedly assigned the shifts. Fine, go ahead and get some rest. I'll put you guys on the last watch shift. Immediately after, Misa gently nudged Bjorn. Bjorn whispered to ask him something. Oh, Bjorn, but he was coldly cut off by the savage. Shut up, Misa blushed, feeling awkward as she continued to whisper. Do we really have to go this far? This caused Bjorn Jandel to gently reassure her. Just endure it a little longer, I'll grant you a wish later. This made the cat spirit girl timidly ask to be sure. Really? You promise? Footsteps echoed softly in the darkness as the exploration party silently signaled and agreed on the plan. Sensing the dangerous movement all around them, Bjorn Jandel clenched his fists, silently alerting the others. They're coming. Meanwhile, Karen was still completely fast asleep, snoring obliviously without a clue as to what was happening. Bjorn silently analyzed the situation. There are 2 of them on our side, and 1 on Karen's side. It seems they're planning to take everyone out at once. The savage pretended to stretch and yawn loudly before Bjorn Jandel suddenly turned his head to ask them, Did you guys wake up because you're hungry too? This made the red-scarfed man startle and stutteringly try to fix the situation. Right, there's some dried meat over there. Do you want to eat with us? Bjorn Jandel asked back with curiosity. Dried meat? Where is it? Bjorn Jandel eagerly moved closer. I'll eat it right now. Meanwhile, the leader silently brandished his weapon, preparing to finish off the savage brat, this idiot. Goodbye. And with that, he swung his blade, sending a shockwave of air toward him, but the slash missed, leaving the red-scarfed man groaning in confusion. Huh? Bjorn Jandel immediately turned to ask, What's going on here? While the system displayed a mocking notification. You idiot. You should have followed up with another strike. Then, Bjorn Jandel put on a dark, murderous expression, and casually reasoned, Ah, my hand must have slipped. This left the red-scarfed man in a state of utter confusion. Huh? At this point, Bjorn shouted in anger, Even if you were starving, how could you make such a stupid mistake? Lys was terrified and stammered, "I'm sorry." Bjorn Jandel didn't let him finish. He threw a punch with all his might, hitting him straight in the face, causing him to scream in pain, watching the explorer trembling in terror at his question. "A mistake, you say?" Bjorn Jandel gave a cold, menacing smile and retorted, "Damn it, my hand must have slipped too, just because I'm hungry." The red-scarfed man roared in fury. "Do you really think I'm an idiot, you savage?" Meanwhile, Karen was bewildered. "Huh? What's going on?" The red-scarfed man hurriedly shouted orders to his accomplices. "Lys, fire now." Lys immediately drew his bow and fired a lethal arrow straight at the unsuspecting Karen. But Karen quickly raised his muscular arm to block the arrow, roaring in pain. In the very next moment, a sharp blade was pressed against Lys's throat, leaving him frozen in terror. Karen angrily tightened his grip on his bleeding wound and barked, "Lys, what the hell are you doing?" This left his fellow explorer trembling and trying to make excuses. Well, glaring with rage and grinding his teeth, he cut the man off. Just what, exactly? The explorer gasped for air as he was lifted off the ground, causing him great pain. As Karen roared, tightening his grip on the man's throat. "Speak! Say something!" Karen continued to shout at the traitor. "Shouldn't you be asking why you shot me? Are you not going to say anything else?" The man could only feebly beg in agony. "Arg, let go of me." Another man on the other side was also being brutally restrained, only able to moan in pain. Misa stood calmly, before the man collapsed on the ground and spoke up. "To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure at first." She turned to look at her teammates and continued to affirm, "Bjorn Jandel, just as you said. They really are a bunch of bandits." A notebook containing their cruel gossip about Karen was tossed onto the ground. "Bjorn, why did you accept that savage? Are you planning to kill him too? He's basically begging to die. There's no reason to spare him anyway." Lys was stunned as he read the lines exposing the dark scheme of his fellow explorer. "I find him suspicious. No savage could be that stupid." "Right? Suspicious. I totally agree. After all those murders, do you still not get the point?" The explorer knelt on the ground, trembling in terror, thinking to himself, "They are just walking creatures." Bjorn looked down at him from above and coldly interrogated him. "Why did you stop?" The savage grabbed his collar, his voice dropping to a threatening growl. "It seems like what I just said sounds like a joke to you, huh?" This made the explorer beg in fear. "Come on, wait a second." But Bjorn immediately shouted to cut him off. "Continue," he ordered, forcing the man to read the rest of the notebook through tears. The explorer wept pathetically, reading the cruel lines aloud. "Just walking monsters. Nothing more, nothing less. They have the same level of intelligence, and whoever kills them first gets the reward." Hearing this, Karen bowed his head, emanating an intense killing intent, and asked, "Who said that?" The hands of the young savage tightened around the handle of his iron axe, trembling violently with rage. The fellow explorer stammered, revealing the mastermind, Victor. The leader, who was tied up nearby, also nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was him, but Bjorn Jandel coldly interrupted, forcing him to read on. "That's enough. Keep going." The man continued to weep while reading the vicious words written in the notebook. Furthermore, even if the opponent isn't a savage, the reward received is still generous enough. And that beast man? Who was just as foolish as the other barbarians. He glanced tremblingly at Misa, looking terrified. Even so, he had to admit her face was quite pretty, but his rage exploded, making Misa let out a furious roar when she heard the rest of the filthy words. She had been entangled with those barbarians. Blushing with anger, Misa immediately snatched the piece of paper from the adventurer's hand to read it herself. Misa angrily pointed at the paper and shouted, demanding to know, "Who wrote these words? And what are these words?" Making the adventurer tremble as he pointed toward Bjorn Jandel. "Bjorn Jandel wrote that." Misa turned to Bjorn, asking for permission. "Bjorn, let me finish him off myself." The barbarian sweated profusely and nodded in agreement. "Be my guest," he thought to himself. "It's best to ignore that filthy, obscene talk." Bjorn secretly recalled the next part of the manual that outlined a plan to murder each of them. "I will take care of Karen myself. He dared to look down on me just because I'm an archer, and that really gets on my nerves." The campfire still crackled, as if incinerating the archer's last malicious words. He didn't even know he was about to die. Meanwhile, Karen bowed his head, whispering painfully, begging for forgiveness. I really don't know anything. What did I do wrong?" The young barbarian helplessly looked up and asked, "Bjorn, tell me. Bjorn, son of Thor. What should I do now?" A decisive sword slash tore through the space in the dark night. Following that, Karen's axe blade swung out, coldly finishing off the traitor, leading Bjorn Jandel to muse. The archer's head flew off, leaving a jagged cut. The next brutal scene unfolded with the group leader. The leader was woken up by Misa crushing his 2 testicles, then he was decapitated immediately. Now, only the last adventurer remained, desperately begging, "Please spare my life. From now on, I promise to live a righteous life." Braun squatted down in front of the adventurer and asked sarcastically, "You mean from now on, you're going to become a good bandit?" This made him nod frantically. "Yes," the adventurer cried and begged as Bjorn Jandel squeezed his face tightly. "Yes! Anything you want, please, just." This made the barbarian shake his head in annoyance, thinking, this idiot doesn't even know what he's saying. Nevertheless, Bjorn Jandel still coldly swung his weapon to finish off the adventurer, adding a final judgment. The only way to become a good bandit is to leaving him only enough time to gasp in confusion before his last breath. Huh? The barbarian's cold answer echoed in the gloomy night, is to become a dead bandit. After it was all over, Bjorn Jandel poured a red healing potion onto the wound on his bicep. Seeing Bjorn Jandel only pour half the bottle, Karen marveled silently. As expected, he intentionally left the scar. The barbarian tribe always viewed scars as symbols of glory, to remind themselves of their own weaknesses and become stronger warriors. Seeing this, Bjorn Jandel generously pointed at the pile of gear from the defeated enemies. "Karen, if you need anything, feel free to take it." But the young barbarian hurriedly refused out of pride. "No, I'm not that shameless." This made Bjorn Jandel have to urge him to reduce his hesitation. "You took down one yourself, didn't you?" At this, Karen nodded in agreement. If that was the case, Karen excitedly grabbed the newly found iron hammer and cheered, "Thank you so much. If I can't take them down with an axe, I'll use this instead." Bjorn Jandel nodded in approval. As expected, fighting with 2 weapons is the true calling for a barbarian. Seeing the young lad only take the hammer, Bjorn asked in surprise, "Is that all you're taking?" This made Misa advise him as well. "That's right, take a little more." But Karen shook his head in outright refusal. "The other stuff is too small. I wouldn't fit in them anyway." The barbarian could only click his tongue at the wasted loot, thinking, even if you don't use it, you could sell it for a decent amount. Afterward, Bjorn Jandel put his backpack on his shoulder and proposed, "In that case, let's head out. We'll escort you back to the 1st floor." When the 3 of them had safely reached the southern teleportation gate in the crystal cave on the 1st floor, Karen softly called out, "Bjorn, son of Thor." Hearing this, Bjorn smiled, took off his helmet, and said seriously, "Sorry, let me reintroduce myself. Sorry for deceiving you all this time. I am actually Bjorn, son of Jandel." This made Karen widen his eyes in surprise and exclaim, "What? You're the one famous to that extent?" The barbarian shrugged, admitting it with pride. "Yes, I am often known by the title, Little Giant." Hearing this, the young barbarian respectfully declared his reverence. "I understand. It is a great honor to meet you, the great Little Giant." The young barbarian excitedly pledged with determination, "Then there's nothing to hesitate about anymore. I will definitely sell all the things you gave me to buy the best gear to help myself." Bjorn placed a hand on Karen's firm shoulder, full of trust. "Good thinking. Don't forget that the stronger you become, the easier the path will be for other young barbarian warriors." This made Karen clench his fist and vow loudly, "I understand. I will definitely achieve that. All for the prosperity of our tribe." Watching Karen's back as he stepped through the teleportation gate, Bjorn Jandel quietly reflected on the harsh reality. Currently, the barbarian tribe is the weakest of all races. He silently analyzed the strengths and fatal weaknesses of his kind. As individuals, they possess immense combat potential. However, there are too many people always targeting them for profit, while they completely lack proper education and support from their own tribe. The barbarian bitterly admitted the tragic fate of most of his brethren. Almost all of them lose their lives very early when they just start their adventuring journey. However, a new spark of hope suddenly flickered in Bjorn Jandel's heart. But what would happen if the number of survivors started to increase? Starting with Karen right here? If there were more young warriors who could survive and rise to become top-tier adventurers, he painted a picture of a future brighter and more radiant than ever, and a cycle of success would continue indefinitely. Moreover, the pragmatic barbarian calculated the personal benefits involved. At that point, the power and standing of the savage tribe will undoubtedly grow stronger as well. Like it or not, I'm one of them now. If the tribe's influence expands, it will certainly bring massive benefits to me personally. He quickly used other races as a prime example. Just look at those mages. If it weren't for the massive, fortified community of the Magic Tower backing them up, could they really become that arrogant and overbearing? Bjorn smiled to himself, recalling the final pieces of useful advice he had given Karen. Even though this is just a small beginning, planting the right seeds will create infinite possibilities. Karen, listen closely. When choosing teammates to form a party, it's best to have at least one member from a different race. And then, I gave Karen a few more pieces of life or death advice. However, Karen's reaction afterward made Misa, who was standing nearby, shudder in shock. Thank you so much, son of Yanin, hiding a sharp axe behind such a pure, holy exterior that is truly an excellent method. Looking at the boy's dark, wicked smile, Bjorn Jandel couldn't help but feel rattled, wondering if what happened today had truly traumatized him that much. As his voice still echoed, he continued, "From now on, I will proactively hunt down humans to use as drinking buddies, especially those who dare to reveal their true, sinister motives." Karen wore an incredibly savage, bloodthirsty grin and declared ruthlessly, "I will crush their heads the moment I lay eyes on them." As that internal monologue echoed, at that very moment, I clearly saw a fierce change in Karen's eyes. And I was absolutely certain of one thing. Karen, fired up with intensity, continued to vow. Furthermore, whenever I see young warriors, I will tell them about today and offer them advice. Just as you did today, all for the sake of our people. Bjorn Jandel could only break into a cold sweat and respond awkwardly. Certainly. The young barbarian laughed with a savage, boisterous cackle, thinking to himself that from now on, if anyone dared to lay a hand on an innocent barbarian 2 days later, on the second floor, in the land of the dead, Bjorn Jandel and Misa were still marching along. Seeing the dim, gloomy space, Bjorn Jandel muttered, "It's too hard to see," and asked quietly, "Should we just give up on hunting the Death Knight?" Misa quickly encouraged him, "Don't be so discouraged." Misa then asked about the rumors. Shouldn't there be a huge tombstone in the land of the dead, and on the 7th day, the Death Knight is summoned right in front of it? But Bjorn Jandel just shook his head. "I haven't heard anything like that until now." Taking this opportunity, Misa teased the barbarian. "Not everything written in books is always true. You know that. So, stop locking yourself in the library all day and go out with me once in a while." This left Bjorn Jandel speechless, and he asked, "How did you even arrive at that conclusion?" Misa blushed, stammering. "That's because Bjorn Jandel cut her off with a stern face. Enough, let's keep moving." Suddenly, a wave of dark energy surged past, making Misa scream in alarm. Bjorn hurriedly asked, "Did you feel it too?" Misa nodded, on high alert. "Yes. Something just sent a chill down my spine." As the system displayed a bright red warning, "Your character has been affected by hatred. Healing and recovery effects are significantly reduced." Immediately after, blood trickled from the corner of Bjorn Jandel's mouth, but he remained calm, counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He looked at his wounds, which should have healed in seconds, but remained unhealed. Misa stammered in worry about his wounds. This actually made Bjorn Jandel break into an excited grin, realizing that the Death Knight was very close, truly, very close. The sound of rapid footsteps resounded clearly toward the source of the dark energy. Bjorn quickly analyzed the battlefield as he dashed forward. Its hatred skill has already been activated. This means it entered the battle the moment it was summoned. The barbarian calculated the timing as he ran. That means someone was already lying in wait here and attacked it immediately. Could it be another player? We should be careful. Even so, Bjorn remained determined for the sake of the greater goal. After all, our goal is experience points. Even if it's already in battle, we still have a way. Misa chased after him, calling out in a panic, "Bjorn Jandel, what are you planning to do?" Before them, a chaotic battle was unfolding between a proud Death Knight in a crimson cloak and a group of mysterious adventurers. Without a moment's hesitation, Bjorn let out a mighty roar and charged straight into the fray. He landed a powerful shield bash on his target with immense force, followed by a system notification. Just like that, the Death Knight was defeated, granting 4 more experience points, leaving the entire group of adventurers completely stunned. The barbarian stood tall and shouted heroically, "Don't worry, I will save all of you." While the system commentary text appeared mockingly, Barbarian brain mode enabled, the group of adventurers stared at Bjorn Jandel with their mouths agape, as if looking at a strange creature. Huh? What? Witnessing his comrade's brainless performance, Misa could only gape in silence as the system provided its conclusion. In short, Misa jumped in and started pummeling him, while Bjorn Jandel stood there, confused and protesting. "I just helped out. Why are you so furious?" The cat spirit girl roared in anger. "What? Do you really want to die that badly?" The group of adventurers could only try to intervene. "Please, calm down," and apologized in embarrassment. "We are sorry," before the scene ended with a notification. Back in reality, the hooded adventurer suddenly realized something and exclaimed with joy, I remember now. You were on the third floor back then. Sir, you are Little Vun Can, right? Bjorn Jandel thought to himself. This guy. The adventurer raised his hands, explaining urgently. I don't know the details, but if we don't leave here in time, we will all die. That's what an ancient book said. This made Bjorn Jandel secretly realize that the guy was the one who led the adventurers in the battle against Rassis. He thought to himself. So, it's another player this time? The group of adventurers immediately changed their attitude. The mage asked in surprise, You are truly Little Vuncan? Then Hunter nodded in agreement. It seems we have misunderstood you. It appears he acted entirely out of good intentions, leaving the elf girl bewildered. What? Meanwhile, the hooded adventurer speculated with reverence. Naturally, a hero like that would certainly never do cowardly things like thieving. Seeing his reputation working so magically well, Misa sweat dropped, thinking, Is this why we need to build a reputation? Is this actually working? Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel felt smugly satisfied. Amazing. The adventurer happily reached out to introduce himself. Since we've met like this, should we introduce ourselves? Which made Bjorn Jandel heartily reach out to shake his hand. Sure, I'm Bjorn Jandel, son of Yanin. What's your name? The adventurer wore that familiar, chilling smile and whispered a name that made Bjorn Jandel freeze in horror. Han Krizen. Han Krizen, the savage, jolted in shock, eyes widening as he asked back in surprise. What did you say? Bjorn Jandel immediately stepped back into a defensive stance and shouted in alert. Stop right there, leaving Han stunned and frozen in place. Huh? He suddenly grabbed Misa and pulled her along, shouting, We have to leave right now. I've got an urgent matter to settle, leaving her bewildered and thinking to herself, Damn it, I didn't see this coming at all. The savage ran with all his might, dragging his teammate for dear life, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Another player currently possesses Hansoo's body, and this level of chaos is truly the first time I've ever encountered something like this. Misa shouted in surprise while running. Ron. But he just rushed to shout, We have to get out of here right now. Misa ran after him, asking frantically, Why are you suddenly acting like this? While Han, trailing behind, could only blankly mutter, Wait, why? Bjorn Jandel shouted, cutting him off. I'll explain later. Just keep running for now. Then he worriedly thought, My heart is pounding out of my chest. I wonder what's going to happen next. I should have at least brought some salt. Cut to noon on day D+1 inch the city of Lavdonia. In the middle of the plaza, a young savage girl cheered joyfully and lunged into her father's arms. Daddy! Making the father embrace his daughter, deeply moved. Oh, my daughter. Witnessing this touching family reunion, Karen suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. The young savage waved his arms and shouted in front of the crowd of tribesmen gathering around to get their attention. Seeing that strange behavior, one of the tribesmen asked skeptically, Is that Charon, Ton's son? While others just looked on, bewildered. Immediately, Karen excitedly raised his heavy, stuffed bags and cheered. Everyone is still alive and well, making his fellow tribesmen ask in a flurry, What's with those bags? Whoa, are they packed full of gear? Did you go looting somewhere? Causing the boy to laugh and wave his hands in denial. Ha ha. Looting? Not a chance. Karen spread his arms wide and shouted, Everyone, gather round. I'm going to tell you all exactly what happened. Ignoring the crowd's excited chatter. Where did you get those bags? What actually happened? As he began to recount in detail everything he had experienced in the maze to the entire tribe. After hearing about the humiliation they suffered, the savage warriors roared in fury. What? We are not monsters. We are warriors. Just as Bronn had predicted. His people were absolutely incensed. And then, the entire tribe began chanting Bronn's name in reverence. Little Bronn, son of Yanden. To be able to see through the heart of such a pathetic scavenger, he truly is a great and incredibly wise warrior, causing the system to continuously send congratulatory notifications. Your character's reputation has increased by 1 point. Your character's reputation has increased by 1 point. Not stopping there, Karen raised a fist to the sky, shouting along heroically. That's right, all of this loot is thanks to his guidance. Truly a great warrior, making the crowd chant in unison, Little Bronn, Little Bronn. Watching that noisy scene, the human adventurers nearby whispered with contempt, Here we go again. It's so noisy. Honestly, those savages are useless aside from having heart, because for a long time, the savage tribe had always been considered the lowest prey in the maze. Karen's eyes glowed red as he roared clearly, drowning out the murmurs. From this moment on, I will share with you all the same teachings he gave me. Even though Bronn would hate to admit this reality, This was the obvious truth, as his people cheered. Braun, son of Yanin, has spoken. This will be the first noble step for all of us. A picture of Braun giving a proud thumbs up appeared in the sky like a guardian deity, accompanied by a declaration. But, from now on, everything will be different. On the afternoon of the 9th day, at the Black Estuary, the system displayed a notification that they had entered the pilgrimage route on the 3rd floor. Bjorn Jandel stepped out of the portal, looked around gloomily, and mentally made a note. Next time I should avoid coming here without a scout guide, because he had struggled to tail a passing group of adventurers just to find the entrance to this gate. Misa shivered and muttered anxiously. But if that Han guy is really such a terrible omen, wouldn't it be better if we went back down to the 1st floor? Honestly, I feel incredibly uneasy, but that hasn't been proven as a fact yet, right? Braun explained calmly while walking. On the other hand, if Han's curse is real, going into the city won't stop anything from happening anyway. Finishing the job is the only way to minimize the losses, making Misa pout in response. If that's the case, then stop talking about it. Now I'm starting to feel uneasy, too. The savage smirked knowingly and confided, I'm not exactly sure about the happy parts. However, Braun immediately affirmed with confidence. But when you share these difficult times together, the burden is surely cut in half, causing Misa to go berserk and yell, Is that what a crazy, stupid old savage like you is supposed to say? He quickly defended himself. I was just joking. But the cat spirit girl remained grumpy. Don't lie. Your eyes were clearly completely serious just now. He continued speaking. I think that, subconsciously, I've started relying on you, causing Misa to bow her head, blushing with embarrassment and surprise. Huh? Then Misa coyly crossed her arms and coaxed him. So that's how it is? Good job. From now on, don't suffer alone, just rely on me for everything. But Bjorn Jandel added one more cold sentence. I'm kidding. Immediately, Misa stiffened, turning her embarrassment into rage, glaring with hatred and cursing under her breath. This crazy Bjorn Jandel, pig or whatever, he's just the same. Suddenly, from behind, a loud, angry shout echoed to stop them. Stop right there! The sound of splashing water echoed in the quiet space, making both of them sigh in exasperation. When they reached the resting point at the Black Estuary, Bjorn Jandel immediately picked Misa up and said, We're here, get down. Then he let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, that was too close. Good thing we made it before the water level got too high. But because they arrived late, all the prime spots inside had already been taken by others. Still, Misa smirked proudly, saying, I'll let it slide this time, just because it's me. That made Bjorn Jandel blush as he justified it to himself. It's definitely not because I'm afraid of getting my feet wet or anything. Then she jokingly asked with a smug look, Isn't there a saying that no tree remains standing after being struck 10 times? That made him chuckle, but as he knew, she was immediately cut off by other players complaining, Hey, everyone's trying to sleep. Could you please keep it down? The adventurer Lois quickly apologized for the noise. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. That made Misa freeze as she recognized the voice. Then Bjorn Jandel exclaimed in surprise, Hikuro! Seeing his old teammates sitting around the campfire, Hikuro asked in surprise, What are you guys doing here? Then he excitedly cheered, Whoa! I knew our party was linked by destiny. As the system provided a summary, they naturally joined the team and began working together. Hikuro curiously questioned Bjorn Jandel about his unfinished quest. What about the quest requirements? Why are you guys here? The Beastman calmly explained. The client had business on the 1st floor, so they've already returned to the city. Conversely, he also asked his old teammate, You said you were only staying on the 2nd floor, right? Hikuro scratched his head sheepishly and explained, We finished the 2nd floor quest earlier than expected, so we picked up another one just in case. The Beastman reminisced about the team's quest progress. All of them had worked together on the 3rd floor quest. For Hikuro, retrieving the eyes of the Frogman Shaman for a reward of 2 million stone. And they had succeeded in less than 3 days. Watching the monster collapse, Misa nervously asked, Is this the right way? Is it working now? That made the adventurer girl exclaim in awe, I can't believe the distortion spell actually worked. Just as expected, with Misa by their side, it felt like the god of luck was on their team. Seeing his teammate showing favoritism toward the cat girl, Hikuro clicked his tongue silently, thinking, This guy is blind with love. Meanwhile, the adventurer girl excitedly insisted, In my opinion, it's not Misa, but Braun who brings us luck. Good fortune seems to follow that guy everywhere. Braun broke into a sweat, denying Lois's claim, and quickly changed the subject. Now that we've finished the quest, why don't we head straight up to the 4th floor? After a moment of consideration, Hikuro nodded in agreement. You're right. It would be a waste to just stop at the 3rd floor. If we leave right now, it'll be tight. But we can make it. That made Bjorn Jandel urge them on. Then let's split up and move out quickly. Misa looked confused and thought, split up? Once the whole team agreed to head to the 4th floor, the beastman threw his weapon over his shoulder and urged them, let's go. After the group ran non-stop for 3 days and nights, a series of system notifications popped up as they neared their goal. They had entered a special area. The Witch's Forest map effect was now in effect. As Bjorn Jandel breathed a sigh of relief 3 hours before the 3rd floor closed, they finally reached the teleportation gate. Seeing their exhausted guide gasping for air, Bjorn Jandel patted his shoulder in encouragement. Well done, Rod Miller. In front of the gate, energy was radiating powerfully. The Beastman shouted, now is the right time. Let's go in. Without a second of hesitation, Bjorn Jandel picked up the exhausted Rod Miller with one arm and strode proudly into the glowing gate with the rest of the group. But the moment they stepped through, a desperate cry rang out nearby, causing Bjorn Jandel to stop in his tracks, startled. Ah, Uncle! The Beastman's eyes widened in shock as he recognized that voice. The system officially announced a new milestone. You have entered the 4th floor, the Sky Tower. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel stood motionless, thinking to himself, I'm sure that voice sounded very familiar. The image of a small, confused elf girl appeared in his mind. No way could it be Wen. A map this wide it shouldn't be. He was jolted back to reality when Misa pulled his sleeve and yelled, Bjorn, what the hell are you doing? Move, hurry up. Oh, right. The system revealed the brutality of the new land, as monsters swarmed everywhere. This is the Sky Tower. As soon as you enter, monsters will swarm you. One adventurer apologized in fear. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel cursed as he looked at the ferocious monsters. Orose mages, stone golems, living armor, and even a headless Dullen. It was a terrible combination right from the start. Facing the danger, Bjorn and Hikuro immediately raised their shields, letting out a simultaneous roar as they took their defensive stances. The headless Dullen swung its blade, wreathed in dark, sinister flames, delivering a powerful blow that sliced through the air and overwhelmed the team. The sound of clashing metal created a massive explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust in the chaotic battle. A giant shadow suddenly closed in from behind, making Hikuro gasp. He managed to use his warhammer to block the sneak attack, roaring in pain. The red-haired Beastman warrior shouted to remind the whole team to stay on high alert. Don't let your guard down. Their individual rank might be low, but their coordination. After clearing out the monsters, Lois proudly asked the team, what did you think of the new spell I learned? That made Misa give a thumbs up in approval. Really? That felt incredibly powerful. The companion adventurer standing nearby just looked on blankly, thinking, has it always been this easy to fight? As the monster corpses faded away, the system immediately announced, challenge complete, while opening mysterious stone gates leading to the next floors. Standing before the fork in the road, the adventurer asked in confusion, which way is it? That made the blonde adventurer girl urge them, we don't have much time left, so it's best to climb the floors as fast as possible. Misa nodded in agreement. That's right. The lower floors are too easy, and the rewards are scarce. Bjorn Jandel made a decisive choice. Then it has to be the Path of Wisdom. The system explained the nature of this special route. The Stairway of Wisdom. A route that requires a professional scout guide. This path is extremely complex, filled with traps and monsters that appear sporadically. But you can climb 5 floors at once. Rod Miller immediately stepped up to lead the way. This path was incredibly complex, riddled with traps and monsters that appeared out of nowhere. But since they could clear 5 floors at once, Rod Miller immediately took the lead. Then, stay close to me. As he strode along, Bjorn Jandel suddenly drifted into contemplation. I wonder what could have happened if I had chosen a different path. The image of a dark, fiery beast surfaced in his mind, grim and foreboding, accompanied by a lingering question. If I had, the scene of a desolate, gloomy wasteland appeared, the barbarian's own scarred back collapsing in a dark vision of the future. His blood-soaked arms clawed helplessly at the cold ground, broken by the crushing weight of failure. Bjorn looked up at the corpses of his fallen comrades, his heart aching. Everything shouldn't have ended like this. The lifeless face of Karen, Lois and Misa lying scattered in pools of horrifying, fresh blood. The barbarian's eyes filled with immense regret and lingering bitterness as he muttered to himself, I shouldn't have gone that far. Returning to reality, Bjorn Jandel shook his head, brushing off that dark vision, and continued the journey. After choosing the Staircase of Wisdom on the 1st floor, the barbarian clicked his tongue, reflecting on the arduous journey the team had endured. We reached the 12th floor by choosing the Staircase of Courage. and then we chose the staircase of wisdom again. Bron shuddered, remembering that dark moment. Right there, we ran into a species of monster ranked at the top of the 10th grade, among 5th-tier monsters. Misa trembled, her eyes wide with terror. A rhino? Why is that thing here? Bron gritted his teeth in fury, thinking to himself, this has to be a joke. Is this keyboard-smashing guy appearing here now? As the cold system text displayed, indeed, 5th-tier monsters did appear in the Sky Tower. However, the system also emphasized a practical reality. They had an extremely low spawn rate. The barbarian clicked his tongue, cursing his luck. In 10 years of playing this game, I've only run into them 7 times. And even then, it was always on the 100th floor. But a boss-level monster like this is appearing right here on the 12th floor? The chilling warning and the figure of that strange adventurer flashed through his mind. Always be wary of those who harbor deep resentment. That damn grudge effect. Bjorn Jandel immediately let out a thunderous roar to shake off his confusion. Everyone in the team jumped and looked toward him while the system continued coldly. No matter how low the spawn rate was, Bron lunged forward maniacally, activating his signature skill. Character has activated Savage Burst, he thought, decisive. If the situation was spiraling out of control, action had to be the top priority. The giant rhino beast let out a furious roar and charged to meet him. Its terrifying punch slammed straight into the barbarian's steel shield, creating a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. Bron gritted his teeth, struggling under the immense pressure, groaning in pain. Damn it! I almost lost my shield. Seeing his comrade in danger, Hikuro didn't hesitate. He swung his hammer and rushed to assist. I'll give you a hand. The young barbarian braced himself, holding the line while activating his ultimate defensive skill, Immunity Balance, which absorbed the impact. Under the crushing force of the beast, Hikuro gritted his teeth and screamed. A glowing light of recovery quickly enveloped his teammate's body as the system signaled, Hikurod Murat has activated emergency recovery. At the same time, Bron shouted a reminder, I told you to change your shield. Immediately after, Bron unleashed his power, swinging his sword in a lethal counterstrike. Seeing the rhino still standing tall, the barbarian asked in horror, I can't even deal a single point of damage to it? Then he roared madly. Is this still not enough? Behind the defensive line, a giant magic, Frost Spear, was accumulating, accompanied by the system's prompt for Ice Spear enhancement, making the blonde girl shout in relief. It's ready. The powerful stream of frost magic shot forward and slammed straight into the beast's massive body. But the rhino coolly swatted the ice spear away as if it were a harmless speck of dust. It roared madly, shaking off all the ice crystals around its body in an instant. Seeing her strongest attack neutralized so easily, the blonde girl trembled in terror. No, this can't be. Even so, Misa bravely lunged forward, continuing to slash with her ice sword in a rapid flurry. It still wasn't over. The blade slashed against the thick skin, leaving only tiny scratches, making her whine in frustration. Its skin is too tough, she thought, calculating anxiously. The freezing effect doesn't seem to be working, but it should at least slow down its recovery a little bit. The blonde girl, drenched in sweat, yelled out in a panic. We need to run. At this rate, we'll never defeat this rhino. Bjorn Jandel, while bravely using his shield to block the devastating blow, shouted at his teammate, Shut up and focus on the fight. Realizing the stalemate, Misa frantically guarded while asking Bjorn Jandel, Then, where do we run now? How are we supposed to escape this? The barbarian's mind began a realistic, comparative analysis. When we faced another 5th-tier monster at the Blood Fortress, we had a 6th-tier mage with us. A mage's level is usually calculated as their level plus 1.5. So, in reality, we had damage output equivalent to a high 5th tier or above. Furthermore, he recalled the strategy used to defeat his past opponent. She continuously rained down attacks with the solar attribute, which was the rhino's critical weakness. Bron reflected on that fierce battle from years ago. Right before that, I even used the goddess's tears, an artifact powerful enough to finish off a death knight in a single strike. But what was the result? The barbarian clicked his tongue, shivering at the thought. Even then, it didn't go down in one hit. And that was when dealing with a vampire. A monster species with high recovery but relatively low defense. The barbarian steeled his heart, analyzing the terrifying nature of the opponent before them. But on the other hand, what about a troll? They possess the highest level of regeneration and defense among rank 5 monsters. Which means if we don't space out our attacks properly, even a lucky punch won't do a thing. Still, Bron gritted his teeth against the pain, glaring at his team as he barked orders, though he was clearly at his limit. Listen up, everyone. From here on out, that wild man decided to commit himself to a life-or-death path. A prolonged battle means our chances of winning are slim, but we have to make it happen. The system's real-time battle update is brutal. 15 minutes in, it felt like an hour had already passed. Meanwhile, Dwaki was frantically chanting, continuously triggering a series of curse-type spells. Ryle Warby has activated the level 8 curse spell, Decay. Rio Warby has activated a level 9 decomposition curse. Rio Warby has activated a level 7 weakening curse. Dwaki is pouring all of his mana into the curses. Hikuro groans in pain despite being protected by magic. Hikuro Murat has activated emergency healing, While the two fighters take the hits, we are doing our best to hold on as long as possible. At the same time, Rod Miller keeps firing arrows to harass the opponent. Rod Miller was shifting his attention. Just then, Misa swung her ice sword mightily with a loud shout, and immediately after, the nimble cat spirit girl unleashed a vicious attack that caught the Cho off guard. Misa landed hit after hit on that weak spot. She stayed focused on that single point, just as I had commanded. The beast let out a gut-wrenching cry that echoed through the gloomy space. Seeing the Cho suddenly shift its target toward Dwaki, Rod Miller shouted in panic, "Dodge, Daki!" Luckily, Rod Miller managed to grab the mage by the collar and haul him away just in time, barely dodging the earth-shattering blow. Braun was dripping with sweat, cursing under his breath. Damn it, is this what it feels like to walk on thin ice? With no other choice, the system reported that his character had triggered a berserk skill. The barbarian tensed his muscles, using his body and his tattered shield to take the full force of the beast's destructive punch. Not giving his teammate a moment to breathe, Bjorn Jandel barked right at the pale-faced man. "Why? How much mana do you have left?" The mage trembled, clutching his staff as he stammered, 2 minutes? I can squeeze out 3 more minutes. Braun did some rapid mental math and came up with an idea. What if we just scrap the slow spell altogether? Hearing that, Waki's eyes lit up with hope. In that case, I can last another 7 minutes. The barbarian made the call without hesitation. Got it. Stop using slow. And just like that, as if it were a death sentence, the time limit was officially set. Braun immediately turned and roared at the beastkin girl. She pouted, grumbling as she hacked away. No matter how loud you scream my name, this hide isn't going to just tear off. The quick-witted barbarian diagnosed the problem. The core issue was that damn Tier 3 bone material. Since that was the case, he gave a direct order. "Hikuro, handle this from now on." The dwarf responded enthusiastically. "Got it. But what's the plan?" Bjorn Jandel coldly dropped a chilling line. Plan B. With the sophisticated problem-solving philosophy of a barbarian, he thought to himself that there was no better toy for smashing something stubborn than a mace. At that exact moment, the beast decided to go all out. The system flashed red. Cho had activated his frenzy. This comeback skill was effective, temporarily numbing his pain, while boosting his physical stats to a cheat level high. The creature swung an arm as thick as a tree trunk, slamming it into him and forcing an anguished cry from his lips. Regaining his composure, he seized the golden opportunity while the monster's guard was down and lunged forward with a savage grin that matched the beast's own. He swung his steel-reinforced mace, landing a critical hit right on its weak point. Before the creature could recover, the savage man unleashed a dozen consecutive blows with everything he had. The final, crushing strike landed with the weight of 1,000 pounds, promising to shatter the thick, hardened armor of this tyrant beast. The terrifying blow landed as Bjorn Jandel shouted until his throat was raw, barking orders to his teammate, Mia. Immediately, the beastkin girl seized the chance and leaped high into the air, driving her icy, frozen blade down with surgical precision. Their synchronized assault froze the monster's massive arm solid, leaving it to hang uselessly at its side. But, of course, a boss this tough wouldn't go down that easily. The system popped up another notification that made him want to swear. Cho had activated Super Recovery. To be specific, this Super Recovery was an active skill used to target specific body parts, providing a massive boost to mend any damage done to those exact areas. The savage man clicked his tongue, cursing the creature's specialty. Damn it, that's just like Cho. Still, he quickly analyzed the situation. It would take at least 2 minutes for it to fully heal. Seizing this golden opportunity, Braun whispered to himself with fierce determination. Then we have at least 2 minutes. He offered a dangerous smile as he realized the fatal flaw. During that recovery time, it couldn't use the Super Recovery skill again. Without a second's hesitation, the system chimed. The character had activated the enlargement skill. Braun summarized the high-risk plan. In other words, if we smash its brain or heart within the next 2 minutes, the dwarf, Hikur, was also incredibly hyped, gasping with a look of pure hope. Burning with killing intent, Bjorn Jandel roared like a true war god. "We have to tear this bastard's head off." The giant troll seemed to sense death calling, letting out a piercing, crazed shriek. Ignoring the monster's thrashing, Bronn poured all his remaining strength into shouting his teammate's name. Misa! He dived straight under the beast, giving a gruesome order. Blind it first, use my blood. In that life or death moment, only one thought remained in his mind, weighing the odds. Catching the signal, Misa dove down like a phantom, putting her full force into a scream that tore through the night. Struck in a flash, the mage let out a pained shriek, thrashing around wildly. The monster below roared in fear, dodging the attacks, while he stood below and shouted tactical orders. Stick to it like a bloodfly and keep stabbing. The beastkin girl broke into a cold sweat and winced, replying, "All right, got it." Misa's eyes turned bloodshot with killing intent. She growled, channeling every ounce of her power into her small hands. But a critical failure occurred, making her eyes widen in panic as she reported, "The blade, it won't pierce through." Ignoring that, a harsh roar came from below. "Save me over here." Hearing the dry clatter of metal sliding off a skull, Bjorn Jandel cursed the boss's ridiculous durability. Can't pierce the skull? Damn this top-tier material. He refused to let despair set in. The savage man braced himself, taking the hits while shouting, "Keep going, we have to crush its brain." Misa, clinging to the monster's neck, immediately followed suit. "All right, got it." The troll's mouth hung open, revealing rows of grotesque bloody teeth as it roared in absolute agony. Suddenly, it swung its arm, shifting its target, and making his teammates scream in terror. Duaki. It's targeting Duaki. The mage trembled, his face deathly pale as he wailed. How? It's impossible, it clearly can't see anything. Rod Miller immediately yanked him away and shouted to reassure him. Get out of the way. The massive shadow collapsed, followed by devastating claws, and the mage could only shriek in horror. While using his life to keep the monster occupied, Bjorn Jandel gritted his teeth, fuming. This bastard. He quickly realized the anomaly. Even though it was blind, it knew exactly where to strike. A chilling speculation flashed in his mind. Could it be, does it have the ability to sense magic power? The team was scattered, running in chaos. He sighed, admitting the harsh reality. Regardless of the reason, he thought to himself with frustration, just when I thought it was in the bag, the situation fell apart in a heartbeat. The dwarf, Hikurode, frantically swung his shield to block the relentless onslaught, sweat pouring off him as he yelled, "Stop it, you jerk." Before the words even left his lips, the shadow descended, and he took a blow that sent blood spraying from his mouth. The dwarf groaned, then realized the bitter truth with a sense of dread. My energy is completely drained, so I can't use the pendulum anymore? Fate really loves to toy with me. And at such a critical moment too. The giant beast stomped around madly. The beastkin girl, clinging to its back, screamed in panic for her captain, Bjorn Jandel. Seeing his old friend collapse, Bjorn Jandel's eyes widened as he shouted, "Hikuro!" But he quickly suppressed the panic, roaring to rally the team's spirits. Forget about that. Just focus everything on killing it. Given a burst of courage, Misa plunged into the fray again with a blood-curdling scream. The beastkin girl stood tall on the monster's snout, savagely driving her ice blade deep into its eye socket. While above, Bjorn Jandel was risking his life to hold the beast back. At that very decisive moment, a cold system notification appeared, extinguishing their hope. The curse effect on Cho has worn off. Ignoring the cruel reality that their cheating time was up, Bjorn Jandel contorted his face and roared until his throat was torn. "Misa," he ordered, "keep going." With tears streaming down her face, Misa used the last of her strength, launching an attack accompanied by a desperate cry. The system kept calling her name. Misa cast has activated Ice Shatter. She gritted her teeth, pouring all her resentment into the roar. Die. Just die already, you monster. While the system coldly recorded, Misa-sen has activated Ice Shatter. A blast of icy magic exploded in a brilliant light. She poured all her pent-up frustration into the final fated strike, letting out one last bloodthirsty scream. I said, die. Along with the monster's collapse, the system coldly announced, time's up, giant form skill has ended. Completely exhausted, Bjorn and Misa collapsed onto the cold ground. The savage man only managed a weary groan. The monster's massive, blood-soaked hand twitched slightly, then fell limp. The reign of the tyrant had ended. Suddenly, the savage man started, staring forward with a look of utter shock. He blinked, staring at the motionless carcass of the giant boss. Breathing a sigh of relief, he thought to himself, it's finally over, as the system message confirmed that the troll had been defeated. 5 XP, he muttered, coming to terms with reality. It was truly dead. However, the loot was pitiful, just a single magic stone. Life really wasn't like the stories. There were no dramatic drops this time. As Bjorn Jandel staggered to his feet, lamenting the moment, it suddenly felt strangely real. A frantic shout from the Beastkin girl snapped him back to reality. Waki! That's right, this wasn't a dream. He bitterly reminded himself of the choice he had just made. The brutal imagery flashed through his mind, along with the memory of the mangled body floating there, all because of that one decision. On the other side, Misa was desperately trying to wake their two teammates. Rod Miller, Hikuro, wake up! The thief, Rod Miller, wheezed, pleading in pain. Misa, stop shaking me. Scanning the battlefield, Bjorn assessed the damage. It was a miracle Rod Miller was alive. He glanced over at the dwarf. Hikuro was only knocked out, but then he froze. Something more important than Waki. Just as Misa shrieked in despair, the core of the problem became painfully clear. The real issue was Waki. Misa was frantically screaming the mage's name, weeping as she clung to the demi-human. Bjorn, what do we do? She sobbed. Waki wasn't breathing anymore, but Bjorn Jandel coldly pulled out a potion and told her to move aside. He decisively poured the crimson liquid directly onto the unconscious mage's face. Even though he knew deep down this was only a temporary fix, he watched the mage's status card appear and calculated the damage. Waki was just a normal human, a mage known for his fragile body. His current state was horrific. His ribs were snapped in half, and his leg was twisted at an impossible angle. Not to mention his internal organs seemed crushed. Blood kept pouring from his nose and mouth. Powerless against the brutal truth, Bjorn Jandel punched the ground and cursed. Damn it! Regret gnawed at the demi-human. He shouldn't have used that supreme-grade potion back in the cave. He angrily blamed himself. My judgment became so small-minded when things changed so frustrating. Suddenly, a faint voice whispered, "Use this." Rod Miller held out a glowing vial and advised, "Use this for him." The thief added, "I bought it just in case." Bjorn Jandel's eyes widened in shock. A supreme potion? The medicine took effect, stabilizing Waki's condition and lifting a 1,000-pound weight off Bjorn Jandel's shoulders. Misa looked at her teammate, choked up, and asked quietly, "Is he?" Bjorn gave a short nod. "Yeah." The Beastkin girl bowed her head, rubbing her eyes, and whispered, "Bjorn Jandel." As his thoughts confirmed their great achievement, everyone survived. No one died. Misa sobbed uncontrollably, overcome with pure joy. Thank heaven, truly. Still, the demi-human kept a cold head, reflecting, but there are too many uncertainties to just be happy, especially because of my skill. He recalled the moment he had grandly declared, "Everyone, listen. From now on, the memory of this battle would be carved into history through careful planning and by correctly handling unexpected variables as they arose." But reality had slapped him awake. That was absolutely not how they survived this crisis. Looking up at the ceiling, Bjorn bitterly admitted, "We just got lucky. A naked, shameful truth. It was pure luck." And in accepting that, he finally understood how truly ruthless this line of work was. The real meaning of survival as an adventurer in this damn world. Tragic deaths flashed through his mind like a cold reminder that luck, like today's, the shadow of the Reaper lurking with his scythe, bringing the truth of the Sky Tower, would not visit them time and time again. Amidst these heavy thoughts, the dwarf Hikuro stroked his beard, sighed, and concluded with a heartwarming remark. "That's right," the tired dwarf said. "At least everyone survived and made it out." Rod Miller slumped to the ground, smiling with relief as he muttered, "To encounter a troll and still make it out in one piece, we definitely have to hold a Thanksgiving ceremony at the temple when we get back." He added, "Truly, thank heaven." Hearing this, Bjorn sighed dejectedly. "I'm sorry. I really didn't expect the monster to act like that at the last minute." Rod Miller quickly comforted him. "How could that possibly be your fault?" the thief said sincerely. "We should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for you, none of us would have survived." Rod Miller emphasized, "That's right. Your judgment was spot on, so don't blame yourself anymore." However, Bjorn Jandel still felt uneasy, thinking, "Rod Miller, you should know what my decision really meant." Just then, a voice broke the heavy silence. "Waki, you're awake?" The mage wheezed with hazy eyes. "Is everyone all right?" Misa replied anxiously, "We're all fine. So don't move." Waki smiled weakly. "Misa, I'm so relieved to see you're safe." The Beastkin girl scolded him affectionately, her eyes tearing up. "You idiot. You're the one who should be saying that." The mage coughed violently, forcing a reply. "Well," he managed a bright smile. Waki whispered, "That's true, isn't it?" At this, the dwarf chimed in regretfully. "Though this isn't exactly a story we can go around bragging about. No one would believe the 5 of us managed to take down a troll." Misa chimed in gloomily. "It feels a bit unfair, doesn't it? Clearly, we didn't even get any essence or decent loot, right? But then Rod Miller asked gently, didn't we keep our own lives? That left Bjorn Jandel silently heartbroken. Bron clicked his tongue and joked, Rod Miller, you're too humble. That's the problem. Hikuro smiled heartily. That's right, we even used a whole supreme-grade potion, didn't we? Don't worry, we'll all chip in to cover the cost. Rod Miller smirked in reply to the humility comment. What did you say? Just hearing that alone brings me the most relief I've felt in years. Misa suddenly turned to their leader and asked, Oh, but Bjorn Jandel, what now? He raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? She cautiously probed. You aren't planning to keep going higher, are you? Bjorn Jandel laughed in response. What kind of person do you think I am? He crossed his arms and said firmly, Of course we're stopping until the dungeon closes. Suddenly, Hikuro spoke up in a weak protest. Wait a minute, Misa. Why are you asking Bron that? I'm the team leader here, after all. She scratched her head, embarrassed. Oh, right. The dwarf muttered in disappointment. You know, sometimes inside Bjorn Jandel's head, he was still bitterly calculating. That damn beast. How much gold did we lose on this expedition? Right after that, the familiar notification popped up. The dungeon has closed. Your character is being transported to Lavdonia. And just like that, a week passed, and my 6th expedition officially came to an end. The timestamp for the scene transition showed late in the day. Outside a room, a shy female voice spoke up, accompanied by ragged breathing. Is this the place? A beautiful young girl appeared, flashing a radiant smile, her cheeks flushing as she whispered, Brother, finally I can see you again. The flashback returned to the moment the system announced the dungeon had closed and the character was being transported to Lavdonia. Bron continued. As soon as we got back to the city, we immediately carried Waki straight to the temple. Relief sighed through the air in front of the Richlast temple. Stepping down the stairs, the mage stretched and smiled. I finally feel like I'm alive again. The Beastkin girl happily called out his name. Watching his teammate looking healthy, Bjorn Jandel felt a silent sense of approval, truly living up to the expectations of divine power. Even wounds that the best potions couldn't touch were now completely healed. However, it couldn't heal the mental toll. I would have to check on that later. At this moment, Rod Miller turned to ask Han kindly. This took longer than expected, but are there any lasting side effects? Y grinned broadly and thumped his chest. Don't worry, I'm healthy enough to jump right back into a dungeon right now. Rod Miller let out a sigh of relief. M also chimed in excitedly. That's right, it's wonderful. The team leader set the schedule. In that case, let's meet up again in 2 days. For now, let's go home and get some rest. Everyone agreed in unison. Let's do that. Bron explained further. Because we didn't have many mana stones, we decided to postpone splitting the loot until we received the completion reward. Even so, the Barbarians still grumbled in frustration. Still, each person will probably only get about 400,000 stones, he muttered to himself. Damn beast. I can't stop swearing. After all the trouble we had to endure, at least it should have dropped an essence core. Walking down the street, Misa suddenly turned to Bron. What are you going to do next? Bron replied nonchalantly. First, let's head to the inn and take a bat. Before he could finish, Misa turned beet red and shrieked. Together, the barbarian calmly finished his sentence. And then I'll make a plan to organize everything. The girl lowered her voice, sheepish. He glared at her sharply. Didn't you rest enough in the dungeon? Don't even think about making excuses to run off. She stammered to clarify. I didn't think that. To close off all exits, Misa decided. Then I'll just bathe at your inn. Dragging myself back to my place is too much trouble. Clear? Bjorn Jandel gritted his teeth and obediently accepted. Fine. Then he muttered, rationalizing his laziness. No need to waste extra steps for nothing. In the blink of an eye, Misa jumped in surprise, her jaw dropping. You're already done bathing? Bjorn Jandel stepped out, bare-chested, wiping his hair while saying indifferently, You take your time. Sorting through this pile of stuff will take quite a while. She nodded. Oh, is that so? Misa threw her clothes onto the bed and replied happily, Got it. The room fell into silence. Bjorn Jandel spread his items out on the floor and quietly made a plan. I should sort out what to sell and what to keep before Misa comes out. This one gets sold, and this one I'll keep for later. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by a voice from outside. Mr. Bjorn Jandel? Are you in there? Bjorn Jandel raised an eyebrow, confused, and asked coldly toward the door. Who's there? He draped a towel over his neck and went to open it. What's going on? The man outside flinched and stepped back, stammering. Hello, I'm from the Adventurers Guild. The barbarian interrupted him rudely. Forget it. Just get straight to the point. The staff member wiped the sweat from his brow, responding awkwardly, well, about that. Trying to stay calm, he hurried to explain the real reason. A barbarian named Karen Tayson asked you to be his witness. He still looked tense, offering an awkward smile. He says you can prove he's not a thief. Bjorn Jandel's face darkened immediately. He cursed his luck. The young barbarian was in trouble. Without wasting a second, Bjorn Jandel grabbed his shirt and shouted into the bathroom, "Misa, today's plans are cancelled." Misa looks confused and calls out through the closed door. Huh? Why all of a sudden? She is interrupted by Bjorn Jandel. I have to head to the Adventurers Guild because of Karen's situation. The cat girl, still failing to make any sense of the logic, asks, "What is that supposed to mean? Can't you explain it a little?" But the savage guy bluntly shuts her down. In short, after you're done with your bath, just go home or do something else. Misa shouts in frustration. Wait a minute, is it really that hard to give me a proper explanation? Meanwhile, Bjorn turns to urge the guild staff member, hurry up and let's go. The man is scared and nervously obeys. Yes, yes. Leaving the furious girl behind, the story shifts to the scene in the 8th district. A young girl is seen frantically running through the streets, thinking to herself with a choked-up heart, "So, you are still alive after all." Her face lights up, her eyes filled with hope as she whispers, "Uncle." The scene flashes back to the past. A few days ago, calculated by the time in the labyrinth, in the witch's forest, the stern older sister warns, "Do you understand? Even if you aren't a professional scout, you can still find your way to the 4th floor." Wen naively asks back, "Listen to the magical waves. Is that confirmed?" That's right. Listen for the sound of the teleportation gate. Remembering the advice, the elf girl obediently closes her eyes, focusing intently on sensing the flow of mana. A moment later, she opens her eyes and confidently points forward. That way, her sister smiles with satisfaction. Well done. Shall we go then? Without hesitation, both of them take steady steps, heading deep into the gloomy forest. Suddenly, the girl turns with a puzzled look. The magical waves seem stronger now, don't they? Then she calls out softly, "Sister." At that very moment, a strange voice rings out. Well done. Rod Miller makes her jump in surprise, and she gasps, "Huh?" Ignoring her sister's panic, Wen shouts towards the voice, "Where are you going?" Wait. Wen rushes off headlong, her heart brimming with emotion. Even though this voice is gruff, it is very warm. Behind her, her sister screams in desperate panic, but Wen is determined, thinking to herself, there is no mistake. A fierce belief ignites in the young girl's heart. This is definitely his voice. As soon as she sees the figure towering amidst the blinding light, she is stunned and confirms it. His gear is different, and I can't see his face because of the iron helmet, but I know it's him. With tear-filled eyes, she sobs out loud, "Uncle!" Her voice breaks and blends into the dark night. "Uncle!" Regardless of the danger ahead, the girl charges straight toward the battlefield. The scene suddenly glows brightly as the power of magic erupts violently. Luckily, her older sister manages to rush over and grab her tightly from behind. "Stop it!" The sister angrily yells. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" She scolds her further. "I already told you, following him to the 4th floor could make you be mistaken for a looter." Wen tries to defend herself, but that was him, but she is immediately dismissed. "You haven't even seen his face clearly." The girl cries in agony. "I know. I just know for sure that it's him. Let me go!" Struggling in desperation, with tears streaming down her face, she screams and sobs. "Why? Why won't you let me go?" she insists. "Why?" Witnessing such insane stubbornness, the sister is forced to let go in frustration. The flashback ends. Wen is currently summarizing her information gathering. "I never expected him to become so famous. Remembering the rumors, Bjorn Jandel, and of course I know her, if she is called Little Vun Cow, or there are people who said they saw him on the 1st floor, until she confirms the information. According to the savage guy in our team, his inn is standing in front of the inn." She blames herself. "I'm so stupid for getting misunderstood and locking myself in my room, so I didn't know anything." Then she stops, looking confused. "Huh?" and mutters in reproach. "But why didn't you tell me anything, sister?" After thinking for a moment, she soothes her own suspicion. "It seems like she didn't know either," she excuses. "Well, she has been busy lately too." Finally, she brushes it off. That doesn't really matter now. Walking up to the door, she takes a breath to plan. "I should apologize first when I see him." Then she smiles triumphantly. "I'm sure he's been desperately looking for me too." With flushed, shy cheeks, she finds excuses for him. Not going to look for him first and nods. "That's right. Perhaps he didn't remember which inn we were staying at." Finishing her train of thought, Wen raises her hand to knock on the door and whispers softly, Then she shyly takes a small step back, anxiously awaiting a response from inside. Her eyes widen and sparkle, both hands placed over her chest in anticipation, her face burning red, her heart pounding audibly in her ears. She panics, thinking to herself, "My heart feels like it's about to jump out of my chest." The door swings open, but what meets her eyes is the sexy cat girl, frowning and asking bluntly, "Huh? Who are you?" Her brain freezes in shock and screams internally, "Who is this woman? Isn't this his room?" She is flustered and stammers, hurriedly trying to cover it up. "I think I might have come to the wrong room," and timidly asks, "Do you happen to know which room Bjorn Jandel is in?" The beast girl raises an eyebrow, surprised, and asks back, "You're looking for Bjorn Jandel?" making the girl panic. "Huh? What do you mean?" Hearing that, Misa waves her hand, explaining, "If you mean Bjorn Jandel, he just left after taking a bath," then kindly offers, "Would you like to come in and wait?" making Wen stutter in surprise. "Yes." Wen breaks into a cold sweat, the words repeating in her head in a panic. "He just left after taking a bath," and she hurriedly speaks up, "Wait a second." The elf girl's mind spins in confusion, screaming in her heart, "So that means this really is his room?" And in utter bewilderment, "What the hell is going on here?" Seeing her hesitation, Misa smiles and suggests, "If you don't want to wait, just tell me who you are," adding, "I'll let him know when Bjorn Jandel gets back." That statement hits like a thunderbolt. Wen takes a step back, her inner world in turmoil. What is she saying? She thinks, unable to stop her assumptions. "It sounds like you guys are living together." Trying to suppress her jealousy, Wen asks shakily, "You said he just left after bathing, right?" Misa nods nonchalantly. "Yeah, are you planning on leaving now?" A dark smile creeps onto her lips. Wen firmly grits out, "No." Her gaze is sharp, fixed directly on the person before her. The elf girl suggests, "Can I wait inside?" Are you planning to leave now?" A dark smile curled on her lips. She firmly gritted out, "No." Her sharp gaze pierced the person in front of her. The elf girl suggested, "Could I wait inside instead?" making Misa blink in confusion as she agreed. "Oh, sure thing." Walking into the room and seeing the pile of belongings scattered across the floor, Wen spoke up softly. That made Misa scramble to scratch her head in explanation. "It looks a bit messy, doesn't it? It's not usually like this." But she was immediately interrupted. "I know what these are." Wen raised her chin with pride, boastfully declaring, "I've worked on this kind of thing with him before." This left Misa surprised, muttering, "Huh? You've done this before? How's that?" "Ah, I see. So, you're an adventurer too?" Suddenly sensing that the atmosphere felt a bit off, the Beastkin girl waved her arms frantically to clear things up. "Well, don't go getting the wrong idea. Get it?" Misa continued patching the story together. All of these were gathered from bandits. She was ignored, receiving only a knowing smile. "Don't worry, I haven't misunderstood a thing." Then, she confidently asserted her position. "I know better than anyone that he isn't that kind of person." A dark, ominous aura suddenly erupted from her. Wen whispered in a low voice, "If anyone dares to crave things that don't belong to them," her elven eyes glowed with a terrifying golden light. She glanced sideways at Misa with a cold, sharp gaze and continued, "Then they will have to face the consequences. Don't you think so?" Meanwhile, at the 7th Adventurer Guild, the Barbarian frowned, crossing his arms and wondering, "Why on earth would the woman who used to be my hostage want to see me?" The guild clerk turned his back, indifferently dropping a vague remark. "Well, you'll naturally find out when you meet." Interrupting him, Braun gave a faint, cold smirk. "Oh, is that so?" He decisively replied with a blunt statement. "Then I refuse." The clerk's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" But Bjorn Jandel just calmly answered, "I'm hungry every day. I don't have time to waste." Brushing himself off as he stood up, he coldly threw back a dismissive line. "That's that." Backed into a corner, the clerk hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Wait." The clerk broke into a cold sweat, desperate to persuade him. "I can't explain in detail, but this absolutely won't harm you." However, our barbarian remained firm, closing the conversation, "Just tell her I refuse." Looking at the retreating back, the clerk was left speechless, muttering, "What is wrong with this guy?" Then he frantically shouted, "Hey, stop right there. Bjorn Jandel, here is how it happened." Rewinding 20 minutes earlier, an authoritative voice echoed, "Only Bjorn Jandel stays. The rest of you can leave now." It has been confirmed by the mage that it was a case of self-defense. In short, Karen was just bait, the perfect bait to lure me out. The clerk sat on the sofa, slowly confessing, "To be honest, I was going to call you in sooner or later," which made Bjorn Jandel frown again. "Why?" the clerk solemnly informed him. Miss Benz wants to see you, but she received an extremely naive reaction. Braun, who is that? The clerk slapped his forehead, speechless. Are you serious? You took her hostage before, and you don't even remember? At that moment, a flash of memory involving a girl crying and calling for her father crossed his mind. Bjorn Jandel finally let out an, the guildmaster's daughter. He grumbled to himself. Damn it, should have said that earlier. He then calmly crossed his arms and asked, anyway, so what? Recalling the girl's heroic declaration, I will not live the rest of my life as my father's puppet. He smirked, internally assessing the schemes of the greasy man across from him. So, are you planning to steal his position, kid? The cunning man sitting at the desk muttered, women have their own lives too. So, in the end, the branch manager chose my daughter. I assume that's why she was there during the prison break. The subordinate bowed to report, yes. It seems today's meeting with that barbarian was also arranged by her, which made him hiss in anger. You idiot. I told you to be careful with every single breath. Do you dare to rebel against me? Looking at the family photo on the desk, he muttered with utter contempt. The only one whose stubbornness I forgive is my daughter. Clinging to my daughter just to keep his seat is truly pathetic. Then, he elegantly lifted the teacup on the desk. As he sipped, his eyes flashed with a cold, malicious light. I'll take this opportunity to get rid of both of them. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. They've been getting on my nerves lately. That red barbarian, too. Outside the guild, a bolt of lightning streaked across the gray, cloudy night sky. The barbarian, just as he stepped out, had to raise his hand to shield his head, grumbling irritably as he looked around. Damn it, is it raining? With his stomach growling loudly, he decided to duck into a tavern and push the door open. I might as well find something to eat while I observe the situation. When the fragrant plate of grilled meat was served with the greeting, here is your meal, sir, along with a, enjoy your meal. The barbarian's eyes immediately brightened, and he sliced a large piece of meat to shove into his mouth, chewing vigorously. He nodded in appreciation. Misa's grilled meat is definitely better, though. Then, watching the raindrops roll down the window pane, he rested his chin in his hand, thinking, should I ask her to grill some meat tomorrow? He wondered what the heck she was doing right now. Watching the heavy rain, his appetite stirred again. Pancakes and rice wine. His imagination conjured up a delicious plate. He clicked his tongue in regret. I guess they don't sell that kind of stuff here, huh? Even so, he leisurely sipped the wine, enjoying it, and told himself, but the barbarian downed the glass, muttering, I don't particularly feel the need to go back. Looking at the pile of dishes on the table, he thought to himself, I've simply gotten used to everything. The creaky bed or the boarding room, with only one shared bathroom. Reflecting, he told himself, the laughter and daily conversations with his teammates, of course. I could list the bad things about this world all day long. Pouring more wine, he thoughtfully admitted. But thinking about it this way, I guess I've grown attached after all. Under the dim lights of the tavern, the big guy sat quietly in a corner, lost in thought. However, reality laid out a harsh plan. To get to the higher floors, I'll need to form a new party. He clicked his tongue decisively. That's something I've been thinking about for a while. I've finally made my decision. The memory of the terrifying monster appeared. I will advance to the upper floors. But I can't achieve that with this group. The upper floors are swarming with creatures even worse than that one. He reminded himself. Don't expect too much. Luck and surviving like last time won't happen again. Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted. Jandel? Braun was stunned. The rude, big guy. The bear man calmly corrected him. It's Ma. If my name is hard to pronounce, just call me AB. This made him nod. Ah, I see. The beastkin pulled up a chair and sat down, laughing heartily. I didn't expect you to show up as a customer. Bjorn Jandel looked blankly. A customer? He explained that this place was managed by his wife. You broke into a cold sweat. Confused. Wondering. A married guy exploring a dungeon alone? As if reading your thoughts, he scratched his head. Business has been so slow lately. Someone has to make money, right? Bjorn Jandel shrugged. Well, that wasn't your concern. Still, it was quite a coincidence to find him here as the shop owner. He turned serious. Coincidence doesn't even begin to cover it. Because of this, I'm now convinced. Bjorn Jandel piqued your curiosity. Convinced of what? He got straight to the point. Can you let me join your party? You looked at Bjorn Jandel, stunned. What? What's this about? He calmly explained. If you saved a total stranger in that situation, you're probably not the type to stab people in the back. Bjorn Jandel rubbed his chin, calculating. Well, this is taking an unexpected turn. Quickly analyzing the advantages, you realized a tank with support summons and strong physical ranged damage. This beastman would definitely be useful from the 5th floor onwards. Even so, you politely declined. There seems to be a misunderstanding. That was just a one-time thing. I already have a set party. He looked disappointed. Is that so? Well, then let's discuss this again if there's an opening or someone leaves. Bjorn Jandel frowned. What do you mean? If there's an opening. He looked at you pointedly. Out of everyone, you should understand what I mean best, shouldn't you? Speechless, you wrapped up the conversation, after which you had a brief chat about when to repay the 5 million magic stones. Ending the conversation, he suggested meeting back there in 10 days. You nodded. Sure. After borrowing a raincoat from the beast man, you headed back to the inn. At the same time, in the stormy inn room, a cold voice rang out. If you covet what belongs to others. The harsh verdict was delivered along with a lightning bolt tearing across the sky. You deserve to be punished. Thinking the beastkin would be intimidated, she ended up surprising herself. Huh? She's tougher than she looks, isn't she? Huh? What on earth am I saying? The fairy's mind immediately went into self-justification mode. Technically speaking, he hasn't even been stolen yet. Her weak rationality tried to salvage some dignity. He's not an object. Anyway, she realized the bitter truth. I was the one who chose to go with my sister. Even though she understood the logic, her heart was screaming. But what is this feeling? A strange hostility was simmering. She was busy calculating, if I fight her, can I win? Then Misa suddenly smiled brightly. I'm Misa Sen, and what's your name? Blindsided by that carefree aura, she murmured. Wenwen Jitosia. Misa beamed. Well, what a beautiful name. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just sit here and wait. I'll clean everything up. The atmosphere in the room became stiflingly quiet as the two girls sat opposite each other, with only awkward silence lingering between them. Unable to endure the quiet any longer, the fairy tentatively broke the ice. Miss Jitosia, are you dating anyone? The beastkin jumped, slammed the table, and denied it vehemently as if she'd been burned. Huh? Dating? Bjorn Jandel and I are just colleagues, absolutely just colleagues. Wen narrowed her eyes meaningfully. Oh, I see. The silver-haired fairy gave a graceful smile and dealt a critical blow. Oh, I only guessed that because you mentioned showering together earlier. Misa blushed furiously and shouted, Showering? What on earth are you talking about? I just borrowed the bathroom for a moment. Cornering her opponent with a sharp smile, Wen continued to provoke her. Borrowing the bathroom in a strange man's room. Your house must be quite far from here, right? The beastkin broke into a cold sweat and mumbled, Well, it's not exactly that far. That confession only fueled the flames of jealousy. Oh, not far, you say? She glared, judging her. This girl dares to use such cheap tricks, huh? Determined not to back down, Misa cleared her throat to turn the tables. So, what is your relationship with him? She answered calmly. Lord Bjorn Jandel was my former colleague. Hearing that, Misa countered. Lord? Bjorn Jandel is only 20 years old, but the fairy quickly glossed over it. Oh, that's just a polite way to show respect. But a woman's intuition made Misa uneasy, muttering to herself. A nickname reserved just for the two of them. A nickname, huh? The atmosphere was once again thick with gunpowder as she tilted her chin in defiance. That's right. Is there a problem? Misa gritted her teeth and forced an artificial smile. No problem at all. Why would there be? Pressing her advantage, the fairy clasped her hands together, dreamily boasting. Bjorn Jandel and I have a somewhat special bond. He was my first colleague, and we survived our first journey back together. Her voice dropped low, but Misa immediately seized the chance to land a devastating, brutal blow. Doesn't that only mean something to you? That statement hit like a thunderbolt, freezing Wen in her tracks. What? Then she heard the beastkin leisurely continue to twist the knife. Misa smirked victoriously and delivered the final blow. I've spent months by Bjorn Jandel's side, yet I've never heard him mention you once. The stark truth left Wen unable to keep her composure. She slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, That can't be true. No way! While Misa leisurely called out, Right, Wen? The beastkin's gaze turned cold and warning. Your attitude. Well, I suppose I could find it cute, but if you keep showing this much hostility and treating others like an idiot, it will definitely make me lose my temper. You know? Realizing how dangerous her opponent was, the fairy mentally etched that name into her mind. Wen felt that being hostile to this woman, from the very first moment she saw her, was inevitable. She held her head high and replied, But I should thank you for one thing. Thanks to you, I'm no longer confused. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. Misa frowned. Huh? No longer confused? What do you mean? Wen smiled mysteriously. Well, don't you already know what I mean? A crimson warning flashed in the fairy's mind. This woman is an enemy. She is trying to steal something precious from me. At the peak of her jealousy, she slowly drew her dagger from its sheath and hissed, "You damn cunning cat." But Misa glared at her with authoritative intensity. A terrifying aura radiated outward, with the image of a giant ice dragon appearing behind the beastkin as she spoke with murderous intent. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Wen's hand holding the knife trembled, and in that moment, she realized the bitter truth. She's too strong. I can't win. An obsessive fear flooded her, suffocating the girl's heart. I'm going to lose him, just like back then. Someone precious to me. Once again, tears streamed down uncontrollably. She clasped her hands and begged in sheer desperation. No, it can't be. Don't let it happen again. Don't take him away from me. Please, I'm begging you. A wave of sorrow crashed over her, sudden and intense, much like a downpour soaking the quiet in. The little girl sobbed pitifully, her voice trembling as she stammered through her tears. Please, don't take him away from me. I'm begging you. Right in the middle of that melodramatic TV drama atmosphere, heavy footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs, and the door was suddenly kicked open. Braun walked in, still holding his soaked raincoat, calling out a familiar name in confusion, which made her jump and turn around with a tear-streaked face. A completely unexpected confrontation was waiting for him. Dropping all her killing intent, Misa switched to a cheerful tone. "Oh? You're back, Braun?" "Yeah, there's a visitor here to see you." Leaving him with a mountain of questions in his head. There was no way the two of them knew each other. So, someone came looking for him and happened to run into her? Before he could even process what was happening, Wen lunged at him like an arrow, shrieking desperately. "My lord!" Bjorn Jandel jumped in surprise, his heart racing as the fairy slid across the polished floor while he dodged her. "Is it because of that woman?" Braun asked, breaking into a cold sweat. "Because of her? What on earth are you talking about?" But before he could finish, Misa's sickeningly sweet, whiny voice cut him off. "Bjorn Jandel, why are you home so late?" The beastkin girl blinked at him, batting her eyes and wagging her tail suggestively. "You were in such a rush earlier. Is everything okay?" Braun shuddered, wondering, why is she using that nasal voice all of a sudden? It's giving me goosebumps. Pressing herself against his arm, Misa kept up the gentle act, leaving Bjorn Jandel stiff and stammering. "It's nothing major. Karen was accused of being a thief, but it's all cleared up now." The beastkin girl's eyes curved into slits as she smiled. "I understand. I won't press the matter." Misa continued to stroke his muscular arm with that same cooing tone. "You must have worked so hard." Unable to stand this bizarre behavior any longer, Bjorn Jandel took a step back, completely bewildered. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Misa pouted. "Acting like what? I'm just praising you because you did a good job. Give me your clothes. I'll take them." Watching the display of devoted wife behavior, Wen recalled her own fatal declaration from before. "You can't even consider those barbarians to be men, right?" She mentally slapped herself, feeling bitter. "You said that, didn't you?" "That's not what I meant at all from the start." Ignoring the fairy's fiery gaze, Misa draped a towel over Bjorn Jandel's head. "Here, dry your hair first. You'll catch a cold." The barbarian had no choice but to comply. "Ah, right," he said, turning to look at the girl sitting on the floor, just in time when, "I was actually planning on visiting you." The fairy's eyes immediately lit up with hope. "Really? You were going to come see me?" Repeated Bjorn Jandel nodded sincerely. "Yeah, I was." The gloomy sky suddenly cleared up. Wen smiled shyly. "I'm so happy. I thought you had forgotten about me." He smiled warmly in response. "You've been my companion since our first dungeon expedition. Of course, I wouldn't forget you." She blushed, shy and proud. "Right? That isn't just special to me, is it?" Contrary to expectations, the smile on the beastkin girl's face twisted into something truly chilling. She muttered, "I guess not. Special, huh? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought." Right after that, air grew heavy with jealousy. Braun described the rest. Then she started chirping like a bird, recounting everything that had happened while they were apart without stopping. The fairy excitedly gestured, showing off the brilliant magic in her hands. "Look, my lord, I can control all 4 great spirits now, and 3 of them have fully bloomed." The barbarian's eyes widened in shock. "Bloomed? 3 of them already?" Wen puffed out her chest, proud. "Yes, I've been working extremely hard." Braun's brain went into overdrive, secretly marveling at this game-breaking talent. Is this what genius looks like? Less than a year, and a spirit user has already mastered 3 elemental flowers. It must be incredibly rare if she can bloom all 4 elements. He mused on the girl's terrifying potential in later stages. It would become possible. if it weren't for her sister. Cutting off his train of thought, he smiled to soothe her. Regardless, I'm glad you've been so busy focusing on your own growth. I thought you wouldn't be able to find me since I moved. But Wen waved her hands, flustered. Ah, that's not really true. Misa, sitting next to them, immediately coughed and chimed in. That's right, Bjorn Jandel is correct. With the air of a superior putting a love rival in her place, Misa lectured her. If it hasn't even been a year, shouldn't you focus on finding your own path first? The fairy obediently bowed her head. Yes. But Bjorn sensed the undercurrents. It looked as if she had been testing Misa's reaction just now. The air smelled suffocatingly like gunpowder. The barbarian broke into a cold sweat and asked bluntly, "What the hell happened while I was away?" Misa blinked innocently. Huh? Nothing happened. He pressed. Nothing? I thought you two might have fought or something. The Beastkin girl waved it off instantly. Fight? No way. That would never happen. Misa's hand tightened on Wen's shoulder like a vice. She smiled menacingly. We've actually become very close, right? The fairy broke into a cold sweat and whispered, Huh? Yes. Misa immediately asserted her dominance. You guys should just call me Annie. Just call me Annie. Overwhelmed by her pressure, the fairy gave in. Yes, Annie. While Bjorn Jandel watched this sisterly drama unfold, he was speechless. There was definitely something shady going on here. But ignoring the power struggle, he shooed them away. It stopped raining now. You two should head home. I'm going to get some rest. Then he deflected with a final statement. For some reason, I'm suddenly exhausted. As soon as she walked out of the inn, Misa glared at Wen. Huh? Are you going this way too? The fairy tilted her chin. That's right. So what? Why don't you go ahead? I'll follow behind in a bit. Misa immediately called out her dark intentions. No, you go ahead. I'll follow. Do you think I don't know you're planning to go back to his room? Struck right in the heart, Misa smirked, countering sharply. You're going to leave after me? How can I believe that? The two girls narrowed their eyes at each other, sparking with hostility, neither willing to yield. The air fell into a tense, ominous silence. Finally, Misa compromised to keep the peace. Fine. Let's just go together. Wen clicked her tongue and agreed. Fine. That might be better. The two women walked side by side, their footsteps echoing in the silence of the night, despite their mutual dislike. After walking for a while, Wen glanced at the other person, shuddering as she recalled the overwhelming pressure from earlier. If he hadn't stepped in at that exact moment, the fear of facing the ice dragon came rushing back. She admitted her own weakness to herself. I probably would have knelt and begged. In that moment, the only thing I thought about was that I wouldn't let myself lose him, even if I had to beg as pathetically as possible. The elf girl bit her lip in shame and whispered to herself, I must look like a strange woman, right? Arriving at the fork in the road, Misa stretched and tilted her chin up. I have to head this way now. Which way are you going? Wen let out a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Oh, thank goodness. It's the opposite direction from her. The Beastkin girl just shrugged. Oh, I see. Before turning away, she hesitated, then asked with a hint of wariness, Will you be coming tomorrow, too? Misa raised an eyebrow defiantly. Yeah, why? Hearing that blunt answer, the elf girl covered her face and groaned in misery. Ugh, why did I end up in this situation? I just wanted to spend some fun time with him. Misa waved her hand and walked away with a senior-like air. Anyway, I'm off. Get home safely, okay? Got it? Wen replied softly, distracted. Yeah. Suddenly, the elf girl's clear voice rang out, stopping the beastkin in her tracks. Thank you for not telling him about what happened earlier. Misa stopped, put her hands on her hips, turned back, and proposed, whatever, just promise me one thing. Wen blinked, confused. A promise? Misa smirked confidently. You're still going to come even if I tell you not to, right? So, the beastkin girl rubbed her temples, looking headache-stricken, and offered a strategic truce. Keep our little secret from Bjorn Jandel. You don't want him worrying about stuff like this either, do you? Right? Realizing this was a truce that benefited both sides in their pursuit, she nodded seriously. All right, but back to reality. In a candlelit room, the elf girl jumped and turned around when she heard a voice from behind. Back to the tearful reunion. The younger sister hugged her older sister and whimpered. Big sis, did you really go meet him? And she received a comforting pat on the head. Yeah, he really is still alive, her sister sighed. So that's how it turned out. Does that mean you're done with the training you were doing before? But Wen looked up, her eyes burning with determination. Big sis, I'm going to become stronger. The older sister was stunned. Huh? Remembering the hair-raising smile of the beastkin Mia-ja, the elf girl gritted her teeth and declared, There is someone I absolutely must defeat. Her sister broke into a sweat and nodded along. That's right, if you don't want to lose anything. Wen's eyes darkened. emitting a twisted, yandere-like aura. So please keep helping me a lot. The older sister and she received sage advice from their own flesh and blood. Then go ahead and make him yours. Dawn broke the next day, and in Bjorn Jandel's room, a sky-shaking scream rang out loudly. Bjorn Jandel. A high-pitched female voice accompanied by merciless, relentless knocking. Wake up. Wake up. Ugh. How long are you planning to sleep anyway? Our wild man crawled out of bed, holding his throbbing head and complaining. What the hell is wrong with her? Meanwhile, the voice kept screeching outside. I said, wake up. He glanced at the clock, veins popping on his forehead as he muttered to himself. What time is it that she's calling me like this? Only to go dead silent when he saw the clock hands pointing exactly at 6:30 in the morning. He pushed the door open with the grumpy expression of someone severely sleep-deprived. What the hell is all this noise so early in the morning? His eyes were met with a pair of furry ears perked up radiantly. Are you finally awake? Misa put her hands on her hips and beamed like a spring flower. I'm going to treat you to something delicious today, so hurry up and let's go. She urged him to his doom. Hurry up, we're stopping by the guild too. The ledger of the expedition's results appeared clearly. Income from selling the bandits' gear was 3 million stones, minus 350,000 for repair fees, and 2,100,000 for high-grade potions and supplies. The total remaining was 640,000 magic stones. Bjorn Jandel breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God we didn't have to touch the team's shared fund. Time slipped away until that night, under a star-filled sky. Misa stretched. Well then, I'm off. She skipped away into the night, waving back. Sleep tight, Bjorn Jandel. The wild man politely raised his hand in response. You sleep tight too. Once that was done, he turned to head up the stairs, but his steps suddenly faltered. He frowned, looking surprised. He blurted out when he saw a fragile silhouette leaning against his door, waiting. When? As soon as she heard him, the elf girl's face lit up, and she ran over happily like a puppy seeing its owner. Bjorn. Seeing that happy face, Bjorn smacked his lips and asked, How long have you been waiting? Wen smiled shyly. Not that long, then skillfully changed her tone to scout for info on her rival. Did you two have a good time together? He carelessly nodded and admitted, Yeah, we had some business to take care of in Combe. That made the elf's smile fade. She hung her head and muttered, I figured as much, so Bjorn Jandel decided to change the subject. So, what wind blew you here? Wen clasped her hands together, her eyes welling up with regret as she reported, I'm starting special training with my big sister tomorrow, so I probably won't be able to visit you more than once a week. With tears in her eyes, she tearfully expressed her longing. I want to come more often, but if I do, everything will last forever, leaving the wild man scratching his head, confused. Forever? Realizing she'd let it slip, Wen quickly turned and bolted away. Anyway, see you next week. Leaving him behind, Bjorn Jandel stood there, dumbfounded. Okay. Watching her back fade away, he muttered to himself, What is this heavy feeling? As the narrative shifted, to the regional office of the 7th Region Adventurers Guild, along with a familiar file, Brown Rot Miller, 34, the portly guild branch manager of Neon Urban, sat behind his desk and spoke with authority. You've been an adventurer for 8 years now, right? The middle-aged adventurer cautiously replied, That's right. But in his head, Rot Miller didn't stop calculating, staying on high alert. Neon Urban, the branch manager of Sector 7. Why would someone like him do that? The old guildmaster propped his chin on his hand, wearing a sinister, mocking smile. I like you, especially the way you wait patiently, even though you're dying of curiosity inside. Rod Miller kept a stone-cold face and asked bluntly, Can you just get straight to the point? The old man interlaced his fingers, wearing a smile that reeked of a conspiracy. You're being too cautious. This proposal isn't half bad for you, you know. The scene shifts to the next day at a noisy tavern, where a teammate's excited voice rings out. Looks like we can split 550,000 magic stones each. The old party is gathered around the table, feasting. One member explains enthusiastically, the byproducts from that merman mage sold for way more than we expected. It's all thanks to Rod Miller's outstanding efforts. Rod Miller raised his glass, humbly replying, Since I couldn't help much during the battle, I had to do those kinds of things, at least. He was immediately teased. You're being too humble, man. Seriously. Meanwhile, Bjorn Jandel was busy doing mental math. He was busy calculating his total earnings from this expedition. The final dazzling results screen appeared. 400,000 stones from the Rift and floors 1 and 2, plus 320,000 from the first split with Misa yesterday, and 550,000 from the completion reward and sale of the byproducts, bringing his grand total to 1,700,000 magic stones. Bjorn smiled to himself, feeling satisfied. All in all, this amount was way more than what he had made in the last 2 months. Braun did a quick mental check. Actually, if you include the essence Misa absorbed and the gear Bjorn Jandel had, this was a crazy good haul. He added another 5 million stones from the bear, thinking to himself that at this rate, he would soon reach the 6th rank. Just as he raised his glass to take a sip, the dwarf's booming voice echoed. Hey, how dare you drink the first round all by yourself, huh? The dwarf stormed over, shoved his face close to the confused Braun, and roared, We have to celebrate our return together, right? We have to celebrate our return together. The whole group raised their glasses in joy, their cheers echoing throughout the tavern. Give it here! Let's toast to our return! The party atmosphere exploded with lively conversation. Come on, drink up. This food looks amazing. It's even got ogre meat. Yeah, no doubt about it. Halfway through, Misa stretched and stood up, waving to excuse herself. I think I have to go now. I need to visit my family today. Let's catch up next time. The dwarf clicked his tongue, disappointed. Really? That's a shame. Well, see you at the next regular gathering then. At a corner of the table, Rod Miller was breaking out in a cold sweat, his face clearly showing tension as if he were plotting something. Gathering his courage, Rod Miller stood up. I should probably head out too. He quietly turned to leave. I have things to take care of, so I'll be going. He left Bjorn Jandel sighing with regret. I was a step too slow. If I leave now, the old dwarf will get annoyed. But then, the dwarf suddenly grabbed some meat from the next table. Man, that meat wasn't even that great anyway. And just like that, the old man sneakily slipped away to another table. Braun watched him, crossing his arms and letting out a sigh of relief. Seeing that, I guess I can leave now too. But before he could even budge, a voice called out. Bjorn Jandel sat back down quietly, his eyes narrowing in suspicion, as he stared intently at the person across from him. Did he have something he wanted to say to him? The young mage nervously raised his glass. Let's toast first, while Braun sat there silently, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I should have just left when I had the chance. What kind of hellish atmosphere is this? To break the awkwardness, Braun asked, How is your body feeling? The mage replied gently, Oh, I'm fine. Even after the divine healing, it was a bit uncomfortable at first, but now I've fully recovered. Braun tapped his finger on his temple, smirking mockingly. That's good. But what about this? I'm sure that was your first time experiencing the feeling of your body being folded in half, right? The barbarian continued to press him. So, are you still able to keep going into the dungeon? This made the mage break out in a sweat and stutter. The horrific memories flooded back. The mage confessed with a haunted look on his face. Honestly, just thinking about the dungeon makes my hands shake. His eyes were hollow, lost in the depths of terror, as if he were still on the verge of death. That day, I really thought I was going to die. Back in the present, he tried to pull himself together and said firmly, But that's something everyone has to go through and overcome. Right? I will too. It'll be fine before the next expedition starts. The hand gripping the wine glass trembled slightly as Bjorn Jandel challenged him. You say you'll overcome it, but what reason do you have to go that far? He hesitated. Then, suddenly, he flashed a bright smile and uttered an unbelievable excuse. Because it's very interesting. Seeing Bjorn Jandel's cold, expressionless face, the mage hurriedly explained further. Of course, at first, it was for another reason. Do you remember what I said? Bjorn Jandel replied that he would become a great adventurer and bring glory to the Baron's family. Hearing this, the mage lowered his head, admitting bitterly, That was all a lie. Back then, all I wanted was my father's, the former Baron's, attention, but he passed away soon after. And as you know, my brother, who inherited the position, didn't even know I existed. He recalled the cruel taunts. A bastard? Is that so? Oh, you are well. That wasn't worth noting, so it wasn't reported. I completely broke down, feeling like I was just drifting aimlessly all day. The mage slammed his hand on the table, leaning forward excitedly. Huh? But I managed to get through it. That is because, which made Bjorn Jandel break out in a cold sweat, backing away and muttering, No way, right? It can't be like that. The mage cried out with raw emotion. It's because everyone appeared in my life and made the barbarian grunted in horror. Seriously? On the other side, the dwarf was still raising his glass and dancing wildly, while the other side was filled with tension. So, even though I went through all that, never mind. I won't worry about it anymore. Draining his glass, the mage looked at Bjorn Jandel and smiled. Look at you pretend not to care, but you're actually a very sentimental person. This made Bjorn Jandel regret everything, gritting his teeth and sighing. I should have bolted earlier. Finally, the barbarian couldn't take it anymore, slammed his glass down on the table, and signaled for the end of the topic. But the mage still leered and asked one more question. Hey, Bjorn Jandel, I have one curious thing I want to ask. Bjorn Jandel replied wearily. Spit it out. Just then, Misa's radiant face appeared. The mage stuttered, trying to pry for information. What about you and Misa? He finished with a look of pure, shameless gossip. Wait, are you two actually dating? I knew it. Bjorn Jandel was left speechless, silently cursing him. So that was his real agenda all along. Leaving those nosy, gossipy questions behind, the crowds continued to bustle through the foggy, night-shrouded streets. The scene shifts to a different, hidden corner. Rod Miller sat there, looking pensive. He pulled himself into the silence, lost in calculating thoughts. A voice echoed in the middle-aged adventurer's memory. I've reviewed your file. Flashback to the night before. At the office of the District 7 branch chief, the stout man spoke with deliberate sarcasm. You must feel like it's all so unfair. You spent 10 years struggling just to reach rank 7, while some brat managed to hit rank 6 in a measly 6 months. The branch chief clasped his hands, sneering as he sowed the seeds of jealousy in his listener's mind. With thoughts like that, your teammates will probably keep climbing and climbing. A murky, sinister glint flashed in the man's eyes. Coincidentally, none of them are ordinary people like you. And then, he dealt a crushing blow to Rod Miller's defenses. How much longer do you think they'll stay as your teammates? 3 months? 4? If you're lucky, maybe a little longer. The branch chief's whisper echoed, hauntingly persistent. If they pity you, that's he sneered, planting seeds of doubt before ending the conversation. I trust you'll make a wise choice. The scene cuts to a quiet building under the night sky. Braun's lodging. Returning to his room, Braun grimaced and grumbled under his breath. Damn it. Recalling that idiotic mage, he muttered in frustration, downing several glasses of liquor at once before passing out cold.